Family, I'm shocked. The three Buddhas' wrathful lotus exploded, and a blood-red tornado swept away hundreds of people. It was a horrific scene. This all started when Tang Lu, the chief disciple of the Xiaoyao sect, went to save his brother Tang San from the Tang sect, and unexpectedly, after they jumped off a cliff, they crossed over. What will happen next? I'm so curious. Let me tell you, I was completely stunned at that moment. The three Buddhas' wrathful lotus exploded right before my eyes. The scene was unbelievable. A blood-red tornado suddenly swept up from the ground, and hundreds of people, whether from our Xiaoyao sect or the Tang sect, were instantly caught in it. Do you know? Those lotus petals were faster than knives. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. People were falling like dumplings, and when they hit the ground, there was a poof sound, exploding into a puddle of blood and foam. The smell of blood hit me even from behind the tornado. At that moment, I had only one thought. It's over, we're done for. This wave will wipe us out. This story is long, and it starts with my unfortunate brother, Tang San. Let me tell you, in my last life, I was the chief disciple of the Xiaoyao sect during the late Ming dynasty, named Tang Lu. Sound impressive, right? One day, I was striking a pose on the training ground at the peak of our Xiaoyao sect, carrying my old antique Xianyuan sword, just focusing on looking handsome. Suddenly, one of my junior brothers came rolling over, almost shouting, "Senior brother, it's bad." When I heard this, I was shocked the Tang sect was actually going to capture my younger brother Tang San and execute him on the spot. I was furious. My name is Tang Lu. My brother's name is Tang San. We are blood brothers, but unfortunately, he ended up in the rival sect. I, with a remarkable talent, was personally taught by the master of the Xiaoyao sect and was the designated successor. My brother, also a genius, unfortunately joined the Tang sect, and as an outer disciple, he was constantly PUA'd by those old guys, doing the most work while suffering the worst treatment, yet without any recognition. Now, my brother has managed to replicate the Tang sect's top secret weapon, the Buddha's wrathful lotus, which had been lost for 100 years. Instead of rewarding him, those old guys accused him of stealing the sect's secret skills and wanted to kill him. Family, who understands? Is there any justice in this? I was furious. I told you, if those old men dared to touch a hair on my brother, I would lead the charge and wipe out their entire sect. With the master in seclusion and the elders slacking off, I was in charge of the entire Xiaoyao sect. I grabbed the jade pendant symbolizing my identity, pulled out her sect's treasure, the Xianyuan sword, from the center of the main hall, and shouted, "Brothers, let's go to the Tang sect and shake things up." When I led hundreds of brothers to the Tang sect, the scene shifted, and my brother Tang San was already cornered by 17 Tang sect elders at the edge of the ghost-fearing cliff. Just from the name, you can tell how terrifying it is. But my brother is also tough in front of everyone. He placed the three Buddha's wrathful lotuses he had created on the ground and declared, "I, Tang San, am a person of the Tang sect. If I die, will be a ghost of the Tang sect. I have never betrayed the Tang sect." The elders' eyes widened, each greedy and likely calculating how to use this thing to overthrow our Xiaoyao sect. Just when my brother was feeling hopeless and about to jump off the cliff to make a statement, I, Tang Lu, arrived dramatically with hundreds of brothers who were already bloodthirsty, flying in on my sword. I shouted from a distance, "Old dogs of the Tang sect, dare you harm my brother?" When my brother saw me, he was so excited that he shouted out loud. The elders' faces turned green when they saw the Xianyuan sword in my hand. But they had the numbers, relying on their status as elders. They immediately attacked. They threw all sorts of hidden weapons like Yama stickers at me, as if they were free. I directly used my light wave step to dodge, dodging smoothly, making them feel a chill run down their spines. In the end, the eldest elder panicked, seeing he couldn't defeat me. He gritted his teeth and poured all his internal energy into the three Buddha's wrathful lotuses. He turned himself into a dry corpse just to forcibly activate that thing. The problem was, he didn't know how to use it. Then, you heard the scene at the beginning. The three Buddha's wrathful lotuses completely went out of control. Their power was earth-shattering. Our Xiaoyao sect brothers and the Tang sect's elders and disciples were all swept in, exploding into a mist of blood. Finally, those three blood-red tornadoes rushed towards my brother and me. In front was the death tornado. Behind was the cliff. The only way to survive was to jump. I grabbed my brother, and without thinking, I leaped. I thought I was definitely going to die after all. I had crossed over in my last life, and living twice was already a bonus. But guess what? I crossed over again. When I opened my eyes, I became a newborn baby, lying in the arms of an extraordinary beauty, with another baby lying beside me. I was stunned, unable to move or speak. Then I saw a scene I would never forget in this life. A muscular man glowing with golden light was flying in the sky, named Qian Xuanji, with an angelic shadow behind him, very domineering. Opposite him was my father in this life, a man named Tang Hao wielding a huge hammer, fighting fiercely against them. In simple terms, this pope named Qian Xuanji wanted to abduct my mother, and my dad Tang Hao couldn't defeat him, getting beaten down by 3 titled Luos. Then my mother, Ain, prepared to sacrifice herself to save us. Holding me and the other baby, tears streaming down her face, she said to my dad, "How remember, this is our child. The elder one is named Tang Lu, and the younger one is named Tang San." At that moment, my mind went buzz. Wow, this life, we're actually brothers. And we even share a name? Just when the blue light on my mother surged, about to sacrifice herself, a divine light from the sky cracked and interrupted the ritual, forcibly pouring a purplured halo into my severely injured father Tang Hao. Everyone present was stunned. 6 years passed in a flash. My brother Tang San and I grew up in a corner called Holy Spirit Village. My father Tang Hao became a daily drunkard blacksmith, and my mother turned into a tree planted in the yard. But that's not the main point. The main point is that my brother and I still remember our past life. Every day before dawn, we secretly slipped to a small hill behind the village, one practicing my Xiaoyao heart method and the other practicing his Xiantian skill, both our old expertise from our past lives. I kept promoting my skill to him. "Little San, I tell you, that thing from the Tang Sect is not good. Why not try this? Xiaoyao Sect heart method. Strengthen the body and prolong life." Every time he would sit cross-legged, exhale a breath of turbid air, a flash of purple light, and then look at me helplessly. "Bro, don't recommend it to me. Your Xiaoyao Sect skills are not suitable for me." That's right, the Xiaoyao Sect only knows one life and death talisman. How could it compare to the Tang Sect variety of hidden weapons? All right, I shrugged, getting used to it. Seeing the sun was about to rise, I hurried him. "Little San, it's almost dawn. Hurry back home, or Dad will get angry, and we'll be in trouble." We quickly got up, patted ourselves down, and headed home. On the way, Tang San suddenly asked me with a confused expression, "Bro, my Xiantian skill seems to have hit a bottleneck. No matter how hard I try, I can't improve. What about your Xiaoyao heart method?" "Mine? Let me tell you, we are indeed like brothers in misfortune. My Xiaoyao heart method has also been stuck at the first level, unable to advance for over a month. I feel like there's something wrong with this world, as if there's an invisible wall limiting us. This is a normal process. Just be yourself, and everything will be fine." I firmly believe that none of Tang Hao's sons are mediocre. At that moment, I was taken aback. My father, usually as taciturn as a gourd, surprisingly uttered such words today. My mind flashed back 6 years to when this unassuming man single-handedly wielded a colossal hammer and fought fiercely for 3 days and nights, ultimately leading my mother and me out of dire straits to this quaint village. Just then, Tang Sen pointed to a piece of iron in the corner and asked my father, "Dad, can I use that piece of iron?" Upon glancing over, I understood. This lad intended to revive his old trade and promote the Tang Sect's hidden weapons in this unfamiliar realm. My father, intrigued, inquired, "Little San, do you wish to become a blacksmith?" With unyielding confidence, Tang Sen replied, "Yes. If I cannot become a soul master, I shall inherit your craft and become a blacksmith." My father pondered for a moment, then posed a question. "What defines a truly exceptional blacksmith?" Tang San faltered, glanced at me, and upon our eyes meeting, he quickly formulated an answer. "A blacksmith capable of forging divine artifacts is a good blacksmith." "Oh, divine artifacts?" My father perked up with curiosity. "Then tell me, how is a divine artifact defined?" I eagerly interjected, "Of course, it is crafted from divine materials. The Xianyuan sword from my previous life was one." "Not quite." My father chuckled, shaking his head dismissively. "A true divine artifact possesses its own life. The finest blacksmith can imbue ordinary iron with life, and that is what we call a divine craftsman." Tang San and I were utterly stunned, our expressions laden with disdain. "Goodness, forging divine artifacts from mundane iron? Are you delivering a philosophy lesson here? This is akin to handcrafting an aircraft carrier." My father's face flushed under our scornful gazes. Embarrassed, he pointed to a larger hunk of iron in the corner and declared, "To become a good blacksmith, one must practice. Go, flatten that iron block and remove the impurities within. We'll step up first." "I will." I eagerly raised my hand, approached the hefty iron block, and hoisted it above my head with ease. After all, with the first layer of the Xiaoyao heart method, my strength was far beyond that of an ordinary child. My father was astonished, muttering, "Born with divine strength?" I ignored him and, mimicking his usual demeanor, tossed the iron block into the furnace and worked the bellows. As the iron glowed red, I seized a massive hammer beside me. The hammer towered over me, its head larger than my own head. With a forceful motion of my right hand, I lifted the hammer. Bang! The first strike sent sparks flying. The recoil numbed my entire arm. How can one comprehend the pressure I, a 6-year-old child, bore? I quickly sat cross-legged, channeling the Xiaoyao heart method to alleviate the pain. Once I felt better, I rose and hammered away once more. Thud! 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 As I struck, I sensed the transformation within my dantian. This was not merely blacksmithing. It was akin to cultivation. Each blow reverberated through me, forcing me to channel my energy to dissipate the impact. This was an extraordinary exercise for refining my internal strength. Yet, despite my relentless efforts, that wretched bottleneck remained immovable. I felt an overwhelming frustration. I had spent over 30 years in my previous life maintaining a youthful form for cultivation, only to find myself stymied here. Who could I complain to? A surge of unwillingness welled up within me, causing me to unleash all my fury onto the iron block, striking faster and harder. Though I did not break through, I sensed my internal energy becoming increasingly stable, and my recovery rate improved significantly. My father watched with a complex expression, torn between concern for my blistered hands and a sense of satisfaction. I could even perceive the unspoken thoughts racing through his mind. No wonder he is the son of Hao Ian Doluo. Wait a moment, did he just mention Hao Ian Doluo? What? Just as I was reeling from this revelation, an elderly voice echoed from the doorway. Tang Hao. Ah, the children are all here. It was Grandpa Jack, the village chief. He entered and got straight to the point. Little Hao, you will awaken your martial soul tomorrow. Don't forget to come early. Tang San, curious, asked, Grandpa Jack, what is awakening a martial soul? Old Jack became serious and began to educate us. He explained that every individual possesses a martial soul, which awakens at 6 years of age, and having a martial soul makes one more adept at tasks. If one could awaken a strong martial soul, they might have the opportunity to become a soul master, the noblest profession on the continent. Seizing the chance, I quickly inquired, what about a Grand Soul Master? Are they powerful? Grandpa Jack's enthusiasm surged as he elaborated on the ranks of Soul Masters, from Soul Scholar, Soul Master, Grand Soul Master, all the way to Soul Sovereign, Soul Ancestor, Soul King, Soul Emperor, Soul Saint, Soul Delaw, and Title Delaw. Goodness, this sounded just like a level-up chart from an online game. Bronze, Silver, Gold. As old Jack grew more animated, his cane clacked. Our Holy Soul village has produced a Grand Soul Master before, a figure renowned throughout the entire nodding city. My father, overhearing, scoffed and muttered under his breath, that was ages ago. Why bring it up now? This remark stirred a hornet's nest. Old Jack exploded in anger, pointing a finger at my father. How dare you show disrespect to the Grand Soul Master? I shall break your legs. He raised his cane threateningly. Tang Sen quickly intervened, managing to calm the furious Grandpa Jack. The room was left with just our family. I glanced at my father, my heart in turmoil. If even Grandpa Jack revered the Grand Soul Master so deeply, how could my father dare to challenge a title Doluo? Could my father also be a titled Doluo? Was this immense fortune finally about to come my way? The weight of this revelation was overwhelming, leaving my mind buzzing. Nonetheless, I shook my head. My tasks for the day were not yet complete. I lifted the hammer once more and struck down with force. By the time I had transformed that iron block into a perfectly squared, smooth piece, darkness had fallen. I presented it proudly to my father, exclaiming, Dad, I did it. He took it, examining it from every angle, his eyes filled with admiration. Not bad. Truly remarkable. Now, you must rest early for tomorrow's martial soul awakening. I nodded, utterly exhausted. After washing up, I collapsed into bed. The next morning, Tang San and I ascended the mountaintop to practice as usual. Yet the bottleneck remained as unyielding as ever. However, I did not dwell on it. Fate would take its course. Today was the grand day of awakening our martial souls. After our training, we sprinted down the mountain, devoured the heartfelt breakfast prepared by my mother, and set off to the village's martial soul hall as a family. Let me tell you, the martial soul hall in our village was quite the sight. It was merely a dilapidated earthen structure with moss growing on the walls, seemingly on the verge of collapse. As we walked, the village children spotted Tang, San, and me and scurried away like we were plague incarnate, refusing to acknowledge us. What did one expect? Just because my family owned a blacksmith shop and was the wealthiest in the village, these children learned early on to foster class divisions. Upon arriving at the Martial Soul Hall, aside from Grandpa Jack and 8 other children, there was a man standing there. Goodness. He wore a white outfit emblazoned with the words Martial Soul, as if he feared others would not recognize his profession. He looked quite respectable, but his gaze was laced with arrogance, sweeping over us like we were mere refuse. My mother patted both our heads, urging us to make her proud. My father stood nearby, casting us a knowing glance. We dutifully shuffled over to form a line. At that moment, I overheard my mother softly ask my father, "How? If they awaken that, will it be discovered?" I saw my father's expression change instantly, a murderous aura emanating from him that I could sense from afar. He embraced my mother, his voice low yet resolute. "Whoever dares to snatch my son shall face only one fate, death." Wow, the sense of security was off the charts. Grandpa Jack was nodding and bowing to the white-clad gentleman, speaking with utmost reverence. Yet, the man grew impatient, rolling his eyes and saying, "Stop the nonsense and get started. After all, nothing good will awaken from your shabby village. Don't waste my time." Grandfather Jack sighed deeply, his heart heavy with emotion, and shared with us that the esteemed master of battle souls from Nodding City, Su Yuntao, had arrived. With a forlorn figure leaning on his cane, he departed. Su Yuntao then turned to us, forcing a smile, and began his self-introduction. "I am Su Yuntao, a 26th level soul master, your guide. Form an orderly line, and fear not whatever may transpire." As he spoke, he retrieved 6 ebony stones and a cerulean crystal ball from his bag. Tang, San, and I, often isolated, found ourselves at the end of the line. He instructed the first child to stand amidst the stones, and suddenly transformed. With a piercing howl, his hair turned green. Muscles cracking and bulging, he morphed into a half-man, half-wolf creature, complete with claws. A massive purple wolf phantom floated behind him, and 2 rings of light, one white and one yellow, shimmered beneath his feet. The spectacle was more impressive than the AIGC films of 2025. The first child, terrified, screamed and fled. Su Juntao, exasperative, pulled him back and said, "I told you not to be afraid. If you possess a beast martial soul, you should be like me in the future." With a wave of his hands, the 6 stones emanated a hum, enveloping the child in a blue light. As the brilliance coalesced, a scythe appeared in the child's palm. Su Yuntao frowned and had him test his soul power, but the crystal ball remained unresponsive. With a dismissive wave, he declared, "No soul power. You cannot become a soul master." Next, the subsequent 7 children faced similar fates, awakening increasingly abstract martial souls, such as shovels, hoes, and chickens, yet all shared the commonality of possessing 0 soul power. Su Yuntao's countenance darkened like a soot-blackened pot, likely realizing his KPI goals were in jeopardy. He irritably called out to my brother, "Next, hurry. Let us finish this." When it was Tang San's turn, he stepped forward, glowing with golden light, and I anticipated an SSR moment. However, slowly emerging from his palm was merely a blade of grass, the ubiquitous blue silver grass. Su Yuntao's expression fell, and he exclaimed, "Blue silver grass? Another worthless martial soul, a fighter among refuse." He dismissed the notion of measuring soul power, eager to send him away. Tang San, unwilling to relent, firmly grasped Su Yuntao's pant leg, insisting on the test. With no other option, Su Yuntao handed over the crystal ball, to everyone's astonishment. As soon as Tang San placed his hand upon it, the ball exploded with radiant blue light, which then burst in a blinding gold, illuminating the entire martial soul hall. Su Yuntao's eyes nearly popped from their sockets, his mouth agape, stammering, "Innate full soul power. Does anyone understand? Just a second ago, he was deemed worthless, and now he is a once-in-a-century genius." He stared at my brother, seemingly in disbelief, his worldview likely shattered. After a moment, he remembered me, resigned, and weakly stated, "Little one, it's your turn." I obediently stepped in, bathed in golden light once more. and Su Yuntao's eyes sparkled with renewed hope, perhaps thinking, surely this cannot be another blade of grass? Yet from my left hand also sprouted a blade of grass. Hilariously, my grasp bore mysterious black patterns, appearing quite cool. Su Yuntao's demeanor crumbled, his spirit deflated, exuding an expression of despair, muttering that it was yet another worthless martial soul, a true waste of time. Unperturbed, I insisted on measuring my soul power. He, already fatigued, replied, "Fine, let us measure." Upon placing my hand on the crystal ball, boom, once again, I possessed innate full soul power. The man was left utterly astonished, hurriedly packing his belongings and exiting, likely pondering whether he had inadvertently stumbled upon a den of blue-silver grass, all at maximum level. Upon exiting, he reported to Grandfather Jack, 2 children, both with innate full soul power. Grandfather Jack was so exhilarated he nearly tossed his cane. Yet his next words were, "What a pity. They both possessed the worthless blue-silver grass, devoid of cultivation value." Grandfather Jack instantly turned to stone. My brother and I returned home dejected. Who could feel good about awakening a worthless martial soul? Once home, my father, without uttering a word, directed us to sit on the chairs, his expression grave and intimidating. "What martial soul did you awaken?" he inquired, gazing out the window. My brother, feeling remorseful, extended his hand to reveal the blue-silver grass. "Dad, I'm sorry. I awakened a worthless martial soul." I too lowered my head, revealing my black-patterned blue-silver grass. Upon hearing the words blue-silver grass, my father's body jolted, and he turned, a hint of a smile gracing his lips as he exchanged glances with my mother. At that moment, a thought struck me. "Wait, Dad. I think I have another." I swiftly raised my right hand, and with a flash of black light, a small ebony hammer emerged, its head adorned with a ring of black patterns identical to those on my grass leaves. I tell you, my father's perpetual, icy demeanor shattered in an instant. He lunged toward me, grasping my hand tightly, his eyes wide as saucers, fixating on the hammer. I was taken aback. My brother, timidly raising his left hand, summoned a matching hammer with a flash of black light. "Good, very good." My father was beside himself, pulling us both into a tight embrace, his excitement rendering him nearly incoherent. I even sensed he was teary-eyed. My brother and I were bewildered. What was this hammer that could evoke such a reaction from our father? After a considerable pause, my father released us, his expression transforming into one of stern authority. He fixed his gaze upon us, enunciating carefully, "Remember, use the hammer in your left hand to protect the grass in your right hand. Forever." He also warned us that this hammer martial soul must remain a secret from anyone outside the family. Finally, he asked if we wished to become soul masters. Naturally, we nodded eagerly. He sighed, stating, "Since you have chosen this path, this afternoon, you shall learn the art of forging from me. If you cannot master it, do not even think of becoming a soul master." The next day, the grueling training commenced. My father thrust us into the forge, wielding a hammer taller than ourselves. Within moments, we were utterly exhausted. My father approached, unleashing a tirade, chastising us for our lack of strength. Tang San protested, claiming we had been trying our hardest. My father scoffed, "Trying? Is this what you call trying?" He then began imparting his unique wisdom, querying us, "How many hearts does a person have?" Without hesitation, Tang San answered, "One." My father shook his head, "Wrong. When forging, a person has 3 hearts. Those are your 2 calves and your waist." We were utterly bewildered. What kind of theory was that? He continued to explain, "You think forging is all about arm strength? You are gravely mistaken. True power originates from your feet, transmitted through the calf muscles, converging in the waist, and then explosively released throughout the body. This is the correct method of exerting force." He elaborated further, "The ligaments between your thighs will amplify all energy towards your waist. At that moment, you will feel electrified, energy surging through your waist, back, and chest, ultimately reaching your arms. Thus, you mistakenly believe your arms are the power point. Remember, your calves are the true bosses. Your arms merely assist." Tang Hao seized Tang Li's hammer, stepping forward, his entire body bending like a bow. His eyes fixed intently on the half-finished iron stone. He deftly manipulated the hammer with finesse. With a powerful shout, he anchored his calves to the ground, and the hammer crashed down. Boom! A tremendous sound reverberated, shaking the entire forging table thrice. A chunk of the black iron stone indented, its impurities vibrating and falling to the ground. At that time, Tang Lu and Tang San had yet to cultivate inner power, yet with Tang Hao's sheer strength, he managed to break off a sizable piece of iron stone that Tang Lu had been unable to handle. Little Lu, give a try. Tang Hao passed the hammer to Tang Lu, eager to assess the boy's talent. Tang Lu nodded, accepting the hammer and stepping up to the forging table. He raised his right hand high, wielding a hammer, as the transcendent technique of Xiaoyao Xinfa instantly activated within him. The blue and white energy coursed through his body like an electric current, allowing his taut muscles to relax in an instant. Following Tang Hao's example, he made a sudden movement, his calf muscles tightening. With the enhancement of the Xiaoyao Xinfa, his legs felt as though they were firmly anchored to the ground. Tang Lu fixed his gaze intently on the iron block before him and let out a tremendous roar as he brought the hammer down with great force. In that moment, his calves also exerted their strength, transmitting power throughout his body in conjunction with the Xiaoyao Xinfa, ultimately converging into his waist and surging into his arms. Tang Lu distinctly felt that after employing the method taught by Tang Hao, the force of his hammer swing had doubled. This was something he had never dared to imagine before. Bang! The massive hammer struck the iron block with precision, producing a resounding thud that echoed throughout the room. In the year 2025, dear family, this efficiency is extraordinary. Chapter 14. I like girls as the days passed. Tang Lu and Tang San engaged in rigorous training for a month. Under the inhumane tutelage of Tang Hao, their forging skills progressed by leaps and bounds, finally resembling something of substance. In the early morning, a ray of sunlight cascaded down, illuminating the eastern sky with a pale hue, while a gentle breeze carried the fragrance of flowers. They gathered on the familiar little hill, surrounded by familiar figures sitting cross-legged, their breathing synchronized, enveloped by an almost magical aura that invigorated the senses. Tang Lu exhaled deeply, gradually opening his eyes. After a morning of practice, he felt utterly rejuvenated. With the aid of the Xiaoyao Xinfa, his speed had significantly increased. Were it not for the fact that his mastery of the Xiaoyao Xinfa still lingered at the first layer, he would have begun contemplating which speed-oriented martial arts to pursue. Following the awakening of his martial soul, although the Xiaoyao Xinfa had not yet broken through, Tang Lu could distinctly sense that the bottleneck of the first layer was beginning to loosen, and he anticipated soon entering the second layer. Despite the internal energy not having broken through, his overall abilities had improved after a month of training. This month of grueling training alongside Tang Hao had strengthened his arms, laying a solid foundation for practicing the Tianshan Jimei Shou, thus saving future efforts. More importantly, his forging skills had vastly improved compared to before. During this month, he had taught Tang San a method of leveraging power. Initially, he could only swing the hammer 7 or 8 times, but now he had reached 28 or 29 swings, an astonishing rate of progress that left Tang Hao astounded. Though their advancement was remarkable, they were still far from Tang Hao's level. He was merely at the threshold, and to reach Tang Hao's proficiency, further practice was essential. At that moment, Tang San awakened from his cultivation, his eyes shimmering with a violet glow. He had been diligently honing the Zhi Ma Tong, achieving modest success. He could now discern the delicate movements of insect wings within a 10-meter radius, accompanied by a hint of mental assault. In recent months, he had attempted to break through the Xuan Tiangong, but had failed each time, so he had opted to focus on the Zhi Ma Tong. He touched the iron lump on his wrist, a satisfied smile gracing his face. This was the first silent sleeve arrow he had crafted using the iron essence provided by Tang Hao. Although merely a type of concealed weapon, it was considered entry-level within the Tang sect. The structure of the sleeve arrow was not complex. However, the key lay in the triggering mechanism, as even a minor error could lead to misfire. The version he held was an enhanced model, with minimal risk of misfiring. He had crafted 2 of these sleeve arrows, one for himself and one for Tang Lu. Given the current economic situation of Tang Hao's household, the remaining iron, or was only sufficient to create two more. Moreover, the assembly process for the sleeve arrows was exceedingly intricate. Without Tang Li's assistance, he likely would not have managed even one. Today was the day to embark on their journey. Little San, are you excited? Incroyable. Having completed Tang Hao's task and earned the opportunity to study in Nuoding City, there was only one work-study position available in the village, and Tang Hao had personally funded Tang Li's admission, allowing the brothers to venture together to Nuoding City. This marked their first departure from the village, stepping into the outside world. Despite having experienced 2 previous traversals, they felt a surge of excitement within. Well, we haven't left the village yet, Tang San replied with a grin, gesturing with his small hands to illustrate their activities over the past 6 years. I wonder what the outside world is like. Tang Lu mused, feeling a lack of security in this unfamiliar territory. Everything felt alien, and terms like martial soul and soul master were entirely new to him. Tang San scratched his head, having spent nearly all his past life researching concealed weapons within the Tang Sect, with little exposure to the vast world outside, which filled him with curiosity. Brother, may I ask you something? Tang San suddenly turned with a serious expression. Huh? Tang Lu looked at him, somewhat puzzled. Tang San awkwardly rubbed his nose and innocently asked, when are you going to find me a sister-in-law? You're already in your 30s. Someone should be there to take care of you in your old age, right? What are you thinking? Tang Lu shot him a disapproving glance. In his previous life, it wasn't that he didn't wish to find a partner. Many who pursued him lined up at the entrance of the Xiaoyao sect. However, his master, Xiaoyao Zunzi, had instructed him that only by maintaining his celibacy could he unleash the full potential of Xiaoyao sect's martial arts. Thus, Tang Lu confined himself to his room, devoting himself to training daily, striving to sever emotional ties and focus solely on his practice. After over 20 years of rigorous training, he gradually lost interest in women, merely casting a fleeting glance at those he found attractive, only to feel indifferent afterward. Once, a woman who had long harbored feelings for him intruded into his room at night, clad only in her skin, intending to offer herself. Tang Lu had merely assessed her for a moment, silently dressing her before leaving her with a warning not to catch a chill. As a result, the women of the Xiaoyao sect lost all hope in him. Faced with an openly affectionate junior, he had merely dressed her and left, which was deemed not chivalrous, but rather incompetent. Thus, Tang Lu earned the title of the chief inept disciple, a label that persisted until his rebirth. Yet you're over 20. Why not find someone? Tang Lu glared at him. His younger brother spent all his time in the Tang sect tinkering with concealed weapons, having hardly ventured outside, and was nearly unfamiliar with the sect's female disciples, let alone attracting their affections. Tang San appeared somewhat at a loss, only able to smile sheepishly. I just want to find a virtuous, kind, and beautiful woman. As he spoke, his previously cold demeanor flushed with color, the sunlight casting a warm glow on his face, rendering his features unexpectedly handsome. Brother, do you think it's better to have a son or a daughter? Tang San asked, somewhat uncertain. In their era, patriarchal norms prevailed, yet he held no preference for either gender, thus seeking Tang Li's opinion. Tang Lu regarded him with a puzzled expression, resting his hand on his forehead, pondering for a moment before slowly replying, I prefer daughters. I must say, this narrative is simply astonishing. It starts with such excitement. Tang Lu, that lad, appears to be a cute child on the surface, yet secretly harbors murderous intent. Speaking of which, that day, the master was acting all profound, insistent on revealing the secret that Tang San and Tang Lu possess dual martial souls. He even referenced old Jack's testimony, claiming that their full soul power must be dubious, asserting that the blue silvergrass could not possibly be so formidable. In the end, he repeatedly cast glances at Tang Lu, asserting that his martial soul had mutated into black silvergrass and that he possessed innate full soul power. Tang Lu was furious at that moment, thinking to himself that this old fellow could not be allowed to live. He was a member of the Tang sect, well aware that the secret of dual martial souls was classified. For this master to see through it at a glance was unacceptable. He must be silenced. He had even drawn his sleeve arrow, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to the master. However, at that moment, Tang San unexpectedly knelt and pledged himself as a disciple. Tang Lu was left utterly dumbfounded, thinking to himself that Tang San had lost all his backbone. Was he really so easily swayed by anyone on the street? The master, on the surface, appeared calm and unruffled, wearing a faint smile, but inside he must have been overjoyed. Thinking that the master was far too adept at feigning composure, having clearly struck a significant bargain. With Tang San having pledged himself, Tang Lu could not take action, reluctantly retracting his sleeve arrow. The master then asked Tang Lu whether he wished to become a disciple, to which Tang Lu simply replied with a curt refusal, acting as though he were above it all. The master suddenly felt a wave of embarrassment, standing there unsure of where to place his hands and feet. Tang San rushed over to comfort him, mentioning that his brother was just like that. The master regained his composure and stated that he would take them to complete their enrollment procedures. Upon arriving at the academic office, Director Su greeted them. Upon seeing the credentials, he exclaimed in surprise, "Wan Yin Xiao? Innate full soul power? What on earth is He Yin Xiao?" After completing the paperwork, Tang Lu and Tang San headed to their dormitory. The 7th dormitory was rather dilapidated, inhabited by working students. As they entered, a short-haired boy named Wang Sheng jumped out, claiming to be the second in command. Tang San inquired if there was a leader present. Wang Sheng, full of bravado, replied, "Of course. Our dormitory's sister Xiao Wu is the head. Newcomers should be cautious and avoid angering her. Otherwise, I, Wang Sheng, cannot protect you." Tang Lu was left speechless, wondering what era they were living in to still be playing such games. Wang Sheng insisted on testing their mettle, attempting to shove Tang Lu. Tang Lu was not one to be trifled with. He exploded in anger, tossing his burden to Tang San and vanishing in an instant. Before Wang Sheng could react, he was swiftly overwhelmed by Tang Lu. Tang Lu, more ruthless, pulled out a small knife and tossed it onto Wang Sheng's head, the tip barely grazing his scalp. The onlookers were dumbfounded, not daring to breathe. At that moment, a voice rang out, "Who dares to bully our people?" A little girl with a scorpion braid approached. It was the head sister Xiao Wu. Without hesitation, she launched into a fight. Tang San attempted to play the hero, but was met with a kick to the head from Xiao Wu. Not one to be easily subdued, Tang San unleashed the Tang Sect's secret skills, engaging in a fierce battle with Xiao Wu. Eventually, Tang Lu, unable to bear the sight, tossed a burden at Xiao Wu, causing her to lose her balance. Taking advantage of the moment, Tang San embraced Xiao Wu, leading to an intimate contact. Xiao Wu's face flushed, and she quickly broke free. Wang Xing asked who won. Xiao Wu remained silent, while Tang San admitted his defeat. As for Tang Lu, he walked over to an empty bed and casually remarked, "No thanks, I'm not interested." Xiao Wu was infuriated, stamping her feet. They later learned Xiao Wu's name, realizing she was indeed the head of the 7th dormitory. Just then, a teacher arrived, bringing blankets for Tang San and Tang Lu. Upon noticing she lacked a blanket, Xiao Wu asked Tang San if she could sleep with him. Naturally, he agreed. Tang Lu observed the two, shaking his head as he went to check the class schedule. At that moment, mocking voices erupted from the cafeteria. A bunch of lowly working students. Have you never seen such a fancy cafeteria? A rich second generation named Xiao Laoda, accompanied by his lackeys, stood on the 2nd floor, ridiculing him. Xiao Wu, furious, attempted to charge up, but Tang San held her back. Tangle, feeling direct, muttered that it was boring and went to queue for food. Xiao Laoda was truly insufferable. Suddenly, the master appeared, intending to offer Tang Lu some candy. Tang Lu, filled with wariness, asked what he wanted. The master's awkwardness was palpable. He couldn't deliver the candy and was unsure where to place his hands. Tang Lu ignored him and proceeded to get food. The master felt dejected, thinking he had failed miserably. Tang San offered a few words of comfort, which slightly improved the master's mood. Wang Sheng resumed his gossip about the master's identity, provoking an angry retort from Tang San. Tang Lu returned with food, glancing at Tang San's departing figure, muttering, "Aren't you hungry?" It turned out Tang San had gone to find the master. Upon reaching the master's office, the master instructed him to release his 2nd martial soul. As Tang San acknowledged his status as a twin martial soul, he raised his left hand, and lo and behold, a dark-themed hammer emerged. The The master's reaction was nothing short of astonishing. His pupils shook, his hands trembled uncontrollably, and he muttered, "How Tion." It was evident that a storm of emotions surged within the master, for the legend of the How Tion Do Luo was indeed illustrious. The scene shifted to the weekend, where Tang Lu, having indulged himself, strolled out of the school gates, patting his round belly. He expressed a desire to explore the city of Nuoding and familiarize himself with the surroundings. The streets of Nuoding were bustling with people and vehicles, a cacophony of vendors and chatter blending together, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a festive celebration. Tang Lu was instantly captivated, thoroughly enjoying himself. However, before he could savor this earthly delight, a sudden tremor shook the ground. The sound of hooves resonated, causing his ears to ring. What was happening? Ahead, the crowd hurriedly parted, creating a path in the center. Vendors quickly halted, clasping their hands to their chests and bowing towards the front. This spectacle could only mean that a significant figure was approaching. Sure enough, shortly after, 6 majestic white horses led the way, with knights clad in heavy armor, wielding lances and shields, their icy gazes capable of freezing a person in their tracks. The horses were no ordinary beasts. Their coats were immaculate, a clear indication of rigorous training and imposing presence. Following closely was a golden-armored troop, brandishing golden blades, marching in perfect unison, evoking a sense of dread. This golden-armored force numbered in the hundreds, gleaming under the sunlight like a golden lion. The grand highlight arrived, a luxurious carriage, 12 meters long and 8 meters wide, slowly came into view. This carriage resembled a mobile fortress. Its exterior was encrusted with multicolored gems, sparkling and dazzling, nearly blinding Tang Li's titanium alloy eyes. Even the wheels were crafted from pure gold, producing a clanging sound as they struck the ground, echoing the sound of coins. This display was nothing short of opulent. Long live the prince! The crowd erupted into fervent cheers, their voices rising in a wave of excitement. Tang Lu pondered who might be seated within the carriage. Someone so beloved by the common folk, surely a benevolent prince. Just then, the soldiers marched with a firm cadence, their expressions serious, scanning the surroundings with vigilance, their weapons glistening ominously. After all, the safety of the prince was paramount. As Tang Lu became engrossed in the spectacle, a sudden gust of wind swept through, snatching the Martial Soul Hall certification from his grasp, fortuitously landing in the center of the road. "Hey, my Martial Soul certification!" Tang Lu exclaimed, instinctively reaching out to grab it, but inadvertently stepping into the path of a patrolling soldier. "How dare you!" The soldier reacted with remarkable speed. In an instant, 5 or 6 soldiers unfurled pristine white wings from their backs, soaring towards him with their lances. The sharp tips of their weapons were poised against Tang Li's neck, rendering him immobile. "Who are you?" the captain of the soldiers asked sternly. "And no, I didn't mean to," Tang Lu stammered, his heart racing. He was certain that a poor response would lead to his immediate demise. "You didn't mean to? What is your reason?" The captain scrutinized Tang Lu with suspicion. Tang Lu quickly pointed at the Martial Soul Hall certification on the ground, explaining, "That is my certification. The wind just blew it away, and I was merely trying to retrieve it." The captain picked up the certification, his brow unfurling as he read the first line, only to furrow deeper with each subsequent line. "Innate full soul power. Hein Chao? What is this nonsense?" The captain's expression darkened as he glared at Tang Lu, waving his hand. "Everyone, stand guard and prepare for defense." "Seize this brat." Tang Lu was utterly bewildered. Was it just a martial soul certification? Did it warrant such a commotion? Before he could process the situation, the soldiers raised their massive shields, encircling him entirely. The soldiers wielding lances positioned their weapons against his neck. The captain stepped forward, gripping Tang Li's chin, and coldly inquired, "Kid, who exactly are you? Speak truthfully, and the Tiando Empire will deliver just judgment upon you." "I am merely a student from the nearby Nuoding Academy." "Is it a crime to pick up a certification?" Tang Lu replied innocently. "I must tell you, I was utterly bewildered at that moment. The floor beneath my feet suddenly gave way with a crack, revealing a dark and ominous hole. As I descended the staircase, I was greeted by a sight that was nothing short of macabre, a veritable mountain of white bones. Countless corpses of soul beasts piled high. What on earth is buried beneath the Tian-Do Imperial Palace? However, this tale must begin with the day I was summoned back to Tian-Do City by the second prince, Shueqinghe. His declaration of trust in me was enough to overload my CPU. Who could fathom that a prince would express such faith in a mere unknown child like myself? At that moment, I sensed there was more to this individual than met the eye. Sure enough, in the next breath, he unveiled his true intentions. With a genial smile adorning his face, he proclaimed, "Our Tian-Do Empire offers you all the information regarding this sword." Quite sincere, wouldn't you say? Yet the glint in his eyes spoke volumes, radiating an icy warning that suggested any dissent would be met with dire consequences. What could I do? Under such circumstances, one must bow their head. With a sigh, I managed to muster a smile that was more akin to a grimace, and replied, with the prince's invitation, "It would be remiss not to comply." With a single command, the entire convoy set forth towards Tian-Do City. Once aboard his ostentatiously luxurious carriage, I noticed a remarkable shift in his demeanor. He cast aside all airs of royalty and insisted I call him Brother Shui. I found myself questioning the authenticity of this prince's grounded nature, feeling somewhat out of place. He raised his teacup, insisting we toast with tea in lieu of wine, declaring our brotherhood. With a resounding clang, I thought, well, it seems our superficial bond has been established. That evening, as the convoy set up camp, I felt compelled to showcase my skills to solidify this newfound camaraderie. I ventured into the woods and soon emerged with a plump wild chicken. The look on Shueqinghe's face was almost comical. One could almost read his thoughts about what a 6-year-old child could possibly achieve. Who does he think he's looking down on? My culinary skills are a family legacy. In no time, I had deftly skinned and gutted the bird, preparing it over the fire with an impeccable sense of timing. Soon, the aroma of roasting chicken wafted through the air. I tore off a drumstick and offered it to him. With a hint of skepticism, he took a bite. In an instant, his eyes lit up as though he had not eaten in centuries. All semblance of princely decorum vanished as he devoured the chicken leg voraciously, grease dripping from his chin. This triumph of culinary delight over a future emperor felt exhilarating. After a hearty meal, gazing at his exquisitely refined features illuminated by the moonlight, I couldn't help but exclaim, "Brother Shui, with such handsome looks, you must have no shortage of admirers." Then, a wave of melancholy washed over me as I reflected on my own solitary existence as the chief disciple of the Xiaoyao sect. Possessing formidable skills, yet still a lifelong bachelor at 30. It felt as though the very essence of pure love had succumbed to the cruel realities of life. To my astonishment, he shook his head with a look of deep sorrow, confessing that the ruthless nature of royal power struggles had left him untouched. Never having even held a girl's hand, I was left utterly flabbergasted, realizing that we were, in truth, kindred spirits, lamenting our untimely encounters. The following day, we arrived at Tian-Do City, where the palace loomed like a labyrinth. Shueqinghe led me straight to his Qinghe Hall, where he wasted no time in asking, "What is the name of that sword?" I replied without hesitation, "Xinyuan's sword." He inquired about the golden dragon I had seen previously, and I explained it was the spirit of the sword, only wieldable by one with a heart full of righteousness. His attentiveness was palpable, almost as if he were in a classroom. As our conversation progressed, mealtime approached, and suddenly he became animated. He expressed that although my blue-silver grass was widely regarded as a useless martial soul, I possessed innate full soul power and a mutation, with infinite potential. Grasping my shoulders, his eyes sparkled as he queried, "Do you wish to become a title Doluo?" I was taken aback, responding that I would consider myself fortunate to become a great soul master with my meager martial soul. He playfully smacked my head, exclaiming, "You possess innate full soul power. Is that all you aspire to? I believe in you. You will definitely become a title Doluo. Tomorrow, I will take you to hunt soul beasts and acquire your first soul ring." In that moment, tears nearly welled up in my eyes. This brother was truly dependable. In the afternoon, he left me alone in the legendary royal library. Oh my, It was a sight to behold, bookshelves towering higher than the building itself, seemingly containing every book in the world. He encouraged me to peruse at will, then actually departed, displaying an impressive level of confidence. After rummaging through the shelves for quite some time, I finally stumbled upon a clue in a book titled Recent History of Tian-Do. To my astonishment, it clearly stated that 6 years prior, coinciding with my arrival, a golden divine sword had descended from the heavens, shattering into 12 pieces scattered across the continent. The weight of this revelation was staggering. Just as I prepared to leave and gather my thoughts, I slipped, instinctively reaching out to steady myself against the nearby wall. With a soft click before I could comprehend, the entire library began to tremble violently. The floor beneath me rumbled ominously, and a dark staircase appeared before my eyes. Who could resist such a temptation? My curiosity compelled me to venture down. Summoning my courage, I descended into the depths of the ancient cave, the walls adorned with moss. After only a few steps, I was greeted by a chilling sight. Bones littered the ground, scattered weapons everywhere, and the skeletons lay in gruesome disarray. What manner of place was this beneath the palace? My heart raced, yet I forced myself to delve deeper. Suddenly, I encountered the colossal carcass of a giant creature, its body pierced by numerous swords, surrounded by hundreds of corpses. As I navigated around the massive body, the scene before me caused me to gasp in shock. It was a vast underground chamber, or rather, a catacomb. Countless corpses of soul beasts and an immeasurable number of human skeletons were piled high, a veritable mountain of death, stretching endlessly before me. Though a millennium had passed, I could almost envision the cataclysmic battle that had taken place. What astonishing secrets lay hidden beneath the Tian-Do Imperial Palace. I must tell you, the last time I spoke of that eerie graveyard, it was beyond comprehension. The imagery still haunts me, capable of invoking nightmares. The echoes of battle cries and the sounds of conflict resonated in my mind, leaving me to ponder whether it was humans or soul beasts that had wrought such devastation. The historical texts of the Tian-Do Empire made no mention of this war. Was it deliberately concealed or simply forgotten? Taking a deep breath, I steadied myself and stepped cautiously into this ancient battleground. The ground was strewn with bones, massive stones, and soul beast remains haphazardly piled, while human corpses resembled a pyramid, stacked in layers, cloaked in darkness and desolation. The cold wind howled mercilessly, sending shivers down my spine. After what felt like an eternity, I finally emerged from that bone-chilling battlefield into a new cave. The corpses here were noticeably fewer, likely a testament to the heavy toll both sides had suffered during that fateful conflict. At the deepest recess of the cave, I discerned a faint golden glow illuminating the darkness, blinding my eyes in this pitch-black place. What could it possibly be? My mind raced, sensing that uncovering this mystery could unravel the enigma of that unknown war. Pressing onward, I was struck dumb, trembling uncontrollably, beads of sweat forming on my brow, and an icy chill creeping up my spine, nearly petrifying me with fear. The sight before me was simply astonishing. Before my very eyes stood a colossal skeletal frame, adorned with elongated horns atop its head and 3-meter-long fangs protruding from its maw. The vertebrae stretched like a mountain range, seemingly without end. Resting upon its back were enormous wings, though reduced to mere bones, collapsed upon the ground. Surrounding this dragon were dozens of soul beast skeletons, all positioned reverently towards the dragon, as if maintaining their respect in both life and death. Before the colossal dragon lay the scattered remains of human corpses, reminiscent of a barren desert, rendering it nearly impossible to discern which bodies were intact. Beside the corpses stood a figure clad in heavy armor, wielding a gigantic sword. The armor and the sword were emblems of his noble status. Unlike the other soldiers who had fallen, he knelt on one knee, supporting himself with his sword. The blood that once stained the blade had long since faded, and his armor was tattered, exposing ghastly wounds. Before him lay a meticulously flattened patch of ground, as if deliberately crafted. On the ground rested a crimson book, appearing as though it belonged to an era thousands of years past. What could such a tome be doing in this desolate place? Countless possibilities flitted through my mind, and I sensed that this book was undoubtedly the key to unraveling the enigma. I hastened towards it, taking cautious strides. As I lifted the book, an ancient and weighty aura enveloped me. Dust cascaded from its cover, seemingly welcoming me as its reader. With a sense of bewilderment, I slowly turned to the first page, where bold crimson letters greeted me. "Pleased to meet you, my first reader." My heart murmured in curiosity, pondering the words that followed. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Luan Kate, the author of this book. You must be wondering why I chose to leave a book in such a ghastly place. Surely, before encountering this tome, you have witnessed your fair share of terrifying sights, have you not? Indeed, I thought, whether it be the ancient battlefield or the dragon's remains, each had left an indelible impression upon me. Long ago, humanity existed as mere slaves to the soul beasts, toiling for them without a shred of freedom. The soul beasts, the true masters of this continent, relentlessly oppressed us and ravaged our kin. They were greedy, ferocious, yet immeasurably powerful. Tracing back to ancient times, our ancestors fought for freedom. But against these titanic creatures, our unity appeared feeble, leading to an inevitable defeat in this lopsided conflict. However, brighter days were destined to arrive. Tens of thousands of years ago, the leader of the soul beasts, the Dragon Clan, abruptly vanished from this continent. The disappearance of the Dragon Clan undoubtedly granted us a respite. As time passed, we gradually discovered that slaying soul beasts could bestow upon us their abilities. After thousands of years of development, those once fearsome soul beasts began to lose their grip on us. To eradicate the most formidable soul beast on the continent, this very dragon beside me, we declared war, marking the official onset of the great battle between humanity and the soul beasts. We united thousands of tribes, forming a legion of over 100,000, which we called the Soul Hunter Legion. At the age of 35, I was honored to become the leader of this legion. I understood the weight of my responsibility. If we failed to eliminate the soul beasts entirely, they would surely return. In truth, after centuries of hunting, the soul beasts on the continent had dwindled significantly. Some had fled into the forests, while others clung to existence. Our current target was precisely these remnants. After a long march, we eventually confronted the soul beasts on the Tosca Plain. Initial victories emboldened us, but we encountered an unexpected skirmish with the soul beasts in the Desolation Canyon. Although we emerged victorious, it came at a staggering cost of over 90,000 casualties. This war undoubtedly dealt a crushing blow to each of us, yet retreat was not an option. Our homeland lay behind us, and surrender was unthinkable. At this juncture, I wish to convey that soul beasts are not to be feared. The dragon that fell beside me stands as the most compelling evidence of this fact. Indeed, we succeeded in annihilating those wretched soul beasts, yet of the Soul Hunter Legion I led, I alone remained. The purpose of penning this book is to eternally preserve this history, allowing you to remember that once, individuals bled for your peace. My time is fleeting, and perhaps by the time you read this book, centuries, millennia, or even tens of thousands of years may have elapsed. Nevertheless, I hope you will protect humanity and uphold that final honor until death. The book concluded here, its final 2 words emphasizing the weight of its message. As crimson blood traced across its pages, leaving a sanguine mark. So it was. I was astonished to close the book, realizing that the history of Duluwadalu held such depth, information that was entirely absent from prior accounts. Were others to hear this, they would surely deem me mad. Yet the absurdity unfolded before my very eyes. The sea of bones served as irrefutable proof. Gently placing the book on the ground, I bowed respectfully towards the kneeling figure, hands supporting the colossal sword. I held immense admiration for such a human hero. This war was undoubtedly brutal beyond measure. According to the text, the very ground I now occupied had once been a plain, now violently transformed into a cavern, a testament to the horrors of that conflict. Taking a deep breath to steady my emotions, a complex expression crossed my eyes. The text spoke of soul beasts as once exalted, overwhelmingly powerful beings. Why had the Sovereign Dragon clan suddenly vanished, leaving behind only a few weak dragons to oversee humanity? Everything felt shrouded in mystery, rendering it difficult to grasp reality. Not daring to dwell further, I pressed onward into the depths of the cavern, intuition whispering that treasures awaited me ahead. Let me tell you, Tang Lu is quite the curious soul. Instead of inquiring about his uncertain biological parents, he fixated on Xueqing, relentlessly questioning how one could discern the age of a soul beast at a glance. To my amazement, Xueqing patiently elucidated the age identification guide of the soul beast realm, detailing patterns, body size, and soul power color with utmost clarity. Just then, as the two meandered about, a blue and white howling wind wolf leaped forth, its gaze predatory enough to swallow them whole. Xueqing, recognizing the beast's formidable age, promptly instructed, "Stay right here. I'll lead it away." With that, he burst forward, a golden aura enveloping him. Xueqing moved with astonishing speed, landing a single punch that sent the howling wind wolf flying, then leaping into a tree, disappearing in a flurry of motion, leaving Tang Lu in utter bewilderment. Tang Lu thought to himself that his own strength was still inadequate. He needed to grow stronger. Thus, he settled down cross-legged and began his cultivation. Those who understand know that danger often lurks in the most unassuming places. Above Tang Lu, a towering tree concealed a massive Qing Ku tongue, its vibrant green hue blending seamlessly with the bark. Without careful observation, one would never notice it. The Qing Ku tongue, sensing Tang Li's presence, became animated and lashed out, its spiny tendrils and venomous strikes aimed directly at him. Quick on his feet, Tang Li executed a roll to evade, yet still found himself ensnared. This was dire. The Qing Ku tongue intended to make a meal of him. In a moment of desperation, he drew a small knife from his belt and began to stab at the tendrils. Remarkably, this tactic proved effective, causing the tendrils to recoil in pain and attack frantically. Tang Lu was no slouch either. He unleashed throwing knives and concealed projectiles without restraint, dodging while seeking an opening. He mused that while the Qing Ku tongue was formidable at range, it surely lacked in close combat. Seizing an opportunity, he employed the Lingbo Wei Bu, darting forward like a swallow. With all his strength, he executed the Tian Shan Zhimei Shou, gripping the tendrils of the Qing Ku tongue, and unleashed a flurry of stabs with his throwing knives. Finally, a thunderous crash erupted as the 5-meter-long Qing Ku tongue fell victim to Tang Li's assault. Exhausted yet exhilarated, Tang Lu realized he had just acquired his first soul ring. Let me tell you, I was livid, initially suspecting that Xueqing was deliberately avoiding me. My temper flared to the point where I stormed into his tent without hesitation. What a sight met my eyes. Xueqing was in the process of undressing, as his garments slid down halfway, revealing his snow-white neck and the tantalizing glimpse of his skin. The scene was awash with pure whiteness. Our eyes met, and in that moment, the air became saturated with a rosy hue, rendering me so awkward that I could have sculpted a Barbie dream castle with my toes. In a moment of impulsive folly, I pointed at his smooth shoulder and exclaimed, "Xue brother, your skin is so fair, haha." Little did I know, this single utterance had stirred a hornet's nest. The next instant, I felt the temperature plummet to freezing point. A death wish erupted from his lips, and the murderous intent was as thick as an impenetrable smog, leaving me utterly dazed. Suddenly, he was enveloped in a radiant golden light, resembling a super scion transforming. My mind screamed one command: run. Though I was unsure of his sudden fury, the lethal aura was palpable. As I made to flee, that golden light encased me like a bubble, rendering me immobile and speechless. My vision blurred, and the world turned to gold, as a wave of dread washed over me. In that moment, a golden halo appeared before me, and a pair of jade hands emerged, seizing my collar with a vice-like grip. I struggled to breathe. My chest constricted painfully, and I could only gasp, "Xue brother, what on earth is happening? Allow me to perish with clarity." His face flushed crimson as he leaned closer, eyes wide and glaring at me. At this point, he had fully clothed himself. Seeing my bewildered expression seemed to enrage him further, and he bellowed, "Scoundrel, get out of my sight." Then a yellow soul ring illuminated beneath him, and his aura exploded. With one hand, He hoisted me high. I was utterly blank in that moment, feeling as though I was uncontrollably soaring. I knew he must have shown restraint, or else I would have been lost. I was like a satellite launched into space, piercing through the tent's top, tracing a graceful parabola across the night sky before vanishing from view. When I regained consciousness, I found myself in a luxurious carriage returning to the city. My right cheek was swollen like a pig's head, and Xue Qinghe sat opposite me, puffing his cheeks and turning his head away, ignoring me completely. The atmosphere was palpable. The carriage halted at the entrance of the Tian-Do Palace, and the soldiers outside called out, "Your Highness, we have arrived." Only then did Xue Qinghe turn a look at me, his gaze complex. My heart leaped with joy. I was finally free from this capricious individual. He stood up, coolly remarking, "You may leave now." I opened my mouth, hesitating, and finally replied, "Xue brother, take care." He stiffly nodded, forcing a smile that was more painful than a frown. I quickly drew the curtains, preferring not to see him. Yet this fellow suddenly felt theatrical, standing outside the carriage and shouting, "Tang Lu, do not forget our agreement. You must become a title Doluo." I rolled my eyes in the carriage. Seriously? Just moments ago, he nearly sent me flying, and now he was playing the role of a domineering prince with his little runaway wife? I slumped on the sofa, my gaze vacant, embodying a profound sense of despair. As the carriage resumed its journey, I overheard him boasting to his guards about how he had taken an interest in my potential, paving the way for his future claim to the throne. What a schemer! I would wager that once the guards departed, he would be found secretly shedding tears. This wretched Sundara attribute had been thoroughly mastered by him. Meanwhile, my unfortunate brother, Tang San, was scouring the world for me. He was probably about to uproot Nodding Academy in his search. Just as he was growing anxious, a younger associate rushed over, breathless, exclaiming, "Third brother, trouble. Sister Xiao Wu is fighting with the work-study students and Boss Xiao on the playground." Upon hearing this, Tang San decided to set aside his brotherly concerns. Friends are more important. He dashed toward the playground. The atmosphere there was tense. On one side stood Boss Xiao, flanked by a group of impeccably dressed seniors, while on the other was Xiao Wu, leading a band of work-study students, both sides glaring at each other like fighting roosters. Boss Xiao, with a disdainful smirk, taunted, "Little rabbit, it's not too late to regret. I could use a pet." Xiao Wu was not one to back down. She shot back, "You'd better behave and be my little brother. I wouldn't mind adding one more." And thus, the fight commenced. Boss Xiao stepped forward, a white 10-year soul ring rising around him, his martial spirit activated, ready for combat. Xiao Wu was even fiercer. She leaped, and with a resounding duong, a bright yellow 100-year soul ring appeared beneath her. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. Just then, a clear voice rang out. "Allow me." My brother, Tang San, made a dazzling entrance. Xiao Wu pouted and stepped aside, her expression clearly challenging. "Let us see what you can do." Opposing them was Boss Xiao, known as Xiao Qinyu, who declared, "Grade 6 student, martial spirit, wolf. Level 11, one-ring battle soul master." My brother followed suit. Tang San, first-year work-study student, martial spirit, blue silvergrass. Level 11, one-ring weapon soul master. Laughter erupted from Boss Zhao's side, mocking my brother for bringing forth a seemingly useless martial spirit. Yet in the next moment, Tang San flipped his right hand, and a sprout of blue-silver grass burst forth, simultaneously revealing a yellow light beneath his feet. Another 100-year soul ring. The laughter ceased abruptly, and Boss Zhao's face turned green. The scene was akin to a fantasy tale come to life. "Let's begin," Tang San said calmly. Although Xiao Qinyu felt trepidation, he maintained his bravado. A useless martial spirit paired with a 100-year soul ring is pointless. He roared and charged forward, intent on dismantling my brother's blue silvergrass with close combat. Tang San, keenly perceptive, instantly discerned his intentions. With a flick of his right hand, several pebbles shot forth like bullets. Boss Xiao, dismissive, swatted them away, bellowing, "Let us see how you stop me." But just as he prepared to advance, he suddenly felt a constriction around his feet. Dozens of blue silvergrasses, thick as his thumb, had ensnared his legs, binding him tightly. He struggled desperately, But those were blue-silver grasses bolstered by 100-year soul ring, utterly unyielding. Then, with a series of precise strikes, more pebbles struck Boss Zhao's face, instantly swelling it. Tang San approached step by step, still holding a few stones, coldly stating, "You have lost." Boss Zhao, glancing behind him at the menacing blue-silver grasses, finally sighed. "You win." Just then, a puzzled voice called from the back of the crowd. Did I arrive late? Tang San and Xiao Wu turned abruptly, astonished. Indeed, it was me, Tang Lu, finally making my entrance. "Brother, you have finally returned," Tang San exclaimed excitedly upon seeing me. I had grown taller, my shoulders broader, and my demeanor transformed. Xiao Wu, however, was less than pleased. She approached, hands on her hips, scolding, "Humph. You scoundrel, where have you been these past few days? You've made Little San search everywhere for you." What could I do but apologize profusely? After pleasantries, I looked at my brother and grinned mischievously. "Little San, shall we have a little spar? As the saying goes, strike while the iron is hot. I just acquired a new soul ring, and my hands are itching." My brother, a fellow warrior, brightened at the challenge and eagerly accepted. Xiao Wu, a lover of spectacle, excitedly took on the role of referee. We quickly distanced ourselves, while Boss Xiao and his companion speculated, confident that Tang San's first soul ring, being 100 years, would surely surpass mine. "The match begins," Xiao Wu declared. Tang San made the first move, raising his right hand as blue-silver grass emerged, his 100-year soul ring glowing brilliantly. Indeed, I smiled inwardly, just as I had anticipated. As I stepped forward, the Xian Yao Xian Fa began to circulate within me, causing a sprout of black Yin grass to emerge from my palm. In rapid succession, a brilliant yellow, century-old soul ring materialized beneath my feet. "A century-old soul ring," exclaimed Xiao Chunyu, drawing the astonished gazes of those around me, their jaws nearly dropping in disbelief. Perhaps they were questioning their own existence. What extraordinary nourishment have this year's work-study students consumed? Each one seems more formidable than the last. Tang San observed the anticipated outcome, his eyes brimming with an indomitable spirit. "Let us begin," I urged. "I will not be defeated." He gritted his teeth and charged forward. I welcomed the challenge, leaping to meet him. With a resounding thud, our fists collided. Seizing the moment, I grasped his wrist, intending to execute a countermove. However, this slippery fellow employed his Xin Tian Gong, swiftly twisting his left hand to break free, then retaliating with a swift kick to my abdomen. "Goodness!" I gasped, retreating a few steps while cursing under my breath. It appeared I had to get serious. Otherwise, I would lose face as the elder brother. I straightened my posture, my right hand brushing against the handle of Jun Kenman Tian Yanghua, 5 small daggers transforming into streaks of light, spiraling towards Tang San. He momentarily froze, likely pondering the origin of my hidden weapons. Yet his reflexes were astonishingly quick. His hands shimmered like translucent jade, embodying the Xian Yuhan technique. With a series of metallic clangs, my daggers were expertly deflected. A master indeed. I had no expectation of injuring him with the daggers. My objective was merely to divert his attention. The instant he deflected my projectiles, I executed the Ling Bo Wei Bu, vanishing from sight only to reappear at his side. Launching my first soul skill, Black Silver Strangle. Dozens of barbed black grasses erupted from the ground, forming a vast net intended to ensnare him. Yet at that moment, more blue-silver grasses surged from the earth, violently clashing with my black grass, creating an opening for him to escape. Watching the two types of grass engage in their absurd battle, I couldn't help but chuckle internally. What a peculiar spectacle, as if I were witnessing a plant warfare. Regaining my focus, I soared into the air, pursuing Tang San. Sensing my approach, he suddenly withdrew, channeling his Xin Tian Gong into his right leg, delivering a fierce, sweeping kick towards me. The impact struck me squarely, sending me tumbling through the air multiple times before I regained my balance, my heart racing in fear. Had that kick landed on my head, it would have surely fractured my jaw. The combat was intensifying. Upon landing, Tang San fixed his gaze on me, resuming his offensive. He moved with the swiftness of a phantom, instantly closing the distance, his right hand transforming into the Xianyu hand, clawing towards me like a tiger. My eyes narrowed. I deftly seized his wrist. Simultaneously, the Xian Yao XINFA surged within me, and a milky white vortex manifested in my left palm, its immense suction pulling him towards me. Tang San lost his footing, crashing to the ground in a rather undignified manner. He spat out the sand from his mouth, his eyes icy as they bore into me. I smiled faintly, feigning superiority. My dear brother, perhaps you ought to practice a bit more. Not a chance. I haven't lost yet, he retorted, pushing himself up, his gaze as cold as ice. My expression hardened in response. He lunged forward once more, his hands grasping my shoulders in a technique known as the Tang Min's ultimate skill, controlling the crane and capturing the dragon. Simultaneously, he unleashed a powerful kick that whipped towards me like a whip. In that fleeting moment, I unleashed a surge of internal power. Tang San felt a numbing sensation in his hands, causing him to involuntarily release his grip. With a sharp cry, I transformed my left hand into a knife, striking him with lightning speed on his chest. Let me tell you, the sensation was akin to being struck head-on by a heavy truck. Tang San uttered a muffled groan, his entire being momentarily stunned, as if his internal organs had performed a complete somersault. I had no intention of granting him time to recover. Seizing the moment, I swiftly hooked his collar, yanking him into my embrace. He too grew desperate, gripping my wrist tightly. Yet, I was not to be trifled with. A singular thought resonated in my mind. Escalate the intensity. A flash of white light passed as my other hand struck firmly against his chest. With a tremendous crash, my dear brother's vision dimmed, and he soared through the air like a satellite with severed strings, gracefully tracing a parabolic arc before crashing to the ground, utterly unconscious. Silence enveloped the arena for 3 seconds before erupting into chaos. The onlookers, a gaggle of wealthy youths, suddenly seemed enlightened, with one child exclaiming, "This won't do. I shall have my mother convert me into a work-study student tomorrow." Can you believe it? They began scrambling for the work-study slots, declaring that being a work-study student was the true mark of superiority. I stood at the center, panting heavily, bewildered by their fervor to become impoverished students. Who understands this madness? They were willing to forsake all wealth. Yet, I had little time to ponder their bizarre desires. The fluidity of my earlier movements had left me quite exhilarated, albeit somewhat drained. This brother of mine was indeed becoming quite formidable. Just as I contemplated this, the figure on the ground stirred. Tang San, akin to an indomitable cockroach, spat out the sand from his mouth and slowly rose to his feet. He regarded me with a forlorn expression for several moments before finally, sighing in resignation, "Brother, this time you have triumphed." I nodded in satisfaction, about to utter a few polite words when his stubbornness flared once more. But I will not concede. I shall reclaim my victory. The unyielding Tang San was still intact, not rendered senseless by my blows. At that moment, Xiao Wu bounded over, her wide eyes sparkling with admiration. "Xiao San, your brother is incredible." Tang San could only manage a wry smile, the reality of the situation glaringly evident. I gestured for him to come closer. It was time for a private chat. He glanced at Xiao Wu before reluctantly approaching. I wrapped my arm around his shoulders, leaning in a whisper with a grin. "Guess what? My Xian Yao XINFA has reached its 3rd stage." He pondered for a moment. Previously, it was only at the 1st stage. After absorbing a soul ring, it could at most reach the 2nd stage, right? I shook my finger, a mysterious smile playing on my lips. "No, I have reached the 3rd stage." "Oh." His initial response was instinctive, but then he froze as if struck by lightning, turning his head sharply, his eyes wide with disbelief. "The 3rd stage? You must be joking." His composure was thoroughly shattered. His Xian Tiangong was only at the 1st level, while I had already reached the 3rd stage. How could he possibly compete? It was akin to a novice player encountering a max-level expert. I nodded, continuing to raise the stakes. Did I not mention that I went out for a while? Guess what I encountered? His mind raced, and he quickly surmised the existence of my soul guide, his eyes lighting up. "Did you come across some celestial herb? Or some extraordinary opportunity?" "Ah, you clever lad." I ruffled his hair, pleased that he had guessed correctly. Indeed, I had absorbed a celestial herb. He was overwhelmed with excitement. grabbing my hand and eagerly inquiring, "What celestial herb was it?" "Han Xin K's Ming Chao," I casually revealed. "By the heavens!" Tang San exclaimed, nearly leaping from the ground. He scrutinized me as though I were a mythical beast, struggling to find his voice. The air grew still, and I could hear his rapid breathing. After a long pause, he swallowed hard, cautiously asking, "Brother, how are you still alive?" My expression darkened, and my fists clenched. What kind of question was that? How am I still alive? He quickly sensed my displeasure and, driven by survival instinct, hurried to clarify. No, that is not what I meant. I meant, given the extreme cold nature of the Han Xin Cave's Ming Chao, how could you possibly absorb it without perishing? Upon hearing this, I lowered my hand, which had been poised to strike. I shot him an exasperated glare, causing him to flinch, and then slowly lifted my garment, pointing at the 2 scars on my abdomen that had yet to fully heal. "Your brother possesses his own clever stratagems." Tang Sin gazed at those ghastly scars, inhaling sharply, his eyes brimming with admiration and astonishment. What a remarkable feat it was to inflict 2 wounds upon oneself to harness power. Such audacity was truly extreme. He sighed deeply, completely capitulated. Upon learning the truth, he harbored no residual resentment about being bested by me. Indeed, if I dared to wound myself in pursuit of strength, what reason did he have to refrain from striving for excellence? This matter could be considered closed. The following day, we conspired to register our information at the Wuhuan Temple. For once one became a soul master, one could receive a monthly stipend of 1 gold coin, something not to be overlooked. However, upon arriving at the entrance of the Wuhuan Temple, we encountered a familiar face, Su Yuntao, the very blind seer who had awakened our martial souls. This fellow now presented himself quite handsomely, adorned with a grand soul master medal, daydreaming of soon becoming a supervisor, marrying a wealthy beauty, and ascending to the pinnacle of life. Yet, upon spotting us, he approached and shooed us away, exclaiming, "Hey, you little brats, this is the Wuhuan Temple. Be off with you." When we turned, he was momentarily taken aback. Tang San addressed him, "Master Su Yuntao, we have come to register our information." Only then did he recognize us as the 2 unfortunate souls from Shenghun village, endowed with innate full soul power. Upon hearing our intent to register, his eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. "You must be jesting. Just a few days have passed, and you have already acquired your first soul ring?" As he spoke, a woman sashayed over, her voice sweet as honey, calling out, "Yuntao, why aren't you at work yet?" Upon seeing her, Su Yuntao instantly transformed into a sycophant, wrapping his arms around her waist in a most servile manner. The woman, named Cici, looked at him with disdain, questioning whether he was merely playing with children. Su Yuntao, brimming with pride, introduced us. "Cici, these are the 2 prodigies I told you about, possessing innate full soul power. What a pity, though, that they are merely blue silvergrasses." Upon hearing innate full soul power, Cece's eyes lit up, but upon learning of the blue silvergrass, her expression swiftly morphed into one of scorn, as she dismissed him with a curt "You carry on," without looking back. Su Yuntao remained there, lost in self-admiration, as I nearly burst into laughter, finding his humiliation amusing. Unable to bear it any longer, I reminded him, "Master, may we enter now?" Finally jolted from his reverie, he offered an awkward smile and led us inside. He entrusted us to an elder named Ma Zayuno, rushing off to pursue Cici. Master Ma Zayuno was quite amiable. Shaking his head at Su Yuntao's retreating figure, he remarked on the vigor of youth before guiding us to the main hall. Upon arrival, Master Ma Zayuno instructed us to stand on the designated blue gemstone. Tang San and I exchanged glances, simultaneously channeling our abilities, causing the black silvergrass and blue silvergrass in our hands to sprout instantaneously. Below our feet, a circle of yellow 100-year soul rings rose with a resonating hum. Master Ma Zayuno, who had initially been smiling, found his expression frozen in shock the next moment. He rubbed his eyes vigorously, confirming he had not erred, and soon trembled with excitement, exclaiming, "The youth are formidable, truly formidable. 2 of you possess 100-year soul rings, and 1 boasts a mutated martial soul. However, After his excitement subsided, he began to sigh, lamenting the waste of talent due to our martial souls being blue silvergrass. Tang San appeared, slightly displeased, but refrained from voicing his thoughts. Master Mazayuno produced 2 crystal balls for us to measure our soul power. As we placed our hands upon them, 2 beams of light shot skyward, intertwining like battling dragons, neither yielding to the other. Master Mazayuno's mouth gaped in astonishment, gazing at us as if we were monsters. One at level 14, the other at level 13, 2 little anomalies. Bewildered, he inquired about the soul beasts we had absorbed. Tang San mentioned the Montois snake, to which he nodded in understanding. Then he turned to me, and I replied, Chinku Tung. He appeared even more baffled. Chinku Tung? Impossible. How could you jump for levels? I inwardly chuckled, attributing it to the efficacy of the celestial herb, yet I kept silent. Ultimately, Master Mazayuno could only ascribe my exceptional growth to the peculiarities of my mutated martial soul. His gaze toward us shifted significantly, and he promptly extended an invitation, inquiring whether we would be willing to join the Wuhuan Temple and serve under the Pontiff, suggesting that with our talents, becoming a bishop was not merely a dream. Without a moment's hesitation, Tang San and I declined. We were already enrolled at Nua Ding Academy and had no interest in such an offer. Master Mazayuno appeared regretful, but did not press the matter further, completing our registration and providing us with our subsidies. As Tang San and I emerged from the Wuhuan Temple, each clutching a gleaming gold coin, we felt a sense of fulfillment in life. With wealth came confidence. However, I rejoiced too soon. Upon entering the bustling marketplace, Tang San's eyes, like radar, fixated on a candy shop. I seized him by the arm, questioning, "What are you doing? Have you regressed to childhood?" His face flushed as he stammered, "I want to buy some candy for Xiao Wu." Fearing I might misconstrue his intentions, he quickly added, "She loves carrot-flavored candy. It's a request from me." Observing his flustered demeanor, I couldn't help but smile. Very well, I would indulge my future sister-in-law with sweets. What could I say? This fellow dove headfirst into the candy display, as if on a shopping spree, selecting only carrot-flavored confections, and within minutes, filled an enormous basket to the brim. I gazed at the bounty and, with a sense of resignation, inquired, "Will the money suffice?" He promptly approached me, his big, watery eyes pleading, employing a series of exaggerated expressions. "Brother, could you lend me some?" What could I do? I reluctantly handed over my gold coin, lamenting, "Spend it wisely." He snatched it eagerly and darted back into the candy pile. 5 minutes later, we exited the candy shop, he with 2 large baskets of sweets, thoroughly satisfied, while I stared at the solitary copper coin remaining in my hand, utterly despondent. Who among my family could understand my plight? 2 gold coins just like that vanished. Tang San, blissfully unaware, chirped happily ahead, "Lugu, it's just money. Don't take it to heart." I slowly raised my head, my gaze vacant, growing increasingly irate. I casually picked up a belt discarded on the ground, letting out a cold laugh. The Tang San in front of me suddenly stiffened, a chill running down his spine as he sensed the murderous intent. He awkwardly turned around, forcing a smile. "Brother, it's just money. No need to make such a fuss." Huh. I swung the belt without warning, and you would see whether I would strike. Ah, a scream pierced the air. Help. Murdering my own brother. Under the setting sun. A handsome boy wielded a belt, chasing another boy laden with 2 large baskets of candy down the street. The scene was nothing short of dazzling. Thus, we chased and struck, inadvertently running into a narrow alleyway of a blacksmith shop. A muscular blacksmith, spotting us, bellowed, "Children, this is dangerous. Get out." We were both taken aback, and I relinquished my makeshift weapon. Perhaps due to the depletion of his funds, Tang San suddenly had an epiphany. Wiping his sweat, he looked up and cheerfully called to the burly man, "Master, do you accept apprentices here?" I was momentarily stunned and pulled him aside to whisper, "What are you doing? We don't lack money. Why would you want to be an apprentice?" Tang San replied confidently, "I have no money now. I must contribute to repay you." Upon reflection, that seemed to make sense. The burly man scrutinized Tang San and shook his head. "Go on, little one. If you want to work, have your adult come." "No need." Tang San insisted, "Uncle, please believe me. I can do it." No sooner had I spoken than the blacksmith burst into laughter, patting my brother's head as if soothing a child. "Child, stop fooling around. Go back to school. Becoming a soul master is a commendable pursuit. Why toil at the forge? As he spoke, he gestured to our school uniforms. Tang San's face fell instantly, realizing that it was our uniforms that had drawn such ridicule. Internally, I reveled in this moment, for opportunities to witness my brother's embarrassment were truly rare. Though the experience was exhilarating, I still had to preserve my brother's dignity. I stepped forward, produced a copper coin, and offered it to the uncle, saying, "Sir, why not let us give it a try? It's best to ascertain whether it's a mule or a horse by taking it out for a stroll." The uncle, somewhat skeptical, accepted the coin and scrutinized me for a while before reluctantly nodding. "All right, I shall grant you this opportunity. If you truly possess skills, then come and be my apprentice." My brother immediately chimed in. "Thank you, uncle. My brother and I are quite strong. Casting metal will be a breeze." Upon hearing this, the surrounding blacksmiths burst into laughter, with one lanky fellow shouting, "Did you hear that, brothers? These two little ones claim they can forge. I, for one, do not believe it." Feeling indignant at being underestimated, I marched to the casting platform, gazing at the hammer larger than my head. Taking a deep breath, I gripped it with my right hand. I must say, it was lighter than my father's hammer. As I circulated my inner energy, a surge of strength filled my right arm, enabling me to lift the heavy hammer effortlessly. The entire place fell silent, and the previously laughing blacksmiths stared in disbelief, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground. The burly leader's eyes sparkled with admiration as he exclaimed, "Well, you indeed possess some ability." Raising the hammer high, I brought it crashing down onto the piece of raw iron. With a resounding thud, the entire casting platform shook, and I left an indelible mark upon the iron block. This strike felt like an invisible slap, striking hard against their faces. "Xiao San, come. Work the bellows." I rolled up my sleeves, ready to give them a live demonstration. "All right." My brother eagerly ran over, rhythmically pulling and pushing the bellows, causing the flames to roar to life, soon turning the iron block a fiery red. The moment was opportune. I swung the heavy hammer down upon the glowing iron. With a clang, the first strike reverberated through them, sending shivers down their spines. From here on, dear friends, it was my time to shine. The hammer in my hand seemed to possess a life of its own, striking with a unique rhythm that resonated throughout the forge, akin to a world-class symphony. Is this perhaps the long-lost chaotic hammer technique? The burly man gasped in astonishment. With a final, resounding blow, I tossed the hammer onto the ground, creating a small crater. A total of 30 strikes. Breathless and panting, I felt an exhilarating satisfaction within. Thus, my brother and I successfully secured our positions. Attending school by day and forging by afternoon, our lives grew immensely fulfilling. Remarkably, a year flew by. Both my brother and I had significantly increased our soul power, while Xiao Wu had become a formidable powerhouse. It was unclear when she had trained, but she had become the unrivaled queen of the academy. With the academy on an extended break, my brother and I prepared to return home. However, Xiao Wu, clutching a pillow, declared she wouldn't return home, her eyes sparkling as she insisted on accompanying us to Shenghun village. My brother, being rather straightforward, exclaimed, "Of course. You are so adorable. My parents will surely love you." I was left speechless, feeling the ambiguity in his words. My brother, not stopping there, remarked that Xiao Wu would surely grow up to be a femme fatale. Who understands such words? Xiao Wu immediately erupted, using a gentle bone lock to pin my brother against the wall, tugging his ear and shouting, "How dare you call me a femme fatale? You're asking for trouble." The following day, we set off with this burden. After a year away, my brother was almost unrecognizable to the route, incessantly asking, "Brother, are you sure we're not lost?" Obviously, I was blessed with an exceptional sense of direction. Finally reaching the village entrance, my brother excitedly pointed to a new brick house, boasting to Xiao Wu, "Look, that's our home." As we quickened our pace and dashed into the yard, something felt amiss. The chickens and pigs we had raised were all gone. Bursting through the door, I shouted, "Father, Mother, Xiao San and I are back." The house was eerily empty, and out came Grandpa Jack. He sighed, appearing much older, and handed me a letter from his pocket. "Child, this is a letter left for you by your parents." When I arrived, they were already gone. In that moment, my brother and I felt as if our minds had gone blank. Trembling, we opened the letter. The first half was written in my father's flamboyant script, conveying a single message. Son, your mother and I have matters to attend to. Fend for yourselves. If you wish to soar like an eagle, you must flap your own wings. The latter half, penned by my mother, was filled with warmth, urging us not to worry about them, and specifically reminding us that our blue-silver grass was not worthless, but rather a treasure, especially my black one, which held a grand secret. Why did this happen? Clutching the letter, tears streamed down our faces. While we mourned at home, at the same time, in the Nodding Academy, my chief father, Tang Hao, sought out the master. He entrusted my brother and me to the master, stating he had urgent matters to address. The master was furious, lamenting that we were merely 6 years old, questioning how he could be so heartless. My father simply replied coldly, I, Tang Hao, the Dolaw, will not be easily defeated. With that, he slammed a command token onto the table and, taking my mother, turned to leave. Meanwhile, by nightfall, my brother's spirits had improved a bit with Xiao Wu's company. Then, inexplicably, he took her up the mountain, and amidst a sea of flowers, he passionately asked, Xiao Wu, would you like to be my sister? Xiao Wu queried him, if one day many people come to kill me, and you cannot defeat them, what will you do? My brother delivered his classic line, then they must cross over my dead body. To my astonishment, Xiao Wu broke down, crying out, brother. The two embraced, and I stood nearby, silently critiquing. I knew this would happen. But Xiao San, do not forget your promise to me. Remember to bear me a daughter. While they indulged in sweet nothings on the mountain, I trudged back home with firewood, feeling rather desolate. Gazing at the empty house, I felt a pang in my heart and swore to the moon that I would grow stronger and establish a branch of my Xiaoyao sect in the Doluo continent. Entering my parents' room, the familiar sensation lingered, yet they were no longer present. Approaching the bedside, I felt something protruding beneath the bamboo mat. Could it be that my father left behind some contingency plan? My heart stirred, and I swiftly lifted the mat, revealing a blue-covered book with 4 golden characters inscribed, Tang Family Ancestral Teachings. Curiously, I flipped it open. The text was sparse, yet the content was astonishing. What on earth was written here? Under the command of Tang Hao, it was imperative to remember, sons are not to be raised, daughters are not to be nurtured. Males marry soul bees starting at 100,000. Daughters must marry none but gods. Males inherit blue silver, essential for wooing. Females inherit Hao hammer, essential for self-defense. Regardless of gender, bloodline must be maintained, and awakening leads to transformation. Bloodline chaos and generational confusion are to be disregarded. Dear friends, who could understand this? My only thought was, what exactly was our Tang family's legacy? I must say it was utterly absurd. What deity had the Tang family offended to have left such a torturous legacy for their descendants? Nevertheless, despite my complaints, it was a relic from our ancestors. So it cannot simply be discarded, could it? I casually tucked it away amidst the drifting cotton-like snowflakes, pondering that it might prove useful in the future. 5 years swiftly passed. I must say, the Bala Kingdom, though it sounds regal, is actually much smaller than the Tiando Empire by 3/4. However, its geographical location is quite significant, adjacent to the Xinglua Empire, serving as the southern gateway to the Tiando Empire. Within the Bala Kingdom, there are 2 major cities. One is the capital, Balak City, and the other is the western city of Soto. Soto City is densely populated and serves as a major granary, sustaining 1/4 of the Balak Kingdom's populace. On that day, I strolled through the bustling streets of Soto City alongside Tong San and Xiaowu. The 3 of us marveled at our surroundings, finding everything refreshingly novel. However, it struck me as peculiar that we carried no luggage whatsoever, merely clad in our garments. Tonglo walked on the far left, my long, jet black hair flowing down elegantly as I donned a crisp white shirt, which rendered me somewhat conspicuous in Soto City. Yet, what truly captivated attention was my visage. My eyes sparkled like the stars above, radiating an almost blinding brightness, while the breath escaping my nose emanated a chilling aura, deterring strangers from approaching. Nevertheless, I was perpetually adorned with a smile, exuding a sunny disposition that starkly contrasted my aloof demeanor. In the center was Tong San, sporting a neat, short haircut and dressed quite simply. Though not conventionally handsome, his ever-present smile radiated warmth and kindness. On the far right stood the enchanting Xiaowu. Her long hair styled in a scorpion braid cascading down to her waist, her slender figure embodying the dreams of countless women. Her large, curious eyes darted around, observing the vibrant marketplace with keen interest. Xiaowu, could you perhaps refrain from incessantly inquiring? I mimicked her tone in a playful, whiny manner. When shall we arrive? Yi. Tong San, with an expression of exasperation, replied, I didn't invite you to accompany me. You chose to come on your own. Thankfully, Swoto City is not far from Noting City, where you would truly have a tough time. I nearly rolled my eyes. These two were beyond amusing. Xiao shot Tong San an indignant glare before turning to me with a pout. Look at him. I came all this way to keep him company, and he treats me like this. You must arbitrate. I could only shake my head in resignation. After 5 years, Xiao remained unchanged, ever the child. Yet, her presence brought a sense of levity to our journey. All right, Xiao, let us not blame Tong San. Our destination is nearly upon us. Isn't it? The master mentioned that Shillik Academy is located on the outskirts of Swoto City. We shall set out early tomorrow. I quickly interjected to diffuse the tension. Over the past 5 years, the three of us had graduated from Noting Academy. The master had recommended us to the intermediate Shillik Academy near Swoto City, and through our time together, I had come to understand the master anew. I couldn't quite fathom his motives for frequently coming to mentor and concern himself with me. Initially, I found it bothersome, but over time, I gradually accepted it, and the animosity I once harbored had long since dissipated. Shall we find a hotel to stay in for the night, then explore the outskirts tomorrow? Tong San suggested while glancing at a map. In these 5 years, he and Xiao Wu, though not siblings by blood, shared a bond akin to that of family. Despite his teasing of Xiao Wu, he understood her journey to Swoto City was motivated by her care for him, which touched him deeply, though he struggled to express it. Could you spare some time to play with me? I've never explored Swoto City. Xiao Wu clung to Tong San's arm, her cheeks flushed, playfully demanding his attention. She had long regarded him as an older brother, and he, in turn, cared for her like one, allowing her to bask in the warmth of that affection. Very well, I shall accompany you for a stroll, Tong San conceded, gently patting her head, a hint of guilt in his eyes. After days of travel, Xiao had visibly lost weight, which weighed on his conscience. How could he refuse her request? Meanwhile, I could only sigh in the background, feeling like an outsider, having indulged in their affectionate banter for days. We meandered through the streets for a while, sampled some local delicacies, and then began our search for accommodations. Before long, we stumbled upon a rather unique hotel, entirely adorned in shades of pink, its entrance graced by a large rose sculpture emblazoned with the words Rose Hotel. Even before stepping inside, a delightful fragrance wafted through the air. Rose Hotel? Let us stay here, Xiao exclaimed with enthusiasm. Girls often possess an inherent fondness for such colors, and the pleasant aroma wafting from the hotel invited relaxation. Tong San nodded in agreement. All right, as you wish. Thus, the three of us entered together. Upon crossing the threshold, an even more intense fragrance of roses engulfed us, invigorating our spirits. The hotel's decor was simple yet charming, a blend of pink and silver that struck a balance between rustic and elegant, making it quite inviting. As we stepped inside, the receptionist regarded us with a peculiar glance, but courteously inquired, Hello, how may I assist you three? Hello, we would like 3 rooms, please, I stated, retrieving a few coins from my belt. I had grown accustomed to my role as the facilitator over the past few days. 3 rooms? Are you certain? The receptionist asked, disbelief evident in her voice. You wish to book 3 rooms at this hotel? Is there any alternative? How many rooms do you propose? I replied, somewhat taken aback by her lack of comprehension. Please hold on a moment. The receptionist hesitated, accepting the coins while casting furtive glances in my direction. Is it taking long? Go. Tong San and Xiao Wu, intrigued by the commotion, approached. Just as I was about to respond, the receptionist hurried back, her gaze lingering on Xiao Wu as she said, I apologize, sir, but we only have 1 room remaining. Would you like to make do with that? 1 room? Tong San frowned, understanding the implications of such an arrangement. Now that we were all adults, complications could arise. Is there truly no alternative? We are willing to pay double the rate, I proposed. The thought of 3 people sharing a single room was undeniably awkward, and I had no intention of being that person. None, I'm afraid. This is our last remaining room, the receptionist replied, shaking her head earnestly. To my surprise, Xiao Wu boldly declared, "One room is perfectly fine. What is there to fear? Didn't we also share a room at Noting Academy?" Before she could finish, Tang San hastily covered her mouth, a sheepish smile adorning his face. This girl, she truly says whatever comes to mind. Watching their playful banter, I sighed in resignation. It seemed my role as the selfless facilitator was once again upon me. I could simply take the room, allowing Tang San and Xiao to share it while I slept on the floor in the common area. "Please, let us just book one room," I requested. The receptionist nodded, preparing to process the booking, when suddenly a voice interrupted. "Hey, that room is reserved for me, so you 3 need to leave." All 3 of us halted, turning in unison to see a young man clad in an immaculate white suit, his golden hair flowing, flanked by 2 stunning twin sisters. The collective gaze of the men present gravitated towards the enchanting twins, yet I fixed my gaze coldly upon the approaching young man. He appeared no older than 14, towering at nearly 6 feet, his imposing stature accentuated by striking good looks and mesmerizing blue eyes. One could even discern their duality. His icy stare bore an air of menace, as if a mere glance could pierce through one's very soul. "Zai Mubai? Brother, we are in for trouble," Tang San murmured, his voice lowered, recognizing the formidable presence of this young man. "Fortune favors the brave," I replied nonchalantly, meeting the chilling gaze of the golden-haired youth without flinching. A flicker of admiration crossed his features as he approached the counter, addressing the receptionist. "You're new here, aren't you? Surely you're aware that the last room is reserved for me? On what grounds should it be reserved for you?" "We arrived first," Xiao retorted, arms akimbo and pouting in indignation. If Tang San and I were known for our temperance, her fiery nature was unmistakable. The young man appraised Xiao with a bemused expression, chuckling, "Ah, little girl, do you not realize you are the first to dare speak to me like this? You shall pay for your actions." The twin sisters in his embrace clung to his muscular arm, casting disdainful glances at Xiao Wu, the insinuation evident in their expressions. Xiao Wu, filled with indignation, pointed at the man, ready to rush forward to teach him a lesson, but was restrained by Tang San. "What are you doing, brother?" "He is bullying me," Xiao Wu said, blinking her large eyes, her voice tinged with grievance. Tang San offered her a comforting word before raising his head, calmly addressing the man. "Sir, we arrived first. Your behavior seems rather inappropriate, does it not?" The blond man could barely be bothered to lift his gaze, his arrogant voice cutting through the air. "So what? Are you teaching me how to act? You should inquire who dares provoke me in this place. I see you're looking for a fight." Unable to contain myself, I interjected. Who could tolerate such contempt? However, my words failed to intimidate him. Instead, the mocking smile on his face deepened. The twin sisters in his arms chuckled lightly, seemingly indifferent to the impending conflict, voluntarily releasing their hold and stepping aside. "Come on, I am older than you. Let me handle this," Dai Mubai said nonchalantly, his gaze sharpening. A powerful aura erupted from within him, significantly elevating his presence. "You two can come at me together." Observing Dai Mubai's escalating vigor, a ripple of unease coursed through me. This fellow possessed formidable soul power, clearly a challenging opponent. Yet, despite my thoughts, I would not concede easily. My eyes glinted with determination as I swiftly approached Dai Mubai, raising my right hand to strike. My attack was devoid of any flamboyance, yet in terms of momentum and speed, it firmly overshadowed Dai Mubai's. "Ridiculous, break it!" Dai Mubai exclaimed, his hands lunging forward like a pair of tiger claws, accompanied by a thunderous clap of air as he closed the distance. I watched in astonishment as he effortlessly deflected my seemingly assured punch with a mere upward motion of his shoulder. Just as my expression shifted in shock, his onslaught continued, transforming defense into offense. Such skill could only be achieved through extensive combat experience. This guy is truly formidable, Luge is in danger. As Xiao Wu witnessed the oversized fist barreling towards me, her heart raced, fearing that a hit would leave me severely injured. Xiao Wu, stay put. I will assist Luge. Tang San leaped into action, his words barely finishing as he appeared a short distance away, his speed rendering him nearly invisible. You think you could defeat me with that? A smirk crept onto my lips as I advanced rather than retreating. With a single stride, I closed the 3-meter gap between us in an instant. A gust of wind rushed past my ear, signaling that Dai Mubai's strike had missed. A triumphant grin spread across my face. My aim was to disrupt Dai Mubai's rhythm of attack. Slightly adjusting my right arm, I unleashed a punch of my own, appearing deceptively gentle, yet imbued with an undeniable force, catching Dai Mubai off guard. My wrist twisted in a fluid motion, swiftly grasping his right arm. Dai Mubai stood momentarily stunned, unable to fathom how he had been caught so easily. Despite having mastered countless martial arts, he found himself at a loss against my unknown technique, which gripped him like a vice. In a moment of panic, Dai Mubai flailed with his left hand, attempting to shield himself from my assault. Yet, to me, it posed no threat. I feigned a strike, a flash of white light appearing as I intercepted his left fist. In a swift motion, I wrapped 3 fingers around his arm, seizing his left wrist. This maneuver was none other than the Tian Shan Jimei Shou. My speed was akin to lightning. Dai Mubai barely had time to react before he felt his hands firmly restrained, unable to break free. You wish to engage me in close combat? You would do well to train further. I taunted, lifting my right foot and delivering a merciless kick to Dai Mubai's chest, simultaneously releasing my grip. He crumpled heavily to the ground. It seems my concerns were unwarranted. Tang San chuckled softly, having appeared at my side without my notice. I had allowed myself to be swept away in a moment, forgetting that I was a master of close combat. It could be said without exaggeration that I could take on 15 Tang Sans without hesitation. Dealing with someone like Dai Mubai was truly effortless. Despite Dai Mubai's strength, he fell short in every other aspect. This exemplifies the disparity in martial arts. I relied on the supreme techniques of the Shaoyao sect. However, it appeared that this world did not place great value on martial prowess. Thus Dai Mubai lacked the combat capabilities to match mine. Struggling to rise from the ground, Dai Mubai supported himself on his hands, his gaze hollow and incredulous. How is this possible? How could he possibly lose to me? This cannot be. He could hardly believe that he had been rendered powerless against my onslaught, forced back without the ability to retaliate. Yet, in his astonishment, I too was struck with disbelief. In my battle with Dai Mubai, I had employed the inner strength generated by the Shaoyao heart method with nearly every punch, not to mention the energy expended in using the Tian Shan Jimei Shou. Despite the considerable effort, the injuries inflicted upon Dai Mubai were merely superficial. I had not harmed his internal organs. You are impressive. It seems I must take you seriously. Dai Mubai steadied himself, a smile creeping onto his face. Quite remarkable to have forced me into such a position, yet still insufficient. I remarked, my brow furrowed. What do you wish to say? Dai Mubai's body trembled. His eyes filled with rage and a sense of injustice. At that moment, he resembled a ravenous wolf, eagerly eyeing me and Tang San as if we were mere sheep. The battle of soul masters transcends mere physical combat. The true essence lies in the power of the martial soul. Allow me to impart a lesson today, so you may grasp the meaning of true combat. With a fierce shout, a radiant white light erupted from his dantian, enveloping him entirely. The overwhelming aura forced both Tang San and me to take a step back. We regarded the golden-haired man with heightened vigilance, our expressions devoid of any condescension. The sheer force of his martial soul summoning was indicative of its exceptional nature, whether or not it was of the highest caliber. White Tiger, manifest! With a thunderous roar, Dai Mubai's muscles began to swell, and the bones within him cracked ominously. Empowered by soul energy, he grew taller, nearing 2 meters, his broad shoulders making him resemble a human tank standing before us like an insurmountable wall. His muscles bulged, causing his white attire to burst apart, revealing a formidable physique. Each muscle appeared robust. Even the surrounding air seemed to stir with agitation. Simultaneously, his eyes transformed into a dark golden hue, exuding an aura of royalty. Snow-white fur sprouted along his arms, and his enlarged hands bore claws as sharp as daggers, resembling those of tiger. Golden fur emerged from his forehead, forming 4 distinct patterns that composed the character for king. Beneath him, 3 glowing rings began to rise, 2 yellow and 1 purple, representing a top-tier configuration of soul rings at the soul master level. The 3 rings pulsed rhythmically, their pressure crashing over us like waves, leaving Tang San and me gasping for breath. At this moment, we regarded the golden-haired man with utmost seriousness, despite appearing only a few years older than us. He had already attained the status of a soul master, boasting a supreme beast martial soul. Dai Mu Bai, martial soul, white tiger, 37th level battle soul master. I look forward to your guidance. The commanding voice of Dai Mu Bai resonated, exuding an unmistakable air of superiority. Tang San and I exchanged glances and promptly announced our respective martial spirits and levels. Tang Lu, martial spirit. Hei Yin Chao, level 29 weapon spirit master. I seek your guidance. Tang San, martial spirit. Lan Yin Chao, level 29 weapon spirit master. I seek your guidance. Concurrently, a swirl of black mist and a halo of blue mist emerged in the palms of Tang San and me. With the invocation of the Xiaoyao Heart Method and Xiantian skill, the Hei Yin Chao and Lan Yin Chao emerged from our hands. After 5 arduous years, just as we summoned the Hei Yin Chao and Lan Yin Chao, that brash Dai Mu Bai charged at us. On that fateful day, he swaggered before Tang San and me, proclaiming, "The White Tiger's diamond transformation allows me to sustain for half an hour. That is the gap in our strength." With that, he indeed reverted to his human form, his muscles retracting. Tang San and I exchanged a resigned glance and conceded, "You have won." Dai Mu Bai, reveling in his victory, flashed us a grin and said, "Let us compare again next time." He then cast a profound gaze our way and added, "The damages to the hotel are on me. The room is yours. Should you encounter any trouble at Shrek Academy, invoke the name of the evil White Tiger, Dai Mu Bai." With that, he embraced the 2 twins and departed. I was utterly astonished. Who was this person so audacious? Xiao Wu rushed over to check if Tang San and I were injured. Pouting in protest, "What are you so smug about? Once Gu and San Gu reach level 30, they will surely surpass him." Tang San sighed. "He may be young, but he is already level 30 with a 1,000-year soul ring. Losing to him is no disgrace." As for me, I sat on the ground, surveying the chaos. My mind racing. Given my previous training pace, I should have reached level 30 long ago and sought my 3rd soul ring. However, on the very day I reached level 29, the Xiaoyao Heart Method reached the 8th heaven, effectively locking me in place. Now, I was compelled to practice the Baiming divine skill. Although the Xiaoyao Heart Method had laid a solid foundation, I was still a child, my body not fully developed, rendering me incapable of comprehending many aspects of the Baiming divine skill, which led to my stagnation at level 29 for over a year. Strangely, when the master saw me, his gaze mirrored that of a fellow sufferer. At that moment, the hotel manager arrived with the staff. Upon observing the shattered tiles strewn across the floor, the manager not only remained unperturbed, but was also grinning from ear to ear. "You 2 young brothers are impressive. To have Dai Xiao personally grant you a room. Truly a hero emerges from the youth." I quickly scrambled to my feet, scratching my head in embarrassment. How much do I owe for the damages? Look at the state of this hotel." The manager waved his hand dismissively. "No need. If you were to compensate, it would be disrespectful to me and to Dai Xiao." Dai Xiao stated he would cover all losses. Furthermore, I took the liberty of refunding your room fees. He then produced a gleaming golden key and handed it to us. I was utterly bewildered. Who exactly was Dai Mu Bai? Such wealth. After the commotion, the 3 of us were utterly exhausted and collapsed into slumber, forgetting all notions of propriety. In the dead of night, I groggily heard Tang San exclaim, "Ah, is that your foot? I thought it was a big chicken leg." Xiao Wu stood at the bedside, fuming. "What are you 2 doing?" It turned out she'd been squeezed off the bed. "How terrifying," I whispered. Indeed, Tang San agreed. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu's face darkened, and she sulkily munched on a carrot. After our morning routines, Tang San and I felt invigorated. Xiao Wu tugged at Tang San, complaining, "Brother, let us go explore. Soto City is so vast. It's suffocating to stay in a room." Tang San nodded begrudgingly and then turned to me, "Brother, shall we venture out together?" I glanced at the splendid weather outside and thought, why not take a stroll? Thus, the three of us set out. The afternoon sunlight bathed us warmly, a delightful sensation. We ambled towards the city center, which, despite the approaching dusk, remained vibrant with the hustle and bustle of traffic and throngs of people. "Look over there, Sangu." Xiao Wu pointed toward the modest wooden shack not far away. It was an unassuming store, yet the doorframe bore a sword, a hammer, and a blue lightning tyrant dragon, forming the shape of a spirit hall emblem. Tang San's eyes lit up. "Let us check it out." He instantly recognized it as the spirit hall emblem the master had shown him. The shop doors stood ajar, with peculiar patterns etched on the walls. A middle-aged man, around 60, reclined in a chair, indifferent to our presence. The store's shelves were antiquated and dust-laden, save for a lone awakening counter featuring a yellow stone emanating a glow. Tang San, with his keen eye, immediately identified the stone and excitedly inquired, "Boss, how much for this?" "We'll buy it. 100 gold soul coins." The middle-aged man replied lazily. 50 gold soul coins. Tang San began to agree, but I swiftly interjected with a counteroffer. "No bargaining, 100 gold coins." The man remained nonchalant. "You swindler, selling this worthless crystal for 100 gold coins." Xiao Wu was ready to confront him. I quickly restrained her and smiled at the boss. "Come on, boss. Let us be reasonable. What is the lowest price? We're all straightforward people. Why quibble over such a small amount? I'm confident I can't let you earn 100 gold coins from Tang Lu today. 100 gold coins is the lowest. If you want tea, buy, then leave." The middle-aged man continued to peruse his newspaper. "Oh, come on, boss. I've bought from you 3 times already. Cut me some slack." I persisted. The man paused, lowered his newspaper, and scrutinized me. "I've run this shop for a year, and no one has ever bought anything. You claim to have been here 3 times? Who are you fooling?" After a moment of contemplation, he sighed. "Fine, 50 coins it is. It's of no use to me anyway. Consider it a gift." "All right, thank you." Tang San hastily produced the money. When traveling, every coin saved counts, especially with the unknown tuition fees awaiting us at Shrek Academy. Tang San placed the money on the counter and approached the crystal. "Hey, what is up with that belt of yours?" The middle-aged man suddenly fixated on Tang San's belt. It was given to me by my teacher," Tang San replied, following his gaze. "I didn't realize you were his disciple." "That explains it," the man muttered, the confusion in his eyes evaporating. "Since you're his disciple, this crystal is a gift for you." "A gift for us?" I questioned, perplexed by the sudden change in price. Yes, Tang San. Let us go before he changes his mind." Xiao Wu exclaimed, grabbing the crystal and dashing away. Tang San surmised that this owner must know his teacher, and thus was offering a favor. Faced with such a precious crystal, he felt too bashful to refuse and express his gratitude. "Thank you. I want to be polite." The 3 of us exited, and I discreetly left behind 2 bags of gold coins. Gazing at the coins on the table, the middle-aged man chuckled. "Xiao Gang, I never expected your disciple would come. It seems your long-buried heart has been stirred once more, huh?" The following morning, we checked out of the hotel and headed towards the southern outskirts of Soto City in search of Shrek Academy. Tang San walked ahead, brimming with excitement, occasionally feeling the 24 Bridge Mingyue Night within his embrace. I scrutinized the map, my brow furrowed. Where on earth is Shrek Academy? As a prestigious institution, there's no clear indication on the map. That scoundrel from yesterday mentioned he hails from Shrek Academy, so it must be nearby. Let us keep searching, Xiao Wu said resignedly. Suddenly, Tang San fixed his gaze on Xiao Wu, as if he had discovered a new continent. "It seems Xiao Wu has matured. You're performing exceptionally well today, brother." Xiao Wu playfully clung to Tang San's arm. I felt a shiver run down my spine and quickly buried my head in the map, hoping to avoid another bout of witnessing their affection. "All right, hop on." Tang San skillfully bent down. Xiao Wu beamed and leaped onto Tang San, gripping him tightly. After walking a bit further, the sun was nearly overhead, and a small village finally appeared ahead. I pondered, it seems that must be the place. Let us inquire further. Huh? Who would establish an academy there? Tang San's companion, Xiao Wu, exclaimed in surprise. I shrugged, expressing my disbelief that an academy would be built in such a location, yet it appeared to be the only possibility at present. Xiao Wu pouted, her anticipation for Shrek Academy significantly diminished. Tang San frowned, questioning whether it might be situated nearby rather than in the village itself, as he found it hard to believe that an esteemed academy could be in such dire straits. I replied with a hint of resignation, having prepared myself for the worst. As we ventured forward, we soon approached the village, where a long queue stretched out at the entrance, extending towards us. The line consisted of youths, similar in age to us, most accompanied by their parents. At the village entrance sat a dilapidated chair alongside a table riddled with holes. An elderly man lounged beside the table, indifferent to the children passing by. Above his head hung a wooden sign bearing the words Shrek Academy, adorned with an illustration of an unknown creature. This is far too shabby, I thought. Are you certain this is a Soul Master Academy? Has the master deceived us? Gazing at the dusty village, I found it hard to believe. Shrek Academy utterly shattered my expectations. How could a prestigious institution be in such a state? Tang San cleared his throat, feeling disheartened, as he had initially harbored hopes for Shrek Academy. To become an exceptional individual, one must have a conducive learning environment. However, could a school in such poverty truly cultivate outstanding students? Just as he finished speaking, he turned to Xiao Wu, instructing her to queue while he wandered off to buy some grilled sausages. The vendor, named Tang Lu, stuffed his mouth full, speaking with a muffled voice. Xiao San, are you buying too? Tang San paused, chuckling at his gluttonous appearance, and replied, Xiao Wu wants some, so I will bring her a couple. Tang Lu waved him off. Go ahead, they're quite tasty. Under Oscar's enthusiastic invitation, Tang San procured 2 sausages. I must say, the aroma was simply divine. It smelled so delightful. Tang San exclaimed joyfully. Oscar beamed with pride, declaring, the sausages made by me, Oscar, are undoubtedly delicious. Nearby, Tang Lu, having finished his sausage, was savoring the taste. Hurry up and eat. Consuming his sausages will enhance my performance in the next assessment. Upon hearing this, Tang San was intrigued by the prospect. Just as he was about to take a bite, a furious shout echoed from a distance. Wait! Do not eat! Dai Mubai rushed towards them like a gust of wind. Breathless and agitated. Do not eat, for heaven's sake, do not eat. Tang San was bewildered. What is the matter? Even Tang Lu was curious. Dai Mubai erupted. Xiao Ao. Did I not tell you that selling sausages at the academy is forbidden? He then turned his gaze towards Oscar, glaring at him with annoyance, commanding, quickly demonstrate to the juniors how your sausages are made. Oscar's expression fell. He sighed, Boss Dai, we have been brothers for years. Must you embarrass me like this? The juniors will despise me. Dai Mubai was unyielding, his tone firm. Now, immediately, Oscar, resigned, raised his hands in a gesture of helplessness, seemingly resigned to his future reputation. He extended his right hand, followed by his left, interlocking his fingers, his previously soft voice turning exceedingly crude. I have a large sausage. Suddenly, a yellow mist emanated from his palms. A surge of soul power began to flow, and before long, a sausage identical to the ones sold to Tang Lu and Tang San materialized out of thin air. Tang Lu gagged at the sight. The lascivious aura, the suggestive movements, and that crude line made him feel nauseous, especially recalling the moments he had consumed it. Tang San was frozen, taken aback by the uniqueness of the line. Moreover, this sausage was intended for Xiao Wu. If she were to eat it, would it not be? Hey, can you not react so dramatically? Is it that terrifying? Oscar lamented. The icy beauty behind Dai Mubai merely cast a fleeting glance at him before silently resuming her place in line. Tang Lu glared at Oscar with growing resentment, his expression becoming increasingly severe. Reflecting on how he had consumed the sausage, he felt as if he had been feasting upon Oscars. Oscar hurriedly explained, I had no choice. The lines are scripted. I did not wish for it to be this way. As the situation threatened to spiral out of control, Dai Mubai intervened. All right, everyone. Cease your quarrels and proceed to the second round of the assessment. Tang Lu snorted disdainfully, turning away without a backward glance. Tang Sen shot a cold look at Oscar as he returned the sausage he held to the vendor, discreetly pocketing the coin he had been given earlier. Dai Mubai glared at Oscar. You must be mindful. This issue has arisen more than once. Brother, where are my sausages? Xiao Wu inquired, her hands empty. Tang Lu and Tang Sen exchanged glances, with a flicker of annoyance in Tang Li's eyes as he averted his gaze. Tang San sighed, leaning toward Xiao Wu to recount the earlier incident. Her face flushed crimson, her hands clutching her skirt, nearly steaming with embarrassment. You boys are so mischievous. Just then, Xiao Wu dashed outside, intending to surprise Zhao Wujia, oblivious to the fact that he was not easily swayed. Who exactly is Zhao Wujia? He is a formidable individual. He attempted to seize Xiao Wu with a swift motion, and I felt my heart leap into my throat. If he caught her, would she not ascend to the heavens on the spot? At this critical moment, Xiao Wu, quick-witted as she was, executed a backbend to evade the grasp, even sticking her tongue out playfully at Zhao Wujia, showcasing her mischievous nature. Zhao Wujia turned pale, thinking, today's youth are indeed more troublesome than ever. Yet, experience prevailed. Zhao Wujia unleashed his soul skill, reaching into the void, and Xiao Wu was drawn towards him as if immobilized. Just as Zhao Wujia's iron fist was about to strike her face, Tang Sen panicked and used his blue silver grass to ensnare Zhao Wujia's wrist, barely rescuing Xiao Wu. Enraged, Zhao Wujia yanked at the blue silver grass, sending Tang San flying. What can I say? A soul sage is indeed a soul sage, his power overwhelming. Soon after, 7 soul rings gleamed brilliantly around Zhao Wujia. 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black, a top-tier configuration. 1 yellow soul ring illuminated, and Zhao Wujia's fists swelled tremendously. The force he exuded was akin to a tsunami, sending Tang San and Xiao Wu hurtling away, leaving 2 deep impressions in the ground. Let me tell you, Zhao Wujia was merciless. Within a 3-meter radius, not a blade of grass could survive. The earth itself crumbled to dust. Tang Lu furrowed his brow, contemplating that if Zhao Wujia were to unleash his 7th soul ring, it would spell utter devastation. Zhao Wujia, with his towering physique, advanced with heavy steps, shaking the ground beneath him, resembling a human tank. He stated, "Little ones, the game is over." At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing, who had remained quiet until now, sprang into action. This girl was exceptionally agile. Utilizing the trees, she darted towards Zhao Wujia like a specter. 2 yellow soul rings glowed, activating her 2nd soul skill. Phantom 100 Claws. The speed was astonishing, unleashing a barrage of strikes upon Zhao Wujia, the sound reminiscent of artillery fire. Zhao Wujia was no novice either. He quickly turned to defend, but still suffered minor setbacks. Seizing the opportunity, he grasped Zhu Zhuqing and hurled her away. Dai Mubai was quick on his feet, catching Zhu Zhuqing, but the girl had already lost consciousness, her body covered in wounds. Ning Rongrong, observing from a distance, turned pale, thinking Zhao Wujia is far too formidable. My 7 treasures glazed tower can only amplify, not heal. If this continues, will we not face total annihilation? At this moment, Tang San, who had previously been knocked to the ground by Zhao Wujuan, surprisingly sprang back to his feet, looking utterly bewildered as if nothing had transpired. Zhao Wujuan chuckled to himself, thinking, well, another one willing to sacrifice themselves. Tang San ignored him and rushed to Xiao Wu's side, only to find her still unconscious. His heart aching to the point of tears, he declared, "Xiao Wu, do not worry, I will surely pass the assessment." Zhao Wujuan, standing nearby, coolly remarked, "That girl is fine." Tang San rose, gazing at Zhao Wujuan with unwavering determination, stating, "The assessment is not over yet. You promised that enduring for a minute would suffice for us to pass. Come on." Ning Rongrong rolled her eyes from behind, thinking, is Tang San out of his mind? How can we possibly defeat Zhao Wujuan with just a few of us? Why insist on entering this Shrek Academy? Tang Lu shook his head, realizing that Tang San was about to unleash his potential. Then, Tang San sprang into action, employing the ghost shadow perplexing steps to circle around Zhao Wujuan while simultaneously unleashing the blue silver grass to whip at Zhao Wujuan's arm. Zhao Wujuan attempted to grab him, but Tang Lu charged forward, delivering a kick to Zhao Wujuan's chest before retreating to create distance. Zhao Wujuan, unfazed by the kick, mocked Tang Lu for his lack of strength. At that moment, however, Zhao Wujuan suddenly felt a tightness around his feet and looked down to find himself ensnared by the blue silver grass. It was Tang San. With a triumphant smile, Tang San thought to himself, "Now, where can you run?" With Ning Rongrong's assistance, the resilience of the blue silver grass was significantly enhanced, making it difficult for Zhao Wujuan to escape without considerable effort. Zhao Wujuan's voice emerged from the entanglement. "This is quite amusing, isn't it?" The next instant, a brilliant light erupted from the blue silver grass, causing it to vanish instantly, leaving Zhao Wujuan standing there with a dark expression. "You little rascals, this is rather entertaining, isn't it?" Zhao Wujuan's tone grew colder. Just then, Tang Lu appeared behind Zhao Wujuan and unleashed a technique called the Tianshan Luyang Palm, striking Zhao Wujuan's face. A sharp crack echoed, instantly swelling Zhao Wujuan's cheek. Daimu Bai, observing from the side, could hardly suppress his disbelief, wondering how teacher Zhao could be struck like that. Then, in an even more outrageous turn of events, Tang Lu began to rain down slaps on Zhao Wujuan's face, producing a series of crisp sounds as Zhao Wujuan's face became bruised and bloodied, his nose crooked and bleeding profusely. I must say, Tang Li's speed was astonishing, akin to a human lightning bolt. With one final strike, Tang Lu poured all his energy into a blow that left Zhao Wujuan momentarily dazed. Enraged, Zhao Wujuan raised his fist to retaliate, but his eyes were swollen shut, making it impossible for him to see. Yet, Tang Lu, acting contrary to his usual demeanor, lightly tapped Zhao Wujuan, and astonishingly, this hand managed to evade Zhao Wujuan's retaliation, striking him in the chest. This was the Anshan Control Poisonous Dragon technique from the Tianshan Luyang Palm, capable of easily neutralizing an opponent's offensive move. Following this, Tang Lu swept both hands outward, sending Zhao Wujuan flying. Seizing the opportunity, Tang San retrieved a bone-piercing nail and launched it toward the airborne Zhao Wujuan. As Zhao Wujuan soared through the air, he gazed in terror at the approaching bone-piercing nail, realizing its perilous nature, and hastily activated the immovable king body to deflect it. Upon landing, Zhao Wujuan was seething with rage as he charged toward Tang San. In the critical moment, Tang Lu stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Tang San, pointing at the incense stick embedded in the ground, and stated, "Teacher Zhao, time's up." Zhao Wujuan found himself momentarily speechless. Tang San then chimed in with a sarcastic tone. "Teacher Zhao, you cannot go back on your word, can you?" Fuming, Zhao Wujuan turned and stormed off, leaving behind a parting threat. Tang Lu and Tang San exchanged knowing smiles, thinking to themselves, "We are undoubtedly entering Shrek Academy." Let me tell you, this situation was utterly absurd. I was watching a little chubby fellow, who looked like a roasted turkey, seriously ask me, "What are you laughing at?" I suppressed my laughter and replied, "I just recalled something joyous." He persisted, "What joyous thing?" With a flushed face, I murmured, "My wife just had a baby." Well, as soon as I finished speaking, the nearby Xiao San lost it, laughing uncontrollably. The chubby fellow turned to Xiao San, utterly perplexed, asking, "What are you laughing at?" Xiao San, wiping tears from his eyes, replied, "My wife also had a baby." At this point, the chubby fellow was completely bewildered, his eyes widening as he asked in astonishment, "Are your wives the same person?" Xiao San and I exchanged a knowing glance and nodded in unison, "Yes, yes, yes." Ha 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 ha. The entire scene spiraled into chaos, and we nearly laughed ourselves into oblivion. Family, who understands? That moment was like the grand opening of a theatrical performance in 2025. But do you think I was the end of it? Let me tell you, this story must begin from early that morning. That morning, after finishing my training and feeling a surge of inner strength, I was in high spirits when Xiao San suggested, "Brother, let's take a stroll around the village to familiarize ourselves with the surroundings." I thought it sounded good since we had nothing else to do. As we jumped down from the roof, we inadvertently woke Oscar, who had been peacefully sleeping in the dormitory. With his messy hair and sleepy eyes, he shouted at us from the window, "Hey, can't you let anyone sleep in the early morning? I'm a support type, not like you battle soul masters with such energy." Xiao San, in a straightforward manner, attempted to debate about the importance of morning productivity. I couldn't be bothered with him. Oscar was simply a chronic slacker. As expected, he waved us off, asking us to be quieter next time so as not to disturb his beauty sleep. Before we left, Xiao San asked him to inform Xiao Wu that we were heading out, to which Oscar muttered, got it, studying while dragging a family along. Really? I exchanged a glance with Xiao San, both of us sharing a moment of disbelief, and decided to ignore it. We wandered aimlessly through the academy, which resembled a poverty-stricken village, when we noticed a man and a woman not far away in a heated exchange. A rather unsightly chubby fellow was desperately clutching a girl named Suehua, pleading with her. The chubby fellow said, "Suehua, what have I done wrong? I worked so hard. All for you." The girl's face flushed as she struggled to break free from him, shouting, "You scoundrel! Shameless!" Xiao San and I exchanged knowing glances, ready to watch the unfolding drama. Then, the girl's next statement completely stunned me. With tears in her voice, she exclaimed, "Ma Hongjun, you have indeed treated me well, but I can no longer endure it. Please let me go. I am only 18. This should be an age for shouting about love, but because of you, my voice is almost gone. I hate you." My mind went blank. The weight of her words was overwhelming. The chubby fellow, upon hearing this, lost his composure, sneering, "Oh, so it's all my fault, huh? Fine, we can break up, but you must let me have one more chance." As he reached out with his inappropriate hand towards the girl, I was infuriated. What kind of despicable man is this? Without a moment's thought, I charged forward, grabbing his wrist with my left hand and delivering a resounding slap with my right. Duong. The chubby fellow was sent sprawling across the ground, rolling several times in utter disarray. I helped the girl, Suehua, to her feet and inquired if she was all right. Just then, Xiao San approached, frowning and saying, "Brother, leaving such a person around is a disaster. We must teach him a lesson." As we deliberated on how to handle the chubby fellow, Suehua regained her composure and surprisingly urged us, "Thank you both for your help, but this is a matter between me and Hongjun. Please do not interfere." I thought, all right, love-struck brain, even a deity cannot save you. Sighing, I decided to respect her wishes and offer my blessings. However, the chubby fellow, now recovering, wobbled to his feet, pointed a finger at me, and yelled, "You think you can just walk away after hitting me?" He then turned to Suehua, declaring, "I don't care. Either he pays for this, or you stay and continue being my girlfriend." I was utterly amused by his logic. Stepping forward, I positioned myself between him and Suehua and said, "Little fatty, spare me your ramblings. Let me see just how much you weigh." With a loud shout, he proclaimed, "Today, I shall demonstrate my might." I let out a cold laugh, summoned my inner strength, and activated my Lingbo Weibo in an instant, launching a sweeping kick towards his chest. Surprisingly, despite his corpulent appearance, the fat boy was quite nimble. Nevertheless, he was no match for me. With a swift turn of my foot, I transformed the kick into a powerful thrust, landing a solid blow on his chest. He staggered back several steps, while I remained perfectly still. Realizing he was at a disadvantage, he became frantic and unleashed a grand technique. Phoenix embodiment. I watched in astonishment as purple-red flames erupted from his body, his hair igniting, and a pair of small wings sprouting from his back. I thought to myself, is this a transformation akin to a Super Saiyan? Even Suehua, who was nearby, stared in shock, wide-eyed, asking, "Is that a phoenix?" My friends, I must say, forget about the phoenix, coupled with his rotund figure. He resembled a chicken that had just escaped from a barbecue grill. Truly a comical sight. I could not contain my laughter and burst into guffaws. Then, the scene unfolded as described at the beginning. Our jest about his appearance completely shattered his defenses, causing him to scream in frustration and charge at us with his little wings flailing. "Ah, I will fight you." Exchanged glances with Suehua, and we instantly composed ourselves. Utilizing the ghost shadow mist, we swiftly evaded his attack. In the next moment, Tsuehua's blue-silver grass erupted from the ground, binding him tightly. The fat boy, however, was no pushover. He activated his second soul skill, named Phoenix in the Fire, and flames engulfed him, instantly incinerating Tsuehua's grass. Standing amidst the inferno, he resembled a deity descending from the heavens, exuding a fearsome aura. Just as he struck a pose, I made my move. With a resounding crash, he was propelled away like a kite with its strings severed, his previous kingly demeanor evaporating, reverting to the appearance of a mere buffoon. I stood my ground, watching him with a calm demeanor. What this? Still not convinced? That kick of mine was infused with both inner strength and soul power. It must have been quite unpleasant for you. After struggling for a while, he managed to utter, "Despicable." I chuckled. This fellow's level of education was rather touching. He intended to call me vile, but ended up saying despicable. All right then, shaking my head with a smile, I responded, "Despicability is the passport of the despicable. What I advocate is merely the path of righteousness." At that moment, Xiao Wu and Dai Mubai arrived. Upon seeing Xiao Wu, the fat boy's eyes lit up, and he let out a lewd laugh. What a beautiful girl. Instantly, the protective instincts of Tsuehua flared up, and his face darkened as he strode over and delivered a heavy kick. Bang! The fat boy rolled away several meters, lying on the ground like a turtle, motionless. Xiao Wu innocently inquired, "Three brother, what's wrong with that person?" Tsuehua quickly changed his demeanor, gently patting her head. "It's nothing. He's just sunbathing. Let us not disturb him." Dai Mubai and I exchanged glances around the sunbathing fat boy. Dai Mubai informed me that this fat boy was actually from Shrek Academy and our senior. I was taken aback, thinking this? A senior? So weak? Dai Mubai sighed and began to enlighten us. It turned out that the fat boy's martial soul was mutated. His ancestors were all common chickens, but by some stroke of luck, it had mutated into a phoenix in his generation. However, every blessing comes with a curse. This mutation left him with a deadly after-effect of excessive evil fire within him. In layman's terms, he was akin to a walking teddy bear when the evil fire surged. He had to seek out girls to alleviate it, or he would suffer immensely. That explained why Tsuehua had been tormented to the point of losing his voice. Goodness, so his martial soul came with a debuff? Truly, the Academy of Monsters lived up to its reputation. As we pondered how to transport this lump back, Dai Mubai, with a mischievous glint in his eye, leaned in and whispered to the fat boy, "Hey, fatty, wake up. There are beauties over there. You would not believe it." The fat boy sprang back to life in an instant, excitedly rubbing his hands. Where? We all exchanged glances. The fat boy soon realized he had been tricked and began arguing with Dai Mubai, claiming, "Back in the day, when you were broke, I always lent you money. And Dai Lauda, you spent nights with 3 girls at the hotel, revealing all your secrets." Tsuehua and I stood by, dumbfounded, feeling our worldview being reshaped. Was Dai Lauda's reign as a playboy over? I wore an expression akin to an elderly person on the subway, looking at a phone. After much commotion, we finally arrived at the cafeteria, which resembled a slightly larger straw hut. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing were already there. The moment the fat boy entered, his greedy eyes fixated on the voluptuous Zhu Zhuqing, nearly drooling, and he whispered to Dai Mubai, "Dai Lauda, a gem." Dai Mubai immediately distanced himself, feigning righteousness. The fat boy, however, called him out on the spot. "Dai Lauda, you're immoral. You eat meat, but don't let your brothers have a sip of soup." I found it hilarious. The plastic brotherhood was now undeniable. While we were in the midst of this banter, Oscar arrived. My goodness, he had shaved his beard, revealing a handsome face, and immediately began distributing girls publicly. He declared Xiao Wu was Tsuehua's, that he couldn't handle the Ice Queen Zhu Zhuqing, so he would leave her for Dai Mubai, and that Ning Rongrong was his type. As for me and the fat boy, sorry, we were promptly expelled from the male roster and welcomed into the ranks of single gentlemen. Have you heard the news? I was still speechless when a middle-aged man wearing black-rimmed glasses approached. The moment he appeared, Oscar and Ma Hongjun immediately fell silent, standing at attention like mice encountering a cat. Xiao Wu quietly remarked, "ISNT that the shopkeeper from before?" Oscar whispered to us that this gentleman was none other than the dean of Shrek Academy, the four-eyed cat eagle, Flinder, a rank 78 soul sage. I was astounded. Another soul sage. Was this little village a nest of soul sages? Dean Flinder briefly addressed us, calling out Ning Rongrong and Oscar S. names, stating he would take them. The auxiliary soul masters for special training. Watching their reluctant figures as they followed him, Sohua appeared contemplative. The rest of us gradually dispersed, and Dai Mubai had wandered off with Ma Hongjun. Sohua, still intrigued, wanted to stay and observe, but I shook my head and called out, "Forget it, Sohua. I'll head back to the dormitory first." Upon returning to my dormitory, I immediately sensed something was amiss. After my bout with Zhao Wuji, the bottleneck of my Biming Divine skill had been loosened. The sensation grew stronger, akin to holding back a powerful release that was about to burst forth. I needed to find a secluded spot for meditation immediately. Lo and behold, the dormitory was deserted. Dai Mubai and the others were nowhere to be found. And Oscar was still suffering under Flinder's watch. It felt like the heavens were aiding me. I quickly locked the door and sealed the entire room with soul power, fearing any disturbances. Once everything was in place, I sat cross-legged on my bed and began to channel my inner strength. The process was extraordinary. Initially, it flowed smoothly, like a gentle stream coursing through my meridians, my entire body adorned with vibrant red and blue energy patterns reminiscent of Avatar. Suddenly, a sphere of white light enveloped me, and I felt every acupoint resonating in unison. Then the climax arrived. The light sphere abruptly split in two. The left side was white, exuding an icy chill that plummeted the room temperature to freezing point, while the right side was red, burning like a furnace. Goodness, was the theme truly one of dual extremes? I was left in a state of numbness, caught between the biting cold and the searing pain. Two forces clashing within my body, yet never touching one another. Thankfully, I had previously consumed that Hanshin Dongming grass. Otherwise, the chilling aura alone would have frozen me into an ice sculpture. Despite this, the experience was undeniably unbearable. I felt as though my very soul had detached. Merely observing my physical form endure relentless torment. Beads of sweat, as large as mung beans, cascaded down, rendering my body foreign to me. With every ounce of my spirit, I endeavored to resist, and, at long last, I sensed the threshold to a new realm. Just as excitement surged within me, disaster struck. That potent yang energy erupted uncontrollably, surging from my dantian throughout my entire being. The sensation was akin to an inferno igniting within me, scorching from my lungs to my vital organs. A sweet taste filled my throat, and I expelled a torrent of searing blood. Yet, the ordeal was far from over. The flames intensified, churning from within, and I beheld in horror as my skin shriveled, blood rendered incapable of flowing, scorched dry. I was left bewildered, questioning why this was happening. My previous training had not been this exaggerated. I appeared as though I were a frail old man of 60. Yet this was merely the beginning. The fire blazed upward through my trachea, and all prior anguish metamorphosed into detonations within my body, echoing like firecrackers during a festival. Unable to contain myself any longer, I let out a heart-wrenching scream, blood gushing from my eyes, nose, and mouth, and I collapsed, hitting the ground in a daze. Were they trying to kill me? I shouted in defiance, gripping the floor with such ferocity that my nails turned pale. My handsome face contorted grotesquely, my eyes bulging, veins pulsating ominously. I longed to rise, yet my legs felt as though weighed down by lead, each attempt resulting in failure. Finally, I heard a crack, feeling a tooth shatter. My mind began to cloud, the world spinning around me. I opened my parched mouth to utter two words, "Help me," before darkness enveloped me, plunging me into oblivion. And guess what happened next? Upon losing consciousness, the tempestuous fire within me extinguished instantaneously, replaced by a gentle aura that meticulously restored my entire being. The damaged meridians, desiccated skin, and even the shattered tooth were miraculously mended. The post-service was impeccable. When I regained consciousness, it was to a cacophony of banging that roused me. I rubbed my eyes, and to my astonishment, the door had vanished. Tang San and Xiao Wu stood at the entrance, their expressions grave. I lay on the ground, bewildered, gazing at them. Xiao San, Xiao Wu, are you dismantling the house? Upon seeing me awake, Tang San rushed over, enveloping me in a tight embrace, urgently inquiring, "Brother, why have you locked yourself in? I called for you, yet you did not respond." I shook my head, straining to recall. Was I not in the midst of a breakthrough? I quickly checked my body, and to my relief, I was unscathed. Upon sensing my dantian, I was astounded. The previous carefree cultivation had vanished, transformed into pure Bei Ming energy, and my bottleneck shattered, propelling me into the first layer, with my soul power soaring to level 30. Do my family members understand the sheer ecstasy of narrowly escaping calamity while simultaneously achieving a significant advancement? It was absolutely exhilarating. Tang Sin noticed my transformation, his face a mixture of disbelief as he asked if I had indeed broken through to level 30. I nodded smugly. However, Xiao Wu interjected, "Look, your progress is quite slow. You've been stuck at level 29 for nearly a year, haven't you?" This girl failed to comprehend. I merely practiced the principle of accumulating strength before unleashing it. As we discussed advancements, Tang San eagerly inquired when I would acquire my third soul ring. I contemplated seeking assistance from Teacher Zhao and Dean Flender in a few days. Yet, the mention of hunting soul beasts caused Xiao Wu's expression to immediately sour. Her rabbit ears drooping as she pitifully pleaded, "Can we not hunt soul beasts?" Tang San explained it was a natural law, to which she stammered that she felt sorry for the soul beasts. Observing their interaction, I sensed something was amiss with Xiao Wu's reaction, but dismissed it for the moment. Setting that aside, the evening training was the true highlight. We gathered in an open space where Flender, that cunning old fox, awaited us. He scanned the group, ultimately fixing his gaze on Oscar and inquired, "Oscar, have you completed the task I assigned?" Oscar hesitated, glancing at Ning Rongrong. I must say, that little sorceress, with her innocent wide eyes, appeared utterly pitiful. Oscar, smitten by her charm, gritted his teeth and lied, "Yes, we completed 20 laps." Flender immediately erupted in laughter. His demeanor initially warm, but his expression swiftly darkened to one of ominous fury. "Oh, so you dare to deceive me. You too, now, immediately run another 20 laps. If you cannot finish, do not expect to eat." Oscar, struck by this revelation, trudged off to run, utterly dispirited. Ning Rongrong, however, bristled at this treatment, defiantly retorting to Flender, "Why should I run?" Flender coldly smirked, "Because you snuck off to Soto City. Do not think I am unaware." Ning Rongrong exploded with rage. "You were following me?" This ignited a hornet's nest. The two exchanged heated words, and Ning Rongrong, in a fit of temper, exclaimed, "This is not a battlefield. Why should I answer to you? You're merely a soul sage. What authority do you hold?" I was taken aback, astonished by her audacity. Flender, equally formidable, presented her with two options, either run or leave. Ning Rongrong, undeterred, revealed her trump card. "Flender, do you dare? Do you know who I am? I will inform my father, and have Grandfather Gu and Grandfather Jian deal with you." Upon hearing this, Flender visibly flinched. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, a sect with dual Duos, a powerhouse within the continent. Their leader, Ning Fengji, was extraordinarily formidable. Ning Rongrong was their little princess, boasting an immensely powerful background. Yet Flender maintained his composure, pointing a finger at her, denouncing, "You disgrace the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. In my eyes, none of you compare." Ning Rongrong refused to back down, prompting Flender to launch into a tirade, calling out each of us by name. Dai Mubai, 15 years old. Level 37, Strength Type Battle Soul Master. Gifted beyond compare. Can you rival him? Tang San, Tang Lu, Xiao Wu. Who among you does not possess innate full soul power? My brother and I dare to challenge Zhao Wujuan. What about you? Is your mere level 9 soul power sufficient? Ma Hongjun, even with a flawed martial spirit, works harder than you and possesses greater soul power. Zhu Zhuqing, with talent comparable to yours, yet she is determined to grow stronger, while you remain arrogant and complacent. Flender's words pierced deep, culminating in a final, scathing remark. I can assure you that within 20 years, they will become formidable figures across the continent, whereas you will only be a leech. That young lady, unaccustomed to such humiliation, burst into tears, turning and fleeing to the dormitory. Flinder, observing her retreat, wore a triumphant smile. At that moment, I realized the entire exchange had been a ruse. This old fox was employing psychological manipulation. He then instructed Dai Mubai to inform Oscar that his punishment was lifted and to comfort Ning Rongrong. This maneuver earned my highest praise. With the farce concluded, Flinder delivered yet another motivational speech, stating the rules of Shrek. Those who did not comply could leave. Then, the old pervert commenced the evening's grueling training. He unfurled a pair of wings from his back, soaring gracefully above us while we desperately chased him on the ground. Dai Mubai possessed remarkable stamina, leading the pack. Hot on his heels were Zhu Zhuqing and I, both swift and unwilling to concede. However, I couldn't shake the thought of Zhao Wujuan, who had been conspicuously absent throughout the day. As I pondered this, my feet remained swift and unyielding. Ever since I practiced the Bei Ming divine skill, my Lingbo Wei Bu had reached a pro-max level. With each step, I became a blur, leaving no trace on the ground or trees, my footprints scattered everywhere. Embodying the essence of stealth, Zhu Zhuqing, the little wildcat, was equally fast. We raced through the night like two flashes of black and white lightning, neither willing to yield. Within merely a quarter of an hour, we followed that old chap, Flandre, to Sotawa City. The city buzzed with life at night, even more so than during the day, illuminated as if it were a festival. As we strolled along, Ma Hongjun, the portly fellow, suddenly fell into an emo state. I pondered what was amiss with him when his eyes reddened, and he choked back tears, recalling that on this very day, 5 years ago, he had encountered the object of his secret affection in Sotawa City. He approached her to say hello, only to be met with her melancholic remark, "Why are you still alive?" At that moment, I thought, goodness, how piercingly heart-wrenching. Just as I prepared to console him, he shifted gears, his face flushed with excitement, exclaiming, "Who understands, my friends? There are actually girls who care about my existence." I'm utterly moved. We all thought. His reasoning is a convoluted labyrinth, and I could hardly keep pace. Flandre, ignoring our childish antics, led us into a dilapidated beverage shop, stingily ordering each of us the cheapest soda available. After taking a sip, Xiao Wu raised an eyebrow, questioning, "Principal, our first lesson isn't going to involve serving plates here, is it?" "Of course not," Flandre replied, shaking his head, revealing a wicked smile that I recognized all too well. Dai Mubai's complexion turned pale, and he stammered, pointing at a nearby imposing edifice. "You can't possibly mean for us to go over there, can you?" Flandre remained unfazed. "With your exceptional talents, you naturally require a unique educational approach. That place is perfect for a bit of hands-on practice. But it's for real. People could die." Dai Mubai exclaimed in a panic. Believe in yourselves. It's all about having the right skills, isn't it?" Flandre waved his hand dismissively, provoking our irritation. Unable to contain myself, I leaned in to ask Dai Mubai, "Where exactly is this place you're talking about?" Dai Mubai gestured towards the grand building, wearing a wry smile. "That place is called the Dahun Stadium. In simple terms, it's where soul masters engage in real-life PK battles, signing their lives away." Goodness, I thought, this is exhilarating. Noticing our bewildered expressions, Dai Mubai continued to enlighten us. He explained that the Dahun Stadium is the most equitable battlefield in the entire continent. Victories earn points, and accumulating enough points allows one to upgrade their badge, ranging from copper to silver, gold, purple gold, and ultimately to the highest rank diamond. Making a name for oneself here would render one the most illustrious figure across the continent. At this juncture, he sighed, his gaze filled with envy. However, achieving stardom isn't as easy as it seems. He proudly displayed his copper badge, stating that he had participated in 56 matches since reaching level 29, with a record of 29 wins and 27 losses. I was taken aback, despite Dai Mubai's prowess. His win rate barely surpassed 50%. What kind of formidable opponents were we up against? At that moment, the cunning Flandre interjected ominously. "By the way, let me clarify your graduation requirements. It's quite simple. Each of you must obtain a silver Dahun badge. Otherwise, you shall not graduate, lest you embarrass me upon leaving." We all stood there, frozen in disbelief. Dai Mubai had fought for so long and remained a mere copper contender. And now, we newcomers were expected to leap straight to silver? This difficulty was akin to starting in hell. However, our shock lasted only a few seconds. Exchanging glances, we found a renewed determination. As formidable beings, we were meant to confront formidable challenges. The more outrageous the demands, the more deserving we were as the prodigies of Shrek. After settling the soda bill, Flandre led us toward the magnificent De Duhan Stadium. As we drew closer, the pressure intensified. Upon reaching the entrance, I noticed a towering stone monument, over 5 meters high, densely inscribed with names, surrounded by white chrysanthemums, emanating a heavy scent of blood. Dai Mubai spoke solemnly. These names commemorate the soul masters who perished in the Duhan Stadium, serving as a warning to future generations. Do not gamble with your life, for it is a game you cannot afford to play. A chill ran down my spine. This place was indeed a matter of life and death. Upon entering, Flandre did not disappoint, indicating the registration desk with a clear message. Registration fee. Pay for yourselves. We exchanged incredulous glances as we paid the fee and received our information cards. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun then departed for the main stadium, while we rookies were relegated to the qualifying matches. The four of us, myself, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing, selected the cheapest ticket for the gambling mode. Upon entering the players' lounge, all eyes turned towards us, filled with astonishment. It was no surprise. Our youthful faces were starkly out of place in this venue. Xiao Wu, nervously leaning towards Tang San, whispered, "Brother, Lugu is only level 30 and doesn't he even have a third soul ring? This is a total mismatch." Tang San, equally grave, "Caution me. Brother, don't be reckless. That one missing soul ring creates a huge disparity. If you end up matched against someone in their late 30s, it would be tantamount to delivering yourself to the slaughter." I chuckled. "Fear not, for challenges breed progress." Observing their clingy demeanor, I pushed them along. "Quickly, go register your duo. Don't linger here as a third wheel." Can't you see Xiao Wu is practically bursting with anticipation? Tang San's face flushed crimson, mustering the courage to grasp Xiao Wu's hand, stammering, "Brother, we're off now, okay?" Watching them dash away, I felt a swell of pride as an elder brother. Before long, a staff member hurried over. "Contestant Tang Lu, your personal gambling match is about to commence. Please prepare promptly." Following him to the players' resting area, I immediately spotted my opponent. Clad in a black robe that concealed his form entirely, he wore a mask adorned with a menacing demon visage, exuding an air of superiority that suggested I was beneath him. Sensing my gaze, he turned, his eyes sharp as blades. I calmly introduced myself, Tang Lu. In a voice raspy as if scorched by fire, he replied, "Dao Ming." The atmosphere thickened palpably. As we took the stage, the host began his performance, lavishing praise upon Dao Ming, proclaiming him a mere 19 years old yet at level 38, with a record of 52 wins and 15 losses, nicknamed the Blade God, having once felled 5 opponents with a single stroke of his Minghua blade. Then, turning to me, he remarked, "In comparison, our contestant Tang Lu is utterly unremarkable. A newcomer, freshly registered, with no victories to his name. Notably, at level 30, he lacks a third soul ring. How could he dare challenge the Blade God? Is this audacity born of arrogance or profound strength? Let's observe." At his words, the audience erupted. Was this fellow courting disaster? A level 30 without a soul ring? The audacity of youth, yet tonight would likely be his last. The pressure mounted swiftly. On stage, Dao Ming smirked wickedly, regarding me as if I were already a corpse. "Little brother, you should leave. This place does not suit you." I maintained a stoic demeanor. Never underestimate any adversary. Each moment of underestimation could prove fatal. Upon hearing my words, he burst into laughter, exuding arrogance. "Do you believe there is any possibility for you to triumph, given the chasm between us?" With a flick of his wrist, a pitch-black long blade materialized in his hand, a sinister aura enveloping the arena, whispering to me that today, both my life and my head would be claimed. I was eager to see if he possessed the ability. With a cold smirk, I unleashed my Bei Ming True Chi, propelling myself forward with the grace of a ripple on water, transforming into a fleeting shadow rushing at him. Trivial skills. Dao Ming bellowed, leaping into the air, bringing his blade down upon me with ferocity. I stood my ground, unflinching, and just as the blade was about to strike, my body's acupuncture points twinkled with starlight, instantaneously coalescing into a protective sphere around me. Boom! With a resounding crash, his blade struck solidly against my protective aura, creating only a few fissures in the luminous sphere, while I remained entirely unscathed. Dao Ming, stunned, wore an expression of disbelief. What kind of martial technique is this? Could I divulge my secrets? Seizing the opportunity, while he was momentarily dazed, I had already anticipated his landing point. I lunged forward, my right hand channeling the frigid essence of Bai Ming Jinqi. And with a swift motion, I delivered an icy palm strike directly to his chest. Caught off guard, Dao Ming staggered back several paces, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, thoroughly disheveled. I laughed heartily, declaring, "I warned you, arrogance comes at a price. So will you yield?" He wiped the blood from his lips and smirked ominously. Arrogance must be matched with the ability to back it up, and I possess that in abundance. No sooner had he spoken than a yellow soul ring blazed to life beneath his feet. His aura surged instantly, enveloping us in swirling crimson mist that isolated the battlefield from the spectators. I sensed my speed being severely hampered, as if under some oppressive force, slowing me considerably. Good heavens, it turned out to be a domain skill. Empowered by the enhancement of his soul technique, Dao Ming's speed became astonishing, covering dozens of meters in the blink of an eye. In an instant, he circled behind me, leveraging his momentum to leap into the air, and thrust his blade through my protective aura from behind. With a thunderous crash, the once impenetrable barrier shattered, the immense force causing both of us to stagger backward. I smiled wryly, recognizing the overwhelming disparity in our soul power. As the dust settled, Dao Ming stood before me, regarding me with the condescension reserved for a child. Convinced he had me at his mercy, even having deliberately held back his lethal intent. Playing with me? I chuckled. For me, every battle demands my utmost effort. All right, enough pretense. I shall reveal my true hand. A plume of black mist erupted from my right hand, and a striking plant of red and black emerged from my palm. Simultaneously, two brilliant yellow circles of light ascended from beneath my feet. After all this time, I finally unleashed my martial soul. Zhao Wujin, Dai Mu Bai, and now you, Dao Ming. You have all compelled me to reveal my true power. Indeed, this world is rife with formidable beings. Dao Ming gazed at the black-silver grass in Tang Li's hand, a flicker of confusion crossing his mind. Having experienced countless battles, he had encountered a myriad of martial souls. Yet the grass in Tang Li's grasp was unlike anything he had ever seen. Nevertheless, he dismissed his curiosity, shaking his head. The world of martial souls was vast and varied, inevitably harboring unfamiliar entities. On the observation platform, Tang San and Xiao Wu, among others, watched anxiously through the window, hoping to catch a glimpse of Tang Lu amidst the swirling crimson mist. Chapter 83. One-on-one two, standing beside Tang, San were Dai Mu Bai and Ma Hongjun, who had just finished their match. Their brows were furrowed, and their expressions were grave. With a sigh, Tang San lamented the prolonged battle, fearing for his brother's safety. Dai Mu Bai nodded, his gaze fixed intently on the swirling red mist, speaking gravely. I have fought for a long time in the Soto City Great Soul Arena, and once had the fortune of crossing blades with Dao Ming. Xiao Wu tilted her head, asking, "Who emerged victorious?" Dai Mu Bai's expression dimmed, and he sighed. Dao Ming is exceptionally strong, at least from my perspective. His combat experience and techniques surpass mine. After years of honing his skills, he has fused with his Mingyue blade, achieving a state of unity between man and sword. In our battle, faced with his powerful, aggressive strikes, I found no opportunity to counter and could only adopt a defensive stance. As he spoke, Dai Mu Bai pointed toward the red mist in the center of the arena, his expression grave. That is Dao Ming's first soul technique, Mingyue Guang. Under its enhancement, His overall strength has significantly increased. I would estimate at least a 30% boost. The onlookers collectively gasped, astonished at such a staggering increase. Tangson turned his head with difficulty. If that is the case, does that mean Lu Ge has no hope? Dai Mubai remained silent for a moment before responding. Dao Ming's first soul technique only amplifies effects against those of lower soul power. If Tang Li's level were similar to his, there might still be a chance. But given their vast disparity, I fear that hope is slim. Silence fell over the group as they silently observed the swirling mist, praying that Tang Lu would emerge unscathed. In stark contrast, the atmosphere among the audience was one of excitement, akin to a festive celebration, with smiles and laughter illuminating their faces. "Hey, how much did you bet on the sword god?" A rotund man called out to his companion seated nearby, waving a slip of his wager. The other man sheepishly scratched his head, smiling amiably as he replied, "It's my first time here, so I didn't know who the sword god was. I thought that young fellow named Tang Lu looked too inexperienced, so I placed my bet on Dao Ming." The plump man patted his companion's broad shoulder, grinning. "That's the spirit. Although the odds for the sword god are a bit low, he can still win. Trust me, from now on, always bet on the sword god." Such exchanges echoed throughout the Great Soul Arena, and it was evident that all present had little faith in Tang Lu. Some of Dao Ming's fervent fans even attempted to breach the safety barriers to reach the arena, eager to shower Dao Ming with adulation. With a low, resonant voice, Dao Ming declared, "Slash!" as a crimson blade shadow sliced through the air, descending rapidly toward Tang Lu. Yet the young man, moving with mysterious agility, swiftly created distance between them, and in a fleeting instant, they were 5 meters apart. "Strangle!" Tang Lu shouted, and black silver grass erupted from the ground, ensnaring Dao Ming's feet like constricting serpents, dragging him into a tumultuous whirl. This was far from over. Dao Ming cursed under his breath, exasperated by the relentless onslaught of the grass that had consumed so much of his time. "Break!" With a fierce roar, Dao Ming shattered the encircling black-silver grass, scattering its remnants into the air. Tang Li's face paled slightly, panting heavily. "You are formidable." Dao Ming replied nonchalantly, "I'm strong, I know." Tang Lu gasped for breath, regaining his composure as the dark vines once more spread across the stage, moving rhythmically like serpents poised to strike, anticipating the perfect moment. As a control-type soul master, Tang Lu understood the necessity of restraining an agile attacker. Having regained his composure, Tang Lu regarded Dao Ming with a calm expression, a triumphant smile breaking across his face. Fully aware that he had seized control of the situation, Dao Ming, his expression grave, observed the encroaching black vines, realizing that if he did not act soon, he would face dire consequences. As an agility-type soul master, speed and cunning were paramount. Now that the arena was ensnared by black silvergrass, his capabilities would be severely compromised. Even though the new round of confrontation had only just begun, the scales of victory had already begun to tip slightly in Tang Li's favor. It was at this moment that Dao Ming began to earnestly regard the battle, his subconscious warning him that the youth before him was not as easy to handle as he had initially thought. As the vines drew closer, Dao Ming could no longer remain passive. In a flurry of afterimages, he vanished from his position, reappearing 10 meters away, charging toward Tang Lu with renewed determination. Tang Lu would not easily allow him to approach. His right hand slightly lifted, controlling dozens of vines that gathered towards him, forming a vine 6 meters long and 2 meters wide, adorned with poisonous thorns, which he then hurled forward. The heavy vines scraped against the ground, producing a sound reminiscent of a speeding train rushing towards Dao Ming. Simultaneously, several black vines rose behind Dao Ming, enclosing him in a cage-like formation, obstructing his path. "This is troublesome," Dao Ming grimaced, his body suddenly accelerating, becoming increasingly ethereal until he completely vanished from the ground. Tang Lu was taken aback, but immediately utilized his Lingbo Weibo to create distance. Dao Ming's figure had already disappeared, and lacking the Ziji Mo Tong of Tang San to locate him, he could only resort to the most conservative methods to ensure his safety. Just as Tang Lu was retreating, a flash of scarlet light suddenly flickered to his right. and Dao Ming's figure reappeared. Grasping the Mingyue Dao, he showed no hesitation and swung down with a single stroke. Dao Ming's sudden appearance caught Tang Lu off guard. Yet with over a decade of experience, he quickly sidestepped, allowing the Mingyue Dao to narrowly miss him, thus evading disaster. Dao Ming was momentarily stunned, clearly not expecting his opportunity to slip away. Regaining his composure, Tang Lu swiftly lunged forward, gripping Dao Ming's Mingyue Dao tightly with both hands. Applying all his weight to press down, Dao Ming, bewildered, gazed at Tang Lu, never having anticipated that his blade would be seized one day. However, he quickly regained his wits and exerted all his strength to pull back. With a flick of his right hand, Tang Lu summoned the black vines from the earth. The robust roots tightly wrapped around the Mingyue Dao, yanking it downward. Enough! Dao Ming bellowed, a hint of anger breaking through his usually gentle demeanor. Yet, Tang Lu remained unperturbed. Dao Ming understood that the boy before him desired victory far more than he did. Given his original strength, it was arduous to sustain himself against Tang Lu. Only through such tactics could he hope to delay and exhaust his opponent. Dao Ming stepped forward, positioning himself to Tang Li's left. Suddenly, he released his grip on a Mingyue Dao and seized Tang Lu by the shoulder, twisting his right hand. With a sharp crack, Tang Li's shoulder was forcibly dislocated. Tang Li's scream pierced the air, his face reddening and veins bulging on his forehead, yet he still clung to the Mingyue Dao, refusing to let go. Dao Ming's eyes widened in disbelief as he regarded Tang Lu, then remarked coldly, "This is your own doing." Dao Ming's speed was astonishing. He grasped Tang Li's collar, his figure flickering as he intended to throw him away. However, he had not anticipated that Tang Lu was fully prepared. In that moment, as Dao Ming seized him, Tang Lu released his hold on the Mingyue Dao and yanked Dao Ming back to his original position. Tang Li's speed was so swift that Dao Ming barely had time to react before being pulled. At the same time, Tang Lu waved his right hand, and the black silver grass that had been gathering surged forth, enveloping Dao Ming entirely like an unending tide, binding him into a large bundle. Moreover, sharp thorns sprouted from the massive vines, easily piercing Dao Ming's body. By the time Dao Ming regained his senses, he was already covered in countless stabs. "What is this?" Dao Ming murmured, sensing something new within him, his consciousness growing hazy. His body felt as if it had lost control, turning limp. Had it not been for the black silver grass encasing him, he might have already collapsed. The second soul skill, Poison Erosion. This was the second soul skill that Tang Lu seldom employed. Poison Erosion, faced with the formidable Dao Ming. Tang Lu had no choice but to resort to his most insidious tactic, poisoning. Although the disparity in strength between him and Dao Ming was significant, the poisonous effects still managed to interfere with Dao Ming's movements to some extent. As Tang Lu had anticipated, Dao Ming now felt a tingling numbness coursing through him, traveling along his meridians to his heart. His movements became noticeably sluggish. Dao Ming's expression darkened. Even though few spectators witnessed his predicament, he clearly could not bear the humiliation. He had to admit that he had indeed underestimated this boy, failing to regard Tang Lu with the seriousness he warranted, which led to his current plight. An experienced 38th level Soul Master was engaged in a fierce struggle with a newly ascended 30-level Soul Master. It seemed that this young man possessed strength beyond Dao Ming's expectations. Dao Ming's gaze towards Tang Lu shifted, adopting a more earnest demeanor. "Little brother, to have forced me into such a predicament today is indeed a matter of pride for you, but it is still insufficient. You are too weak. Let me show you what true power is." At this moment, Dao Ming's expression was complex, devoid of anger or resentment, instead filled with admiration. He could not content himself without thoroughly engaging with Tang Lu. Tang Lu, vigilant, observed the transformation in Dao Ming. The latter was no longer the same. If Dao Ming had previously resembled a beast lurking in the shadows, he now embodied a true creature of the wild, having shed all lethargy and igniting a fierce battle spirit. Just then, Dao Ming's first soul skill, Mingyue Light, came to an end, the red mist gradually dissipating. Thousands of eyes simultaneously focused on the two at the center of the arena. Logically speaking, the Great Soul Arena was a closed structure devoid of wind. However, a fierce gale suddenly howled, forming a vortex centered around Dao Ming. Standing in the eye of the storm, Dao Ming slowly opened his eyes, revealing blood-red irises to the crowd. The sword god is magnificent. So cool. Sword god, sword god. The previously silent audience erupted, their cheers akin to a frenzy, as if they beheld a savior. The whirlwind subsided, and Dao Ming, who had been standing at the center, lowered his head, his cold voice resonating. The sword comes. The Mingyue Dao, lying nearby, seemed to awaken, vibrating as it responded to the call. Tang Li's eyes brightened. Having once excelled in swordsmanship, he immediately recognized the technique, exclaiming, "This is the unity of man and sword." With a clear sound, the Mingyue Dao soared into the air, landing steadily in Dao Ming's hand. The power that had been building was unleashed in an instant, propelling Dao Ming forward, leaving behind a trail of shadows as he closed the distance to Tang Lu. With a swift motion, the Mingyue Dao was drawn, unleashing a fierce sword aura aimed directly at Tang Li's chest. Tang Lu could not fathom the speed of Dao Ming's assault. Startled, he hurriedly retreated several steps while summoning the swirling black silver grass to rush towards Dao Ming, attempting to buy himself time. However, Dao Ming had anticipated Tang Li's intentions. With a light tap on the sword's hilt, 3 luminous rings rose beneath his feet, 2 yellow and 1 purple, representing his soul ring configuration. The 3 soul rings rotated in succession, and the pressure emitted by the 1,000-year soul ring crashed upon Tang Lu like a tsunami. Then, Dao Ming's second soul ring ignited, and the Mingyue Dao radiated a dark crimson light. The resulting sword aura expanded as if provoked, instantly shattering the surrounding black silver grass. Dao Ming's gaze sharpened, his right hand wielding the Mingyue sword with a swift motion, cleaving the once resilient Hei-in grass as if it were mere paper. The seemingly endless expanse of Hei-in grass dwindled under Dao Ming's relentless assault. With a final stroke, the last remnant of Hei-in grass collapsed, its immense root crashing heavily onto the ground. Deprived of the grass's protection, Tang Lu found himself in a state of vulnerability. Dao Ming swiftly identified the opening, his thoughts racing as he charged forward. He had to strike decisively before Tang Lu could summon the Hei-in grass again, aiming for a one-hit kill. Chapter 85, Defeat. Was he truly left with no choice? Tang Lu cursed under his breath, realizing Dao Ming was drawing ever closer, compelling him to devise a strategy. It seemed he would have to resort to this technique. Tang Lu murmured, his gaze toward Dao Ming now tinged with pity. In his past life, a method known as Hua Gong had circulated through the martial world. This technique was deemed malevolent, one that all reviled. Whenever Hua Gong surfaced, the rivers of the martial realm would run red with blood. However, few were aware that the Xian Yao Sect's Bei Ming divine skill could also absorb an opponent's power, claiming it as one's own. Yet, the complexity of this technique had led to its gradual decline, leaving it largely forgotten. Only the sect leader, Xian Yao Zunzi, possessed this skill. Even as the chief disciple, Tang Li's comprehension remained superficial, despite grasping a few rudiments, implying it would inflict equal harm upon himself. Yet, in the face of such peril, perhaps this technique was his only hope. In a flash, Tang Lu recalled the memories in his mind, swiftly unlocking all the acupoints in his body, allowing the Bei Ming true energy to flow freely. Guided by methods shown to him by Xian Yao Zunzi, he began to circulate the Bei Ming true energy. Previously, he might have approached this casually, but facing Dao Ming's palpable intent to kill demanded his utmost caution. The essence of the Bei Ming divine skill was to absorb an adversary's internal power for personal gain, transforming and storing it into Bei Ming true energy to unleash its full potential. However, Tang Lu did not wish to absorb Dao Ming's energy. Rather, his aim was to dissipate it. Was he truly contemplating meditation at such a moment? Dao Ming stared in astonishment at Tang Lu, baffled by his erratic motions. Despite his confusion, he was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. With arms raised, Dao Ming executed a graceful arc, the Mingyue sword trailing behind, manifesting as a cascade of starlight in the air. Tang Lu felt a buzzing wind near his ears, followed by a jolt as a sharp sword aura locked onto him. The sword strike was elusive, the Mingwei sword creating 8 flickering images in midair, rendering it somewhat inscrutable. This display revealed Dao Ming's true prowess. Should Tang Lu fail to defend against these 8 sword shadows, his demise would be inevitable, with only a rain of arrows awaiting him. In truth, Dao Ming had no intention of delivering a fatal blow. This strike was merely meant to teach a lesson and restore his pride. As Dao Ming's sword descended with a thunderous crash, the 8 sword shadows struck Tang Lu. Contrary to expectations, Tang Lu emerged unscathed, his aura now more formidable. Witnessing Tang Li's lack of injury, a furious Dao Ming raised the Mingwei sword once more. Yet, as Tang Li's right arm blocked the incoming attack, he discreetly launched a left hook. Dao Ming exclaimed in surprise at the speed, narrowly evading the strike. Tang Lu retracted his left fist. The earlier assault on his right arm seemingly inconsequential, as the Bei Ming true energy coalesced into his fist, launching it forward. Dao Ming, caught off guard, hastily raised the Mingwei sword to block, yet the force of the Bei Ming true energy was not easily endured. Dao Ming stumbled back, nearly spitting blood onto the sword's blade. In that instant, Tang Lu advanced, delivering a palm strike powered by the Bei Ming divine skill to Dao Ming's abdomen. Standing beside him, Dao Ming appeared ensnared by an unseen force, rendering him utterly immobile, as if submerged in warm water. How could this be? Dao Ming gasped, his arms falling weakly at his sides, the Mingwei sword clattering to the ground. Tang Lu stood breathless, having forcibly utilized the Bei Ming divine skill, which had burdened his body considerably. Dao Ming's inability to escape stemmed from the influence of the Bei Ming divine skill, which could neutralize an opponent's internal power. If an enemy attacked at close range, their internal energy would be forcibly dissipated, leaving them defenseless. Regrettably, aside from the Sect's founder, no one had mastered the Bei Ming divine skill. "You force my hand," Dao Ming howled, the purple light beneath his feet glowing fiercely. His bones cracked audibly as he grew to over 2 meters tall, his arms expanding and his hands morphing into claw-like appendages. The blood-red hue returned to his eyes, and the murderous aura surrounding him intensified. The pressure generated by his Millennium Spirit ring warped the surrounding space, causing even the spectators to struggle with their breaths. This was Dao Ming's 3rd spirit technique, Dao Mo. He had spent months in the Star Doe forest, slaying a 1,200-year-old Mo Yin wolf to acquire this power. This technique not only significantly enhanced his offensive and defensive capabilities, but also eradicated all negative effects, making it the perfect boon for him at this moment. Transformed by his 3rd spirit technique, Dao Ming had become a veritable beast, his surging soul power rendering Tang Lu breathless. Dao Ming's eyes, now shrouded in crimson, slowly picked up the fallen Mingwei sword, advancing with heavy steps. As Dao Ming approached, Tang Lu turned to flee but felt a sudden weight upon his back, his legs feeling as though they were leaden and immovable. This was the unique aura generated by Dao Ming's 3rd spirit technique, capable of rendering enemies within its radius powerless. All spectators watched in awe as the towering Dao Ming, gripping the Mingwei sword, slowly approached Tang Lu. A wave of crimson energy surged within him, enveloping both combatants. Amidst the gasps of the crowd, Dao Ming raised the Mingwei sword and plunged it into Tang Li's chest. Vivid red blood gushed forth, staining his previously white attire and leaving a ghastly scar. Tang Li's body jolted violently. He attempted to struggle, but lacked the strength, collapsing heavily to the ground. Blood pooling around him. Gazing at the composed Dao Ming, Tang Lu struggled to articulate his thoughts, but was met with darkness, slipping into unconsciousness. In that fleeting moment, before his eyes closed, the host on the stage announced loudly, "Let us congratulate contestant Dao Ming for successfully defeating Tang Lu, achieving 6 consecutive victories." The arena erupted in thunderous applause, the sound rolling like waves crashing upon the shore. In stark contrast to the jubilant spectators, Tang San and the others in the resting area wore solemn expressions. Although Tang Li's defeat was expected, the reality was difficult to accept. Chapter 86. pure and unblemished. Pain, an unbearable ache. Tang Lu awoke from his stupor, greeted by the sight of a white ceiling and the pungent scent of medicine. Just as he pondered his situation, Tang San, who had been waiting eagerly, approached with a smile. "Brother, you've finally awoken." Tang Lu attempted to rise, yet even the slightest movement sent waves of pain coursing through his nerves, causing him to grimace. Tang San hurriedly supported Tang Li's body and said helplessly, "Brother, you are injured, just stay put." Fortunately, Dao Ming showed mercy. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to get up for a month. Tang Li's parched lips parted slightly as he asked, "Is everyone all right? What about Dao Ming? How did it end for him?" "Everyone is quite worried about you. They're all waiting outside," Tang San replied, his gaze suddenly dimming as he sighed. "After defeating you yesterday, Dao Ming continued to compete in one-on-one matches, ultimately achieving 10 consecutive victories. Alas," Tang Lu chuckled dismissively, "he truly is impressive." Tang San shot him a glare and retorted, "You know very well how vast the gap between you two is. Why pretend to be strong?" Tang Lu shook his head and replied earnestly, "Life is about challenges. Daytime is for extreme challenges, and nighttime is for limits." Hearing this, Tang San's face flushed with anger as he exclaimed, Yes, every time you have an excuse. I'm utterly fed up." Tang Lu shook his head at Tang San and said seriously, "All right, help me outside. Everyone must be anxious." As he spoke, Tang Lu struggled to sit up, but each movement caused him excruciating pain, nearly causing him to collapse onto the floor. Seeing Tang Li's complexion grow even paler, Tang San reluctantly said, "Let me help you outside." He wrapped an arm around Tang Li's shoulder and assisted him out. At that moment, Tang Lu felt overwhelming pain coursing through his body, involuntarily gasping for breath. Every inch of his meridians burned with agony, and although his previously crushed shoulder had healed, the lingering pain remained. Fortunately, the endless flow of Xianming Zhenqi was repairing his body, nourishing his internal organs. Although his injuries were still severe, he should recover significantly by tomorrow. A period of rest would suffice for him to be well again. The door creaked open slowly, and the anxious figures of Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu outside immediately cast concerned glances. Dai Mubai, who had been restless, approached quickly, only to find Tang San supporting Tang Lu. "How are you? Is everything all right?" Tang Lu shook his head and replied to Dai Mubai, "Thank you for your concern. It's nothing serious now." Upon hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. "Where did the dean go?" "Dans le soudanais incroyable." Dai Mubai shrugged. "Who knows where he went? He told us to return to the academy directly after the match." Xiao Wu nodded, adding, "He came to see you when you were injured, but I haven't seen him since." "Ah, I see," Tang Lu realized, just as he had suspected. The fracture in his left shoulder had been treated by Flander. It was evidently a simple task for a soul sage to heal his wounds. As the six of them exited the great fighting arena, the cheers from within still echoed, and pedestrians on the street wore joyful expressions, each carrying bags filled with coins, content as they headed home, boasting about how Dao Ming had dominated the night. However, some unfortunate souls had lost everything and stood dejectedly on the street, watching the bustling crowd with sorrowful eyes. "Cough, cough, everyone should head back. I have matters to attend to." Ma Hongjun suddenly halted, turning back with excitement, a glint of mischief in his eyes. Dai Mubai feigned an upright demeanor and said seriously, "Let's head back. Fatty has something to finish and will return to the academy later." Xiao Wu seemed to recall something and replied crossly, "What are you planning to do? Are you going to cause trouble for young girls again?" Dai Mubai frowned and retorted, "What do you understand? He's attending a social event to deepen his relationships." Ma Hongjun discreetly gave Dai Mubai a thumbs up, whispering, "Boss Dai, that sounds profound. Are you going?" "Scram, scram, scram." Dai Mubai snapped, waving his hand dismissively as if shooing away a fly. Ma Hongjun's face wore a teasing expression, his plump cheeks quivering with excitement. "Boss Dai, hurry up. What are you waiting for? Don't tell me you want to play for real." "Of course. Do you think my taste is as low as yours? Hurry up and go. Don't linger here like an old ant." As he spoke, Dai Mubai subtly glanced at Zhu Zhuqing. Ma Hongjun, still lost in his fantasies, failed to catch Dai Mubai's glance and urged, come on, come on. There are 2 new ones today, and I've heard they are quite. Before he could finish, Ma Hongjun was kicked out. Dai Mubai retracted his foot and said darkly, I told you to scram. Faced with Dai Mubai's sudden outburst, Ma Hongjun did not dare to confront him head-on. The two exchanged defiant glances before Ma Hongjun fled, not wanting to face this formidable opponent. After all, have you ever seen a turkey defeat a tiger? Once Ma Hongjun disappeared into the crowd, Dai Mubai returned with satisfaction, laughing heartily, all good. Let us go. Xiao Wu immediately distanced herself from Dai Mubai, hiding behind Tang San. Dai Mubai's expression stiffened, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Tang San helplessly said, after all this talk, what exactly is Fatty going to do? Tang Lu replied nonchalantly, he's going to a brothel. Tang San's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Tang Lu. Is that even possible? Dai Mubai shrugged. It is what it is. Zhu Zhuqing coldly remarked, your thoughts are truly sordid. This is utterly disgraceful. Xiao Wu giggled, peeking from behind Tang San. Sister Zhuqing, you shouldn't say that. Look at my brother San. He is very clean, unlike that lecherous old tiger and Ma Hongjun. As she continued, Xiao Wu glanced at Tang Lu beside Tang San, proudly stating, besides brother San, there is also my Lugu. Aren't they both spotless? Brother San is pure as ice, and Lugu is untainted. Chapter 87. The angry Dai Mubai found the situation laughable and exasperating. Yes, your brother San is pure as ice, and Tang Lu is untainted. We are all filthy, right? My taste is far superior to Fatty's. You all have no discernment. Xiao Wu nodded fervently. You're absolutely right. My Lugu and brother San are just like that. This scene infuriated Dai Mubai. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed Zhu Zhuqing glaring at him coldly. Are you implying your taste is better than his? No, Zhuqing, let me explain. Dai Mubai began, but at that moment, he realized he had stepped into a trap. The distinction between ordinary and expensive was merely a matter of price. The essence remained the same. Zhu Zhuqing sneered. Her eyes filled with disdain. Dai Mubai, do you know? Your actions disgust me. You are nothing but a heap of mud that can never rise. The moment those words left her lips, the atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. Even Xiao Wu, who had been lively, stood with her mouth agape in shock. Meanwhile, Tang Lu, standing to the side, could distinctly sense the complexity of Zhu Zhuqing's emotions, disgust, irritation, and resentment. Dai Mubai felt as though flames had been poured over him, transforming him into an enraged tiger, his blood boiling with uncontainable fury. Zhu Zhuqing, say that again. Zhu Zhuqing's disdain only grew, and without even sparing him a glance, she turned and walked away. Stop right there. The furious roar of Dai Mubai echoed from behind him. All along, Dai Mubai had been exceptionally accommodating to her. Yet Zhu Zhuqing had the audacity to refuse his goodwill. This ignited Dai Mubai's wrath, making him feel as if he might explode. He extended his broad palm towards Zhu Zhuqing, intense white light emanating from his hand, with a terrifying and devouring force coalescing upon it. Mubai, do not act impulsively, Tang Lu exclaimed, rushing to stand before Dai Mubai. He had not anticipated that this elder brother of Shrek Academy would erupt with such speed. Dai Mubai's chest heaved heavily as he exhaled deeply, being both the most affable and the most volatile individual at Shrek. Yet, gazing at Zhu Zhuqing's graceful silhouette before him, he ultimately could not bring himself to strike. Mubai, please calm down. Tang Li's voice resonated in Dai Mubai's ear. Dai Mubai cast him a fleeting glance, his tone unusually indifferent as he replied, I know. After saying this, he turned and walked down a small path, leaving Tang Lu behind to bitterly smile at the situation. Brother, what is going on with them? Xiao Wu inquired, leaning against Tang San's shoulder. Tang San shook his head, saying, I do not know, but it appears their relationship is rather strained. Let us not meddle in their personal affairs. As night gradually deepened, a gentle and cold breeze brushed against the faces of the three. The night was particularly dark, but fortunately, the bright moon hung high in the sky, casting its final rays of light. Upon their return to Shrek Academy, they found Oscar and Ning Rongrong quietly conversing at the entrance. Oscar's expression was grim as he stood next to Ning Rongrong, glancing at her now-recovered form, his eyes flickering with a glint of determination, yet feeling trapped. Zhu Qing, who had returned first, paid no heed to the two and headed straight to her dormitory. Meanwhile, Dai Mu Bai, who had taken a small path back, bore a slight frown, his clothes now soiled with mud and dust. Upon seeing the two, he approached them and coldly inquired, "What are you two doing here?" Ning Rongrong playfully jumped on the ground and pointed at Dai Mu Bai, saying, "What I am doing here is none of your business." Dai Mu Bai is enger flared. And he retorted, "Ning Rongrong, I believe Shrek Academy is not suitable for you. You should pack your things and return home." Ha ha ha. Ning Rongrong laughed, clutching her stomach. "Whether I stay at Shrek Academy is up to you. ISNT it. What right do you have to decide? I've made up my mind to remain at Shrek. What will you do? Chase me away? Do you believe I would not dare to silence you?" Dai Mu Bai gritted his teeth, his fists clenched tightly, producing cracking sounds. His chest rose and fell violently, resembling a balloon on the verge of bursting. His once normal eyes now glowed a blood-red hue, appearing quite terrifying. Yet, Ning Rongrong showed no fear, taunting, "What? Are you a sickly cat planning to strike me?" Dai Mu Bai inhaled deeply, attempting to calm his emotions. "If you utter another word, I will tear your mouth apart, then deal with you in a manner that would leave your corpse hanging at the entrance of Shrek Academy." Ning Rongrong was momentarily taken aback, then straightened her posture defiantly. Mocking, "Come on, let me see how you intend to deal with me." At last, unable to contain himself, Dai Mu Bai kicked out, unleashing a surge of soul power that sent Ning Rongrong crashing to the ground. "Did you truly think I wouldn't dare?" Dai Mu Bai bellowed. Standing nearby, Oscar finally snapped back to reality and rushed to assist Ning Rongrong, only to be pushed away by her. Struggling to rise, tears brimmed in her eyes as she felt utterly wronged. "Mu Bai!" Tang Lu cried out, swiftly stepping to Dai Mu Bai's left and grasping his hand. Simultaneously, Tang Sin darted to his right, restraining his other hand. Together, they pulled Dai Mu Bai back from the brink of explosion. "We are all classmates. Some matters should not be taken too far," Tang Sin spoke up. Dai Mu Bai's body shuddered as his 37th level soul power erupted, causing Tang Lu and Tang San to stagger backward. "Classmates? Do not act impulsively?" Dai Mu Bai scoffed, pointing at Ning Rongrong. "Then perhaps you should observe how she embodies the spirit of a classmate." Dai Mu Bai felt his heart racing, blood surging through his veins. Were it not for the presence of so many onlookers, he might have truly struck Ning Rongrong. He then took a breath, reigning in his formidable soul power. "Fine, Dai Mu Bai, we'll let her off today for your sake. But if there is a next time, prepare to collect her remains." He shot Ning Rongrong a disdainful glance, unwilling to say more, and strode into the academy, leaving the others staring at one another in disbelief. Chapter 88. A sudden ascension to title Doloa. Dai Mu Bai, you are finished. Ning Rongrong glared at her scraped knee, her voice tinged with tears and fury. Oscar comforted her from the side. All right, do not be upset." Ning Rongrong ignored Oscar entirely, her watery eyes fixed on Tang Lu and Tang San as she clenched her delicate fists and gritted her teeth, saying, "Tang Lu, Tang San, help me kill him. In return, our 7 treasure glazed tile school will grant you boundless wealth. Anything you desire, women, gold, all will be yours. What do you say?" Had an ordinary soul master or a powerful soul sage stood before Ning Rongrong at that moment, they would likely have killed Dai Mu Bai without hesitation in exchange for the assistance of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. However, Tang Lu helplessly covered his forehead, saying, "Sister, your princess syndrome has not yet subsided? This is Shrek Academy, not the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Your spoiled demeanor has yet to change. You should return to the 7 treasure glazed tile school, for Shrek Academy is unsuitable for you." "You jerk." Ning Rongrong bit her lip, seemingly unwilling to give up, and turned to Tang San. "Tang San, help me kill him. We will buy all of your previous weapons. The 7 treasure glazed tile school will acquire them all." Tang San furrowed his brow, replying seriously, "Ning Rongrong, perhaps your noble upbringing has left you unaware. But you must understand, power and wealth are not omnipotent. This is Shrek Academy, not your 7 treasure glazed tile school. Dai Mu Bai is your senior. if you continue with your superior attitude here. I advise you to leave sooner rather than later. You. Ning Rongrong's eyes widened, shock written all over her face as she stared at the two, unable to believe that her generous offer had failed to sway them. In a final desperate attempt, Ning Rongrong implored, I can give you 10,000 gold coins, no? 20,000, 50,000. Tang Lu sighed, shaking his head, and turned to return to the dormitory without further ado. Tang San and Xiao Wu exchanged a sympathetic glance with Ning Rongrong before following suit. How could this happen? Ning Rongrong collapsed to the ground, her body freezing in place as if time had stopped. As a proud daughter of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, she had never faced such a significant setback. She had always been able to obtain whatever she desired without effort. Furthermore, those in her sect had always obeyed her wishes. Yet here, she encountered Dai Mubai, who had struck her for the first time, and faced disdain from Tang Lu, Tang San, and Xiao Wu, leading her to feel as though her entire worldview had shattered. Oscar, help me. Ning Rongrong turned her head to glance at Oscar, who had been silently standing behind her. Oscar sighed and apologized before taking heavy steps toward the academy. Don't you like me? Go kill Dai Mubai, and I will grant you a chance, Ning Rongrong shouted loudly. Oscar paused, a sorrowful smile gracing his lips as he replied, Yes, I do like you, but I admire the innocent Ning Rongrong, not the proud daughter of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Watching Oscar's retreating figure, a tumult of confusion, grievance, and pain surged within this clever little genius, whose self-perceived pride was shattered by the harshness of reality in that moment. Yet, many years later, on a beautiful and pure land, she would embrace her child and recount that it was the most pivotal turning point of her life. Tang Lu and Tang San, dragging their weary bodies, arrived at the dormitory and collapsed onto their beds. The events of the day had been overwhelmingly numerous, leaving them somewhat disoriented. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai had returned to his room early, but he kept the door tightly shut, with intermittent sounds of his furious roars emanating from within. Listening to this, Tang San, filled with trepidation, stood up, breaking the long silence. Brother, do you think Ning Rongrong will be all right? Tang Lu rolled over comfortably in bed, rubbed his eyes, and replied, I'm not sure, but if she doesn't change her haughty attitude, she might end up going home sooner or later. After a moment of silence, Tang San nodded and offered a self-deprecating smile. Indeed, how could she, born into nobility, compare to us? As he spoke, he shook his head with a bitter smile. At least Ning Rongrong had her parents, but what about him? For 5 long years, Tang Hao and Ein had seemingly evaporated from existence, leaving no trace behind. Tang Lu sighed, Xiao San, don't be too upset. I'm not upset, I'm worried. It has been 5 years, 5 whole years with no news. Do you know what that feels like? Tang San shouted, seemingly venting the emotions he had bottled up over the past 5 years. Observing Tang San's agitated expression, Tang Lu opened his mouth as if to say something, yet ultimately refrained. In their previous lives, they had relied on each other, both severely lacking in parental love. However, he had experienced 2 lifetimes. Well, what about Tang San? A man rarely sheds tears. In his past life, he could only mask his fragile heart with an aloof exterior. In this lifetime, there were Tang Hao and Ein. Yet before Tang San could bask in the warmth of parental love, they had vanished without a word, becoming his greatest source of suffering over the years. Setting aside thoughts of Tang San, Tang Lu began to reflect on the battle of the day. The confrontation with Dao Ming could be described as a disadvantageous match. Dao Ming, possessing a 3rd ring, easily held the upper hand against his own 2nd ring. However, disregarding soul power and soul rings, he had managed to hold his ground against Dao Ming using his Biming divine skill and various combat techniques, even coming close to defeating him at times. Although Biming divine skill was not a large-scale attack in one-on-one combat, Tang Lu could confidently declare his martial arts to be invincible, even superior to Tang San's. The skill of absorbing and transforming internal energy was nothing short of miraculous. In his battle with Dao Ming, he had already validated that his Biming divine skill could negate all of Dao Ming's attacks in a short period. Conversely, could it also absorb the opponent's internal energy, converting it into his own soul power? If that were indeed possible, it would be an extraordinary ability. After a brief analysis, Tang Lu arrived at a conclusion. If he could absorb soul power, could it be said that by finding a few titled Doluos and draining their soul power, he could instantly ascend to the titled Doluo level? That would be extraordinarily powerful. Furthermore, when facing stronger opponents in the future, if he seized the opportunity to absorb their soul power, could he not simultaneously fight and level up? As dawn broke, the first rays of sunlight graced the earth, illuminating the eastern sky with a pale hue. A gentle breeze carried fresh air, continuously caressing the surroundings. Tang Lu, who had been meditating on his bed, awoke from his cultivation state, exhaling a heavy breath. After a night of practice, the beaming true energy in his dantian had recovered significantly, and his injuries from the previous day had also improved. Beside him, Tang San, who had been cultivating the Ziji demon eye, also awakened. Their daily rigorous training had established a fixed biological clock. They quickly dressed and headed to the cafeteria for breakfast. Due to their early rising, the dining area was nearly empty. After finishing their meal, they hurried to the small square. The square was desolate, save for a slender figure standing there, Ning Rongrong. At that moment, she bore dark circles under her eyes, looking exhausted. Tang San and Tang Lu exchanged doubtful glances, their eyes reflecting curiosity. Yet they lined up in an orderly fashion. After approximately 15 minutes, others gradually began to arrive. Xiao Wu bounced over, linking arms with Zhu Zhuqing, seemingly filled with boundless anticipation for the new day. Zhu Zhuqing remained as cold as ever, unaffected by the previous day's events, contrasting starkly with the sullen expression of Dai Mubai behind her. At the rear was Ma Hongjun, who appeared utterly drained, floating as if his spirit had been siphoned away. Fatty, today, brother will take you on a grand adventure. Remember those twin sisters from last time? Tonight, we're going for them. Dai Mubai suddenly turned back, throwing an arm around Ma Hongjuan's shoulder and deliberately raising his voice, seemingly to catch Zhu Zhuqing's attention. However, Zhu Zhuqing's gaze did not waver, maintaining her indifference as she walked past them. Twin sisters? Ma Hongjuan's weary face suddenly lit up with interest, his eyes gleaming mischievously. Indeed, Boss Dai is generous, always treating his little brothers to the finest soup. Of course, Dai Mubai chuckled with pride. As they spoke, everyone began to form a line. Upon seeing Ning Rongrong, the crowd was surprised, yet ultimately chose to remain silent. After a while, Flinders slowly approached from a distance, his gaze satisfactorily sweeping over the group, landing on Ning Rongrong. Yet he said nothing. Instead, he inquired, Tang Lu, are your injuries serious? Tang Lu shook his head and smiled. Thank you for your concern, Dean. I'm fine now. Flinder nodded with a smile. I'll watch your match. Your duel with Dao Ming was exceptional, though you suffered due to the number of soul rings. Today, we'll take you to the Stardow Forest to obtain your third soul ring. The group marveled at Tang Lu, their eyes filled with admiration. A 12-year-old soul master at level 30 was indeed a rarity on the continent. Moments later, Flinder furrowed his brow and said solemnly, Where's Oscar? Is he still sleeping in? Tang San shook his head. I believe he is cultivating. I didn't hear him snoring last night. His words elicited laughter from the crowd, even causing Flinder to chuckle. I'm here. A sudden voice called out urgently from the dormitory area. As the crowd turned their gaze, they saw Ayasaka hurriedly approaching, his mouth still chewing on several sausages. Ayasaka, what's the matter? Do you wish to have another close encounter with the earth? Flander coldly remarked. No, Ayasaka gasped. I just broke through to level 30. Broke through to level 30? The crowd exclaimed in unison, astonished that another level 30 soul master had emerged from Shrek Academy. Unlike other soul masters, Ayasaka belonged to the support type, which generally has lower cultivation talent, making his early breakthrough to level 30 a coveted achievement among various sections. Indeed, our little monster from Shrek Academy is remarkable, Flander said, stroking his beard with a cheerful smile. Ning Rongrong, standing in the ranks, suddenly shuddered, her wide eyes filled with disbelief as she stared at Ayasaka. He is level 30? Dai Mubai stepped forward and patted Ayasaka's shoulder, saying, Well done, little Ao, I knew you had potential. Ayasaka, feeling shy, scratched his head and smiled. It's mainly thanks to you, boss. Talent is secondary. All right, Flander clapped his hands, interrupting the conversation. Since little AO has reached level 30, it is perfectly appropriate for us to venture into the Qingdao Great Forest. At this point, Flander feigned mystery. However, before that, we have a lesson to attend right here. Tang Sen inquired, what lesson? Eating Ayasaka's sausages, Flander answered decisively. The expressions of the crowd began to shift awkwardly, and even Ayasaka froze, rooted in place. This isn't what you call a lesson, Xiao Wu protested indignantly. Flander cleared his throat and said seriously, since you have come to Shrek Academy, you must unite as one with all the students here. Based on my observations, most of you appear to have no major prejudices against Ayasaka. However, I must ask, on the battlefield, do you prioritize face or life? Do you prefer death or his delicious sausages? In the course of your studies, your camaraderie will certainly increase. But before that, I hope everyone can bravely try Ayasaka's sausages to further strengthen your team spirit. As his words concluded, Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing turned pale, evidently repulsed by the sausages in Ayasaka's hands. Observing their aversion, Ayasaka felt a chill in his heart and bitterly smiled. Dean, perhaps it's better to skip this. No, Flander firmly shook his head. This is a trial you must endure. Ayasaka, start preparing. Ayasaka grimaced as he began to conjure several sausages, casting a furtive glance at his hesitant companions, silently lamenting, I'm sorry, friends, please come eat mine. Flander's gaze swept over the group as he calmly asked, who among you will go first? The crowd exchanged glances. Clearly none wished to step forward. I'll do it. Tang Lu volunteered from the ranks. Chapter 90. The Qingdao Great Forest 2. Though Ayasaka's incantations for making sausages were somewhat peculiar, the taste was undeniably good. Over time, they had grown accustomed to it. As Tang Lu approached, Ayasaka felt a surge of excitement. It seemed Flander's strategy had gained him acceptance, allowing his unusual incantations to be accepted. Tang Lu stepped in front of Ayasaka, reaching out to take a sausage from his palm and unhesitatingly popped it into his mouth. Not bad, Tang Lu thought, finding Ayasaka's sausage to be delicious and crispy. A little seasoning would make it even better. Since Lu has tried it, I will too, Tang San said cheerfully, quickly stepping up to take the last sausage from Ayasaka's hand. Mimicking Tang Lu, he bit into it fiercely, his expression more ferocious than Tang Li's. A muffled sound escaped his lips. Surprisingly fragrant. Is it really that good? A wave of curiosity swept through the crowd, triggered by Tang Lu and Tang San's reactions. Is it really that delicious? Is it truly that fragrant? Is it really that crispy? A series of questions spurred the crowd, and, finally, some could no longer contain their impatience. I'll give it a try. With a crisp voice, Ning Rongrong, who had been silent until now, stepped forward. Her face was calm, but her darting eyes betrayed her true feelings. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, she nervously clenched her small fists and, gritting her teeth, walked up quickly. Ayasaka's eyes sparkled with excitement. Are you going to eat? Ning Rongrong shyly nodded, her voice barely above a whisper. Upon receiving the eagerly awaited answer, Ayasaka felt as though he might leap for joy, almost wishing to rush forward and plant a kiss on Flander's cheek for providing him this opportunity. Ning Rongrong wants my sausage. Ning Rongrong wants my sausage. The thought exhilarated Ayasaka, and he rubbed his hands together in anticipation, reciting his peculiar incantations swiftly. I have a large sausage. I have a small sausage. After a few seconds, a large golden sausage appeared in his left hand, while a smaller red sausage materialized in his right. With a raised brow and an excited glint in his eyes, Ayasaka cheerfully asked, would you like the big one or the small one? What a scoundrel! Ning Rongrong inwardly cursed, her fondness for Ayasaka diminishing further. After a moment of hesitation, she opted for the smaller sausage, devouring it eagerly. Wow, just as they said, it tastes quite good. Feeling a gentle warmth spreading within her, Ning Rongrong nodded in satisfaction. Especially after consuming the small sausage, she felt invigorated, almost ready to challenge Dai Mubai and smash the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda over his head, demanding to know who truly was the strongest in Shrek. Tang San waved to Xiao Wu in the crowd. Xiao Wu, come up. Xiao Wu drooped her rabbit ears, shaking her head. No, they're all bad people. Tang San reassured her. It's all right, come on up. Xiao Wu blinked her big eyes. Seemingly pleading with Tang San not to make her eat that strange thing. Tang San smiled gently. It's fine. Just think of it as me buying you a sausage on the street. All right. Xiao Wu sighed in resignation and reluctantly stepped forward to eat the sausage from Ayasaka's hand. Zhu Zhuqing, who typically refrained from speaking, was the last to step up. Usually cold-faced, she momentarily displayed a flicker of disgust upon seeing the sausages in Ayasaka's hands. Yet she still closed her eyes and ate one. Flander nodded in satisfaction, applauding. Excellent, excellent. You all have perfectly completed the first lesson. The next lesson will be led by teacher Zhao Wuji, who will take you to the Xingdou Great Forest to hunt for spirit rings. Prepare yourselves and gather here early tomorrow morning. After a few directives from Flander, the group returned to their dormitory, where Ayasaka found himself in the dormitory of Tang Lu and Tang San. Having just reached the 30th level, he was brimming with excitement, practically using all his limbs to express himself. Hey, which type of soul beast should I choose for my third soul ring? What kind of soul beast would be best for it? The armored rhinoceros to enhance our defense? Or perhaps the earth-quaking turtle, allowing us to traverse underground? Faced with Oscar's whimsical musings, Tang Lu and Tang San did not even bat an eyelid. Tang Lu turned to inquire, what are we having for lunch today? Tang San shrugged and replied, whatever we desire, the Dean 1 TB cooking. We'll just take what comes our way. That makes sense, Tang Lu nodded, letting out a sigh. Indeed, Monster Academy is truly unique. Even the food is unlike that of other academies. Tang San shot Tang Lu an exasperated glance and remarked, I recall you didn't say that before you enrolled. With a wry smile, Tang Lu admitted, I regret it. This place is so impoverished that even Nuoding Academy surpasses it. Just the other day, Dai Mubai told me that based on our talents, we could attend an academy specifically established by the Spirit Hall, which provides food and lodging, and upon graduation, we could directly become high-ranking officials there. Tang San gazed out the window, sighing. Good academies are all someone else's. Suddenly, Tang Lu seemed to remember something and asked, speaking of which, this academy was recommended to us by your esteemed master. Where is he now? He hasn't absconded with our 10 gold coins, has he? You think too much. Tang San retorted. The teacher said he had some matters to attend to, hence the delay. Tang Lu replied nonchalantly, that's just as well. I can't trust that old fellow. His mind is filled with knowledge, yet he has no idea where he has spent most of his life, and at his age, still without a companion. What a pity. At this, Tang Lu glanced at Tang San, his tone taking on a teasing inflection. Unlike our dear Tang San, who, at such a young age, is no longer alone. Hand-holding at 6, sharing a bed at 7, bringing someone home at 8, and kissing at 9. TSK. Truly a source of pride for your teacher. All right, stop talking. Tang San's face had turned a deep shade of red, his cheeks nearly burning with embarrassment. Oscar, who had been engrossed in his own speech, suddenly snapped back to reality, hands on his hips, and exclaimed, Hey, are you even listening to me? Of course we are. We're listening very attentively. Tang Lu laughed. Tang San nodded earnestly beside him. Really? Oscar eyed the two skeptically. Tonglu, curieux, interjected. Anyway, the dean said we'll be heading to Xingdou Great Forest tomorrow. Could you enlighten us on what it's like there? Oscar nodded seriously and explained. As the name suggests, Xingdou Great Forest is an expansive forest, endlessly vast. No one has an accurate measure of its size. Furthermore, it's practically a forbidden area for all soul masters, having buried countless bodies and souls. Tang San, puzzled, asked, Is it really that terrifying? Why doesn't the Empire send troops to protect the safety of soul masters? Oscar sighed, expressing his helplessness. You're overthinking it. Just the cost of deploying troops is something the Tiando Empire cannot bear. The loss of weaponry, casualties, and an empty treasury could incite national unrest, a situation His Majesty the Emperor wishes to avoid. Moreover, the sheer size of Xingdou Great Forest and its diverse terrain, including forests and swamps, makes military action extremely disadvantageous. Even more frightening are the soul beasts within. It is said that the deepest parts harbor soul beasts that are over 100,000 years old. A single 100,000-year soul beast could likely overpower even a title Doloa. I see. Tang San nodded, realizing that the Xingdou Great Forest is indeed a place of hidden dangers and mysteries. Oscar chuckled. The more mysterious it is, the more opportunities there are. Who knows? Maybe Tang Lu and I will stumble upon the corpses of 2,000-year-old beasts. I wish you good fortune. The next day, everyone lined up neatly in the square, but the originally solemn atmosphere was shattered by Zhao Wujing's arrival. With a bruised face and a cumbersome arm, he limped over. Dai Mubai stepped forward to support Zhao Wujing, astonished. Teacher Zhao, what happened to you? Zhao Wujing shrugged off Dai Mubai's arm, grumbling, I'm not dead yet. Dai Mubai's lips twitched as he remarked, but your appearance. Zhao Wujing waved his hand dismissively, snorting. What are you staring at? I've told you I'm fine. If you lot keep staring, you'll all run 20 laps. At this, everyone quickly suppressed their smiles and looked seriously at Zhao Wujing, struggling to hold back their laughter, except for Xiao Wu, who pouted, what a big dumb bear. Zhao Wujing shot a glare at Xiao Wu, coldly asking, what did you say? Tang Sen immediately stepped in front of Xiao Wu. After a moment of hesitation, Zhao Wujing snorted. I'm done joking with you little rascals. We're preparing to set off. Mubai, lead the way. Understood. Dai Mubai nodded, moving to the front of the line. Stay close and don't fall behind. With that, he charged ahead. The others, not wanting to lag, quickly followed Dai Mubai's lead, engaging in a spirited chase as Tang Lu, Tang San, and the others seemed to be competing with one another. Meanwhile, Zhao Wujing trailed slowly at the back of the group, observing the excited children without uttering a word. Given Shrek Academy's financial situation, they had no means of transportation and could only travel on foot. The long journey was undoubtedly taxing on their soul power. At first, everyone was fine, but as time passed, their energy began to dwindle. Even Dai Mubai, with the highest soul power, began to pant and had to slow his pace. Everyone's stamina was continuously depleting, but fortunately, with Oscar providing his homemade sausages along the way, they managed to catch their breath. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong, another support-type soul master, remained silent with her head down, her 7-treasure glazed tile not once utilized, as if she didn't belong to Shrek. Tang Lu ran beside Ning Rongrong and whispered, Ning Rongrong, why not use your second soul skill on Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu? Everyone is about to collapse. Ning Rongrong was taken aback, not expecting Tang Lu to approach her. After glancing at the pale-faced Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu, she hesitated for a moment before finally activating her long-dormant 7-treasure glazed tile. 7 treasures are renowned, the second, speed. With a clear chime, 2 yellow rings of light rose from her feet, and her right hand lifted an exquisite ice tower, from which 3 beams of light radiated, enhancing herself, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu. Feeling a sudden warmth within, Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu looked up in surprise, casting grateful glances at Tang Lu. After a moment of hesitation, Ning Rongrong asked, what about you? Tang Lu paused, smiling and shaking his head, patting the sleeping Oscar on his back. Real men don't need that. Ning Rongrong discreetly stuck out her tongue and earnestly sped up. With the assistance of Oscar and Ning Rongrong, everyone felt rejuvenated, and no one fell behind as they reached the small town outside Qingdao Great Forest before nightfall. It seems that we shall not reach Qingdao to Fenlin tonight, Ma Hongjun remarked languidly, rubbing his sore arms. Oscar, having dismounted from Tang Li's back, rubbed his bleary eyes and said, I'm so tired. Why can't I sleep a bit longer? Dai Mubai, somewhat indignant, retorted, you better not fall asleep. Just look at what you've done along the way. Thankfully, Tang Lu carried you. If it were me, I would have simply left you in the forest to feed the snakes. Oscar pouted in dissatisfaction. Such ingratitude. You consumed my provisions, and now you blame me. Dai Mubai rolled up his sleeves, mimicking a fighter. What do you mean? Are you looking for a fight? In contrast to them, Tang Lu and Tang San were faring much better, both intently observing the quaint little town. The town, though far from the splendor of the city, boasted a few shops and the occasional vendor's call, lending it a unique charm amidst the night's dark woods. Tang Lu gazed at the strolling townsfolk and mused. Living here feels rather pleasant. Indeed, this lifestyle is quite delightful. Tang San nodded in agreement, thoroughly endorsing Tang Li's sentiment. Zhao Wujia, bringing up the rear, clapped his hands to capture everyone's attention, pointing toward a nearby inn. Little ones, Let us take lodging here for the night. We shall continue our journey at dawn. Chapter 92. Shingo to Finland, for the group collectively looked up to behold a rather ordinary tavern, constructed entirely of timber. The first floor housed a simple dining area, while the second provided accommodations for travelers. Given the economic standing of Shrek Academy, naturally, the lodging costs were to be borne individually. The boys booked 5 rooms, while the girls secured 3, with Zhao Wujia managing his own arrangements. After settling their accommodations, the 8 of them descended to the dining area on the first floor, their appetites insatiable after a long day's journey. Ma Hongjun impatiently exclaimed, "Quick, bring the menu." An attendant promptly approached with a wooden menu in hand, saying, "Here you go. Please take your time." Ma Hongjun eagerly snatched the menu and scrutinized it closely. After a moment, he looked up a bit sheepishly and pointed at the prices while addressing Dai Mubai. "Boss Dai, this food." Dai Mubai retorted irritably, "You glutton, you're always the first to order. Yet when it's time to pay, you're silent." Ma Hongjun sheepishly scratched his head and chuckled. "What can I say? I'm friends with the wealthy." Dai Mubai shot him a glare, then surveyed the group. "Let me treat this meal. Consider it a welcome banquet for everyone's entry into Shrek Academy." Ma Hongjun immediately gave a thumbs up. "All right, Boss Dai is generous." Oscar chimed in, "Indeed, what a wealthy man." Tang then turned to Dai Mubai and inquired, "Should we invite teacher Zhao to join us?" Dai Mubai waved his hand dismissively. "Teacher Zhao has his own plans. The academy has made it clear that students and teachers must cover their own travel expenses. No one can assist another." Tang nodded thoughtfully, then settled at the table to await the meal. At this juncture, Ma Hongjun, displaying his seasoned demeanor, randomly ordered an array of dishes, nearly exhausting the menu. Before long, a variety of tantalizing dishes graced the table, filling the air with delightful aromas. Xiao Wu's eyes widened in delight as she beheld a plate of carrot cubes before her. "Wow, it smells amazing. I'm glad you like it," Tang San said affectionately, as he had specifically ordered it for her. "Come on, brothers, eat up. Don't hold back," Ma Hongjun urged, embodying the role of a gracious host. However, the atmosphere remained somewhat subdued, as Zhu Zhuqing maintained a stoic expression, slowly consuming her meal without uttering a word. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong kept her head down, her thoughts a mystery. The scene felt a bit chilly, yet was still relatively harmonious. Dai Mubai, accustomed to gourmet cuisine, found the fare of this quaint village less than appealing, remarking, "The food here isn't particularly good. It doesn't even compare to the steam buns at the academy. I used to feast on delicacies far and wide, savoring everything from dragon tendons to dragon bones." Tang Lu casually waved a peanut in front of him, saying nonchalantly, "Had there been even a single peanut, you wouldn't be in such a state." "What? You don't believe me?" Dai Mubai bristled at the implication, but sensing Zhu Zhuqing's icy glare, he swallowed his words. Just then, a group of uninvited guests burst through the door, adorned in flamboyant attire and sporting matching emblems, strutting into the tavern with an air of arrogance. Their garments bore the name Sanghui emblazoned boldly on the back. The leader of the group, a man in his 30s, exuded a calm demeanor, making it difficult to ascertain his level of strength. Upon seeing them, the tavern attendant hurried over, eager to please. "Esteemed soul masters, what would you like to order today?" The most dapper of the group eyed the bowing attendant with disdain and coldly replied, "Bring us a bottle of Shaoniao vodka and all your best dishes." "Of course. Please find a seat. Your meals will be ready shortly," the attendant responded with utmost courtesy. Ma Hongjun, with his keen eyes, fixated on the only female present from Sanghui Academy, noting her beauty. Dai Mubai shook his head in disapproval, saying, "Puffed, ordering Shaoniao vodka? What pretense without real strength?" His voice, rather loud, did not go unnoticed by the members of the Sanghui Academy, who frowned and turned their attention towards the Shrek group. The middle-aged leader's expression darkened as he regarded the youthful intruders. "Ignore them. We shall enjoy our meal," Dai Mubai instructed nonchalantly. Tang Lu whispered, "Isn't this a bit inappropriate?" Oscar chuckled mischievously. "Our dean has said that avoiding trouble is for the mediocre. We shall see a good show soon." "What kind of show?" Dai Mubai smirked. "They're merely Sanghui Academy. With this bunch, I could take on 5 of them single-handedly. Why worry? Tang San's expression stiffened, thinking, Big brother, is it really wise to say such things in front of them? As expected, a student from Songhui Academy slammed the table and stood up, glaring at the Shrek group. What are you worthless beings? An academy as mediocre as yours dares to speak to us? You wouldn't even have a chance to work for us at Songhui Academy. The previously dapper young man nodded in agreement, disdainfully commenting, just a bunch of unrefined clowns. Jun, don't waste your breath on them. A lion doesn't turn back at the barking of a dog. Let us sit and eat. The youth named Jun laughed. Exactly. What else could they be but dogs? This exchange elicited uproarious laughter from the Songhui Academy members, who roared with mirth, their contempt for the Shrek group intensifying. The middle-aged leader, who had been observing quietly, cast an approving glance at his students, nodding in satisfaction. Ma Hongjun voraciously devoured a chicken leg, mumbling indistinctly. He remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation, chuckling away. Dai Mubai, however, snapped his chopsticks in half with an air of indifference, declaring a lion? No, I perceive you all as nothing more than lustful bitches. Chapter 93. The Stardow Forest 5 Tang Lu, seated nearby, offered a wry smile and shook his head. He felt compelled to clarify that this incident had not been instigated by Songhui Academy. Rather, it was Dai Mubai's taunts that had ignited the conflict. Although Shrek Academy was not one to shy away from trouble, theoretically they were indeed in the wrong. Insulting others as garbage would naturally provoke discontent. Dai Mubai's words abruptly silenced the laughter of all Songhui Academy members, their expressions darkening like cats with ruffled fur. Even the previously unperturbed handsome youth clenched his fists, his forehead veins bulging as he pointed accusingly at the Shrek group, demanding, What do you mean by that? Are you the ones who started this? Noticing the escalating tension, Tang San swiftly rose from his chair, attempting to mediate, saying, Let us not get agitated. We can discuss this amicably. A rather rotund individual stood up, sneering, Pa, who do you think you are? I'm speaking to your master. Not to you, mutt. Scram, just scram. Due to Tang San's earlier silence, the members of Songhui Academy had mistakenly assumed he was merely Dai Mubai's subordinate, leading to this scene. The chubby fellow's words ignited Tang San's fury, his fists cracking ominously while 2 radiant yellow soul rings emerged beneath him. I said, no trouble. Tang San's voice resonated deeply, transforming his demeanor entirely, exuding a palpable aura of menace. The pressure he released bore down heavily on Songhui Academy, rendering them breathless as if a colossal boulder weighed upon their chests. 2 soul rings, and still so arrogant? Scoffed the previously handsome youth, summoning a steel blade into his hand and manifesting 3 soul rings. White, yellow, yellow. He was a soul master of the 3rd ring. His 1,000-year soul ring spun rhythmically in the air, distorting the surrounding space as a massive surge of soul power erupted. Reversing their earlier disadvantage, Tang Lu observed the youth, estimating his age to be between 17 and 18, 2 years senior to Dai Mubai. Yet, the soul power he emanated lacked the robustness of Dai Mubai's, estimated to be around the 32nd to 33rd level. In the eyes of an ordinary person, he would undoubtedly be the most dazzling presence, but before the Shrek members, he was hardly formidable, as their team leader revealed his soul rings. The remaining members of Songhui Academy followed suit, their soul ring configurations varying. Besides their leader, the others possessed a combination of 1 white and 1 yellow ring. Their martial souls were rather mundane, primarily consisting of common animals like cattle and deer, with the only notable weapon being their leader's steel blade. Is this all you've got? I expected more, Dai Mubai remarked with a hint of disdain. Brothers, let them witness what true battle soul masters are capable of. White Tiger, possession. With a low growl, Dai Mubai's physique swelled, muscles rippling, arms thickening, claws sprouting from his fingertips, and a regal character emerged on his forehead. The members of Shrek, previously seated, immediately sprang to their feet. Phoenix, possession. A fierce blaze engulfed the tavern as a burst of radiant flames emanated from Ma Hongjun, forming 2 wings of fire around him, while feathers sprouted from his body and his hands transformed into talon-like appendages. Tang Lu and Tang San simultaneously unleashed their respective martial souls, the black silver grass and blue silver grass intertwining in a spectacular display, enveloping the tavern in a robust prison of vines. Though their martial souls appeared less remarkable compared to Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun's, the thick, spiked vines sent shivers down the spine. Thus, the two sides stood in a tense standoff, with Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, Tang Lu, and Tang San's soul rings exerting a suffocating pressure on the members of Tsanghui Academy, rendering them immobile. The members of Tsanghui Academy gaped in disbelief, their faces etched with incredulity. How could there be such a vast disparity between them, despite their seemingly similar ages? Who are you people? The middle-aged leader of Tsanghui Academy finally could not contain himself, striding over with a cold demeanor. His gaze scrutinized the Shrek members, recognizing that all four possessed top-tier soul ring configurations, indicating they were not mere products of an ordinary academy, but possibly disciples from a significant organization. Ma Hongjun proudly raised his chin, declaring, "We are from Shrek Academy." Shrek Academy? The middle-aged man murmured, rifling through his memory. After a moment of contemplation, he admitted, "I am Yi Jiqiu, the head of Tsanghui Academy. I have not heard of your Shrek Academy before." "That is merely your ignorance," Dai Mubai retorted coldly. "Do not presume that strength grants you the right to act recklessly." Though he spoke with bravado, Yi Jiqiu's eyes revealed a flicker of helplessness. Not only did Tsanghui Academy's students feel the weight of inadequacy, but he too felt a sense of powerlessness upon witnessing Tang Lu and the other soul rings. All possessing century-old soul rings was one thing, but to have a 1,000-year soul ring? It was known that the previous strikingly handsome youth had required a significant investment for his breakthrough to Soul Master. Dai Mubai, significantly younger, had achieved the same rank, and yet he also possessed a 1,000-year soul ring? Was this even humanly possible? Regardless of how many scenarios Yi Jiqiu contemplated, he could not fathom how these young individuals had progressed to such a level. Was this what they referred to as being doomed from the start? A flicker of struggle crossed Yi Jiqiu's gaze. Even if his students were outclassed, he, as their teacher, should still hold some semblance of pride, right? Xiangui possession. Yi Jiqiu bellowed, unleashing a formidable wave of soul power that forcefully pushed back Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun. Simultaneously, his body shimmered with a ripple of water, scales sprouting along his limbs, heavy armor forming on his chest, and 5 soul rings emerged beneath him. 1 white, 2 yellow, 2 purple, a formidable soul king. A soft sound emanated from behind him as his waist expanded, revealing a back armor intricately engraved with numerous patterns. Chapter 94. The Stardow Forest 6. The tavern was now engulfed in chaos. Every patron wide-eyed at Yi Jiqiu, astonished that this seemingly unremarkable man was, in fact, a formidable soul king. Witnessing the 5 soul rings in the air, the members of Shrek collectively gasped. They had anticipated the middle-aged man as strength, but never had they imagined him to be a soul king. Dai Mubai's expression darkened, his gaze fixated on Yi Jiqiu. Meanwhile, Tang Lu instinctively reached for the Ershizi Xiao Mingyue Yi at his waist, prepared to unleash hidden weapons for an attack. Among those present, none appeared more at ease than Tang Lu. His expression remained unchanged, displaying a facade of indifference as he regarded Yi Jiqiu. Yet beneath that calm exterior lay a restless heart, as the Bei Ming true energy surged throughout his body, preparing him to confront any potential attack from Yi Jiqiu. He was uncertain of the precise strength of a soul king, although he had previously engaged in combat with the soul sage Zhao Wujia, an encounter that had been little more than a farcical display. Now, facing an opponent whose soul power exceeded his by over 20 levels, he knew he must tread carefully. Observing the anxious expressions of the Shrek team, Yi Jiqiu's smugness intensified. He stamped his foot, releasing soul power that sent the Shrek members swaying. Adopting a condescending tone, he proclaimed, "Considering you are but children, I shall spare you this time. However, you have insulted our Tsanghui Academy, and thus, you shall collectively kneel and apologize in the name of Soul Masters." How malicious! Tongre de Mused. Setting aside the humiliation of kneeling, The mere notion of apologizing as a soul master filled him with great disdain. To apologize in such a manner was the utmost affront to his soul master. Losing one's dignity equated to losing a second life, rendering the individual incapable of holding their head high within the soul master community. In response to Yi Zhiqiu's threat, Dai Mubai, the leader of Shrek, remained unfazed, sneering, "You old turtle, your dreams are quite fanciful." At that moment, Yi Zhiqiu's expression darkened. Due to his martial spirit, he frequently endured mockery as a turtle, a designation he detested. Dai Mubai's mention of this sore point caused him to bristle with fury, and with a cold, ironic smile, he retorted, "Very well, I shall see what qualifications you uncultured students possess to mock a soul king." Initially, he had merely intended to intimidate the Shrek team, being unaware of their capabilities, but now he was fully prepared to unleash his wrath, for they had crossed his line. The innkeeper hurriedly emerged from behind the counter, pleading, "Esteemed soul masters, I implore you to take your battle outside. This is a small business. If you fight here, what will my family eat and drink?" Yi Zhiqiu scoffed. "Follow me. We shall practice outside." The innkeeper exhaled in relief, his face beaming as he repeatedly expressed his gratitude. The Sanghui Academy, accompanied by the Shrek Academy, stepped outside, claiming a small patch of ground, surrounded by curious onlookers. Tang San, with a somewhat stiff expression, remarked, "Brother, are we truly going to fight?" His martial spirit was the Xian Gui, and he knew his hidden weapons would be ineffective against Yi Zhiqiu, significantly diminishing his combat effectiveness. Tang Lun nodded in agreement, stating, "Firstly, his martial spirit is the Xian Gui, renowned for its exceptional defense, and our attacks would merely tickle him. Our only recourse is speed. We must rely on swiftness to achieve victory." "Speed?" The others turned, regarding Tang Lu with puzzled expressions. Tang Lu cleared his throat, suggesting, "Let Xiao San elaborate on this matter. As Master S disciple, he possesses superior understanding of martial spirits and battlefield analysis." Initially taken aback, Tang San quickly grasped Tang Li's intent upon hearing the mention of speed. He took over the conversation, adding, "My brother is correct. We must rely on speed for our victory. Although his martial spirit and soul power significantly surpass ours, a turtle remains a turtle, lacking formidable offensive capabilities. Therefore, we shall maneuver around him using our speed. The four of us, myself, Brother Lu, Mubai, and Zhu Zhuqing, are the swiftest in our team, and the task of evasion shall fall to us. Xiao Wu, you will assist from the flank, drawing his attention and coordinating with Zhu Zhuqing for our assault." Xiao Wu nodded in agreement, indicating her readiness. Tang San then turned to Ma Hongjun, stating, "Hongjun, you will be the main force in this offensive. The Xian Gui is water-based, while your Phoenix martial spirit is fire-based. Water and fire are antagonistic. Coupled with Oscar-S support, I believe you can inflict critical damage. I never imagined a day would come when I would be valued." Ma Hongjun laughed. At this point, Tang San paused, glancing at Ning Rongrong, who had been keeping her head down. As for Ning Rongrong, Tang Lu interjected, "Trust her. She is capable. Isnt she?" Ning Rongrong noted liquiftly, biting her lip and lowering her head to her chest. Though she felt nervous, excitement coursed through her veins, for she was not excluded from the team. Tang San smiled. "Very well. We shall proceed according to our plan." With a well-structured strategy, the group emerged from the tavern, their spirits high and determination evident. Their eyes burned with fervor, as if they were not confronting a soul king of the fifth ring, but rather a turtle awaiting its demise. Such youthful arrogance. Observing the exuberant Shrek team, Yi Zhiqiu shook his head in disapproval. Hubris and underestimation are the most perilous traits in a soul master's journey. How far could one go with such a careless attitude against a fifth-ring soul king? Yi Zhiqiu realized he had misjudged them. No matter how exceptional Tang Lu and the others were, their haughty demeanor could only lead to ruin. In stark contrast to Shrek, the disciples he had trained exhibited a different demeanor. While they appeared docile in battle, they remained steadfast and composed. Only such individuals could emerge as leaders in the Soul Master realm. The more he contemplated, the more convinced he became, and with renewed confidence, he raised his chin, declaring, "Considering you are children, I shall allow you to apologize one last time, and we shall let this matter rest. Acknowledging one's mistakes is the hallmark of a good child. Dai Mubai scoffed derisively. After all this, you think we will relent? You old turtle. Just look at how hard that shell of yours is. I'll wager I could crack it open, and then you won't be able to spew water. Yi Zhiqiu's face flushed with anger, his trembling finger pointing accusatorily at Dai Mubai, rendering him speechless. Very well, I shall teach you a lesson. Before he could finish, Dai Mubai radiated a brilliant white light as his white tiger martial spirit manifested. Simultaneously, the second soul ring beneath him glowed, and a powerful white orb coalesced in his mouth as he unleashed the white tiger's light wave. Caught off guard, Yi Zhiqiu braced himself for the blow. With a grunt, the smoke from the white tiger's light wave gradually dissipated, revealing Yi Zhiqiu still standing firm in his heavy armor, seemingly unharmed. Dai Mubai, astonished by Yi Zhiqiu's unwavering stance, thought to himself, it seems that Tang Lu and Tang San were indeed correct. This old turtle's defense is formidable, and I alone cannot breach it. However, Dai Mubai was not alone in this battle. Suddenly, the earth beneath Yi Zhiqiu's feet erupted, as a mass of black silver grass and blue silver grass sprouted forth. The numerous vines swiftly ensnared Yi Zhiqiu's feet, pulling him downward and forcing him into the ground. If only the Lan Yin Chao or the He Yin Chao were present, Yi Zhiqiu could easily dismantle them. However, with dozens of He Yin Chao and Lan Yin Chao intertwined, the binding force was something he could not break free from in a short span of time. Almost in the next moment, a violet figure appeared before Yi Zhiqiu, none other than Zhu Zhuqing, who had circled behind him prior to the battle. Her first soul ring shone brightly, and as purple light enveloped her slender arms, sharp claws sprouted from her hands, reaching out toward Yi Zhiqiu. Yet, the heavy shell on Yi Zhiqiu provided him with substantial defense, and despite Zhu Zhuqing's relentless efforts, only a few claw marks were left on him. Suddenly, Yi Zhiqiu's body trembled violently as the soul power released from his level 50 soul ring shattered the bindings of the He Yin Chao and Lan Yin Chao that ensnared his legs. The numerous vines were crushed into dust, dissipating as fragments of soul power into the air. Just as Yi Zhiqiu freed his hands to seize Zhu Zhuqing on his left, a pink light burst forth on his right. The agile figure of Xiao Wu, sporting her signature scorpion braid, appeared. At this moment, Yi Zhiqiu was still in a daze, and Xiao Wu seized the opportunity. In midair, she executed a diving maneuver, curling her soft body into a ball with her legs together. As she approached Yi Zhiqiu, her graceful form unfurled in an instant, delivering a sweeping kick. Simultaneously, Ning Rongrong, positioned at the back of the team, lifted her 7 treasures glazed tower, and her first and second soul rings glimmered to life. The 7 treasures are renowned. The first grants strength, and the second bestows speed, accompanied by their spirited cries. 2 vibrant rings encircled Xiao Wu, invigorating her light and powerful body. Without hesitation, she struck her right leg against Yi Zhiqiu's shoulder, then used her legs to push off his arms, swiftly creating distance between them. Xiao Wu's assault also afforded Zhu Zhuqing a moment to escape. Taking advantage of Yi Zhiqiu's momentary distraction, she flickered and left a series of purple afterimages, vanishing before him. Yi Zhiqiu, his expression darkened, patted his shoulder where Xiao Wu had dirted him. Despite enduring a barrage of attacks, he remained unscathed. However, a cloud of white mist began to rise beside him, causing Dai Mubai, who stood slightly ahead, to feel a sudden chill, rendering his movements sluggish. You reckless brats, prepare to meet your end, Yi Zhiqiu bellowed, as clusters of blue orbs coalesced in his mouth, and the surrounding air grew cold, prompting shivers among the onlookers. The spheres fused into a jet of water, launched toward the crowd, and everyone felt their legs grow heavy, as if laden with lead, unable to move, helplessly watching the soul power-encased water column approach. In this perilous moment, a confident laugh emerged from behind. I've been waiting for this moment. Ma Hongjun leapt into action, the roots of the He Yin Chao bursting forth from the ground to form a staircase-like structure. Standing firmly atop, his first soul ring shone brightly, unleashing a burst of flame from within him. Simultaneously, he shot forth a fiery red beam, colliding with the water column before it could reach the crowd. The explosion of fire and water resonated through the earth, causing the onlookers to stumble and fall. Meanwhile, their admiration for the Shrek members grew. These young individuals did not cower at the sight of Yijichio, a Soul King, but instead fought with increasing fervor, leading the spectators to believe that the battle was evenly matched. Yet, the situation was far from simple. As the roar of the explosion subsided and the crowd strained to see through the smoke, they were met with a thunderous shout. An ethereal image of a mysterious turtle appeared around Yijichio, and his body radiated black light. His first and second soul rings illuminated simultaneously, the smooth turtle shell on his back reflecting the moonlight, exuding an ominous aura. A torrent of black water surged forth, rushing toward Tang Lu and his companions like a wild stallion. Clearly, this was a long-range soul skill, despite the extraordinary combat talent exhibited by the Shrek students. They possessed no means of resistance against Yijichio's strike, a devastating blow from a level 50 Soul King. Without any suspense, all the Shrek students were frozen into ice blocks before they could react. Tang Lu and his group exchanged resigned smiles, realizing that their seemingly flawless plan crumbled under the weight of true power, leaving them merely to flail in desperation. Just then, heavy footsteps echoed from the second floor of the inn. As the sound drew nearer, a burly hand pushed open the inn's door, revealing a man as robust as a city wall. Eyeing Yijichio and the Shrek group with evident irritation, he said, "Aren't you kids supposed to be sleeping at this late hour?" Chapter 96, Stardew Forest 8. Everyone present was taken aback, turning to gaze at the figure who had pushed open the wooden door. A tall silhouette emerged, his eyes squinting as he approached, stifling a yawn. "Teacher Zhao, what brings you here?" Dai Mubai asked, somewhat awkwardly, not wishing to be seen in such a disheveled state after instigating trouble. Yijichio stepped forward, scrutinizing Zhao Wuji closely, and reprimanded, "You are their teacher?" Yet, Zhao Wuji barely lifted his eyelids, waving his hand dismissively, releasing an invisible wave of soul power that shattered the ice, encasing Tang Lu and the others, his languid voice drifting to their ears. All right, everyone go back to sleep." Feeling ignored, Yijichio's displeasure surged. "Who do you think you are? Can you just let these children leave, as you please?" Zhao Wuji frowned, casting an impatient glance at Yijichio. "I am their teacher. What of it? Do I not have that right?" Realization dawned on Yijichio. This middle-aged man was indeed the teacher of the very students before him. Nevertheless, he maintained a cold tone. Even if you're a teacher from Shrek Academy, can you just bully us from Songhui Academy without consequence? Surely an explanation is in order." "An explanation?" Zhao Wuji scoffed. "Fine, let my students leave first, and I shall provide you with an explanation." Yijichio's furrowed brow relaxed. He was unaware of Zhao Wuji's strength, but felt a twinge of apprehension given his imposing stature. With Zhao Wuji willing to provide an explanation, Yijichio decided not to linger on the matter. He waved his hand, signaling the Shrek students to depart immediately. "Let us go." Dai Mubai seemed to recall something and hurried back toward the tavern. "Are we really leaving?" Tang Sin turned to inquire. Tang Lin nodded, speaking calmly. Given teacher Zhao's strength, that old turtle wouldn't dare to harm him. "We should depart for now." Ma Hongjun, his short legs racing ahead, exclaimed excitedly, "We get to see a good show again." Once all 8 returned to the tavern, Zhao Wuji finally felt at ease. As a soul sage of level 70, he naturally harbored no fear towards a level 50 Soul King. The words he had spoken earlier were merely intended to ensure that the Shrek Academy students returned to the tavern, sparing them from witnessing the techniques he had learned from the Haoyan Law. "Now, with your students returned, there is no need for you to kneel and apologize." A bow in front of everyone, followed by 3 loud exclamations declaring Shrek to be a worthless academy, will suffice. Zhao Wujia smiled indifferently, casting a disdainful glance at Yijichio. "Do you truly believe I fear you?" "What did you say?" Yijichio's face contorted with anger. Zhao Wujia's hands spread wide, a hint of contempt lacing his voice. I said you, old turtle, are unworthy of being compared to me. Did you hear that? Yiziyu Sukofut. Then let us speak with strength. As soon as he finished speaking, his right hand, now shrouded in a heavy black aura, swung towards Zhao Wujia. Observing Yi Zhiqiu's right fist, Zhao Wujia merely shook his head, a glimmer of pity flashing in his eyes. Suddenly, his taut right hand struck out like lightning, landing a blow squarely on Yi Zhiqiu's face. With a sharp crack, Yi Zhiqiu's forehead and jaw were shattered, despite having unleashed his Xian Gui martial spirit for enhanced defense. He was still struck to the ground with a broken bone by Zhao Wujia's single punch. Yi Zhiqiu's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Zhao Wujia, opening his mouth as if to speak, but was met only with Zhao Wujia's cold expression and heavy fist. With a muffled grunt, Yi Zhiqiu was sent flying as if weightless, his heavy turtle shell crashing to the ground and creating a large crater. He scrambled to his feet, his eyes filled with boundless fury. As a level 50 Soul King, he had his dignity and pride. How could he not be enraged at being so effortlessly swatted away? In that moment, he lost all rationality, charging at Zhao Wujia like a starving tiger pouncing on its prey. Yet, in the next instant, he was sent flying again. This time, his expression a vivid tapestry of defiance, regret, and shock, mingled with the crimson of blood and the swelling of his face, perfectly illustrating his fall into the mud. The boxing techniques imparted to me by the Hao Yan Law seem rather effective. I must practice them more diligently in the future. Zhao Wujia mused, glancing thoughtfully at Yi Zhiqiu, who lay on the ground like a defeated dog. A faint sound escaped Yi Zhiqiu, but in the next moment, darkness enveloped him, and he lost consciousness. Director! The students of Sanghui Academy exclaimed, rushing to Yi Zhiqiu's side. In fact, he had been fully aware of the situation ever since Dai Mubai provoked Yi Zhiqiu from the second floor, yet he chose not to intervene. For the ethos of Shrek Academy is that avoiding trouble is a sign of mediocrity. However, the performance of the Shrek students disappointed him. To be unable to overcome a level 50 Soul King was rather alarming. While it was commendable for a group of Soul Masters in their 20s and 30s to hold their ground against a level 50 Soul King, Zhao Wujia was dissatisfied. They were Shrek Academy, a place renowned for cultivating prodigies. Could their performance be akin to that of the ordinary? You little rascals are truly embarrassing me, he remarked, glancing at the 8 small heads peeking through the door. Ma Hongjun scratched his head, carelessly chiming in, but you are here, Teacher Zhao, with you covering for us. Life is quite comfortable. Get lost. Zhao Wujia retorted with disdain, then adopted a serious tone. Today's battlefield has shown me your combat capabilities. You are still too weak. When we return, I will discuss with Flinder about implementing some special training for you, for your displayed strength has left me sorely disappointed. As he spoke, Zhao Wujia shook his head helplessly, his expression one of profound dismay, as if he had missed out on a million opportunities. One act. If you're not named Best Actor at this year's Oscars, I shall not watch, someone quipped. Chapter 97, Stardew Forest 9. The next day, as dawn broke and the first rays of sunlight bathed the vast expanse of the earth, all was serene in the small town. However, Zhao Wujia's booming voice roused the slumbering Tang Lu and Tang San, heralding the commencement of their expedition into the Stardew Forest. Tang Lu and Tang San, who had been practicing on the eaves, immediately snapped back to consciousness and leaped down. For them, the time of awakening was inconsequential, as their days were seldom filled with rest. Aside from study, combat equated to training. Yet, for others like Ning Rongrong and Dai Mubai, who hailed from noble backgrounds, this early rising routine was less than agreeable. Dai Mubai, having spent many years at Shrek Academy, had grown accustomed to it with little complaint, while the newcomer Ning Rongrong pouted, her eyes brimming with resentment. As Tang Lu and Tang Sen went to have breakfast, few had yet stirred from their slumber. The tavern's common room was eerily empty, devoid of any presence. After quickly finishing their meal, Tang Lu and Tang San found a spacious area to queue up, eagerly anticipating the adventure ahead and pondering the magnitude of the forest exploration, hoping it would offer them newfound insights. Especially for Tang Lu, who had reached level 30. He was filled with boundless aspirations for his third spirit ring, eager to venture into the Stardow forest and capture a 1,000-year spirit beast as his own. The sun ascended above them, casting a golden hue upon their shoulders. Gazing towards the eastern dawn, Tang Lu and Tang San felt an overwhelming sense of wonder. Even though they encountered such sights nearly every day, to them, the rising sun symbolized a fresh beginning as they embarked on a new journey bathed in its light. Upon exiting the town, they swiftly made their way towards the Stardow forest. After yesterday's journey, they were now quite close to their destination. Each member of the team was filled with enthusiasm, stepping confidently onto the path leading to the Stardow forest. Oscar swayed with excitement, and without needing to guess, it was clear to him that Zhao Wujia would undoubtedly prepare a 1,000-year spirit beast as a spirit ring for himself. The difference between 1,000-year spirit beasts and 100-year ones transcended mere years. It represented a higher echelon. Only by absorbing a 1,000-year spirit ring could one truly embark on the path of a soul master. In the distance, towering ancient trees, reaching hundreds of feet high, came into view. A fragrance unique to the primeval forest wafted with the gentle breeze to the nostrils of the group, and with a mere whiff, one could feel an invigorating sense of tranquility. The surrounding plants swayed in the wind as if animated, each displaying an array of forms, teeming with vitality. Among the group, the most exuberant was Xiao Wu, who bounced with joy, leaping onto trees to tease squirrels and plucking wildflowers, her true childlike essence radiating forth. The vivacious energy emanating from her captivated Tang San. As they continued forward, they finally arrived at a vast expanse of grassland, where countless blades of green carpeted the earth, and the fragrant air originated from this very spot. After several hours of walking, the group finally reached the outskirts of the Stardow forest. Where the previously expansive grassland had dwindled significantly, before them lay a lush forest, accompanied by the ominous presence of a treacherous swamp. As they ventured deeper into the Xingdou Great Forest, a palpable sense of trepidation enveloped their hearts. "Everyone halt," commanded Zhao Wujia, who was positioned at the rear. Instantly, the group came to a standstill, instinctively seizing the moment to regain their composure without needing further prompting. Oscar promptly summoned his soul power, conjuring his signature sausages to aid his companions in their recovery. Through their shared experiences, Tang Lu and his companions had long since disregarded Oscar's somewhat crass incantations, eagerly chomping down on the sausages at the mere sight of them. Zhao Wujia, with an unusually solemn expression, spoke gravely, "Soon, we shall truly enter the Xingdou Great Forest. I implore each of you to remain utterly vigilant, for danger lurks at every turn, and a moment's negligence could lead to death." Everyone exchanged glances, nodding in agreement. Zhao Wujia continued, "The soul beasts within the Xingdou Great Forest differ vastly from those you hunted in the imperial confines. Here, they embody true wildness, exhibiting formidable aggression. None of you must stray beyond a 20-meter radius from me, and each of you must exercise extreme caution. Ning Rongrong and Oscar will remain behind me. No one is permitted to act without my express command." After a series of adjustments, the group resumed their journey. In stark contrast to their previous carefree demeanor, they now resembled a soul-hunting squad, each member alert and prepared to confront any unforeseen circumstances. Tang San marveled, "The variety of soul beasts here is truly astounding." Tang Lun nodded in agreement, noting that the Imperial Soul Beast Forest paled in comparison to the majesty of the Xingdou Great Forest. Tang San furrowed his brow, expressing mild displeasure. "Are you disparaging the Imperial Forest?" Tang Lu shrugged and replied, "I did not imply that at all." Bouncing energetically, Xiao Wu dashed to a withered tree trunk, excitedly waving at Tang San. "Third brother, look, there's a squirrel." Tang San sighed in exasperation. Xiao Wu, refrain from running about. It's perilous here. Despite her nodding acknowledgement, Xiao Wu's spirited nature remained unbridled as she continued to explore her surroundings. Tang San, resigned to his role as her protector, kept close behind her. Leading the way, Dai Mubai cleared the path, rendering any thorns and weeds feeble beneath his razor-sharp claws. With a mere flick a cluster of thorns disintegrated into fragments. Meanwhile, Tang Lu, despite lacking Zhao Wujia's directive, took it upon himself to safeguard the team and maintain control. This responsibility was initially assigned to Tang San, who was meant to keep watch, but as Tang San trailed after Xiao Wu, Tang Lun naturally assumed the role of protector. He meticulously monitored the distance between himself and the team, heightening his vigilance to observe their surroundings. Suddenly, an unexpected surge of energy manifested. Zhao Wujia, positioned at the rear, and Tang Lu, situated in the center of the group, simultaneously turned their gazes toward a singular direction. Even Tang San, accompanying Xiao Wu, halted in his tracks, staring in astonishment at the source of the disturbance. Chapter 98. The Rooster-Crowned Serpent. That is the aura of a soul beast. Tang Lu recognized the scent all too well. Even from several dozen meters away, he could perceive the pungent odor of blood wafting through the air. Zhu Qing. Swiftly investigate what that is, Zhao Wujia commanded calmly. Undoubtedly, he was the most seasoned in identifying soul beasts, and his decision to send Zhu Qing was twofold: for safety and to hone their adaptability. Zhu Qing, her expression cold, nodded and gracefully leaped into the air, her long legs propelling her up the trunk to reach the canopy. From her elevated vantage point, she was afforded a superior view to monitor the commotion. Soon, she pinpointed the source of the aura, a soul beast with a red comb-like head, serpentine body, and a pair of wings approached, emitting occasional furious roars. Zhu Qing quickly turned back to Zhao Wujia, reporting the commotion originates from a flying snake. Its head is crimson, and it possesses wings. Zhao Wujia, elated, exclaimed, "That may be the Fengwei Jigwanch. We are truly fortunate." Typically, such a soul beast does not appear on the periphery of the Qingdao Great Forest. Yet here we are today. If it is around 1,000 years old, then Oscar, you are in for a treat. Oscar's eyes brightened as he eagerly said, "Zhu Qing, keep a close watch. We must not let it escape." Zhu Qing cast him a sidelong glance and nodded. "It is heading in our direction rapidly, so it should arrive soon." "Yay!" Oscar exclaimed excitedly, clapping his hands, yet the others ignored him, leaving him feeling awkward. Tang San, standing below, interjected, "Zhu Qing, approximately how long is that Fengwei Jigwanch? I need to assess its age for Xiao Air. If it's suitable, we shall hunt it." Zhu Qing hesitated, skeptical that anyone could accurately determine a soul beast's age, but nonetheless replied, "Its length is around 6 to 8 meters, and it appears somewhat unstable in flight, swaying as it moves." Tang San fell silent for a moment. After years of study under the master, he had acquired a fair understanding of the soul beasts across the continent, allowing him to accurately gauge the ages of many basic soul beasts. Familiar with the renowned Fengwei Jigwanch, he promptly deduced, "Oscar, you are indeed fortunate. This is precisely 1,000-year-old Fengwei Jigwanch, perfect for your third soul ring. Based on its length, I surmise its wings are likely a pale red, and it has recently shed its skin, resulting in a somewhat rough exterior. Its erratic movement suggests it has sustained injuries from battles with other soul beasts, which is fortunate for us." The group gazed at Tang San in astonishment, realizing he had indeed made an accurate assessment, and his reasoning seemed sound. Oscar, his eyes wide with admiration, exclaimed, "Tang San, you truly are the encyclopedia of the world. You understand even this. I am in awe of your sausage-selling prowess. Even Dai Mubai couldn't help but commend. Well done, Tang San. I hadn't realized you possessed such talent." Among the team, only Tang Lu and Xiao Wu remained unfazed. While discerning a soul beast's age might appear daunting to outsiders, for Tang San, it was merely a trivial matter. Even the master, who had educated him, often marveled at Tang San's extraordinary intellect. Dongru, having spent years learning from the master, had developed a basic understanding of soul beast ages. Yet, he remained perplexed by Xiao Wu, who had never perused any texts on soul beasts nor sought formal instruction. Yet she seemed to possess an innate understanding of their ages, articulating them with remarkable precision. This mystery had left Tang Lu and Tang San puzzled for quite some time, and whenever they inquired, Xiao Wu appeared to conceal something, speaking shyly. which deterred them from further questioning. Tang Sin sheepishly scratched his head, offering a bashful smile. Not at all. All credit is due to my teacher. Every bit of knowledge I possess is a result of his guidance. Zhao Wujie spoke, expressing that to have a disciple as remarkable as Tang San, it must be that his master is also a formidable figure. Tang San's expression grew slightly awkward. What formidable figure? Had he not sought a master in time? He might now be 6 feet under, and that could hardly be called a master. With a resigned smile, he remarked that his teacher is usually quite low-key, and everyone simply refers to him as master. Master? Zhao Wujie seemed to have stumbled upon something extraordinary, murmuring to himself that it was no wonder then. Standing nearby, Dai Mubai could not restrain his curiosity and asked, Tang San, how exactly do we capture the Ji Guanfeng Weisha? This Millennium Soul Beast will be quite a challenge without teacher Zhao's assistance. Tang San chuckled reassuringly, indicating that there was no need for alarm. The Ji Guanfeng Weisha is renowned for its speed. Even 2 of them would struggle against an ordinary Millennium Soul Beast. Thus, if they could control its speed and prevent it from escaping, the Soul Ring would naturally come to them. Ma Hongjun inquired how they should proceed. Just as Tang San was about to outline his plan, a crisp shout from Zhu Zhuqing, perched atop the treetops, rang out, "It's coming. Everyone be cautious." In the next instant, a wave of oppressive force, emanating from the Millennium Soul Beast, enveloped the hearts of all present. The astonishing speed of the Ji Guanfeng Weisha stirred up a tempest, causing the surrounding trees to sway violently. Zhu Zhuqing was the first to react. Leaping towards the Ji Guanfeng Weisha, her body aglow with a purple light. 2 yellow rings of light rose from her feet as she unleashed her first soul skill, Yoming Bai Zhao, showing no fear despite the beast's formidable nature. As they drew closer, the group observed the Ji Guanfeng Weisha in greater detail. It measured 7 meters in length, adorned with dark green scales marred by scars and blood. The 2 pale red wings on its back flapped desperately, conjuring whirlwinds around them. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing appeared above it, delivering a powerful strike with Yoming Bai Zhao, landing a heavy blow on the creature's crimson head, which let out a deep, resonating growl as its speed diminished. The Ji Guanfeng Weisha seemed to be provoked by this strike, its crown glowing ominously, and it became increasingly agitated. With a flick of its body, its lengthy tail lashed out towards the group. "Everyone be careful," Dai Mubai shouted, unleashing a burst of white light from within, instantly summoning his white tiger martial spirit. Without hesitation, he activated his Millennium Soul skill, White Tiger King Kong Transformation, transforming his body into a wall of flesh to shield his companions. In an instant, a flash of white light surged before them, crashing heavily into a tree trunk. Dai Mubai, who had yet to fully complete his White Tiger King Kong transformation, was hurled backward. "That was too powerful," gasped everyone in unison. Oscar and Ning Rongrong, the 2 support members, trembled in a corner, realizing that even their strongest teammate, Dai Mubai, had been defeated in a single blow. "Xiao Ao, quickly hand me a sausage." Dai Mubai crawled out from behind the tree, feeling the swiftness of the Ji Guanfeng Weisha had been overwhelming, leaving him unable to complete his 3rd soul skill before being flung aside. Oscar quickly recited his peculiar incantation, "I have a big sausage." Before long, a delicious grilled sausage appeared in his hand. Dai Mubai unhesitatingly stuffed it into his mouth, feeling warmth flooding through him. His complexion improved slightly as he stated, "We must coordinate to defeat this creature." "Indeed, we need to work together," Tang San affirmed, having just evaded the Ji Guanfeng Weisha's attack. "White Tiger King Kong." Dai Mubai bellowed again, his towering form suddenly expanding, charging towards the Ji Guanfeng Weisha with a body nearly 3 meters tall. 7 treasures. First, strength. Ning Rongrong's melodious voice chimed in, raising her 7 treasures glazed tower, her first soul ring shimmering as a layer of multicolored light enveloped Dai Mubai, enhancing his already formidable aura. With a resounding crash, Dai Mubai collided with the Ji Guanfeng Weisha, sending the massive creature soaring through the air and creating a substantial crater upon impact. Dai Mubai staggered back several steps, his chest heaving. Seizing the opportunity while the Ji Guan Fengwei Shi was reeling, Tang Lu dashed forth, employing the Ling Bo Weibu technique. 7 treasures, second. Speed. Ning Rongrong's voice rang out again from the back. Tang Lu felt his body grow lighter, his steps quickening. With Ning Rongrong's amplification, his speed reached its utmost peak, outpacing both Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai, leaving them in his dust. His speed was such that it left only an afterimage in his wake. As he gazed upon the fallen Ji Guan Fengwei Shi, Tang Lu reached for his waist, where he had concealed a number of finely crafted daggers, specially made by artisans over the years. Today would be the perfect opportunity to test their might. With both hands raised, he pinched the blades between his fingers, and a series of slicing sounds pierced the air as the daggers vanished from his grasp, shooting towards the Ji Guan Fengwei Shi like streaks of light. Tang Lu was no stranger to hidden weapons. Let not be forgotten that the Xiaoyao sect possesses top-tier concealed weapons as well. Seeing the blades soaring towards it, the Ji Guan Fengwei Shi hastily rolled over, using its thick carapace to shield itself from the barrage of attacks. The sound of metal clashing reverberated as the daggers scattered upon impact. However, the onslaught had not ceased. Tang Lu continued to unleash a seemingly endless stream of weapons, each more varied than the last. Butterfly knives, caltrops, and even the dragon whisker needles borrowed from Tang San, each one striking the Ji Guan Fengwei Shi with relentless precision. The Ji Guan Fengwei Shi thrashed violently, shaking off some of the airborne projectiles, but those that struck its body still inflicted undeniable pain, even piercing its tough scales, drawing forth crimson blood. No amount of defense could withstand such a torrential assault. Dai Mubai and the others watched in awe, having witnessed the devastating power of hidden weapons during their earlier battle with Zhao Wujia. Yet the display before them today left them utterly astonished. Even Ning Rongrong, who had been raised in privilege and experienced much, gazed at Tang Li's fluid combat style in sheer disbelief, assuring herself that she had never encountered such a method of fighting before. Which sect possesses such secret techniques? This question lingered in her mind, leaving her perplexed. Nearby, Zhao Wujia observed the rain of hidden weapons and felt a chill run down his spine, recalling the battle with Tang San and Tang Lu. With a wry smile, he remarked, "These little ones are truly monstrous. Is the Hao Yi and Dolua's lineage truly this formidable?" Amidst the chaos, only Tang San remained rooted in place, staring in shock at Tang Lu, muttering to himself, "How can he be so fluid in his execution? Is it truly that effortless?" Witnessing Tang Li's adept handling of concealed weapons, he couldn't help but wonder if Tang Lu might be an undercover agent from the Tang sect. Were it not for his status as the chief disciple of the Xiaoyao sect, Tang Lu flicked his wrist, and the Longshu needle slipped from his grasp, tracing a shimmering arc through the air before piercing the eye of the Ji Guan Fengwei Shi. Undoubtedly, the head and eyes of any creature are the most vulnerable points, and the Ji Guan Fengwei Shi was no exception. Just as its eyelid was about to close, the Longshu needle struck first, penetrating deep into its eye. The creature let out a shrill cry, its body arching backward. Tang Lu then produced a small knife from his person, spinning it deftly on his fingertips before launching it like lightning towards the Ji Guan Fengwei Shi's defenseless neck. A mere flick left a long, deep gash, crimson blood gushing forth. Soon, the vibrant liquid was saturating the Ji Guan Fengwei Shi's entire body, its anguished cries echoing throughout the forest. A series of swift whooshing sounds followed as dozens of flying daggers targeted the creature's head, face, tail, and torso. Each dagger found its mark, embedding firmly into its flesh. Sensing its proximity to death, the Ji Guan Fengwei Shi began to thrash violently, its bloody body convulsing as it desperately flapped its wings, seemingly attempting to hasten its escape. However, in the next moment, the Heian grass and Lanyin grass surged forth, entangling the Ji Guan Fengwei Shi like an octopus. Chapter 100. Resolving with the Soul Master's method attempting to flee is not so simple. In the distance, Zhao Wujin chuckled, his third and fourth soul rings rising around him, immediately locking the Ji Guan Fengwei Shi in place with his formidable presence, rendering it motionless. While the others looked on in astonishment, Zhao Wujin suddenly stepped forward, raising his paw to strike the creature's head. With a muffled grunt, the previously struggling Ji Guanfeng Wei, she fell silent, collapsing to the ground, utterly still. Its head had been shattered by Zhao Wujin's brutal strike, blood flowing freely and pooling into a small crimson puddle. Tang Lu, who had been suspended in midair, descended slowly. Observing the Ji Guanfeng Wei, Shi's mangled head with a slight twitch of his mouth, muttering softly, "Can I say he is stealing kills?" Tang San, having approached his side unbeknownst to him, replied, "As you expected, indeed he is. Isn't this terrifying? Such cruelty towards a creature," Ma Hongjun remarked, a shiver of fear coursing through him as he gazed at the dying Ji Guanfeng Wei Shi. Oscar's head emerged from behind Ma Hongjun, his peach blossom eyes scrutinizing the Ji Guanfeng Wei Shi in astonishment. "You tell me this is a snake? This flattened-headed creature is a snake?" Zhao Wujin, irritated, responded, "What are you dawdling for? Come over here at once." Oscar's expression faltered, hesitatingly asking, "Mr. Zhao, are you sure it's still alive?" Zhao Wujin kicked him lightly, retrieving a small knife from his waist, his annoyance palpable. "Do you doubt me, old Zhao? I say it lives, it lives. I have its life firmly in my grasp. Do you still desire a soul ring?" After a few moments of hesitation, Oscar succumbed to the tantalizing allure of the Millennium Soul Ring, taking the small knife with a face full of despair. Zhao Wujin, barely lifting his eyelids, stated nonchalantly, "Its life is waning. If you continue to hesitate, it may perish. To avoid prolonging matters, deliver one more strike to its head, and you shall acquire your third soul ring." Standing beside Tang San, Xiao Wu immediately objected, pouting, "Can't we refrain from killing the soul beast?" Tang San furrowed his brow. This question had lingered with Xiao Wu for some time and could potentially impact her future as a soul master. How could a soul master exist without hunting soul beasts? With this thought, Tang San turned resolutely, gripping Xiao Wu's shoulders earnestly. "Xiao Wu, the world operates thus. The weak are devoured by the strong, and survival of the fittest prevails. It is either humanity hunting soul beasts or soul beasts hunting humanity. For millions of years, this has become the norm, and neither you nor I can escape it." Hearing this, Tang Li's mind wandered back 6 years to the mysterious underground tomb of the Tiando Royal Library. The ceaseless conflict between humanity and the dragon race. Why did the once mighty dragon race suddenly vanish? Where had they gone? These questions had plagued Tang Li for far too long. He had inquired about the dragon race on numerous occasions with the master, who, although an encyclopedia of soul beasts, knew little of the dragon's secrets. Even less than Tang Li himself. Perhaps one day in the future, this mystery shall be unraveled, Tang Li mused. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu stood silently beside Tang San, her head bowed in contemplation as she gazed at the suffering Ji Guanfeng Wei Shi. Tang Li noticed that her eyes were filled with helplessness and sorrow. "My third soul ring, my third soul ring." Oscar hummed a cheerful tune as he approached the trembling Ji Guanfeng Wei Shi. At that moment, the creature resembled a lamb awaiting slaughter, waiting for Oscar's grasp to descend upon it. "Darling, I'm coming in." Oscar grinned mischievously, raising the knife poised to strike. Just then, a deep, gravelly voice interrupted his actions. "Stop!" 2 figures emerged from the trees, wielding staffs and glaring fiercely at the fallen Ji Guanfeng Wei Shi. Sensing a hint of malice from the newcomers, Zhao Wujin stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of the Shrek Academy students while scrutinizing the 2 individuals. Both figures were female. One appeared to be around 60, her silver hair cascading down, holding a 3-meter-long staff intricately carved with a tongue motif. The younger woman, likely between 16 and 17, wielded a silver snake-headed staff over 2 meters long. The elder woman radiated 6 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black. Although she made no aggressive moves, the presence of those rings exerted an oppressive force upon the group. The elderly woman smiled kindly, her demeanor unexpectedly gentle as she addressed them. "Young friends, might I ask you to return this Ji Guanfeng Wei Shi to me?" "Dream on. I'll tell you." "Old man, don't take advantage of your age," Oscar retorted, rolling up his sleeves. Although shocked by the elder's 6 soul rings, he remembered that Zhao Wujin possessed 7 and felt no fear. Such rudeness, The elder frowned, releasing a pulse of soul power directed at Oscar. Oscar's eyes widened in alarm as he saw the purple energy approaching, glancing desperately at Zhao Wujin for aid. Zhao Wujin smirked slightly, summoning 7 rings of light beneath him, and with a casual wave of his hand, he dispersed the soul power effortlessly. Oscar sighed in relief, a smug expression on his face as he looked back at the elder, who wore a furrowed brow, her expression darkening. How could a soul sage-level powerhouse appear in the outskirts of the Stardow Forest? Is there something you require? Zhao Wujin inquired, casting a cold glance at the 2 figures. His tone was not overly harsh, yet it carried a subtle warning. He had no fear of a 6-ringed soul emperor, considering them inconsequential. However, he was wary of what affiliations they might possess. If he offended them, Zhao Wujin would be fine, but his students, like Tang Lu and the others, could suffer consequences. For the sake of their safety, he felt compelled to ensure their protection. The heart of the elderly woman sank completely. She had initially intended to intimidate them with her formidable presence, compelling them to hand over the Ji Guanfeng Wei Shi, yet to her astonishment, a soul saint had appeared. Continuing to escalate the situation would likely yield no favorable outcome. The woman forced a smile, striving to revert to her previous benevolent demeanor. Esteemed soul saint, might I request a favor? Would you be so kind as to transfer this Ji Guanfeng Wei Shi to my granddaughter? I, Chao Tianxiang, will be eternally grateful. Chapter 101. Resolving with Soul Master Methods. Oscar was on the verge of unleashing a torrent of abuse when he was restrained by Zhao Wujia, who regarded Chao Tianxiang with a solemn expression, hesitantly inquiring, "Did you just say your name is Chao Tianxiang?" "Indeed," Chao Tianxiang replied with a slight smile, seemingly having anticipated Zhao Wujia's reaction. "This Ji Guanfeng Wei, she was originally intended to be my granddaughter's 3rd soul ring, but this creature, being cunning and swift, managed to elude capture. Therefore, I hope you can return our Ji Guanfeng Wei Shi, and I assure you, I will not make things difficult for you." Zhao Wujia coldly chuckled. "Elder Chao Tianxiang, your granddaughter is not the only one in need. My student also requires it. Moreover, this old beast is technically unclaimed. How can you lay claim to it?" A young woman standing beside Chao Tianxiang gritted her teeth, exclaiming, "It rightfully belongs to us. How despicable of you." Chao Tianxiang signaled her to be patient, then turned her gaze towards the Shrek students, expressing mild surprise. "Are you saying that among these juniors, someone has already reached the 30th level?" Zhao Wujia proudly raised his head, grinning. "Little Ao, come forth and pay your respects to the elder." Oscar's expression changed dramatically. Having just finished cursing, he now had to bow in respect. It was utterly humiliating. He cast a pleading glance at Zhao Wujia, who shot him a cold look, urging him to comply. Reluctantly, Oscar shuffled forward, his head downcast, and muttered, "Junior Oscar pays his respects to Elder Chao Tianxiang." Upon seeing Oscar, Chao Tianxiang's expression shifted, and she feigned reluctance. "Oh dear, that won't do. I am merely an old fool, unworthy of such a title." Oscar clenched his fist tightly, his eyes burning with indignation directed at Chao Tianxiang, nearly seething with rage. He vowed that if he were a title de law at that moment, he would teach her a lesson, showing her the true meaning of respect. Zhao Wujia cleared his throat, stating, "Now that we've met, this Ji Guanfeng Wei, she shall belong to us." Chao Tianxiang narrowed her eyes, replying icily, "Not so fast." Zhao Wujia's expression stiffened as he retorted defiantly, "Elder Chao Tianxiang, do not refuse a toast only to drink a penalty." Although it is rumored that the legendary dragon and serpent couple's martial soul fusion technique can rival a title de law, the Dragon King is not present. Do not bring trouble upon yourself. Furthermore, even if he were here, do you think I, the indomitable king, am so easily trifled with? Chao Tianxiang's expression softened slightly as she recognized Zhao Wujia's identity. She replied with a hint of respect, "Ah, so you are the renowned indomitable king. I, Chao Tianxiang, extend my respects." Zhao Wujia coldly replied, "I cannot accept such honors. Who does not know of the illustrious reputation of a dragon and serpent couple? How could I, Zhao Wujia, dare to receive such an accolade?" Chao Tianxiang smiled lightly. "That is merely the esteem of our fellow soul masters. My companion and I are of humble strength, gradually retreating from the limelight. Zhao Wujie seemed unwilling to continue entangling with Chao Tianxiang and directly stated, "Let me make this clear. You will not take the Ji Guanfeng Wei Shi. Do not blame me for disregarding the reputation of the dragon and serpent couple. My student is in need." Chao Tianxiang's expression stiffened. She had not anticipated Zhao Wujie's forthrightness. "Are you implying that the indomitable king is intent on opposing us?" Zhao Wujie scoffed. "What of it? What if I were? I have stated that my student requires the Ji Guanfeng Wei Shi. You cannot take it. The Stardew Forest is a hunting ground for soul masters. You have no right to interfere with our hunt." Faced with Zhao Wujie's resolute attitude, Chao Tianxiang found it difficult to respond. She could only concede. "How about this, Zhao Alaudi? Continuing this argument yields no results. Let us each take a step back and resolve this through the customary means of soul masters." Zhao Wujie's gaze was momentarily hesitant, but upon glancing at his outstanding students, he confidently declared, "Since Elder Chao Tianxiang is willing to compromise, how could I, Zhao Wujie, continue to insist? As you suggested, let us resolve this in the most common manner among soul masters." Chao Tianxiang smiled slightly. "That is splendid." Zhao Wujie finally displayed a grin reminiscent of a cunning wolf, exclaiming, "All members of Shrek, unleash your soul rings and demonstrate your prowess to the esteemed elders." With a single command, all but Ning Rongrong released their soul rings. Particularly Dai Mubai, whose purple soul rings stood out among the myriad of 100-year soul rings, astonishing Chao Tianxiang. Before her stood Dai Mubai, merely 14 or 15 years of age, yet already at the soul master level, and possessing a 1,000-year soul ring. What a revelation! Her granddaughter, with exceptional talent, had only reached the soul master level at 17 after years of training. Yet, Dai Mubai had surpassed her by 3 years, an undeniable prodigy. At that moment, Chao Tianxiang realized that the students of the once feared Zhao Wujie were not to be trifled with. Observing her astonishment, Zhao Wujie could not help but let out a hearty laugh. "What do you think, Elder Chao Tianxiang? Can my student still catch your eye?" Chao Tianxiang awkwardly smiled. "Your Academy students are indeed remarkably gifted, truly deserving of their master's reputation. It seems that heroes emerge from youth. I am genuinely enlightened today." Seeing the admiration and embarrassment in Chao Tianxiang's eyes, Zhao Wujie felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction and intentionally patted Oscar beside him, saying, "This lad is the one attempting to seize the Ji Guanfeng Wei Shi from your granddaughter. It is quite outrageous. Wouldn't you agree? He reached the soul master level at merely 13 years of age. What a handful he has become. Our entire team has journeyed to the Stardew Forest for him to procure a soul ring. Isn't that infuriating?" Chao Tianxiang retorted. "Are you attempting to boast?" With a sigh, Zhao Wujie turned to point at Tang Lu, his expression somewhat dimmed. "Apart from this one, there is another who causes me no end of trouble. He is only 12 years old. Shouldn't he be enjoying a carefree childhood instead of cultivating to the 30th level soul master? I, Zhao Wujie, am but a simple man, perpetually busy hunting soul rings for these troublesome youths. Sister Chao, do you think I have it rough?" Observing Zhao Wujie's woeful demeanor, Chao Tianxiang felt an overwhelming urge to tear his face apart, questioning how it could be so thick-skinned. Chapter 102. "I choose him." Chao Tianxiang regained her composure and stated solemnly, "Though the students of the indomitable king are commendable, my granddaughter is no slouch either. Let us have your student, who requires the soul ring. Duel with my granddaughter to determine the rightful owner of this Ji Guanfeng Wei Shi." Zhao Wujie shook his head, replying helplessly, "Sister Chao, that may not be agreeable." Chao Tianxiang tightened her grip on her cane, her expression slightly angered. "What do you mean by that?" Zhao Wujie shrugged, smiling. "My student is a support-type soul master. He lacks the strength to compete against your granddaughter." "Support-type soul master?" Chao Tianxiang gasped in astonishment and was compelled to reassess the figure standing next to Zhao Wujie. The self-satisfied Oscar. The young lad appeared to be merely 13 or 14 years old, yet he had remarkably attained the 30-level threshold as an auxiliary soul master. It is well known that the cultivation of auxiliary soul masters is inherently more challenging than that of their counterparts. And to reach such a level at such a tender age is truly commendable, a testament to the training provided by the Shrek Academy. A gentle smile crept across Chao Tianxiang's face as she inquired in a kind voice, "Young man, are you truly an auxiliary soul master?" Oscar cast her a fleeting glance, his stomach turning at her sudden change in demeanor, which was a stark contrast to her earlier attitude. "Yes, is there something you wish to discuss?" Oscar replied coolly, offering no semblance of courtesy. Despite the cold shoulder, Chao Tianxiang maintained her pleasant demeanor, stating, "Given your youth, it seems a pity for you to remain at Shrek Academy. Why not join our family, where your true talents can be fully realized?" The moment her words left her lips, a collective silence fell over the crowd, their expressions a mix of confusion as they witnessed her overt attempt at recruitment in their presence. Zhao Wujia's expression darkened, and he emitted an unhappy snort from the sidelines. Oscar replied nonchalantly, "No need for that. I am merely a poor farmer's child and cannot aspire to your heights." Faced with Oscar's resolute rejection, Chao Tianxiang was momentarily perplexed. How many soul masters across the continent yearned to join their family? And here they were being rebuffed by an ordinary individual. Why invite so many outsiders? There are plenty of talented individuals across the continent. We do not lack for one more, the girl beside her remarked with a pout, her displeasure making her appear utterly adorable. "Very well, let us commence the battle," Chao Tianxiang sighed, her concern for Oscar fading away. Zhao Wujia chuckled with satisfaction, confident that Oscar would not easily betray the Shrek Academy. And with a hint of mockery, he asked, "Who among you dares to fight?" Ma Hongjun stepped forward, tousling his fiery red curls while eyeing the girl with a mischievous glint in his eyes. "Teacher Zhao, I am willing to fight." Dai Mubai shot him a sidelong glance, irritated, suspecting that his intentions were less than noble. It was then that Tang San, who had remained silent until now, spoke up, "Teacher Zhao, allow me to assist young Oscar." He had observed the interactions among Long Pa and her granddaughter for quite some time, and it was evident that prolonging their idle chatter was unreasonable. Moreover, given Oscar's auxiliary role and their amicable rapport, Tang San was confident in his ability to triumph over the girl. Thus he felt compelled to offer his help. Chao Tianxiang did not immediately acquiesce. Instead, she turned to the girl beside her and asked, "Yuan, what do you think?" Meng Yuan stood frozen in place, her attention drawn to the more striking figure among the crowd, who effortlessly captured her gaze. The youth sported long hair, exuding a certain wild charm coupled with an air of sophistication. Strands of hair fell haphazardly to the sides, which might appear disheveled to outsiders, but to her, it reflected a transcendent quality, an untamed spirit. Since arriving with Chao Tianxiang, the boy had occasionally glanced her way, yet his clear eyes remained fixed upon the azure sky, gazing at the towering trees and the undulating hills. To outsiders, this might seem trivial. However, to her, it embodied a profound unity with nature. Meng Yuan often stole glances at him, and whenever he casually pushed back his hair with his right hand, a subtle fragrance wafted toward her, carried by the gentle breeze. Though the scent was not overwhelmingly sweet, it captivated her senses. Her heart felt as though it were adrift in a vast ocean, unable to find solace. Echoing with anticipation for the boy's response. "Yuan, what troubles you?" Chao Tianxiang queried, shaking Meng Yuan's hand in confusion, pondering if she had been lost in thought due to a poor night's sleep. Meng Yuan blinked, struggling to regain her composure, her demeanor appearing adorably dazed. Chao Tianxiang shot her a disapproving look and pointed at Tang San, saying, "This young man wishes to challenge you. What is your opinion, Yuan?" No. Meng Yuan hastily shook her head, then raised her gaze to fixate on the boy who had captured her heart since the beginning. Her long eyelashes trembled with excitement, and even her delicate hands glistened with a hint of perspiration. Suddenly, a thought crossed her mind, and she appeared as startled as a frightened rabbit, a blush rapidly spreading across her cheeks as she buried her face deep into her chest. Chao Tianxiang, now somewhat irritated, exclaimed, "Yuan, are you even listening to me?" She then turned to Tang San, apologetically stating, "I sincerely apologize, young brother. Yuan seems to be under some strange spell today, causing you inconvenience." Tang Xin managed a wry smile. His expression resigned as he replied, "It's quite all right. No trouble at all." Chao Tianxiang nodded with a smile, then turned back to Meng Yiyuan, her gaze piercing. "Yiyuan, are you truly listening to my words?" Meng Yiyuan blinked in surprise, lifting her flushed face to meet Chao Tianxiang's gaze, her shyness palpable as she stamped her foot in frustration. She then pointed at Tang Lu in the crowd, softly declaring, "I choose him." With that, she eagerly lifted her head to look at Tang Lu, her beautiful eyes sparkling with anticipation. At that moment, Tang Lu stood at the back of the crowd, grumbling under his breath. "What the hell is this? A bird actually dropped something on my head." Cursing softly, he reached up to pat his head, having had the misfortune of being bombarded by droppings from a passing bird while he had hoped to witness an entertaining spectacle. Now, to preserve whatever dignity he had left, he could only hide at the back of the crowd, meticulously cleaning his hair, the scent emanating from his locks nearly overwhelming him. Chapter 103. Satisfy you, Ma Hongjun, with a hint of envy, called out, "Hey, Tang Lu, a girl is looking for you." Huh? Tang Lu lowered his work, his expression perplexed as he looked up. Oscar sauntered over, beaming as he said, "Brother, give it your all. What is going on?" Tang Lu asked, bewildered as he regarded Oscar with confusion. Oscar, regarding him as though he were an alien, exclaimed in disbelief, "You don't know anything, do you?" Tang Lu retorted, "What else would there be?" With a sigh, Oscar succinctly recounted the recent events. Tang Li's eyes widened in realization as he exclaimed, "Are you saying that the girl named Meng Yiyuan wants to fight me? The wager is your chicken-crowned phoenix-tail snake?" Oscar patted his chest with conviction, saying, "Good brother, you must not lose. I'll treat you to a big sausage afterward." Tang Lu smiled with assurance. "Rest assured, with my strength, I shan't be defeated." Tang Xin stood nearby, chuckling wryly and remarking, "Indeed, being handsome has its advantages. We share the same parents, yet how can our appearances differ so drastically?" Tang Lu approached him, patting his shoulder earnestly. "Being handsome comes with its own set of woes, just like now." As he spoke, he stepped out of the crowd, making his way to face Meng Yiyuan. Upon closer inspection, he found her strikingly beautiful, radiating a charm that was undeniably captivating. Donglu, with a martial soul, He Yin Chao, is a 30-level second-ring soul master. He spoke in a calm manner, having already heard Zhao Wuji's introduction. Chao Tianxiang was not particularly surprised, yet she still expressed her admiration, saying, 30 levels, truly a little monster." Meng Yiran, on the other hand, stared at Tang Lu with wide eyes. Disbelief etched on her face as she stammered, 30 levels, heavens, how old are you this year?" After a moment of contemplation, Tang Lu replied, "Just a little over 12. 12 years old. 30 levels. Soul Master." Meng Yiran gasped, feeling as though her 17 years had been wasted. Despite their 5-year age difference, her soul power was identical to Tang Li's. This was astonishing. At this moment, Meng Yiran looked earnestly at Tang Lu, her eyes ablaze with determination. How could a boy 4 years younger than her possibly defeat her? Her pride and self-esteem would not allow her to accept defeat. Even if no one else cared, she had to prove herself. Despite the minimal difference in soul power, Meng Yiran was determined to demonstrate that the past 5 years had not been in vain, and she would use her hard-earned skills and combat prowess to triumph over Tang Lu. With unwavering confidence, she declared, "I am Meng Yiran with the martial soul Shizhong, a 30-level second-ring soul master." Tang Lu, standing opposite her, was momentarily taken aback, confused by Meng Yiran's suddenly heightened spirit. This girl seemed quite intelligent, so why was she acting so erratically? Was this merely a casual sparring match? Why did it have to be taken so seriously? Zhao Wujia stepped forward and announced in his deep voice, "All right, I declare this battle officially begins. The winner will receive the coxcomb phoenix-tailed snake, and a loser must concede." A gentle breeze rustled the fallen leaves around them, creating a soft sound on the ground. "Please." Out of courtesy, Tang Lu gestured for Meng Yiran to make the first move. However, he did not anticipate that his kindness would ignite the anger within Meng Yiran, interpreting his invitation as a sign of disdain. "Then, as you wish," Meng Yiran exclaimed, her figure blurring as she dashed forward, leaving behind a series of afterimages. In an instant, she appeared before Tang Lu, swinging her Shizhong toward his crown. Once the battle commenced, Meng Yiran's demeanor transformed entirely. She no longer resembled the refined daughter of the Huang family. Instead, she was akin to a ferocious mother Tyrannosaurus, ready to strike at any moment. Dongru, prioritizing his safety, did not hesitate to retreat several steps, employing the Ling Bo Wei Bu to swiftly increase the distance. A sharp whoosh accompanied her 2-meter-long Shizhong, narrowly missing Tang Li's nose. Observing from the sidelines, Chao Tianxiang chuckled, noting Tang Li's quick reflexes, though she was curious about the technique he was employing, hoping that Fudong Mingwang might divulge it. Zhao Wujia shook his head, expressing his ignorance regarding the matter. Chao Tianxiang, with a knowing smile, remarked, "If you're unwilling to share, very well." With that, she turned her full attention to the match. Zhao Wujia would not assume that Chao Tianxiang would resort to any underhanded tactics to uncover Tang Li's secrets. A renowned soul master would not trouble a mere soul master. Should such information leak, the reputation of the legendary couple, Gaisher Long Puh and her husband, would crumble like a house of cards. Moreover, even if there were an assassination attempt, could she possibly overcome the formidable figure behind Tang Li? That individual could easily eliminate Chao Tianxiang with a mere flick of a finger, Zhao Wujia thought with a smirk as he refocused on the battle. Too slow, too slow, Tang Li remarked nonchalantly as he continued to retreat. Almost immediately, a silver rod swept past him, stirring a gale. Meng Yiran's furious face then loomed before him, her anger palpable as she glared at the seemingly indifferent Tang Li, wishing she could strike him 1,000 times to relieve her frustration. Each of her attacks felt futile, as if her strength was being wasted. Just when she thought she was about to land a hit, he would vanish, reappearing several meters away. "Can you not just face me properly in a fair fight?" Meng Yiran exclaimed, exasperated. Tang Li paused his retreat, a flicker of pity appearing in his gaze as he smiled gently. "Very well, I shall indulge you." Before Meng Yiran could process his words, the ground beneath her suddenly trembled, and several black vines erupted from the earth. The Heian Chao emerged without warning, ensnaring Meng Yiran's legs tightly. As she attempted to struggle, the vines descended, increasing in weight, almost causing her to topple. Simultaneously, sharp thorns sprouted from the vines, piercing through the fabric of her black attire and embedding themselves in her skin. Yet the battle was not over. Dozens more black vines rose around Meng Yiran, wrapping around her like a zongzi. In mere seconds, she was engulfed by the Heian Chao. Chapter 104. Oscar's third soul ring. A profound silence enveloped the arena as everyone stared in stunned disbelief at the sudden turn of events. Meng Yiran had been defeated in an instant. Tang Li observed the ensnared Meng Yiran and remarked coolly, "This was your request. Do not blame me." At that moment, within the entangling vines, Meng Yiran was still in shock. Tang Li's assault had been too swift for her to prepare, and she was overwhelmed by the onslaught of vines. Chao Tianxiang, watching from a distance, felt a surge of anger at the swift defeat of Meng Yiran. As her grandmother, she felt somewhat embarrassed. She spoke solemnly. "I did not expect Fudong Mingwang's student to be so exceptional. I am truly enlightened today." Zhao Wujia laughed heartily, stroking his beard with pride as he replied, "That is all due to his own talent. I hardly contributed." Chao Tianxiang shook her head, smiling. "I did not expect the fearsome Fudong Mingwang to be so humble. Truly, reality is full of surprises." The clusters of Heian Chao surrounding Meng Yiran gradually dispersed under Tang Li's control, revealing her within. Her face flushed crimson, and her clothing had been torn by the thorns, exposing large areas of her fair skin to the audience. Embarrassed, she tightly crossed her legs, feeling a sense of vulnerability. Tang Li scratched his head awkwardly, clearing his throat as he said, "My apologies, miss. I did not intend for this to happen." Meng Yiran, filled with rage, lifted her head to glare at Tang Li, her long eyelashes fluttering as she bit her lip, reproaching him, "You've done this to me, and you think a simple apology will suffice?" Dai Mubai raised an eyebrow, grinning as he remarked, "Tang Li's strategy is quite clever. He has effectively neutralized Meng Yiran's combat ability. I never expected this seemingly pure Tang Li to be such a person." Xiao Wu pouted, indignantly protesting. "My Legu is not like that. You foul men, do not defame him. Ma Hongjun grinned mischievously. If he's not like that, then what is he like? You. Xiao Wu was at a loss for words, stomping her feet in frustration. At that moment, Chao Tianxiang, who initially thought there was no turning point, seemed to notice something and slowly approached with her cane. Iran, are you all right? Chao Tianxiang asked with genuine concern as she reached Meng Iran's side. Meng Iran shook her head gently, signaling that she was fine, yet the blush on her face had yet to fade. Chao Tianxiang's expression shifted dramatically, akin to a master of Peking opera changing masks, as she glared darkly at Tang Lu, raising her cane to point directly at him. With a malicious smirk, she remarked, "Ah, so young yet daring to covet my granddaughter. You possess quite the audacity." Tang Lu was taken aback, offering a wry smile as he responded, "Senior, you exaggerate. I truly did not mean to." Chao Tianxiang let out a cold huff, saying, "Whether intentional or not, my granddaughter is yet unmarried, and every inch of her skin is worth its weight in gold. Today, you have laid eyes upon her entirely. Now tell me, what compensation do you propose?" At a loss for words, Tang Lu found himself unable to conjure a suitable retort and helplessly sought assistance from the others. At that moment, Zhao Wujia stepped forward, waving his hand in irritation. All right, Sister Chao. Why must you make things difficult for a junior?" Chao Tianxiang sneered, "But she's my granddaughter. I must look out for her." Zhao Wujia replied nonchalantly, "Sister Chao, just be straightforward. What do you desire?" Chao Tianxiang's smile turned sinister as her true intentions revealed themselves. She pointed her 3-meter-long cane at the previously mentioned rooster-crowned, phoenix-tailed snake. "As compensation, I require this rooster-crowned, phoenix-tailed snake." Oscar, unable to contain his displeasure, interjected. "What do you mean?" Zhao Wujia calmly responded, "Sister Chao, the Spirit Master world has its rules. You cannot disrupt them, can you? If word gets out, your reputation will be in jeopardy." Chao Tianxiang fell silent, weighing the pros and cons of the situation. Was it her reputation or her granddaughter's third spirit ring that mattered more? Zhao Wujia continued, his tone growing colder. "Sister Chao, with Long Gong currently absent, some decisions may not be yours to make, correct?" Chao Tianxiang's expression darkened further. It was indeed a challenge to extract the rooster-crowned, phoenix-tailed snake from Zhao Wujia. She could guarantee that, had Zhao Wujia not been uncertain of Long Gong's whereabouts, he would have already resolved the matter, leaving their graves 2 meters high by tomorrow. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Chao Tianxiang's eyes darted as she pondered. And after a moment, she smiled and declared, "Do you think I, Chao Tianxiang, want to go back on my word? The rules of the Spirit Master world must be upheld. The rooster-crowned, phoenix-tailed snake shall belong to you. But bear in mind, I shall remember today's incident." "Very well," Zhao Wujia replied nonchalantly. "You, Zhao Wujia, I wonder how long you can maintain this firmness," Chao Tianxiang mused inwardly, then turned to Meng Iran beside her, saying, "Iran, let us depart." Meng Iran, reluctant, protested, "Grandma, shouldn't we fight for it?" Chao Tianxiang frowned slightly. "This matter is not easily resolved. We shall wait for your grandfather to arrive." With that, she leapt into the depths of the forest. Meng Iran sighed, casting a lingering glance at the rooster-crowned, phoenix-tailed snake on the ground, then looked up and deeply regarded Tang Lu before hastening to catch up with Chao Tianxiang, the two vanishing into the woods. Once the two were out of sight, Zhao Wujia exhaled in relief. Yet he knew that while Long Po and her husband held great renown in the Spirit Master world, they were not to be trifled with. Had Long Gong arrived just now, he feared he and the little monsters would have met their demise. It would be wise for Oscar to absorb the spirit ring and leave promptly to avoid unnecessary trouble. Zhao Wujia surmised to himself, then turned to Oscar. "Hurry up and absorb it. You have no idea the trouble you've stirred up today. What a jinx you are." Oscar grinned and, with excited strides, approached the rooster-crowned, phoenix-tailed snake. With trembling hands, he raised his eager little knife and plunged it unhesitatingly into the creature's head. The snake let out a terrible cry, yet due to its severe injuries, it could only helplessly collapse to the ground, wailing. As time passed, the cries of the rooster-crowned, phoenix-tailed snake eventually ceased. Eagerly, Oscar sat cross-legged and began to absorb his third spirit ring. Chapter 105. Oscar's third spirit ring to the group surrounded Oscar to protect him as Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu frolicked nearby, while Zhao Wujia remained at a distance, vigilantly observing everyone. He had to stay alert, uncertain if Chao Tianxiang would return. Thus he remained ever prepared. Meanwhile, Tang San had secluded himself beneath a tree, meditating as he seemed to have grasped the threshold of level 30, eager to attempt a breakthrough. The others had no objections. Who wouldn't welcome an additional spirit master to their ranks? Approximately half an hour later, Oscar slowly opened his tightly shut eyes. His aura elevated as a circle of purple light enveloped him. He had finally ascended to the spirit master level, now a 31st level support type spirit master. Oscar, observing the golden glow radiating from Oscar, who exuded an aura of grandeur, Ma Hongjun lamented, "Had I known achieving spirit master status would be this impressive, I should have worked harder. Perhaps I could have wooed more girls." Dai Mubai retorted, "Oh please, with your charm, which girl could possibly endure you?" Awakening, Oscar blinked his enchanting peach blossom eyes. "Do you not sense that my aura has ascended? Am I not more handsome now?" Zhao Wujia approached from behind, giving his head a light slap. "You little brat, quickly tell us about your third spirit skill." Oscar gazed at Zhao Wujia with a mournful expression, rubbing his sore head, before hesitantly raising his right hand and holding up 3 fingers to his forehead. "I possess a mushroom sausage." The crowd reacted. "Why can't you change that cringeworthy line?" Feeling the disdainful gazes of those around him, Oscar grew irritated, declaring, "My third spirit skill is quite formidable. You will never guess what characteristic I absorbed from the rooster-crowned, phoenix-tailed snake." Ma Hongjun pushed his shoulder impatiently. "Stop being cryptic and just tell us." Oscar grinned mischievously, dramatically announcing, "My mushroom sausage allows a person to fly for 1 minute." Dai Mubai's eyes widened in astonishment. "Fly? You actually acquired the flying characteristic of the rooster-crowned, phoenix-tailed snake? That is an incredible skill. It seems the rooster-crowned, phoenix-tailed snake did not yield in vain, propelling you, little Oscar, to the pinnacle of life." Zhao Wujin nodded in agreement, acknowledging the ability to fly is a rarity among support-type spirit masters on the continent. "Oscar, your potential is limitless." As praises flooded in, Ning Rongrong, standing at a distance, felt increasingly disheartened. She perceived Oscar as the brightest star in the spotlight, while her 7-treasure glazed tile tower seemed to fade into obscurity. Flying? How could he acquire such a skill? Ning Rongrong's mouth fell agape. The 7-treasure glazed tile tower was renowned as the strongest support on the continent, yet she found herself surpassed by Oscar. A sense of helplessness enveloped her. Since arriving at Shrek Academy, she had encountered obstacles at every turn. This was something her proud heart could scarcely bear. She longed to prove herself as anything but useless. Yet today, Oscar's performance felt like a heavy slap to her face. A young 31st level support spirit master, wielding one of the continent's rarest flying skills. She felt utterly outclassed within Shrek Academy, and if one were to echo Flender's words, she might well be the true waste among them. After a wave of envy swept through, Oscar's vanity was greatly satisfied. Yet, he was not finished. After a light cough, he continued speaking. "Let me share with you all that my flight duration is merely 1 minute, and my speed is akin to that of the chicken crest and phoenix tail snake." Even the composed Dai Mubai couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth, his gaze firmly fixed on Oscar. After a considerable pause, he finally remarked, "You truly are a peculiar one." Even Zhao Wujia, upon hearing this news, could not contain his excitement, gesticulating animatedly as he exclaimed, "If that old fellow Flander hears this, he will surely be overjoyed. We won't need to rent horse-drawn carriages for our travels anymore. Just Oscar's mushroom sausage will suffice. Healthy, economical, and filling." Once Oscar's matter was settled, the group began to utilize this brief respite to rest. The Stardoe Forest was fraught with peril at every turn, and they needed to optimize their condition. After approximately 75 minutes, Tang San gradually awakened beneath the trees. His Xiantian skill began to operate in an orderly manner, and it felt as if something had shattered within him, causing a torrent of soul power to surge uncontrollably outward. Elated by the sensation of his body brimming with strength, Tang San felt a wave of joy. Upon seeing Tang San awaken, Zhao Wujie immediately began to organize their itinerary. The sky was already quite late, and they could hunt for Tang Li's soul ring tomorrow. Let us find a place to stay for the night, he suggested. Tang San responded, Teacher Zhao, I fear I will trouble you again tomorrow. Zhao Wujie, puzzled, inquired, What do you mean? Are you planning to seek thrills in the Stardow Forest? Let me be clear, the Stardow Forest is far from a playground. If something were to happen, how would I explain it to Flander? Tang San replied with annoyance. Teacher Zhao, you are overthinking it. I am not a child. What I mean to say is that I have also reached level 30 and need to acquire my third soul ring. Therefore, I would appreciate your assistance in locating a suitable soul beast while helping Lu go hunt tomorrow. What? Zhao Wujie's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Tang San. You're already at level 30, Tang San affirmed earnestly. I have suddenly reached level 30 and now require a third soul ring. So I ask for your help in finding a suitable soul beast tomorrow. Ma Hongjuan's face fell completely. Now this is amusing. Our Shrek has 4 soul sages, and here I am, still a mere great soul master, despite being your senior. Dai Mubai's eyes sparkled with intrigue, lost in thought. Zhu Zhuqing's icy demeanor briefly showed surprise before her resolute expression returned. Xiao Wu, brimming with excitement, hugged Tang San's arm, eager to dance with him. Oscar, after a moment of astonishment, regained his composure, given Tang Li's precedent. Tang San's ascent as Soul Sage was not so shocking after all. As for Ning Rongrong, she wandered a short distance away, drawing circles, feeling melancholic. Tang Li's face displayed astonishment. He had not anticipated that Tang San would bridge the gap between them so swiftly. Chapter 106. The Titan Giant Ape Strikes. Oscar lamented, Alas, I never expected that just after my breakthrough to level 30, you would surpass me. Truly remarkable. Ma Hongjun approached him, patting his shoulder, equally dejected. Even the newcomers have outpaced me, the old-timer. It's disheartening to see how quickly Tang Lu and Tang San have broken Dai Mubai's historical record. Dai Mubai merely smiled faintly and shook his head, saying, Records are meant to be broken. Besides, Tang San and his brother are part of Shrek, and their ascension to Soul Sage will certainly benefit us all. Zhao Wujie chuckled heartily. Indeed, what Dai said is correct. Maintaining records is merely a prelude to breaking them. Tang San grinned. The records we set will surely be surpassed in the future. A flicker of melancholy crossed Zhao Wujie's gaze. In the future? Will there even be a future? As the Vice Dean of Shrek, he was acutely aware that the Academy was nearing its twilight. Like a precariously balanced tower that could collapse at any moment with a gust of wind. Tang San and Tang Li's generation would be the last students of Shrek Academy. Dai Mubai surveyed the group with a serious expression. We are Shrek Academy, the Monster Academy, and we are indeed monstrous students, far from ordinary. Should any new records be set in the future, do not be surprised. I believe we will grow accustomed to it. Tombre smiled serenely. I believe that time will come. After a day of toil, the group began searching for a new campsite. Zhao Wujie led Tang Lu and the others for about 7 to 8 kilometers along the outskirts of the Stardow Forest, finding a relatively flat clearing to rest. They chose not to remain in one place, due to concerns that the formidable couple, the dragon and snake, might arrive. To avoid unnecessary trouble, they opted for the safest course of action. The first day as harvest in the Stardow Forest had been fruitful. Oscar had acquired his third soul ring and gained a powerful soul skill. The remaining focus was on Tang Lu and Tang San, who were filled with anticipation regarding their soul rings. As night fell, the camp gradually quieted and everyone drifted into slumber, restoring their energy to optimal levels. When the first rays of sunlight broke through the horizon the next morning, the eager group commenced a new journey. They traversed through forest swamps, encountering numerous soul beasts along the way. United in their efforts, they repelled wave after wave of soul beasts. However, most of these creatures were only a few hundred years old, posing no challenge to Tang Lu and Tang San, and instead strengthening the cohesion among the Shrek members. Each battle not only honed their combat abilities, but also refined their teamwork. Unbeknownst to them, they had developed a significant rapport. During each skirmish, Zhao Wujie refrained from intervening directly, choosing instead to observe from a distance and occasionally offer guidance, which significantly enhanced their combat techniques. Sighing, Oscar remarked, "Another day of fruitless effort." He wiped the mud and dust from his face, biting into the sausage in his hand with frustration. Dai Mubai stood silently beside him, equally drenched in sweat. The relentless battles had taken a heavy toll on their bodies. Moreover, their provisions were dwindling. After 2 days of travel, the journey had exceeded Zhao Wujia's expectations. If they did not find a suitable soul beast in the coming days, they would return empty-handed. They had been meandering along the outskirts of the Star Doe forest for 2 days, yielding little in the way of rewards. And even encountering a 1,000-year soul beast was a rarity. Even if they did come across one, it would likely not be suitable for Tang Lu and Tang San. Although Zhao Wujia was aware that the interior of the Star Doe forest was teeming with countless 1,000-year soul beasts, he resolutely refused to venture a step inside. He understood the dangers that lurked within. Were he alone, he might dare to explore, but with 8 children in tow, safety was paramount. Finding a small clearing, he gathered the group to set up camp, and after ensuring their safety, they began their respective tasks. The girls prepared the meals while the boys gathered firewood. While their activities were simple, what joy does not arise from the mundane aspects of life? After dinner, Tang Lu sat alone in meditation on a large stone, surrounded by a gentle aura. A veil of Beiming Zhenqi enveloped him, and his rhythmic breathing broke the serene silence. A beam of pure moonlight filtered through the hazy leaves, casting a silvery sheen upon his face, making him appear extraordinarily handsome. Under the moonlight, he exuded an even more striking charm. Years of growth had erased the remnants of youth, leaving behind a visage marked by masculinity and resolve, etched like a blade. Suddenly, the sound of soft footsteps interrupted the tranquility. Tang San approached, a steaming bowl of food in hand, with a large chicken leg stuffed in his mouth. Upon hearing the commotion, Tang Lu slowly opened his eyes, smiled at him, and inquired, "What brings you here? Shouldn't you be keeping company with Xiao Wu?" Tang San shook his head, tearing off a large piece of meat from the chicken leg, and replying, "She and Ning Rongrong are playing over there. She has no time for me." Tang Lu chuckled lightly. After all, she is just a child, naturally drawn to play. Tang San nodded, then sighed. "It has already been 2 days, yet we still cannot find a suitable soul beast." Raising an eyebrow, Tang Lu smiled and asked, "Are you feeling anxious?" With a soft sigh, Tang San admitted, "Time has passed, and it is only natural to feel urgency. Otherwise, this trip would be in vain." Tang Lu slightly nodded, acknowledging his own growing anxiety over the past few days. "Speaking of which," Tang San continued, his eyes reflecting concern from my observations of Xiao Wu these days. "She seems quite averse to hunting soul beasts. Do you think this might affect her future development? I'm worried that if she continues with this mindset." His voice trailed off as he spoke. Tang Lu's expression grew serious. "I too sense something amiss with Xiao Wu. She appears excessively resistant to soul beasts, unlike a typical soul master. Yet, I cannot pinpoint the exact issue. It is clear she is concealing something. Otherwise, she wouldn't behave this way." Tang San remained silent, tacitly agreeing. Chapter 107. Suddenly, Tang Lu felt a shift in the atmosphere and sprang up from the stone, gripping Tang San's shoulder tightly. "There's movement. Be cautious." Meanwhile, not far away, Zhao Wujia activated 7 soul rings beneath his feet and rushed to the center of the tent, shouting, "Everyone, evacuate the tent and find a safe place to hide, quickly." In mere seconds, the occupants of the tent emerged, their faces filled with confusion as they looked at Zhao Wujia. Oscar, bewildered, asked, "Teacher Zhao, what's going on? Why aren't you all sleeping at this hour?" Zhao Wujia's expression was grave as he spoke in a deep, serious tone. "Everyone, stand behind me. If anything happens, do not look back. Just keep running until you are out of the Xing Do Great Forest. Mubai, you will lead in my absence. Ensure everyone's safety." Though puzzled, Dai Mubai stood tall and replied resolutely, "Understood, Teacher Zhao. But can you tell us what is happening?" "A terrifying entity is approaching, and it will surely bring disaster." Zhao Wujia's face darkened, his eyes fixated on a single direction, his powerful soul energy beginning to radiate. "What's there to fear, Teacher Zhao? Disasters always seem to find us first," Oscar remarked, but before he could finish, The direction Zhao was watching suddenly erupted in chaos. A fierce wind swept through, causing the surrounding trees to sway violently, as if uprooting them. In that moment, everyone understood Zhao Wujia's vigilance. They witnessed a colossal figure emerge between two rows of trees. This being, towering like a mountain, resembled a giant ape, but its size was at least several thousand times that of an ordinary ape. Its rock-like exterior was adorned with flowing red stripes, emanating an aura that weighed heavily upon all present. Tang Lu and Tang San, standing nearby, were left in shock, their mouths agape. Despite being reincarnated and having encountered many extraordinary events, they had never seen a creature like this. Tang San swallowed hard, his voice trembling as he asked, "Is this a creature from the ancient Shan Haijing?" Tang Li's complexion paled slightly as he uncertainly replied, "This must be some kind of soul beast." The sight before them was utterly terrifying. The creature's 7-meter-wide shoulders resembled a small hill, and its pitch-black exterior, interspersed with crimson stripes, was truly menacing. After a careful observation, Tang San immediately identified the being before them. "It's the Forest King, the Titan Giant Ape." Tang San struggled to articulate Titan Giant Ape. Everyone stood frozen, breathless in the presence of the Titan Giant Ape, desperately wishing that this massive being would merely pass by. After all, this creature was the king of the forest, possessing immense offensive and defensive capabilities, standing atop the food chain as a formidable foe to all living beings. No creature would dare intrude into its territory. Doing so would be tantamount to seeking death. Yet now, the Titan Giant Ape had approached them directly. This was utterly inconceivable. They were still on the outskirts. Tang Lu thought to himself, aware of the Titan Giant Ape's habits. These forest monarchs resided deep within the heart of the Qingdao Great Forest and would never venture to the outer regions. Let's hope it harbors no malice towards humans, Tang Lu silently prayed. The Soul Beast Encyclopedia had clearly stated that if one were to encounter a Titan Giant Ape, they must quietly chant 3 times, "Do not kill me, do not kill me," and then find a shaded spot to lie down to avoid the odor of decaying flesh. The Titan Giant Ape possessed intelligence akin to a human's, and if fortune favored them, perhaps they might engage in conversation before their demise. "Respected King of the Forest, we bear no ill will. We kindly request you to let us go." Even Zhao Wujia, a rank 70 soul sage, would bow in deference to the Titan Giant Ape, speaking respectfully, fearful that a moment's displeasure could result in his end. The Titan Giant Ape, with its granite-like nostrils exhaling hot air, paid no heed to Zhao Wujia's words, its yellow lantern-like eyes scanning the group for something. What to do, what to do, what to do? How Tiando Luo, come save me." Zhao Wujia stood frozen, contemplating his options. To flee meant certain death, likely ending in a gruesome fate. To stay meant eventual demise. To fight back? That would lead to an even swifter death. Zhao Wujia's mind raced, rapidly devising a plausible escape route, but the Titan Giant Ape would not grant him such luxury. It made a movement that quickened everyone's hearts, stepping forward gently. This simple action made them hold their breath, fearing even the slightest noise might provoke the colossal creature. Zhao Wujia's lips quivered in terror. He would rather endure the relentless deductions from Flender for the next half-year or face another beating from Hao Tiando Luo than confront the Titan Giant Ape. At this moment, Fulan was absent, and behind him were 8 children who needed his protection. Zhao Wujia, the leading teacher, gritted his teeth and roared, "Quickly eat Oscar's mushroom sausage and take flight. I will hold it back for you. You must survive." Fearing he could not endure much longer, he urged them to act swiftly. No sooner had he spoken than he charged forward, his 7 soul rings illuminating beneath his feet, causing his body to visibly swell. The rings compressed the surrounding air as Zhao Wujia's soul power was released generously. He leaped into the air, confronting the Titan Great Ape, his massive paws striking out, hoping to delay it momentarily. "You all go ahead. I will assist Teacher Zhao," Dai Mubai instructed, following suit and activating his 1st, 2nd, and 3rd rings. His muscles expanded instantly, a burst of white light radiating from him, and his body was covered in thick fur, a royal symbol manifesting on his forehead. The white tiger possessed him. Ning Rongrong, you must leave as well. I am a support-type soul master, and I can stay to help them, she said with unwavering conviction. As two yellow soul rings rose beneath her feet, her right hand cradling the exquisite Qibao Lioli Tower. The seven treasures are renowned. One grants strength, the other speed. With a determined shout, colorful beams of light surged from the tower's tip, enhancing Dai Mubai and Zhao Wujia. Though Ning Rongrong had often been underestimated by the Shrek team, no one could deny that the Qibao Lioli Tower was the most formidable support-type martial soul on the continent. The defensive and offensive boosts it provided were incomparable. Under the tower's extraordinary support, Zhao Wujia's assault grew increasingly ferocious, his massive paws striking directly at the Titan Great Ape with overwhelming soul power, undeterred by its might. Seeing so many willing to stay behind, could the others genuinely leave in peace? Tang San gritted his teeth and propelled himself forward with Gue Ingmizong, driven not only by loyalty to Shrek Academy, but also by a promise to protect Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu stood still amidst the crowd, her legs seemingly tangled in indecision. Her delicate hands clasped tightly together, biting her lower lip as her wide eyes fixated on the Titan Great Ape, a complex expression in her gaze. Xiao Wu, you must go, Tang San urged, stepping forward to shield her from the violent aura emanating from the Titan Great Ape. No, I must stay, she replied resolutely. Tang San shook his head firmly, a wry smile crossing his face. Under normal circumstances, I might agree, but today you must go. You understand what kind of soul beast the Titan Great Ape is. Stay means certain death. Xiao Wu lifted her gaze to meet Tang San's. What about you? Tang San turned to observe Zhao Wujia and Dai Mubai battling fiercely, murmuring softly, I am a member of Shrek. They need me. I must stay. Xiao Wu stubbornly retorted. But I am one of them too. Tang San abruptly faced her, grasping her shoulders firmly, his voice serious. Xiao Wu, we cannot afford to waste any more time. You must leave. Xiao Wu broke free from his grasp, a flicker of relief in her eyes as she whispered, Brother, this is all because of me. I must stay. With that, she leaped skyward, ascending to the treetops, charging forward without hesitation. Logically, a sensitive attack-type soul master like her should find it nearly impossible to confront a soul beast as formidable as the Titan Great Ape. Even a title de law would require utmost vigilance. Yet, at that moment, Xiao Wu appeared unusually at ease, her steps light and buoyant. In the midst of this tension, Tang San failed to notice her differences, and without a word, he dashed forward, determined to protect Xiao Wu, no matter the adversary. Watching the determined comrades rushing forward, Ma Hongjun stood bewildered, questioning what is happening. It was not fear for his life, but rather an inability to shake off the terror instilled by the Titan Great Ape. Observing his fearless peers, his mind struggled to comprehend their bravery. Tang Lu approached him slowly, gently patting his shoulder. In the next instant, he activated Lingbo Weibu and sped away, his agility allowing him to cover considerable distance in mere seconds. Like Dai Mubai and Tang San, Tang Lu shared the conviction that they were a team, and separation was not an option. Hongjun, please unleash a fire to encircle us and the giant, preventing any other soul beasts from intruding. Tang Lu shouted, halting abruptly. Given the scale of the battle at night, it would undoubtedly attract numerous soul rings. So it was prudent to prepare. Ma Hongjun immediately sprang into action, muttering something as he leaped into the air, his small wings flapping vigorously. He then unleashed a torrent of flames from his mouth, igniting the surrounding trees in a semicircle. The fire quickly spread, illuminating the previously dark night sky, adding an air of tension to the battle. Soon after, two yellow soul rings glowed around Ma Hongjun, a wave of fire radiating from within him. With another roar, he unleashed a barrage of flames targeting the Titan Great Ape below. It is often said that to strike a foe, one must first target their vulnerabilities. Though unaware of the Titan's gender, the crafty Ma Hongjun aimed his flames without hesitation. Vast stretches of black silver grass erupted from the ground, intertwining with Tang San's blue silver grass, forming an extensive net that surged toward the Titan Great Ape. Engaging the forest's dominant creature was futile. In the face of true strength, all attacks were in vain. Therefore, as control-type soul masters, Tang Lu and Tang San quickly discerned the situation. Direct combat was impracticable, and they could only utilize the black-silver and blue-silver grasses to delay the Titan Great Ape, buying time for their escape. As the massive net of vines loomed before it, the Titan Great Ape exhaled a series of hot breaths, and with a casual sweep of its colossal arm, it effortlessly tore through the entanglements. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Wujia raised his fists and struck fiercely at the Titan Great Ape. With Ning Rongrong support, his strength surged to approximately level 80. However, the moment his attack connected with the Titan, he was sent flying back as if struck by a cannonball, the immense recoil overwhelming him. The assault provoked the Forest King's wrath, an aura of black energy radiating from him as he let out a deafening roar. He uprooted nearby trees and stones, almost tearing the entire forest from its roots. This furious cry halted all attacks, as everyone summoned their vitality to resist the cataclysmic force unleashed. Chapter 109. Confrontation. Zhu Zhuqing, who had been stealthily approaching the Titan giant ape, was forced to reveal her true form, her body sent flying backward by a tremendous shockwave. Dai Mubai, who had just spat out a mouthful of fresh blood and had yet to adjust to his own condition, witnessed Zhu Zhuqing soaring through the air and without hesitation leaped up, his sturdy arms catching her securely. Tang San, who had quietly protected Xiao Wu, also sprang into action at that moment. Just as Xiao Wu was regaining her senses, a series of violet figures flashed through the air, with Tang San cradling Xiao Wu and landing steadily below. Meanwhile, Tang Lu wove a net from the black-silver grass, attempting to catch the flung Zhao Wujing. Regrettably, Zhao Wujing broke through net after net and ultimately crashed heavily to the ground, creating a massive crater nearly 5 meters wide. The dark mist emanating from the Titan giant ape whipped up a fierce wind, bending and breaking the surrounding trees, causing the entire forest to tremble. The scene was utterly breathtaking. They had indeed underestimated the king of the forest. This thought echoed in everyone's minds, including Zhao Wujing's. They had initially believed that by joining forces, they could barely withstand the assault for a moment. To their astonishment, with just a single roar, the Titan giant ape sent them all flying, leaving no time for reaction. In the next moment, this forest king performed an astonishing feat with a thunderous roar. The Titan giant ape, akin to a small hill, immediately began to charge forward on all fours. Each heavy step shook the earth, sending shivers of fear through the hearts of all who beheld it. Despite its enormous size, the Titan giant ape was remarkably swift. In the blink of an eye, it stood before them, poised to charge. All eyes widened in horror as they watched the Titan giant ape approach, its forelegs thundering without mercy. Their faces turned pale, panic etched across their expressions. Oscar, Ning Rongrong, and Ma Hongjun stood at the forefront, silently closing their eyes, awaiting the arrival of death. Oscar found a sense of comfort in the thought of perishing alongside a beautiful companion. Just as the Titan giant ape closed the distance to less than 10 meters, he smiled, reflecting that if they survived, it would be fortunate. Yet if death awaited, embracing a stunning beauty would render it a worthwhile end. Ning Rongrong, who had intended to resist, barely had time to react as Oscar lunged forward like a hungry tiger. She felt her body sway, losing balance, and fell heavily to the ground, her poor stamina rendering her unconscious. Just when the three believed doom was upon them, 3 figures appeared before their eyes. Dai Mubai, Tang Lu, Tang San. Upon seeing their companions in danger, Dai Mubai unhesitatingly tossed Zhu Zhuqing aside and charged forward with powerful strides. He moved with incredible swiftness, barely ahead of the Titan giant ape. Tang Lu, too, chose not to waste time extracting Zhao Wujing from the pit, but instead rushed to provide support. Zhao Wujing could be retrieved later, but a life lost was irretrievable. Thus, he dashed forward without hesitation, moving with lightning speed to join his comrades. Tang San prioritized rescue as well, and fortunately, he reacted swiftly. He released Xiao Wu from his embrace and, with astonishing speed, darted forward as if he had sprouted wings. The time they had to coordinate was alarmingly brief. Not a second could be squandered. Hence, the three did not engage in elaborate discussions, but simply chose their respective targets for rescue. The nearest to Tang San was Ma Hongjun. Without a moment's delay, he approached Ma Hongjun, seized his collar, and delivered a swift kick to his rear. Ma Hongjun, seemingly jolted by some stimulus, leaped up while clutching his backside. Tang San then kicked again, propelling Ma Hongjun like a human cannonball. At the same time, Tang San's figure flickered, escaping before the Titan giant ape could reach him. Tang Lu and Dai Mubai exchanged exasperated glances as they beheld the tightly embraced Ning Rongrong and Oscar. Oscar clutched Ning Rongrong's shoulders as if holding on to 500,000 in cash, his grip unwavering. In an instant, they devised a plan. Dai Mubai's claws elongated, swiftly reaching down to grasp the unconscious Ning Rongrong, lifting her effortlessly. Tang Lu then hoisted Oscar by his legs, stacking them atop Ning Rongrong, and together they hurled them like a dart toward the upper left. Having completed their tasks, Tang Lu dashed forward, his speed extraordinary as he covered dozens of meters in mere seconds. Dai Mubai also reacted quickly, propelling himself off the ground just as the Titan giant ape's attack descended. Boom! Mere seconds after their departure, the Titan giant ape's forelimbs crashed down, fracturing the very ground where Tang Lu and Dai Mubai had stood, creating a deep fissure over 10 meters long. The earth's rock shattered, producing a thunderous cacophony. As everyone rejoiced in their narrow escape, Tang San's heart plummeted. Having just evaded the Titan giant ape's attack, he stood aside, witnessing that the Titan giant ape's massive hand was reaching out to seize Xiao Wu, who was attempting to rise and flee. Xiao Wu was yanked forward, utterly immobile. No! Tang San bellowed in anguish, his heart a tumultuous storm. He surged forward, his right hand grasping the air shizi Qiao Mingyue Yi at his waist, unleashing a barrage of silver light. This is bad, Tang Lu thought frantically, initially believing that everyone would escape unscathed, only to discover a crisis unfolding with Xiao Wu. Being captured by the Titan giant ape was tantamount to a death sentence. There was no hope for Xiao Wu's survival. Tang Li's anxiety mirrored that of Tang San's, both consumed by desperation. He surveyed the nearby trees, targeting a sturdier one, and with a powerful kick, propelled himself skyward like a missile. Xiao Wu was not only Tang San's sister, but also his beloved. He was determined to rescue her at all costs. Clenching his teeth, Tang Lu executed a mid-air version of the Lingbo Weibo, while everyone on the ground gazed up in awe at his soaring figure. Tang Lu stretched out his arms, aiming to catch Xiao Wu. Yet, just as he and Xiao Wu were a mere meter apart, what everyone believed to be a successful rescue took a tragic turn. The Titan giant ape suddenly opened its right hand and, with a swift motion, grasped Tang Li's lower body. Tang Lu froze momentarily before desperately struggling. However, the Titan giant ape's grip tightened, its 5 fingers clutching Tang Li's body with crushing force. The sound of cracking bones echoed as excruciating pain engulfed him, flooding his mind. Tang Li's complexion paled. Under such torment, he could barely withstand a second before losing consciousness. Chapter 110. I no longer need to live unexpectedly. Just as Tang Lu was about to complete the rescue, he too was captured. All eyes were wide with disbelief as they gazed upon the still figure nestled within the colossal palm of the Titan great ape. Moments later, a wave of hot air erupted from the creature's nostrils, and a dark mist enveloped the scene, sending everyone hurtling backward once more. Seizing Xiao Wu in one hand and Tang Lu in the other, the Titan great ape departed with a mighty stride. As the crowd brushed off the dust from their clothes, they emerged from the craters they had fallen into, staring in silence at the receding silhouette of the Titan great ape, their eyes unwittingly moistening with unshed tears. How could this be? Tang San stood frozen, murmuring in disbelief. Xiao Wu had been taken, and so had Tang Lu. How could this happen? What was supposed to be a mere soul-hunting expedition had turned into a nightmare with the sudden arrival of the Forest King, the Titan great ape. Why did this occur? Tang San's shoulders trembled as tears streamed down his cheeks, marking the face of a once indomitable spirit, now reduced to sorrow. Tang Lu and Xiao Wu were among the closest to him, aside from Tang Hao and Yin. Today, he had helplessly witnessed their abduction by the Titan great ape. yet he felt utterly powerless to intervene. Oscar quietly approached Tang San, gently placing a hand on his shoulder and offering him a sausage. Without hesitation, Tang San consumed the sausage, feeling the effects of the Titan Great Ape's shockwave still reverberate through his body. Fortunately, his Xin Tiangong provided some measure of protection, preventing significant harm. Observing Tang San's somber demeanor, Oscar opened his mouth, seemingly wishing to speak, but ultimately fell silent. Dugibo, having pried Wuji from the ground, surveyed the chaotic scene with a grim expression. Why did the Forest King, the Titan Great Ape, emerge so suddenly? It is all my fault. I failed to protect you. Tang Lu and Xiao Wu have been taken, and it is entirely my error. With a sigh, Dugibo replied, Zhao Laoshe in this situation, there is little we can do to stop it. Even a titled Doloa would find it challenging to confront the Titan Great Ape. We should all mourn our losses. The power of the Titan Great Ape had been evident to all present, and there was no hope of survival for Tang Lu and Xiao Wu. Tang Sin clenched his fists tightly until his knuckles turned white, lifting his head to reveal bloodshot eyes, yet his tone remained eerily calm. No, this is all my fault. I failed to protect Xiao Wu, and I indirectly caused harm to Le Ge. It is all my fault. At that moment, a profound guilt weighed heavily on Tang San's heart. He regretted his own weakness and inability to safeguard his companions. He lamented not having rushed to protect Xiao Wu immediately. Directly endangering Tonglu. Dejectedly cradling his head, he stared blankly at the devastation around him, his face devoid of expression, as if his spirit had been extinguished. Zhao Wuji cast a remorseful glance at Tang San, then sighed deeply. He understood that this incident would be a significant blow to the young man. Yet he had no means to rescue Tang Lu and Xiao Wu. Resigned, he said, we should leave this place and make our way out of the Stardow Forest. Let us return to the academy tomorrow. Silence enveloped the group as they began to walk, each lost in thought, grappling with the devastating news of their companions' fates. Xiao Ao, do not make a sound. Produce some mushroom sausages for me. Tang San's voice suddenly broke through Oscar's reverie as he walked blindly forward. Oscar paused, then turned to scan their surroundings. No one else seemed to have heard Tang San's whisper. It was as if he alone could perceive it. He quickly pivoted, finding Tang San's gaze meeting his. Oscar swallowed hard, realizing that Tang San was no longer the bright-eyed youth he once knew. His face bore a pallor of iron, and his eyes were bloodshot, even the pupils tinged with crimson. Lowering his voice intentionally, Oscar cautioned, No, Xiao San, you must not act impulsively. Tang San raised his pale face, his tone steady as he declared, They're my sister and brother. They are my closest kin. Even in death, I must retrieve their bodies. Oscar, I ask you, will you assist me? His voice, though calm, resonated with an unwavering resolve, reminiscent of a warrior preparing for battle. An indomitable spirit that none could challenge. Oscar, who had prepared an array of responses, sighed deeply. Let me be the villain this time. A bittersweet smile graced his lips, and he wrestled with the morality of his choice, questioning whether it was right to watch his brother march towards danger. However, if he were in Tang San's position, he knew his reaction would be even more intense. Should this deed be done or not? After much internal conflict, Oscar finally made up his mind, gritting his teeth as he summoned his soul power to conjure a mushroom sausage, trembling hands offering it to Tang San. As Tang San beheld the mushroom sausage, it was as though he had found a lifeline, snatching it from Oscar's grasp, a rare smile brightening his face. Oscar's incantation drew the attention of those nearby. Ning Rongrong, not far off, turned sharply, exclaiming, Oscar, why are you depleting your soul power? Her voice caught everyone's attention, and they turned to look. Yet before they could react further, Tang San consumed the mushroom sausage, his back sprouting a pair of translucent wings as he leaped into the air. Zhao Wuji, sensing the gravity of the situation, called out urgently, Tang San, do not act recklessly. With a hint of regret, Tang San replied, I must see them alive or dead. Zhao Laoshe, forgive me. Xiao Wu and Le Ge are my closest companions. The moment they were taken, my heart was already extinguished. I will find them, even if it is only their remains that I recover. Zhao Wuji smiled wryly. Tang San, why must you go to such lengths? Tang San shook his head gently, raising his arm and clenching his fist skyward, declaring fiercely, "If they are dead, then I have no reason to live." Suddenly, Ning Rongrong raised her 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda and chimed in, "7 treasures are renowned. The second grants speed." A blue light enveloped Tang San, quickening the flapping of his wings. "Hurry, Tang San, go. I support you," Ning Rongrong urged, disregarding Zhao Wuji's fierce glare as she bounced on the ground. Tang San cast a grateful look her way, nodding resolutely as he awkwardly maneuvered his wings, soaring into the sky. Watching Tang San's departure, Oscar softly remarked, "Tang San, my dear brother, go with peace of mind." Chapter 111, I Cannot Die. Ming, you are being reckless. What if something happens to Le Ge? I will not forgive you. A crisp voice echoed through the depths of the Stardow forest, followed by the ground trembling as trees swayed violently. A massive gorilla charging past. Upon closer inspection, a small girl clad in pink perched upon its shoulder, her cherubic face adorably pouting in anger. In the gorilla's right hand lay a boy dressed in white, his garments stained with blood. The only recognizable feature was Tang Li's handsome face. Ming abruptly halted, his large eyes filled with confusion as he regarded the girl on his shoulder, Xiao Wu. Ming abruptly halted his steps, nearly causing Xiao Wu to tumble off his shoulder. Annoyed, she gave his head a light slap. Ming opened his wide mouth, scratched his head, and in a grumpy tone exclaimed, "Why must we spare this human?" To Xiao Wu's surprise, the Titan great ape spoke with human speech, but she was not taken aback. Instead, she pointed at its nose and scolded, "Le Ge is my brother. Look at what you've done to him, you big silly monkey." Ming turned his head to glance at Tang Lu in his grasp and, with curiosity, asked, "Xiao Wujia, you must not harbor any pity for humans. They have no idea how many of our soul beasts they have slain. You cannot learn from humans." Xiao Wu shot Ming an exasperated glare and replied, "Of course. I haven't forgotten my identity, but Le Ge is a good person, a good human. He treats me well, so you must let him go now." Tilting his head in confusion, Ming looked at Xiao Wu, but under her fierce gaze, he relented. He gently pinched Tang Li's body between his fingers and tossed him carelessly from a height of over 20 meters. Luckily, they were positioned above a swamp. Otherwise, Tang Lu would have been utterly crushed. "How could you do this?" Xiao Wu exclaimed anxiously. "Quickly pick him up. What if you injure him?" Jealous of Xiao Wu's excessive concern for the human, Ming deliberately turned away, ignoring her. All right, don't be angry," Xiao Wu cooed softly. Ming's expression softened, and seeing her adorable face, he broke into a hearty laugh. "Xiao Wujia, you haven't visited me and Ming in a long time. We both miss you. We think of you at least once a day." "That's more like it," Xiao Wu replied with a smile, then asked curiously, Ming, why did you suddenly rush over?" "Your companions were hurt." Ming scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed as he explained, "Xiao Wujia, I sensed your presence as soon as you entered the Xingdou to Sunlin, so I rushed over." Xiao Wu froze for a moment, a wave of regret washing over her. It was her fault. She had forgotten to conceal her aura upon entering the Xingdou to Sunlin, which had caused Ming to hastily come and capture her, resulting in injuries to everyone at Shrek. Turning to Ming, she spoke earnestly, "Listen carefully. Unless I come find you, you must not seek me out. It will cause great trouble." Ming, somewhat understanding, nodded and set off towards the heart of the Xingdou to Sunlin with Xiao Wu on his shoulder. Pain. It truly hurts. This was the first sensation Tang Lu felt upon awakening. His body felt as if it had been brutally crushed in a juicer, thrown from a 20-meter building, leaving him battered and broken. Or perhaps it felt as though he had been mercilessly beaten by a group wielding clubs, akin to being minced in a meat grinder. Slowly, he opened his heavy eyelids, staring blankly at a puddle of clear water, only then realizing he was lying face down on the ground. He attempted to move his hands to flip himself over, but as soon as he did, a jolt of excruciating pain surged through him, as if every bone in his body had shattered. Simultaneously, his head felt heavy, as if a massive rock was crushing his chest, making it impossible to breathe. Gazing at his reflection in the water, he began to see hallucinations, feeling increasingly disoriented. with his strength gradually fading away, as if he were being drained of life. No way, no way. Am I really going to die here? Tangle dispratlis triggered. But even the slightest movement of his limbs brought back the intense pain, causing him to grimace and nearly shed tears. Could it be that I am destined to perish here? Tang Lu thought bitterly, lamenting that he had yet to reach the summit to witness its glory, to establish the Xiaoyao sect, with countless aspirations unfulfilled. How could he die here? Fueled by determination, he summoned the last remnants of his strength to gradually activate the Bei Ming Zhenqi within him. The energy released from his dantian began to restore color to his pale face, and he could barely move his muscles. Though he could not comprehend the inhuman torment he had endured, Tang Lu was certain that without practicing the Bei Ming Shengong, he would have perished long ago, with no chance to struggle. If not for the protection offered by the Bei Ming Shengong, he would have died countless times. As he pushed himself, the Bei Ming Zhenqi began to heal his injured body, rapidly replenishing his vitality, and his complexion gradually regained its rosy hue. If only I could have one of Oscar's sausages right now, Tang Lu murmured. It is often in the direst situations that one recalls the kindness of others. And Tang Lu was no exception. If Oscar were nearby, enjoying one of his especially made sausages would expedite his recovery, eliminating the need for waiting. After a prolonged period of recuperation, Tang Li's vitality surged once more. The previously feeble sensation within him disappeared, replaced by a surge of strength that filled him with exhilaration. This time, he finally gathered the courage to pour all his accumulated energy into his hands and, with a determined push, flipped himself over. Accompanied by a heart-wrenching scream, Tang Lu gasped for air, facing the sky. He had succeeded. He had managed to turn himself over. It was truly remarkable. However, after expending all his strength, regret washed over him as dizziness returned, and the world around him began to blur, leading him back into unconsciousness. Chapter 112. Re-encounter with Songhui Academy. A wave of soreness gradually roused the unconscious Tang Lu. He opened his heavy eyelids and lifted his head to observe his surroundings. Discovering he was in the vast expanse of a swamp, he breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there are no soul beasts nearby. Otherwise, I might have been torn apart, Tang Lu thought, feeling fortunate. In the Xingdou de Sunlin, danger lurked at every corner, and to find himself in a swamp without encountering any soul beast was indeed a stroke of luck. He was aware that the scent of blood emanating from him could easily attract soul beasts, and having been unconscious for so long, he wouldn't have known if he had been bitten to death. Rubbing his aching temples with his right hand, he muttered with a hint of headache, I wonder how Xiao Wu is doing. This is exhausting. It was supposed to be a simple soul-hunting mission, yet it spiraled into so many complications. The thought of the Titan Great Ape attacking Shrek's members ignited a surge of anger within Tang Lu, and he clenched his fists. It was outrageous for the king of the forest, the Titan Great Ape, to commit such immoral acts. If he had the strength, he would certainly slay it. At that moment, he was not joking. If he were a title de law, even if he couldn't defeat the Titan Great Ape, he would fight fiercely to protect his companions, rather than feeling so helpless as he did today. It was unclear how long he had been unconscious, but the night had completely faded, giving way to a hazy sky above, where a thin strand of golden light eagerly peeked through the clouds. Tang Lu took a deep breath. After a prolonged period of recuperation, his body had been mostly restored by the North Ming True Qi, except for a few ribs that had been crushed by the Titan Giant Ape. The discomfort that had previously plagued him was now greatly diminished. With a swift motion, he performed a roll and sprang to his feet. It must be said that this feeling of strength infused him with a sense of joy, a rare delight amidst such grim circumstances. He brushed off the dirt clinging to him and lifted his gaze to the sky. A new day began at this very moment after the calamity. The gnawing hunger in his stomach reminded him of the days spent at the Shrek Academy, seemingly unchanged. Clenching his fists, Tang Lu ventured into the forest, searching for essential water sources and food. As he sought sustenance, the sun fully illuminated the sky, its golden rays breaking through the clouds like a dragon, casting dazzling beams of light. The resplendent glow bathed the entire Stardow forest, enveloping it in a layer of golden radiance. Suddenly, From a tall tree above, a figure leaped down, accompanied by a murmuring voice. A few sour pears were spotted. Well, they could barely serve as breakfast. Tang Lu mused as he held the small yellow fruits in his hands. Although the star-dough forest was vast and the trees numerous, these sour pears were the only fruits he could find nearby. The taste of their juice was bitter and astringent, akin to chewing on dry wood, devoid of moisture and exceedingly difficult to swallow. Nevertheless, given the current situation, these few sour pears were all that could fill his stomach. Without hesitation, he took a bite. The bitterness exploded in his mouth, yet he remained unfazed, savoring every morsel. Before long, he discarded the seeds to the ground, having consumed every bit of the fruit, leaving no remnants. Even a passing squirrel glanced at the scene in disgust and hurried away. Who would eat this? It actually tastes quite good, Tang Lu remarked as he swallowed the last bite, feeling the fullness in his belly. He then began to strategize his next move. At present, he was uncertain of his exact location within the heart of the mountain. He could be on the outskirts, or perhaps the Titan giant ape had brought him deeper inside. Moreover, he had lost contact with Zhao Wuji and the others, meaning he was utterly alone. If he were to encounter a formidable soul beast, he would be utterly defenseless. With his current capabilities, he could not contend with his soul beast over 1,000 years old. Should fate be unkind and he crossed paths with one, he could only hope it was not an agile and aggressive type. Otherwise, escape would be futile. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Lu spoke, declaring that his immediate priority was to locate Xiao San and the others. Although his strength had returned to about 70%, his body still bore injuries, which affected his performance to some degree. It would be best to reunite with his team first. He also dismissed the notion of searching for Xiao Wu. How absurd. I don't even know where I am. How could I possibly know where Xiao Wu is? With a bitter smile, he set off, suddenly taking a running leap onto the trunk of a large tree, then using it as a springboard to propel himself to another tree. He had become quite adept at navigating the terrain of the star-dough forest, making it relatively easy to traverse. After bouncing around in the trees for a while, Tang Li's path was obstructed by a gently flowing stream. The water cascaded down from a nearby mountain, teeming with fish swimming freely. Gazing at the towering peaks in the distance, he muttered, "It seems I am currently situated in a valley. I remember that when we first entered the star-dough forest, we were in the plains. This is quite troublesome." However, having become accustomed to various setbacks, he shook his head, not dwelling on the matter. Just as he prepared to move forward, his pupils dilated, and he cast a grave look across the river. On the opposite bank stood a group of young individuals, accompanied by a middle-aged man, all clad in the uniform of Sanghui Academy. They were undoubtedly old acquaintances of Tang Lu. The group was gathered by the river, filling their containers with water, while several boys teased a girl, and Yi Zhiqiu stood nearby, a serious expression on his face, lost in thought. Sanghui Academy? What are they doing here? A flurry of questions raced through Tang Li's mind, and curiosity compelled him to approach their direction to overhear their conversation. Crouching behind a large rock on the opposite bank, which concealed him entirely, Tang Lu could hear their discussion clearly. One of the young men raised his right hand in frustration, angrily exclaiming, "Director Yi, that Shrek Academy is so arrogant, daring to treat you this way." Yet, it was evident that as he spoke, he frequently stole glances at Yi Zhiqiu's bruised face, almost bursting into laughter. Yi Zhiqiu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a satisfied expression flickering across his greenish face as he slowly nodded and said with an air of superiority, "I simply could not bring myself to strike their teacher, which is why this group of clowns was able to slap my face." A timid boy raised his head and asked, "Director, are you sure you could win? I saw that teacher from Shrek Academy didn't even use soul power." Yi Zhiqiu's countenance darkened, and through gritted teeth, he replied, "That was out of respect for the elderly. Look at how old that man is. He has at least 70, if not 80. I could never bring myself to strike someone of such age. That would tarnish the reputation of our Sanghui Academy." At that moment, I could see his movements clearly, yet I intentionally allowed him to strike, making him underestimate my strength. But who could have known? In that fight, I held back an entire Pacific Ocean's worth of water. The boy's eyes widened in realization, and he clapped his hands excitedly. "Director, You truly are a great person. Not only are you a powerful Soul King, but you also possess a kind heart. You are indeed deserving of your position as the director of Songhui Academy. Yi Zhiqiu waved his hand dismissively. Basic skills, no need to mention. At this point, Tang Lu could no longer bear to listen. The past few years had turned into a competition for shamelessness. How could one have such thick skin? He felt an urge to slap Yi Zhiqiu, grabbing his old face and demanding, "What brand of plastic bag are you? How can you be so full of yourself?" If Teacher Zhao were to get serious, you would be done for. His previously mild impression of Songhui Academy had soured further due to Yi Zhiqiu's antics. Tang Lu had no desire to linger even a second longer. He wanted to leave this place immediately. Just as he turned to depart, he inadvertently stepped on a tree root. Crack! The root snapped with a crisp sound. Once upon a time, I, your director, dared to catch dragons and snakes. What kind of strong adversaries have I not faced? But to strike someone over 70 years old, I truly cannot bring myself to do it, Yi Zhiqiu lamented, shaking his head in sorrow. The moment he heard the sound of the broken root, he jumped in shock, as startled as a mouse confronted by a cat. Even the originally boasted smile instantly froze, and his eyes were filled with vigilance as the soul power within him began to surge. Who is it? Show yourself. Yi Zhiqiu scanned his surroundings cautiously, his eyes glinting coldly. However, no one responded, and not even the slightest sound was produced. Yi Zhiqiu sneered. Daring to act, but not to face the consequences, is a poor habit. As he spoke, he lifted his head to survey the area. The flat river valley stretched out before him, revealing an empty expanse, save for a conspicuously large boulder across from him. Yi Zhiqiu's eyes glinted mischievously as he smiled ominously. Since you want to come out, I shall seek you out. With that, he stepped forward towards the boulder. However, the boy standing behind him grabbed his arm in fear, saying, "Director, could it be that old man you mentioned has come?" Yi Zhiqiu was taken aback, then smiled lightly. From his earlier encounter with Zhao Wujie, he had already deduced that Zhao Wujie's level far surpassed his own by at least 2 stages. A powerhouse like him would hardly concern himself with a mere Soul King. It was simply inconceivable. With this thought, Yi Zhiqiu felt reassured, shaking off the boy-esque grip and striding purposefully across the river, his expression darkening. Although he did not believe Zhao Wujie would seek him out, if someone were to divulge what he had just said, then Zhao Wujie would undoubtedly come to his doorstep tonight. He certainly did not wish to meet his end upon returning home. He must eradicate any potential threat. With this notion, the killing intent radiating from him intensified. A small river, 5 to 6 meters wide, was no obstacle for Yi Zhiqiu. After just a few steps, he had successfully crossed it. Meanwhile, Tang Lu, hiding behind the rock, was in a state of panic, muttering anxiously, What to do? That is a Soul King. A genuine Soul King. How could he possibly contend with that? Restless, he trembled behind the boulder, his mind racing with thoughts on how to defeat Yi Zhiqiu. Clearly, it was an impossible task. Having sensed a formidable aura locking onto him, Tang Lu felt as if he had been electrocuted, his entire being on high alert, attuned to Yi Zhiqiu's movements. As he noticed the commotion behind the boulder, Yi Zhiqiu instinctively slowed his pace, equally vigilant as he approached. The aura he emitted had already locked onto the target behind the rock, leaving no room for escape. He merely needed to prepare for any potential sudden attack. He cautiously stepped closer, keeping his gaze fixed ahead. As he drew near, excitement surged within him. The boulder was right before him. Yi Zhiqiu's heart leaped with joy, and his previously steady pace transformed into an urgent rush. "Come out quickly," he bellowed, as his third soul ring illuminated instantly. Thick layers of ice crystals formed atop his palms at a visible speed, and a light mist of frost enveloped his surroundings, causing the air to seem as though it had solidified, plummeting the temperature to near freezing. Soon, a distinctive tortoise shell sprouted from his back, his limbs covered in dark scales, preparing him for any eventuality. As he murmured incantations, a sphere of ice rapidly coalesced in his mouth, the frigid essence further chilling the air around him. Even the students from Songhui Academy, observing from across the river, felt a shiver run down their spines. "A girl couldn't he help but cheer, go director?" A boy by the riverbank echoed. Director, show the prowess of Tsanghui Academy. Although the reason behind the director's urgency was unclear, rallying support was essential to maintain morale. Encouraged, Yi Zhiqiu raised his head proudly, standing 5 meters from the stone, and proclaimed, I shall grant you one more chance. Emerge immediately, and I shall spare your life. Yet, after several seconds of silence, the stillness only fueled his frustration, turning his face a mix of crimson and ashen. Then you are courting death, Yi Zhiqiu roared, propelling himself forward with 2 swift strides. Unleashing the ice sphere he had been charging in his mouth in that instant. A tremendous explosion resonated throughout the valley, shaking the surrounding trees. Yi Zhiqiu was certain that within this assault, his enemy would either be gravely injured or incapacitated. As the ensuing storm began to settle, Yi Zhiqiu widened his eyes, staring at the scene before him. For before him stood no one at all. Chapter 114. The Haotian hammer displays its might. How peculiar. Where had the presence he had locked onto just moments ago vanished to? Yi Zhiqiu said, bewildered. He had distinctly locked onto that aura. How could the person simply disappear? Hey, over here! A melodious voice rang out, prompting Yi Zhiqiu to instinctively look up. At that very moment, a black hammer was hurled from the rock. Its head impressively broad and thick, adorned with intricate patterns that pulsated with a deep blue soul power. The instant Yi Zhiqiu made contact with the hammer, his face contorted grotesquely. His already swollen visage was driven inward, his glasses shattered, and he was sent flying backward, head over heels. Watching Yi Zhiqiu collapse, Tang Lu's eyes flickered with surprise as he scrutinized the hammer in his left hand, muttering softly, it seems this martial spirit is quite formidable. With such a powerful martial spirit, why doesn't my father allow us to use it? He had long been aware that he was no match for Yi Zhiqiu. In this critical moment, he had recalled his other martial spirit, the unknown hammer. To his astonishment, its first use yielded such remarkable results, sending the unprepared Yi Zhiqiu flying with just 1 strike. How much more devastating would it be if enhanced by a soul ring? However, this blow did come with a degree of opportunism, striking Yi Zhiqiu on an unprotected area of his head, which accounted for its pronounced effect. Had it landed on his armored chest, the impact would have been significantly lessened. Tang Lu, clasping the jet-black hammer in his hand, gave it a shake, smiling as he remarked, this hammer's power far surpasses that of the black silvergrass. It's a pity Father 1T let me use it. If only these two could complement each other, my strength would increase tremendously. The hammer was indeed extraordinarily powerful. Yi Zhiqiu lay on the ground, panting heavily, before slowly rising, his gaze fixed on Tang Lu. He coldly questioned, oh, I remember you. You're that Shrek student who caused trouble at the tavern, right? You've pushed me to my limits. Today, without your teacher around, I shall teach you a lesson. Tang Lu scoffed, dismissively smiling. If you think you have the strength, then come try to deal with me. Yi Zhiqiu rubbed his sore face, chuckling lightly. Indeed, Shrek students are arrogant. With Zhao Wuji absent today, I shall showcase my true abilities. At this moment, he scrutinized the hammer in Tang Li's hand, noticing the flickering blue soul power, reminiscent of a ferocious beast lurking in the shadows, and a glimmer of caution crossed his eyes. Yi Zhiqiu inquired, what martial spirit do you possess? Tang Lu was taken aback, not expecting that even Yi Zhiqiu was unaware of the origins of the hammer in his hand. Could it be that this hammer was shrouded in mystery? After pondering for a moment, he deliberately laughed loudly. You old turtle, you truly lack knowledge. You don't even recognize my martial soul. Yet you presume to be the head of Tsanghui Academy? You should return to the countryside and tend to the fields, lest you embarrass yourself in public. Yi Zhiqiu's face contorted with anger, his fury boiling within him like water on the verge of boiling over, fearing it might explode at any moment. I have my ways to make you speak, he roared, no longer hesitating. Having been humiliated by a junior so many times, if he could still endure it, he would no longer be Yi Zhiqiu. A glint of golden light flashed in his eyes as his limbs spread wide, and the soul power within him surged forth like a flood, directly releasing his martial soul. Xuan Gui, manifest. The released soul power forced Tang Lu back several steps. When he lifted his head again, Yajicho had already completed his manifestation, and 5 soul rings had risen beneath his feet, 1 white, 2 yellow, and 2 purple. These soul rings rotated in an orderly fashion through the air, presenting a terrifying sight. At this point, Yajicho could no longer hold back and coldly smile. Today, I shall teach you what it means to respect one's teacher and the way. However, Tongla had already taken action. Having learned from experience, he knew he must strike first. He could not afford to wait for Yajicho to unleash his soul skills, as the disparity in their soul power was too great, and he would undoubtedly be the one to suffer. Yet, as he contemplated, the first soul skill of the black silver grass, Strangle, had already been activated. Countless black vines surged from the ground, tightly entangling Yajicho's feet. The black silver grass beneath Yajicho's feet seemed to have been infused with vitality, releasing a wild aura. The vines coiled around Yajicho like serpents, pulling him downward, while the massive roots writhed, as if attempting to twist his legs apart. Tongla understood that facing an opponent like Yajicho required utmost vigilance. Although it was not impossible for Yajicho to break free from the black silver grass, Tongla intended to use the toxins released by the grass to control Yajicho's speed of movement, thereby achieving his desired effect. Confronted with the sudden appearance of the black silver grass, Yajicho felt no fear. He shouted loudly, and his first and second soul rings ignited. The tortoise behind him emanated a chilling, killing intent, and his upper body spun around, shaking off the black silver grass above him like a top. Yajicho employed his first soul skill, Xuangui Protect, alongside his second soul skill, Xuan Shui Bingfeng, aiming to significantly enhance both his defense and attack power to swiftly eliminate Tongla. To his surprise, Yajicho's speed was astonishing, easily breaking free from Tongla's encirclement. The pressure he exuded merely by standing there was enough to instill fear. Meanwhile, Tongla did not pause in his efforts. He leaped into the air, delivering a powerful kick to Yajicho's shoulder with his left foot, while his right leg swept towards Yajicho's head. Yajicho reacted swiftly, stabilizing himself as his right hand reached out to grasp Tongla's right leg with remarkable precision. Arrogant, Yajicho sneered, and then noticed Tongla's hands flipping over, revealing the entirely black hammer once more in his left hand. Tongla, unfazed by being restrained, gazed at Yajicho with calmness. And with the swift motion of his left hand, the long-awaited hammer surged forth, propelled by a gust of wind, aimed directly at Yajicho's vulnerable head. It must be said, Yajicho's head was glaringly exposed. His entire body was covered in black scales, leaving only his head utterly bare. Where else could he strike? With a dull thud, Yajicho's nose was forcefully broken, propelling his body upward and causing him to stagger back several steps. Barely stabilizing himself, Yajicho touched his bloodied nose, nearly flying into a rage at the pain. Looking at his blood-stained hands, he was filled with fury. Could it be believed that a soul king like him could be so brutally assaulted? Tongla's hammer had truly ignited his wrath from the very beginning of the fight. His intention had merely been to incapacitate Tongla. However, his mind had now shifted. The child was still young. It would suffice to simply defeat him. The shell on Yajicho's back suddenly glowed, emanating a circle of black ripples that spread outwards, accompanied by a chilling aura that instilled fear. Like waves of water radiating outward. Given the disparity in their soul power, Yajicho was confident that defeating Tongla would be effortless, with no difficulty whatsoever. He could assure himself that he would undoubtedly freeze Tongla into an ice sculpture. At that moment, Tongla, standing 3 meters away, could clearly sense the bone-chilling coldness approaching. His teeth chattered as he struggled against the encroaching chill. In truth, his blood vessels felt as though they had been frozen solid, causing the flow of blood to slow, and even his thoughts began to lag. In this critical situation, Tongla immediately infused his soul power, activating his Bei Ming divine art. The energy released transformed into Bei Ming true qi within him. This true qi possessed both yin and yang. The yang-infused Bei Ming true qi burned like a furnace, while the yin-infused counterpart was colder than ice. At this moment, Tongla needed the yang-infused Bei Ming true qi and released it without hesitation. In the next second, Every meridian within Tang Le's body began to heat up, reaching a boiling temperature. Every pore in his skin opened wide, releasing the heat from within. Feeling the warmth emanating from his body dispel the originally piercing cold. Tang Le's expression transformed into one of extraordinary comfort as he expanded his stance. "How is this possible?" Ye Zhiqiu exclaimed, utterly astonished that the energy he had unleashed could be so easily dispelled by Tang Le. This was truly unbelievable. He finally understood why the members of Shirlai could dare to boast in the tavern. It was evident they possessed real strength, and he had unwittingly walked into their trap. At this moment, Tang Le's Beiming true qi surged to an unprecedented level, as if every part of him was brimming with immense energy. This was the perfect opportunity to strike. As expected, Tang Le sprang into action. He continuously infused his soul power and Beiming true qi into the hammer in his left hand. As he felt the abundant energy infuse the hammer, it began to swell, doubling in size within a mere 2 to 3 seconds. The hammer's surface became clearer and smoother, with the intricate carvings shining more brilliantly. This strike had gathered all of Tang Le's soul power at level 30 and all of his Beiming true qi. Gazing at the hammer, radiating a deep blue light, Tang Le was certain that this blow would cause even Zhao Wuji to cry out in pain. Within Tang Le, a mechanical-like operation commenced, as the joints and muscles in his hand propelled the hammer forward with all his might. The enormous hammer felt weightless in his grasp, akin to a storm as it surged toward Ye Zhiqiu. The hammer whistled through the air, aimed once more at Ye Zhiqiu's face. Ye Zhiqiu no longer underestimated Tang Le. He understood that his head was inevitably going to take a beating. In a moment of panic, he swiftly activated his first soul skill, Xian Gui Hu Ti. Although this skill provided considerable defensive strength, enveloping his entire body, including a faint protective film over his head, it was still insufficient to withstand Tang Le's assault. At this moment, the weight of the hammer had reached an astonishing 500 pounds. With such immense weight, combined with incredible speed, the strike could easily crush a bull. However, with all of Tang Le's soul power and Beiming Zhenqi infused into it, the weight exceeded 500 pounds, perhaps even reaching 1,000. Such overwhelming and ferocious power could not be compensated for by Ye Zhiqiu relying solely on a single soul skill. It was utterly inevitable. The hammer in Tang Le's hand mercilessly tore through Ye Zhiqiu's defenses as if they were mere paper, landing brutally upon his head. The tremendous inertia caused Ye Zhiqiu's head to lurch, shattering the bones of his face, and he spat out several front teeth. His visage twisted in agony, and his vacant eyes widened in terror before Tang Le, as if he had seen a ghost, almost popping out of their sockets. Devoid of the strength to resist, Ye Zhiqiu flew backward like a kite with its string cut, his heavy turtle shell crashing heavily onto the ground. A pool of blood pooled beneath him, seeping from his mouth and nose. Yet Tang Le remained unfazed, knowing that even though he had nearly beaten Ye Zhiqiu to death, all his strength had been expended, leaving him with nothing to counterattack. Thus, he thought it wiser to deliver another blow to Ye Zhiqiu while he was down, allowing him to experience the harshness of society. Tang Le summoned the last remnants of his strength, as if unafraid of depleting himself entirely. His soul power surged vigorously within him. He withdrew the hammer from his left hand and slowly closed his eyes, achieving a state of harmony. His palms pressed tightly together. Suddenly, an extraordinarily brilliant light erupted from within him, and he soared in the air like a divine dragon, a golden radiance emanating from his back. With 2 quick strides, Tang Le reached Ye Zhiqiu's fallen body and unleashed a series of Tian Shan, Lu Yu Yang Zhang, shattering his shoulder blade, causing a torrent of fresh blood to erupt from his chest like a fountain. Afterward, Ye Zhiqiu's eyes widened, and with the last flicker of his unwillingness, he succumbed to unconsciousness. After these deeds, Tang Le gasped for breath, feeling utterly exhausted from the battle. His body had reached a state of utter depletion, and without a moment's rest, death was inevitable. Just as he attempted to stagger into the woods, he discovered that he had attracted a crowd of astonished students from Tsanghui Academy, their mouths agape as if ready to swallow an apple whole. Tang Le frowned. Observing the stance of the 7 or 8 individuals, he realized he lacked the strength to fight any longer. Was he truly destined to perish here? A small boy swallowed hard and trembled as he spoke. Did he defeat the director? The person beside him nodded stiffly, numbly responding. It seems the director is on the brink of death. A girl gazed at Tang Lu with admiration, her eyes sparkling as she exclaimed, "He is so impressive." Another boy wore a distressed expression, saying, "I'm scared." Just a glance from Tang Lu filled him with dread, rendering him unable to speak. It appeared this group of children was frightened. What Tang Lu initially thought was a dead and suddenly revealed a glimmer of hope. His eyes darted, and with a sudden burst of inspiration, he barked, "What are you staring at? Hurry up and drag your disgraceful director away. Do you want to be beaten as well?" A tall, slender boy quickly nodded, "Yes, yes, we'll leave immediately." The group hurriedly dragged Yi Zhiqiu's body away, eager to escape as quickly as possible. Among them, a female student cast a flirtatious glance at Tang Lu, her meaning unmistakable. Watching the students from Tsanghue Academy retreat, Tang Lu let out a sigh of relief. Had a confrontation occurred, he likely would not have been able to handle even the female students in their ranks. Chapter 116. The black-spotted emperor butterfly, supporting his weary body, Tang Lu approached the riverside, where the water shimmered in shades of azure, crystal clear enough to reveal the rocks and small shrimp on the riverbed. The water rushed forth, extending into the distance until it vanished from sight. He cupped his hands to drink deeply from the spring, the sweet mountain water refreshing him, invigorating every cell in his body, making him feel ethereal. What a splendid landscape, he mused, wiping the remnants of water from his mouth as he gazed at the towering peaks in the distance, unable to restrain his admiration. Surveying the flat ground around him, Tang Lu settled beneath a large tree. After the fierce battle, he felt particularly fatigued and needed to rest properly. Otherwise, he would lack the strength to reunite with Tang San and the others. Though his soul power had been completely drained, he dared not meditate here. Who knew if a soul beast might appear at any moment? Once he regained some strength, he would continue on his journey. Otherwise, darkness would soon descend, bringing greater peril. Tang Lu reflected, even though the light of day still lingered, by the time he regained his composure, dusk would have settled. Spending the night alone in the wilderness was certainly unwise. Not only was he unfamiliar with the terrain, but encountering ferocious soul beasts could lead to his demise. Moreover, being near a river meant a steady water source, likely attracting soul beasts at night, increasing his danger exponentially. Gazing at his powerless form slumped against the tree, Tang Lu smiled wryly, contemplating that if someone were to come and kill him at this moment, escape would be impossible. He then shook his head lightly, reasoning that his luck could not be that poor. How could he encounter enemies when he was at his weakest? His words were merely a form of self-entertainment, a way to ease the loneliness of the moment. He did not truly believe that a soul beast would suddenly leap from the woods. After all, his luck could not be that fortunate. The odds of such an event were akin to winning the lottery, infinitesimal, virtually impossible. After carefully surveying the surrounding open woods, Tang Li's heart settled somewhat. Though he spoke so lightly, he still feared stumbling into such a fate. Shaking his head, weary in spirit, Tang Lu squinted his eyes, hoping to use this moment of tranquility to restore his strength. Suddenly, a cacophony of sounds pierced the stillness, followed by the earth trembling violently beneath him. Birds took flight from the trees as if a colossal creature was approaching. Tang Lu opened his bewildered eyes, confusion etched on his face as he scanned his surroundings. Fixating on the direction of the noise, silently praying. No way, no way. Could it truly be a soul beast? Please, let this just be an earthquake. Having uttered those words earlier, Tang Lu now felt a twinge of panic. If a soul beast were to suddenly appear, even a century-old one, I would surely meet my demise given my current state, rendering me utterly powerless to escape. I fervently pray, I beseech, may it not be a soul beast. At this moment, he found himself devoid of any means of escape, sitting numbly on the ground in silent mourning, hoping his prayers would bear some fruit. Suddenly, towering trees, each reaching dozens of meters in height, began to crash down around him, thundering as they fell in succession. The source of that peculiar sound finally manifested before him. Gazing at the figure, Tang Li's pupils constricted sharply, and his expression darkened. He pressed himself against a tree trunk and slowly rose, bracing himself for a swift escape. Before him stood an extraordinarily large butterfly, its body a vivid orange adorned with specks of black. These spots congregated around its veins, intertwining orange and black to create a visually striking spectacle. The immense orange wings behind it, resembling wooden doors, flapped rhythmically, stirring up turbulent winds. Simultaneously, its sizable head, crowned with two blood-red eyes, fixated intently on Tang Lu, radiating an aura of predatory excitement. Its gaping maw revealed elongated, sharp fangs, each measuring 20 centimeters, reminiscent of a saber-toothed tiger, exuding a terrifying presence. Beneath its hanging pupa were four formidable legs, each adorned with sharp backward-facing spines and white spots, emanating a repulsive, pungent odor that indicated their purpose, to store venom. Tang Li's hands hung helplessly at his sides, cold sweat trickling from his palms, unsure of where to place them. At that moment, he regretted his earlier bravado, cursing himself for drawing this forest predator out. How foolish it was to wish for swifter results. The sole beast before him was known as the Daiwangdi, a creature predominantly found in vast forests and grasslands, a true nightmare for all medium and small soul beasts. And even some large ones could not escape its lethal grasp. Its speed was astonishing. With each flap of its wings, it could soar 10 meters, its entire body cloaked in a thin, inconspicuous chitinous membrane. This membrane contained a toxin potent enough to kill 100,000 rats, stored within the spines of its pupa, capable of reducing a mere touch to a cauldron of corrosive liquid. With such formidable strength, the Daiwangdi's methods of attack were equally fierce and savage. Its preferred strategy involved piercing the backs of fleeing prey with its toxic spines, methodically tormenting them until they succumbed, ultimately feeding on the blood that pooled beneath. Tang Lu could now ascertain that this Daiwangdi was contemplating how to enjoy a delightful meal of him. Both Tang Lu and the Daiwangdi regarded one another, neither party initiating the first move. The butterfly was assessing Tang Li's strength while he pondered his escape. The specter of death loomed before him, and Tang Lu felt his heart racing, a moment of helplessness washing over him. He was uncertain if he could indeed flee successfully. Each passing second felt like a beckoning of death, the relentless ticking echoing like a death knell. However, on a different note, this Daiwangdi would make a splendid third soul ring for him, as suggested by his master. The creature's potent corrosiveness perfectly complemented his own haying grass. Of course, the master had stipulated that it should be hunted under the guidance of a soul sage. Now, with Zhao Wujia missing in action, the prospect of killing seemed futile. Truth be told, Tang Lu had never anticipated encountering such a Daiwangdi here. Compared to other soul beasts, they were exceptionally rare, reproducing only once every decade. And with numerous natural predators, the survivors were few and far between. Yet here he was, seemingly blessed with luck, encountering both the Titan great ape and this Daiwangdi. Perhaps he should consider buying a lottery ticket. The Daiwangdi stood approximately 3 meters tall, its wingspan exceeding 5 meters. Observing the dark black stripes on its wings, it was evident that its age surpassed a millennium. 1,000 years, what does that even signify? Tang Lu was at a loss. He knew he could not defeat it. In the past, with ample soul power and Bei Ming true qi, he might have stood a chance, perhaps even landing a few blows with that mysterious hammer. However, after his encounter with Yi Zhiqiu, he had already exhausted himself. Was he to use his fists against it? The Daiwangdi's pupa appeared swollen, indicating it had recently feasted. Otherwise, it would not have afforded Tang Lu the luxury of contemplation. A mere couple of jabs would have rendered him lifeless. Indeed, soul beasts are soul beasts and humans are humans. They lack the cunning of humanity. The Daiwangdi was preoccupied with thoughts of consuming him, while he was consumed with thoughts of evading its pursuit. These divergent intentions would surely culminate in an astonishing outcome. Nevertheless, the Daiwangdi's weakness was glaringly apparent. Its large, conspicuous pupa, rich in protein and 5 times more nutritious than beef. Should one breach its exterior, a flood of sustenance would pour forth. However, acquiring such nourishment was no simple feat. Otherwise, it would hardly be dubbed the Haibandaiwangdi, but rather a domesticated protein butterfly. It was abundantly clear that if Tang Lu could absorb the soul ring of this Haibandaiwangdi, his strength would experience a qualitative leap, his overall combat prowess surging dramatically. Seemingly resolute, Tang Lu shouted fiercely, his right foot stamping down as he utilized his exceptional lightness skill to leap onto a tree trunk. He then propelled himself like a sparrow, leaping off in a sprint, back turned to the Haibandaiwangdi. Indeed, he was fleeing. The Haibandaiwangdi stood momentarily stunned, its small eyes brimming with confusion. It had anticipated a struggle from its prey, not an immediate flight. Did it not recognize that speed was its innate talent? Did it underestimate him, the forest hunter? Without hesitation, the Haibandaiwangdi unfurled its wings, which spanned over 5 meters, longer than an ordinary cart. The dark patterns on its wings began to pulse, and a crimson aura radiated forth. With a powerful flap of its massive wings, the Haibandaiwangdi burst into action, soaring 10 meters in an instant. Yet, Tang Lu continued his relentless flight, his legs propelling him forward with a fervor akin to a racing engine. His speed escalating with every stride. Beads of sweat, like tiny pearls, cascaded down his cheeks and dripped onto the ground, some splattering against his parched lips. Yet, he had no time to tend to his appearance. Confronted by the imminent threat of death behind him, he could only run forward frantically, as if possessed. If he possessed even a modicum of soul power, he would not feel such exhaustion. His white garments were whipped by the raging wind, fluttering behind him like a cape. However, he could not afford to dwell on trivialities. His subconscious urged him relentlessly to keep moving, to never stop. To halt would mean only a dead end awaited him. The ominous sound of the black-spotted monarch butterfly drew nearer and clearer, and Tang Lu pushed himself to run with all his might, gritting his teeth in determination. His hair was tousled by the wind, and he resembled an untamed stallion galloping freely across the prairie. Years of martial training ensured that even in this chaotic flight, his strides remained measured, his pace rapid, each step powerful, maintaining an air of grace amidst his panic. The black-spotted monarch butterfly relentlessly pursued him, its wings beating rapidly, akin to swallows in haste to return to their nests, poised for a dive, skimming close to the ground as it zipped past like a tempest, causing the trees around to tremble ominously. Tang Li's form darted through the thicket, his labored breaths and pallid visage revealing his dire state. The butterfly emitted shrill calls, a cacophony that, under the current circumstances, echoed in Tang Li's ears like the ominous toll of a death knell, heralding his impending demise. With the looming threat of death, Tang Li's body tensed, his jaw clenched tightly, his teeth grinding audibly. Then, he leapt into the air like a nimble bird, speeding toward the denser forest ahead. Ignoring the branches that scraped and drew blood from his legs, the crimson fluid trailing down to his soles. At that moment, he had no leisure to address his wounds. All he knew was that his sole objective was to survive. In this dense forest, he had lost all sense of direction. He was oblivious even to his current whereabouts. After several moments of frantic flight, Tang Li's speed began to wane. The black-spotted monarch butterfly, with its superior patience and velocity, was closing in on him, nearly overwhelming him. In the blink of an eye, it was right behind him, its spiny limbs piercing through his body without hesitation, blood gushing forth and staining his once white garments. Tang Lu let out a muffled groan, his complexion growing even paler, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Gradually, he could no longer run, his steps slowed, and he felt utterly drained, reduced to a mere brisk walk. He truly felt he could not endure any longer. Chapter 118. Tang Li's third soul ring. As the two entities pursued one another, two figures suddenly appeared atop the trees behind them. Their movements and speed remarkably stealthy, unnoticed by both Tang Lu and the black-spotted monarch butterfly. One was a man, cloaked in thick black fabric, a mask obscuring his face, revealing only his determined eyes. The other was a woman, enveloped in a delicate blue veil, her beautiful eyes and slender hands the only visible features. Shall we intervene? The man spoke in a low tone, glancing at the critically endangered Tang Lu, his urgency palpable. The woman's eyes flickered with unease, yet she ultimately composed herself, softly responding, "Let us wait a moment. If things take a turn for the worse, we will act." The man hesitated briefly before nodding, regaining his composure as he fixed his gaze upon Tang Lu. The black-spotted monarch butterfly flapped its robust wings vigorously, accelerating through the air, causing the surrounding trees to sway violently as if a tempest were upon them, ready to uproot them at any moment. "I can no longer run." Tang Lu realized the gravity of the situation. Indeed, he had underestimated the terrifying creature before him. No matter how swift his feet, he could not outrun this fearsome being. While he may not be on the same level as the Titan giant ape, it was more than capable of ending his life. Tang Lu clenched his fists, halting his flight, turning to face the black-spotted monarch butterfly that seemed to mock him. A wave of trepidation washed over him. Was this to be his end? With not a trace of soul power or Bei Ming Zhanqi within him, how could he resist? Regret coursed through him, lamenting the decision to board Zhao Wuji's ill-fated carriage, which had turned out to be a calamity. First, he encountered the formidable Chao Tianxiang, rivaling a title de law, then the legendary Titan giant ape, and now this black-spotted monarch butterfly, known as the Forest Hunter. Their luck today was truly remarkable. This exceedingly rare Millennium Soul beast boasted not only formidable offensive capabilities, but also exceptional defense. Even at his peak, he would have no confidence in defeating it, let alone in his current weakened state, an endeavor akin to scaling the heavens. Moreover, the master had not elucidated the creature's weaknesses, merely advising Tang Lu to bring along a group of vibrant soul masters should he wish to hunt such a beast. But where could he find powerful soul masters in this moment? Faced with the complete form of the black-spotted monarch butterfly, Tang Lu understood he had no chance of victory. The butterfly, unwilling to grant him the luxury of contemplation, opened its toothy maw and unleashed a plume of black mist, dramatically enhancing its speed. The black fog enveloped the air, transforming it into an impenetrable darkness, as though the sun had been obscured. Tang Lu found himself shrouded in the thickening smoke. Unable to see his own hands, relying solely on instinct, he heightened his senses, bracing himself for battle. Even though vision was of little use in such darkness, the butterfly's white eyes stood out starkly against the night, providing a means to track its movements. Watching the swirling mist from a distance, the woman felt a pang of anxiety, her teeth lightly biting her lip as she voiced her concern. "Will Halo come to harm?" Tang Hao sighed, shaking his head. "With both of us here, he will not perish. We shall act when the moment is right." Ain gazed at the dense fog, her eyes filled with complex emotions, a blend of maternal hope and worry. Ever since Tang Lu and Tang San entered the Xing Do Great Forest, Tang Hao and Ain had been silently guarding them, ensuring their safety. The reason they had refrained from intervening against the Titan giant ape was that their own strength had allowed them to discern Xiao Wu's true identity, prompting them to conceal their presence and observe quietly. They had already scouted Tang San's side, and upon confirming that the formidable couple would not dare to attack, they had taken their leave, confident that they could rush to Tang Li's aid should the need arise. It is believed that if the two of them dared to act as such, they would never emerge from the Xingdo de Sunlin today. Henceforth, the couple known as Gai Shilong she would become but a chapter in history, a history that has been brought to a close. Suddenly, amidst the swirling smoke, a strange cry pierced the air, causing Tang Li's heart to lurch. He quickly turned his head, only to collide with a flying He Ban Diwang Dai. The impact sent him soaring, and he felt a sharp pain in his chest as he was hurled away. With a thud, he crashed heavily to the ground, exacerbating the grievous wound on his back, which tore further apart, becoming even more grotesque. The strange cries in the black mist ceased abruptly. The He Ban Diwang Dai steadied itself, its two pairs of large wings flapping violently, increasing its speed to reach Tang Lu in the blink of an eye. In stark contrast to its previous attack, this time it thrust its formidable legs upward from its chrysalis, combining its astonishing velocity to pounce like a harvester. Should Tang Lu collide with this creature, his body would undoubtedly be rent asunder, perhaps even reduced to fragments. Realizing this dire predicament, Tang Lu scrambled to his feet. Just as the He Ban Di Wang Dai was about to strike, he leapt in place, narrowly evading its assault, and found himself standing atop the creature's back. A moment of inspiration struck him. This was a rare opportunity. In that fleeting instant, his right hand sprang into action as he rolled up his sleeve to reveal a small black iron device he had been concealing. This was his treasured possession, a limited edition from across the continent. He had not anticipated that he would need to employ it at this very moment. It was the silent sleeve arrow crafted for him by Tang San 6 years ago in Shenghan Village. Since its use 6 years prior at the Tiando Royal Hunting Grounds, this silent sleeve arrow had not seen any further action, largely due to its perceived inadequacy. However, every underdog has its day, and today was his. Without hesitation, Tang Lu raised his right hand, squinting his left eye as he steadied his aim atop the He Ban Di Wang Dai. The creature's erratic movements made him feel slightly unsteady. This silent sleeve arrow was his lifeline. A misfire would spell disaster. At that moment, the He Ban Di Wang Dai beat its wings furiously, lunging upward. Its sharp fangs glistened as it aimed to bite down on Tang Lu, who was precariously perched on its back. The sudden shift in momentum caused Tang Li's body to lean slightly downward. Yet, he swiftly pivoted, raising his right hand as a shadowy arrow shot forth. His concentration remained unwavering as he fixed his gaze on the He Ban Di Wang Dai. Even in the darkness, he could discern the creature's white eyes. And through his acute hearing, he deduced its position from the frequency of its wing beats. As the He Ban Di Wang Dai soared past him, the silent sleeve arrow was released with a whisper. A sound echoed, clang. Tang Lu could not ascertain whether he had struck true or missed entirely. But the furious screech of the He Ban Di Wang Dai reached his ears. It could have been a cry of rage or a lament of pain. Regret washed over him for not having delivered a lethal blow. Yet had he possessed even a single peanut, he would not have uttered such a lament. Tang Lu descended gently to the ground, only to find that the He Ban Di Wang Dai had vanished into the smoke. This uncertainty was even more terrifying. He could not discern the creature's location. Suddenly, a subtle sound caught his attention from the right, akin to a dog licking its wounds. This peculiar noise captivated him. He slowly closed his eyes, focusing intently on the sound. The whistling wind and rustling grass would not distract him. He needed to maintain his concentration to accurately gauge the He Ban Di Wang Dai's impending attack. The strange sound grew clearer, heightening Tang Li's alertness. He reached into the swirling snowflakes and felt several white silver needles materialize in his palm. Under ordinary circumstances, he could never hope to employ hidden weapons against the He Ban Di Wang Dai. After all, a concealed weapon is, by definition, one used in secrecy. The creature's swift reactions, coupled with its keen eyesight, would render any overt attempt futile. However, the present situation was markedly different. The dense black smoke enveloped them, obscuring vision, creating the perfect opportunity for stealthy tactics. As the unusual sound faded, the He Ban Di Wang Dai re-emerged before Tang Lu, its scales shimmering with iridescent colors, radiating brilliantly within the black mist. Tang Lu instantly recognized that the creature was now truly enraged, possibly due to his previous use of the silent sleeve arrow or for other reasons. The vibrant hues danced across its ebony scales, and its wings began to flutter like a fan, accelerating its speed as it lunged towards him like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. Yet, confident in his advantageous position, Tang Lu remained unflustered, his mind tranquil as still water. He shifted his right foot back slightly, bending forward, gripping his knee with his left hand. The He Ban Di Wang Dai, renowned for its stamina and speed, surged toward him in an instant, akin to a high-speed train crashing through its path. Nevertheless, Tang Lu remained calm, raising his left leg in tandem with his arm, pausing momentarily before executing a simple backflip. With the grace of a Ling Bo Wei Bu, he changed positions entirely. As he watched the He Ban Di Wang Dai move away from him, a glimmer of mockery flickered in Tang Li's eyes. He flicked his right hand back, releasing dozens of silver needles that pierced through the creature's wings like homing missiles. Logically, A single silver needle would not penetrate the He Ban Di Wang Dai's armored wings. However, Tang Li's ingenuity lay in gathering 10 needles between his thumb and forefinger, combining his exceptional skill to launch them simultaneously. In the air, their speeds were equal, resulting in the He Ban Di Wang Dai suffering tenfold damage. Seeing its prized wings punctured with a gaping hole, the He Ban Di Wang Dai was driven to the brink of madness, its fury reaching a crescendo as it turned to charge recklessly at Tang Lu. With astonishing speed, the creature lunged, closing the distance from 10 meters to right before him. The frenzied He Ban Di Wang Dai was a sight to behold, its body streaked with crimson, and its alert spikes glimmering with a faint golden light. Its mighty wings flapped relentlessly, while its gaping maw exuded a foul stench mixed with the scent of blood. The aura surrounding him had firmly locked onto Tang Lu, as if he were about to be devoured in an instant. This sensation caused Tang Li's body to plummet, akin to being crushed beneath the weight of Mount Tai, rendering him breathless. Were it anyone else, despair would have undoubtedly set in at this moment. For once targeted by the He Ban Dai Wangdi, the chances of escape were virtually non-existent. The worst outcome would be to be consumed, while the most favorable would be a mutual demise. However, at this moment, a smirk of disdain tugged at the corners of Tang Li's mouth. Indeed, it was a sneer of contempt. With a swift motion of his right hand, he revealed a small box resembling a pistol, its upper section notably broad, seemingly containing ammunition. The grip below featured a switch, which Tang Lu clutched firmly, his index finger poised over the trigger as he raised his right arm, aiming at the oncoming He Ban Dai Wangdi. Just as the creature's cavernous maw was about to snap shut on him, Tang Lu gently squeezed the trigger, and the small contraption in his hand unleashed dozens of sharp arrows, piercing the air and striking true before the creature's jaws could close. In that fleeting moment, the He Ban Dai Wangdi's body went rigid, all movement ceasing as its eyes widened in shock, fixated on Tang Lu. After a brief struggle, it fell lifeless to the ground, bearing the weight of its final, defiant breath. Observing the fallen corpse of the He Ban Dai Wangdi, Tang Lu slowly raised the small box in his hand, genuinely remarking, "Indeed, the Zhuge Divine crossbow crafted by Tang San is remarkably effective." In the instant the He Ban Dai Wangdi collapsed, the dense black mist dissipated into gentle breezes, and the surrounding turbulence settled. Tang Lu did not rush to approach the He Ban Dai Wangdi. Instead, he employed the Lingbo Weibu technique to maintain a safe distance. Uncertain whether the creature was truly dead, after several minutes, confirming its lack of breath, he finally exhaled in relief, murmuring, "This creature certainly proved troublesome. Were it not for Tang San's Zhuge Divine crossbow, I might have perished today." In the past, Tang San had entrusted him to assist in crafting the Zhuge Divine crossbow. With his involvement, both the collection of materials and the crafting speed had significantly improved, allowing Tang San to exceed expectations and create an additional crossbow. Naturally, this surplus Zhuge Divine crossbow found its way into Tang Li's possession, now shining brightly in this moment. From a distance, Tang Lu gazed at the corpse of the He Ban Dai Wangdi, his pupils contracting sharply. What method had this little creature employed? This was a millennium-old He Ban Dai Wangdi. How could he have possibly slain alone? Even Yin's mouth hung agape in astonishment, her gaze towards Tang Lu filled with unfamiliarity. Was this truly still her son? Due to being enveloped in the black mist earlier, Tang Hao and Yin had not witnessed the unfolding events. Unaware that Tang Lu had utilized the Zhuge Divine crossbow to defeat the He Ban Dai Wangdi, leaving them in a state of incredulity. They likely pondered how Tang Lu, this prodigy, had managed to conquer the He Ban Dai Wangdi with his bare hands. As he stored the Zhuge Divine crossbow back into his soul guide, Tang Lu observed the He Ban Dai Wangdi's corpse, his eyes gleaming with excitement. The fear that had once gripped him had vanished entirely. Now, before him lay a lifeless body, a 1,000-year soul beast. This was a treasure. Tang Lu nearly burst into laughter, for this He Ban Dai Wangdi had once been recommended by his master as the optimal choice for his third soul ring. He had thought himself unworthy of acquiring it, yet here it was, presented before him. With a solid understanding of concealed weapons, He had endured great hardship to vanquish the Haiban Daiwangdi. He could not afford to squander this opportunity. After slaying 1,000-year soul beast, the soul ring produced could only sustain itself for a few fleeting hours, a matter not to be taken lightly. With careful attention, absorbing the soul ring would take him no more than an hour. Yet at this moment, Tang Lu refrained from hastily absorbing the soul ring. Instead, he quietly moved aside and sat cross-legged. His body was already in a state of overload. Should he attempt to absorb the third soul ring now, he risked explosive demise. The pain was something he wished to avoid. He certainly did not desire to explode mid-absorption. Hence, he opted for prudence, deciding to recover his strength first. Tang Li's hesitation to absorb the soul ring was not merely due to these reasons, but also stemmed from the Haiban Daiwangdi's own nature. He could easily surmise that this creature had harbored intense animosity during its life, a malevolence that was palpable. The malice of soul beasts invariably interferes with a soul master's absorption. Although the Haiban Daiwangdi was not as terrifying as other malevolent soul beasts, the animosity it bore upon its demise was hardly different from that of its counterparts. It was akin to being fully healthy and then being ambushed and killed with a single strike. One would certainly feel a surge of rage. All things considered, absorbing the Haiban Daiwangdi's soul ring would prove exceptionally arduous, compounded by Tang Li's current physical condition. Should he falter during the absorption, unable to withstand the violent rage, he could very well perish, succumbing to a fate akin to losing one's mind, leaving him no different from the deceased. Therefore, for the sake of safety, he resolved to develop cautiously. Tang Lu promptly calmed his emotions, diligently regulating his breathing. After several deep breaths, his respiration gradually stabilized, and his aura became serene. Just minutes after closing his eyes in repose, Tang Hao and Yin appeared before him. Tang Hao kicked the Haiban Daiwangdi's corpse, incredulously stating, "It truly is dead." And its weakest point, the head, was completely shattered, leading to its immediate demise. Upon hearing this, Yin gasped, her eyelids twitching as she gazed at the meditative Tang Lu. My goodness, could this boy be the reincarnation of a superhuman? Did he truly shatter the Haiban Daiwangdi's head with a single punch? This was beyond the capabilities of even a great soul master. It was inconceivable, even for a soul king. Yin remained lost in her thoughts, envisioning Tang Lu grasping the Haiban Daiwangdi with one hand and smashing its head to pieces with a single mighty blow. Meanwhile, Tang Hao, who had been silently observing, seemed to have made a discovery. He hefted the Haiban Daiwangdi's corpse, scrutinizing its head closely, and suddenly he noticed dozens of glimmering objects. What could they be? Full of questions, Tang Hao extracted the arrows fired by the Zhuge divine crossbow from the Haiban Daiwangdi's head. So that's how it is, Tang Hao realized, piecing together the events that had transpired. However, just as he was about to explain to Yin, Tang, seated with unwavering composure, suddenly stretched out, his heavy eyelids slowly parting. Tang Hao and Yin were taken aback, exchanging glances. In a hurry, Tang Hao discarded the Haiban Daiwangdi's corpse to the ground, yet still clutched the arrows shot from the Zhuge divine crossbow. With a swift motion, the two figures vanished into the vast, boundless forest before Tang Lu could notice their presence. Observing the black-spotted emperor butterfly on his right, Tang Lu appeared somewhat bewildered. Just moments ago, it had been directly before him, and now it had inexplicably shifted to his side. Could a corpse truly teleport? Remarkable indeed. No wonder it was a forest predator. Although perplexed, he found himself alone in the desolate surroundings, devoid of any signs of life, compelling him to suppress his confusion and feign ignorance. After several thorough examinations of his surroundings, Tang Lu finally felt reassured and began to prepare for the absorption of the soul ring. At that moment, a swirling mass of black soul energy hovered above the butterfly's lifeless form, coalescing into distinct orbs. As he inhaled deeply, the rich essence of the soul energy invigorated him, beckoning him to commence the absorption without delay. Yet, who could foresee the trials that awaited him behind this abundant soul energy? With a deep breath, Tang Lu focused his mind. Under the impetus of the soul energy, the haying grass emerged from his palm, seemingly sensing the ample soul energy nearby, its leaves shaking with excitement. The broad leaves of the haying grass glimmered with starlight, resembling a vast net that ensnared all the swirling soul energy above the black-spotted emperor butterfly. Like children returning home, the soul energy surged towards him, filling him to the brim and distorting the surrounding space. As waves of soul energy flooded into his body, Tang Li's heart jolted, and he could not help but exclaim inwardly, "What a treasure! How many years of soul beast energy is this?" The soul energy rushed into him like a torrent, recklessly stripping away all of his internal energy, akin to a deluge overwhelming a dam. In the next moment, his skin began to heat up, and the residual energy in his dantian radiated tremendous warmth, as if a furnace had been installed within him, continuously expelling heat. The domineering essence of the black-spotted emperor butterfly began to course through his body, initiating a transformation. Despite his extensive training experiences, each wave of pain etched an indelible memory in his mind. At that moment, his bones felt as if they were shattered, crushed under a heavy roller until his visage was reduced to fragments. Yet the next moment, the abundance of energy would restore his bones, only for them to be crushed again, a cycle of destruction and regeneration. This transformation continued, and the agony he endured felt worse than death itself. Could it not be a swift and merciful process? Almost instantaneously, his skin radiated scorching heat, every pore widening, greedily inhaling the surrounding air while expelling the internal heat. He felt as if he were meditating in a hot spring exceeding 50 degrees, his skin flushed crimson, resembling a boiled lobster. In the blink of an eye, his blood surged forth like a volcanic eruption, and Tang Lu felt a sweetness in his throat as he involuntarily expelled a mouthful of fresh blood. Though he retained some awareness, the force within him was beyond his control. The oppressive power bestowed by the black-spotted emperor butterfly was an entity he could not master, leaving him in a position of passive defense and acceptance. Under the impact of the soul energy, Tang Lu felt as though his bones would shatter, his blood vessels swelling as if they were pipes on the verge of bursting. At that moment, he appeared swollen, veins protruding prominently from his arms and face, resembling a boiling pot. The excruciating pain he endured was his alone to bear. The greater the age of the absorbed soul ring, the heavier the burden it imposed. The familiar visage of his mentor, the master, flashed through his mind. The gaunt, zombie-like face seemed to admonish him, questioning his reckless approach. Do you realize this is a millennium-old soul beast? Can you truly absorb it? This could lead to your demise. Do you understand? Despite the master's repeated insistence that both he and Tang should absorb soul rings with caution, they had consistently disregarded such advice, repeatedly challenging the limits of life and creating records that left the master astounded. Today, without fail, he must claim the soul ring of the black-spotted emperor butterfly for himself. This was the singular thought that occupied Tang Li's mind, a necessity he must fulfill. Suddenly, an ethereal vision of the haying grass appeared in his mind, absorbing the soul energy within him, its roots thickening and its leaves broadening, the veins becoming increasingly distinct. Soon after, another haying grass emerged, followed by the second, third, and fourth, until a multitude of them appeared, resembling a vast ocean of darkness, their leaves gently swaying as if greeting Tang Lu. Regardless of his inner thoughts, he failed to notice the crimson mist rising around him. This mist formed an invisible barrier, enveloping him entirely. Although it appeared striking, a discerning eye would recognize that this red haze did not stem from soul energy, but rather from his own blood condensing through his skin. In other words, this was Tang Li's very own essence. The blood-red mist coalesced into droplets, akin to dew clinging to him, while beads of sweat appeared, and his skin began seeping traces of blood. Suddenly, an uninvited guest emerged in his consciousness. A familiar figure cloaked in resentment and unwillingness. The black-spotted emperor butterfly reappeared in his mind. Now, it seemed even more terrifying than before, its blood-red eyes fixated on Tang Lu, sending chills down his spine. The large crimson wings behind it were especially menacing. With every gentle flap, the pungent scent of blood filled the air. The black-spotted emperor butterfly frantically flapped its wings, charging towards Tang Lu. As the distance closed, he could distinctly sense the malevolent aura enveloping the butterfly. It felt like an impenetrable mist, shrouding him completely. Eerie sounds echoed near his ears, and he began to hallucinate, questioning whether he had descended into the depths of hell. The chilling noises jolted him, causing his entire being to convulse. Each attack from the butterfly furrowed his brow, and the sight of his parched lips along with his pallid complexion indicated the torment he was enduring. This violent energy was not something everyone could withstand. However, for Tang Lu, with 3 prior experiences under his belt, he would not be easily overwhelmed. Others might have already succumbed to madness. Maintaining composure was of utmost importance. He channeled a trace of soul energy into his dantian, and the Bei Ming divine art began to operate slowly, releasing waves of refreshing energy. This energy evidently countered the violent aura with remarkable efficacy. Upon encountering the Bei Ming energy, the raging and furious essence retreated as if a mouse had encountered a cat. Hastily seeking refuge. Chapter 122. Breaking through the limits of the soul, RebornTang, Li's entire body felt as though it had endured a cataclysm, with his bones emitting a cacophony of cracking sounds. The symphony of shattered bones and dislocated joints intertwined to form a haunting melody, revealing the immense agony he was experiencing. The pain inflicted by the 1,000-year-old soul beast was extraordinarily exaggerated, a stark contrast to the relatively manageable sensations he had felt while absorbing his first and second soul rings. The sheer intensity of this suffering nearly compelled him to expel a mouthful of blood. As the power generated by the 1,000-year soul beast escalated his ordeal to an entirely new level. The shockwave of soul power was so overwhelming that many ordinary auxiliary soul masters, possessing weaker physiques, would be unable to withstand it. This was precisely why the transition from Great Soul Master to Soul Venerable marked a true milestone in the life of Soul Master. Indeed, countless individuals had perished at this juncture, and those who emerged unscathed were exceedingly rare. At this moment, it felt as if Tang Li's insides were being mercilessly sliced, with scarcely a patch of unscathed flesh remaining. His body felt as though it had been brutally torn apart, and his internal organs were in disarray, turned upside down. The ferocious power relentlessly ripped at him, akin to being torn asunder by wild horses. Yet, it seemed that an unseen force was guiding his soul power toward a higher plane, simultaneously enhancing his mental fortitude and endurance. However, these gains were negligible in the face of such overwhelming pain, vanishing before he could truly appreciate them as the sharp, agonizing sensations surged back, rendering his fleeting improvements moot. Tang Lu was engulfed in frustration. By all accounts, absorbing an ordinary 1,000-year soul ring should not be so excruciating. He had witnessed others successfully absorb soul rings in a mere hour, their experiences not fraught with such turmoil. In stark contrast, he found himself drenched in sweat after just a few minutes, scarcely daring to inhale. He could never have anticipated that the black-spotted emperor butterfly before him was no ordinary creature, but rather a top-tier soul beast with an age and cultivation surpassing 2,000 years. It is important to note that a typical soul master absorbs their 3rd soul ring at a maximum of around 1,700 years. Yet here was Tang Lu, attempting to assimilate a soul ring from a creature that was approximately 2,000 years old. Experiencing pain was, in some sense, a blessing. Had it not been for Tang Li's rigorous martial training from a young age, any ordinary individual would likely have perished under such formidable soul power. His 3rd soul ring had transcended the limits of what was theoretically possible, defying the established norms of the continent, where no one had ever successfully absorbed a 3rd soul ring exceeding 1,700 years. Furthermore, the black-spotted emperor butterfly was notorious for its ferocity, its malevolent aura during the absorption process, placing it among the most formidable of soul beasts, complicating an already improbable endeavor. Yet, it is often in the face of peril that one's resolve and courage shine brightest. A steadfast belief can conjure miracles and surmount insurmountable obstacles. As long as one harbors unwavering conviction within, Even the steepest mountains and vast rivers appear as mere flatlands. Of course, it is advisable to refrain from such endeavors without the backing of two titled Duos, for the consequences could be fatal. Tang Hao and Yin had indeed discerned the peculiar nature of the black-spotted emperor butterfly, but chose not to intervene in Tang Li's absorption. Their motives were twofold. Firstly, they wished to maintain their anonymity, and secondly, they were curious to observe how this little prodigy would manage the absorption of his third soul ring. After all, with two titled Duos present, what were the odds of his demise? Their gazes were intensely focused on Tang Lu, each silently hoping that he would unveil a new miracle. Meanwhile, at the opposite end of the Star Doe forest, another little fellow was also challenging the bounds of possibility. Zhao Wujia led the members of Shrek, encircling Tang San. Their eyes filled with tension and concern. Tang San's expression was one of profound anguish, his brow furrowed and his lips pale from biting down, as blood the size of beans continuously oozed from his body. Dai Mubai lowered his head, his eyes bloodshot, fists clenched tightly as he gritted his teeth. Lamenting the predicament Tang San faced, compounded by the absence of Tang Lu and Xiao Wu. Why had it come to this? Silence enveloped the group, each person bowing their heads in somber contemplation. They had only just wrested the human-faced demon spider from the formidable couple, hoping Tang San could absorb it joyfully. Yet no one anticipated that he had merely exchanged one peril for another. None could have foreseen that this human-faced demon spider boasted an astonishing age of over 2,100 years. Upon learning this, despair washed over the Shrek members. 2,000 years. This was a threshold that only those braving the Fourth Soul Ring would dare to cross. And here was Tang San, risking it all. While they remained steadfast in their faith in Tang San, they all understood the grim reality. The probability of death loomed large, a prospect too dreadful to fully comprehend. Would he truly perish? As they watched Tang San tremble violently, that haunting question echoed in each of their minds, just as despair threatened to engulf them. The sound of hurried footsteps emerged from the nearby underbrush. The sudden noise, in the midst of their silence, resonated clearly in their ears. Zhao Wujia was the first to lift his head, his gaze piercing and alert as he demanded, "Who goes there?" Step forward immediately. A slender figure emerged from the foliage, clad in a pink dress, adorned with two large bunny ears. It was none other than Xiao Wu. "Xiao Wu, you're alive?" Oscar exclaimed. Disbelief etched across his face as he clutched his head, nearly shouting in astonishment. Xiao Wu shot him a glare, her tone sharp as she retorted, "Did you want me dead that badly? Xiao Wu, what are you doing here?" In addition to Oscar, even Zhao Wujia appeared bewildered. They had distinctly seen Xiao Wu captured by the Titan giant ape. How was she now here unscathed? He had intended to return to Shrek Academy to enlist the notoriously frugal Flandra to summon He Ge for a funeral. But now it seemed that would not be necessary. Perhaps only Tang Li's funeral would suffice. Xiao Wu paused, but quickly gathered her wits, explaining, "When the Titan giant ape seized me, I was terrified. Just as I thought I was doomed, it suddenly roared, and I was flung away, which is how I survived." Chapter 123. Soul Bones, and what of Tang Lu? Ma Ongajun inquired. Although Xiao Wu's explanation was vague, if she had been tossed aside, then surely Tang Lu must have been as well. Xiao Wu widened her eyes in confusion, scanning the surroundings. Among the gathered figures of Shrek, there was no sign of Tang Lu. Bewildered, she asked, "Has he not returned yet?" Ma Hongjun shook his head, a pained smile gracing his chubby face as he replied, "No, we haven't seen him." Xiao Wu inhaled sharply, a dreadful thought crossing her mind. Could it be that he had met his end from that toss? The notion struck her like lightning. What level of soul beast was the Titan giant ape? To Xiao Wu, it may have seemed a casual throw, but to Tang Lu, it was a different story entirely. The force of that throw was likely akin to a full-powered strike from Soul King, landing squarely upon Tang Lu. Xiao Wu was startled by her own audacious thought. As she surveyed the desolate woods surrounding her, her mind inexplicably accepted the notion that Tang Lu had perished. Yet, that audacious lad was very much alive, maintaining his resilience. Tang Hao stood with his hands clasped behind his back, looking at Tang Lu, who sat nearby with an expression of indifference. Ain, feeling a surge of discontent, pouted and admonished, "Regardless of the circumstances, little Lu is still your son. As a father, shouldn't you show some concern for your child?" Tang Hao scratched his head, pondering how a rugged man like himself could possibly educate a child. It seemed far more challenging than his initial training in the Hao Tian sect. After all, boys were meant to endure hardships. It was their rightful path. Tang Hao Juke Fulitz Li. Ain opened her mouth, poised to speak. But then it seemed she recalled something unseemly. Her face flushed crimson, and she nervously clutched the hem of her garment, murmuring, "Next time, if we have a daughter, I sincerely hope she does not suffer." Unbeknownst to Tang Lu, who was currently absorbing a soul ring, his actions were inadvertently contributing to the increase in his family's numbers. He was trapped in a whirlwind of sensations, experiencing both bliss and torment. One moment he felt his bones shatter, and the next they restored themselves. A paradox of ecstasy and agony. Just as Tang Lu believed he had completed the absorption of the soul ring, a mysterious force struck him from behind, causing his bones and sinews to fracture. Accompanied by a torrent of surging soul power, his anguished cries echoed throughout the forest. Tang Hao, initially convinced that all was settled, was jolted back to reality by Tang Li's screams. What transpired? Ain, standing nearby, gasped, "What is that?" Following their gazes, they beheld that Tang Li's back was entirely torn open, resembling a steel plate embedded within him. His body quivered violently, and a mouthful of blood erupted forth, his upper body contorting grotesquely, resembling a bow drawn taut. It was a terrifying sight. Tang Li's chest heaved, a fissure extending from it throughout his frame, with Bei Ming Zhanxi intermingling with blood, continuously seeping from within. The sight left Tang Hao and Ain utterly shocked. From a distance, they could clearly see two bulges upon Tang Li's shoulders, shaped irregularly like pointed cones and radiating an orange-golden hue, forcing his clothing to stretch high. Those protrusions grew rapidly, as if sprouting from within Tang Lu, with blood staining the area around his shoulders, revealing the white bones beneath. Tiny droplets of blood trickled from his mouth and nose, sliding down his cheeks and pattering onto the ground. Suddenly, Tang Li's body shuddered violently, and the two protrusions elongated dramatically, with white bones being drawn out, exposed to the air. Remarkably, the other ends of those bones shimmered with gold, connecting to the protruding forms. The fabric of his shirt was completely torn away, revealing the two pointed objects before Tang Hao and Ain. These conical shapes were enveloped in a layer of golden silk, resembling blooming flower buds, accumulating energy within. As a certain amount of golden energy gathered, the outer layer of the bud burst open, and a golden bone emerged, continuously extending outward. While the two golden bones grew, Tang Lu visibly relaxed, appearing somewhat lighter, yet his brow remained furrowed, and his complexion pallid. At this moment, he had entirely lost consciousness. Unable to control the protrusions that had autonomously grown from his back, he had no means to intervene. As time passed, in a mere 15 seconds, the earlier two golden bones had grown to over 2 meters in length, one on each side. Simultaneously, a thin layer of wings enveloped the golden bones, a viscous fluid binding them together. Then, amidst the astonished exclamations of Tang Hao and Ain, the golden bones began to sprout joints, continuously extending, drawing the necessary nutrients from Tang Li's body until they reached nearly 5 meters in length. A magnificent golden bone, nearly 5 meters long, materialized from his back. Under the astonished gazes of Tang Hao and Ain, the connection points of the golden bone and its joints suddenly released the viscous fluid, and the thin wings unfurled from top to bottom. Golden specks of light appeared upon the wing membrane, intertwining to reinforce its stability. The previously delicate membrane thickened at a visible rate, ultimately reaching a thickness of nearly 1 centimeter. The wings stretched from the tips of the bones to the shafts, resembling a vast golden net, its surface gleaming with a reddish-gold sheen, smooth and sturdy. "Are those not the wings of the black-spotted emperor butterfly?" Ain exclaimed, her face filled with astonishment as she beheld the nearly 5-meter-long giant wings. Tang Hao nodded, his voice steady. Compared to the wings of the black-spotted emperor butterfly, the pair upon Xiao Li's back appeared even thicker and more polished, their hue a radiant orange gold, whereas the latter's wings were a deep crimson. Suddenly, they seemed to realize something simultaneously, exchanging glances before exclaiming, "Soul Bones." Chapter 124. Soul Bones 2. The golden wings behind Tang Lu continuously siphoned energy from within him. Due to the inherently weaker nature of the He Yin Chao, there was minimal conflict between the two. Conversely, the malevolent aura generated by the earlier black-spotted emperor butterfly repeatedly attempted to breach Tang Li's defenses. Yet, each time, Tang Lu, with unwavering determination, managed to repel it at the last possible moment. After several minutes of this back and forth, Tang Li's breathing gradually steadied, his previously trembling form slowly regaining composure. The crimson blood that had adorned his head was replaced by beads of sweat, signaling a successful fusion with the wings upon his back. Tang Hao observed Tang Lu with a glimmer of admiration in his eyes, exclaiming in delight, "He has successfully passed the most arduous trial. He has perfectly merged with this soul bone." Yin nodded, smiling. Little Lu is indeed fortunate to have acquired an external soul bone. As title de law, they were well aware of the immense value of external soul bones, which far exceeded that of ordinary soul bones by several multiples. Even regular soul bones were exceedingly rare within the Dolua continent, typically possessed only by those who had attained the strength of a title de law. The number of soul bones stored by the Tiando Empire and Xinglua Empire combined was scarcely more than a couple of handfuls, illustrating the extreme rarity of soul bones in the current world. The scarcity of soul bones was not without reason. To generate a soul bone, one would need to slay a soul beast with a cultivation of at least 10,000 years, yielding only the slightest chance of dropping a soul bone. However, how simple was it to confront a soul beast of such formidable age? This was evidently impossible. Even a title de law would not dare to recklessly engage a soul beast of 10,000 years, let alone others. However, the formidable power bestowed by the soul bones has rendered them immensely coveted by a plethora of soul masters. Securing a soul bone transcends the mere acquisition of an additional skeletal fragment. The amplification it confers is nothing short of awe-inspiring. It can endow soul masters with a myriad of potent enhancements, be it in offense, agility, or defense. Obtaining a single soul bone can elevate one's prowess by at least 30%. The external soul bones, in particular, are even rarer than ordinary soul bones, with only the faintest likelihood of one appearing among tens of thousands. A human possesses a total of 6 bone slots, implying that, regardless of one's strength, one may only house 6 soul bones throughout their lifetime. Conversely, the external soul bone is unique. It does not occupy any of the body's bone slots and can grow stronger alongside the soul master, making it the coveted treasure of every soul master. Tang Hao proudly declared, "This is indeed the son of my Hao Yin de Law." Yin cast him a sidelong glance with her enchanting eyes, feigning disdain as she quipped, "You are insufferably proud." Tang Hao chuckled awkwardly, redirecting his attention to Tang Lu. At that moment, a faint black ripple emanated from Tang Li's being, spreading outward like waves on water. As this dark radiance was released, the black silver grass sprouted from the palm of Tang Li's right hand. Initially, it appeared unremarkable, but as it gradually elongated, the transformation wrought by the third soul ring became apparent. The leaves of the black silver grass had now reached the size of a palm, their surface impeccably smooth and adorned with striking black patterns. Compared to before, the darkness was now more pronounced, as if coated in a layer of paint, exuding a lustrous sheen. The large leaves of the black silver grass began to converge, pulsating with surging soul power, which radiated faint light along the black patterns of the stem and leaves. Suddenly, numerous strands of black silver grass unfurled from his palm, entwining around him like agile water serpents, climbing upwards until they enveloped Tang Lu entirely, resembling a zongzi. An enigmatic energy seeped through the gaps in the black silver grass, emitting a gentle glow. At this moment, Tang Hao and Ain were unaware of Tang Li's condition and dared not intrude, anxiously waiting outside. Although they understood that this was a normal phenomenon of absorbing an external soul bone, their parental instincts left them filled with worry, fearing any unforeseen complications. As time ticked by, a quarter of an hour passed, then two. The dying sun once again painted the sky with a magnificent hue, a blood-red glow stretching across the heavens. The daylight swiftly waned, and the star-dove forest fell into an unusual stillness, devoid of its usual vibrancy. The sun, long teetering on the brink, finally descended into the ocean, gradually vanishing beyond the horizon, its last glimmer akin to the radiant wings of an angel, leaving a final trace in the fiery sky. A round moon silently ascended, casting its unblemished light upon the earth. In the cold night sky, stars twinkled, and birds chirped on branches, all silently observing the octopus-like Tang Lu ensconced in black silver grass, as if silently offering prayers on his behalf. Persévérance bore fruit, Tangle, through sheer endurance and resolve, finally overcame this trial. A torrent of soul power radiated from him, instantly dispersing outward, shaking the surrounding trees and sending the birds fleeing in alarm. The elongated black silver grass gradually unfurled, revealing the much-anticipated Tang Lu to the onlookers. He was now enveloped in a layer of white mucus, which clung tightly to his skin, seemingly repairing his damaged flesh and bones. Unbeknownst to him, a hint of blue hair had sprouted atop his head, suggesting an elevation of his aura. Tangle appeared utterly transformed, his once pale skin now radiating a healthy bronze hue, his well-defined muscles prominently displayed, with a glimmering black halo flickering above his chest. The layer of mucus gradually assimilated into his body, leaving him unclothed and exposed to the air. A soft groan escaped Tang Li's lips as his limbs slowly began to stretch. He then opened his eyes, gazing around in confusion. Tang Hao and Ain had long departed, leaving him surrounded by a dark forest, illuminated solely by the moonlight. What has happened to me? Tangle murmure, still reeling from the intense pain he had previously endured. In chapter 125, Hong Tiani, he felt as though his entire body were on the verge of shattering, utterly drained of strength. Even lifting a foot felt like a daunting task, the sudden sensation of weightlessness nearly causing him to topple. After regaining his balance, Tang Lu shook his head, striving to clear his mind. However, a chilling breeze swept past, causing him to sense a peculiar absence beneath him. His bleary eyes glanced down, widening in shock as he fumbled over his body, exclaiming, "Who stripped me of my clothes?" The next moment revealed a Tang Lu who could only be described as impeccably neat and tidy. Once clad in a fresh outfit, he felt an overwhelming sense of comfort, akin to having soaked in a hot spring, every cell in his body rejoicing. Particularly, the sight of his ample soul power and the 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings beneath him filled his heart with pride. At last, I possess a 3rd soul ring. What an arduous journey it has been. Yet, he now faced another predicament. He could not don his upper garment, and being bare-chested in the cold night air was rather chilling. The reason for his inability to dress was evident. 2 pairs of golden wings had sprouted from his back, each nearly 5 meters in length, startling him to the core. He briefly suspected he might have fallen into some dark sorcery. Am I also a member of the evil sect? But he promptly dismissed such notions, for this was the Doluo continent, where such dark arts did not exist. How then to explain these wings? Tang Lu turned sideways, peering at his golden wings with curiosity, extending his hand to caress the pristine feathers. Quite pleasant. The feathers were remarkably smooth and even, and Tang Lu distinctly felt that these wings were intrinsically linked to him. Whatever occurred behind him, he could sense it. Setting aside all other questions, he wondered what purpose these wings would serve. Flight was the first thought that sprang to mind. Naturally, wings were meant for flying. What else could they be for? With a spark of inspiration, Tang Lu focused his thoughts, attempting to command the wings. Suddenly, his body began to tremble violently, but the wings behind him responded, slowly beginning to flap. Tang Lu felt a lightness beneath his feet, gradually lifting him off the ground, floating in midair. As he exerted control, The speed of the wing beats quickened, and he ascended like a hot air balloon, soaring upwards from his original position. Although the peculiar pair of wings behind him appeared quite bizarre, they did not hinder Tang Li's movements in the slightest. In the air, he maneuvered with ease, wholly unaffected. Descend. With a light command from Tang Lu, the wings immediately ceased their motion, and as he lost lift, he plummeted from the sky, executing a flawless backflip before landing steadily on his feet. It was evident that he could control these wings, manipulating them with the same dexterity as his hands. However, their use was limited to simple ascents and descents, while navigating forward and backward would require further exploration. Though Tang Lu was unaware of the origin of this strange appendage, he was certain it stemmed from his absorption of the Haiban Dihuang Dai, black-spotted emperor butterfly. Nevertheless, he feared that if he could not retract the wings, he would be perceived as a monster by others. Recognizing the crux of the matter, Tang Lu endeavored to command the wings to retract using his mental energy. Suddenly, as if stimulated, the wings responded. The light segments along the wing bones aligned, and the expansive feathers shrank along with the skeletal structure. Gradually, the main shafts of the wings converged and slowly fused into Tang Li's body. Throughout this process, he experienced no discomfort, only a slight itch and a sense of swelling at his back, which seemed rather ordinary. The ability to expand and retract seemed to him a curious advantage. He mused, "Perhaps I shall name it Hong Tianyi, for this journey to the Xing Do de Sun Lin, Star Do Forest, has indeed brought me great fortune, and the addition of such a wing feels quite fitting." After bestowing a name upon his newfound wings, Tang Lu did not linger in the night to rest, for he had already delayed far too long in the forest, where the scent of blood was overwhelmingly potent. Prolonged presence might attract other soul beasts, and he certainly wished to avoid another encounter with a millennium-level soul beast. After enduring numerous tribulations, he had developed an inexplicable fear of the vast forest. Yet he was conflicted about acquiring the third soul ring, torn between joy and sorrow. He proceeded with utmost caution, wary of encountering anything formidable. Two tasks lay before him. He must locate Zhao Wuji and the others, and ascertain whether Xiao Wu had indeed perished. However, Tang Lu understood that the latter was nearly impossible. He could not venture alone into the depths of the Xing Do de Sun Lin in search of the Titan Great Ape, as that would be akin to inviting disaster. Yet he could not deny that his battle with the Haiban Fengwei Dai, black-spotted phoenix-tail butterfly, had been immensely enlightening. He was astounded by the prowess of the Tang Sect's hidden weapons, far exceeding his expectations. Although he was aware of their unparalleled reputation, he had not anticipated the extent to which their weaponry could achieve such efficacy, which left him breathless with awe. The Zhuge crossbow, their signature weapon, was capable of silently dispatching a Haiban Dihuang Dai, showcasing their formidable strength. Tang Lu questioned his own ability to swiftly eliminate a Haiban Dihuang Dai. Even at his peak in his previous life, he would require time to subdue such a creature, far from the instantaneous efficiency of the Tang Sect's hidden weapons. However, a self-deprecating smile crept across Tang Li's face as he mused, "How foolish I am to worry. Only Tang San across the continent is adept with hidden weapons, and irrespective of their might, they shall not pose a threat to me in the future." With a light chuckle and a shake of his head, Tang Lu glided through the woods with the grace of a swimming dragon, evading detection as he traversed the entirety of the Xing Do de Sun Lin. Having absorbed his third soul ring, both his soul power reserves and overall strength had significantly enhanced. He believed it would not be long before he could further cultivate the Xian Yao Pai's carefree school techniques, particularly the Xian Yao Yu Feng carefree wind. As the night breeze brushed against Tang Li's cheek, rustling the leaves under the moonlight, the foliage glimmered like a constellation of tiny stars upon the ground. Each leaf bore a trace of warmth as a small squirrel from Suqian nibbled one, savoring its delightful midnight snack. The creature moved with practiced ease, the sounds of its munching muffled, and in an instant, it vanished from the branch. Strolling alone through the tranquil forest, a beam of moonlight filtered through the fragmented leaves, casting a serene glow upon his face. A gentle breeze welcomed him, and Tang Lu felt immensely comfortable, as if every cell in his body was inhaling deeply. He instinctively stretched out his arms, relishing the moment, and slowly closed his eyes to embrace this rare comfort amidst the perilous expanses of the Xing Do de Sunlin. Lost in his pleasant reverie, Tang Lu suddenly halted, his gaze snapping toward a nearby thicket from which hurried footsteps emerged. It seemed to be a habitat for soul beasts, and his vigilance heightened as he unleashed his soul power, summoning 2 yellow and 1 purple ring beneath his feet. "Who goes there?" Tang Li's voice was icy, as he wished for no disturbance to his serene midnight hour. Indeed, his words bore some effect. Following his inquiry, the footsteps abruptly ceased, plunging the area into an eerie silence. Tang Lu furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. Were the soul beasts of this generation so obedient? Yet in the next instant, a figure lunged from the bushes, pouncing upon Tang Lu with lightning speed. Unprepared, he felt a sudden weight and staggered backward, crashing to the ground. "Brother, you are alive. I must be dreaming." A voice tinged with tears reached Tang Li's ears as the figure clung tightly to him. "Who are you? Get off me." Tongru snapped, his irritation surging as he wished to kick the individual away, but the grip was too strong for him to escape. "Brother, it's me, Tang San." Tang San abruptly raised his head, his wide eyes fixed on the bewildered Tang Lu. Realization dawned upon Tang Lu, and he instinctively embraced Tang San's back, holding him tightly, oblivious to the fact that he was squeezing so hard it turned his arms red. Just as Tang San anticipated an emotional reunion, Tang Lu suddenly loosened his grip, causing Tang San to tilt precariously to the left. Seizing the opportunity, Tang Lu sprang to his feet and delivered a swift kick toward the swaying Tang San. With a thud and a muffled grunt, Tang San was sent tumbling back into the thicket, the grass and leaves obscuring his disheveled form. Tang Lu brushed off his clothes, expressing his disdain. What a shameful sight for a grown man to be sobbing. Suddenly, a tall and sturdy figure emerged from the dense underbrush, and upon seeing Tang Lu, a bright smile illuminated his face. "Tang Lu, you are indeed alive." Tang Lu momentarily froze, recognizing the familiar voice. He swiftly turned to see Dai Mubai standing beside Tang San, offering him a gentle smile. Though he said little, the slight tremor in his broad shoulders spoke volumes. And Tang Lu understood immediately. As Oscar emerged from behind, he feigned calmness and remarked, "I consulted a divination for Tang Lu before we set off. He will surely be fine. Why are you all so worried?" Ma Hongjun also slowly stepped forward, gazing at Tang Lu, his plump face quivering with excitement. It was indeed unbelievable that he had survived the clutches of the Titan giant ape. Although Tang Lu felt somewhat speechless, he noticed that Ma Hongjun's complexion was not particularly good, tinged with a hint of pallor, clearly indicating he had just recovered. Familiar figures began to emerge one by one. Zhao Wujing, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing, none were missing. What surprised him the most was Xiao Wu. He had been captured alongside her by the Titan giant ape. Although he did not understand why he was discarded midway, he had been on the brink of death at that moment. Had it not been for the powerful Bei Ming Jinqi, his corpse might have already begun to rot. How had Xiao Wu survived? This question prompted deep contemplation within Tang Lu. Xiao Wu possessed no remarkable traits aside from her agility. How could such an ordinary person survive in the hands of the Titan giant ape? Not only Tang Lu, but even others found it hard to believe. Unless there was something hidden, perhaps an indescribable event had transpired during their ordeal. Xiao Wu stood rooted, torn between advancing and retreating, her gaze towards Tang Lu filled with regret and guilt, which left him perplexed. "Are you apologizing for my survival?" This made no sense at all. Unbeknownst to Tang Lu, Xiao Wu was reflecting that she should not have casually allowed Erming to cast Tang Lu aside. After all, it was a 100,000-year soul beast. Even a gentle toss would be unbearable for Tang Lu. Yet, she was genuinely delighted that Tang Lu was alive, albeit tinged with guilt, feeling she should have been the one to be cast away instead. "Brother, are you committing fratricide?" Tang San, who had collapsed in the bushes, stood up, dusting off his soiled clothes, his face adorned with a bitter smile. The moment he heard Tang Li's voice, he could hardly believe that Tang Lu had truly survived. While Xiao Wu had managed to escape, it did not guarantee Tang Li's survival. In his search for Tang Lu, his heart had been tumultuous. Ultimately, it was his unwavering belief that brought him to this moment. Hard work pays off. Tang Lu is indeed alive. Tang Lu shrugged helplessly. What could I say? You charged in so suddenly. I thought it was a soul beast. At that moment, Zhao Wujing, the team leader, stepped forward, scrutinizing Tang Lu closely. Once he confirmed that Tang Lu was unharmed, he felt relieved and curiously inquired, Tang Lu, how did you escape from that predicament? Did you hear a cow's call and get flung away? A cow's call? Tang Lu repeated in confusion, shaking his head and wryly smiling. I really don't know how I came down from the Titan giant ape. All I remember is waking up in a swamp. Zhao Wujing nodded, observing that Tang Lu bore no signs of deception. Chapter 127. The Return to the Third Soul Ring. Oscar exclaimed in astonishment as he gazed at the purple halo beneath Tang Li's feet. At that moment, the group awakened from their joy at Tang Li's return, their eyes widening as they stared at the purple circle. Ma Hongjun ambled over, clapping Tang Lu on the shoulder, his expression one of amusement. I'm unworthy to be your senior. His melancholic demeanor combined with this statement elicited laughter from all. Zhao Wujing chuckled, wonderful. Now we have all the soul rings we need. It seems fate has not abandoned us. Dai Mubai nodded, a smile gracing his lips, his face radiating joy. Now our Shrek Academy boasts 5 soul emperors, significantly enhancing our strength. After enduring so many trials, Oscar appeared to take it lightly, his expression reflecting only a flicker of shock before vanishing. He gradually approached Tang Lu, leaning closer to ask, where did you acquire this soul ring? Tang Lu replied with a smile, by a stroke of luck, I encountered a black-spotted emperor butterfly. After some tussling, I managed to slay it. The black-spotted emperor butterfly? I never expected it. Zhao Wujing inhaled sharply, fully aware of the reputation of this forest predator. However, the moment he heard that Tang Lu had killed it, his expression froze, his eyes widening in disbelief as he stammered. What? You killed the black-spotted emperor butterfly? Tang Lu, still somewhat shaken, confirmed, yes, I indeed killed it. After a moment of silence, Zhao Wujing finally spoke. How did you accomplish that? At this juncture, Tang Lu glanced at Tang San beside him, seeking his opinion on whether to disclose the matter of the Zhuge crossbow. Tang San nodded, indicating it was fine to share. With Tang San's approval, Tang Lu felt reassured, and with a gesture, he summoned the Zhuge crossbow, which appeared in his hand. He waved the finely crafted box before the onlookers, grinning. I relied on this contraption to slay the black-spotted emperor butterfly. Zhao Wujing scrutinized the exquisite box in Tang Li's grasp, a mix of skepticism and curiosity swirling in his small eyes. He could hardly believe that such an object could fell a millennium-old black-spotted emperor butterfly. The others bore similar expressions, thinking Tang Lu was withholding information, except for Xiao Wu and Tang San, who exchanged knowing smiles. Aware of their disbelief, Tang Lu opted not to elaborate further. He gently raised the Zhuge crossbow toward a nearby tree, casually pulling the trigger. A series of mechanical sounds echoed, and propelled by a certain mechanism, the Zhuge crossbow unleashed a dazzling flash, sending dozens of silver arrows soaring. Everyone barely registered the movement before the brilliant light pierced through the tree. Moments later, a thunderous crash resounded as the entire tree collapsed, sending birds scattering in fright. Everyone gasped, astonished by the immense destructive power of what Tang Lu had wielded. Even Zhao Wujing, usually composed, exhibited a change in expression. Incredible! Oscar exclaimed in awe, feeling as though he had just witnessed a science fiction film, utterly speechless. Even the typically stoic Zhu Zhuqing displayed a flicker of emotion, realizing that, with her speed, she would have had no chance of escaping the Zhuge crossbow's attack. Yet, the next moment brought an even more shocking event. Just a gentle breeze swept through, and the trees on either side crashed down in a resounding cacophony. Everyone stood in stunned silence, except for Ning Rongrong, whose eyes sparkled with an unusual glimmer as she hurried over, eagerly asking, Tang Lu, did you invent this? Tang Lu shook his head and pointed to the smiling Tang San beside him. It was produced by Xiao San. Ning Rongrong paused, eyeing Tang San with tentative curiosity. Could you sell me this Zhuge crossbow? As a support-type soul master, I lack offensive capabilities. Don't worry, I'll pay you handsomely. Fearing Tang San would refuse, she produced a pouch of gold coins from her pocket and offered it to him. Tang San smiled lightly, pushing the pouch back toward her chest. We are classmates. Why discuss money? I can make one for you another day. To everyone's astonishment, it was revealed that the legendary Zhuge divine crossbow was indeed crafted by Tang San. Oscar appeared to have a sudden realization, exclaiming, could it be that the previous human-faced demon spider was also slain using the Zhuge divine crossbow? Tang San nodded in affirmation. Due to his urgent quest to find Tang Lu, he refrained from sharing the details of how he had hunted the human-faced demon spider with the Shrek team. With a twinkle in his eye, Oscar hugged Tang San's shoulder and cheerfully inquired, aren't we good brothers? Tang San, discerning Oscar's intentions, flashed a charming smile and replied, I see what you're getting at. I can craft one for you next time, but I must clarify that you'll need to cover the material costs, as I do not possess such funds. Oscar nearly jumped for joy. The prospect of an auxiliary spirit master wielding the Zhuge divine crossbow was nothing short of magnificent, and he was more than willing to cover the costs. Of course, my good brother, he asserted. At this juncture, Tang San turned to the Shrek team, offering a gentle smile. Do not worry. If I find a time, I will create one for everyone. With both me and Lugu here, it will be accomplished swiftly. Dai Mubai waved his hand, resolutely stating, Xiao San, the destructive power of the Zhuge divine crossbow is immense. If it were to hit the market, I cannot fathom how much it would sell for. Furthermore, your crafting is no simple task. Our contribution is merely for the materials, which hardly compensates for your and Tang Li's efforts. How about this? We are not lacking in funds, so you can sell to us. Tang San shook his head, smiling as he replied, we are all friends and classmates. Let us not speak of money. Besides, with so much free time every day, it would be beneficial for me and Lugu to engage in some labor. Dai Mubai remained steadfast, asserting, while we are indeed friends and classmates, we appreciate your goodwill. How about this? You can gift us the first Zhuge divine crossbow, and if you create anything in the future, you can sell it to us. What do you think? Touched by Dai Mubai's resolute stance, Tang San nodded in agreement with a smile. Chapter 128. A familiar scent. The utility of the Zhuge divine crossbow was immense, and its formidable power captivated the hearts of all Shrek students, even stirring the interest of Zhao Wujia, who felt a sense of security in having the crossbow at hand. After a brief respite, they exited the Star Doe forest, leaving behind the trepidation that had filled their hearts. However, their journey had proven fruitful. Oscar had reached the rank of Soul Zune, while Tang Lu, Tang San, and Xiao Wu acquired their respective third soul rings amidst danger. Additionally, the constant battles had fostered a growing camaraderie among the Shrek team, creating a sense of belonging within their small group. Safely traversing the Star Doe forest, the group collectively exhaled, as if a great weight had been lifted from their hearts, and a mysterious pressure dissipated into the breeze. Their spirits were lifted, and they felt a profound sense of relief, as the tension that had gripped them previously melted away. Zhao Wujia glanced at the map with delight, announcing, we are just a couple of miles away from the nearest town. Let us rest there for the night and continue our journey at dawn. Oscar stretched, yawning, and rubbed his aching temples. Finally, we can rest well for a night. If this continues, I might not survive my youthful days. Dai Mubai laughed heartily, exclaiming, once we reach the next town, I shall treat everyone to drinks and meet to celebrate. Xiao Bai, I can handle my liquor. You may want to reconsider. Zhao Wujia remarked mischievously. Dai Mubai chuckled, dismissing the comment. Zhao Laosher, drink to your heart's content. After all, there's nothing money cannot resolve in this world. Ma Ongjun, envious, exclaimed, how fortunate to be rich and carefree. Tang Lu and Tang San exchanged knowing smiles, relishing the prospect of enjoying something for free. During their travels, the team noted that Ning Rongrong had been quietly transforming herself. Though she seldom spoke up within the group, she had consistently provided valuable support during battles, enhancing her teammates' safety. Even Zhu Zhuqing, who had previously maintained an aloof demeanor, began to soften, gradually integrating into their small circle. Her once adversarial stance towards Dai Mubai had softened, though she remained far from accommodating to his overtures. Dai Mubai, undeterred, thought to himself that he was only 14 and had ample time to win her over. After a hearty meal, the group settled down for a restful night. The next morning, an invigorated Zhao Wujia led them onward, and after 2 days of travel, they finally returned to Shrek Academy. Oscar scooped up some dirt from the entrance of Shrek Academy, tears streaming dramatically down his face as he nostalgically remarked, "Familiar land. Familiar scent." Dai Mubai pulled Oscar's hand, exasperated. "Stop embarrassing yourself. Get up." Oscar held the soil before Dai Mubai, earnestly stating, "Boss Dai, you must smell this. It has a unique essence, a truly familiar scent." Seeing Oscar's sincerity, Dai Mubai leaned closer to sniff, conceding, "It does have a different aroma from before." At that moment, an elderly woman approached, balancing a burden with 2 water buckets swaying precariously. Upon noticing Dai Mubai and Oscar playing with the dirt, she hurried over and exclaimed, "What are you two doing?" Curious about her reaction, Dai Mubai asked, "Is there something wrong with this soil, Mayim?" The old woman looked at Oscar, hesitating briefly before confessing, "We use this soil as fertilizer." Dai Mubai's face pallid instantly, and he pinched his nose as he dashed into the academy. Oscar stood frozen, his expression turning ashen as he stared at the familiar soil in his hands. "What does this mean?" Xiao Wu, standing behind Tang San, asked in confusion. Tang Lu chuckled. "This soil is mixed with corpse rice, originally intended for farming. But who would have thought this would happen with Dai Mubai and Oscar? This is going to be entertaining." As Dai Mubai's figure faded into the distance, the old woman shook her head, muttering, "The higher the status, the more they relish the soil. I never believed it until today." She sighed, perplexed by why 2 grown men would be so interested in such things. Zhao Wujia approached Oscar and patted his shoulder, casually advising, "Remember to wash your hands. Don't bring that familiar scent into the dining hall." Without waiting for a response, he walked into the academy. Tang San forced a smile at Oscar, saying, "Keep it up. This is the essence." Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu looked at Oscar with disdain, pinching their noses and glancing at him with disgust, fanning the air in front of their noses to ward off the familiar scent. After Tang San's remark, everyone returned to their own affairs, leaving Oscar bewildered in the wind. Tang Lu, Tang San, and Xiao Wu walked side by side towards the dormitory. Following the incident with the Titan giant ape, Xiao Wu seemed to grow even closer to Tang San, frequently clinging to his arm. "Tang San, I have something to discuss with you." Suddenly raising her head after silently following the 3, Ning Rongrong called out. Tang San halted his steps, turned around, and looked at Ning Rongrong with a puzzled expression, asking, "What is it?" Whether it was due to nervousness or something else, Ning Rongrong tightly clutched her skirt, biting her lip, and looked directly at Tang San as she said, "Can we change to another place? I have something I wish to discuss with you privately." Tang San's expression stiffened slightly, and he instinctively glanced back at Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, evidently feeling jealous, turned away to avoid looking at him. Ning Rongrong became anxious and hurriedly pleaded, "Xiao Wu, please help me out. I only need to borrow your sangu for a moment. I want to eat him." Tang San, Oscar, envious, 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 envious. Tang Lu, my younger brother is doing great. Observing Ning Rongrong's pitiful expression, Xiao Wu couldn't help but feel sympathetic. Pouting her adorable lips, she seriously said, Go on. I'm not that petty, imph." With that, she finally released her grip around Tang San's waist. Chapter 129. The arrival of the master, just the thought of Tang San being alone with Ning Rongrong, made Xiao Wu feel as though a jar of vinegar had been overturned in her heart. Pouting in dissatisfaction, she heard Tang Li's voice by her ear, "Look goodbye." When she looked back, Xiao Wu had already dashed back to the female dormitory. Looking at the empty space, Tang Lu sighed, "Once again I am left alone." Shaking his head, Tang Lu returned to the dormitory. Upon opening the door, he saw Oscar anxiously pacing back and forth, his tightly furrowed brows revealing his current mood. The moment Oscar spotted Tang Lu, it was as though he had seen a lifeline, rushing to Tang Lu with a fervent urgency, asking, so, did Tang San not do anything with Rongrong? While speaking, he clutched his chest, bracing himself for the worst. Tang Lu pushed him away, saying helplessly, Xiao San is not that kind of person. You can rest assured. Yet, Oscar remained unconvinced, murmuring anxiously, I know Tang San isn't like that, but I don't know if Ning Rongrong is. Hearing this, Tang Li's body jolted, utterly astonished by Oscar's peculiar line of reasoning. He opened his mouth to speak. Oscar waved his hand, his voice tinged with a hint of sorrow. You don't need to comfort me. Although I know Tang San isn't as handsome as I am, what if Rongrong prefers someone who isn't handsome? Tang Lu rolled his eyes at him. Don't overthink it, all right? We're all just classmates. There can't be that many bizarre situations. At this moment, Oscar had already collapsed onto the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. Rongrong is so beautiful. Even though her personality isn't great, she is still so stunning. I wonder if I still have a chance to pursue her. Tang Li's facial muscles twitched. I see you not only mature physically, but also mentally. Oscar weakly replied, What do you know? This is called a dual approach for greater effectiveness. Tang Lu sighed. It seemed Oscar had fallen under some enchantment. Otherwise, he would be acting this way. After adjusting his clothes, Tang Lu lay down on the bed, ready to rest. With a creak, the wooden door slowly opened, and Tang San entered with a faint smile. Upon seeing Tang San, Oscar sprang up from the bed, somewhat conflicted, and asked, So, you didn't do anything, right? Tang San looked at Oscar with confusion and shook his head, saying, We only exchanged feelings for a while. Oscar's heart raced, and he stuttered, How did you exchange feelings? Tang San nonchalantly replied, Of course, we had an in-depth exchange, discussing things I need to create for her, to make her happy. Create things? Oscar exclaimed, stunned, as if struck by lightning. Tang Lu, lying on the bed, suddenly felt a chill. A mysterious cold wind swept through the previously warm room. Oscar's face turned ominously dark as he said, Did you do that? Tang San, observing Oscar's reaction, felt overwhelmed. He had merely been asked to help her with a concealed weapon. Was that so wrong? Concealed weapon? Oscar exclaimed, his previous grim demeanor changing dramatically as he leaped up, embracing Tang San's shoulders. Tang San, you are truly my good friend, my brother. Tang San looked at Oscar in bewilderment, questioning whether Oscar had forgotten to take his medication today. At that moment, Tang Lu, lying on the bed, languidly remarked, A friend's wife, no courtesy. Oscar, Tang San. After nearly 2 days of travel, everyone settled down to sleep peacefully, except for Flinder's office, which was brightly lit. It was truly terrifying. Although the reason for the sudden appearance of the Titan giant ape in the outer circle remained a mystery, fortunately, they returned safely without incident. Zhao Wujia, still shaken, remarked, reflecting on the Titan giant ape, I still feel a sense of fear. Opposite him sat Flinder, his brow furrowed. Naturally, he was the most concerned about the children's safety. Observing Zhao Wujia's terrified expression, he smiled wryly. Fortunately, the little ones were unharmed. They are all talented individuals. Any injury or mishap would be a loss for the academy. Zhao Wujia nodded solemnly, stating, I believe that next time we go to hunt for soul rings, we should at least bring 2 teachers along. Otherwise, if I go with you to lead the children, it would maximize their safety. Flinder agreed wholeheartedly. Though he often appeared carefree, he always prioritized the children's safety. Curiously, he inquired, I'm quite curious about how Xiao Wu managed to escape from the Titan giant ape. And what was that bellowing sound? Moreover, how did Tang Lu manage to be rescued? Could it be related to that roar? Zhao Wujia sat silently in his chair, grappling with these questions, feeling overwhelmed and unable to respond. At that moment, a heavy footfall echoed from outside, and a rough hand pushed open the wooden door. In a stiff voice, he said, That should be the sound made by the Tianqing Yopong. Zhao Wujia and Flinder quickly turned to look, seeing a man with a rigid expression and a bit of stubble standing at the door. Flinder's face lit up with joy as he stood up. Our expert has arrived. Observing the unfamiliar man outside, Zhao Wujia questioned, Who is this? Flinder chuckled, introducing, This is the master, Yu Xiaojiang, whom I mentioned to you before. He is also Tang San's mentor and Tang Lu's teacher. Our academy's 2 prodigies are both his disciples. A glint of light flashed in Zhao Wujia's eyes as he politely said, So this is the master. It's an honor to meet you. The master's resolute face remained unchanged as he spoke calmly. No need for excessive courtesy. By the way, how have Xiao San and Xiao Le been recently? As the conversation shifted to the main topic, Zhao Wuji sighed. You may not be aware, but this time, our Shrek Academy almost faced total annihilation. You might have never seen me again. Sensing the helplessness and bitterness within the heart of Budong Ming Wang Zhao Wuji, the master's expression, resembling that of a zombie, underwent a subtle transformation. Could it truly be that there existed matters capable of confounding Budong Ming Wang? In chapter 130, Tianqin Yopong, Vlad sighed and waved his hand in resignation, expressing his bewilderment. He then glanced at the bewildered master, as if a thought had struck him, and hastily inquired, Xiao Gang, do you think the Titan giant ape might venture beyond the outer circle of the Stardow Forest? The master was initially perplexed, but soon regarded Vlad with a somewhat vacant expression, noting the seriousness etched on his face, which left him somewhat baffled. The Titan giant ape appearing in the outer circle of the Stardow Forest? What nonsense is this? If such a forest overlord were to emerge from the inner circle, it would spell disaster. After a moment of contemplation, he decisively stated, generally speaking, the Titan giant ape does not easily stray from the inner circle of the Stardow Forest. However, it is not entirely impossible for it to appear in the outer circle, albeit with a lamentably small probability, perhaps 1 in 100,000. At this juncture, he cast a cautious glance at Zhao Wuji and tentatively asked, could it be that the difficulties you encountered are related to the Titan giant ape? As he spoke, he accepted the chair that Vlad's disciple had brought him and gradually settled into it. Zhao Wuji offered a wry smile, admitting, indeed, during our recent expedition to hunt soul beasts, we fortuitously encountered an attack from the Titan giant ape. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaojiang abruptly stood from his chair, his eyes fixed intently on Zhao Wuji. What did you say? The Titan giant ape attacked you? Zhao Wuji nodded gently, his expression one of dejection as he recounted, yes. The scene was utterly terrifying. We nearly did not make it back. However, he then expressed some confusion, considering that the master was one who focused on soul master research, which piqued his interest, leading him to eagerly inquire, Master, could something be drawing the Titan giant ape, prompting it to venture into the outer circle? The master's demeanor grew more serious as he analyzed the situation. There must be something in the outer circle of the Stardow Forest that attracts it. If you encountered a Titan giant ape that has reached an age of over 10,000 years, logically, none of you should have survived, unless it had no intention of harming you. Zhao Wuji pondered this and realized it seemed plausible. The Titan giant ape had no desire to kill them. Otherwise, they would have perished long ago. The master's words provided Zhao Wuji with a modicum of reassurance. As a sovereign of the Stardow Forest, the Titan giant ape ordinarily would not exhibit aggression towards humans. Sitting across from them, Vlad nodded silently. If the Titan giant ape were indeed a bloodthirsty creature, the Stardow Forest would have become a forbidden zone. This remark sparked Zhao Wuji's curiosity. Master, do you think there exists anything within the Stardow Forest that could pose a threat to the Titan giant ape? Xiao Wu mentioned that when she was captured, she heard a bellowing sound, after which the Titan giant ape panicked and discarded her. The master raised his chin slightly. Naturally, if my deductions are correct, that bellow is the Tianqin Yopong, as recorded in ancient texts. It is the mightiest entity within the Stardow Forest and serves as its guardian. If the Titan giant ape is the king that inspires fear, then the Tianqin Yopong is the emperor that remains beyond reach. Upon hearing this, even Vlad, typically composed, displayed a flicker of emotion. The existence of such a creature within the Stardow Forest was indeed astonishing. Zhao Wuji nodded in agreement, fully acknowledging the calm demeanor of this man, who rightfully deserved the title of the Encyclopedia of the Soul Beast Realm bestowed by Dean Vlad. The master smiled lightly and waved his hand dismissively. However, there is not much documentation regarding the Tianqin Yopong. I only found its information in an ancient manuscript. Its cultivation is at least over 50,000 years, equivalent to the level of a title de law, a formidable power that leaves many title de law feeling inadequate. Zhao Wuji could not contain his curiosity any longer. Has no one ever ventured into the depths of the Star Doe forest to investigate? The master sighed. History has never lacked for brave souls. The yearning for the depths of the Star Doe forest among titled WOs is deeper than that of ordinary people. Once, a power-type title boldly traversed from the outer to the inner circle of the Star Doe forest. However, upon reaching its deepest part, he was taken aback by the sight before him. Vlad quickly pressed. What did he see? The master continued. Contrary to our expectations, the depths of the Star Doe forest are not filled with dense forests, but rather a vast lake. The water in the lake is crystal clear, surrounded by towering mountains. Although its area is not extensive, it resembles a fairyland. Yet in this small lake, a nearly 40-meter-tall ape was drawing water. And this ape was none other than the Titan giant ape you encountered. Vlad remarked in astonishment. I never imagined such a place existed within the Star Doe forest. The master chuckled. At that moment, the title Doe was also captivated by the scene, but in the next moment, a massive shadow emerged from the lake's depths, and the surrounding air seemed to solidify as an unknown pressure bore down upon him. It was then that the title Doe realized he could not escape the grip of this overwhelming force. At this juncture, Zhao Wuji shuddered, pondering what manner of creature could restrain a power-type title Doe. After all, he himself was merely a power-type soul sage. Unaware of Zhao Wuji's reaction, the master continued. Soon, the entire lake began to churn, and the ground trembled. In the following second, a creature with the head of a bull and the body of a serpent emerged from the depths, its height reaching nearly 100 meters. Its sapphire-like eyes fixated on the title Doe, suffocating him with its gaze. Even more astonishingly, it spoke. Youngster, you have trained for so long. Do you not assess your own capabilities? Leave this place at once. The title Doe recounted. I was utterly terrified. Zhao Wuji and Vlad recoiled slightly, swallowing hard as they stammered. This is truly unbelievable. What happened next? The master smiled faintly. The once formidable Titan giant ape lowered its head before the Tianqing Yopong, much like a child that has committed a wrong, not daring to utter a sound. Thus, I deduced that the only creature capable of threatening the Titan giant ape is the Tianqing Yopong, dwelling in the deepest recesses of the forest. In chapter 131, Why Are You Here? The master suddenly recalled something and cheerfully asked, by the way, how have Tang Lu and Tang Xin been faring lately? Zhao Wuji waved his hand dismissively, reassuring the master and our team. I have the highest hopes for these two newcomers. Their willpower and endurance are exceptional. Although their martial souls are somewhat peculiar, I have taken note of their consistent efforts. The master nodded. Indeed, these two children's martial souls are indeed peculiar. One possesses the most ordinary blue silvergrass, while the other wields the mutated martial soul, black silvergrass, which is unprecedented on the continent. Vlad lightly concurred. The temperament of these two children far surpasses that of ordinary individuals. I believe the banner of Shrek will one day be borne by them. Zhao Wuji seemed to recall something and hastily inquired, Master, what is the meaning of Tang San growing 8 spider legs from his back? Seated beside him, Flander began to speak. Earlier, I had visited the dormitory to observe the group of youngsters. While the others exuded a calm aura, both Tang Lu and Tang Sin exhibited a certain disarray in their energies, and their skeletal structures had evidently undergone significant changes. Zhao Wuji had previously mentioned that Tang San had developed 8 spider legs from his back. Thus, the alteration in his bone structure became explicable. Yet, what could be the cause of Tang Li's condition? Could it be that he too had sprouted something from his back? The master pondered for a moment, his furrowed brow slowly relaxing as he articulated his thoughts. Based solely on your accounts, I cannot discern the circumstances surrounding Tang San and Tang Lu. Tomorrow morning, I shall accompany you to observe them. I must witness their condition with my own eyes to determine the unfolding events. The master gradually settled into his chair, murmuring softly. Should my suspicions prove true, this would lead to significant gains. Flander's lips moved slightly. Xiao Gang, are you implying that they? The master placed his index finger to his lips, signaling for silence, and leaned closer to Flander, whispering, it would be prudent to keep this matter discreet to avoid prying eyes from other organizations. Otherwise, both Xiao Lu and Xiao San could find themselves in jeopardy. Currently, our strength alone cannot thwart their movements. Zhao Wuji and Flander nodded solemnly in agreement. If indeed they possessed two external spirit bones, those formidable forces would undoubtedly engage in fierce conflict over them. The master raised his gaze to the moon outside the window, a rare softness glimmering in his eyes. I am truly curious to see how far Xiao Lu and Xiao San can advance in the future. Flander smirked. Still thinking of Tang Lu? Alas, it seems you are merely indulging in your own fantasies. He pays you no heed. The master trembled with indignation. His face flushed as he retorted. That merely indicates Tang Li's proud nature. I have yet to meet the standards required for him to accept me as his mentor. You, Xiaogong, am not so easily subdued. Once Flander observed the master's fervor, he couldn't help but chuckle, drawing closer and resting a hand on Yu Xiaogang's shoulder. Xiaogong, does this mean you intend to stay and continue your plans? The master's expression shifted, unsure of how to respond, and he lowered his gaze to the floor. Flander sighed. After all these years of brotherhood, you cannot spare a few more years for me? The master found himself swayed, not only by the matters concerning Tang Lu and Tang San, but also due to the presence of his old friend, Flander. He nodded and replied, very well. I shall remain. However, let it be known that it is not for your sake, but rather my concern that you might misguide Xiao Lu and Xiao San, thus squandering such promising talents. Flander laughed heartily, clearly unbothered. Indeed, what a true brother. Who would have thought that after all these years, we could strive together once more? If ere long we're here, she would surely be delighted. The master's expression darkened, and he abruptly pushed Flander away, coldly stating, do not utter her name in my presence. The master's tone was devoid of warmth, as if he were addressing an adversary. Flander grasped the master's hand, forcing a smile. After all these years, have you not yet allowed yourself to move on? The blame does not lie with you, nor with her. Why must you persist in this manner? Unexpectedly, the master shook off his hand, turning abruptly to exit, his chilling voice echoing in the room. If you wish for me to stay, then mind your words. As they watched the master's retreating figure, Flander and Zhao Wuji exchanged glances. After a considerable silence, Zhao Wuji finally spoke. Boss, what has come over the master? Flander strode towards the door, seemingly intent on chasing after Yu Xiaogang. Upon hearing Zhao Wuji's voice, he spun around fiercely, declaring, if you dare ask another question, I shall silence you. Zhao Wuji responded, what have I done to deserve this? The next day, the sun rose in the east as usual, its fiery rays illuminating the sky, casting warm light into Tang Li's dormitory. Inside, Oscar lay cocooned in his blanket, blissfully unaware that the sun was already shining upon him. Meanwhile, two figures were seated cross-legged on the rooftop, surrounded by swirling mists of purple and white, which enveloped them in a protective embrace, releasing faint traces of soul power. After a while, both individuals awakened, gazing at the lightening sky, and skillfully jumped down from the eaves. Despite yesterday's arduous training, Tang Lu and Tang San remained resolute in their daily practice. The early morning was deemed crucial, and they were unwilling to forfeit this valuable opportunity. Their commitment to training had spanned decades, with daily practice becoming an indispensable part of their routine, regardless of inclement weather. Upon returning to the ground, they discovered a middle-aged man standing before them, a broad smile gracing his face as he watched the two of them. The first to act was Tang San, who rushed towards the master, exclaiming, Teacher, is it really you? Startled by Tang San's sudden embrace, the master regained his composure and gently patted his shoulder. Did I not inform you earlier? I had some matters to attend to, which delayed my return. However, the tasks are now complete, and I have returned. Tang San looked up at the master, inquiring, Teacher, will you be staying at Shrek Academy to teach? His grip tightened around the master's rough hand. For since the age of 6, he had regarded the master not merely as a mentor, but as a figure closer than family. In this world, aside from Tang Hao and Yin, as well as Tang Lu and Xiao Wu, the master was the one he trusted and cherished the most. Having lost his father at 6, though Tang Lu had cared for him over the years, the absence of paternal love could never truly be replaced. It was the master who had stepped in as a fatherly figure, quietly guiding him and filling the void left by his father's departure. Chapter 132. That was 2,000 years ago. Master, it has been a long time since we last met. Tang Lu, standing beside them, smiled. 6 years had passed, and he and the master were no longer engaged in a rivalry to the death. The master's gaze meticulously examined the two brothers, remarking, "Well done. You have absorbed the third soul ring and have grown sturdier. I never anticipated that you would reach level 30 so swiftly, especially you. Tang Lu, I was taken aback. I thought you'd be like my former self, but now that you have made this breakthrough, I can finally rest easy." Tang Sen bashfully scratched his head and replied, "I am merely a diligent student under your guidance, teacher." The master's expression turned grave, and he spoke with unusual sternness. "But did I not instruct you to absorb a soul ring from the man-faced demon spider of uncertain age? Tell me, did you?" Tang San was taken aback by the master's swift change in demeanor, fully aware of the implications behind his words. He hurriedly shook his head and whispered, "No, I acted impulsively." One must maintain composure in both actions and thoughts. How can one act recklessly? I understand that your urgency stemmed from Xiao Wu's abduction. But have you considered the consequences? If something were to happen to you, what would become of Xiao Wu? The master huffed, hoping his words would impart some wisdom upon Tang San. Tang San lowered his head, recognizing his recklessness. As he listened to the master's stern admonishment, his eyes began to glisten, and he quickly wiped away the tears threatening to spill, nodding in acknowledgement. Tang Lu, standing behind, could not suppress a smile. Witnessing Tang San's moment of humility was quite gratifying. Suddenly, the master turned his gaze towards Tang Lu, his expression stern and unyielding. "What are you laughing at? I have yet to address you." Tang Lu was taken aback, looking at the master with a bewildered expression and asking, "Did I do something wrong?" However, the master remained silent, instead approaching Tang Lu with measured steps. Just as Tang Lu was filled with confusion, the master suddenly tugged at his ear, accompanied by a stern reprimand. "What is wrong with your body that you do not communicate with your teacher? Hiding everything could lead to dire consequences." Upon hearing the master's words, Tang Sen's heart sank. Could it be that Tang Lu had sustained some hidden injury in the Xingdo Da Sunlin? Yet, as Tang Lu winced in pain, gritting his teeth, he dared not retort. After a considerable time, the master finally released his grip, his gaze heavy as he instructed. "Now, reveal what is on your back for me to see." Rubbing his sore ear, Tang Lu blinked his large eyes, looking at the master with a face full of grievance. What did I do wrong to deserve this? Simultaneously, a storm of anxiety surged within him. Apart from himself, no one knew about the knee on his back. How could the master know? The master, with his profound experience, saw through his thoughts and smiled lightly, saying, "I have consumed more salt than you have eaten rice. I am well aware of what is added and what is lacking in your body. There is no need for concealment. Quickly let it out." What was meant to be a caring statement from the master sent chills down his spine. How could the master be so certain about what was in his body? Yet under the master's watchful gaze, Tang Lu had no time for further contemplation and could only reluctantly release the feud from his back. He began to channel his soul power into his back, summoning the Huntini for the first time, and his movements appeared particularly clumsy. As the soul power successfully reached his back, Tang Lu distinctly felt the two bones behind him emit a sound of movement, followed by the emergence of two small protrusions. A wisp of golden energy flowed between the two protrusions, and during the initial summoning, Tang's body trembled violently. However, at this moment, both his breathing and body were exceptionally steady, feeling no discomfort aside from the significant consumption of his soul power. He had completely merged with the Huntini on his back. In the next moment, the two protrusions suddenly burst open, and two golden bones emerged. Remarkably, his skin did not tear as it had during the first summoning, nor did a single drop of blood flow. The two golden bones continued to grow, and Tang Lu's expression softened, his previously furrowed brow easing as the consumption of soul power gradually diminished. Under the astonished gaze of both Tang Lu and the master, the bones stretched to 5 meters in length, and the wing membranes at the joints unfurled, forming a magnificent wing. The master, stunned and speechless at the sight of the 5-meter-long wing before him, trembled uncontrollably. If Feud had witnessed this, he would undoubtedly be astonished. It was utterly inconceivable that even such a composed master would tremble in shock at this moment. A hint of excitement broke through the master's stoic expression, his lips curling into a smile as he exclaimed, "Yes, this is it. It cannot be mistaken." Tang San, standing nearby, was equally astonished, frozen in place. Why did the wings on Levi's back resemble his own 8 spider legs so closely? Could they belong to the same origin? With his sharp intellect, Tang San quickly deduced that the wings on Tang's back were likely derived from the Thiban Dilan, just as his own 8 spider legs had come from absorbing the Run Min Wuju. Tang San nodded confidently, believing his conjecture to be correct. Aside from the color, the overall shape and appearance of Anla's wings were nearly identical to those of the Thiban Diwangdia, as if they had been molded from the same cast. The master fixated intently on the wings on Tang's back, and after a long while he asked, was the process of absorbing the Abon did exceedingly painful? Tang Lura pondered for a moment before nodding vigorously. Painful does not even begin to describe it. It was utterly excruciating. Had it not been for my strong physique, I would have likely perished. Yet, he failed to notice the master's expression darkening ominously as he continued to speak. At that time, its malevolence was overwhelming, and I had to diffuse that malevolence throughout my body to resolve it. The master suddenly lifted his head, snorting coldly. Do you know why the absorption was so painful? Because the Ebon you absorbed is not an ordinary 1,000-year-old beast, but one that is approximately 2,000 years old. The master's deduction that Tang was not a 1,000-year-old beast was based on the understanding that such creatures could not produce soul bones, let alone the more precious external soul bones. Only soul beasts aged over 2,000 years had the potential to create soul bones. Those under 2,000 years were still in their juvenile phase, with their skeletal structure not fully developed, making soul bone generation impossible. Tang Lur felt dazed at the revelation of the 2,000-year age, and it suddenly made sense. No wonder it was so painful, as it was a 2,000-year soul beast. The master sighed. Alas, both of you brothers are increasingly reckless. If you do not amend such traits soon, it may adversely affect your future prospects. Tang San lowered his head deeply, committing the master's words to memory. Meanwhile, Tang Lura pouted. Being reckless is still closer to bravery than being cowardly. The master, after clearing his throat, remarked, "Well, despite the risks you took, the benefits of your adventures are proportional to your efforts. This venture has brought you many advantages, so it is not without merit. Shavara, let me see your third soul skill." Tang Lura nodded, channeling his soul power as the Ginsao emerged from his palm. A flash of dark energy signaled the emergence of a vibrant plant, while beneath his feet, 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings rotated in orderly fashion. The pressure from the 3 soul rings, tearing open the surrounding space, was most acutely felt by the master, who, at his 29th level, sensed an invisible weight. Observing the brilliant purple soul ring at his feet, the master felt a sense of nostalgia. This 3rd soul ring was a lifelong pursuit of his, yet one he could not achieve. Now, seeing it bestowed upon his student, it somewhat alleviated his regrets. However, as the black mist in Tang's palm increased, his large frame began to tremble, the soul power within him visibly circulating beneath his skin. As the flow of soul power intensified, the surrounding bushes swayed, and leaves fell from the trees. Tang Lur suddenly lifted his head, his pupils dark red, exuding an air of enchantment. "Go!" With a sharp command, the Ginsao released an overwhelming surge of soul power, forcing both the master and Tang San to stagger back a few steps. Subsequently, the black radiance emanating from his right hand suddenly manifested in the air, appearing before them in the blink of an eye, now more than 10 meters away, eliciting gasps of astonishment from both the master and Tang San. In the next moment, the dark mist in the sky erupted violently, unleashing successive waves of energy. As it disintegrated into dozens of smaller luminous clusters, the master could distinctly observe that within these clusters was a 3 to 4 meter long plant known as Heiyin Chao, its vibrant patterns shimmering with life. Before he could ponder further, the clusters in the sky exploded once more, resembling a meteor shower as the Heiyin Chao unfurled in midair. Each stalk of He Yin Chao split into several branches, which intertwined to form a modest net, densely covered with sharp barbs. And at the center of the net was a 15-centimeter long black spike. While the size of the net was not particularly astonishing, its sheer number was overwhelming, as dozens of these nets descended from the sky with the ferocity of a tempest, delivering a tremendous visual and auditory impact. The previously open space was now densely carpeted with these nets, and even the master gasped in astonishment upon noticing the toxic substance clinging to the He Yin Chao nets. Some of the nets that landed on the trees began to take effect. Upon contact with the yellowish goo, the trees suddenly began to shake violently. In the sunlight, the dozens of small nets appeared particularly striking, transforming the once open area into a sea of He Yin Chao. Tang Lu, standing at the center, gasped for breath, realizing that the soul power expended in unleashing this third soul skill surpassed the combined cost of his first and second skills, leaving him greatly fatigued. The master cautiously navigated around the nets to his side, his expression grave as he inquired, "Xiao Lu, tell me, what effect does the toxin on these nets have?" Tang Lu, struggling to catch his breath, replied, "The toxin produced by my third soul skill is derived entirely from the He Ban Di Wang dye. However, I did not acquire its highly corrosive venom, but rather the paralyzing toxin it possesses." The master's brow furrowed. "Is that all?" Tang Lu shook his head. "Certainly not. The He Yin Chao, spawned by my third soul skill, is significantly more resilient than those from my first and second skills. When airborne, its speed doubles, and it effectively covers a vast area, controlling within a 15-meter radius. The paralyzing toxin attached to it can temporarily incapacitate an opponent." Tang San's eyes widened in envy as he exclaimed, "Isn't that a form of area control skill?" The master shook his head, dismissing his notion. "No, in strict terms, it does not qualify as a complete area control skill. It can only be considered half of one." "What do you mean? One is one. Why do you say mine is only half?" Tang Lu asked, confusion evident on his face. The master smiled, explaining, "The hallmark of an area control skill is the ability to silently and swiftly subdue an opponent. What is area control? It is a lethal strike that instantaneously locks onto every adversary. However, your third soul skill cannot achieve instant control. It can only broadly restrict an area. Therefore, strictly speaking, this is not true area control." Sensing Tang Li's disappointment, the master reassured him with a smile. "Well, possessing such a soul skill is something countless soul masters envy. While it may not measure up to a full area control skill, do not despair. True area control skills typically emerge at the fifth soul ring, and for your third soul ring to possess an equivalent is already commendable." Although Tang Li's third soul skill did not represent a true area control, its expansive range and superior speed compared to the first and second skills were noteworthy. Tang San, filled with curiosity, asked, "By the way, brother, what name do you plan to give it?" After a moment of contemplation, Tang Lu replied with a smile, "Although it is not an area control skill, as a master said, its range is broad. So let us name it He Yin Zhe Xin. Chapter 134. The Master Comes to Teach. "Come, Xiao San. Share your recent gains," the master instructed. Tang San nodded, activating his Xian Tiangong. As he did so, a faint blue aura enveloped him, from which 8 protrusions suddenly emerged from his back. Tang Lu gazed intently at Tang San's back. Having learned during their return journey that Tang San had absorbed Arun Mian Mo, resulting in the emergence of 8 spider legs. Yet today marked the first time he witnessed it with his own eyes. Under the watchful gaze of the master and Tang Lu, Tang San felt somewhat self-conscious. The 8 spider legs made him appear monstrous. Unlike the elegant golden wings on Tang Li's back, Tang San's spider legs lacked aesthetic appeal, appearing much more intimidating. A slight pain emerged from his back, causing Tang San to frown, realizing that the appendages were about to break free. As he infused more soul power, the bones in his back began to stir, and with a sudden jolt, the 8 spider legs rapidly extended. Within 3 to 4 seconds, they had grown to approximately 1.5 meters in length. While this length was considerable, it paled in comparison to Tang Li's 5-meter wingspan, rendering Tang San's spider legs seemingly fragile. Observing the spider legs sprouting from Tang San's back, The master could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Remarkable. I never anticipated such significant gains from your trip to the Stardow Forest. Xiao-san, go ahead and pierce that large tree nearby. Tang-san nodded, walking directly to the tree, his body brimming with pent-up energy eager to be unleashed. He began to control the spider legs. Though his movements appeared somewhat clumsy, he still managed to strike the tree that was within arm's reach. The sharp end of his 1.5-meter spider leg suddenly shot forth, piercing the tree like a blade. To his surprise, Tang-san discovered that with the aid of the spider legs, his strength had seemingly increased significantly. The tree, which would have posed an obstacle, fell effortlessly as he merely waved his arm. Meanwhile, the tree became adorned with purple stripes, which originated from the spider legs on Tang-san's back. A glimmer of astonishment crossed the master's face, affirming his earlier conjecture. How is it, teacher? Is this an external soul bone? Tang-san's heart raced with anxiety, recalling how the master had confirmed that Tang Li's wings were indeed an external soul bone. If his spider legs were not, it would pose a significant dilemma. The master smiled, affirming, indeed, this is an external soul bone. He then turned to Tang Lu and Tang-san, his expression filled with excitement as he proclaimed, Congratulations to both of you for acquiring the soul bones most coveted by soul masters across the continent. Is this truly so desirable? Tang Lu asked, unable to contain his curiosity as he gazed at the expansive wings on his back. The master replied with a grin, The skills produced by external soul bones are varied. You both must take your time to explore and utilize them wisely. From the moment you absorb the soul rings, they have become an integral part of your being. The master's words instantly ignited the curiosity of Tang Lu and Tang-san, their eyes fixated on the external soul bone behind them, as if they were eager to uncover its secrets. Although the hour was growing late, Tang Lu glanced towards the sun rising in the east and said, Well, it is getting late. Let's first head to the cafeteria for a bite to eat, and then we shall queue in the square. Moreover, remember to keep the external soul bone out of public sight, for if it attracts the attention of those with ulterior motives, it could lead to dire consequences. Tang Lu and Tang-san understood this well and nodded in agreement. After speaking for a while, the master's throat felt parched, so he suggested, Let us proceed to the cafeteria. Once Tang Lu and Tang-san had stowed away the external soul bone, the three made their way to the cafeteria together. A hint of helplessness appeared in the master's face as he remarked, To be honest, the changes in you two over just a few months have truly astonished me. Tang Lu chuckled nonchalantly. As the saying goes, absence makes the heart grow fonder. How much more so for us, the students of the Monster Academy? Tang-san nodded in agreement. I believe we will surprise you even more in the future. The master patted Tang-san on the head and cautioned, But do remember, no matter how powerful an individual may be, they cannot succeed without the cooperation of their team. Thus, I hope you can form a formidable team with others, for it will greatly benefit your journey as soul masters. Hearing the master's seemingly farewell words, Tang-san grasped the master's hand anxiously and asked, Master, are you leaving? The master shook his head with a smile. You have only just absorbed the external soul bone. Your safety remains uncertain, and I must stay to assist you in studying it. Upon hearing that the master would remain, Tang-san immediately expressed his joy. That is wonderful. Even Tang Lu smiled faintly, although he said nothing further. Observing the two fledgling youths beside him, a trace of longing flickered in the master's gaze as he murmured softly, I cannot help but wonder what you will become in 20 years. Will the opportunity to make the Haotian hammer renowned across the continent lie in the hands of these two youths? While the master pondered, the trio arrived at the cafeteria, which was still quite empty at this early hour, save for the wisps of smoke rising from the kitchen, seemingly due to the master's decision to stay. Tang-san was unusually excited today, urging the master to help himself to a variety of food. The master glanced at the pile of steamed buns and corn buns on his plate, his brow furrowing as he inquired, Do you eat this every day? Just then, Tang Lu passed by with a plate full of steamed buns and remarked, Is there anything other than steamed buns and corn buns here? The master's expression darkened to the point of almost dripping with dismay, and upon hearing Tang Li's comment, he slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, What kind of nonsense is this? How could you serve such food to the children? The force of the master's action startled Tang San, causing the plate he had placed on the table to nearly topple over, the stack of steamed buns swaying precariously. Quick to react, Tang San steadied the plate and, after righting the buns, managed a wry smile. "It's all right, master. There's no need to be angry. We are all accustomed to it." However, Tang San's words did little to soothe the master's ire. Instead, they seemed to stoke the flames of his indignation. The master glared and retorted, "What do you mean accustomed? Is this what you eat every day?" Tang Lu replied, "Today's fare is a bit subpar. Typically, we have steamed buns and eggs." The master was fuming, realizing that these children were at a peak stage of growth, and how could Flandre serve them such inadequate nutrition? "I must confront that old rascal, Flandre," he muttered as he stormed out of the cafeteria. Just as he stepped outside, Flandre's languid voice drifted into his ears. "What's the fuss this early in the morning? They can eat this, can't they? Youngsters shouldn't be picky. It's good to cultivate that habit." Upon hearing Flandre's cunning voice, the master felt an urge to dance on his grave, hastening to confront him, seizing the collar of his shirt. "Do you think feeding them these buns is akin to feeding pigs?" Tang Lu and Tang Sen exchanged bewildered glances, simultaneously lowering their steamed buns, suddenly finding them less appetizing. Flandre remained unfazed. "The academy is strapped for funds. You must understand." "Nonsense!" the master shouted, struggling to contain his temper at Flandre's demeanor. "Do you not realize that feeding them these buns daily will inevitably lead to health issues? Each one of them is a promising talent. How can you be so indifferent?" Flandre shrugged. "I would prefer otherwise, but when funds are lacking, this is what we must resort to. Do you have any idea how expensive a Soul Master-esque nutritional meal is? Even selling the entire academy would not provide enough for a week's worth of meals for the students. Where am I supposed to find the money?" The master was momentarily at a loss for words, but Flandre quickly stepped back, saying, "Don't say another word. Money is the hard truth. Only with money can you have a true friend. With funds, I can bring you delicacies from all corners. But for now, we must make do." While speaking, he approached Tang Lu and took a bun from his tray, munching it with enthusiasm. The master, still irate, declared regardless, "The children cannot continue to eat like this for their daily meals. It will eventually lead to numerous health problems." Compared to earlier, his expression had softened considerably. Flandre took a bite of the bun and suggested, "Why not stay and manage the kitchen yourself?" The master glanced at the plump buns in Tang Lu and Tang San's hands and gritted his teeth. "Fine, I will take charge." "I knew you would agree," Flandre nodded, about to say something else when he suddenly widened his eyes in disbelief, looking at the master as if he had seen a ghost. "You really agreed?" The master sighed. "I'm staying for Tang Lu and Tang San, but also to rein in you from mismanaging those little oddities. It would be a loss to the Soul Master community if so many promising talents fell into your hands." "All right, I did not expect us to partner up again. Who would have thought it would be over a plump bun?" Flandre chuckled, taking another large bite of the bun. However, he seemed to want to prepare the master for the harsh reality ahead. "I must warn you, our academy's financial situation is worse than you can imagine. Do not spend frivolously, or we will truly go bankrupt over a single meal." The master retorted, I know. I truly wonder how you managed to be the principal." Flandre chuckled, scratching the back of his head. After finishing their breakfast, the four promptly headed towards a small square. The square was still quite deserted, with no one queuing for an Oscar yet, but standing nearby were Zhao Wuji and several other teachers engaged in lively conversation, creating a particularly vibrant atmosphere today. Tang Lu and Tang Sen understood that they were there to welcome the master as he began his teaching at Shrek Academy. After waiting a few minutes, others gradually arrived, forming a small line. Flandre cleared his throat and stepped forward. "Please allow me to introduce our academy's new teacher." While speaking, he gestured toward Zhao Wuji. The first, of course, is someone you're all quite familiar with, Teacher Zhao Wuji, Wuhu and Dali King Kong Bear, a level 76 old sage. Regarding Zhao Wuji, he was well known among the crowd, and thus, no one uttered a word, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Flandre pointed to an elderly gentleman beside Zhao Wuji, introducing him as Teacher Li Yusong, a soul emperor with a martial spirit of dragon-patterned staff at level 63. This Teacher Li Yusong was the same elder who had previously wielded a staff at the entrance. He smiled and nodded at everyone, revealing the 6 soul rings adorning him. Flander then turned his gaze to the next elder, who appeared even older than Liu Song. This was teacher Liu Qibin, wielding the martial spirit of star chess, a soul emperor at level 66. Finally, he arrived at the last teacher, standing at the back, who seemed to be in his 40s or 50s. He was not tall, had small eyes, and bore an unremarkable appearance. However, Flander's subsequent words left everyone astounded. This was teacher Xiao Exent, whose martial spirit was Candy Bean, a soul sage at level 71 and a food system soul master. Among the food system soul masters I am acquainted with, teacher Xiao's prowess ranks among the top 5. The crowd gasped in astonishment, their eyes wide as they regarded this seemingly ordinary middle-aged man. Realizing he was indeed a soul sage of level 71 and an auxiliary system soul master. Auxiliary system soul sages are exceedingly rare on the continent. Those who have cultivated to such a level are esteemed experts in every organization and are treated as honored guests wherever they go. The Shrek Academy certainly harbors hidden talents. Although Shrek Academy's conditions and funding are far inferior to those of other ordinary mid-level soul master academies, the caliber of its faculty is something other institutions cannot hope to match. These esteemed teachers all greeted the students with friendly nods. Flander cleared his throat, signaling that the main event was about to commence. His lips moved, and his weathered voice resonated in everyone's ears. The next teacher I am about to introduce is someone you have never met before. His name is Master, and he's my dear friend. In our youth, we traversed the continent together, indulging in youthful mischief, having once peeked at young maidens bathing. The more Flander spoke, the more he became immersed in nostalgia, oblivious to the increasingly peculiar expressions on the faces of the Shrek Academy students and Master. Master trembled with indignation, thinking, what a scoundrel, an absolute scoundrel. Flander's booming voice continued, proclaiming that through his diligent efforts, he had researched the top 10 martial spirit competitive strengths, which once stirred the entire continent, earning him the title of the most formidable theorist in the land. He is Mr. Yu Xiaojiang. Henceforth, he shall be your guiding teacher. In Chapter 136, titled Holiday, Master lightly cleared his throat, adjusted his attire, and stepped forward to face the crowd. His indifferent gaze swept over the wide-eyed children who looked at him with admiration, and a long-forgotten smile appeared on his typically stoic face. Witnessing their adoring stares brought him a small measure of satisfaction. Presently, Master was perceived as a walking library of knowledge, his vast reservoir of information having deeply impressed these young souls. Flander announced that starting today, Master would be your guiding teacher, fully responsible for your training, while he and teacher Zhao would provide assistance. The courses would resume as normal tomorrow, but today, he granted this group of youngsters a day off. Furthermore, those who had not reached level 30, Ning Rongrong, Ma Hongjun, and Zhu Zhuqing, must intensify their training to avoid falling behind. After Flander concluded, Master spoke in a calm tone, introducing himself. Hello, I am Yu Xiaojiang, and you may also refer to me as Master. Before assuming the role of your teacher, I meticulously reviewed your profiles, and I must say, your talents far exceed the ordinary. To label you as geniuses would not be an exaggeration. However, remember this, no amount of innate talent can surpass the fruits of hard work. Therefore, I have devised a reasonable training plan to enhance your efficiency in cultivation. Master continued, during our training sessions, I expect complete silence. If anyone makes even the slightest sound, the entire group will forfeit their lunch and will stand here for 2 hours. He then produced a small notebook from behind him, which contained the names of Tang Lu and the others. Master began to read. I have arranged a sequence based on your ages. Number 1, Dai Mu Bai. Number 2, Oscar. Number 3, Tang San. Number 4, Ma Hongjun. Number 5, Xiao Wu. Number 6, Ning Rongrong. Number 7, Zhu Zhuqing. Upon counting to the 7th name, without hearing Tang Li's, he felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Gazing at Master's eternally expressionless face, Tang Lu thought to himself, this old trickster must be up to something. Tang San, equally puzzled, noted that logically, Tang Lu should have been listed before him. So he curiously asked, Teacher, why is there no mention of Lu Ge? Master slowly closed his notebook, replying in a nonchalant manner. Due to certain special circumstances, Tang Lu is not included in your sequence. He will be added later. At this, the others turned to look at Tang Lu with curious eyes, speculating whether he had offended Master in some way. Tang Lu, filled with confusion, could not fathom Master's intentions. All right, everyone disperse. Classes will resume tomorrow. You have a day off today to prepare. Come to class each day with your utmost spirit. After imparting these instructions, Master departed alongside Flander and the others. Watching them leave, Oscar sighed in relief, resting an arm on Tang San's shoulder. My good brother, should I call you Xiao San or Lao San from now on? Tang San responded with a wry smile. Could we skip the nicknames? It feels quite awkward. Absolutely not. We must strengthen our bond. Just now, Master said we are a small group and we need to cultivate our camaraderie. Oscar replied with a mischievous grin, his gaze lingering on Ning Rongrong, revealing a hint of mischief. At that moment, Dai Mubai approached, casually asking, so brothers, shall we go have some fun in Soto City tonight? Tang San shook his head. No, I have a few matters to attend to. Ma Ongjun sighed. Why are there so many things to deal with every day? He then turned his attention to Tang Lu with a sly grin. Xiao Lele, want to join us? Hearing Ma Hongjuan's playful tone, Tang Lu felt a shiver run down his spine, goosebumps rising uncontrollably, and quickly shook his head. No, I can't go either. I have things to handle. Ning Rongrong pouted, hands on her hips. These men are truly no good. Xiao Wu covered her mouth. They may be, but my Lugu and Sango are good men. Ning Rongrong teased. Oh, so quickly you found your men? Things are progressing rather swiftly. Xiao Wu's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, stomping her feet in frustration. You Rongrong. As she spoke, she reached for Ning Rongrong's waist playfully. Looks like I hit the nail on the head, haha. Ning Rongrong stuck out her adorable little tongue, making a face, and swiftly dodged Xiao Wu's mischievous hand. Observing the two girls frolicking, Dai Mubai felt a resurgence of his youth. He slowly raised his head to gaze at the azure sky, and, unbeknownst to him, the figure of Zhu Zhuqing appeared in his mind. Following the events in the Stardow Forest, Dai Mubai had inadvertently gained from adversity. His relationship with Zhu Zhuqing had rapidly deepened. Though it had not yet reached the level of romantic involvement, he regarded it as a success, as the once aloof girl had begun to lower her defenses around him. When will we return to how we once were? Just like in our childhood, Dai Mubai murmured, a complex expression flashing in his deep eyes. Return to what? Zhu Zhuqing's voice suddenly resonated, causing Dai Mubai to startle and quickly turn to look at her. Unbeknownst to him, Zhu Zhuqing had silently approached his side. At such a close distance, she naturally overheard Dai Mubai's words, and a flicker of emotion crossed her icy countenance. Dai Mubai offered a desolate smile, dismissing the matter as inconsequential, for there was no turning back. Observing his nonchalant demeanor, Zhu Zhuqing was incensed. Her voice laced with disdain as she retorted, Are you not aware of the deeds you committed back then? How could I have been so blind as to have taken a liking to someone like you? With that, she turned to leave. Dai Mubai swiftly stepped in front of her, questioning, after all these years, why must you cling to the past? Furthermore, I was left with no choice at that time. Otherwise, I wouldn't get lost. Zhu Zhuqing's frigid voice cut through the air, her eyes wide with disbelief. A few tears glistened in her eyes, as if they were on the verge of spilling over. With a sigh, Dai Mubai took a step back, allowing her a passage. His heart was a tumult of emotions, guilt, sorrow, but predominantly a sense of unwillingness. Zhu Zhuqing let out a cold snort and walked straight back to the girls' dormitory, her icy heart unable to forgive Dai Mubai. Tang Lu had been silently observing the pair, aware that they harbored some unspeakable secrets, yet he lacked the leisure to investigate further. Today was a day of rest, providing him the perfect opportunity to accompany Tang San to Soto City. Chapter 137. The Mysterious Prince after walking for 2 to 3 hours. Tang Lu and Tang San arrived at Soto City. Ma Hongjun had previously attempted to join their little group, but was swiftly dismissed by the two. Resigned, he reluctantly set out to fend for himself, abandoning his initial desire to invite them. Where are you headed? Walking through the bustling thoroughfare, Tang Lu turned to inquire. Tang San replied with a smile. Didn't Tining Rongrong ask me to sell the Zhuge crossbows to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? Thus, I intend to check for a blacksmith shop in Soto City. After all, I cannot complete so many Zhuge crossbows alone. Tang Lu halted, bewildered by his words. You intend to take the Zhuge crossbows to a blacksmith? Are you not afraid of being exposed? Tang Sin had already devised a plan for that. Responding with a calm smile, I merely intend to have them forge the components for me. The assembly will be my responsibility. The design of the Zhuge crossbow is exceedingly intricate. Even if they possessed the parts, they would be unable to assemble it. Tangre nodded, somewhat understanding. Though he was not adept at assembly, he felt relieved knowing the crossbows would not be leaked. Otherwise, soon everyone on the continent would wield a Zhuge crossbow. What about you, brother? What brings you to Soto City? Tang San countered. Tang Lu smiled, gesturing toward the iconic structure of Soto City, the Soto City Grand Soul Arena. His purpose for this journey was straightforward, to validate the effects of absorbing his third soul ring and to assess his own strength. Tang Sin nodded in agreement. If it were not for his need to visit the blacksmith, he too would have ventured to the Grand Soul Arena to test his mettle, as everyone wished to practice after acquiring their third soul ring. After a few more minutes of walking, the two parted ways as their objectives diverged. Tang Lu made his way to the main entrance of the Grand Soul Arena. The morning atmosphere, compared to the night, felt somewhat chilly, yet the throngs of people continued to surge inward. Upon entering the Grand Soul Arena, even though he had visited once before, the grandeur of the high buildings still left him in awe. Numerous old masters were registering for matches, while others engaged in animated discussions. Dao Ming is simply my idol. You should have seen his match last night. He dispatched 4 opponents with a single Minghua blade. Is he truly that formidable? I must place my bets on him for the next match. I hope I don't encounter Dao Ming in the individual competition. Heaven forbid. Otherwise, I may not even have money left for undergarments. Wait, are you seriously participating in the individual competition? Have you not learned your lesson? Hearing the familiar name, Tang Lu felt a flicker of curiosity. Dao Ming? Is he the one? Just then, he caught sight of a poster on the wall. The poster depicted Dao Ming, wearing a mask that revealed only his blood-red eyes. He cradled the Minghua blade in his arms, cloaked in a black cape, exuding an aura of defiance. Bold golden lettering proclaimed, holder of the 26 consecutive victories record, Dao Ming. Below, in stark black text, it read, defeating Dao Ming grants a chance to win 1,000 gold soul coins. 26 consecutive victories. Tang Lu exclaimed, his jaw quivering in disbelief. This individual seemed utterly terrifying, dominating the Grand Soul Arena as if he were merely toying with his opponents. At that moment, a burly middle-aged man approached, observing Tang Li's astonishment with familiarity. He kindly cautioned, hey young man, do not be tempted by that 1,000 gold soul coin reward and challenge that Dao Ming fellow. Tang Lu replied with a wry smile, thank you, but I have no intention of challenging him. The middle-aged man sighed in relief, stating, we are left with no choice. Ever since Dao Ming arrived, he has decimated all individual matches between level 30 and 40. No one dares to compete anymore. We all refrain from participating, hoping he will leave in a few days. With that, he turned and walked away. Gazing after the retreating figure, Tang Lu pondered, according to his words, had Dao Ming truly established dominion over the individual matches? Was there not a single person in Soto City capable of confronting him? Little did Tang Lu know, Dao Ming had already completely dominated the Grand Soul Arena, solidifying his title as the Blade God, particularly having recently broken through to 38 levels of soul power. He instilled fear in all who heard his name. Meanwhile, a young man shared Tang Li's sentiments. In a tightly secured VIP box, the curtains were drawn, and the room was eerily silent. Outside, patrolling guards clad in heavy armor exuded an intimidating aura, deterring any unwelcome visitors. Lord He Li, have the arrangements been finalized? The young man inquired, reclining on a plush chair. The young man's physique was nothing short of perfection, his long legs and fair arms captivating the attention of all maidens. He donned an exquisitely ornate attire, accentuated by soft silk at his chest, all signifying his noble status. The man named He Li was the lord of Soto City. Yet even he, with such high status, spoke with utmost reverence before the young prince. Your Highness, All is in order. As per tradition, this individual competition will see no participants. You will face the one known as Dao Ming. The prince, seated comfortably, nodded his head gently, his calm gaze fixed upon a soul duel occurring below. On the marble table to his right rested a splendid mask, adorned with intricate patterns, each inch crafted meticulously by numerous master sculptors. This prince appeared to be around 22 or 23 years of age. His alabaster complexion was complemented by deep-set eyes, and his long eyelashes resembled lanterns. His facial features were chiseled to perfection, with a prominent nose, cherry-red lips, and enchanting eyes that could mesmerize anyone, leaving them spellbound by his allure. Regrettably, he was but a man. The prince contemplated for a moment before speaking in a calm, yet authoritative tone. By the way, reserve the venue for tonight's battle for me. My identity is not suitable for public exposure. He Li, the city lord, I trust you will manage these matters competently. His demeanor exuded an air of nobility and royal gravitas. This subject can handle it. He Li promptly nodded and turned to instruct his subordinates. Chapter 138. One-on-one tournament. Since Flander had previously assisted Tang Lu with the registration process, Tang Lu proceeded directly to the arena for strategic battles. Due to the absence of participants in the individual competition, everyone had gathered in the strategic combat zone. The atmosphere was significantly more vibrant compared to earlier, with the area filled to capacity with people. Navigating through the throngs, Tang Lu finally arrived at the counter. There, a staff member clad in formal attire greeted him with a bright smile. "Hello, handsome young man, over here." Tang Lu was momentarily taken aback, but smiled as he approached her, noticing her gaze fixed upon him. The staff member blinked her large eyes and inquired, "Which type of strategic game would you like to participate in?" At that moment, Tang Lu felt overwhelmed by the myriad of options available in the strategic combat zone. Various competitions were neatly organized, with detailed descriptions of each battle. Numerous one-on-one, two-on-two, and three-on-three matches were currently underway. Since his prior involvement was in the individual competition, he was unaware of the vast array of options available and was momentarily unsure of which to choose. Observing tant l'US d'AZ expression. The staff member chuckled softly and pointed to the one-on-one tournament listed on the match schedule. With a playful smile, she asked, "Are you here alone?" Tang Lu nodded and replied with a wry smile, "Could you please select a more affordable option? I don't have much money on me." The staff member placed her finger on her lips, a hint of flirtation in her smile, and thoughtfully suggested, "Why not stick with me? I could save you 20 years of hard work." As she spoke, her delicate hand reached towards Tang Li's. He instinctively recoiled, a flicker of impatience in his eyes as he replied coolly, "No need." Noticing tant l'US firme-stance. The staff member appeared somewhat disappointed, but refrained from pursuing the matter further. She pointed to the least expensive ticket for the one-on-one tournament, her tone lacking the previous enthusiasm. Tang Lu quietly assessed the situation, retrieving a copper soul coin from his pocket and handing it over. For him, the lower the ticket price, the better, as he intended to test his abilities without unnecessary expenditure. The staff member shot him a disdainful glance before reluctantly accepting the copper soul coin and beginning the registration process. "What is your name?" she inquired. "Tang Lu," he replied. Shortly thereafter, the staff member returned with an iron battle badge, emblazoned with his name in prominent gold lettering. "Thank you," Tang Lu said, accepting the badge and departing without a backward glance. Observing his retreating figure, the staff member found herself entranced, lamenting the fact that such a handsome young man was not living off the generosity of others. Upon entering the one-on-one tournament area, Tang Lu noticed numerous soul masters engaged in drawing lots for matches, while others conversed or meditated. The moment he pushed open the door, all eyes in the resting area turned towards him. Their gazes were calm, lacking the astonishment that had characterized the individual competition zone. After all, those who came here were merely individuals short on funds. It was hardly surprising for a young boy to seek monetary gain through competition. Tang Lu maintained a nonchalant expression as he walked straight through the room. He had just drawn lots from the referee, placing him in the first match of the third group, which meant his battle was imminent. As he navigated through the labyrinthine corridors, he arrived at the battle stage, where a host clad in a tailcoat announced with a booming voice, "In the first round of the third group, Tang Lu faces Su Taiyu. Please welcome both contestants to the stage. A sparse applause erupted from the audience, indicating that attendance for the one-on-one tournament was not particularly high, with only a few seats occupied. In that moment, Su Taiyu came into view. Though not particularly muscular, he certainly was not frail. His disheveled hair added to his nervous demeanor, and Tang Lu noted the forced smile upon his face, a clear indication of his lack of confidence. As Su Taiyu stepped on a stage, he wiped the sweat from his palms, his nerves causing him to walk awkwardly. Deep down, he regretted his decision to participate in the tournament for monetary reasons, a consequence of having spent too much time at home, leaving him with no funds. Tang Lu observed Su Taiyu's demeanor and realized that, although the match had yet to commence, Su Taiyu had already lost half the battle. A person devoid of confidence, regardless of their potential, would struggle to perform adequately. The host, noticing Su Taiyu's lack of composure, cleared his throat and encouraged. It seems this is Su Taiyu's first time on this stage, and he appears a bit nervous. Let us give him some applause to cheer him on, shall we? However, only a smattering of applause followed, with some spectators even yawning and exiting the arena. Clearly, most were not particularly interested in this match. The host, feeling the awkwardness, stepped back, allowing time for Tang Lu and Su Taiyu. Tang Lu, level 34 control system Soul Master. With the martial spirit of Black Silvergrass, he stated, adhering to the competition rules. Su Taiyu, finally mustering some semblance of determination, replied, Su Taiyu, level 37 Assault System Battle Soul Master. With the martial spirit of Black Mountain Tiger. Listening to Su Taiyu's introduction, Tang Lu's lips twitched in disbelief. Given Su Taiyu's lethargic appearance, it was hard to believe he was a formidable Assault System Battle Soul Master. He resembled a feeble creature rather than a powerful Black Mountain Tiger. Upon hearing that Su Taiyu was a level 37 Assault System Soul Master, the audience's interest peaked, their eyes sharpening in anticipation for an exciting match. The more attention Su Taiyu received, the more nervous he became, unsure where to place his hands as cold sweat began to form under the audience's scrutiny. Seeing the fear etched across Su Taiyu's face, Tang Lu felt a twinge of sympathy but managed a gentle smile, encouraging, Su Taiyu, believe in yourself. Have you forgotten you are a level 37 Assault System Battle Soul Master? Show us the spirit of the Black Mountain Tiger. If you cannot muster even a shred of courage, what purpose does participating in this one-on-one tournament serve? I believe the audience does not wish for you to surrender so easily. Su Taiyu, unleash your true strength and present us with a thrilling duel. The noise within the arena faded entirely, silence enveloping the space as all eyes fixated on Su Taiyu. Tang Li's voice resonated with an infectious fervor, igniting the audience's enthusiasm. Go for it, Su Taiyu. Show him what you've got. That kid is too arrogant. Su Taiyu, take him down. Su Taiyu, I have placed my personal funds on you. So get your all. Although the audience in the arena was sparse, their cheers momentarily drowned out the other matches. As the sound of their roars crashed upon him like a tsunami, the prince, seated in the VIP box at the pinnacle of the Dawn Arena, furrowed his brow. What is happening? His voice resonated with authority, prompting the guards outside to rush in, ready to investigate. The prince peered through the glass at the match below, which held no interest for him, and a flicker of impatience crossed his features. There is no need for that. I shall go myself. As he spoke, he lifted a mask from his right side and adorned it upon his crystalline visage. The guard nodded and promptly organized the soldiers to accompany the prince as he departed. Su Taiyu, you must have faith in yourself. Suddenly, this thought reverberated within Su Taiyu's mind. Humans are social creatures, and he was evidently stirred by the collective energy of the crowd, awakening a long-buried confidence within him. He took a deep breath, striving to calm his racing heart. When he raised his head once more, his eyes were no longer filled with confusion and helplessness, but were ignited with an unquenchable fighting spirit. He cast a grateful glance toward Tang Lu, but almost immediately his expression grew cold, and his aura surged dramatically. Let me unleash my full strength to face you. This battle shall serve as the foundation of my success. Tang Lu, standing opposite him, smiled. It was not a smile of encouragement, but rather one laced with sarcasm. How arrogant, since you dare to act so brazenly before me. In the next instant, under the watchful gaze of the entire assembly, Tang Lu executed the Lingbo Weibo, darting forward like a streak of lightning, his figure indistinguishable to the onlookers. In mere moments, he appeared right before Su Taiyu, who was clearly taken by surprise. Yet, as three yellow rings of light surged beneath him, Su Taiyu's aura exploded forth. "You cannot intimidate me," Tang Lu declared confidently, his steps unfaltered by Su Taiyu's unleashed energy. Instead, he quickened his pace, resembling a dragon soaring through the air, leaving a trail of silver light in his wake. Su Taiyu, startled, quickly retreated, his muscles hardening like granite as crimson patterns emerged on his body, a blood-red character appearing on his forehead, albeit smaller than Dai Mubai's. However, just as he prepared to defend himself, Tang Lu unexpectedly appeared at his right side, coldly remarking, "You aspire to rise to power upon my failures, yet you are unworthy. Allow me to demonstrate just how fatal your weaknesses are." Just as Su Taiyu stood in shock, Tang Li's right hand suddenly unleashed an unknown force, his palm hardening as if infused with iron. "Tianshan Luyong Palm," Tang Lu shouted, and the amassed power erupted forth, generating a gale that left Su Taiyu dazed. By the time he regained his senses, Tang Li's hand had already struck his chin. With a thunderous sound, Su Taiyu's eyes widened as he was sent flying, the crack of bones echoing as pain engulfed him, rendering him unconscious. This overwhelming force was far beyond Su Taiyu's capacity to withstand. Having ascended to the level of sole sovereign, Tang Li's Tianshan Luyong Palm had reached a terrifying prowess. Even Dai Mubai would think twice before facing it. The transition from great soul master to soul sovereign may not seem significant to others, but for Tang Lu, it represented a qualitative leap. For instance, at the great soul master level, his Tianshan Luyong Palm could only manifest low-tier strength, while now he could unleash mid-tier power. This strike against the ground would likely fracture the earth itself. How could Su Taiyu possibly endure it? He was launched 7 or 8 meters away, crashing headfirst into the ground, blood spurting from his mouth as he lapsed into unconsciousness. The entire audience held their breath, fearing that even their slightest exhalation would shatter this unforgettable scene. Su Taiyu was flung away before he could even defend himself, and his soul power surpassed Tang Li's. This was utterly incomprehensible. Tang Li leapt gracefully onto the ground, a calm smile directed at the astonished host below. "It is time to announce the results. The match has concluded." The host, wide-eyed as if witnessing a ghost, could hardly believe the reality before him. This battle had ended in less than 10 seconds. He cleared his throat and proclaimed, "Let us congratulate contestant Tang Lu for successfully defeating Su Taiyu and advancing to the second round of Group 3. Even now, the host remained in a daze, having seen Su Taiyu fly out in a blink, while Tang Lu had inexplicably emerged victorious. Even if Su Taiyu was somewhat lacking in confidence, he was still a soul sovereign. To be knocked out with a single strike? How absurd. The arena fell into a profound silence, all eyes fixed on Su Taiyu, whose jaw had been shattered, each person lost in contemplation. How intriguing. The prince, seated among the distinguished guests, observed the scene with keen interest. With his analytical prowess, he discerned 2 primary factors leading to this outcome. First, Tang Li's overwhelming strength and his rapid strike before the opponent could react. Second, Su Taiyu's incompetence, as despite reaching the soul sovereign level, his battle philosophy remained at that of a great soul master. The prince gazed at Tang Lu, an enigmatic smile crossing his lips, and turned to his accompanying guard. "What is his name?" "Your Highness, this individual is named Tang Lu." Xueqing's pupils contracted sharply, his expressive eyes fixated on Tang Lu, recognizing a resemblance to the boy from 6 years prior. Upon feeling Xueqing's gaze, Tang Lu looked up and met his eyes, realizing it truly was him. Xueqing's body trembled slightly, his mouth agape in astonishment. They say a person's eyes do not deceive. From the moment he locked eyes with Tang Lu, he was certain this boy was indeed the small figure from 6 years ago. Goodness, a wealthy individual. Tang Lu stood rooted in place, unable to shake off the surprise. Although Xue Qinghe wore a mask obscuring his features. The opulence of his attire revealed its considerable worth. Simultaneously, he pondered how a powerful noble would attend a seemingly ordinary one-on-one Soul Master tournament. After a brief moment of astonishment, Qinghe quickly regained his composure. A sweet smile gracing his face as he nodded slightly at Tang Lu. Observing Tang Lu from a distance, his heart swirled with complex emotions. Although he had received news of Tang Lu in recent years, he had monitored Tang Li's 6 years at Notting Academy with keen interest. However, upon entering Shrek Academy, with the interference of Flanders and Zhao Wujia's presence, the spies sent by Qinghe had yielded little information. Although it is known that he is living well and his strength is rapidly increasing, witnessing it firsthand today has left his heart in turmoil. Sensing the benevolent gaze of Qinghe, Tang Lu managed to smile and offered him a radiant grin in return. From a distance, observing Tang Li's optimistic demeanor, Qinghe's lips curved into a faint smile inexplicably. This sight left the nearby guards utterly dumbfounded. How could the previously cold, domineering, and ruthless prince display a smile in front of an ordinary passerby? They were perplexed, wondering if this youth possessed some special quality. Each guard stared at the bewildered Tang Lu with astonishment, as if trying to dissect him thoroughly. Feeling the piercing gazes akin to wolves, Tang Lu shivered involuntarily, quickly turning to steal glances at Qinghe. Qinghe chuckled and shook his head before slowly walking away, with his guards hastily following suit. Maintaining a lowered head and silence, Qinghe seemed preoccupied with his thoughts. A bold guard inquired, "Your Highness, do you have something on your mind?" Pulled from his reverie by the guard's question, Qinghe's long-lost smile reappeared. "It's nothing. I merely observe the impressive talents of the new generation of Soul Masters today, and it fills me with pride. Now let's be on our way." The guards exchanged glances, realizing that since the prince was unwilling to elaborate, they too should refrain from probing further and simply followed closely behind. Watching their hurried figures, Tang Lu was left with a plethora of questions. Is this what they call the experience of the wealthy second generation? However, his contemplation was interrupted by the host, who cleared his throat and announced loudly, "We congratulate contestant Tang for successfully advancing to the second round of Group 3. Next, he will face contestant Du Yuanlong. This contestant is indeed remarkable. It is said his martial soul is the innate type Dragon Claw. This powerful martial soul resembles a dragon in motion and can effortlessly tear apart any opponent. We hope contestant Tang will continue to excel and present us with an exciting duel." As soon as the host's words fell, thunderous applause erupted throughout the venue. The prospect of witnessing such thrilling confrontations for such a modest ticket price felt like a tremendous bargain. Under the watchful eyes of the audience, Du Yuanlong strode confidently onto the stage. His demeanor was resolute and composed, exuding an air of heroism befitting a seasoned veteran. Due to the nature of his innate martial soul, his arms appeared exceedingly large, with muscles akin to granite coiling around them, his hands clenched like a vice, as if ready to crush all that lay before him. Upon reaching his designated position and seeing the 12 or 13-year-old Tang Lu before him, he was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, "What's with this little kid? You should step aside. I want to fight you." Tang Lu retorted, "Hey, don't judge me by my age. You can't judge a book by its cover, you know?" To his surprise, Du Yuanlong shrugged, admitting, "I never had this habit before, but seeing you has made me realize I might be one to judge by appearances." Tang Lu was at a loss for words. The last person who acted like him had just been carried away, perhaps still nursing a broken jaw. "Are you looking to follow in his footsteps?" Du Yuanlong scratched his bald head. "Are you referring to that disfigured kid I saw in the hallway? Don't kid around. He was so delicate. How could he compare to me? If I let you have 3 moves, you wouldn't stand a chance." Feeling insulted by the underestimation, Tang Lu shot back, "If you think you can let me have 3 moves, I'll show you how to behave." Du Yuanlong nodded. "If I can withstand those 3 moves, you might as well go home. I wouldn't want to hurt you. When I hit, it's blood on my hands, and I fear I might break you." Tang Lu smirked. "If you can break me, I'll copy the master's thesis 100 times at the academy." Once both contestants had exchanged their bravado, the host solemnly declared, "I announce the match begins." Instantly, The arena fell silent as the audience held their breath, eager not to miss a single moment of the impending clash. Unlike his usual approach, Tang Lu refrained from striking first, instead standing still to analyze Du Yuanlong. Since Du Yuanlong had offered him 3 moves, it was clear he would not attack first, providing an opportunity to discern his weaknesses. Unlike Su Taiyu, Du Yuanlong's muscular physique clearly indicated he was a powerful offensive soul master, and facing such raw strength would pose a challenge. Should he fail to take him down in 3 moves, it would be quite embarrassing. Thus, Tang Lu remained cautious. He had gathered from the host's earlier remarks that Du Yuanlong possessed an innate martial soul. The master had once told him that the innate martial soul, while not as potent as beast or weapon martial souls, was certainly stronger than auxiliary types. However, due to its rarity on the continent, it was not classified among the 3 primary martial souls. In that moment, Du Yuanlong seized the opportunity to act, slamming his right foot onto the ground, creating a noticeable crater. 3 rings of light, yellow, 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 emerged beneath him. Suddenly, the 3rd ring illuminated, and a surge of vitality erupted from within him, overwhelming the pressure he emanated. An aura of dark yellow enveloped him, and as his bare skin began to tear, new, larger muscles eagerly emerged, resembling steel armor. The sound of cracking bones echoed as he shot up to over 2 meters in height. His hands, resembling fans, grew to twice their size, and sharp black claws extended from his fingers, each over 20 centimeters long, resembling those of a soul beast and nearly indestructible to an ordinary person. Witnessing du Yuanlong, now akin to drilling tools, Tang Lu finally understood the source of his confidence in allowing himself 3 moves. This was a clear display of formidable strength. The saying goes that bullying the weak is an insult to one's own abilities, and surely Du Yuanlong held this belief. Just the sheer mass of his heavily muscled frame was beyond what an ordinary soul master could challenge. Tang Lu was certain that relying solely on his black silvergrass would not breach Du Yuanlong's defenses, at best. It might only serve to stall him for a moment. However, did Tang Lu possess only the black silvergrass? The answer was a resounding no. His diverse combat styles would undoubtedly dazzle and could potentially breach Du Yuanlong's defenses. Come on, little boy, after 3 moves, hurry home. Otherwise, your mother will be worried. Du Yuanlong said, his demeanor earnest. He had defeated countless opponents with his 3rd soul skill, Dragon Emergence. And even soul masters of a higher rank found it challenging to breach his defenses. The outcome of this battle was clearly in his favor. For Tang Lu, the chance of victory seemed slim. Defeating him would merely be a casual endeavor. Do I really need 3 moves to defeat you? Tang Lu chuckled and shook his head. But suddenly his tone shifted as he coldly remarked, I could take your life with a single move. Du Yuanlong immediately scoffed, running his steel hand over his bald head and tapping it lightly. If you can take it, then go ahead. But think carefully, after 3 moves, I will take action. At the same time, Du Yuanlong deliberately opened his stance, adopting a posture of indifference to death. Tang Lu smirked disdainfully. Being underestimated irked him. Yet, he knew he needed to display some strength to slap his opponent's face. He felt the beaming Zhen swirling within him, and with a leap, he ascended into the air. Goodness, such flair. Du Yuanlong laughed, yet he showed no inclination to defend himself, believing these ostentatious maneuvers could not threaten him. However, the next moment, his expression shifted dramatically, darkening instantly. A fierce gust of wind roared past as Tang Lu landed on a stone pillar in the Do Ansha, appearing before Du Yuanlong in the blink of an eye. Tang Lu's movements were so swift that Du Yuanlong barely had time to blink before Tang Lu materialized right in front of him. In midair, the tremendous pressure emanating from Tang Lu bore down on Du Yuanlong like a mountain, leaving him no chance to breathe. Suddenly, 3 strands of black silvergrass descended from above without warning, striking Du Yuanlong with thunderous force. Yet, to Du Yuanlong, this meager damage was inconsequential. The attack from the black silvergrass caused him not the slightest injury, and he began to relax, initially expecting Tang Lu to unleash some astonishing assault, only to find it rather mundane. Observing this, Tang Lu furrowed his brow, internally lamenting the formidable defense. It was likely even more impressive than Daimubai's. Although these thoughts crossed his mind, his hands did not cease their movements. A swirl of white, true energy rose around Tang, and simultaneously, his hands began to form mysterious seals that appeared deeply arcane. In an instant, a golden light emerged between his palms, growing brighter until it coalesced into a small orb of light, illuminating the entire Do Onchang. Witnessing the spectacle, Tang Le's heart surged with joy. The transformation technique of Briming Sengong had been successfully executed. However, upon seeing the orb that nearly threatened to engulf him, Du Yuanlong heightened his vigilance, sensing something amiss. Yet, in the next moment, Tang's actions left him no time for further contemplation. With the grace of a drawn sword, Tang Le dashed forward, employing the Linlu, swiftly approaching Du Yuanlong. Then, with a powerful shout, Tang Le unleashed a palm strike. The soul force within Du Yuanlong surged upward, his entire body glowing faintly yellow, as the mighty vitality coursed through him like a tsunami, transforming his physique into an impregnable fortress. And indeed, as reality would have it, Tang Le's palm connected with Du Yuanlong's incredibly tough steel claws, causing Du Yuanlong to suffer no harm, while Tang Le himself staggered back, shaken by the backlash. Supporting his chest, he gasped for air, his gaze calm, as if he had anticipated this outcome. Du Yuanlong laughed heartily. "Little brat, are you merely tickling me?" Yet the next moment, he suddenly felt his strength waning, his words cut off abruptly. Du Yuanlong's formidable body, akin to an impenetrable wall, collapsed to the ground, his face reddening as he stared incredulously at the smirking Tuk, his finger inadvertently pointing at him. How could this happen? Du Yuanlong felt as if all his soul power had been drained, and his strength and defenses diminished correspondingly. Tang Le's lips curled into a sly smile, for this was a technique feared throughout the martial world, a pinnacle skill of the Wagungda. How could Du Yuanlong withstand it? In 2 swift strides, Tang Le surged forward, seizing the now limp Du Yuanlong as though he were a mere puddle of mud. Then, with a powerful Tiansan Liu Yangzhang, he struck fiercely. With a thud and a muffled grunt, Du Yuanlong was sent flying like a planet thrown off its orbit, crashing heavily to the ground, unconscious. Chapter 142. The arena fell into an eerie silence. Everyone stunned as they witnessed Du Yuanlong soar into the air before collapsing. Even the referee was momentarily dumbfounded. Despite having witnessed the first round, this genuine annihilation left him greatly shocked. He quickly ascended the Do Oente, raising Tang's hand in victory, declaring, "I announce Tang Le the winner of this match." As the words left his lips, thunderous applause erupted throughout the arena, with all gazes filled with admiration for Tang, the seemingly youthful lad who had captured their hearts with 2 spectacular swift victories. Tang Le smiled slightly, having ascended to the rank of sole respect, his power reaching a new pinnacle, a sensation of vitality coursing through him with every stretch, filling him with joy. Did he truly defeat his opponent in just 1 move? Xue Qinghe exclaimed from the VIP room. If Tang Le had merely relied on luck to overcome Su Taiyu in the first round, what could be said about the second? Facing the formidable soul respect, Du Yuanlong, Tang Le remained composed, toppling his opponent with a singular strike. Was this still mere luck? Clearly it was not. Xue Qinghe's expression grew complex as he never expected the child from 6 years ago to have grown so swiftly, seemingly surpassing his expectations. Beside him, the armored guard spoke solemnly. Indeed, and according to my observations, Tang's offensive prowess is fierce, his movements decisive. Each strike exudes remarkable composure, clearly honed through extensive training. Xue Qinghe shook his head. Wang Ying, you are mistaken. He is only 6 years. How could he achieve such a level? This Wang Ying had served beside Xue Qinghe 6 years prior and recognized that Tang Le was indeed that same child. He hesitantly added, "I understand, but your highness, mastering such martial techniques requires immense willpower and endurance. It cannot be accomplished in a mere 6 years. I apologize for my presumptions, but Tang Le likely harbors secrets, otherwise enough." Xue Qinghe frowned and reprimanded, "Do not mention this matter again. You may leave now." Observing Xue Qinghe's furrowed brow, Wang Ying refrained from further comment. Had it not been for Xue Qing's presence today, he might have already taken action to apprehend Tang Le and subjected him to harsh interrogation. Without further words, he picked up his iron helmet and turned to leave. Wait, a voice from behind halted him. Your Highness, what is it? Wang Ying inquired. Xue Qinghe rubbed his aching temples. If the opportunity arises, arrange for Tang Le to participate in the individual competition. I wish to spar with him personally. I want to discern his true capabilities. Understood, I take my leave. Wang Ying nodded. Go, he replied. With a resounding click, the door closed slowly behind him. Alone in the room, Xue Qinghe gazed through the transparent glass at Tang Le, standing in the center of the arena, murmuring to himself, what secrets do you harbor? Astonishing talent. The Xianyuan Divine Sword? How intriguing. A sinister smile curled at the corners of Xue Qinghe's mouth, as if he had spotted a lamb awaiting slaughter. Sir, here is your prize money. Please accept it. The young lady at the counter presented 2 bags of small gold coins with a sweet smile directed at Tang Le. The time had already passed into the afternoon, and after spending an entire morning engrossed in the one-on-one tournament, Tang Le had successfully defeated 7 opponents. Before him lay 2 bags of gold coins, which served as his reward. Naturally, Tang Le did not hesitate to accept them, expressing his gratitude. Thank you for your trouble. The young lady at the counter smiled warmly. You're welcome. Tang Le nodded, placing the 2 bags securely into his pocket, ensuring they were well protected. After all, they were the fruits of his hard work over the past half-day and deserved careful safeguarding. This battle of souls was significantly simpler compared to previous encounters. Having reached the level of Soul Zune, he looked down upon all adversaries, his combat prowess having been greatly enhanced. This experience provided him with a clear understanding of his capabilities at the Soul Zune stage, unlike the initial phase where he had been rather muddled. Although the gains were not vast, overall, it was still satisfactory. As he proceeded a few steps while clutching the gold coins, he was suddenly confronted by 2 or 3 burly figures blocking his path. Excuse me, gentlemen, is there something you need? Tang Le inquired tentatively, furrowing his brow. Although the demeanor of his interlocutors seemed unfriendly, he refrained from escalating the situation immediately. A man with a scarred face growled, Kid, did you achieve 7 consecutive victories in the one-on-one tournament? Tang Le tilted his head, a look of curiosity on his face as he responded. That's me. How'd you find out so quickly? Am I that famous? A robust man, whose arms resembled those of a bull, interjected. Do you realize the trouble you've brought upon yourself? I do not. Tang Le shook his head, then asked, What's the matter? Have I done something wrong? The scarred man sneered. Because you achieved 7 consecutive victories in a medical examination class tournament. I represent the Battle Soul Arena to offer you. Tang Le looked at him seriously and interjected. Offer me what? The scarred man's demeanor shifted, a broad smile spreading across his face as he proclaimed, I present you with a registration form for the personal competition. While speaking, he produced a dazzling golden registration form from behind him, emblazoned with the words personal competition in bold letters. The scarred man's attitude transformed as if he were performing a dramatic role change, leaving Tang Le momentarily stunned. It was then he noticed the golden ticket in the man's hand and decisively shook his head. I appreciate the kind gesture from the Battle Soul Arena, but I'm quite fatigued today. I shall decline this ticket. With that, he maneuvered around the scarred man and the strong figure beside him, striding forward. Wait! A voice called out urgently from behind him. Stopping abruptly, Tang Le furrowed his brow and turned back, speaking in a calm tone. What is it now? You must accept this ticket, the scarred man insisted, hastily thrusting it into Tang Le's hand. Prior to this, Wang Ying had cautioned them that if Tang Le did not participate in the personal competition tonight, their heads would be on the line the following day. Seeing the ticket so forcefully placed in his hand, Tang Le's anger flared. Why are you insisting that I compete? The scarred man quickly retrieved 20 gold coins from his pocket and presented them to Tang Le. This is my humble token. Please accept it. Tang Le scoffed, a cold smile forming on his lips. You think 20 gold coins can buy me? Do you even realize what you are doing? This is nothing more than an affront to my dignity. Enough talk. I'll give you 2,000. Deal, Tang Le responded. Chapter 143. The personal competition ticket watching as over 2,000 coins were accumulated like a small mountain into his sole guide storage device. Tang Lu smiled contentedly. Why refuse what is offered? He held the radiant personal competition ticket in his hands, carefully inspecting it. The golden patterns were meticulously crafted, and in stark contrast to ordinary black and white tickets, it exuded an air of grandeur. The ticket prominently featured a line in gold. Competition venue. Special private box custom Soul Master Battle Arena. A private battle arena? Tangle de Mused. Raising his gaze to survey his surroundings, with a clamor of voices filled the air. Where might this private arena be located? The reverse of the personal competition ticket bore the face of Dao Ming, with the inscription record holder of 26 consecutive victories above him. This 2,000 gold coins will not be easily obtained, especially against this opponent, Tang Lu murmured, determination igniting in his eyes. But that is fine. I can teach him a lesson myself. Now that I possess my third soul ring, my strength has significantly increased. I shall ensure he learns a valuable lesson. Tang Lu gripped the golden ticket tightly, crumpling Dao Ming's face in his grasp until his palm began to ache before he finally relaxed his hold. The competition was scheduled for 8 o'clock in the evening, and it was currently only 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Tang Li's immediate priority was to satiate his hunger. Having worked diligently throughout the morning, stepping out of the Battle Soul arena, Tang Lu inhaled deeply, savoring the fresh air outside. The arena had been crowded, creating a somewhat oppressive atmosphere, while the outdoors offered a refreshing respite for his spirit. Just beyond the arena lay a bustling marketplace, where even in the afternoon, numerous individuals meandered about, the air filled with the cacophony of lively vendors. Driven by curiosity, Tang Lu ventured into the vibrant marketplace. Surrounded by culinary delights he had never before encountered. After a brief survey, he opted for a simple meal at a nearby busy stall, settling down at a table. "What would you like to eat, sir?" A young attendant, his head wrapped in a white cloth, rushed over to greet him. With a smile, Tang Lu inquired, "What do you recommend here? Please serve me your specialty." The attendant appraised Tang Lu from head to toe, then asked, "Are you sure you can finish it?" Tang Lu, slightly taken aback, replied, "Is it a lot?" Realizing Tang Lu was unfamiliar with the establishment, the attendant relaxed and enthusiastically began to list items. "Of course. Our specialties include spicy lobster noodles, steamed crystal dumplings, 5-cornered soup buns, tiendo shredded chicken, and suato roast duck." The attendant's rapid-fire descriptions left Tang Lu feeling a bit overwhelmed. Choosing a memorable dish from the list, he finally said, "Then I'll have a serving of spicy lobster noodles, please." "Certainly. It will be ready shortly," the attendant replied with a grin. "That'll be 5 copper coins." Tang Lu retrieved 5 copper coins from his pocket and handed them over, while the attendant hurried off to prepare the order. As he awaited his meal, Tang Lu observed the lively street around him when suddenly a group of 7 individuals caught his attention. They were adorned in remarkably luxurious attire, standing in stark contrast to the surrounding commoners. At the forefront was a young man who appeared to be no older than 18 or 19, exceptionally tall and well-built, exuding an air of confidence. His calm gaze held a hint of dominance, while beside him was a young woman clad in a blue skirt, her large green eyes gleaming with a peculiar allure. With her striking short hair, she leaned lazily against the young man's shoulder, their hands intertwined tightly, clearly a couple. Flanking them were 2 exceptionally tall and muscular young men, their striking resemblance momentarily bewildering Tang Lu. "Yanzi, you've been holding onto the boss's hand all the way. Are you feeding me dog food?" teased a handsome young man with short golden hair. A young man clad in a black robe chimed in with a playful tone. "What do you know? This is what one might call nurturing emotions, you wretched singleton." The dark attire that cloaked his form obscured his visage, rendering it impossible for Tang Lu to discern his features. The previously disgruntled blond man retorted, "Are you not also a miserable singleton? How dare you criticize me?" The man in black replied nonchalantly, "I apologize, but my parents have arranged my engagement for next year. Thus it is you who remains the solitary one." The blond man, filled with indignation, exclaimed, "How despicable of you! We had agreed to grow old together, yet you chose to shave your head midway." The man in the black robe disdainfully remarked, "Can you refrain from being revolting? It is utterly embarrassing." As he spoke, he distanced himself, making a face of disgust. This infuriated the blonde youth even more, who angrily declared, "Just wait. After I complete the trial in Sotawa City, I shall teach you a lesson. Come now." Whoever is cowardly is the grandson. The man in black scoffed. "Enough, enough. Do not quarrel. You two," a woman trailing behind the group said helplessly, clad entirely in black, concealing every inch of her skin. Her long hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall, and her gaze remained calm, unlike the leaderess, which reflected more loneliness and solitude. Upon hearing her speak, both the blonde and the man in black instinctively fell silent, neither daring to provoke her ire. "Friends, our training program in Sotawa City officially commences today." The man at the forefront of the group suddenly turned and smiled. The blonde man curled his lip, truly perplexed by what Teacher Qin-Ming was thinking. What could possibly be suitable for our cultivation in Sotawa City? It pales in comparison to the academy. The man in black beside him immediately shot back. "Well, you know, Teacher Qin-Ming specifically instructed us to train here." "I know, in this dilapidated place. What could possibly serve as a worthwhile training ground?" The blonde man replied casually, his voice soft yet loud enough for everyone on the street to hear. All the residents of Sotawa City were rendered silent, turning their heads to stare at him. The man in black thought to himself, "This is bad," and hurriedly ran over to cover his mouth, angrily stating, "Are you seeking death?" Chapter 144, The Rematch with Dao Ming. Observing the 7-member team that did not appear to be locals, Tang Lu felt a flicker of confusion, then recalled the imposing Great Soul arena behind him. Pondering, they must be here for the soul fighting competition. Subsequently, he shook his head, not giving the matter much thought, for it was a common occurrence for small teams to challenge his Great Soul arena upon arriving in another city. After a while, as he had anticipated, the young leader led his 6 companions directly into the Great Soul arena of Sotawa City. Once the spicy lobster noodles were served, Tang Lu wasted no time, devouring his lunch with vigor. After a brief rest, Tang Lu hastened into the Great Soul arena. Following the information on his entry ticket, he found the path leading to the specially designed personal battle stage. However, he felt somewhat anxious along the way, as he was flanked by stern guards. Had they not seen the golden entry ticket in his hand, he would likely have been apprehended. The granite on either side was intricately designed with a green stone pattern, inscribed with densely packed characters, while the carpet beneath his feet was meticulously laid with high-quality silk. Everything here exuded an air of opulence. After walking over 50 meters, he reached a corner. Beside the corner stood a makeshift counter, where the registration was not handled by a familiar female staff member, but rather by a soldier wielding a broadsword. The registration process was remarkably straightforward. Tang Lu handed over his entry ticket, and after scrutinizing it, the soldier's expression turned serious and respectful. "Please." The soldier's gruff voice resonated as he slowly pushed open the heavy door, gesturing for Tang Lu to enter the competition area. The moment the door swung open, a vast battle stage unfolded before Tang Li's eyes. It measured at least 50 meters in length and 20 meters in width, with railings made of specially forged steel that could not be breached by anyone below the rank of a Soul King. Filled with curiosity, Tang Lu stepped inside, where the floor was covered in a red carpet, adorned with golden patterns that exuded elegance and beauty. However, Tang Lu found it puzzling that such a luxurious soul-fighting arena lacked seating for spectators, aside from a lavish private box at the top. There were no other places for viewing. Who on earth decided to come here to meet their demise? Just as Tang Lu was surveying his surroundings, a sinister laugh reached his ears. He immediately turned to see a figure draped in a black robe upon the stage. He recognized this person instantly. The record holder for 26 consecutive victories, Dao Ming. He appeared just as before, shrouded in a long black robe that concealed his entire body, wearing a menacing mask that left only his blood-red eyes visible. His arms were wrapped in specially designed fabric to minimize injury and prevent excessive blood loss in times of crisis. "We meet again," Tang Lu said with a smile. If anyone else were to see Dao Ming at this moment, they would likely be rendered speechless by fear. However, Tang Lu maintained his composure, which piqued Dao Ming's interest. Dao Ming raised an eyebrow, his eyes filled with a malevolent aura, fixed on Tang Lu as if to ensnare his soul. Feeling the mental assault emanating from Dao Ming's ghostly gaze, Tang Lu remained unperturbed, not even blinking, as the energy of Bei Ming surged throughout his body, forcefully countering Dao Ming's attack. Dao Ming withdrew his assault, smiling faintly. "I remember you, come up." He then turned and stepped onto the battle stage, leaving space for Tang Lu. After a moment of hesitation, Tang Lu propelled himself upward, easily leaping over the 2-meter-high battle platform. Upon landing on the stage, he realized its uniqueness. The surface was constructed from special crystalline stones that effectively retained soul power, preventing significant loss while providing exceptional defense that could withstand even the most formidable attacks, though this was contingent upon the nature of the battle. The moment he jumped onto the platform, Tang Lu felt an overwhelming lightness in his body, and his soul power surged, flooding him with a sensation of immense strength. "Why have you come to challenge me? What? Is your previous defeat not enough?" Dao Ming replied with indifference, as if he regarded Tang Lu with little concern, treating him as merely a child playing a game. "Those who cannot defeat me will only serve to make me stronger." A glint of sharpness flickered in Tang Li's eyes as he declared coldly. "Such confidence?" Dao Ming observed with interest. "Do you believe that absorbing the third soul ring will enable you to defeat me? Ridiculous." A jolt of surprise coursed through Tang Lu. How did he know about his third soul ring? Dao Ming remarked, "Do not speculate. From the moment you entered, I sensed your aura. You are now calm and infused with a strong fighting spirit, a stark contrast to before." However, as he spoke, his tone faltered for a moment, swiftly transforming into one of mockery. "Do you truly believe that with your meager abilities, you could defeat me? Come, let me witness your true strength." No sooner had the words escaped his lips than the figure of Dao Ming became ephemeral, and an inexplicable gale swept across the Duhan platform. Tang Lu distinctly observed a blood-red battle blade spiraling at the very heart of this tempest. It was none other than Dao Ming's martial spirit, the Mingyue Dao. With a flick of his right hand, Dao Ming unleashed a stream of black energy, weaving together with the crimson light, causing sparks to fly in every direction. He then twisted his wrist sharply, and the Mingyue Dao fell directly into his grasp. Tang Lu furrowed his brow as he regarded Dao Ming, who now resembled a divine being, and his vigilance heightened to its peak. It seemed not only had he grown stronger, but so had Dao Ming. Tang Lu mused silently, having originally thought that after his breakthrough, he could wash away the humiliation of that day. However, it now appeared that this battle remained an uncertain variable. Raising his right hand, a sprightly black-silver grass erupted from his palm, 3 yellow rings spiraling beneath his feet, cold and sharp soul power locking onto Dao Ming. The elongated tendrils of the black-silver grass began to spread across the ground, akin to a venomous serpent slithering stealthily, rapidly enveloping the combat platform. In less than 3 seconds, the black-silver grass had covered the entirety of Tang Lu's controllable area. Chapter 145. The second battle against Dao Ming. Dao Ming gazed calmly at Tang Lu, holding the Mingyue Dao with an air of nonchalance, as if he had already seized control of the battlefield before the match had even commenced. Finally, he sprang into action, leaping into the air and pushing his speed to its limits, leaving behind a trail of afterimages, his fierce eyes coldly fixed on Tang Lu. His robust shoulders propelled his forearm as he wielded the Mingyue Dao, which appeared out of thin air before Tang Lu. The sharp blade dancing in his hands before crashing down. Unfazed by the imminent danger, Tang Lu slightly leaned to the side, simultaneously allowing the black-silver grass in his right hand to burst forth with dazzling brilliance. His movements were calm and collected, as if he were oblivious to the steel blade hovering just above him. Yet, in the next moment, Tang Lu's right hand swung forcefully, the black-silver grass elongating at a visible speed. He flung dozens of black tendrils from his hand, having absorbed the third spirit ring, significantly enhancing the resilience of the black-silver grass, each tendril moving stealthily like a black dragon. As the Mingyue Dao was poised to strike at Tang Lu's head, Dao Ming's body inexplicably halted mid-air, the razor-sharp edge hovering less than a centimeter from Tang Lu's form. Dao Ming felt as though an unknown force was restraining him, pulling him away. Observing the black-silver grass entangling him, a disdainful smile crept onto Dao Ming's lips. Is this all you've learned after all these days? Meanwhile, Tongla wore a playful smirk, seemingly waiting for the opportune moment. Do you think this feeble attempt could hinder me? Dao Ming's eyes brimmed with disappointment. Yet, in the next instant, a shocking event unfolded. From all directions, long black tendrils, each 5 to 6 meters in length, surged forth, enveloping him tightly in an instant. An outer layer of spiked tendrils rose, transforming the entirety into a prison. First spirit skill, strangulation. Activate. In the following moment, the entire black prison seemed to pulse with newfound vitality, beginning to writhe as if it were a constrictor snake consuming its prey. The thick roots of the black-silver grass scraped against the floor, and despite the high defensive capability of the ground, some wear and tear was unavoidable. Seizing this opportunity, Tongla swiftly retreated, while the black-silver grass in his right hand regrew, spreading rapidly across the entire arena as before. However, Dao Ming, trapped at the center of the prison, found himself in dire straits. It felt as though he was inside a rolling sphere, struggling to maintain his balance, nearly toppling onto the thorny black-silver grass, leaving him somewhat dizzy. Yet his years of combat experience allowed him to stabilize his form, while his eyes were enveloped in a crimson mist, enabling him to discern his surroundings within the confined space. Dao Ming stood firm, and then hurled the Mingyue Dao downward, piercing it into the black-silver grass. With a thunderous roar, 3 rings of light began to swirl beneath him. His muscles swelled rapidly, as if donning a suit of armor, and the second spirit ring illuminated. In that fleeting moment, he grasped the Mingyue Dao, which had lodged itself above the black-silver grass, infusing it with his surging soul power. The blade ignited in flames, a bright crimson blaze erupting forth, and upon contact with the black-silver grass, it was reduced to ashes, carving a gaping hole in the prison. With a grim expression, Dao Ming emerged from the confines, the flames upon his Mingyue Dao now extinguished. The ability to conjure flames from his martial spirit came at a tremendous cost to his soul power, and under normal circumstances, his current reserves would barely sustain him for 2 minutes. Thus, it was prudent to minimize its use. How does it feel inside? Tongla inquired with a grin, revealing his pearly whites, his face radiating a sunny smile. Quite well. Dao Ming gritted his teeth, gripping the handle of the Mingyue Dao tightly against his abdomen as he lunged forward for a thrust. With the agility of a ripple, Tongla swiftly retreated several steps, narrowly avoiding the assault. The Mingyue Dao grazed Tongla's chest, almost piercing into his ribcage. In an instant, Tongla surged forward like a tiger escaping its cage, his hands gripping Dao Ming's with the ferocity of a predator. Before Dao Ming could react, he infused his right leg with soul power and delivered a powerful kick. With a resounding thud, Tongla's kick struck Dao Ming's lower leg, throwing him off balance, and he stumbled backward, barely regaining his footing after a few steps. However, Tongla had no intention of granting him a chance to counterattack. Second spirit skill, corrosive venom. The prearranged black-silver grass surged forth like a tidal wave, binding Dao Ming tightly. With each tendril's barbed spikes piercing his skin, saturating his body with drops of purple venom. Dao Ming cried out in pain, his face flushed crimson. The toxin coursed through him, rendering his entire form a fiery red, akin to a cooked shrimp. Mingyue slash. Dao Ming bellowed, attempting to raise the Mingyue Dao to cleave through the surrounding black-silver grass. Yet, the toxins coursing through his system dulled his movements and sapped his strength, leaving him incapable of further resistance. Dao Ming regarded Tongla with a mixture of astonishment and uncertainty. In just a few days, how had this young man's offensive power surged to such heights, instilling within him a flicker of fear? A triumphant smile graced Tongla's lips as he channeled his essence into his right fist. In the blink of an eye, his hand radiated a brilliant light. Tongla's figure flickered, leaving a trail of afterimages behind him, and with a sudden burst of speed, he found himself standing before Dao Ming. Dao Ming instinctively attempted to raise his blade in defense, but he was already ensnared by the resilient He, Yin Chao, and incapacitated by the effects of the toxin, leaving him with no choice but to endure Tang Li's Tian Shan Jamais technique. With a graceful motion of his right hand, Tang Lu unleashed a fierce aura accompanied by the surging force of Baiming Jinshi directed at Dao Ming. With a whoosh and a resounding blast, Dao Ming was hurled away, his body completely bound, his legs flailing helplessly. Chapter 146. A new challenge. How does it feel? Tang Lu approached Dao Ming with a hint of disdain in his smile. "Huh," Dao Ming replied with a cold chuckle. "You truly have a stubborn mouth." Tonglu, une fazed, merely laughed. Dao Ming struggled frantically, yet the tenacity of the Hei Yin Chao exceeded his expectations. Every attempt to break free only resulted in more wounds. Resigned, he gritted his teeth and said, "If you have the ability, let me go, and we shall have another match." Tonglu retorted, "Lugable. What gives you the right to demand your release? Are you still unconvinced? Just you wait. Once I get out." Dao Ming's threat was cut short as Tang Lu delivered a swift kick to his chest, causing blood to spurt forth. After the blow, Dao Ming's complexion paled further. The toxin had begun to manifest yellow spots on his lips, and his body trembled uncontrollably. In agony, Dao Ming suddenly raised his head, a strange smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Even if you defeat me, so what? That esteemed personage will ultimately be your nightmare." "What nonsensical drivel," Tang Lu muttered, then kicked Dao Ming aside and called out, "Hey someone, hurry and take this fellow away." Moments later, two fully armed soldiers rushed in, swiftly tending to Dao Ming's wounds before hurrying out as quickly as they had entered. Having avenged the grudge from that day, Tang Lu felt a sense of exhilaration, humming a little tune as he prepared to leap off the fighting stage and return to the academy. Just then, a figure emerged from the upper chamber of the Duhan stage. Tang Lu's pupille contracted. His vigilance heightened as his right hand instinctively moved to the Jiankong Mantian Yanghua, shue at his waist, ready to confront any impending crisis. Noticing Tang Li's movement, the figure above smiled slightly. "No need to panic. First, allow me to congratulate you on your victory over Dao Ming. However, I must mention, it took you a few extra minutes." All Tang Lu could hear was the melodious tone of the figure's voice, as their face was concealed by an exquisite mask, leaving only their mouth and eyes visible. Upon observing the figure's splendid attire, Tang Lu felt a flicker of familiarity. Upon closer inspection, realization dawned upon him. This was the noble youth who had attended his match that day. Tang Lu did not let his guard down due to the figure's words. Instead, he elevated his caution to its peak and inquired coolly, "What brings you here?" Xue Qinghe, with hands clasped, replied with a smile, "Because this personal competition is organized by me." Reflecting on the admission ticket he had received that day, Tang Li's tone turned somewhat unfriendly. "Are you implying that you deliberately lured me here?" His voice grew noticeably angry as he emphasized the word deliberately. Xue Qinghe offered Tang Lu a reassuring glance, signaling him not to be alarmed, and then smiled nonchalantly. "I merely wish to spar with Brother Tang. My methods may be somewhat underhanded, but I hope you can forgive me." Tang Li's gaze remained fixed on the youth. In the realm of Sutawa City, there are countless experts. Why choose me? Xue Qinghe momentarily found himself at a loss for words, but then, with a smile, he replied, "Naturally, it is because this morning you truly opened my eyes. At such a young age, you achieved 7 consecutive victories, and today you even defeated Dao Ming, who had 26 consecutive wins. If this news were to spread, it would undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout the entire Sutawa City Duhan arena. I know of Dao Ming, proud and capable. It is indeed surprising that you managed to defeat him." Tang Lu remarked with a furrowed brow. "So you are the esteemed person he spoke of?" Xue Qinghe beamed a lotus-like smile. "I would not dare to claim such a title. I was merely fortunate to win against him. Would Brother Tang be willing to practice with me?" Tang Lu resolutely shook his head, firmly stating, "I have urgent matters to attend to and cannot accompany you now. Perhaps another time." With that, he turned to leave towards the exit. What a joke! To suddenly engage with a mysterious figure in combat was utterly absurd. However, just then, the outer door slammed shut, and the surrounding windows were tightly locked, heavy curtains drawn. Tang Lu halted in his tracks, spinning around in anger. What do you mean by this? Yet Xue Qinghe remained unperturbed, his gaze casually sweeping over Tang Li's figure, and with a hint of menace in his tone, he declared, "Spar with me, or you shall not leave. I've already said I'm busy. Let's discuss it another day, Tang Lu retorted, indignant at such coercive tactics. However, upon hearing this, Xueqing's lips pressed tightly together, his cheeks flushed, resembling a bright red apple, though the mask obscured this striking beauty from Tang Li's view. What a scoundrel! Xueqing cursed inwardly, his face now adorned with a gentle blush. Defeat me, and you may leave. Fail to do so, and you shall not. He insisted, feigning calmness. Though his voice was melodious, Tang Lu felt no warmth in his heart. He clenched his fists tightly, the sound of cracking knuckles echoing. The confrontation had been brought to his doorstep, leaving no room for refusal. Although Tang Lu was not inherently combative, he was far from timid. The threat in Xueqing's tone was abundantly clear, and ignoring it would be downright foolish. Summoning the Hei Yin Chao from his right hand, Tang Lu adopted a stance of defiance, declaring, "Very well, let us proceed." Hearing Tang Li's words, Xueqing breathed a sigh of relief, his mood lifting as he realized that if Tang Lu had continued to refuse, he would have been at a loss. Now that his objective was achieved, a satisfied smile graced his face. With a sudden leap, he gracefully descended from the railing, landing effortlessly before Tang Lu without utilizing a shred of soul power. "What is your name?" Tang Lu asked. "Defeat me, and I shall tell you," Xueqing replied with a faint smile. But his demeanor changed abruptly as he swiftly countered with a palm strike. Though seemingly unadorned and devoid of any soul power, the strike carried significant force. As the alabaster hand approached him, Tang Lu would not simply stand by. He quickly extended his left hand, grasping Xueqing's wrist. Quite soft was Tang Li's first impression. But before he could ponder further, Xueqing had delivered a swift kick to his abdomen. Tang Lu evaded at an angle. Then, emulating Xueqing, he charged energy into his right hand and executed the Tianshan Luyang Palm. Chapter 147. A new challenge. Xueqing dodged nimbly, his smooth right hand slipping from Tang Li's claws, revealing red marks on his previously fair wrist. Infuriated, Xueqing struck Tang Li's shoulder, and with a resounding thud, Tang Lu felt as though his right arm had been struck by a cart, instantly overcome with pain. Seizing the opportunity amidst Xueqing's attack, Tang Lu lunged forward and struck Xueqing's chest. In the blink of an eye, Tang Lu unleashed a series of 4 punches, accompanied by a cacophony of sonic booms. However, Xueqing's reflexes were also remarkably swift. He promptly retreated several steps, skillfully evading Tang Li's onslaught and creating distance between them, both regarding each other with solemn expressions. A faint blush swept across Xueqing's face as he recalled how close he had come to being struck in the chest, his cheeks turning a vivid shade of rosy pink. "Shameless!" Xueqing's icy voice pierced through the air, and in an instant he surged forward, his right fist swinging with a newfound ferocity that deviated from his earlier composure. Tang Lu, taken aback by Xueqing's escalating aggression, found himself bewildered by this unexpected display of ferocity. The speed at which Xueqing moved was astonishing. Before Tang Lu could fully comprehend the situation, the fist was already perilously close to his nose. In that critical moment, Tang Lu instinctively employed the Ling Bo Wei Bu to create distance. A dull thud resonated as, despite Tang Li's timely reaction, Xueqing's speed surpassed his own, landing a blow squarely on Tang Li's face. Gingerly touching his aching visage, Tang Lu sucked in a sharp breath. Although he could not fathom what had prompted this enigmatic noble youth to strike with such force, he could certainly attest to the pain inflicted. Yet, as Xueqing withdrew his hand, he gazed at Tang Lu with astonishment. If an ordinary person had endured such a punch without the aid of soul power, they would have surely collapsed. Yet here was Tang Lu, having withstood the blow, appearing relatively unscathed. "How peculiar!" Xueqing murmured, but before he could ponder further, his right hook came hurtling toward Tang Lu once more. This time, Xueqing had doubled the force behind his strike, eager to test the limits of Tang Li's endurance. Aware that he could not withstand such a powerful blow, Tang Lu wasted no time in channeling his entire being into the Bei Ming Jin Qi, countering with the Tian Shan Zhimei Shou. With a swift motion of his left hand, he intercepted Xueqing's fist redirecting the formidable force to the side, momentarily mitigating its impact. Almost immediately, Tang Li's hand coiled around Xue Qinghe's arm like a constrictor, unleashing the accumulated Bei Ming Jin Qi. Xue Qinghe staggered back a few paces, astonished at Tang Li's unexpected resilience. He had not anticipated that his punch would be neutralized. Meanwhile, Tang Lu was equally amazed. Realizing that employing the Tianshan Zhe Shou to deflect the blow had left his entire arm tingling. He understood that the backlash stemmed purely from raw strength, and he had not utilized any martial skills, unlike Tang Lu and Tang San, who had the advantage of cultivated techniques. Shaking his numbed left hand, Tang Lu began to grasp the level of power possessed by the young noble before him. If mere physical strength could evoke such a backlash, and considering that he had the support of Bei Ming Jin Qi, Xue Qinghe's prowess must surely be at least at the Soul Emperor level, if not higher. A Soul Emperor has come to spar with me. Is this a death wish? Tangle lamented silently. However, he found solace in the fact that their battle had not involved the use of soul power or martial spirits. Otherwise, his chances of survival would have been negligible. Only by employing the hammer in his left hand or the wings of Hong Tian behind him would he have had a slim chance of escape. Fortunately, Xue Qinghe seemed disinclined to continue the confrontation. He gradually withdrew his offensive stance, casting a casual glance at Tang Lu while rubbing his previously pained wrist. "You performed admirably," he remarked. Tang Lu scoffed, muttering under his breath, "A soul emperor challenging a mere soul master. How utterly shameless." Xue Qinghe raised an eyebrow with his cultivation level. He caught the faint words of Tang Lu. He chuckled lightly before replying, "If you're dissatisfied, we could engage in a martial spirit duel later, if you wish." Tang Lu felt a chill run down his spine at the thought. He hastily shook his hands, exclaiming, "No, please. Just look at you, a soul emperor. A mere flick of your finger could end my life. What kind of competition is that? It would be sheer cruelty." Xue Qinghe shot him an exasperated glance, exuding an allure that could captivate any man, though Tang Lu, obscured by the mask Xue Qinghe wore, could only perceive his disdainful expression. "Very well. I am satisfied with this encounter. You may leave," Xue Qinghe stated coolly before turning and striding toward the corridor leading to the VIP room. Observing Xue Qinghe's swift departure, Tang Lu felt a surge of frustration. Just as he attempted to exit, he realized the door was firmly locked, and without a key, he was unable to leave. Thus, he hurried after Xue Qinghe, calling out, "Wait, hold on." Upon hearing Tang Li's voice behind him, Xue Qinghe paused, a look of perplexity crossing his face as he turned, only to be met by the unanticipated collision with Tang Lu, who had failed to halt in time. With a resounding thud, their bodies collided. Tang Lu, though slightly pained in his chest, fared better than Xue Qinghe, who lost his balance and was on the verge of falling. In a reflexive motion, Tang Lu instinctively stepped forward to catch him. Xue Qinghe found himself enveloped in a warm and secure embrace, momentarily dazed. Upon contact, Tang Li's first impression was one of remarkable softness, accompanied by a delightful fragrance that was utterly captivating. He noted how resilient and smooth Xue Qinghe's skin felt. Yet, this sensation was strangely familiar, as if he had encountered it before. "Are you not going to let go?" Xue Qinghe exclaimed with a fierce glare, resembling a small wildcat ready to devour Tang Lu. "Oh right, my apologies." Tang Li's reverie was interrupted by Xue Qinghe's words, and he quickly assisted him back to his feet. As Xue Qinghe extricated himself from Tang Li's warm embrace, his face was now flushed with a deep crimson hue, embarrassment rendering him unable to meet Tang Li's gaze directly. "Have we met before?" Tang Lu inquired, scratching his head with a hint of longing in his voice. Xue Qinghe paused momentarily, then his expression darkened. "You are overthinking it. Just leave," he retorted, resuming his previous demeanor and ascending the stairs without further ado. Tang Lu called out, "Can I at least have the key? I can't get out." Xue Qinghe abruptly turned back, flashing a charming smile. "Here, take it." He then produced a key and tossed it into the air, where it glimmered like a silver ray under the illumination of the lights. Chapter 118. The mysterious dreamscape. By the time Tang Lu returned to Shrek Academy, it was already deep into the night. A heavy shroud of darkness enveloped the village, rendering the once vibrant morning scene utterly desolate. As he surveyed the surroundings, only an endless expanse of blackness greeted him. Silently, Tang Lu entered his dormitory, and after a refreshing wash, he succumbed to the fatigue that had long been weighing on him, swiftly drifting into a deep slumber. Tang Lu found himself in an ethereal realm, a world that appeared boundless and devoid of an end. In this peculiar space, wisps of unidentifiable spiritual energy floated freely. Tang Lu surrendered his mind to tranquility, observing this dreamlike environment with earnest attentiveness. In the same room, Tang San suddenly shuddered violently, an inexplicable chill sweeping through his entire being. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he gazed in bewilderment at the goosebumps that had erupted across his arms. "Why is it so cold today?" With a heavy yawn, Tang San turned over, facing Tongla. His keen senses immediately detected an unfamiliar chill emanating from Tongla, causing him to instinctively shrink back. He widened his eyes in astonishment as he observed Tongla gradually becoming translucent, his skin shimmering with an ethereal glow, allowing Tong San to glimpse the bedspread behind him. Rubbing his eyes, Tong San thought he must be mistaken, yet Tongla remained enveloped in an otherworldly state. Astonished in his silence, Tong San reached out with trembling hands towards Tongla. To his utter disbelief, his hand passed through Tongla's body without any resistance, as if he were caressing the air itself. Unbeknownst to Tongla, he was still lost in that mysterious realm. His consciousness roamed freely within, but the outer space was inaccessible due to an invisible barrier. The moment he brushed against this indistinct boundary, he would be forcibly repelled. With no way to venture outward, Tongla naturally chose to delve deeper. The further he progressed, the more abundant the spiritual energy became. Even his divine stone began to feel lighter, as a stream of luminescence flowed into his body, coursing through his meridians. Suddenly, a blue figure appeared before him, seated cross-legged in the vast emptiness. The figure emitted no sound, resembling a spectral entity, startling Tongla. The figure remained motionless, eyes tightly shut, appearing as though in slumber. After several cautious confirmations that he posed no threat, Tongla gathered his courage and drifted closer, gazing curiously at the seated figure. Up close, he discerned the full appearance of this individual. With long, light blue hair cascading loosely behind him, he radiated an air of nobility and grace. His face was smooth and fair, resembling meticulously carved white jade, accentuating his striking features. The only imperfection was a 3-centimeter scar on his right cheek, which, rather than detracting from his allure, lent him a rebellious and captivating charm. His prominent nose supported 2 large, blue eyes, with long eyelashes resembling lanterns. As if sensing Tongla's gaze, a hint of a smile graced his lips. Despite Tongla being a man himself, he could not help but acknowledge that this person was extraordinarily breathtaking, the pinnacle of human beauty, each feature crafted to perfection. Just a single glance felt like an indelible photograph etched in his mind. Then, a burst of white light radiated from within him, transforming his blue hair into a crystalline transparency, dazzling in its brilliance. The white light intensified, enveloping Tongla in a cocoon of mysterious energy. However, this enigmatic illumination gradually faded. The man's right hand revealed a plant as pure as jade, adorned with blue stripes, emanating a soft azure glow. Following this, an even more astonishing spectacle unfolded before Tongla's eyes. 9 radiant circles of light appeared at the man's feet: yellow, purple, black, green, red, and gold. These 9 circles flickered incessantly, yet they exerted no pressure upon Tongla, instead imparting a gentle and soothing aura. This was a gesture of intimacy, Tongla thought to himself, and indeed, the circles radiated soft colors, intertwining to form a brilliant white halo that began to revolve slowly around him. At that moment, Tongla was unaware of the transformations occurring within his own body. He felt an overwhelming surge of power, his muscles expanding dramatically, every inch of his being becoming refined. Simultaneously, he sensed the rapid ascent of various attributes within him, as all his internal strength was unleashed in that instant. The beaming true energy mingled with the soul power, surging wildly through his body, causing an explosive rise in energy levels. Soon, the empty space around him began to flourish with plants resembling the pure jade specimen in the man's hand. They sprouted like bamboo shoots after rain, each radiating a dazzling yet gentle white light. These unknown grasses grew wildly, seemingly invigorated by Tongla's presence, tripling in size. The immense pressure and vitality they exuded were formidable, akin to the stability of Mount Tai, stirring a tempest within Tongla. Gazing at the countless white grasses, Tongla felt an exhilarating joy, tears of fervor streaming down his cheeks, inexplicably moved by the moment. Just then, the earlier figure slowly lifted his head, his eyelashes fluttering gently as his large, warm eyes regarded Tongla with kindness, the sapphire-like orbs imbued with tenderness. Subsequently, he raised his right hand with a graceful sweep, and the entire world shattered into fragments, leaving no trace of him or the white grasses behind. Chapter 149. The Genius Yu Xiaojiang. It was so cold. Tong San trembled at the corners of his mouth, realizing he was no longer in bed, but had wrapped himself tightly in his quilt, huddled in the corner of the room. Meanwhile, Tongla rolled over in bed, instinctively reaching out to feel for his quilt. "Where's my quilt?" As he lifted his head, he spotted the pitiful figure of Tong San, cowering in the corner, draped in two quilts, his own and Tongla's. With a puzzled expression, Tongla asked, "Little San, what are you doing? Were you having a nightmare?" He quickly dismissed that thought. Being an adult, it seemed implausible to have nightmares. As Tongla rose, the chill emanating from him instantly dissipated, leaving Tong San momentarily surprised, a flicker of displeasure crossing his face. "Bro, what were you doing in bed just now?" "What was I doing?" Tongla pondered for a moment, deciding to withhold the details of his dream from Tong San, feigning ignorance. "Did I do something?" Tong San shot him an incredulous glare, his tone filled with grievance. "I don't know what you were doing, but suddenly you turned icy all over. If I hadn't reacted quickly, I might have frozen into a block of ice by now." Feeling a bit embarrassed, Tongla scratched his head. That must have been a defense mechanism from entering the dream realm. He mused, then chuckled. "I was practicing Beiming Shingon. I haven't mastered its extreme cold yet. My apologies, haha. Practicing at this hour? What are you thinking?" Tong San scolded, removing the quilts from his body as the room's temperature returned to normal, making the extra layers unnecessary. My fault, my fault. Let us get some sleep," Tongla said, smiling to reassure him. After several requests for Tang Lu to pledge not to practice his martial arts techniques, Tang San finally settled down comfortably into his bed and fell into a deep slumber. However, Tang Lu was unable to sleep, his eyes fixated on the ceiling above, his mind replaying the events of the evening. Who was that enigmatic man? What was that translucent white plant? Why did it evoke a sense of familiarity within him? Moreover, what significance lay behind the two crimson soul rings of 100,000 years that adorned the man's form? And what the green and golden soul rings? A myriad of questions swirled in his mind, yet no one could provide answers, leaving him to ponder alone. It was evidently a sleepless night for him, and he had attempted to re-enter the peculiar space but had failed time and again, as if that mysterious realm had vanished completely, leaving him unable to return. The next day, Tang San exhaled heavily atop the eaves. Rising early to train had become his routine, but today was an exception as Tang Lu was absent from his side. A hint of helplessness flickered in his eyes at this thought. Ordinarily, they would rise at 6 to practice, as that was the moment the sun ascended, bringing forth the most abundant purple aura of the day. Yet, Tang Lu remained blissfully unaware of the events from the previous night, sleeping soundly as if in a deep trance, making it impossible for Tang San to rouse him. With no other choice, he resolved to train alone. Having stabilized his breathing, Tang San leaped down from the eaves and entered the room through the window. The room was eerily quiet, his bed neatly made, while Tang Lu lay sprawled across the sheets, still asleep. He sighed and approached Tang Lu's side, gently nudging his arm, exclaiming, "Brother, it's time to wake up. I'm so tired. Let me sleep a little longer," Tang Lu murmured, burying his head deeper into the covers. He had not slept well the previous night, his mind consumed with questions. As the saying goes, haste makes waste. Tang Lu had barely managed 2 hours of sleep, a meager amount for someone who had exerted himself beyond limits the day before. The teacher will assign lessons soon. Hurry and get up. Tang San grasped Tang Lu's hand, attempting to pull him from his cocoon. Reluctantly, Tang Lu poked his head out from the covers, begrudgingly crawling out. Gazing at his brother, who appeared bleary-eyed, Tang Sin asked in surprise, "Brother, are you very tired?" "Very much so," Tang Lu replied, staggering back to the bedside and collapsing weakly onto the mattress. In the Shrek Academy canteen, a middle-aged man with a beard wore a white chef's hat and an apron tied around his waist, busily preparing the meals. Observing the sumptuous breakfast spread before him, the master's typically stoic expression revealed a rare smile as he pulled out a tome on emotional intelligence from behind him and began perusing its contents. After a short while, he closed the book with confidence, exclaiming, "The book states that to win a man's heart, one must first win his stomach. I refuse to believe that the prodigious Yu Xiaojiang cannot handle a mere Tang Lu. I shall have you willingly become my disciple." He then returned the book to his bag and diligently set about preparing breakfast for the students. His gaze remained focused on the bubbling pot over the fire, which emitted a tantalizing aroma as he carefully added firewood, skillfully managing the heat. As long as the students can enjoy a good breakfast, no matter how exhausting, Yu Xiaojiang, shall endure. He thought to himself, beads of sweat forming on his brow, yet his resolute spirit remained unyielding. This was his lifelong character. Once he made a decision, he would see it through, unshaken by anyone. At that moment, he was cooking beef in a clay pot, steam rising in white wisps, filling the kitchen with the rich scent of the meat. This was beef he had specially procured from Soto City, simmered with a unique blend of 81 spices to fully release its flavor. Utilizing the most primitive clay pot allowed the beef's essence to be preserved, enhanced by his meticulously prepared secret spices, resulting in an unparalleled aroma. The beef, tender and flavorful, retained its original essence. Observing the pot boiling vigorously, the master's eyes sparkled with triumph. He quickly dampened 2 towels, donned them on his hands, and removed the pot filled with beef from the stove. Placing it on a grand table, satisfied with his work, he nodded, proud of his genius, believing even a simple breakfast could be perfected. He then anxiously glanced around, as it was customary for Tang Lu and Tang San to have already arrived. Why were they still absent today? Chapter 150. The master's first lesson. Just as he pondered this, Tang Lu and Tang San strolled leisurely into the dining hall. Tang San, drawn by the enticing aroma, dashed forward in excitement, while Tang Lu lagged behind, yawning intermittently, his face adorned with dark circles, appearing utterly disheveled. The master hurried over, noting, "You usually aren't late. What is the matter today?" He pointed out Tang Li's dark circles with concern. Tang San sighed, replying with exasperation, "It's all Tang Lu's fault. He wouldn't get up, and I had to drag him along." Tang Lu, typically a disciplined child, had clearly faltered today. The master pondered this with a hint of worry, yet seeing Tang Lu's lackluster demeanor, he refrained from probing further and ushered them to sit down. "I've prepared a delicious meal for you today. Come and taste it." The master smiled, placing the clay pot brimming with beef before them. Tang San, inhaling the delightful scent, exclaimed, "Wow, it smells amazing. What is in this?" Even Tang Lu, drawn by the aroma, felt a surge of energy. Noting the eagerness in both children, the master beamed with warmth, stating, "This is my specially brewed beef soup. Please do enjoy." He then brought over 2 small bowls, generously ladling the beef into them. "Try my culinary skills," he said, his anticipation palpable. Tang Lu inquired, "Master, have you tasted it yet?" Even Tang San, poised to dig in, paused to look at the master. The master, momentarily taken aback, felt a surge of emotion, nodding with a smile, "I have. Now you two hurry and taste it before it gets cold." Without further hesitation, they both eagerly began to devour their meals. Tang Lu picked up a piece of the tender, golden braised beef and took a bite. The flavors burst forth, the broth and aroma enveloping him. The beef had been cooked to perfection, its taste unwavering, complemented by a hint of herbal fragrance that ignited his appetite. The tender and silky beef glided onto the tip of his tongue, its enticing aroma perpetually tantalizing his taste buds. In that fleeting moment of indulgence, Tang Lu felt his appetite surge, his stomach growling insistently, urging him to promptly finish the food before him. In no time, Tang Lu and Tang San, both with satisfied expressions and hands resting on their full bellies, sat contentedly in their chairs. This was the finest meal they had savored since entering Shrek Academy. Observing the two satiated figures, the master inquired with keen interest, "So what do you think? Not bad, right?" Tang Sin nodded eagerly, exclaiming, "Master, your culinary skills are truly exceptional." The master nodded in satisfaction before turning his gaze to Tang Lu. "Xiaolu, how do you feel?" After a moment of contemplation, Tang Lu smiled and replied, "Master, your cooking exceeds my expectations. I believe you should consider writing a cookbook. It would certainly gain more recognition than your top 10 martial spirits." The master chuckled, playfully rebuking, "You little rascal, you too should eat a bit more. The upcoming training will be quite demanding. If you don't eat enough, your nourishment will fall short." Tang San smiled wryly and waved his hand. "If I eat any more, I fear I will burst." After a moment of thought, the master nodded, declaring, "From now on, I will rise at 6 each morning to prepare breakfast for you. Just let me know what you wish to eat, and I will do my utmost to accommodate you. Additionally, each dish will contain some medicinal herbs, which will be beneficial for your health over time." Both Tang Lu and Tang San were taken aback, realizing that the food the master provided was medicinally enhanced. "Wow, it smells amazing." At that moment, the sweet voice of Xiao Wu resonated from outside, followed closely by her exuberant entrance alongside Ning Rongrong. Upon seeing the master, the two hurriedly greeted, "Good morning, master." The master nodded at them, though his smile was less warm than it had been for Tang Lu and Tang San. To be precise, his gentle smile was reserved solely for them. Gazing at the fragrant beef before her, Ning Rongrong's eyes sparkled with desire. As she inhaled the rich aroma, her appetite ignited. Yet she felt hesitant to partake in front of the master, a figure she had yet to become familiar with. In contrast, Xiao Wu, being an old acquaintance of the master, unabashedly fetched 2 pristine bowls, offering one to Ning Rongrong, while she herself grabbed a ladle. Ning Rongrong bit her lip lightly, her hands cradling the small bowl with a hint of shyness. The master immediately noticed her awkwardness and cheerfully encouraged, "Go ahead and eat. It would do to let yourself go hungry." With the master's permission, Ning Rongrong excitedly positioned her bowl behind Xiao Wu. Watching the generous platter of beef, her stomach audibly protested, flushing her cheeks crimson. "Hurry and eat. There's plenty more after this." As he spoke, the master donned his chef's hat and returned to the kitchen. The two girls, lured by the enticing aroma of the beef, wasted no time in diving into their meal. Shortly after, Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun arrived in succession. After relishing the breakfast prepared by the master, each one offered effusive praise. Once they had finished their delightful meal, everyone felt content as they gathered in the square, each brimming with energy, ready to embrace their new teacher's first lesson. The weather was splendid. The sun shone gently, far less intense than usual, accompanied by a refreshing breeze that caressed their faces, imparting a sense of tranquility. The master adjusted his attire and, under the watchful eyes of the 8 students, ascended the podium. His cold gaze swept over them, and he spoke calmly. "This morning's performance has left me dissatisfied. Some of you even arrived over 10 minutes late. I expect you to arrive at the dining hall punctually in the future." He continued, "After breakfast, it is also inadvisable to engage in strenuous activities. Instead, stand still for an hour to aid digestion." Oscar's expression stiffened, as he was the last to arrive in the group, and the master's words were clearly directed at him. Upon hearing they were to stand for an hour, several students visibly slumped, struggling to maintain their posture. The most earnest among them were Tang Lu and Tang San, who held their heads high, gazing resolutely ahead. The master nodded approvingly. Chapter 151. The Master's First Lesson. Part 2. Some individuals in the group did not execute their movements correctly, but the master refrained from making a fuss, merely casting them a cold glance before lifting his gaze to the sun, now high in the sky. "All right, I will spare you this time. Let us commence our first lesson." A collective sigh of relief echoed as everyone began to stretch and loosen their limbs. The master placed his hands together and spoke softly. I am familiar with your martial spirits, but starting today, I wish to observe your combat skills and techniques. Dai Mubai. Step forward. Dai Mubai hesitated briefly before taking a bold step out of line. His eyes gleamed with fierce determination, and he held his head high, embodying the spirit of a beastly king. The master, having learned from Zhao Wuji and Flinder that Dai Mubai was an elite student at Shrek Academy with commendable strength, was curious to see just how capable he truly was. With focused eyes, Dai Mubai remained silent throughout, executing his movements with precision and power. Perhaps to the outside world, he was the charming Dai, but here, he was a fiercely dedicated student. The master regarded Dai Mubai with a glimmer of admiration and gravely asked, Mubai, your task is to defeat each of the others one by one. Are you capable of fulfilling this? Dai Mubai nodded, his arms tensing immediately. Although he harbored some doubts, he refrained from questioning the master further. The master willingly stepped back, clearing the battlefield for Dai Mubai, cautioning, be mindful. I do not wish to see anyone injured during this spar. Tang Lu, you are the strongest in the group. Step forward and spar with Mubai. Tang Lu was momentarily taken aback, but quickly stepped forward. Facing the towering figure of Dai Mubai, he felt no fear. Rather, he was filled with eager anticipation. Teacher, is this appropriate? Dai Mubai scratched his head awkwardly. Defeating a fellow male was one thing, but he found it difficult to lay a hand on the three delicate girls. The master's expression darkened as he retorted, Are you a level 37 who lacks the confidence to defeat them? With a sigh, Dai Mubai chose not to say more, instead raising his head and fixing his vigilant gaze on Tang Lu. In this battle, you may unleash your true potential. The master's voice echoed once more. True potential? Both raised their fists, their alertness and perceptiveness heightened to the maximum. For Tang Lu, this was not his first encounter with Dai Mubai. He had some understanding of his strength and therefore did not find it overly daunting. However, this battle was crucial for him. It was his chance to establish his reputation at Shrek Academy. Conversely, Dai Mubai viewed Tang Lu's strength as an enigma. Unaware of the new abilities Tang Lu had acquired after advancing to Spirit Ancestor. Consequently, he had to tread carefully, for losing face in front of Zhu Zhuqing would be unacceptable. It wasn't that he feared defeat. He simply wished to avoid embarrassment in front of the woman he cherished. Though their thoughts diverged, their ultimate goal remained the same, to triumph over one another. Very well, let the battle begin. At the master's command, the previously arranged line of students promptly dispersed, each retreating voluntarily. The master ascended to a lofty vantage point, allowing him to better observe the clash between the two combatants, gathering insights into their strengths and weaknesses. Be cautious, Tang Lu warned sharply, as the dark silver grass in his right hand silently surged forth, spreading across the arena like venomous serpents poised to ensnare Dai Mubai. Concurrently, three luminous rings, yellow, and purple, rose beneath his feet. Dai Mubai's malevolent gaze flickered with intensity as he uttered, White Tiger, merge! Instantly, his muscles swelled with formidable might, resembling granite boulders. Fine white fur sprouted across his form, and a prominent king symbol appeared on his forehead. His fingertips elongated into lethal claws, manifesting the shape of a tiger. Without hesitation, Tang Lu took the initiative. Recognizing that Dai Mubai, a strong assault-type soul master, possessed superior soul power, he knew he could not allow him to strike first. The dark silver grass, already strategically positioned throughout the arena, surged forward under Tang Li's command, each tendril resembling a colossal black python lunging at Dai Mubai. The toxic thorns atop the grass unfurled like blossoms, releasing a steady stream of violet venom. As the onslaught of dark silver grass approached like a tsunami, Dai Mubai remained undeterred. His hands radiated a blinding white light as the claws at his fingertips extended to a length of 10 centimeters. He understood that evasion was not the optimal strategy. If he did not eliminate these troublesome plants, no matter how swiftly he fled, he would eventually be overtaken. Thus, he resolutely chose to stand his ground, his hands forming a scissor-like shape that cleaved through the air, creating a cross-shaped white blade of light. The brilliance emanating from him intensified, with surging soul power coursing through his being. Smaller strands of dark silver grass turned to ash upon contact with the white light. However, some of the larger, more resilient tendrils successfully circumvented Dai Mubai's assault, ensnaring his legs like eager chicks clinging to their mother. Dai Mubai felt an unexpected heaviness. As though he were mired in a quagmire, his legs rendered immobile. He whirled around, eyes widening at the dense mass of dark silver grass behind him, astonished. Initially, he recalled how Tang Lu and Tang San's dark shadow grass could not withstand even 3 seconds against his might. Yet today, it had managed to both resist and entangle him, leaving him utterly astounded. Suddenly, the soul power within him erupted, enveloping him in a radiant white light. The overwhelming brilliance scattered the dark silver grass, reducing it to fragments. Simultaneously, his 3 soul rings, yellow, and purple, quietly ascended, matching Tang Li's optimal configuration for a soul master. Yet, Dai Mubai's soul rings exuded a greater potency, as the disparity in their soul powers rendered his pressure significantly more formidable than Tang Li's. With a powerful stomp of his right foot, he kicked up a cloud of dust, his form towering as his golden hair billowed defiantly. The aura of a king radiated from him as he infused his fists with soul power, charging forward. Dai Mubai's imposing physique commanded respect, especially when propelled by such force. The dark silver grass Tang Lu had previously unleashed crumbled before him, as if made of paper, effortlessly shattered. As he neared the encirclement surrounding Tang Lu, the latter remained stationary, his expression unfazed, even wearing a subtle smile, a smile that suggested inevitability. What is this fellow plotting? The master mused, furrowing his brow. Is a control-type soul master truly prepared to withstand the onslaught of an assault type? Even Dai Mubai felt bewildered, having anticipated that Tang Lu would retreat, setting up for his first soul skill, White Tiger's Radiant Wave, to secure victory. But who could have foreseen that Tang Lu would stand his ground? With only a mere 3 to 5 meters separating them, the opportunity lay before him. In an instant, Dai Mubai poured all his soul power into his frame, his stature expanding over 2 meters. His shoulders broadened, and he surged forward, gaining height as he ran. 3 meters, 2 meters. At that moment, his speed reached its zenith, closing the distance to Tang Lu in the blink of an eye. Yet, he found it curious that Tang Lu had yet to make a move or adopt any defensive stance. Was he conceding? All present entertained this notion, except for Tang San. Lu Gu is merely biding his time. Just as Dai Mubai prepared to claim victory, Tang Lu struck. His movements were swift and decisive. As he summoned the beaming true qi accumulated in his legs and activated the Lingbo Weibu, propelling himself backward like a soaring swallow in an instant. Dai Mubai's attack missed its mark. Dai Mubai looked up in shock, unable to fathom Tang Li's extraordinary speed. How could he have created a 2-meter gap in half a second? Yet, Tang Li did not pause. He continued to retreat, soaring through the air. Simultaneously, the dark silver grass in his right hand grew wildly, tendrils of slender grass spreading from beneath him like a barrage. Unbeknownst to Dai Mubai, as he had charged forward, he had unwittingly become ensnared by numerous toxic thorns. Although these thorns were minuscule and posed little threat to his robust physique, he overlooked their significance. Who could have anticipated that this would be the pivotal moment that altered the course of the battle? Seizing the opportunity presented by Dai Mubai's moment of hesitation, Tang Lu activated his second soul ring. Second soul skill, Toxic Erosion. Instantly, the thorns covering Dai Mubai seemed to come alive, each one injecting its venom into his skin through tiny conduits, releasing a noxious aroma. Before Dai Mubai could comprehend the sudden turn of events, he felt an overwhelming weight, as though his very strength had been sapped, causing him to stagger backward. His vision blurred, and he gazed at Tang Lu, only to see him multiply before his eyes. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Dai Mubai steadied himself, his soul power battling the encroaching toxins. In this brief moment, his third soul ring illuminated, activating the white tiger golden armor. With the amplification of this third soul skill, his muscles swelled dramatically, stretching his garments to their limits and revealing a sculpted physique. The kingly symbol on his forehead became even more pronounced, and his tiger claws doubled in size. Simultaneously, the thorns on his skin, pressured by his soul power, fell away, spilling their venom upon the ground. Daimu Bai gazed intently at the Tang. Unable to deny the stark contrast between the Tang Lu who had reached the level of soul master and the one he had known before. They were fundamentally different individuals. With a swift movement of his powerful tiger legs, he propelled himself forward, recalling a previous encounter where he had to employ his third soul skill to defeat Tang Lu, and he yearned to replicate that victory. However, in that fleeting moment of action, he sensed a peculiar dissonance within his body. The toxins coursing through him induced subtle changes, rendering his movements sluggish, as if each motion were delayed by a fraction of a second. Nevertheless, he believed that if given the chance to engage Tang Lu, he could easily rend him apart with his formidable tiger claws. Tang Lu stood nearby, fixated on Daimu Bai, keen to observe every nuance of his approach. The Bai Hu Jing Gang transformation was Daimu Bai's most formidable soul skill, significantly enhancing his offensive and defensive capabilities. Having previously suffered under its might, Tang Lu was not about to underestimate it. As Daimu Bai charged fearlessly towards him, Tang Lu discerned his intentions and allowed a faint smile to grace his lips. "You wish to approach? I shall not allow it." In the next instant, Daimu Bai found himself questioning his life choices. Just as his tiger claws were about to make contact, Tang Li's figure flickered and reappeared 5 meters away. Simultaneously, a multitude of black silver grass erupted from the ground beneath him, ensnaring his legs without hesitation and swiftly creeping up his calves. Anger flickered in Daimu Bai's eyes as he beheld the black silver grass enveloping him. It was said that controllers were the most insufferable soul masters, and today he had witnessed that truth firsthand. Instead of engaging him directly, they chose to entangle him relentlessly. With a fierce roar, Daimu Bai unleashed the gathered white light from his body, shattering the confines of the black silver grass. His entire form seemed gilded, and his blood-red eyes radiated a predatory thirst. A sphere of white light coalesced in his mouth and surged towards Tang Lu, who remained unfazed, retreating calmly to the side. With a wave of his right hand, a wall of black silver grass rose from the earth, shielding him from the impending attack. The destructive power of the Bai Hu Lai Guangbo was formidable, yet the sheer volume of black silver grass proved overwhelming, its resilience surpassing Daimu Bai's expectations. The initial layer of black silver grass was barely penetrated, while the subsequent layers stood undamaged, steadfast before Tang Lu. Chapter 153. The deceit of control masters. Witnessing Tang Lu effortlessly neutralize his second soul skill, Daimu Bai was consumed by fury and hastened towards him. However, after merely 2 or 3 steps, he found his feet ensnared by the black silver grass summoned by Tang Lu. In that moment, his first soul skill, strangulation, activated. The black silver grass, extending 3 to 5 meters high, rose to encircle Daimu Bai, forming a substantial cage that tightly bound him. As he was once again surrounded by the black silver grass, Daimu Bai struggled to breathe. Each time he shattered a cluster, another would take its place. His massive tiger paws gripped 2 strands of black silver grass in a futile attempt to tear them apart. Yet the grass, infused with soul power, was not so easily rent asunder. Despite Daimu Bai's exertions, the black silver grass before him remained steadfast. Seizing the opportunity presented by Daimu Bai's confinement, Tang Lu chuckled softly, declaring that the game was at an end. Daimu Bai, bewildered, looked up at him, only to see his third soul ring illuminate beneath his feet. A colossal net woven from black silver grass descended ominously from the sky, appearing quite fearsome. The vast net began to split methodically, forming smaller nets, each crowned with a 10-centimeter-long venomous thorn. Daimu Bai stared in disbelief at the dense web overhead. Murmuring to himself, "Is this truly his third soul skill?" A subtle smile graced Tang Li's lips as he gently gestured downward. The black silver grass above Dai Mu Bai seemed to respond to his command, cascading down like a torrent. The central thorn elongating during its descent to twice its original length. As the black silver grass enveloping Dai Mu Bai began to burrow into the ground. Preparing for the third soul skill, Black Silver Heart Piercing Arrow, Dai Mu Bai felt a surge of hope at the sight of the vanishing black silver grass. Just as he intended to step forward, he was caught off guard as the black silver grass above him had already descended behind him, the sharp thorn piercing into his body. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, he was ensnared by thousands of tiny nets, submerged in a sea of black, consumed by the black silver grass. All who witnessed this spectacle were left astounded, including the master. Who could have anticipated that Dai Mu Bai would be so thoroughly humiliated? The entire encounter conveyed a sense of impotence, as though he had been toyed with by Tang Lu. Only Tang Sen pondered the relative strengths of his own third soul skill, web binding, and Tang Li's black-silver pursued arrow. Observing Dai Mu Bai, who had completely lost his advantage, the master sighed, shaking his head. "All right, Xiaolu, release Mu Bai now." Tang Lu nodded and promptly approached, gently brushing the mass of black-silver grass, which transformed into soul power and quietly seeped into his palm. The oppressive black shadow vanished, allowing Dai Mu Bai, at the bottom, to exhale deeply and breathe freely, his chest heaving dramatically. In that moment, he appeared somewhat comical, his once splendid attire now utterly torn. Yet his body bore no wounds. Tang Lu hadn't unleashed the full potential of his third soul skill. Had he done so, Dai Mu Bai would have undoubtedly required 2 or 3 days to recover in the dormitory. Tang Lu quickly assisted Dai Mu Bai to his feet, an apologetic smile gracing his face. "This is my third soul skill, Black Silver Heart Piercing Arrow. You are the first to experience its power." Dai Mu Bai, dusting himself off, retorted with exasperation, "You control-type users are insufferable." Tang San remarked, "You have been insulted." Noting Dai Mu Bai's sullen expression, Tang Lu sheepishly scratched his head, realizing that if he found himself ensnared in such a manner, he too would likely harbor similar sentiments. The master approached, stating calmly, "In battles between assault-type and control-type soul masters, you possess inherent advantages and disadvantages. However, you failed to capitalize on your strengths, and instead allowed Tang Lu to exploit your weaknesses. Surely you are aware of the terror that control-type soul masters can wield. Yet why did you not evade his grasp? Did you truly believe a cunning control-type soul master would engage you in a direct confrontation?" Dai Mu Bai found himself at a loss for words, unable to counter the master's probing questions, and lowered his head in shame. The master cast a sidelong glance at him and said, "Mu Bai, your performance today has greatly disappointed me. Remember, when facing control-type soul masters in the future, be mindful of your positioning and make use of the terrain to evade their control." Dai Mu Bai nodded solemnly. Having gained a renewed understanding of control-type soul masters through this confrontation. Previously, he had perceived them as fragile beings, easily vanquished without the need for soul skills. However, this encounter had left an indelible impression upon him. The master lifted his head, casting a discreet glance over the crowd, before solemnly stating, "Do not think that just because today's misfortune did not befall you, my lesson is not worth heeding. Should you falter on the battlefield in the future, each misstep and moment of negligence could lead to the eternal loss of your precious lives. You must comprehend the unique characteristics of every soul master, learn how to dismantle them, and how to evade their attacks. This knowledge is essential rather than indulging in arrogance. There are always greater talents beyond your own. I hope you grasp this truth." He then began his analysis. "Do not underestimate Tang Li's third soul skill, which has a broad range. However, he possesses a critical weakness. If you are a sensitive attack-type soul master, you can swiftly retreat from the area affected by his soul skill and maneuver behind him for a successful strike. This will test your teamwork. Each of you wields a different martial spirit. You must learn to complement each other's strengths to advance further on the path of soul masters." Tang Lu stood behind the master, nodding with a smile, sensing the validity in the master's words. Yet the master slowly turned to face him, fixing him with a piercing gaze, and admonished, "Are you still so nonchalant? Do you even realize what you did wrong? What did I do wrong? Tang Lu exclaimed, eyes wide with confusion. The master, arms crossed behind him, replied calmly, knowing full well that Dai Mubai possesses formidable attack power. Why did you remain stationary? Had your speed been even slightly slower, you would have lost. Do you understand? Tang Lu raised an eyebrow, casually responding, if my speed had been any slower, I would see you played that way. Chapter 154. Don't be like your brother, the master retorted with irritation. Had Dai Mubai's speed been a tad faster, you would have lost today. Do you not comprehend? Tang Lu shrugged, but I accurately gauged his speed. The master could not refute this. Indeed. From the outset of their battle, Tang Lu had focused intently on Dai Mubai, seemingly trying to see through him, even predicting his next move. The Hoshin Dilo family is truly extraordinary, the master marveled, already envisioning the remarkable achievements that Tang Lu and Tang San, these two prodigies, might attain in the future. The dual martial spirits and innate full soul power of either would be exceedingly rare on the continent, let alone the convergence of such exceptional talents in one individual. The potential of these two children would likely surpass that of their father. The master shook his head and turned his gaze toward Tang San and the team. His eyes filled with expectation. Little San, it is your turn now. Come forward. Tang San nodded eagerly and rushed over. Good luck. Tang Lu clapped him on the shoulder before returning to the sidelines, keenly watching the match unfold. The master instructed Little San, you are not permitted to use your third soul skill or any of those peculiar weapons. Understood? Tang San nodded earnestly. Yes, teacher. He then turned with solemnity toward Dai Mubai, who had appeared to struggle during his earlier battle with Tang Lu, seemingly lacking strength. Yet Tang San, sharp-eyed, knew that had it not been for Tang Li's adept use of Lingbo Weibo to rapidly reposition himself, he would have been overwhelmed by Dai Mubai's formidable attacks. Dai Mubai pointed to the large tear in his clothing, offering a wry smile. Please don't be as annoying as your brother, all right? You control-type users have such dirty minds. Tang San raised an eyebrow. Dai Mubai, why not see if you can withstand my third soul skill? If you can, I'll concede defeat. If you cannot, then you lose. What do you say? Dai Mubai showed interest. This sounded like an enticing proposition, as he perceived it as a risk-free endeavor. The rest of the team turned their attention, their expressions a mix of shock and curiosity, eagerly anticipating the visual spectacle that Tang San's third soul skill might present. Having absorbed the formidable human-faced demon spider that had surpassed its limit, could he possess a powerful third soul skill akin to Tang Lu's? The master stood silently by, tacitly approving of the challenge. He too was eager to witness how Tang San's third soul skill would perform in battle and whether it would fall short compared to Tang Lu's. As Tang San was his direct disciple, he naturally hoped for his superiority. All right, let us proceed, Dai Mubai declared, his body tensing in preparation. Then you best be cautious, Tang San replied, raising his right hand as the blue-silver grass quietly emerged from his palm, its slender leaves unfurling, vibrant soul energy coursing through them, occasionally emanating a bluish glow. Concurrently, 3 radiant circles of light, yellow, and purple, arose beneath him, and tendrils of blue-silver grass spread forth from his feet. As he observed the sprawling blue-silver grass, Dai Mubai couldn't help but recall Tang Li's black-silver grass, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes. With 3 circles of light beneath him, he decisively activated the 3rd, purple, Millennium Soul Ring, unleashing the White Tiger's Vajra transformation. A dense aura of bloodlust erupted from his body, a golden glow enveloping him as if he were gilded, exuding an imposing presence. His previously robust physique became even more formidable, his hands swelling to twice their size, his eyes merging into one as a faint purple light glimmered within them. Having learned from his previous encounter with Tang Lu, Dai Mubai was now exceedingly cautious, no longer underestimating the blue-silver grass as a worthless martial spirit. He was prepared to face Tang San's third soul skill with his utmost readiness, unwilling to stumble again. Tang San gently lifted his right hand, and the poised blue-silver grass surged forward, as if responding to a command, rushing toward Dai Mubai in eager haste. Recognizing this familiar scene, Dai Mubai recalled the master's earlier advice. Flee. Evade the control skills of the control-type Soul Master and find an opportunity to circle behind him. Without hesitation, Dai Mubai bolted in the opposite direction, his powerful strides causing the ground to tremble. Yet, the blue-silver grass relentlessly pursued him, akin to a pack of wolves chasing a lone lamb. However, who could know that the white figure was, in fact, a tiger? Tang San frowned. If Dai Mubai continued running like this, how long would it take? He could not endlessly command the blue-silver grass to chase, as it would exhaust his own vitality. If both their soul powers were depleted, would they be left to engage in close combat? Meanwhile, a glimmer of appreciation flickered in the master's eyes. Dai Mubai displayed high comprehension, having grasped the tactics needed to confront a control-type soul master. As long as you run fast enough, the control cannot catch you. Observing Tang San, who stood 20 meters away, Dai Mubai subtly adjusted his trajectory, inching closer to Tang San. He needed to find an opportunity to approach him and swiftly eliminate him. At that moment, Tang San's eyes were enveloped in a layer of purple mist, aided by the purple extreme demon eye, allowing him to see Dai Mubai's running path with clarity. He quickly deduced Dai Mubai's intentions. However, he did not rush to retreat. Instead, he stood in place with great interest, mirroring Tang Lu's earlier actions, using himself as bait to entice Dai Mubai. In Tang Li's eyes, a glimmer of brilliance appeared, and he silently marveled. Goodness, he has grasped the essence of my technique. Observing Tang San, who was merely 10 meters away, Dai Mubai no longer hesitated. He suddenly lowered his body and executed a challenging sliding tackle, propelled by his own momentum. And in the blink of an eye, he was before Tang San. Dai Mubai leaped into the air, his right fist charged with intense white light. The surging soul power swirling within his tiger claw, exuding an imposing aura akin to the might of Mount Tai, firmly suppressing Tang San. However, Tang San remained unmoved, standing in place with a smile that seemed to hint at a predator's delight. Dai Mubai felt an unsettling intuition, but the words eluded him. Yet, he was merely a step away from Tang San. Despite the myriad of doubts swirling in his mind, his right fist struck out with sudden ferocity. In the very next moment, Tang San's movements ignited a sense of familiarity within Dai Mubai. The Xiantian skill within Tang San surged into action, as he executed a backward leap with the ghost shadow perplexing track, causing Dai Mubai's fist to graze past his nose. But the spectacle was far from over, as the following scene widened Dai Mubai's eyes in astonishment. At the instant Tang San leaped, countless strands of blue silvergrass, swirling beneath his feet, shot out like the tentacles of an octopus, ensnaring Dai Mubai and leaving him no chance to breathe, effectively wrapping him up like a zongzi. The blue silvergrass, which had been pursuing Dai Mubai from behind, arrived at that moment, one strand after another entwining around him, forming a protective layer akin to a cocoon, binding him tightly and rendering him immobile. With Tang San infusing his soul power, the resilience of the blue-silver grass reached unprecedented heights, making it exceedingly difficult for even Dai Mubai to break free. Helplessly, he gazed at the smiling Tang San, internally lamenting, "Those who play with control have such devious hearts." Then, Tang San's third spirit ring illuminated, casting a purple halo that spiraled in the air. Under the curious gaze of all, a vast blue net descended from above, measuring approximately 5 meters in length and 3 meters in width, enveloping Dai Mubai entirely. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Dai Mubai found himself ensconced in yet another layer of blue silvergrass. At this juncture, he had been bound in 3 layers of blue silvergrass, completely ensnared except for his exposed head, rendering his arms immobile and incapable of slicing through the thick strands encircling him. His feet, too, remained trapped, akin to being ensnared in a quagmire, leaving him utterly unable to move. Thus, the mighty battle soul master Dai Mubai was transformed into an unyielding weeble. Nevertheless, Dai Mubai was not one to concede easily. He unleashed a brilliant white light from within, striving to disperse the encircling blue silvergrass. But the sheer number of strands was overwhelming. A single chopstick is easily broken, but what of 10? Countless blue silvergrass strands negated his attacks time and again. The audience witnessed Dai Mubai erupting with powerful white light, repeatedly attempting to extricate himself from the bindings, only to be thwarted by the blue silvergrass, which not only repelled him but also caused him self-inflicted harm, leaving numerous wounds on his body. His already tattered clothing was entirely shredded, exposing his muscular physique to the air. Seeing Dai Mubai still trying to struggle, Tang Sen tightened his grip, causing the layers of blue silvergrass to contract, the outermost web tightening and leaving Dai Mubai gasping for breath. Simultaneously, this outer layer released a thick, white adhesive, sticking Dai Mubai to the blue silvergrass in an intimate embrace. Dai Mubai's repeated struggles proved futile. As the time for the white tiger's transformation waned, his body began to shrink, and the sudden change overwhelmed him, causing his bones to crack audibly, sending shivers down everyone's spine. All right, enough. The master stepped forward hastily, concerned that Dai Mubai might be harmed further. Tang San, equally worried, rushed to Dai Mubai's side, gently caressing the blue silvergrass, which instantly transformed into soul power and flowed into his palm. The blue silver grass vanished in an instant, leaving Dai Mubai to tumble heavily to the ground, making a rather intimate contact with the earth. Tang San, with a concerned expression, asked, "Are you all right?" As he spoke, he retrieved a garment from the 24 bridges on the moonlit night and handed it to Dai Mubai. At this moment, Dai Mubai lay on the ground, his clothes in tatters and his hair disheveled, a far cry from the dashing figure he once was. Coughing up sand, Dai Mubai propped himself up and unhesitatingly accepted Tang San's garment, hastily donning it. The master approached, observing the dejected Dai Mubai, offering a sympathetic glance without further explanations. "You are indeed pitiable." Tang San smiled faintly. "Mubai, my apologies." Dai Mubai ignored him, turning away in frustration, muttering, "Those who play with control have such devious hearts." The crowd, amused, heard the master clear his throat and declare, "Just now, classmate Dai Mubai demonstrated his astounding defensive capabilities and resilience to injury. This underscores the necessity for all of us to prioritize physical training. Otherwise, when faced with control-type soul masters like Tang Lu and Tang San, one might suffer greatly." Dai Mubai chimed in, "I couldn't agree more." The master then glanced at the battered and gasping Dai Mubai, whose state was evidently one of exhaustion, and calmly stated, "Mubai is not in optimal condition, so his duties shall be temporarily suspended." The master's decision was motivated by concern for Dai Mubai's well-being, as the fierce encounters with Tang Lu and Tang San had nearly depleted his soul power, leaving him with little strength to contend with the remaining 5 opponents. Dai Mubai cast a grateful look towards the master. Had the battle continued, he would likely have resorted to close combat. The crowd buzzed with excitement, for none wished to face the formidable Dai Mubai. This was the intimidation he exuded, even in his current state. Observing the eager faces around him, the master shot them a cold glance. "Do not think that just because the battle has concluded, I will let you off easily. There is still ample time, and the lesson has not ended. I will now assign you physical training. At the entrance of the academy, there are stones and baskets prepared for each of you. You will all carry them while running, and you must not use your soul power throughout." Dai Mubai inquired, "How far will we run, and how many laps?" The master replied nonchalantly, "Run from Shrek Academy to Soto City, a total of 10 laps. Tang San, you will run 12 laps. Tang Lu, 14 laps." He glanced at Dai Mubai, recalling the earlier battle and shaking his head, choosing not to impose additional laps on him. "Why?" Tang Lu and Tang San exclaimed in unison. Bewildered, they clearly won. Why must they run extra laps? The master cast a brief glance at the 2 individuals. For the victor must bear the burden. Such is the simplicity of the matter. Chapter 156, Weight Training. Tang Lu and Tang San opened their mouths, yet the words became lodged in their throats, unspoken, for regardless of their arguments, the final say rested with the master. With no other choice, the 2 despondently exited, embarking on their splendid physical training. Dai Mubai stood in place, reveling in their misfortune, laughing to himself. "You thought you could defeat me, huh? Now look at the predicament you're in. What are you laughing about? Do you wish to run a few more laps? The master glared fiercely at Dai Mubai. Startled, Dai Mubai quickly followed behind them, running outside. The master raised his head once more, his gaze impassively sweeping over the remaining 5. And you? Why are you still here? Hurry up and catch up. If you don't finish running today, there will be no lunch. The 5 exchanged glances, and Oscar and Ning Rongrong were the first to dash out, having prior experience. Seeing someone take the initiative, Ma Hongjun and Xiao Wu hurried to follow, with Zhu Zhuqing bringing up the rear. Observing their departing figures, a rare smile graced the usually stoic face of the master as he softly remarked, "You're still too young." Dai Mubai, with a serious demeanor, addressed Tang Lu and Tang San. "Isn't the master being unreasonable? Look, you both won and yet still have to run so many laps." He feigned an expression of deep sorrow. If it weren't for Tang Lu and Tang San's keen eyes, they might have been deceived by his exceptional acting skills. Tang Lu rolled his eyes at him. "Stop pretending. You're overjoyed inside. I can see you secretly wishing for us to run 20 laps. We're brothers, after all." Dai Mubai patted his chest. After pondering for a moment, Tang San spoke up. "I thought about it, and I believe the master has his reasons for arranging this. Brother, don't be angry. Trust the master's judgment." Tang Lu wiped away a tear. "Xiao San, you're actually speaking up for him. Am I not your real brother?" Tang San shrugged, helplessly raising his hands. "Even if you're my brother, it doesn't change the fact that we must run these laps. It's better to think of a good reason to alleviate our frustrations." Dai Mubai clapped his hands. "Brilliant." Tang Lu raised his head slightly, as if Tang San's reasoning made some sense. The distance from the academy to Suatua City was not far, only about 3 to 4 kilometers. If they were to employ their soul power, a round trip could be completed in half an hour. However, the master had stipulated that they could not use their soul power during the journey, and completing the arduous 40-kilometer trek while burdened was indeed a daunting challenge. At the academy's entrance, Tang Lu and his companions met up with Xiao Wu and the others, all gazing in disbelief at the stones and baskets laid out before them. Each basket contained stones of varying sizes, some quite small, while others were enormous. Every basket had its name inscribed upon it, a prior arrangement by the master. Overall, the stones in the boys' baskets were significantly heavier than those in the girls', which were mostly smaller stones, yet still weighed around 20 to 30 pounds. Running without soul power? Isn't that asking for our lives? Ma Hongjun lamented, rubbing his protruding belly. Completing 10 laps at his own weight without using soul power would already leave him breathless. And now he was expected to carry such heavy stones, an almost insurmountable challenge. Dai Mubai patted him on the shoulder. "A man must not claim defeat. Come on, Tangle. Lend a hand." As he spoke, he hoisted his own basket, which bore remarkably large stones. However, for someone of his battle spirit lineage, it was not particularly difficult. "All right, be careful." Tang Lu supported the bottom of the basket, allowing Dai Mubai to secure it on his back. Once Dai Mubai had the basket on his back, he jumped on the spot, an expression of delight on his face. "This feels pretty good." Ma Hongjun smirked. "Dai Lauda, are you some kind of monster? It seems that Xiao Ao has the best deal. His stones are considerably lighter than mine." Xiao Wu shot him an exasperated glare. "Oscar is a support type. How can you even compare? Why not compare yourself to Go and Sango?" As she spoke, Xiao Wu pointed toward the baskets bearing Tang Lu and Tang San's names. Tang Li's basket contained the largest stones among the group, composed of a solid block of granite. The uneven surface alone was intimidating, let alone the thought of carrying it for 14 laps. Tang San stones were the third heaviest in the group, filled with various sizes of rocks, stacked to the brim. Ma Hongjun shrank back, clicking his tongue. "They are monsters, not like me." Tang Lu chuckled. "All right, it's getting late. Everyone, let us set off." Then, he and Tang San both hoisted their bamboo baskets, running a few steps before their expressions turned grim, clearly indicating that this task was not as easily accomplished as hoped. Dai Mubai, undeterred, continued running until he realized just how heavy the task truly was. "Xiao Gang, are you putting the children in a difficult position?" Though the new authority often comes with strictness, Flinders stood by, looking troubled. Observing the 8 figures at the entrance, the master replied calmly, "One must endure hardship to rise above others. If they do not face challenges while young, How can we expect them to achieve greatness in the future? Flinder grimaced. But this task is too burdensome. The round trip from our academy to Suatawa City is about 4 kilometers. You want them to run 10 laps without using soul power? Isn't that putting them in a predicament? The master's brow arched, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. Do not worry. I care for these children more than you do. Just wait and see. After this, I believe they will gain something truly profound. Profound gains? Flinder murmured, shaking his head in admonition. I warn you, if anything happens to the children, I will not spare you. And with the academy's finances tight, be careful. We can't have the academy collapsing before the kids even graduate. The master remained silent, his gaze fixed on the distant figures of the 8 young men and women. Filled with anticipation, he hoped that through this training, they would truly grasp the essence of teamwork, as this was not merely a test of physical endurance, but an opportunity to forge deep bonds and create a genuine team. Chapter 157. Simplified Footwork. Had they been allowed to use their soul power, completing 10 laps would have taken merely half a day. However, the prohibition against employing any soul power forced them to confront the harsh realities of life. After just a few hundred meters, their shoulders were already chafed red by the vine-like baskets. Leading the pack were the physically strongest, Tang Lu, Tang San, and Dai Mubai. Yet, even they, the most physically capable among them, were drenched in sweat, beads of perspiration continuously dripping from their foreheads. Bringing up the rear were Oscar, Ma Hongjun, and Ning Rongrong, whose physical conditions were comparatively weaker. They had fallen severely behind, already 100 meters adrift from Tang Lu. This is not sustainable. If we continue like this without using soul power, none of us will be able to endure it. Tang Lu deliberately slowed his pace to run alongside Tang, San, and Dai Mubai, panting as he spoke. Dai Mubai nodded slightly, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead. However, both you and Tang, San needed to run more laps than us, so it would be wise to hurry and run. Otherwise, we would miss lunch today. Tang San turned to observe the leisurely pace of the others behind him, and, sensing something amiss, furrowed his brow. No, if we continue at this pace, none of us will complete our laps. Brother Mubai, let us take a moment to rest. Oscar, they're too far behind us. Dongrenuded, as he had something he wished to discuss with everyone. Daimobeth also slowed his pace, and the 3 stood together ahead, waiting. Soon, Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu from the center of the group caught up, followed by Oscar, Ning Rongrong, and others successfully rejoining the team. Oscar wiped the sweat from his brow and inquired, puzzled, Tang San, why have you stopped? Tang San explained, I believe our teacher's task is not merely to run these 10 laps, but to test our teamwork and the collective spirit of all 8 of us. Therefore, we cannot run separately. We must learn to collaborate as a team so that we all have the opportunity to accomplish our tasks. Dai Mubai nodded, suspecting that Tang San was indeed correct. Master has posed us a challenge, hasn't he? Upon hearing Tang San's analysis, everyone suddenly understood. Tang Lu added, if that's the case, we must reasonably distribute the stones we carry. Each person's 10 stones should be determined by their physical capabilities. Ma Hongjun is just within his limit, while Oscar and Ning Rongrong are far beyond what they can bear. As for myself, along with Xiao, San, and Mubai, we can fully manage our burdens, so you should place the stones into our baskets. While speaking, Tang Lu reached for the basket behind Oscar, but Oscar swiftly sidestepped, smilingly replying, no need, I'm not too tired yet. It's just a bit strenuous. After pondering for a moment, Tang Lu suggested, how about this? If any of you can't hold on, just let us know, and we'll come help you coordinate, all right? Everyone nodded in agreement with this notion. However, even with mutual assistance, the challenges they faced remained daunting. Whether they could complete the task was still uncertain. Therefore, Tang Lu promptly said, let me teach you a simple footwork technique that can effectively enhance your speed. This way, we can all accomplish our tasks together. Footwork. Ning Rongrong expressed a hint of interest. Being born into the 7 Treasure glazed tile school, she naturally had some understanding of various techniques. However, since arriving at Shrek Academy, she had never encountered the peculiar methods of Tang Lu and Tang San. Zhu Zhuqing's icy demeanor softened slightly. Having experienced the power of Tang Li's footwork during their battle in the Stardow Forest, She felt curiosity arise within her upon hearing that Tang Lu would impart his technique. Damubai furrowed his brow and, after a brief moment of contemplation, remarked, Tang Lu, we can manage without it. Techniques are already scarce in this world. Is it truly necessary for you to teach us today? Oscar nodded in agreement, fully aware of the significance of techniques, but unwilling to demand something so invaluable. Only Tang Sen smiled faintly, inwardly thinking, what Tang Lu teaches is merely a basic technique. He would share top-tier skills like Ling Bo Wei Bu or Fei Yin Zhou Bai. Just as Tang San suspected, Tang Lu intended to share the fundamentals of Ling Bo Wei Bu. This footwork was simple and easy to learn, greatly enhancing one's speed. Since it was his own method for traversing distances, he would not fully disclose it. Instead, he would only share the most basic aspects, keeping the deeper knowledge to himself. Tang Lu shook his head, a gentle smile gracing his face. It's all right. After all, we are all classmates in the same academy. What could possibly rival our friendship? Besides, what I'm teaching you is merely the surface. I wouldn't dare share the profound aspects. Tang Lu spoke in a light-hearted tone, instantly alleviating the atmosphere. And everyone began to accept it. Who wouldn't want to benefit without cost? If you were to ask everyone in the Dolua continent, they would surely respond affirmatively. Tang Lu clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention, cleared his throat, and announced loudly, what I will teach you is a very simple footwork, characterized by strong continuity. If you misstep, the entire sequence falters. Pay close attention as I demonstrate. With that, he slightly bent his right leg, creating a small distance from his front leg. As the Shrek members lacked the foundation of the carefree heart technique, they needed to learn from the most basic movements. Tang Lu raised his head, taking a deep breath, expelling all weariness and numbness from his limbs. Then, with a push of his right foot, he leaped forward with his left leg, utilizing the force to propel himself. Despite carrying a heavy stone, Tang Lu's movements appeared light and agile, as if he bore no burden at all, effortlessly gliding forward. However, the essence of Ling Bo Wei Bu lay in proper breathing. Unlike Tang Lu, who possessed internal energy assistance, they needed to focus on correct breathing techniques. Tang Lu meticulously outlined these methods, addressing even the questions that perplexed him in his previous life. While demonstrating the footwork, he advised, as you move, maintain a light state, suppressing any soreness or fatigue in your limbs. This technique is intricate, based on the principle of 81 seals. Every 64 hexagrams represent a complete cycle. Do you understand? After elaborating extensively, Tang Lu felt his throat dry as he surveyed the group, noticing their dazed expressions as if they had comprehended everything. Chapter 158. Master Li's Teaching Reluctantly. Tang Lu repeated the instructions several times until he was assured that they grasped the concept sufficiently, and then he initiated practice. Mubai, your steps shouldn't be so large. Rein them in a bit. Yes, just like that. Tang Lu patted Muba's robust thigh, gesturing the optimal distance for his steps. In a flash, he appeared beside Oscar, lightly tapping his head. Little Ao, lift your head, otherwise you might suffocate. Oscar grimaced, I can't, my back hurts. And why is mine different from everyone else's? Tang Lu replied calmly, everyone's body structure is unique, so I have simplified the footwork I'm teaching you. This is the most suitable for you. With enough practice, you'll surely run faster than ordinary soul masters on the battlefield. Oscar perked up at this, knowing that support-type soul masters were essentially targets on the battlefield. Mastering this footwork would enable him to outrun ordinary soul masters. He wasn't sure if it was true, but upon witnessing Tang Li's speed at its peak, he believed. He too wanted to move swiftly. He aspired to reach the pinnacle of life. He wanted to run fast. Oscar reignited his fighting spirit, his eyes burning with fervor as he began to diligently practice step by step according to Tang Li's instructions. Tang Lu nodded in satisfaction, stealthily approaching Ma Hongjun from behind. At that moment, he was still glancing around, looking quite comfortable standing aside. Without warning, Tang Lu delivered a swift tap to his head. Tang Lu casually remarked, why aren't you practicing? Ma Hongjun rubbed his aching head and patted his burgeoning belly, lamenting, every time I jump, I shake thrice. How can I possibly practice? With a hint of exasperation, Tang Lu touched his forehead and advised, if you wish to avoid others' disapproval, you must exert more effort than they do. After delivering this counsel, he patted Ma Hongjun on the shoulder and added with a smile, if you don't want to be looked down upon in the future, now is the time to strive. With that, Tang Lu walked away towards Ning Rongrong, leaving Ma Hongjun in a state of bewilderment. He realized he could no longer comprehend Tang Lu. They were all of the same age. Yet why did he appear so remarkably mature? Setting aside his doubts, Ma Hongjun lifted his gaze to observe Dai Mubai and Oscar, each of them glistening with sweat. Yet their expressions remained steadfast and resolute. Can I truly do this? He pondered, standing there in a daze. Tang Lu, standing behind Ning Rongrong, watched her bounce, and, unable to suppress his amusement, remarked, Ning Rongrong, could you please lengthen your strides a bit? You look quite like a rabbit hopping. Huh? Ning Rongrong blinked her large eyes, clearly still trying to regain her composure. Tang Lu, exasperated, continued, you need to straighten your legs. Don't bend them. We are leaping while you're merely jumping. Hearing his words, Ning Rongrong shyly lowered her head, her cheeks inexplicably flushing, and in a voice only she and Tang Lu could hear, softly protested. But I'm wearing a dress today. I can't jump. As she spoke, she fidgeted with the white long dress she wore. Tang Lu abruptly seized the conversation. Indeed, how could one expect someone in a dress to jump? Dismissing his mischievous thoughts, he began to scrutinize Ning Rongrong, contemplating how to resolve the predicament posed by her troublesome dress. What should he do? This was indeed a significant dilemma for him. Under the unreserved gaze of Tang Lu, her blush deepened, spreading to her ears, and an alluring aura emanated from her. Although she understood Tang, Li's gaze harbored no malice. She couldn't shake off the sensation that he was observing her as one would a mere stone, devoid of any sentiment. Though perplexed by Tang Li's apparent lack of desire, she suddenly had a thought. A golden light bulb flickered above Tang Li's head, and he promptly began to search around his waist amidst the flurry of blossoms. Finally, he unearthed a small whip about 1.5 meters long. This was a whip he usually carried, anticipating that he might need to discipline Tang San, believing his brother would behave when he grew older and that it would no longer be required. Little did he expect it would come in handy today. As Tang Lu grasped the whip, Ning Rongrong instinctively took a small step back, her eyes suddenly glistening, her delicate hands clasped protectively over her chest, and she pitifully inquired, What do you intend to do, Tang Lu? Tang Lu paused, gazing at the flustered Ning Rongrong with a perplexed expression, saying, I'm merely holding a whip. Why are you so frightened? Tang Lu, uninterested in any implications, tossed the whip towards Ning Rongrong. She caught it mid-air, bewildered, and asked, What do you want me to do with this? It's to help you tighten your dress. Tang Lu replied nonchalantly, before hastily departing, leaving Ning Rongrong in a state of utter embarrassment. Now everyone had nearly mastered the rhythm. Once the cadence was established, this simple series of steps could be learned with ease. However, he noticed a classmate struggling with the rhythm, Zhu Zhuqing. The weight upon her chest was rather excessive, causing her to sway with each leap. Yet, she was the most tenacious individual at Shrek Academy, exhibiting an indomitable spirit in every endeavor. Her clothes were nearly bursting, yet she showed no signs of stopping. Originally, Tang Lu believed that only martial prowess could influence the body, but he was astonished to discover that the body could, in turn, affect martial ability. Tang Lu murmured, How intriguing. Standing at the back, he advised, Zhu Zhuqing, tone down your movements. The fluctuations are too pronounced and will impede your performance. Tang Li's words had a modicum of effect, transforming the tumultuous waves into gentle ripples. However, Zhu Zhuqing's beautiful eyes were fixed on the already far ahead Dai Mubai, a flicker of unwillingness crossing her gaze. Among the group, if one were to identify the best performers, it would undoubtedly be Tang San and Xiao Wu. Tang San, without a doubt, was a prodigy of the Tang Sect, having fully comprehended the Tang Sect's ultimate technique, the ghost shadow perplexing tracking. As for Xiao Wu, her physique was inherently suited for activities like jumping, especially with Tang San, her attentive older brother, guiding her. The duo's understanding accelerated remarkably. Tang Lu, ever observant, noted that as Tang San executed the simplified steps of the Lingbo Weibo he had taught, a hint of the ghost shadow, perplexing, tracking began to emerge within his movements. Had he managed to merge the two techniques? What a genius! What are these little rascals doing? Why aren't they running laps as instructed, but rather bouncing about? A voice filled with skepticism emanated from a small hill belonging to Flender, surrounded by the Academy's faculty, including Zhao Wujin and Yu Xiaojiang. They formed a supervisory team, tasked with ensuring that no cheating occurred during the exercise. If one thought they could discreetly utilize soul power to evade their watchful eyes, they were gravely mistaken. With 12 pairs of eyes observing, even the slightest movement would not go unnoticed, let alone covertly employing soul energy. Seize them and punish them on the spot, Zhao Wujin remarked. It seems that Tang Lu is teaching them something. Master nodded in agreement, a hint of resignation in his voice. He is instructing them in his unique footwork technique. How could I have overlooked this? Does this count as cheating? Flender inquired, glancing back. Master shrugged. Did you see them using soul power? Flender's words caught in his throat. It appeared they truly had not cheated. Master observed Tang Lu, who was diligently guiding the others in practicing their footwork. His methods do not require soul power. They are merely techniques. Zhao Wujin, scratching his head, chuckled. This batch of youngsters is quite interesting. Flender raised his chin slightly. Let us see what performance they deliver. Everyone, keep pace with my rhythm. It is crucial to maintain this sense of timing. Do not fall out of step with the group. And if you find it challenging to keep up, let me know. The small team gradually advanced, each carrying baskets of varying sizes, their faces glistening with sweat. Yet their expressions remained resolute. Leading the charge was Tang Lu, who occasionally turned back to provide guidance. Trailing behind him were Tang San and Dai Mubai. According to prior expectations, Tang San's stamina could not possibly rival Dai Mubai's. However, Tang San, the prodigy, flawlessly combined the footwork Tang Lu had taught with his ghost shadow perplexing tracking, crafting an enhanced version that sent his speed soaring. Although Dai Mubai's skills did not reach the exquisite level of Tang San, he was nonetheless satisfactory. Compared to his previous pace, he had made considerable progress. What frustrated him was that Tang San was inexplicably ahead of him. Following Dai Mubai were Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. Xiao Wu's steps were remarkably light yet steady, making her the most proficient among the group aside from Tang Le and Tang San. As for Zhu Zhuqing, her speed could have been faster, but due to personal reasons, her pace involuntarily slowed, placing her in the middle of the line. Bringing up the rear were the familiar trio of Ning Rongrong, Ao Sika, and Ma Hongjuan. Although they could not match the others, their speed had significantly improved compared to before, and after mastering the breathing technique taught by Tang Le, the fatigue in their bodies had greatly diminished. Ning Rongrong tied her entire white skirt with a leather strap, fashioning it into what resembled shorts, revealing her long, fair legs, which captivated Ao Sika, who followed closely behind her. Thanks to Tang Le's unique method, everyone's speed had undoubtedly increased, with Ma Hongjuan showing the most noticeable improvement. Being somewhat portly, he had previously struggled to keep steady and often lagged at the back, but now he was nearly catching up at the end of the line. Tang Le only dared to share superficial techniques with them. He had no intention of divulging the precise steps of the Lingbo Weibo just yet. Just a little longer. The academy is not far ahead. Tang Le shouted with all his might from the front, his loud voice invigorating the other 7, instantly lifting their spirits. The gates of the academy gradually appeared in their sight, where Master and Faland had been patiently waiting. They were about to complete their first lap. Seeing the children's figures, Master smiled faintly, rolled up his sleeves, and placed a large bucket of water on a small table. He then filled a bowl with a substantial amount of water using a prepared spoon. This was not ordinary water, but salt water that Master had specifically prepared. This diluted salt water could quench thirst and provide a small amount of energy. Replenishing adequate salt water after excessive sweating could maintain the balance of substances within the body. As Master had said, if anything were to happen to the children, he would be the most worried. One by one, the 8 of them arrived at the academy gate, where Master eagerly presented them with small bowls. However, each person could only drink 1 cup of diluted salt water, and after refilling with warm water, Master hurried them on their way. Under the mournful gazes of the 8, they commenced their task journey once more. After consuming a few cups of water, they had replenished the moisture and salt in their bodies, and their complexions improved considerably. Yet, the gentle sun overhead emitted an unexpected intensity, causing them to sweat profusely, scorching the earth like a fiery ball, complicating the difficulty of their task. Watching the 8 children fade into the distance, Master S' previously stern demeanor softened, and he promptly urged Zhao Wuji to bring more water. Under Master S' watchful eye, the figures of the 8 children reappeared in his line of sight. Compared to their initial run, the most notable change was the heat radiating from their bodies. Sweat poured from their foreheads, dripping onto the ground. With each successive lap, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th, they felt their legs growing increasingly sore, their bodies weighed down as if filled with lead. Each step became an arduous endeavor, and the distance of a few kilometers now seemed as daunting as climbing to the heavens. "Are you all right?" Tongla called back. Noticing Ning Rongrong's face had turned pale, Ma Hongjuan gritted his teeth and replied, "I'm fine. I can hold on a bit longer." In the past, he would have given up long ago, but Tongla's earlier words had touched him. If you don't want to be looked down upon by others in the future, strive hard now. Even he himself was unaware of where he found the strength to persist, nor from where such resolute conviction emerged. Perhaps this was what people referred to as potential. At this moment, Ning Rongrong was indeed in a poor state. Her complexion had darkened, and her legs felt as if they were mired in quicksand, making it difficult to move. The basket on her back felt as heavy as a mountain. Nevertheless, she did not utter a word of complaint nor falter in her pace. Fearing she could not continue, she clenched her fists tightly, unaware that her nails had pierced her skin, drawing blood. Tongla slowed his pace, moving from the front to the back of the line, saying to Ning Rongrong, "Let me help you. There are just 2 laps left to finish. Hold on for a little longer." Ning Rongrong nodded through gritted teeth, accepting Tongla's kindness, knowing she could no longer endure alone. Continuing in this manner would likely impede the group's overall speed. Dai Mubai and Tong San also extended their assistance to Ma Hongjuan and Ao Sika, and this time, all 3 accepted without hesitation, seamlessly passing the stones from their backs. Tongla purposely selected the largest stone from Ning Rongrong's basket and placed it into his own, alleviating her burden significantly. She breathed a sigh of relief, her tense calves relaxing. However, Tongla's own load became heavier, increasing from 25 kilograms to 30. Yet he expressed no grievances, maintaining a gentle smile. Tong San and Dai Mubai were also struggling. Their weights had escalated from 15 kilograms to 20. The sudden tripling of their load caused their pace to unknowingly slow. The group displayed remarkable unity, all 8 running in sync to ensure they could swiftly assist one another in times of difficulty. With the weight lifted, Ao Sika felt as if he could almost soar, his body feeling liberated. The gates of Shrek Academy loomed ahead, the 9th lap drawing near. They had been running for a full 2 hours, and the sun had reached its zenith. Exhaustion weighed heavily upon them, yet no one voiced their fatigue. Perhaps they had unknowingly fostered a sense of camaraderie, a collective understanding that could only be forged through repeated challenges. Perhaps this was what Master wished for them to comprehend. Each of their breaths grew more labored, their parched lips revealing the severity of their dehydration, while the sun relentlessly scorched them, mercilessly extracting moisture from their bodies. A flurry of footsteps echoed as the 8 returned to their original starting point. Master had been waiting there for quite some time, handing out water without uttering a word, treating them as if they were strangers. As before, each could only drink 1 cup of salt water and 1 cup of warm water. Even though their current state was far from optimal, the rules remained unchanged. The 8 resumed their journey, with only 1 lap remaining for them to complete their task, while Tongla had 5 laps left and Tong San 3. The finish line lay just ahead, igniting an unprecedented fervor within each heart. The experience of laboring through hardship, soon to achieve the fruits of their efforts, was something they had never encountered before. It is often said that only the fruits of one's own diligent labor are truly the most exquisite. Perhaps from this moment forth, they will engrave this truth into the depths of their hearts. Everyone, let us persevere. The finish line is near. Tang Lu, with his already hoarse throat, shouted with fervor. consistently encouraging the 7 companions throughout their ordeal. Whenever any situation arose, he was invariably the first to extend a helping hand. This 12-year-old boy left an indelible impression in their minds, a towering figure they could not quite comprehend. What was it that let Tang lose such magnetism? Perhaps it was the accumulation of small gestures over time. A sudden cry pierced the air as Ma Hongjun, losing his balance, stumbled and fell, leaving crimson wounds on his knees and hands. "Are you all right?" Tang San hastily helped him to his feet, brushing off the lime dust from his clothes. Facing the concerned gazes of his companions, Ma Hongjun shook his head, gritting his teeth. "I'm fine. I can endure." Yet, the sight of his bloodied knee prompted Dai Mubai to proactively reach into his basket, transferring all 10 stones he had into his own. "Dai Laoda. You don't need to," Ma Hongjun attempted to protest, but Dai Mubai interjected, "Fatty, you have already exerted yourself greatly. Leave the rest to me." Ma Hongjun could not help but insist, "But I can truly manage." Tang Sen waved his hand. "All right, let's not waste more time. The finish line of the 10th lap is just ahead. Let us hurry." Dai Mubai extended a hand towards Zhu Zhuqing. "Zhuqing, give me your burden as well." At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing was already drenched in sweat, her clothing clinging to her form. With her physique developed considerably more than that of other girls, she displayed an impressive figure, yet Dai Mubai had no time to appreciate it. After a moment of hesitation, Zhu Zhuqing handed over a medium-sized stone from her basket. Overjoyed, Dai Mubai accepted it, placing it into his own basket. He refrained from taking a larger stone, knowing it represented Zhu Zhuqing's final stubbornness. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong and Oscar had already been drained by Tang Lu and Tang San, now carrying empty wooden baskets that made their running significantly lighter. "Xiao Wu, hand yours over to me." Tang San gently brushed Xiao Wu's damp hair, soaked with perspiration. Xiao Wu had been persevering throughout, and Tang San's heart ached for her. "No, brother, it's unnecessary." Xiao Wu shook her head. "Nonsense. Look at how exhausted you are. Listen to your brother and give it to me." Tang San feigned anger, playfully tapping her nose. Xiao Wu nodded, relinquishing half of the stones from her basket to Tang San, significantly lightening her load. However, as she took a step forward, she almost felt herself lift off the ground, her lightness momentarily disorienting her. Turning back, she saw Tang Lu had taken the remaining stones from his own basket, smiling as he said, "Do not forget, you have more than one brother." At that moment, Xiao Wu felt as if a gentle stream was nourishing her spirit. She gazed at the beaming Tang Lu and then at the tenderly supportive Tang San. Tears welled up in her eyes, cascading down to her lips as she sweetly smiled. "Yes, I have more than one brother." With habitual ease, they prepared for the next challenge. Tang Lu cleared his throat, sprinting to the front of the line, using his now heated voice to uplift everyone's spirits. "The 10th lap is within our reach. Let us give our all." Everyone summoned their stored strength, running forward with determined strides, their chests swelling with pride, as if to showcase their accomplishment to the master. They advanced step by step, the mere 10 meters seeming both distant and close. Tang Lu was the first to cross the finish line, his face illuminated by a proud smile. Soon followed by Dai Mubai, Tang San, Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, Oscar, Ning Rongrong, and Ma Hongjun, each completing their burdensome task. The master smiled. Well done, well done. Your performance has greatly exceeded my expectations." Dai Mubai stood tall, surveying his companions. "That is because we have always believed we could succeed. It is this conviction that has carried us through. The perseverance and mutual support among us are indispensable." The master regarded Dai Mubai with appreciation, nodding in satisfaction. Then he glanced at Tang Lu and Tang San, who were squatting beside a barrel, drinking water. "You two have not yet completed your laps and will miss lunch. You will have to see about the afternoon," he declared. "If you do not finish by this afternoon, you shan't eat." Dai Mubai opened his mouth in surprise. He had not anticipated that the master would require Tang Lu and Tang San to continue running. Even Flinder, standing behind the master, felt a pang of sympathy and whispered to him, "Xiao Gang, perhaps it is enough. Let the children rest." However, the master resolutely refused, his tone unwavering. "Rules are rules. Goals are goals. If not completed, you too shall not eat this afternoon. Everyone gazed at the master in astonishment, unable to fathom his apparent lack of compassion. After running 10 laps, they were nearly exhausted, and now Tang Lu and Tang San were expected to run 12 and 14 laps, respectively. Had it not been for Tang San being a cherished disciple of the master, they might have thought he was intentionally making things difficult for them. Tang Lu wiped the droplets from the corner of his mouth, forcing his aching legs to stand, and said coldly, "The master is right. This is our task to complete." Without another word, he returned to the track. Tang San seized the opportunity to drink some warm water, feeling rejuvenated as the liquid coursed down his throat. Following Tang Lu's lead, he began to jog again, under the watchful eyes of his companions. "Tang Lu, Tang San, I will run with you," Dai Mubai declared without hesitation, joining them side by side. "Tang Lu has said we are a team. We must remain united throughout." At that moment, Ning Rongrong stepped forward, dragging her weary body to join them. Although she was fatigued, a resolute spirit buoyed her. One inspired another, and soon the collective morale surged. Even a master felt a flicker of emotion. Xiao Wu dashed to Tang Lu and Tang San's side, her disheveled braids dancing in the wind. "Brother, I will accompany you." Familiar faces appeared. Oscar, Ma Hongjun, they all rallied together, and even the usually stoic Zhu Zhuqing quietly positioned herself at the back of the line, silently supporting them. As more and more joined their ranks, Tang Lu felt a warm wave of camaraderie wash over him, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Observing the 8 young men and women re-entering their familiar track, the master bestowed a rare smile upon them, softly stating, "They have truly grasped the essence of teamwork." Flender sighed. "Xiao Gang, why must you be so resolute? Your good intentions only make you seem unyielding." The master shook his head, self-deprecatingly responding, "Am I not inherently unyielding?" Flender chose silence, wisely refraining from pursuing the topic further. Their task resumed, yet compared to before, their pace had noticeably slowed. The overwhelming exertion left their legs aching and their arms feeling as though they had turned rigid. With every step they attempted, excruciating pain compelled them to retract their feet. Dai Mubai silently accompanied Tang Lu and the others on their run, though he did not vocalize his fatigue. The rigidity of his facial muscles and the awkwardness of his strides betrayed his less-than-ideal condition. His footsteps were heavy, each one leaving a deep imprint in the muddy ground. Oscar and Ma Hongjun supported each other, gasping for air, their chests rising and falling violently. Their bodies were already nearing exhaustion, and each step further exacerbated their plight. Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing held hands, synchronously propelling themselves forward. "Tang Lu, return the stones on your back to us. You and Tang San still have many more laps to run. If this continues, you will not be able to endure." Ning Rongrong expressed her concern. Without the burden, they would find it much easier, and Tang Lu and Tang San had already borne the weight for so long. It was high time they contributed as well. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement, hastily seizing the stones from Tang Lu and Tang San without waiting for their consent. Observing Ning Rongrong deliberately selecting a larger stone, Tang Lu found himself momentarily taken aback. Perhaps her nature was not as irksome as he had thought. "Ma Ongjun, Xiao Wu, you have taken the stones belonging to Tang San's basket," Tang San remarked, not refusing the assistance. If he continued to carry the weight alone, the burden of over 30 kilograms would make every step a struggle, and he might not finish the run at all. At long last, the long-awaited finish line came into view once more, though hands remained raised at a distance, observing them with a detached demeanor. Noticing the alteration in the stones within their baskets, their expressions softened significantly, yet they remained silent. The 11th lap is complete. The group took this opportunity to hydrate, each sip of warm water soothing their parched throats, seemingly alleviating some of the internal heat. After a brief respite, the 8 individuals resumed their journey. Upon completing this lap, they would have run a total of 12 laps. However, Tang Lu still had 2 laps remaining. This meant that after they finished, Tang Lu would need to continue on his own, leading them to assign an unkind label to the master during class. Chapter 162, Never Abandon. Never give up after a relentless run. They reached the outskirts of Suatua City. Gazing at the distant city walls, they knew they were nearing their destination. They had successfully completed half a lap, and if they could endure a little longer, they would finish the 12 laps. Suddenly, Dai Mubai stumbled forward, feeling his legs lose strength and nearly fell. However, Tang Lu swiftly stepped in to steady him. "Mubai, are you all right?" Tang Lu asked with concern. Normally, Dai Mubai would never exhibit such weakness, yet his body was now excessively fatigued, and he bore the heaviest load among the group. "Iem fine." Dai Mubai exhaled heavily, using Tang Li's shoulder for support as he regained his footing. "Dai Lauda, can you still go on?" "Ma ongajun inquired." Dai Mubai chuckled dismissively. "A man cannot say he cannot. Let us continue." Observing Dai Mubai's pale complexion, Tang Lu felt a pang of guilt and unhesitatingly transferred the 15-kilogram stone from behind Dai Mubai into his own basket. Feeling an unexpected lightness in his body, Dai Mubai turned. "What are you doing?" As he spoke, he reached out to reclaim the stone. However, Tang Lu deftly placed it in his basket, replying, "Mubai, you are aware of your current condition. Do not push yourself. Leave the rest to me." Dai Mubai's lips moved, but the words remained lodged in his throat. Following suit, Tang San also took a stone the size of 2 palms from behind him and added it to his own basket. The previous burden of 20 kilograms suddenly increased to 25. Dai Mubai gazed at Tang San, his heart filled with gratitude, and he nodded heavily in acknowledgement. "Brother, sometimes it is that simple." After this brief interlude, the 8 continued onward, traversing the expansive fields until they finally reached a plain. Each step was laborious, sustained solely by their unwavering resolve. Sweat drenched their garments, clinging to their skin like they had just emerged from a swim. The 8 were utterly spent, gasping for breath and drenched in perspiration. Tang Lu led the group, with the others following closely behind, none straying from the path. Breathing was a challenge. Their noses were lined with dark circles, their chests felt constricted, and their legs were as heavy as if mired in mud. The faint sound of shoes scraping against the sand accompanied the steady drips of sweat falling onto the fine gravel. Sweat cascaded down Tang Li's face like a skydiver, plummeting towards the ground. Can we truly not continue? Each of them had entertained thoughts of surrender, yet they firmly believed in their ability to persevere. With only 1 kilometer remaining, Dai Mubai collapsed, and Tang Lu rushed to support him, urging him onward. In the final 800 meters, both Ma Hongjun and Oscar fainted, leaving Tang San to assist them, one under each arm. In the last 500 meters, Ning Rongrong succumbed, and Tang Lu carried her. As they approached the final 300 meters, Zhu Zhuqing began to waver, and Dai Mubai, despite his fatigue, offered his support. In the final 200 meters, Xiao Wu ultimately could not hold on any longer and fainted. Tang San gritted his teeth, laboriously carrying both Oscar and Ma Hongjun. Thus, they staggered forward, alternating between falling and lifting one another, inching closer to the finish line. Outside the gates of Shrek Academy, the master and Flander awaited anxiously, their resolute expressions unable to conceal the glimmer of tears in their eyes as they witnessed the children's steadfast approach. "Please set me down." "Tang Lu," came Ning Rongrong's feeble voice from his back, her delicate fingers lightly tapping his arm, signaling that she was not in dire straits. "It's all right. I can manage." Tang Lu gritted his teeth, continuing to carry her step by step. Ning Rongrong was now so weak that she appeared almost unrecognizable. If set down, she would likely collapse after only a few steps. Ma Hongjun and Oscar regained consciousness, willingly releasing Tang San's shoulder, and helped each other forward, leaving ample space for Tang San and Xiao Wu. Zhu Zhuqing, though alert, did not relinquish her grip on Dai Mubai's shoulder, clinging tightly as they moved forward together. They traversed 100 meters in 10 minutes, 50 meters in 15 minutes, and continued to inch closer, slowly covering 30, 25, and 20 meters. They could see the master's strained visage and Flander's reddened eyes. Witnessing their mutual support, the master felt tears welling up, reminiscent of years past when he, too, had relied on the camaraderie of his young charges. Just 10 meters from the finish line, Ma Hongjun and Oscar suddenly collapsed without warning, their vision blurring. Tang San, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Dai Mubai consecutively fell, leaving only Tang Lu and the unconscious Ning Rongrong. Observing Tang Li's arduous steps forward, the master smiled, his face radiating satisfaction. At last, he reached the gates of the Shrek Academy, carrying Ning Rongrong on his back. Seeing the master's beaming smile, Tang Lu also smiled vacantly. He had finally persevered. Suddenly, with a thud, Tang Lu collapsed to the ground, causing Ning Rongrong to faint as well. His body trembled slightly, his long, jet-black hair cascading onto the ground, sweat dripping steadily from his forehead. Ning Rongrong gasped for air, her cherry lips moving faintly. Witnessing the 8 individuals sprawled on the ground, the master wore a subtle smile. Flinder, having approached at some point, exclaimed in anger, "Xiao Gang, look at what you've done to the children. They are utterly exhausted. Is this the outcome you desired?" The master quickly regained his composure, replying calmly, "Did you not see that they have unconsciously developed a tacit understanding? Are you not satisfied with this result?" Flinder sighed, "I am satisfied. But you cannot treat the children's bodies like this." The master reassured him, "Their bodies are perfectly fine. This was all anticipated. Tomorrow, I will return to you a group of lively children, so rest assured." The master smiled serenely. Chapter 163. A Million-Year Soul Ring? All right, it's time to get busy. Flinder called out to Zhao Wujia, hastily lifting Tang Lu and the others off the ground. The master cautioned, "Make sure to use warm water. Cold water will lessen the efficacy of the medicine." Flinder replied, "Understood. You can rest easy." As Tang Lu opened his heavy eyelids, he found himself submerged in a basin filled with not ordinary water, but a dark green liquid. A strong medicinal fragrance wafted into his nostrils, instantly providing a sense of relief. As he attempted to pull his hand out to assess his condition, the soreness in his arm dissuaded him from doing so. He raised his head, bewildered, and saw that around him were Tang San, Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun, all bare-chested, their clothes stripped away, fully immersed in the medicinal liquid. Tang Lu seemed to be the first to awaken among them, while the others remained unconscious, unaware of what had transpired. Instinctively glancing down, Tang Lu confirmed his own attire had also been removed. Stirring the bottom of the basin with his fingers, he felt something and flicked his finger, causing several dark plant roots to float to the surface. He recognized the roots as a medicinal herb called Huan Shunjin, known for alleviating muscle soreness, making it the perfect remedy for Tang Lu and his companions after their recent exertion. Tang Lu discerned that most of the herbs at the bottom of the basin were common ones used to nourish and invigorate the body, which, while prevalent in his past life, were relatively rare in Doluwa Dalu. Gradually, as the medicinal water nourished him, Tang Li's hands began to tingle, and the pressure in his arms dissipated. With the passage of time, the pain he initially felt in his hands had subsided. After massaging his muscles to confirm there were no significant issues, Tang Lu slowly relaxed, fully immersing himself in the medicinal water to maximize its benefits. The temperature was pleasantly warm, and he luxuriated in the soothing sensation it provided. After a few minutes of indulgence, Tang Lu emerged from the basin, each movement executed with utmost caution to avoid waking the still slumbering Tang San and the others. He quickly retrieved his clothing from his soul guide and hurriedly dressed. Upon stepping outside, he noticed a piece of white paper affixed to the door, inscribed in black ink. After waking, head to the dining hall for a meal. With a rumbling stomach after a long day, Tang Lu swiftly made his way to the dining hall. Once outside, he realized that night had fallen, enveloping the world in darkness. A gentle breeze caressed his face as he inhaled the fresh air, stretching his tense shoulders, and he walked with a light step, savoring the tranquility of the night. Upon reaching the dining hall, he found it empty except for the master, who sat alone at a table, lighting a candle and perusing some documents by its faint glow. Hearing Tang Lu's crisp footsteps, the master closed the book and turned to meet his gaze. "Xiaodu, you're awake. Come, have some dinner." The master's face lit up with a warm smile at the sight of Tang Lu. Tang Lu nodded and entered, taking a seat. Dinner was exceptionally lavish, featuring the master's carefully prepared bone soup, an array of fruits, and several plump, white steamed buns. The master smiled with satisfaction. "You all performed remarkably well today, far exceeding my expectations. I never imagined you would all manage to run 12 laps." Tang Lu waved his hand dismissively, popping a bun into his mouth. This is all thanks to everyone's effort. The master raised an eyebrow, his smile unwavering. I know this is largely your achievement. You need to downplay it. Without the techniques you imparted, how could they have completed 12 laps? Taking another hearty bite of the bun, Tang Lu replied. The methods I taught merely enhanced their speed. Without their determination to persevere, they would have given up by the 5th lap. I merely played a supportive role. The rest was entirely due to their incredible resolve. The master nodded slightly. You are correct. Relying solely on external factors to improve oneself pales in comparison to relying on one's own willpower. Tang Lu remarked, I believe both external factors and willpower are essential, as they complement each other to achieve the best results. The master nodded in agreement, acknowledging Tang Li's insight. Suddenly, Tang Lu recalled the mysterious figure he had seen in his dreams that night, who bore both green and golden soul rings. This enigma had troubled him, leaving him restless and pondering. With the encyclopedia master seated before him, he wondered if he might hold some answers. Tang Li's eyes sparkled as he inquired, Master, do you think there are other colors of soul rings in this world beyond white, yellow, purple, black, and red? The master contemplated for a moment before responding. I cannot say for certain, as there are simply too many soul beasts in this world. For instance, the red soul ring produced by a 100,000-year soul beast is authenticity questioned by many, and the existence of such soul beasts is still unclear. He paused, his tone growing more serious. However, it is undeniable that we have yet to explore much of what this world has to offer. Regarding the other colored soul rings you mentioned, they would likely correspond to soul beasts of even greater ages. For example, a million-year soul beast might indeed produce soul rings of different colors. Tongre nodded slightly. Although he appeared calm on the surface, a tempest was raging within him. If what the master suggested was true, then that individual must possess at least 2 spirit rings from million-year soul beasts, or perhaps even more. The master, perplexed, inquired, Why do you suddenly ask this? Are you puzzled about something regarding soul rings? Tang Lu quickly shook his head, insisting, No. I was merely struck by a whim. Had he acknowledged the master's question, he might have found himself summoned to the master's quarters for additional tutoring that very evening. The master then sighed in relief, advising, If anything remains unclear, do not hesitate to seek me out. With my current reservoir of knowledge, I can elucidate any queries, provided they are not overly peculiar. Tang Lu nodded. The master was indeed a walking library, with profound knowledge of soul beasts and soul masters alike. Chapter 164. Dinner. After a few casual exchanges, the master took his leave, for his current appearance was ill-suited for the dining hall. He had become the target of scorn throughout the school. The growling hunger of his stomach compelled Tang Lu to eat, and without hesitation, he grasped a white steamed bun in his left hand and a large pig's trotter in his right, devouring them with hearty gusto. Not long after, Dai Mubai entered, his complexion now fully restored, and his once mischievous eyes returned to normal. Upon seeing Tang Lu, he smiled warmly. Their recent trials had forged a genuine brotherhood between them. A mere glance conveyed an unspoken bond of friendship. Mubai, you've arrived. Come, try this, it's delicious. Tang Lu exclaimed, gesturing toward a large pot of pork while speaking with his mouth full. Dai Mubai sat beside Tang Lu and, succumbing to his ravenous appetite, began to eat heartily. As the food filled his belly, he felt invigorated. The sight of the fragrant buns awakened his appetite, and he consumed them even faster than Tang Lu. Shortly thereafter, Tang San arrived, dressed in clean attire, with a few droplets of water still clinging to his hair. Noticing Tang Lu and Dai Mubai, he chuckled. How'd you two wake up so quickly? I've just changed my clothes, and you're already eating. Dai Mubai waved him over. Come, join us. We have classes early tomorrow. We must make haste. Tang San nodded and quickly found a seat, eyeing the aromatic meat soup, transforming into a ravenous little creature as he devoured it. After relishing their meal, the three felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Following their feast, Dai Mubai exclaimed indignantly, Master, this is too strict, running 12 laps back and forth. Who can endure that? And what of Tang Lu? He still has 2 laps remaining. Given the Master's nature, will he make him run them? As he spoke, he looked towards Tang San, aware that he was the Master's most favored disciple, and thus the most familiar with his temperament. Tang San shook his head and addressed Tang Lu. Based on my brother's relationship with the master, those 2 laps should be exempt, right, brother? Tang Lu nodded, wiping his mouth with a napkin, and replied with a smile. Before you arrived, I ran into the master, and he agreed to waive my 2nd lap. Dai Mubai stared incredulously at the nonchalant Tang Lu, the master. Who is so stringent, actually let you off the hook? Tang San sighed. It's because the master wishes to take him as a disciple and is trying to win him over. Dai Mubai's interest piqued. He had never heard of such gossip before and curiously inquired, "Is that so?" "Do tell." Tang San recounted at that moment. The master asked if Lugu and I wanted to apprentice under him. Lugu refused outright, without a hint of hesitation, which hurt the master's feelings. You see, the master is quite prideful. He values face greatly and felt slighted by Lugu's rejection. Thus, he has sworn that no matter what, he will have Lugu as his disciple. Upon hearing Tang San's account, Dai Mubai finally understood. Meanwhile, Tang Lu remained unfazed, shrugging his shoulders. No matter how favorably the master treated him, becoming a disciple felt like conceding defeat. A disciple could only have one master in a lifetime. A principal Tang Lu held dear, even though he had departed from his previous world. His sole master remained Xian Yao Zunzi. After some casual banter, a girl in a pink mini skirt dashed in energetically, exclaiming, "Dinner! Where's dinner?" Everyone was taken aback as Xiao Wu suddenly appeared, her eyes fixated on the food on the table. Upon seeing Xiao Wu, who had completely recovered, Tang San's face broke into a gentle smile. Xiao Wu eagerly took a seat next to Tang San, diving into the food without bothering to greet anyone else. As she devoured her meal, Tang San lovingly placed food on her plate, his eyes shining with affection, creating a heartwarming scene. Next to enter the dining hall was Zhu Zhuqing, her demeanor as icy as ever. She calmly found a seat, deliberately ignoring Dai Mubai while haughtily raising her fair neck. Zhu Zhuqing's eating style was far more graceful than Xiao Wu's. She delicately took a small bite of a bun, exuding an air of elegance and nobility that left Dai Mubai utterly captivated. Finally, Ning Rongrong arrived, dressed once again in her customary white dress, accentuating her fair complexion, resembling a celestial being descended from the heavens. In her hand was a brown whip, and as she scanned the dining hall, she finally spotted Tang Lu and excitedly ran over. "Here, Tang Lu, this is yours." "Thank you," she said with a light laugh. It must be said that her smile bore a hint of enchanting beauty, causing even Dai Mubai to steal a glance. Tang Li's expression remained unchanged as he accepted the whip from her hand, responding coolly, "You're welcome." Seeing that Tang Lu showed no reaction to her meticulously crafted appearance, Ning Rongrong pouted, revealing her 2 charming dimples. Though she feigned anger, she appeared far more adorable than anything else. Tang San cast a curious glance. Noticing Tang Lu taking the whip from Ning Rongrong, his eyes widening in surprise. Isn't that the whip meant for Lugu? A tumult of thoughts surged within him, and as he looked at the even more alluring Ning Rongrong, strange ideas began to form. Could it be? Could it be for bondage? To be honest, Tang San was taken aback by his own thoughts, but he quickly dismissed them. Lugu had no interest in girls. How could he possibly engage in such matters? Surely, he was overthinking it. Tang San pondered this while also keeping a watchful eye on the girls present, scrutinizing them with keen interest to ascertain who might eventually become his sister-in-law. Chapter 165. A new beginning. Ning Rongrong cast an exasperated glance at Tang Lu before taking a seat beside Xiao Wu. After stuffing the last pristine bun in her mouth, Xiao Wu stretched luxuriously and exclaimed, "Finally full." She then turned to Tang San, her cheeks flushing as she asked, "Brother San, were you naked when you woke up?" Tang San hesitated for a moment before nodding. "I had no clothes on when I woke up. Were you the same?" The moment the words left his lips, he regretted asking such an impolite question directly to a girl. To his surprise, Xiao Wu nodded, her face turning red as she replied, "Yes, I heard it was the village women who helped take them off." Seeing Xiao Wu's flushed face, Tang San couldn't resist reaching out to pinch her rosy cheek, softly saying, "Xiao Wu, you are truly adorable." Though she grumbled in discontent, she did not stop him. Instead, she seemed to revel in the attention. This scene did not escape Ning Rongrong's notice, and as she looked at the table laden with food, she suddenly lost her appetite. Why bother eating? Everyone was already full. Eventually, Oscar and Ma Hongjun sauntered in, arms draped over each other's shoulders, chewing on Oscar's restorative sausage. They appeared to be recovering quite well. I thought you had gone back to sleep, Xiao Ao. I didn't expect you to be so lively. Dai Mubai Chakold. Genuinely surprised to see Oscar so vibrant. Oscar waved his hand dismissively. That's nothing. Ever since I learned Tang Li's footwork, I feel as light as a feather. My legs no longer ache, and my back isn't sore anymore. I can run upstairs faster than downstairs. Tang quipped. I feel like I'm giving away this technique for free. After a whirlwind of feasting, the table was nearly cleared, and no one showed any inclination to continue eating. Noticing that everyone was satisfied, Tang Lu stood up and announced, "Now that we've eaten our fill, it's time to tidy up. Ladies, you shall handle wiping the tables and washing the dishes. The gentleman will take care of emptying the water from the wooden basins." Everyone accepted this arrangement without objection, except for Oscar, who scratched his nose and slyly remarked, "Is this the legendary partnership of men and women? Isn't it a bit unfair?" The following morning, Tang Lu awoke and rubbed his bleary eyes, pulling aside the curtains. Golden rays of sunlight illuminated his cheeks, heralding the dawn. As the eastern sky glowed with a golden hue, Tang Lu promptly got out of bed and roused Tang San. After a swift wash, they adeptly climbed onto the rooftop, settling into a cross-legged position, silencing their breaths as their respective techniques began to flow within them. Whether it was the Xintian Gong or the Baiming divine skill, their foundations were solid and their internal powers profound, largely due to their relentless daily practice. Indeed, as the saying goes, persistence breaks stone. Each training session might yield only a tiny fraction of internal strength, but over time, their powers combined to form an ocean of energy within them. After half an hour of cultivation, they embarked on another ordinary yet fulfilling day filled with breakfast, classes, and training. Life was that simple. When a master arrived at the small plaza, the students were already lined up in neat rows, their gazes fixed ahead, chests held high. A stark contrast to their demeanor from the previous day. The master nodded in satisfaction, his expression remaining placid. Except for Tang Lu and Tang San, the others involuntarily felt a wave of tension wash over them, evidently recalling the heavy pressure the master had imparted during yesterday's lesson. Casting a calm gaze over the 8 students, the master's lips curled slightly. "Your performance this morning was commendable. I am quite pleased. Clearly, yesterday's lesson was meaningful, as it prompted some of you to shed your lazy habits." However, his tone shifted to one of seriousness. "But, Tonglu, you still owe me 2 laps for not completing your task yesterday. Why do you stand there so leisurely? Have you forgotten your duty?" Tonglu looked bewildered. "Given our rapport, must we resort to this?" The master shot him a knowing glance, signaling for him to play along to enhance his authority. Understanding the cue, Tang Lu blinked, accepting the task. He stepped forward, leaving the line to declare loudly, "Report. I haven't forgotten. I merely feared you wouldn't see me if I ran without you." With that, he took off running. "I'll run with you," Tang San called out, hastily following Tang Lu. Ning Rongrong resolutely declared, "We are a team. If we run together." She then sprinted after Tang Lu, matching his pace. In these past days, she had been integrating herself into this small group, no longer as willful as before, and had come to understand the true essence of teamwork. Watching Ning Rongrong's retreating figure, the master smiled faintly. "What a cohesive unit. It seems you have truly formed a collective." Oscar sighed, "It's all right. I've grown accustomed to it." Ma Hongjun was equally determined, chasing after them. After yesterday's training, he was not disheartened. Rather, he brimmed with confidence. If you don't want others to look down on you, now is the time to work hard. This was a phrase Tang Lu had imparted to him, and it lingered in his mind. "What are you dawdling for? Hurry and catch up." Dai Mubai shot Ma Hongjun a glare before striding after him. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing quickly followed suit. Watching the 8 youngsters race away, the master marveled at their potential. If these children did not meet an untimely fate, they would surely become the exceptional talents renowned throughout the continent. Their determination, courage, and steadfast camaraderie radiated the brightest light in this era. He resolved to devote all his efforts to nurturing them into true geniuses, allowing their gifts to flourish. The master clenched his fists, having firmly decided that no matter how arduous the journey, he would ensure these children became accomplished. This day marked the second day of his formal teaching, but the true trials of rigorous training were just beginning. The mornings were set aside for knowledge acquisition, a task that was a mere trifle for the master, who longed to impart every detail of the Dolua continent to the children. As time passed, their admiration for the master grew ever deeper. Chapter 166. Transformation afternoons were typically reserved for practical combat exercises. 1-on-1, 2-on-2, and 4-on-4 battles had become daily essentials. Each day, the master would share insights on the strengths and weaknesses of martial spirits and offer tactical advice when necessary, facilitating rapid improvement among the students. After completing these activities, they would engage in physical conditioning. As on the first day, they were tasked with carrying varying weights while running 10 laps, gradually increasing from the initial 10 to 11, 12 laps, each a testament to their relentless efforts. In addition, they participated in various outdoor exercises such as mountain climbing and rock climbing, effectively enhancing their physical fitness while maintaining engagement. After 3 months of training, the most noticeable transformation was seen in Ma Hongjun. He had lost a significant amount of weight, and his previously prominent belly had vanished without a trace. This is undoubtedly linked to the teachings of the master, yet it is predominantly attributed to his unwavering personal resolve. At times, in pursuit of training, he even neglected to address his own inner turmoil, only to realize that he had gradually gained control over it. The rigorous daily practice demanded substantial nourishment, a requirement that these masters had already adeptly managed. The meals he prepared were not only rich in nutrition, but also exceptionally delicious, earning unanimous acclaim from all for his culinary creations. Meanwhile, Tang Lu and Tang Sen diligently continued their cultivation, steadily progressing in their respective skills. The components for the Zhuge divine crossbow that Tang San had crafted in Sotawa City had finally arrived. However, due to the intensity of his training, he had yet to find the opportunity to assemble it. Tang Lu, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Oscar had registered their soul master information in Sotawa City. During their visit, the master had specifically instructed them to wear masks, for the emergence of a 12 or 13-year-old boy as a soul master would certainly cause quite a stir. After extensive training under the master, the results became increasingly evident. Now, Tang Lu could effortlessly run while bearing a 60-kilogram load, managing to complete 14 laps with relative ease. Similarly, Tang San, carrying 40 kilograms, was also adept at running, and all had experienced varying degrees of improvement, significantly enhancing their physical capabilities. Oscar devoted himself day and night to practicing the footwork techniques imparted by Tang Lu, as if enchanted, diligently breaking his previous habit of oversleeping. Each morning, without needing a reminder from the master, he proactively began his laps, recording his mastery of the footwork along the way, resulting in a remarkable increase in speed over time. He now ran like a swift rabbit. While not as fast as a speed-oriented soul master, he was certainly much quicker than an ordinary one. As long as he did not face opponents who relied on speed, Oscar could handle them with ease. Indeed, Tang Li's words rang true. Diligent practice truly led to swiftness. These 3 months of training had also yielded tangible results for Tang San. His physique no longer resembled his previous slender form, as evident muscle definition began to emerge. His complexion had darkened under the sun, transforming into a healthier shade of wheat. Like Oscar, he had developed a curiosity about the footwork techniques. However, unlike Oscar, he sought to perfectly integrate Tang Li's footwork with his own ghost shadow mistral. His earlier attempts had only yielded temporary results, with significant flaws needing refinement. He believed that if he could thoroughly comprehend the techniques, it would equate to infusing the essence of Lingbo Weibo into Ghost Shadow Mistral, destined to become an exceptional footwork style in the future. Ma Hongjun had also shed his previously bulky appearance, now noticeably slimmer. The excess flesh on his face had diminished, rendering him somewhat more handsome. Concurrently, his soul power had ascended to the 28th level, and his aura had become more fierce and imposing, exuding a hint of the phoenix's essence. Xiao Wu's transformation was not as pronounced, or perhaps it was simply overlooked by others. Her skin remained as fair and radiant as ever, untouched by the sun, much to the envy of her female peers. She still retained her lively and playful demeanor, resembling an unspoiled child. If any transformation was to be noted, it was most striking in Daimu Bai. Over the past 3 months, he had experienced a remarkable growth spurt, nearing a height of nearly 1.90 meters, with muscles that appeared increasingly robust, resembling a fierce tiger descending from the mountains, his eyes brimming with a bloodthirsty essence. This transformation contributed to a newfound maturity and a more masculine allure. Ning Rongrong had also undergone considerable change. After 3 months of rigorous training, even the remnants of her previous arrogance had been tempered. She had blossomed into a charming and endearing young lady, with large, captivating eyes that radiated innocence. Zhu Zhuqing's transformation was also significantly evident, especially to the male peers, as her astonishing perseverance during the 3 months of grueling training earned their utmost respect. Without ever uttering a word of fatigue, she had maintained her resolve, her physique becoming increasingly flawless, with any excess fat vanished without trace. Her graceful form now boasted a more pronounced curvature, and she skillfully applied the footwork techniques taught by Tang Lu in combat, greatly enhancing her overall speed, an invaluable asset for a speed-oriented battle soul master. As for Tang Lu, he had not experienced much alteration, remaining as charming and captivating as ever. His complexion had not darkened. In fact, it had grown progressively fairer. His smooth, pale visage radiated with sharp contours. His bright, expressive eyes could ensnare anyone, complemented by a prominent nose, exquisite features, and lips that perpetually wore a gentle smile, leaving a lasting impression on all who beheld him. Gazing into the mirror each day, Tang Lu felt a sense of familiarity, yet could not quite place it. He was unsure why he felt such a strange mix of familiarity and unfamiliarity when looking at himself. It was as if he were both himself and yet not himself. When he confided his perplexity to Tang San, he recalled that Tang San had fixed his gaze intently on Tang Li's handsome face, his eyes sparkling with envy. While he subtly masked his emotions, later remarking with a tinge of jealousy that it was Tang Li's extraordinary looks that caused such confusion. Chapter 167. Ma Hongjun takes a beating. It would be impossible not to envy Tang Li's handsome visage. Everyone appreciates beauty. At times, Tang San found himself perplexed, wondering why, despite sharing the same parents, their appearances differed so drastically. Tang Lu stood out as the most dazzling presence in any crowd, easily recognizable as a striking gem, while Tang San possessed an entirely unremarkable face, easily overlooked among many. The unremarkable Tang San contrasted sharply with the exceptionally handsome Tang Xiaolu. Finally, the 3 months of grueling training came to an end, much to everyone's anticipation. The master, being quite benevolent, granted the 8 of them a 7-day holiday to enjoy some leisure. Of course, the expenses for their outings would not be reimbursed by the academy. Nevertheless, spirits were high as everyone relished the chance to rest. Initially, the master had intended for them to venture out and unwind. However, in an unusual turn of events, the 7 opted to take this opportunity for rest. Only Ma Hongjun, unable to contain his inner turmoil, eagerly dashed off to Sotawa City. Oscar seized the chance to indulge in a well-deserved nap, as he had not enjoyed the comfort of his beloved bed since the onset of the intense training. He vowed to sleep soundly, promising himself not to rise until Yu Xiaojing arrived. Meanwhile, Tang Sin busied himself in his room assembling the Zhuge divine crossbow. The assembly of its components was intricate and required utmost precision, leaving no room for error. This complexity dissuaded Tang Lu from offering assistance. Even if he had wished to help, Tang San would not have permitted it. As for acquiring knowledge of Tang's sect hidden weapons, just watch the sword. Tang Lu continued to lead a simple life, revolving around eating, sleeping, and training, repeating the cycle of nourishment, rest, and cultivation. It must be said that these days have allowed him to thoroughly adjust his physique. Occasionally, he finds himself unable to withstand the solitude. sneaking off to the playground for a few laps. The most fulfilling aspect of life undoubtedly belongs to Dai Mubai. As Zhu Zhuqing seeks to utilize these 7 days for intensive training, conveniently in need of a human sandbag, Dai Mubai volunteered, only to emerge with a bruised face, rendering his life exceptionally eventful, as he now finds himself sprawled on the bed for several hours before managing to rise, perfectly coinciding with Oscar's schedule. As for Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu's activities in the girls' dormitory, Tang Lu remains oblivious. After all, he cannot eavesdrop on their private quarters. Another mundane day unfolds. Tang Lu gazes towards the distant sunset, which is gradually descending, and he lets out a heavy sigh. Just as he contemplates leaping off the rooftop, a figure in the distance captures his attention. From afar, the silhouette resembles a ball, but upon closer inspection, it turns out to be Ma Hongjun. Observing Ma Hongjun's reddened face, marked by a beating, Tang Lu curiously inquired, "Hongjun, what happened to you? Did you also become a human sandbag for Mubai?" Upon hearing this, Ma Hongjun clenched his fists, his small eyes brimming with fury. "I was beaten up in Suatuwa City. Can you believe it?" Witnessing Ma Hongjun's visibly enraged demeanor, Tang Lu felt a headache coming on. "Did you get beaten for not paying, or what?" Ma Hongjun shot Dangulea disgruntod. His resentment palpable. "Forget it, the story is rather lengthy. I'll explain it to you all once we get inside." Tang Lu nodded and jumped down from the roof. Supporting Ma Hongjun, they entered the house, where Tang San, who was assembling the Zhuge crossbow, looked up in bewilderment at the sight of Tang Lu and Ma Hongjun. Ma Hongjun's eyes, already small, appear to have shrunk to mere slits after the beating. Tang Wu rose and asked, "Brother, who is this? Why does he look so peculiar?" Before Tang Lu could respond, Ma Hongjun interjected, "It's me, Ma Hongjun." "Fatty?" The familiar voice struck Tang San, but upon seeing Ma Hongjun's pig-like visage, he froze in place. Stepping closer, he exclaimed, "Hey, is that really you, Ma Hongjun? Fatty, what happened to you?" Tang San grasped Ma Hongjun's shoulders, his tone laced with concern. Ma Hongjun shook his head and replied with a wry smile, "Let me have a small sausage from Xiao Ao before we talk. My mouth is so swollen I can hardly speak." Tang San nodded, acknowledging that Ma Hongjun's sausage-like mouth indeed hindered his ability to communicate. The three of them hurried to Oscar's room, where Oscar had already awakened and was seated by the bed, enjoying the view. Upon hearing the creaking door, Tang Lu, Tang San, and Ma Hongjun entered. Having known Ma Hongjun for so many years, Oscar immediately recognized the pig-headed figure in the middle and exclaimed, "What happened to you, Fatty?" As he spoke, he manipulated his soul power to create a super recovery sausage, promptly handing it over. Ma Hongjun wasted no time, shoving it into his mouth and finishing it in one go. As the sausage settled in his stomach, the swelling in his face diminished significantly, and he grimaced. "I was trying to flirt with a girl on the street, and someone beat me up." "What?" Tang Lu, Oscar, and Tang San exclaimed in unison, their eyes wide with disbelief. Getting beaten up while flirting? How utterly embarrassing. Ma Hongjun wiped away a tear, bitterly smiling. "Look at my handsome face. All beaten up like this. How am I supposed to flirt now? This has ruined my image as a national husband. You all must help me." Tang Lu rubbed his aching temples, reassuring him, "Don't worry. We will seek justice for you. First, we need to find Mubai and discuss our plan." Tang San nodded in strong agreement with this notion. Oscar, standing by, also nodded. Being a support-type soul master, he was not adept at fighting. The three of them rushed downstairs to the small square where Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing had been practicing. By this time, Zhu Zhuqing had already left, while Dai Mubai sat on a small bench, reminiscing about his earlier battle with Zhu Zhuqing. Unlike on previous occasions when he emerged battered and bruised, today he had been fortunate, as Zhu Zhuqing had deliberately held back. Though unspoken, Dai Mubai understood her subtle hint. Girls are often shy and resort to indirect ways to convey their feelings. This revelation filled him with delight, marking a significant step forward. Indeed, the adage to beat is to love rings true. Before they reached Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun let out a loud cry. "Boss Dai, you must help me. Look at what I've become." Dai Mubai paused, turning to see a grotesque figure approaching, extending a hand without hesitation. Without a moment's thought, Dai Mubai launched a kick. Ouch! Ma Hongjun yelped as he crashed to the ground. Are you all right? Tang Lu rushed forward to assist him. Ma Hongjun rubbed his sore face, clumsily rising. I'm fine, I'm fine. By this time, Tang San had approached Dai Mu Bai and recounted the incident involving Ma Hongjun's beating. What? How dare they hit my brother? Dai Mu Bai roared in fury, an ominous aura radiating from him, resembling a tiger that had escaped from its cage. Ma Hongjun, with a pained expression, urged Boss Dai, you must teach that guy a lesson. Otherwise, it would be unfair considering you just kicked me. Dai Mu Bai composed himself and asked with a serious expression, tell me the details. Ma Hongjun stepped closer to Dai Mu Bai, explaining, I was just looking to settle things quickly and return to the academy when I encountered a lovely girl. Before I could say anything, I noticed a middle-aged man in his 40s lurking behind her, leering at her with a lewd smile. Unable to tolerate it, I confronted him. But to my surprise, he slapped me without hesitation. Given my temper, I instinctively fought back, intending to use my second ring soul master powers to make him yield. However, he turned out to be a fourth ring soul sect master, and I was promptly beaten to the ground. To add insult to injury, he had the audacity to slap me while I was down. I was furious and wanted to retaliate, but he left me in this state. After hearing this, everyone felt a chill in their groin, imagining the discomfort of being slapped. Wiping gatear, Ma Hongjun pleaded, Boss Dai, Xiao Ao, Tangle, Tang-san. You must help me. If it weren't for the solid physique I've built over the past 3 months, and the footwork Tang Lu taught me that allowed me to escape faster, you wouldn't have seen me today. At this point, Dai Mu Bai was seething with rage, slamming his fist on the table as he coldly declared, so they dare to bully us at Shrek Academy? A mere fourth-ring soul master thinks he can act so arrogantly? Today, I will ensure he understands the consequences. He then turned to ask, what is that person's name? Tonight, we shall pay him a visit. Ma Hongjun replied, I think he goes by the name below. Wule? Huh. Tonight, I will let him experience what true joy feels like. Dai Mu Bai let out a cold smirk, his hand instinctively clenching and producing a series of cracking sounds. The others felt an uncomfortable chill in their groins, as if they had already sensed the sorrow of their vitality. Tang Lu lightly cleared his throat and suggested, let us first head to the cafeteria for a hearty meal. We shall need our strength. Additionally, Fatty, could you enlighten us about his martial spirit? We ought to have some understanding. Observing the furious expressions of the four, Ma Hongjun realized his chance for revenge was near and joyfully said, that guy is uglier than me, standing around 6 meters tall, with skin as dark as freshly dug coal, and he hunches over with lifeless eyes. At this point, he deliberately glanced at Tang Lu and Tang San, adding, his martial spirit is somewhat akin to yours. Tang Lu furrowed his brow. Control-type martial spirit? A 4-ring control-type soul master is not to be trifled with. If he were an assault type, we might have a chance to play a few tricks, but a control-type soul master is undoubtedly a headache. The 5 of them settled at a table in the cafeteria, and Tang San inquired, Fatty, since you say he is a control-type soul master, what exactly is his martial spirit? Is it also a plant? Ma Hongjun shook his head. No, his martial spirit is not a plant. It resembles a pot cover or a large hood, entirely black in color, and when summoned, it is placed over his head. It is utterly revolting. The group fell silent for a moment, uncertain of what this martial spirit truly was. Noticing their silence, Ma Hongjun quickly interjected, what are you all afraid of? We have 4 soul masters here. How can we be scared of a mere 4-ring soul master? Tang Lu replied with a bitter smile, as the saying goes, knowing oneself and one's enemy leads to victory in 100 battles. Your vague description of his martial spirit leaves us without a solid understanding. Besides, can a 4-ring control type really compare to the ordinary? If he manages to control all 5 of us, we might not return tonight. Ma Hongjun, feeling aggrieved, asked, are you just going to watch your brother get beaten? Dai Mu Bai snorted, we cannot diminish our own prestige while boosting his. I have made a decision. After we finish our meal, Xiao Ao and I will go. He then turned to Tang Lu and Tang San, asking, do you two want to join? Tang Lu and Tang San exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Since their brother had been attacked, it would be unreasonable not to retaliate. Even if their opponent was formidable, they would ensure he was left reeling. After hastily finishing their dinner, the five quietly slipped out, knowing such matters were not to be taken lightly. Just as they approached the exit, a pink figure suddenly darted out from the nearby bushes. Ma Hongjun was startled and, upon recognizing the newcomer as Xiao Wu, exclaimed, "Are you trying to scare me to death?" Xiao Wu playfully stuck out her tongue and ran to Tang San. Pouting, "Xiao San, you've changed. You no longer invite me when you go out with Lu Ge." Tang San, helpless, ruffled her hair. "This is quite dangerous. You shouldn't follow us. You should head back." However, Xiao Wu boldly replied, "As long as Sangu is present, there is no danger anywhere." The group was in high spirits, and they could have another late-night snack before setting off. Dai Mubai scoffed, "Fatty got beaten. We need to go find a place." "Xiao Wu, you should head back. This matter is not suitable for you. Let us men handle it." "Dang le et glim, dang sang." Why bring up fighting? Don't you know Xiao Wu loves fighting the most? Her 6 years at New Oding Academy were spent entirely in brawls. Aren't you just igniting her interest? Fighting? Xiao Wu seemed to catch the scent of a word she adored. Her large eyes filled with curiosity. "Are you going to fight?" I want to go. I love fighting. Whoever beat up Fatty, I will make sure they cannot take care of themselves." As she spoke, she waved her tiny fists, looking quite fierce. Chapter 169. The Emergence of Bulu Tang San. Helpless, covered his forehead, gazing at Xiao Wu, who appeared eager for chaos, and softly said, "Xiao Wu, this is rather dangerous. I think we should." Before he could finish, an excited Ma Hongjun pulled him aside, saying, "Sister Xiao Wu, you are truly wonderful. You must teach that guy a lesson." Xiao Wu raised her delicate face. "Of course. Watch how I deal with this scoundrel." The temporary team of 5 had now gained an additional member in Xiao Wu. Under the cover of night, the 6 stealthily slipped out of Shrek Academy, channeling their soul power to take a less traveled path toward Soto City. Half an hour later, the 6 found themselves on the bustling streets of Soto City. It was now 7 in the evening, and the streets were alive with the ebb and flow of people. Ma Hongjun, leading the way, guided them to a vibrant alley, pointing to the most conspicuous building. "That's where I'm going." The group turned their gaze toward the building he indicated, which was adorned with a kaleidoscope of colors and festooned with red lanterns. In front of the entrance stood several older women in revealing attire, all sporting flirtatious smiles. Dai Mubai rolled his eyes. "Fatty, your taste is truly low." Even Oscar could hardly bear it, covering his face and saying, "You can really endure this." Xiao Wu, Tang Lu, and Tang Sen remained unfazed, standing calmly. Such places were commonplace in Tang Li's previous life. It was said that where there are people, there is a world, and where there is a world, there are such establishments. Thus, he was not surprised. As for Tang San and Xiao Wu, this was their first time in such a locale, and apart from a hint of curiosity, they felt nothing else. "It's still early. Let us wait a bit longer to see when Bulu will appear," Ma Hongjun remarked. Glancing around, the 6 nodded in agreement, knowing someone as lewd as Bulu would not show himself at this hour, especially with the guards patrolling. They would have to wait until late at night for a chance encounter. Taking advantage of this time, the 6 began to stroll through the streets. Ma Hongjun walked ahead with enthusiasm, scanning the surroundings, seemingly in search of good prospects. Xiao Wu and Tang San held hands, both wearing sweet smiles. Meanwhile, Tang Lu, Oscar, and Dai Mubai ambled about nonchalantly. Suddenly, a furious shout from Ma Hongjun pierced the air. "It's him." The group hurried over to see Ma Hongjun's fists clenched tightly. His face filled with rage as he stared at a portrait before him. Tang Lu surveyed the area, noting the hour was still early, and it was unlikely Bulu would be visible. Finally, he queried, "Fatty, what is wrong?" Ma Hongjun pointed at the portrait head. "This guy is Bulu." The 5 immediately turned their heads, and indeed, the portrait depicted a lewd face. His skin was exceedingly dark, resembling someone who had just come from coal mine, and he had 2 lecherous little eyes that evoked instant disgust upon a mere glance. Above the drawing were 3 blood-red characters. Wanted. Below, a smaller line read, "Recently, a man named Bulu has appeared in Soto City. This man is notorious for his lewd acts against women, due to limited city defense forces. Effective capture has not been possible. Therefore, I hope that the citizens can provide effective information regarding the individual known as Bulu and assist the guards in capturing him. with a reward of 100 Jinhun coins. I urge the citizens to participate enthusiastically in building a splendid Suatua city. Brothersfrom, realizing that this individual was likely a habitual offender. Dai Mu Bai's expression grew even darker. Initially, he believed the conflict was merely between Bu Lu and a chubby man. But he was astonished to learn of his numerous crimes. Xiao Wu's face was also filled with anger, wishing fervently to kick Bu Lu and shatter his precious belongings. Tang Lu calmly suggested confiscating the tools used in the crimes. Tang San concurred, as did Oscar, with the others nodding in agreement. For such a person, seizing the tools was the optimal choice. Ma Hongjun chuckled, surprised by the unexpected delight of capturing him and the reward, proclaiming they would split it evenly. As night descended, the streets grew increasingly deserted, eventually becoming completely empty. The last patrol announced the end of the day's vigilance. Suddenly, a lewd laugh echoed through the vacant street, and a middle-aged man, approximately 1 meter 60 tall, with dark skin, swaggered into view wearing flip-flops. His clothes and pants bore several rips, and his face was adorned with a lascivious grin as he hummed a tune. Today, I'm in a good mood, out for a stroll. If you meet a sister, don't be afraid, I shall bring warmth. Unbeknownst to him, Ma Hongjuan's head suddenly peeked out from behind a wall, followed by Oscar, and subsequently Dai Mu Bai, Tang San, Tang Lu, and Xiao Wu, with 12 pairs of eyes fixated on the figure. That's the scoundrel. Let's go. Ma Hongjun, unable to contain his anger, was eager to rush out and confront him, but was restrained by Oscar. Dai Mu Bai urged patience, suggesting they observe for any accomplices. Tang San cautioned against acting impulsively, as it might alert their target. Following suit, Tang Lu proposed devising a plan. Xiao Wu nodded in agreement, expressing her concurrence with their sentiments. Ma Hongjun then inquired how they intended to formulate a plan. We must exploit his weaknesses, Oscar stated. His weakness is his fondness for women, Dai Mu Bai added. Thus, we must find a woman to lure him in, Tang San concluded. Tang Lu asked, but where can we find a woman at this hour? I am a woman, Xiao Wu boldly declared, volunteering to entice him, ready to deal with him swiftly. As she spoke, she made a biting gesture. Tang San expressed concern, questioning how they should implement this plan, noting that a woman appearing out of nowhere on the street would certainly raise suspicion. Tang Li's eyes sparkled with an idea. In Chapter 170, formulating a plan, Tang San quickly asked, Brother, what good idea have you come up with? We cannot let Xiao Wu take risks. In the past, Tang Li's schemes often led to his own misfortune, and he would not want Xiao Wu to be harmed. Do you doubt me so much? This plan guarantees safety. With your involvement, how could Xiao Wu fall prey to below? Tang San's eyes brightened at the mention of his participation. Xiao Wu excitedly nodded, eager to team up with Tang San to deal with the villain and teach him a lesson. If Xiao Wu were to suddenly appear on the street at this time, it would undoubtedly draw Bu Li's attention, which is unavoidable. The group nodded in agreement. For the city's wanted posters for Bu Lu had been posted everywhere, and no one would venture out at night. Tang San raised a question. What will you do then? Tang Lu slyly glanced at Tang San, grinning as he said, since we know this is a peak crime period, why not use it to our advantage? Xiao San, you will disguise yourself as a lecherous pervert and follow Xiao Wu closely. If Bu Lu sees you competing for business, he will surely confront you. At that moment, without hesitation, you can grab Xiao Wu and lead him to our ambush, and the 6 of us will work together to take him down. Dai Mu Bai realized the merit of this plan. Oscar quickly nodded in agreement, expressing his full support. Ma Hongjun remarked, lecherous pervert? That is quite a fitting title. Xiao Wu felt unfazed. As long as she was with Tang San, she feared nothing. In contrast, Tang San's expression darkened at the thought of playing such a role. His piercing gaze, filled with the intent to kill, went unnoticed by Tang Lu, who pulled out a pre-prepared map of Suwa City and instructed, Ma Hongjun, you'll stand atop that tall building. When Xiao San brings Bu Lu in, you must immediately block his escape route. He pointed to an abandoned building across the street, indicating how it and the building opposite formed a dead end with only one exit. Ma Hongjun nodded confidently, assuring them, leave it to me. I will avenge this grievance today. Tang Lu continued, Mu Bai, you will hide in the corner of the alley. Remember, do not let Bu Lu detect your presence. Dai Mu Bai rubbed his wrists, smiling confidently. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. With Dai Mu Bai's support for a surprise attack, Tang Lu pointed to a pile of trash on the map and instructed, Oscar, you will stand by the trash heap, making sure to face away from below. Do not let him see you. Seeing the advantageous positions of others and realizing he would be next to the trash, Oscar expressed his dissatisfaction. Why must I stand by the trash heap? I'm a support character. After all, Tang Lu cast a look of appreciation at Oscar, patting him firmly on the shoulder, and said with unusual conviction, Oscar, your role is crucial. You are responsible for coordinating the entire battle. As for safety, do not worry. The most dangerous places can often be the safest. Oscar questioned, what will I do? Tang Lu replied, you will eat your sausages by the trash heap. What? I refuse. Oscar's expression changed, shaking his head vigorously. Tang Lu feigned sorrow. Oscar, your task is indeed the heaviest. Oscar's large eyes filled with confusion. Eating sausages is a heavy task? Tang Lu sighed, solemnly explaining, eating sausages is indeed delightful, but the key lies in how you eat. The actions and sounds you make while eating are crucial. You must eat as if you haven't had a meal in days, ensuring Bulu overlooks you. If there is even a slight misstep, our plan will fail. After hearing all this, Oscar felt a newfound respect, realizing his task was the most significant. He nodded solemnly, promising to fulfill this role. Observing that the three had no objections, Tang Lu turned to the frowning Tang San, reassuring him, Xiao San, do not be disheartened. You are the linchpin of this plan. Without you, we cannot succeed. Tang San sighed. I understand the reasoning, but how am I to portray a lecherous pervert? Tong Lur raised an eyebrow and said casually, if you wish for Xiao Wu to ensure her safety during this operation, then you must act. The abilities of Bulu remain an enigma. I can only feel secure about Xiao Wu's safety with you present. For the sake of Xiao Wu, let's give it our all. Tang Sin nodded gravely, acknowledging the weight of the task at hand. A subtle smile graced Tang Li's lips as he added, you must all work in harmony. Xiao Ao, you shall handle coordination. Wherever you are needed, go there. As for me, I shall reap the rewards. Bule, with a lascivious glint in his eyes, surveyed the surroundings and exclaimed in frustration, why is it so quiet tonight? How infuriating. I can't even let the Grandmaster make his move. As he voiced his anger, he turned the corner into another street, where a young woman came into view. The girl was exceptionally pure and lovely, her fair face lightly blushing, exuding an indescribable charm. Particularly unforgettable was her elongated scorpion braid. Although her figure was not particularly voluptuous, her slender legs were tightly encased in black stockings, instantly igniting Buli's lascivious desires. Just as he was about to approach her, he sensed something amiss. How could such a stunning girl appear at this hour? Something was not right. This was a trap. Bulu cleverly concealed himself, carefully observing his surroundings, suspecting that this was a deliberate attempt to lure him in. Little sister, what are you doing? A fresh-faced girl stepped out from the darkness, a hint of mischief playing on her lips, her eyes roving indiscriminately over the girl. Beneath her innocent exterior, there seemed to lurk a feral spirit. Xiao Wu placed her hands on her chest, licked her fingertips, and with a pitiful tone, said, Brother, I want to buy a lollipop. Will you take me? In that fleeting moment, Tang San found himself momentarily stunned. Any man confronted with Xiao Wu uttering such words could hardly maintain his composure. Tang Lo, have you forgotten me? I'm a model for our kind. Tang San cleared his throat, instinctively puffing out his chest, adopting an upright demeanor as he declared, Come. Brother will take you to buy a lollipop. Chapter 171. A violent confrontation with Bulu. As he spoke, he stepped forward, taking Xiao Wu's fair hand and leading her down the dimly lit street. Seeing Xiao Wu being taken away by Tang San, Bulu could no longer sit idly by. Xiao Wu appeared to be merely 12 or 13 years old. Such a beautiful little girl should not be abducted. Buli's fury ignited, and he stormed into the street, shouting, Put down that girl. Tang San? Xiao Wu. Tang San slowly turned around, a flicker of anger in his eyes. After a moment of control, he replied blandly, What is it? Do you have something to say? Bulu retorted coldly, Release that girl beside you. Do not think for a moment that I am unaware of your intentions. He maintained a stern demeanor, and if one did not look closely, They would hardly suspect him to be the wanted criminal Bulu of Suatua City. And do not think I am oblivious to your thoughts. Tang San inwardly cursed, and just as he raised his gaze to meet Belize, he noticed Tang Lu peeking from behind Bulu, winking to signal that Dai Mu Bai and the others were in position and ready to execute the plan. Without hesitation, Tang Sin bent down and scooped Xiao Wu into his arms, then dashed towards the designated alleyway. Xiao Wu, still dazed, suddenly found herself enveloped in warmth, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. "You scoundrel, stop right there." Buli's fury was palpable, and he hurriedly pursued them. At that moment, Xiao Wu remained lost in Tang San's warm embrace, momentarily forgetting her lines. "Hurry up and speak. What are you waiting for?" Tang San silently cursed, releasing one hand to pinch her arm, causing Xiao Wu to come back to her senses. Blinking her large eyes, she pouted, "You bad brother, let me go." "Scoundrel, stop right there." Buli's furious voice echoed behind them. In fact, Tang San had already carried Xiao Wu to the corner, where Oscar sat beside a pile of garbage, eagerly enjoying a large sausage, his face smeared with grime, resembling a homeless man. Without hesitation, Tang San dashed into the narrow alley with Xiao Wu in his arms. "I see where you think you're going." Bulu exulted and swiftly chased after, conveniently overlooking Oscar, who smiled as Bulu rushed past. The plan was succeeding. Upon reaching the end of the alley, Tang San gradually came to a halt, gently placing Xiao Wu down, a smile of satisfaction gracing his lips, an expression of triumph. Bulu, panting heavily, entered the alley, his eyes glinting with malice as he beheld Tang San, who now had nowhere to flee. "You dare enter where angels fear to tread. Run, keep running." "Ha ha ha." His sinister laughter echoed ominously in the dark night, sending chills down one's spine. However, Tang San merely smiled faintly. "I shall return those very words to you." Bulu was momentarily taken aback, but upon seeing the triumphant expressions on Tang San and Xiao Wu's faces, he seemed to realize something. He intended to flee, but before he could take a step, darkness enveloped him. Dai Mu Bai had strategically positioned himself in a clever blind spot within the alley, evading Buli's detection. Seizing the moment when Bulu was distracted, he stealthily circled behind him and swiftly placed a black burlap sack over his head. With a powerful punch, already charged with energy, he struck Bulu, leaving him dazed. "It's a trap," Bulu realized, but the burlap sack over his head obscured his vision. He could only rely on instinct, retreating blindly. Meanwhile, Ma Ongjun, stationed on the rooftop, had long been prepared, unleashing his first soul skill without hesitation. Two fiery wings sprouted from his back, flames roaring within. The fire-red energy orb he had gathered erupted into a purple-red flame, creating a chaotic barrier that blocked Buli's escape route. Simultaneously, torrents of flame sprayed onto Bulu, who yelped in agony as the intense heat scorched him. Ma Hongjun felt a sense of relief wash over him. Concurrently, Tang Sin activated his first soul skill, binding Bulu with a blue vine that ensnared his waist. With a sudden yank, Buli's lecherous face met the ground with a resounding thud. Dai Mu Bai seized the opportunity. His three soul rings rose gradually, and the white tiger martial spirit enveloped him. With the second soul ring illuminating, he concentrated pure white light in his mouth, and with a mighty roar, he unleashed a milk-white energy sphere. With a deafening crash, Bulu was violently propelled into the air, performing a challenging 360-degree rotation before crashing back down. Now utterly disheveled, his clothes were riddled with holes, and dirt obscured his lewd visage. Even the burlap sack atop his head was torn away by the force of the white tiger's radiant wave, leaving him dazed as he surveyed his surroundings. Above him loomed Ma Hongjun, while Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Dai Mu Bai stood before him, all gazing at him with predatory intent. "You wretched little brats!" Bulura let out a furious roar, ready to unleash his soul power and summon his martial spirit. However, in the next moment, his neck was seized tightly. Before he could react, a sharp pain shot through his abdomen, and he was sent flying by a powerful kick, crashing down in front of Tang San. Behind him, Tang Lu stood silently, a playful smile gracing his face. Dazed, Bulu shook his groggy head and attempted to rise. But unexpectedly, Tang San's right foot struck him squarely in the chest without warning, sending him soaring into the air. At that very instant, Xiao Wu sprang into action beside Tang San, activating her teleportation skill. She wrapped her legs tightly around Bu Li's neck and forcefully propelled him upward. Bu Li was forced to alter his trajectory mid-flight, launched into the air by Xiao Wu's powerful throw. As he soared, Xiao Wu leaped with remarkable agility, her formidable jumping ability allowing her to land directly in front of Bu Li. To his astonishment, she swiftly flicked her scorpion braid, striking his face unexpectedly, then wrapped it around his neck, hurling him skyward once more. Aside from Tang San, everyone else stood agape, witnessing the display of the 8-section throw that had only been mentioned earlier that afternoon, executed with stunning proficiency. It was truly terrifying. In Chapter 172, titled We Passed Her Test, Xiao Wu's legs clamped tightly around Bu Li's head, activating her first soul skill, the bowstring. Like a slingshot, she propelled Bu Li away with finesse and precision in every movement. However, the unfortunate reality was that Bu Li's head was ensnared between her legs, and at such speed, even if his bones remained unbroken, he would suffer immensely. Xiao Wu performed several backflips in the air before landing gracefully, earning the admiration of her companions. Meanwhile, Bu Li plummeted back to the ground with a tremendous crash, creating cracks in the earth beneath him. It was utterly horrifying, Ma Hongjun exclaimed, while the others, though less vocal, gasped in shock. Oscar had approached unnoticed, and upon seeing Xiao Wu land, he quickly conjured a massive sausage to offer her. Xiao Wu, without hesitation, began to nibble on it, having expended considerable soul power from her continuous use of skills. The sight of Bu Li, nearly embedded in the ground, left everyone in stunned silence. Ma Hongjun could not help but exclaim, "Sister Xiao Wu, this is even more terrifying than killing him." Xiao Wu snorted dismissively, replying, "Killing scum like him would only dirty my hands." The others looked at Bu Li, twitching on the ground, and Oscar suggested, "Who will carry him to the dungeon? We can earn 100 gold soul coins for capturing him." The mention of money piqued everyone's interest, and Ma Hongjun quickly said, "Wait, I'll fetch a cart. We can stuff him inside and deliver him to the guards." Dai Mubai rolled up his sleeves, grinning, "I'll pry him from the floor." Oscar created 2 large recovery sausages. Grinning, "I'll feed him the sausage." Thus, the 6 of them transported Bu Li to the city guards, ensuring he faced justice. In return, they received 100 gold soul coins, with Xiao Wu claiming 50 without any objections from the others, while the remaining 50 were evenly divided among them. In a shadowy corner, 2 middle-aged men in their 40s were engaged in a clandestine conversation. One man had an unseemly appearance, his swollen face obscuring his eyes, making it difficult to discern whether he was squinting or staring wide-eyed. His dark skin and disheveled hair, accompanied by the occasional fly buzzing around, made him utterly repugnant. Next to him stood a short man, barely 5 feet tall, with a bald head save for a small tuft of black hair. His emaciated frame resembled little more than skin stretched over bones, and his eyes lacked any vitality. "You must have heard, Bu Li has been captured, supposedly by 6 little brats." "He was far too careless," the man with the unseemly appearance remarked, his voice deep and resonant, possessing a certain allure. "Oomph. This incident has stirred quite a commotion in the city. That kid Bu Li deserves it. He couldn't even handle 6 children," the shorter man replied, his voice sharp and grating, reminiscent of a duck's quack. Continuing, the first man declared, "Despite that, we must avenge this slight. I've located the academy of those 6 children, and we shall act tonight. I've heard there's a stunning lowly among them. Just thinking about it excites me." A lascivious grin crept across his face as he spoke. His companion, equally unseemly, rasped, "Then it's settled. We strike tonight." What a boon from the heavens! Just as they prepared for their nocturnal raid on Shrek City, 2 shadowy figures appeared silently behind them. The foremost figure was a man clad in a black cloak, his face obscured, save for his piercing eyes. He was tall and broad-shouldered, exuding a palpable aura of composure. Beside him stood a woman wearing a purple veil, her deep blue gown accentuating her flawless figure. Her large blue eyes regarded the 2 men with disdain, her elegant brows furrowing slightly. The idle chatter abruptly ceased as the two men, bewildered, turned to face the imposing figures behind them. Instinctively, they sensed the hostility emanating from the newcomers. "Who are you?" the first man asked, rising swiftly, his demeanor shifting to one of caution. The shorter man, however, brazenly eyed the young woman in blue, his eyes gleaming with a predatory glint. Unable to resist, he lustfully exclaimed, "Ha ha, a gem, truly a gem." At the lewd remarks, the veiled woman's face flushed with indignation, her pristine teeth biting down on her lip. The anger bubbling within her reached a boiling point. She had never been so insulted. In an instant, she dashed towards the man, her right hand sweeping outwards, summoning dozens of deep blue vines that surged forth from her palm. The man, feeling an unprecedented sense of pressure, was paralyzed with fear, momentarily forgetting to resist. With a resounding crack, the blue vines struck him mercilessly, erupting in a blaze of golden light as blood spattered everywhere. The short man was sent flying, crashing into a corner, unconscious. "Tianya!" the tall man shouted in alarm, witnessing his companion being hurled away. Enraged, he lunged forward to retaliate, but was taken aback by the speed of the cloaked figure, who appeared behind him in an instant. With a flicker of disdain and fury in his dark eyes, the cloaked man raised his right fist and swung with tremendous force. The punch collided with the man's back, propelling him through the air as his body contorted grotesquely, bones cracking under the strain as he smashed into the ground, convulsing violently. A lady stepped forward gracefully, her beautiful eyes filled with disdain. Her red lips parted slightly, producing a melodious voice. "Humph. If you wish to trouble the children, you must first pass our test." Chapter 173. The golden emblem in the office of Shrek Academy. Flinder rushed in, clutching a pile of bills. Observing the master, who sat leisurely in his chair, he expressed his concerns. "Xiao Gang, look here. Your teaching has shown results, yet the academy is on the brink of collapse." The master raised an eyebrow and replied nonchalantly, "If we lack funds, then we must earn them. No matter how difficult it becomes, we cannot let the children suffer. As a soul sage, are you incapable of covering their expenses?" Flinder was rendered speechless. It was disheartening to find himself, a soul sage, constrained by financial matters. He had hoped that with this modest funding, they could sustain the academy until the children graduated. However, to his dismay, just 3 days later, the academy was teetering on the edge of bankruptcy. This was primarily due to the exorbitant costs of the nourishing meals and potions provided for the children, not to mention the various supplementary items, which were astronomically priced. Although Tang Lu had generously donated some gold soul coins as an individual, Flinder, as the dean, could not accept all of it, taking only a fraction for the immediate expenses. If an academy had to rely on its students to raise funds, what purpose would it serve? Relying solely on Tang Li's contribution was certainly not a viable long-term solution. A strategy must be devised. Flinder could not help but plead. "Xiao Gang, could you perhaps reduce your purchases? While I have witnessed the children's progress over these past 3 months, the expenses are simply unbearable. If we do not secure sufficient funds within a month, we will be forced to wander the earth." The master, equally troubled, replied, "Since you entrusted the children to me, I shall ensure they receive a proper education. As for other matters, I will find a way." Flinder reminisced. "I remember the joy we experienced while traveling the continent together. Who would have thought that time would lead us to this predicament?" The master, too, felt a wave of nostalgia as he murmured, "We will have another opportunity, surely." The joyful holiday was fleeting, and after 7 days, the members of Shrek returned to their usual routines. As the first rays of sunlight graced the earth, Shrek Academy stirred from its slumber. True to form, Tang Lu and Tang San were meditating on the rooftop, while Oscar remained blissfully asleep under his blanket. Ma Hongjun and Dai Mu Bai were early risers, jogging, while Zhu Zhuqing occasionally peeked out from the girls' dormitory, occasionally flashing a sweet smile. When the bell for class rang, everyone set aside their activities and hurried to their familiar square. The weather today was particularly splendid, with a bright sun and fluffy white clouds creating a picturesque scene. Upon their return to the academy, The 6 who had captured the 100 gold soul coins unanimously presented them to Flinder, fully aware of the Academy's financial strain. After a round of playful scolding, he accepted their contribution but secretly vowed that once the Academy was financially stable, he would repay them double. The children were not overly concerned with the funds. For their age, money was not of paramount importance. As the saying goes, money is merely an external possession, and its absence is inconsequential. The master stood before the students, maintaining a serious demeanor as he addressed them. After 3 months of rigorous training, I trust you have made significant progress, which you can all recognize. The students nodded in agreement, and the master continued. However, becoming an excellent soul master is merely the beginning. Your progress must not only be evident, but must also manifest in battle. What constitutes progress? It is the ability to defeat opponents you previously could not conquer. That is progress. To vanquish foes you once feared. That is progress. At this point, the master paused, then declared, therefore, our training ground will no longer be Shrek Academy, but rather the familiar Great Soul Arena. The requirement is simple. Each of you must earn a silver soul emblem, or you shall not graduate. Failure to meet this requirement will result in a failed training session. The students exchanged knowing smiles, realizing that battling in the arena was far preferable to enduring the master's rigorous training. The master cautioned, be aware. You must secure the silver soul emblem not only in one-on-one combat, but also represent Shrek Academy in team battles. Oscar looked around and asked the master in team battles, it's 7 against 7, but there are 8 of us. What shall we do? The master furrowed his brow and replied, I believe that Tang Li's skill level no longer necessitates participation in the 7-on-7 team battles. Thus, the remaining 7 of you will form the Shrek team. The group was momentarily taken aback, then cast envious glances at Tang Lu. To be exempt from team battles was indeed a privilege befitting the master's favorite student. Tang Lu was initially surprised, but quickly dismissed the thought. Given his current strength, he truly did not need to partake in the team battles. This arrangement would only hinder his potential and disrupt the team's rhythm. However, the master coldly interjected, although Tang Lu is exempt from the 7-on-7 team battles, his one-on-one combat will be far more grueling. He must secure a golden soul emblem to be deemed qualified. Golden. The group collectively gasped, contemplating how many battles it would take to earn such an emblem. Tang Lu quietly grumbled, you make it sound so easy, but how many fights must I endure to earn a golden emblem? The master smirked slightly. There is no time constraint on your battles. You may choose to fight whenever you wish. It is only when you obtain the golden soul emblem that I will consider you qualified. Each battle will provide you with valuable experience, so do not complain excessively. Truth is always born from practice. Tang Lu scoffed, muttering to himself clearly, the Academy is out of money, which is why they are sending us out to do the hard work, all while making it sound so grand. After a brief period of packing their belongings, the group set off, accompanied by Dean Flinder and Vice Dean Zhao Wujing. By the time they arrived in Suatua City, it was already afternoon. They quickly found a hotel to rest before the competition. The master gathered the 8 students in his room, stating that he had something to discuss. Looking at the 8 children before him, the master smiled. From today onward, you are free to choose your own pairings and combinations. Xiao San, who will you team up with? Tang San immediately replied, Xiao Wu. I have already formed a trio with her. Chapter 174. Martial Soul and Magic. The master nodded and turned to Ma Hongjun, asking, what about you? Ma Hongjun responded, who also want to team up with me? Of course, I will pair with Xiao Ao. The master nodded again, then turned to Dai Mubai, inquiring, what about you? Mubai? Dai Mubai was about to express his desire to team with Zhu Zhuqing when she preemptively declared, I will join Rong Rong. Our soul powers are quite similar, making it manageable. With a sigh of disappointment, Dai Mubai resigned himself. Then I will team with Tang Lu. After all, strength and unity makes us the strongest pair in this team. Tang Lu remained nonchalant. As for him, a 2-on-2 battle was merely a leisurely activity. It mattered little with whom he teamed. His primary concern was how to acquire that golden soul emblem, as the burden on him was the heaviest among the group. However, the master shook his head, saying, no, I would rather suggest that you team up with Zhu Qing, while Tang Lu pairs with Ning Rongrong. This way, You can avoid the monotony of battle and simultaneously engage with stronger forces, which will significantly benefit your cultivation. Dai Mubai nodded vigorously, expressing his agreement. I believe the master is absolutely right. I wholeheartedly concur. Nevertheless, Zhu Zhuqing's face was cold, and despite the eager gaze of Dai Mubai, she found it difficult to voice her dissent. Ning Rongrong did not reject the master's proposal, as Tang Li's prowess was evident to all. Having such a formidable partner in a 2-on-2 battle would surely lead to victory. The master chuckled softly. I am not preventing you from partnering with Tang Lu. Rather, I suggest that you also take the opportunity to team up with others during your free time. As he spoke, he produced 8 prepared masks from behind him, handing them out to each of them in turn. There is another key aspect to this competition. You will participate as members of Shrek Academy, but you must not reveal your identities or names. Do you understand? The group gazed at the green masks adorned with the Shrek emblem before nodding in unison. They comprehended the implication of the master's words. After all, their youth was apparent, yet their displayed talents were nothing short of astonishing. Particularly Tang Lu and Tang San, who had reached Soul Master at the tender age of 12, were truly unparalleled geniuses on the continent. It would not be surprising if the Spirit Hall attempted to capture them before the Soul Battle competition even commenced. Oscar glanced at the green mask in his hand and inquired, "What shall we be called?" The master smiled. "You may choose your own titles. For instance, Dai Mubai, I recommend you use your soul's name and call yourself the evil-eyed white tiger. As for you, Oscar, why not use your catchphrase and call yourself Sausage Specialty?" Tang Sen contemplated the mask deeply before lifting his head with a smile, saying, "Then I shall be known as the Thousand-Handed Azura." Thousand-Handed Azura Tang San. The master nodded slightly. That is a fine name, quite imposing. Thousand-Handed Azura suits you well, Xiao San. Although you may appear calm and amiable, each time you unleash your power, you become a slaughterer on the battlefield. Ma Hongjun eagerly interjected, "What about me? What shall I be called?" "You shall be the evil fire phoenix," the master replied with a grin. "As for Xiao Wu, given her soul's characteristics, we shall call her the gentle bone charm rabbit. Ning Rongrong's 7-treasure glazed tile cannot be concealed, so let us call her 7-treasure glazed tile. Zhu Qing, you should name yourself based on your soul as well. How does the Nether Spirit Cat sound?" The 7 of them were bestowed with their respective titles. Evil-eyed white tiger Dai Mubai, Sausage Specialty Oscar, Thousand-Handed Azura Tang San, Gentle Bone Charm Rabbit Xiao Wu, 7-treasure glazed tile Ning Rongrong, Nether Spirit Cat Zhu Zhuqing, and Evil Fire Phoenix Ma Hongjun. Now, only Tang Lu remained without a title, and curious glances were cast in his direction. The master chose to solicit Tang Li's opinion, asking Xiao Lu, "What do you wish to be called?" Ma Hongjun chuckled. "How about calling you Vine Binding Chick?" Xiao Wu shook her head, saying, "No way, that's dreadful." After a moment of contemplation, Tang Lu smiled and suggested, "How about I call myself Martial Demon?" Dai Mubai nodded thoughtfully, then remarked, "Martial Demon likely refers to the techniques we have yet to witness from Tang Lu. That sounds quite fitting." Oscar also nodded in agreement. Yes. Those techniques Tang Lu taught me during our training have kept me awake at night, almost making me feel cursed." Xiao Wu blinked her large eyes and beamed. "That sounds wonderful." Tang San, appearing somewhat solemn, nodded, realizing that while Martial Demon may seem a bit juvenile, it held a deeper significance for him. Martial Demon literally implies the transformation of martial arts into a frenzy, a title that would eventually resonate across the continent. Could it be that Brother Lu intends to establish his own sect? Although he did not mention forming the Tang sect on Dilua continent, he undoubtedly harbored such thoughts. However, given their current weakness, it remained merely a notion. Thus, the 8 titles were finally assembled, and they established a 7-member Shrek battle team. Unbeknownst to them, these seemingly casual titles would later become renowned throughout the continent. Martial Demon Tang Lu would ultimately be revered as the martial ancestor. Of course, this was a matter for the future. At present, they were merely fledglings making their way to the Grand Hall. Tang Lu walked alongside the master at the back of the group, feeling quite elated as they conversed. The 7 in front, however, wore somber expressions, occasionally emitting pained groans. When they proceeded to register for the soul battle, Ma Hongjun inadvertently caught sight of Tang Li's information. The information card displayed 3 golden characters. Iron Soul. It was known that everyone in Shrek was starting from scratch, their information cards marked with copper souls. How could Tang Lu have gotten ahead? Boasting over 100 points more than them? The revelation left them stunned. Upon learning that Tang Lu had achieved consecutive victories, their astonishment rendered them speechless, staring at him in disbelief. Goodness, while appearing to spend every day with us at the academy, he secretly participated in competitions at the Soul Battle Arena. Dai Mubai and Ning Rongrong's expressions grew even graver, for Tang Li's Iron Soul meant he would be matched with equally formidable Iron Soul opponents. Dai Mubai was relatively secure, being a 37th level Soul Master, but what about Ning Rongrong? As a support-type Soul Master in her 20s, she would be easily crushed by any adversary. Xiaolu, after you graduate, would you be interested in inheriting my aspirations and becoming a glorious teacher? The master asked. However, before that, you should traverse the continent, much like I did in my youth, to see the vast world beyond. As he spoke, the master's gaze lifted, filled with nostalgia. Tang Lu felt a pang of discomfort. Smiling wryly, Master, can we not focus on the future? One must remain grounded. The master shook his head with a smile. I knew your ambitions did not lie in this direction. I cannot force you. After all, your talent surpasses my expectations, and the heights you may achieve will surely leave me in awe. Tang Lu cast a puzzled glance at the master, wondering if he had not slept well the previous night, leading him to speak such nonsense. Meanwhile, Flinder was at the back of the group, turning around with Zhao Wujin, gazing enviously at the coins flowing in and out of the Soul Battle Arena. Flinder shed tears of longing, wishing he could acquire such wealth to purchase a prime piece of land and establish Shrek Academy in the most prominent location within the Tiando Empire, recruiting several Soul Saints as teachers and occasionally enjoying a game of mahjong. The 8 of them donned their masks and strode confidently into the Soul Battle Arena. Their masks featured playful and mischievous creatures, some fierce yet endearing, undeniably unforgettable. Observing their uniqueness, the onlookers buzzed with curiosity, speculating about their origins. Flinder, walking in the rear, couldn't help but straighten his posture, not only due to their eye-catching appearance, but also because he was determined to make a profit during this visit to the Soul Battle Arena. He meticulously calculated that in each Grand Soul Arena match, he could earn at least 1 gold coin, with a daily schedule of over 10 matches. This would suffice for the Academy's expenses. Moreover, given the children's prowess, he believed they would soon gain renown in the Grand Soul Arena of Sotowa City, inevitably attracting more affluent patrons. At that time, he could seize the opportunity to reap substantial profits. Truly, I am a little genius. Flandra proudly lifted his head and walked with a light step. He spent a small sum to erase their real names from the Soul Arena information cards, replacing them with their designated nicknames. The staff also uniformly adjusted their combat schedules to avoid overlapping matches. The first duo to take the stage was Dai Mubai and Tang Lu, followed by Tang San and Xiao Wu, and then Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing. Due to Tang Li's Iron Soul classification, their opponents were also of the Iron Soul level, which placed considerable pressure on Dai Mubai. Nevertheless, with the highest soul power in the team, he approached with unwavering confidence. The pairing of Dai Mubai and Tang Lu was dubbed the Bai Lu Duo, a name that felt somewhat awkward as it was coined on the spot. However, Tang Lu paid it no mind, and Dai Mubai refrained from voicing any objections. The announcer's voice echoed. Next up is a match between the Bai Lu Duo and the Qindi Duo. The Qindi Duo, as we all know, is a classic team with a well-established reputation and formidable strength. In contrast, the Bai Lu Duo is evidently a newcomer team with no prior achievements. Clearly a pair of novices. Let's anticipate the clash between these two teams. Had this been before, the mere mention of Tang Li's name might have elicited some cheers. But now, with the use of their nicknames, few recognized them. Under the watchful eyes of Dai Mubai and Tang Lu, Shi Di and Shi Qin ascended the Soul Arena. Shi Di donned a long black robe, his tall and slender figure standing at approximately 1.7 meters, with piercing eyes and a crew cut that accentuated his heroic demeanor. Tang Lu, keen-eyed, noticed a habitual flicker of Shi Di's right fingers as he stepped onto the stage, deducing that his martial soul must be a flute. Furthermore, Shurdi's physique did not suggest he was an agile or powerful attacker. Tang Lu surmised he was likely a control-type soul master. Standing beside him, Shurqin presented a stark contrast, clad in a black robe and a flat black hat. His sharp eyes fixated on Tang Lu and Dai Mubai from the moment he stepped onto the stage. A slight, derisive smile graced his lips, as if the outcome of the match was already a foregone conclusion. Observing the duo with peculiar masks, Shurqin's expression shifted slightly, and he scoffed, "If you fear us, now is the time to remove your masks and return home, lest we inadvertently mar your terrified faces beneath them when we engage." Even Shurdi shook his head, coldly stating, "If you are so frightened of your identities being revealed, perhaps secluding yourselves in the mountains would be wise. Wearing masks to feign mystery is quite laughable." While there have been instances of individuals concealing their identities in the soul arena, most merely erase their names. They had never before encountered masked opponents. Dai Mubai's eyes glimmered ominously, his fists clenched tightly, producing a crackling sound. Meanwhile, Tang Lu stood silently beside him. His eyes filled with curiosity as he scrutinized Shurqin and Shurdi, pondering their potential attack strategies. Shurqin's appearance also suggested he was not an agile or powerful soul master. Could he also be a control-type soul master, or perhaps a support type? If he were support type, it would be understandable, but two control-type soul masters would certainly raise questions. While dual control offers significant advantages, it comes with even more drawbacks, such as lack of mobility and insufficient explosive power. If both were control-type soul masters, how could they deliver a decisive attack? As Tang Lu pondered, the referee's voice rang out, officially commencing the match. Shurqin and Shurdi began to channel their soul power, their martial souls materializing in their hands. As Tang Lu had guessed, Shurdi's martial soul was indeed a flute, though it was unlike any ordinary flute, being made of pure white jade adorned with strange engravings of a solitary white wolf. Shurqin's martial soul, true to its name, was a guqin. The strings appear to be crafted from exquisite silk, looking translucent and delicate as gossamer. An expert would immediately discern that these strings were formed from condensed soul power, with occasional flashes of blue light coursing through them. As they summoned their respective martial souls, for circles of light rose beneath Shurqin's feet, 2 yellow and 2 purple, indicating the rank of a 4-ring soul master. Shurdi's rings were 1 yellow and 1 purple, designating him as a 3-ring soul venerable. Observing the martial souls summoned by their opponents, Tang Lu and Dai Mubai did not remain idle. They quickly spread out to assume their positions. Dai Mubai positioned himself at the front to defend, while Tang Lu stayed cautiously behind him, attentively watching Shurdi and Shurqin. With a thunderous roar reverberating through the arena, Dai Mubai's body straightened, white fur sprouting from him, and his hands expanding to twice their size. His eyes brimmed with a bloodthirsty aura as white light surged within him, a large character for king appearing on his forehead. Simultaneously, 3 circles of light, 2 yellow and 1 purple, rose beneath him. Without hesitation, Tang Lu unleashed his black silvergrass, a dark mass sprouting from his hand and swiftly spreading across the arena like poised serpents. Beneath his feet, 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings emerged, bringing the total to 13 glowing rings in the arena, delivering a stunning visual spectacle for the audience. In terms of soul rings, Tang Li's side clearly appeared at a disadvantage, as the Qin-Di duo boasted a 4-ring soul master, seemingly overpowering Tang Lu and Dai Mubai. However, the 2 purple soul rings beneath Tang Lu and Dai Mubai were genuine 1,000-year soul rings, igniting excitement among the spectators, indicating that this would undoubtedly be a fierce battle. Shurqin cast a dismissive glance at Dai Mubai and Tang Lu, sneering, "Oh, I thought some important figures were trying to conceal their identities. It turns out you're merely 2 3-ring soul venerables. Stop wasting time with them. Let's end this swiftly," Shurdi urged, then shouted, "Flute sound decision." The first yellow ring beneath him shone brightly as he gently closed his eyes, attuning himself to the surrounding energies. To Dai Mubai and Tang Li's astonishment, Shurdi began to play the flute before them, a melodious tune resonating throughout the arena, lingering in the air. The enchanting sound of the flute filled their ears, and Tang Lu realized that the notes were infused with soul power. "Go!" Shirt D exclaimed, and with a wave of his right hand, the ethereal notes coalesced into blades, forming a tempest that surged toward Dai Mubai and Tang Lu. Though the soul power-forged blades appeared innocuous, their speed was astonishing. Dai Mubai and Tang Lu were caught off guard by such a unique method of attack, as were the audience, witnessing music being wielded as a weapon for the first time. The virtual attack created through the condensation of soul power undoubtedly consumes an immense amount of mental energy. Without formidable spiritual strength, sustaining it is utterly impossible. Furthermore, to execute such a move, one must achieve perfect mastery over the instrument and the sound it produces. Otherwise, every strike released will inevitably deviate. However, Sure D has executed this flawlessly, almost akin to a prodigious talent. Dai Mubai, of course, would not remain idle. He promptly began to channel the soul power within him to form a defense, as brilliant white light erupted fiercely from his body. With a resounding whoosh, a tempest formed from dozens of swords swept through the arena, stirring up a tumultuous wave of energy. The collision between the numerous swords and Dai Mubai's creamy white soul power resulted in a dazzling explosion of light, utterly breathtaking. How naive you are! Do you truly believe you can withstand my flute sound technique? Wherever my flute's melody resonates, I can continuously conjure flute sound swords. Is this truly the extent of your strength? You have deeply disappointed me, Shirdi coldly remarked, harboring no belief that Dai Mubai could withstand his onslaught. Even if he were to fend off one attack, there would be a second, a third, an infinite number more. Yet in the next moment, the spots occupied by Dai Mubai and Tang Lu became eerily vacant. As the two appeared 10 meters away, their faces reflecting disappointment as they gazed at Shirdi. "How could this be? You actually evaded my attack," Shirdi exclaimed in disbelief. His first soul skill, the flute sound technique, had always been infallible. Even agile attack-type soul masters seldom escaped its grasp. Yet these two did not appear to be of that category, and they managed to evade it effortlessly. Tang Lu remained silent and summoned the black silver grass from his palm once more, spreading it across the entire spirit fighting platform. Dai Mubai, standing before him, spoke. "Your attacks are simply too slow." Even he and I couldn't catch up. As he spoke, he pointedly gestured towards Tang Lu behind him. "Can you refrain from boasting at my expense? Have you forgotten how you struggled amidst the chaos of swords? Were it not for the extensive coverage of the black silver grass pulling you over, coupled with your swift movement, do you believe your clothing would remain intact?" The audience seated around the arena watched with great interest, their curiosity about the match growing. A battle of equals, a life-and-death struggle, would be far more entertaining. Shirdi remained silent for a moment, then suddenly surged forward like a sword freed from its sheath. His legs moved with remarkable speed, resembling a small whirlwind as he reached the center of the arena. Meanwhile, Shirchin, who had previously stood behind him, seized the opportunity. He raised his left arm slightly, lifting the guqin with his hand, while his right hand began to gently pluck the strings, producing melodious sounds. The music emanating from the guqin was exquisite to the audience. But for Tang Lu and Dai Mubai, it had a different effect. Upon hearing the sound of the guqin, their movements noticeably slowed. Even their reaction times became sluggish. He is also a control-type soul master. The two realized simultaneously, but at that moment, Shirdi had already rushed before them, leaving them with no time to consider their next move. Dai Mubai rubbed his numb wrist, and with a roar, unleashed the white tiger fist. Simultaneously, his first and second soul rings illuminated, and as he charged forward, his body began to enlarge, radiating a terrifying aura that forcibly diminished Shirdi's previous speed. A dazzling sphere of white light coalesced in Dai Mubai's palm. The surging soul power within him seemed capable of tearing through the very fabric of space. Yet, despite the terrifying presence of Dai Mubai, Shirchin remained unperturbed. His third soul ring glowed, and he raised the flute to his lips, producing a sound that transformed from melodious to urgent and sinister. The moment one heard it, an involuntary sense of panic surged within, and their mental state began to waver. As Shirdi closed the distance between them, Dai Mu Bai's body suddenly stiffened. Upon hearing the flute's melody, his movements involuntarily halted, and the soul power he had accumulated began to dissipate. What is happening? Why can't I control myself? Dai Mu Bai inwardly cursid. When he finally raised his head to look at Shirchin, he found only emptiness. Shirchin had vanished without a trace. At that moment, Shirchin stealthily appeared behind Dai Mu Bai, the flute in his hand morphing into a long sword, a weapon conjured from his second soul skill. Though its power paled in comparison to the innate sword martial souls of ordinary individuals, a sudden ambush from behind would undoubtedly inflict pain upon Dai Mu Bai. Just as he prepared to strike, a strand of black silver grass ensnared his arm. In his moment of shock, the grass twisted forcefully, causing pain to shoot through his wrist, forcing him to release his grip. The long sword clattered to the ground, reverting to its original form as a flute. Tang Lu had anticipated Shirdi's activation of his third soul skill, laying the black silver grass in wait for this very moment. Realizing his predicament, Shirdi attempted to reclaim the fallen flute with a swift movement, only to discover he was utterly immobilized. His limbs were completely bound by the black silver grass. Ensnaring him thoroughly, Dai Mu Bai swiftly turned, his expression one of fury as he regarded the struggling Shirdi. "You dare to ambush me?" he scoffed, a malevolent glint in his eyes. A sphere of white light gathered in his mouth, and with a thunderous roar akin to a tiger's cry, a torrent of milky energy erupted forth. With a resounding crash, countless beams of white light shot out. Tang Lu, in perfect synchrony, maneuvered the black silver grass aside, causing Shirdi to tumble to the ground as he lost the support of the grass. The ferocious might of the white tiger's radiant wave sent Shirdi soaring, tracing a graceful arc through the air before landing beside Shirchin, his flute rolling to rest at his feet. At that moment, Shirdi appeared utterly disheveled. The robe that had adorned his back was completely torn asunder by the force of the white tiger's radiant wave, leaving numerous wounds across his body. "Shirdi, are you all right?" Shirchin, setting aside the guqin, rushed to Shirdi's side to assist him. However, Dai Mu Bai had no intention of letting him off easily. Under the influence of his soul power, sharp claws sprang forth from his palm as he stepped forward, delivering a powerful punch directly at Shirdi's chest. In a moment of panic, Shirchin attempted to rise and intervene, but collided directly with Dai Mu Bai, striking against Dai Mu Bai's chest, which felt as unyielding as steel. Shirchin faltered, a sharp pain radiating from his chest as he staggered backward. This retreat completely exposed Shirdi to Dai Mu Bai's line of sight. Without a moment's hesitation, the tiger fist crashed against Shirdi's chest, causing him to cough up a mouthful of fresh blood. He fell to the ground, sliding away, nearly tumbling out of the arena. At this moment, Shirdi's expression was one of grave concern. He had to admit that he had underestimated his opponent. He had initially believed that he could easily dispatch Dai Mu by using the temporary control from his third environment, but alas, Tang Li's reflexes were simply too swift. His instincts warned him that these two masked individuals were far from ordinary. Shirchin's eyes gradually brightened, and he regarded Dai Mu Bai and Tang Lu with newfound seriousness. If the earlier demeanor of the individual was marked by disdain, it has now transformed into vigilant seriousness. He no longer regards the two before him with any contempt. Instead, he is enveloped in a palpable aura of battle intent. "Let us strike together and deny them the chance to react," Tang Lu decisively commanded. Without hesitation, he propelled himself forward, employing the art of Lingbo Weibu, aiming directly at Shirchin. Similarly, Dengube launched himself in a fierce lunge towards the fallen Shirdi. Although controlling-type soul masters can be quite formidable, their strength is contingent upon the timing of their abilities. Presently, both Shirchin and Shirdi have sustained varying degrees of injury, and their recovery will not be swift, presenting an opportune moment to exploit their sluggishness and swiftly eliminate them. As Tang Lu approached with remarkable speed, Shirchin remained composed, swiftly retreating backward and creating several meters of distance in an instant. A dark luminescence swirled around Tang Lu as the black silver grass in his right hand began to proliferate wildly, numerous tendrils erupting from the ground behind Shirchin. forming a formidable barrier that obstructed his escape. Concurrently, the first soul ring at Tang's feet flared to life, robust black roots spiraling forth from all directions toward Shichin, displaying remarkable agility, recognized the futility of continuing to retreat and promptly adjusted his trajectory, though he initially evaded several tendrils of black silvergrass. The subsequent onslaught left him momentarily disoriented. In the blink of an eye, the black silvergrass had ensnared his lower body, creeping perilously close to his chest, prompting Shichin to act without hesitation. He unleashed his soul power, a torrent emanating from his being and shattering the surrounding black silvergrass, which dissipated into the air like ethereal wisps. Yet, remnants of dozens of black silver tendrils remained coiled around him, lying in wait like serpents in the shadows, instilling a sense of dread. Observing the dense web of black silvergrass around him, his heart surged with tumult. What manner of plant possesses such resilience? He had nearly been ensnared by the black silvergrass when he released his soul power. It was significant to note that he was a level 40 soul master, and facing a level 30 soul venerable should have been akin to a simple victory, yet he felt a genuine sense of peril. He had never encountered a plant from a soul venerable that could pose such a threat, especially one that, despite lacking a soul ring, could so easily entangle him. Inwardly, he felt a twinge of relief, grateful for having one more soul ring than his opponent. Otherwise, the outcome of this battle could have been dire. Shichin was a composed individual, methodical in his actions, neither arrogant nor rash. With a sidelong glance at Tang, he positioned his guqin before him, plucking the strings gently, and the enchanting melody resonated once more. Tang Lur felt a jolt of disturbance in his consciousness at that very moment. The elegant strains of the guqin were laced with an almost imperceptible killing intent, leaving an inscrutable impression. If the music continued, it would create significant disruption for both Tang Lur and Dai Mubai. Without further delay, Tang Lur surged forward, deftly leaping into the air. His eyes glimmered with a golden radiance as countless tendrils of black silvergrass surged toward Shichin, encircling him. Shichin, unfazed, snorted dismissively, his right finger flicking lightly to unleash a brilliant beam of light reminiscent of starlight. The vibrations from the guqin cascaded outward, repelling Tang Lur and his black silvergrass, while the residual waves coalesced into a magnificent dragon that spiraled away. Tang Lur renewed his assault, gliding low to the ground, his speed reaching a zenith akin to a tempest. Courtesy of the Lingbo Weibo technique, Shichin frowned, yet remained unperturbed as the first of his century-old soul rings illuminated. A blue radiance erupted from him, enveloping him in a shimmering azure armor, elevating his presence. His eyes transformed to a mesmerizing azure, akin to stars in the night sky. With another flick of his finger, a beam of golden light shot forth from the crimson gold strings of the guqin. This dazzling golden ray, radiant and overwhelming, engulfed the arena, slicing through the air with a resounding whoosh. The golden light clearly targeted Tang, while torrents of blue soul power danced within it, conjuring a tempest that threatened to consume all. This was Shichin's first soul skill, Chini, much like Shirdi Sdinju. This soul skill required an exquisite understanding of their respective martial spirits. Any deviation in the melody would adversely affect the soul skill's efficacy. Nevertheless, Shichin executed it flawlessly, having grasped the essence of the guqin, which is why Tang Lur deemed him a master. As the golden light approached Tang Lur with increasing proximity, its brilliance rivaled the sun, and the blue soul power within surged, tearing through the outer defenses and rushing forth. The azure soul power shot skyward, creating a stunning visual spectacle that overwhelmed the senses, with an oppressive force that was palpable. Yet Tang Lur's battle fervor ignited within him, revealing no trace of trepidation. Little did Shichin realize that the tempest generated by the golden light not only accelerated the soul skill's velocity, but also enhanced Tang's Lingbo Weibo to unprecedented heights. As the golden light neared Tang's chest, Shichin seized the opportunity, unleashing a thunderous roar as his momentum surged. The second and third century soul rings flared simultaneously, activating his second soul skill, Qin Fu, and his third soul skill, Qin Bao, in an instant. In the following moment, an ancient black rune enveloped the golden light before Toe, swiftly followed by a cerulean halo manifesting above his head, merging seamlessly with the golden radiance. The golden light expanded at a visible rate, the surging soul power within compressing as if it were a boiling kettle on the brink of explosion. After executing this intricate sequence, Shurqin observed Tang Lur consumed by the golden light, a faint smile gracing his lips. This combination of techniques had been honed over many years, and he was acutely aware of the devastation it could inflict. No one could withstand his assault. With two soul skills combined, the first soul skill, Qin, would undoubtedly falter, leading to a cataclysmic explosion. As anticipated, the next instant erupted with a thunderous explosion that shook the arena, uprooting the flooring and sending debris soaring into the air, cloaking Toler's form in a cloud of dust. Even Dunwubai and Shudi, engaged in their own battle not far away, halted in astonishment at the spectacle before them. Your friend will likely be incapacitated for months, Shudi murmured, observing the devastation and concluding that Tang Lur had surely met his match. Daimaba swallowed hard, acknowledging the ruthlessness of an opponent of the Iron Soul level. As Shurqin was admiring the explosion before him, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, and before he could react, his throat was seized, lifting him off the ground. Cough, cough, let go of me. Shurqin struggled violently, releasing his left hand that held the guqin and grasped the hand that was choking him, attempting to pry it away. However, that hand felt as unyielding as if it were made of iron. No matter how hard Shurqin tried, it remained immovable. Observing Shurqin's face turning crimson, Tang Lu sneered coldly. What's wrong? Did you think this battle would end so soon? Although he could not see Tang Lu upon hearing his voice, Shurqin's heart sank as he incredulously exclaimed, How could it be you? How could you possibly escape? Tang Lu merely smiled faintly, offering no reply, and instantly executed the Tianshan 6-yang palm. The sonic boom of the air rushed forth as the palm struck Shurqin's lower back, sending powerful vibrations rippling through the surroundings. At the same moment, Tang Lu released his grip, and Shurqin was propelled backward, crashing without warning into the already shattered center of the arena, his blood mingling with the dust. Shurqin did not lose his will to fight immediately. Rather, he shook his head, tried to regain his composure. However, as he sensed his consciousness beginning to fade, he struggled to rise from the ground. Pain etched across his face. He intended to resist further, but his eyes fell upon the guqin that Tang Lu was trampling. What? You still refuse to concede? Tang Li's lips curled slightly as a torrent of black light surged skyward. Dozens of black firefly grasses erupted from the stones beneath Shurqin's feet, forming a cage that enveloped him. At this moment, in the distance, Shurdi suddenly burst into laughter, raising his flute to his lips, ready to unleash his third soul skill, only to be knocked unconscious by Dai Mu Bai's massive paw, which was larger than his head. With a thud, Shurdi collapsed to the ground. Observing Shurdi's right hand still clutching the flute, Dai Mu Bai felt a surge of relief, silently acknowledging that had he not previously battled with the vile Tang Lu and Tang San, it would have been quite challenging to deal with this control-type opponent. Chapter 179. The Tang Rongrong duo. This battle was nothing short of spectacular, showcasing Shurdi's agile control, Shurqin's formidable strikes, and Tang Li's sudden ambush, undoubtedly providing the audience with a visual feast. Although the fight left them profoundly shaken, there lingered a tinge of regret. Shurqin had not fully harnessed the advantages his soul rank could offer, as he had not employed his fourth soul skill throughout the match, a consequence of underestimating his opponent. Furthermore, as a nimble control type, Tang Lu would not easily permit him to utilize his fourth soul skill. With the host's resounding announcement, Dai Mu Bai and Tang Lu celebrated their first victory as a duo. The master, seated among the audience, nodded in approval, his gaze filled with admiration for Tang Lu and Dai Mu Bai. While Tang Lu was undoubtedly impressive, it was Dai Mu Bai who surprised him more. Typically, attack-type soul masters are vulnerable to control-type soul masters, Yet throughout this entire match, Dai Bai had fought with remarkable composure. A stark contrast to the torment he had endured 3 months prior at the hands of Tang Lu and Tang San. The master murmured to himself, indeed, one must learn and practice more to achieve greater progress. I should invite that scoundrel Tang Lu to teach the 7 youngster the lesson someday, to significantly enhance their overall strength and gain experience through repeated battles. Amidst the thunderous applause of the audience, Tang Lu and Dai Bai returned to their designated resting area. Ma Hongjun immediately approached Dai Bai, exclaiming, "Boss Dai, you were incredible just now." Even Oscar nodded, quietly adding, "I just noticed that Zhu Zhuqing was watching intently. Boss Dai, you truly are the best. Next time, share some tips with the brothers." Initially intending to take a breather, Dai Bai perked up upon hearing Zhu Zhuqing's name, raising his head with flair, tousling his golden hair, and boasting, of course. "Who do you think your boss is? I'll tell you, the moment I stepped onto the stage, I unleashed a killing spree, subduing both opponents merely with my presence. Even Tang Lu called me a master." As he spoke, he glanced towards Zhu Zhuqing, who sat by the window. Yet, Zhu Zhuqing kept her head down, lost in thought. "You've worked hard." Tang San stepped forward, patting Tang Lu on the shoulder, offering encouragement rather than flattery, like Ma Hongjun and Oscar. It was manageable, primarily. That guy Shi Qin underestimated his opponent. "Otherwise, we wouldn't have won so easily," Tang Lu replied with a smile, casually grabbing a nearby teacup and gulping down its contents. "Hey, that's mine." Ning Rongrong, seated on the sofa, immediately stood up in mock indignation. Tang Lu paused for a moment, then chuckled, "No worries, I don't mind. I'll wash it for you later." Ning Rongrong's expression soured, and she shot Tang Lu an annoyed glare, then pouted, revealing 2 adorable dimples as she angrily plopped back onto the sofa. Tang Lu looked on, bewildered by Ning Rongrong's sudden anger, feeling a strong urge to ask, "Do you think I de-wash it poorly?" Even Tang San cast a puzzled glance, wondering why there's such a fuss over a mere cup of tea. Standing beside Tang San, Xiao Wu, who had been observing, quickly understood the situation. She shot a disapproving glance at Tang Lu and Tang San, accompanied by a playful tongue stick out, leaving both men bewildered, sighing in exasperation at the 2 oblivious figures. Xiao Wu released Tang San's shoulder and cheerfully ran over to play with Ning Rongrong, soon filled with the sounds of their laughter. Tang Lu cleared his throat, regaining focus as he and Tang San found a spot to sit down, beginning to strategize for the upcoming matches. They had performed exceptionally well today. Whether in one-on-one or two-on-two bouts, each member had excelled, accruing corresponding points without any losses. Ma Hongjun, with Oscar's support, had truly shed his previous identity as a weakling, transforming into a phoenix, leaving a lasting impression on the audience with the flames that engulfed the arena. Dai Bai and Zhu Zhuqing also shone brightly in their two-on-two matches, achieving effortless victories in both rounds. Dai Bai grew more formidable with each battle, resembling a fierce tiger descending from the mountain, sure to haunt dreams with just a glance. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing showcased her strengths. Coupled with the footwork Tang Lu had taught them, fully demonstrating her efforts over the past 3 months. Unexpected and ghostly, that was her icy persona. Tang San and Xiao Wu's trio also lived up to expectations, easily defeating the cat-and-mouse duo in the first round, leaving a lasting impression. The subsequent matches were equally straightforward, as they effortlessly dispatched their opponents. However, Tang Li's sole battle for the day was not yet concluded. He still had a duo match with Ning Rongrong and an individual championship match to contend with. Currently, he felt overwhelmed, as Ning Rongrong had been persistently insisting on coming up with a captivating name for their duo for over 10 minutes. Zongle Dio, Zongtang Dio. Ning Rongrong pouted, deep in thought, looking utterly adorable, as she observed Tang Lu standing beside her, engulfed in existential doubt. Ning Rongrong was suddenly struck by a brilliant idea. With an expression of exhilaration, she rushed over and inquired, "Tang Lu, which of these 2 names do you find more melodious?" Tang Lu merely smirked, "Both sound lovely." It seemed that the girl was innately sensitive when it came to naming, insisting on a name that resonated powerfully. Conversely, the boy appeared indifferent, donning a mask that concealed his affections. Even a name as grandiose as Tianba Domba held little significance compared to the simplicity of Ergo Zuha, which rolled off the tongue with a certain finesse. Ning Rongrong, brimming with inspiration, gleefully suggested, "How about we call ourselves Tang Rongrong?" She giggled, covering her mouth, her face radiating with sweetness. Tang Zongvong? What on earth is that? Thought Tang Lo. Yet, gazing at Ning Rongrong's innocent smile, he found himself responding, "As long as you're happy." With Tang Li's tacit approval, Ning Rongrong's sparkling eyes gleamed with delight. She pumped her small, delicate fist and exclaimed, "Tang Rongrong Zuha, let us go." As she spoke, she tugged Tang Lu toward the counter. After presenting their badges, the staff inquired, "Please provide a name for your duo." "Tang Dongvong Zuha," Ning Rongrong promptly declared. "Very well," the staff replied with a smile. Taking the 10 gold soul coins, Tang Lu offered to register their information. Soon after, they received a golden badge inscribed with the 3 prominent characters, Tang Rongrong. Chapter 180. Facing the Long Huang combination, the duo entered their designated battle area, which was already filled to the brim with spectators. The host stood center stage, microphone in hand, as their opponents awaited their arrival from above. Under the scrutiny of hundreds of eyes, they stepped onto the battlefield, aligning themselves with Tang Lu in front and Ning Rongrong behind. As they drew closer, Tang Lu scrutinized their opponents. Unlike Tang Lu and Ning Rongrong, their adversaries were not a male-female pair. The male opponent before Tang Lu donned a simple blue outfit, displaying an unchanging expression since Tang Li's entrance. As if he were a statue, his calm gaze swept dispassionately over Ning Rongrong and Tang Lu, radiating an underlying sense of danger. Beside him stood a woman with sleek, deep purple hair, exuding an air of sharpness and simplicity. She remained closely tethered to the male, occasionally caressing his palm with her delicate fingers, clearly a couple. Tang Lu felt an odd sense of familiarity as he gazed at the two, as if he had encountered them before, though the memory was faint. He quickly recalled the 7-member team that had visited Suatawa City 3 months prior, with these two as the leaders. While he remembered them, the pair seemed oblivious to Tang Li's existence. The short-haired woman lazily yawned, leaning against the male's shoulder, playfully murmuring, "Tian Hung, shall we go out tonight? I've grown so much, and we haven't explored it all." Upon hearing her sweet tone, a faint smile finally graced the face of the man named Tian Hung. He gently stroked her short hair, replying, "All right, whatever you wish." The woman's smile deepened, her eyes sparkling with joy. Tang Lu thought, "Is it illegal to flaunt affection before a match?" As both teams completed their preparations, the host cleared his throat and announced, "Next up, the Tang Rongrong combination will face off against the Long Huang combination, who have achieved 5 consecutive victories in the duo battles. They have made a lasting impression with their formidable prowess, and we hope this match will not disappoint, leading to yet another spectacular performance." As his words fell, the crowd erupted in thunderous applause and frenzied cheers. "Go! Long Huang is unbeatable. We're betting everything on this." Amidst the cacophony of cheers, Tian Hung wore a faint smile, his gaze lingering with curiosity on the duo adorned in vivid green masks. He introduced himself. "I am Yu Tianhung, a 39th level assault system soul master, with the martial soul blue lightning Tyrannosaurus." Though reluctant, the girl beside him politely introduced herself. "I am Gu Du Yin, with a martial soul green scale snake, a 37th level control system soul master." Tang Lu mused their names, yet upon hearing their soul levels, he felt no trepidation. Instead, he immediately turned to Ning Rongrong, aware of the pressure she faced as a mere great soul master, far from the rank of soul sovereign. Seeing Tang Lu glance back, Ning Rongrong shook her head with a smile, signaling that she was unfazed. Despite her somewhat headstrong nature, she was a girl who refused to admit defeat. Tong Le Noded, fixing his gaze upon Yu Qianheng, announcing, "Wu Mao, martial soul black silvergrass, 34th level control system soul master." Ning Rongrong followed suit. "Qi Bao Liuli, martial soul Qi Bao Liuli Pagoda, 28th level support system soul master." Neither revealed their true names, opting for their original nicknames instead. Yu Qianheng furrowed his brow, finding their air of mystery unsettling. The girl named Qibao Liuli clearly hailed from the Qibao Liuli sect, a fact he recognized as someone from a prominent family. But what martial soul did the boy across from him possess? Black silver grass? He had never encountered such a term before. It was entirely foreign to him. If anything, the closest he could think of was blue silvergrass. Regardless of what it is, I shall shatter him with my dragon claws. With a thunderous roar, Yu Qianheng unleashed a resounding dragon's roar that echoed through the spirit arena. Blue lightning erupted from within him, fueling his blood and causing his bones to grow with a cacophony reminiscent of popping beans. His once placid eyes transformed into those of a bloodthirsty beast. Blue scales began to sprout from his arms, flickering with electric energy as his hands morphed into razor-sharp dragon claws. 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings materialized beneath him, and a blue lightning Tyrannosaurus emblem emerged on his forehead. "It's truly a dragon," Tang Lu murmured, captivated by the dragon-like transformation of Yu Qianheng. Feeling an inexplicable kinship towards dragons, having grown up among flowers. As Yu Qianheng revealed his martial soul, Gu Duyan let out a fierce cry, a green scale appearing on her forehead as purple venom streamed forth. Her skin was replaced by a layer of dark green serpentine scales, her legs merging seamlessly into a serpent's tail. With 2 yellow and 1 purple soul ring, the 6 luminous circles pulsed rhythmically, exuding an overwhelming pressure. In response to the oncoming force, Tang Lu unhesitatingly summoned his martial soul. The black silver grass emerged from his palm, its dark leaves swaying gently. 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings rapidly ascended, bracing against the impending pressure. Black energy flickered in the air as the black silver grass swiftly flourished, enveloping Tang Lu and Ning Rongrong, preparing them for any sudden assault. Ning Rongrong stood steadfastly behind Tang Lu, gazing at his tall and imposing silhouette, feeling an inexplicable sense of reassurance within her heart. The 7 treasures, known for their brilliance, manifested as the Qibao Liuli Pagoda. With a clear call, Ning Rongrong gracefully spun in place, radiant, multicolored light emanating from her being as a delicate, translucent pagoda materialized in her palm. 2 golden halos ascended from her feet, elevating her entire aura to celestial heights, resembling a fairy descended from the heavens. The 5 soul rings of Ning Rongrong faced the 6 of Yu Qianheng, placing Tang Lu and his companions at a distinct disadvantage from any perspective. Chapter 181. The mighty Yu Qianheng. As both sides unleashed their martial spirits, the atmosphere grew tense, akin to the calm before storm. Although the mask obscured Tang Li's visage, it could not conceal the chilling gaze that had begun to take shape within her eyes. Upon exchanging a glance, Yu Qianheng instinctively lowered his head, as if confronted by a ravenous wolf. The 7 treasures are renowned, with the first being strength and the second speed. Ning Rongrong's melodious voice resonated, and the enhancement of the Qibao Liuli Pagoda was swiftly conferred upon Tang Lu. The 30% amplification of strength and speed invigorated Tang Lu, filling him with renewed energy. Around Tang Lu, the black silver grass quietly formed an enormous shield, enveloping both him and Ning Rongrong in protection. The vertically erect black silver grass resembled long spears, repelling the murderous intent emitted by Yu Qianheng and Gu Duyan. Observing the Qibao Liuli Pagoda in Ning Rongrong's grasp, Yu Qianheng exchanged glances with Gu Duyan, and they rapidly sprang into action. Yu Qianheng unleashed a dragon's roar, his blood surging as the scales on his body shimmered with deep blue electric light. He surged forward, intent on drawing Tang Li's attention, allowing Gu Duyan the opportunity to eliminate Ning Rongrong first. The Qibao Liuli Pagoda is the preeminent auxiliary martial spirit, a fact Yu Qianheng had known since childhood. His elders had advised him that upon encountering an auxiliary spirit master wielding the Qibao Liuli Pagoda, one must do everything possible to eliminate her, denying her any chance to unleash her power. Gu Duyan transformed into a serpent, moving in the opposite direction of Yu Qianheng, heading straight for Ning Rongrong. As the 2 charged from either side, Tang Li's Bei Ming Shangong began to circulate rapidly within him, making his body feel lighter. Tang Lu positioned himself in front of Ning Rongrong, several strands of black-silver grass stealthily burrowing into the ground. The purplish-red toxins coursed through its black roots. Shop don signaling danger. Seeing the flowing poison on the black-silver grass, Gu Duyan's eyes flickered with disdain. Playing with poison? Her green serpent skin shimmered with vibrant light as she opened her mouth, unleashing a similar purple toxin upon the black-silver grass. The Bailin snake is renowned among creatures for its venom, its potency thousands or even tens of thousands of times greater than that of ordinary snakes. To illustrate, a mere droplet from its mouth could poison hundreds of mice. The intense toxin immediately began to take effect on the black-silver grass, which had previously formed a shield, visibly decaying at an alarming rate. Witnessing this incredulous scene, Tang Li's eyelids twitched. What would happen if this venom were to land on him? Was there any way to stop it? It seemed unlikely. This was the first time Tang Lu had encountered such a scenario, yet with Gu Duyan drawing nearer, he had no choice but to respond. Just then, Yu Qianheng, crackling with electricity, suddenly soared into the air. The electric energy erupted from within him, his dragon claws expanding in size until they reached twice their original dimensions. The electric sphere he formed spread out to a 2-meter diameter, creating a blinding spectacle. This sudden burst of light momentarily stunned Ning Rongrong, and by the time she sought to retreat, it was already too late. Yu Qianheng's right arm swung out violently. His lightning dragon claw aimed directly at Ning Rongrong. Tangle reacted swiftly, his right hand waving as a strand of black-silver grass quickly coiled around Ning Rongrong's slender waist. The dazzling electric light made it difficult for him to keep his eyes open, yet he executed this maneuver with his eyes closed. With a resounding boom, an explosive sound echoed as Yu Qianheng's fist struck the ground, leaving a large crater, yet Ning Rongrong had vanished. As the dust settled, Ning Rongrong and Tang Lu stood a short distance away, their waists entwined by the connecting black-silver grass. Tang Lu spoke in a serious tone, "Stay close to me." Ning Rongrong was still processing the situation when she saw Yu Qianheng charging at them again, his right hand crackling with even more terrifying electricity. Instead of attempting to withstand the blow, Tang Lu swiftly executed the Ling Bo Wei Bu, creating distance as he transformed into a whirlwind, disappearing from sight. While Tang Lu adapted to this extreme speed, it was Ning Rongrong's first experience, and she was thoroughly frightened. As Tang Lu leaped forward, she felt her body instinctively lean forward, and in the blink of an eye, their figures had reappeared 10 meters away. Yu Qianheng, having emerged from the shattered ground, displayed visible frustration as he prepared to strike again. Gu Duyan, her serpent tail trailing behind her, approached his side, her green eyes glinting sharply, a chilling aura enveloping the area. Yu Qianheng stomped heavily on the ground, propelling himself into the air once more, his dragon claws expanding yet again. A resounding dragon's roar echoed, louder than before, as he soared upward, transforming into a dragon in flight. Tang Lu and Ning Rongrong beheld a blinding blue electric light ascend, which then scattered like stars, descending towards them. Yu Qianheng, adorned in thick blue scales, radiated brilliant light as he soared through the air. Tang Lu calmly surveyed his surroundings, noting that Gu Duyan did not engage alongside Yu Qianheng, but rather observed him with a cold smile. She waited for the opportune moment to strike as he attempted to flee. Their dynamic, one defensive and the other offensive, was executed with remarkable precision. Since evasion was no longer an option, Tang Lu resolved to confront the challenge head-on. He swiftly turned to Ning Rongrong, commanding in a firm tone, "Hold on tight." Ning Rongrong momentarily froze, but upon seeing Yu Qianheng drawing near, she blushed and cautiously wrapped her arms around Tang Lu, her nervousness causing her to inadvertently rest her hands on his chest, feeling the warmth of his breath, which deepened her blush. Ignoring Ning Rongrong's flustered demeanor, Tang Li's gaze remained heavy as he focused on the rapidly descending Yu Qianheng. At that moment, his first soul ring suddenly ignited. The surge of power was astonishing, and as he shouted, he was engulfed by electric energy, the deafening dragon's roar echoing in his ears. His dragon claws, now frenzied with growth, glimmered with surging electricity, hurtling toward Tang Lu and Ning Rongrong's heads. Chapter 182. The mighty Yu Tianheng too at this point. Yu Tianheng's strength was such that he could easily shatter a rock with a single strike, let alone capture two individuals. A mere twist of his hand could spell their demise. Tang Lu could not help but swallow hard. The scene before him was utterly astonishing. At this moment of life and death, he hesitated not for an instant. He promptly cast aside the distractions in his mind, lifted Ning Rongrong onto his back, and leaped into the air. His hands spread wide, and the Bei Ming true energy surged wildly between his palms. Then, with a powerful shout of Tianshan Jimei Shou, he brought his hands together. Instantly, a dazzling silver light emanated from his palms, while golden glimmers sparkled in his eyes. Sensing the pressure brought by the Tianshan Jimei Shou, Yu Qianheng became furious, unleashing a deafening dragon roar as he charged towards Tang Lu. Yu Qianheng had fully manifested before them, his right arm striking out with a dragon claw, exuding a cataclysmic force that bore down upon Tang Lu, the claw shimmering with brilliant blue lightning. Dongru, unwilling to be outdone, also refrained from hesitating and unleashed the Tianshan Jimei Shou that he had long prepared. The dragon claw collided violently with the Tianshan Jimei Shou, and at the moment of contact, both sides felt the formidable power of the other, a numbing sensation flooding their minds. Then, with a thunderous boom, the blue lightning shattered Tang Li's defenses, yet the Bei Ming true energy fiercely consumed Yu Tianheng's electric force. The two immense energies intertwined in the arena, creating a cacophony of explosive sounds and a brilliant eruption of flames. Yu Tianheng spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, staining his dragon claw in Tang Li's hand. Regret washed over him as he realized that he had been on the verge of overpowering Tang Lu, yet he had no option for a second chance. The backlash sent him flying, and the fierce electric light around him dissipated. In contrast, Tang Lu was also hurled backward, the overwhelming force causing his internal organs to feel as if they were upside down, with his blood and energy flowing chaotically. The Bei Ming divine skill could not operate swiftly enough, preventing the Tianshan Jimei Shou from showcasing its true might. Ning Rongrong, as a support-type soul master, could not bear to witness such a scene up close and had already shut her eyes in fear, yet her hands remained tightly clasped around Tang Lu. As he flew through the air, Tang Lu struggled to maintain his balance and, with a sudden motion, tossed Ning Rongrong away, allowing himself to crash to the ground alone. Tianheng, Gu Duyin exclaimed, rushing to help Yu Tianheng as he fell. Blood continued to flow from Yu Tianheng's mouth. His eyes, once filled with rage, now bore a look of unwillingness. He spoke with a tone of regret. Damn it, I underestimated him. I never expected this guy to possess such formidable strength. I nearly fell victim myself. Gu Duyin comforted him gently. It's all right. If it weren't for the enhancement of the 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda, he surely would not have been able to surpass you. Yu Qianheng nodded in silence, his gaze fixed intently on Tang Lu, who lay not far away on the ground. Ning Rongrong, having been thrown off the stage, scrambled to her feet, shaking her head in disbelief as she rushed towards Tang Lu, who had created a large pit upon impact. Tang Lu, are you all right? Her melodious voice rang out, though it carried a hint of tears as she saw him spitting blood, appearing gravely injured. I'm fine, Tang Lu managed to utter, his voice strained. He felt a surge of pain coursing through him and slapped his forehead in frustration. Realizing how foolish he had been to challenge a formidable opponent like a 39th level attack-type soul master, he felt utterly reckless. The pressure exerted by the top-tier beast martial soul, the blue lightning tyrant dragon, was overwhelming, leaving him gasping for breath. The expression beneath Tang Li's mask was one of grave concern. This was indeed a fierce battle. Tang Lu, can you really continue? Ning Rongrong asked anxiously. Perhaps we should concede. You are gravely wounded. It's merely superficial injuries, far from the level of Yu Tianheng. Tang Lu replied nonchalantly, slowly rising from the pit he had formed. Seeing his resolute attitude, Ning Rongrong felt she could not argue further. She nodded, agreeing to Tang Li's insistence, but she vowed to follow closely behind him, ready to intervene should any unforeseen circumstances arise. Stay put, Tang Lu commanded decisively. He then let out a furious roar, stomping his right leg down. With the Ningbo micro-step combined with his indomitable spirit, he charged towards Yu Qianheng. Behind him, the black-silver grass sprouted like bamboo shoots after rain, rising in overwhelming numbers, creating an astonishing force. In the distance, Yu Qianheng raised his head and bellowed, summoning a deep blue dragon silhouette that appeared behind him. Lightning crackled in the air, dancing upon his heavy dragon scales, while a deafening dragon roar resounded through the sky. The second-century-old soul ring beneath Yu Qianheng glowed, and with the enhancement of his second soul skill, Thunderbolt power, his attack power surged to a staggering 100%. He was enveloped in a layer of blue electric light before he suddenly transformed into a bolt of blue lightning, soaring into the sky, emitting an even more resounding dragon roar than before. At this moment, the soul arena was shrouded in thick storm clouds, which churned ominously as if concealing a monstrous entity. Suddenly, a colossal blue dragon head emerged from the dark clouds, its breath causing the entire mass of clouds to roil violently. Then a deep blue lightning bolt shot upwards, illuminating Yu Qianheng's brow, while the muscles in his right arm swelled dramatically, tearing through his clothing to reveal his astonishing dragon claws. His arm lengthened by nearly half a foot, light coalescing around his sharp claws. Observing Yu Qianheng transformed into a dragon, Tang Li's third millennium soul ring activated, causing countless strands of black silver grass to spiral upward from the ground. Simultaneously, a massive net woven from black silver grass appeared in the sky, dripping with venom from its poisonous needles, creating an eerie sound. Yu Qianheng, unaware, unleashed his first soul skill, Thunder Dragon Claw, accompanied by a sweeping electric force. The black silver grass on the ground quickly succumbed, torn asunder by his indomitable dragon claws. However, he failed to notice that the enormous net was silently descending, triggering the third soul skill of the black silver grass, Black Silver Heart-Piercing Arrow. Chapter 183. Something major has happened. Yu Qianheng ultimately underestimated Tangle. The black silver grass swiftly enveloped him, its spines surging wildly, each one attempting to burrow into Yu Qianheng's body. Unfortunately, his thick dragon scales were impenetrable, rendering the onslaught ineffective for the time being. Though he need not worry about the venom's effects, the multitude of spiraling black silver grass posed an imminent threat. Faced with the black silver grass now creeping up to his chest, Yu Qianheng chose not to address it immediately. Instead, he resolved to confront Tang Li head-on. He leapt into the air, his right arm swinging out for another Thunder Dragon Claw. The attack power of the blue lightning tyrant dragon was undeniable. Yet with the black silver grass entangling him, utilizing his first soul skill became somewhat laborious. As he swooped down at high speed, fueled by his furious strike, the resulting force was indeed tremendous. Yu Qianheng let out an enraged dragon roar, transforming into a blue electric sphere, rolling fiercely as he unleashed a brilliant burst of electric light. The audience watched with deep concern as the scene unfolded. From the previous match, it was evident that neither of the two children were mere prodigies. The loss of either would be a significant detriment to the realm of soul masters. Tangle, you must persevere, Ning Rongrong exclaimed, her face resolute as she stood protectively in front of Dian Guang, her delicate fists clenched and worry etched in her beautiful eyes. In contrast, Gu Duyan's lips curled slightly upward as she observed Tang Lu standing his ground. A hint of disdain flickered in her eyes. Could it be that he has been frightened into inaction by Yu Qianheng? How foolish to remain here and await his demise. As Tang Lu saw Yu Qianheng rushing towards him, he cast aside any hesitation. His first soul skill instantly activated, summoning a swarm of black silver grass that wrapped around him entirely, leaving only his arms exposed. What is he attempting? Yu Qianheng pondered, momentarily taken aback by Tang Li's self-imposed cocoon of black silver grass. Would this not hinder his performance? Despite the multitude of questions swirling in his mind, Tang Lu was before him, and he could not afford to dwell on them. He fervently infused his right arm with soul power, causing the electric energy on his dragon claw to surge. Just as the electric energy was about to strike Tang Li's chest, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The black silver grass entwined around Tang Lu neutralized the attack, absorbing the full brunt of the electricity. Is this even possible? Yu Qianheng was momentarily stunned, but then a broader smile broke across his face. What good will it do to block my lightning? I wonder what you plan to use to counter my Dragon Claw. In that critical moment, as the Dragon Claw was poised to connect with Tang Lu, he executed the Ling Bo Wei Bu, creating distance and swiftly repositioning himself to Yu Tianheng's right side. The sudden disappearance of his target left Yu Tianheng in disbelief. Impossible. How can a control-type Soul Master possess such speed? His jaw dropped, but Tang Li's mastery of the Ling Bo Wei Bu, combined with Ning Rongrong's 30-speed enhancement from her second soul skill, rendered him unattainable. Watch out, Tianheng! Gu Duyan's expression shifted dramatically as she called out. Having spotted Tang Li's right hand poised behind Yu Tianheng, the formidable force emanating from his palm sent a jolt of fear through her. Yu Qianheng quickly turned to face Tang Lu, his smile instantly freezing upon witnessing the white-hued Beiming true energy swirling in the center of Tang Li's palm, forming a powerful vortex. Tang Lu had amassed all his available Beiming true energy in his right hand, blending it with his 34th level soul power, resulting in a terrifying force. Striking a 40-level soul master would be more than sufficient, and he did not underestimate Yu Qianheng, who was merely one rank below. However, Gu Duyan's warning came too late. Yu Qianheng's reflexes faltered, and Tang Li's Tianshan Luyang palm landed squarely on his back. As the overwhelming energy of the Tianshan Luyang palm coursed through him, Yu Qianheng felt a sharp pain erupt in his back, causing him to spew forth a mouthful of blood. It felt as if his bones were shattering, the excruciating agony rendering him momentarily unconscious. The white Beiming true energy intertwined with deep blue electricity, igniting sparks that illuminated the arena. A tendre explosion érupted, unleashing a wave of energy that toppled both Tang Lu and Yu Qianheng as the arena succumbed to the chaos. Tonglu, Ning Rongrong summoned her strength. Rising from the debris, despite the smoke and destruction, she dashed into the haze, searching desperately for Tang Lu. The once vibrant dueling arena lay transformed into a wasteland of charred earth and rubble, yet Tang Lu was nowhere to be found. Gu Duyan stood frozen for a moment. Then her agile form shook with determination as she rushed forward to locate Yu Tianheng. "This is serious," exclaimed Ma Hongjun from the spectator stands, rising abruptly and cursing as he leapt over the railing into the fray. "What are they thinking?" Dai Mubai echoed his sentiment, unable to contain his frustration, recognizing that even his white tiger transformation would not suffice to shield him from the explosion's aftermath. "Quickly, we must save him. Oscar, prepare your super recovery sausage." Tang San, usually composed, spoke with a hint of urgency as he surged into action, summoning blue-silver grasses to sift through the wreckage for Tang Lu. Oscar had already readied 2 sausages as he followed closely behind. Xiao Wu, Dai Mubai, and Zhu Zhuqing trailed, their expressions grave as they navigated the debris-laden arena, fervently praying for Tang Li's safety. Notably absent from the scene were Flander, the master, and Zhao Wujia, clearly preoccupied elsewhere, having likely indulged in celebratory revelry due to Shrek's overwhelming victories. Chapter 184. Awakening as he ventured into the thick smoke. Tang San's initial sight was a scattering of rubble, obscuring his view of the city beyond, now shrouded in dust. With the aid of the blue-silver grass, he meticulously explored his surroundings, his eyes shimmering with a violet hue as the ZGMO Tong enhanced his search for Tang Lu. "Tonglu, where are you? Please, do not perish." Continuing forward, Tang San heard Ning Rongrong's melodic cries, her eyes swollen and red, tears cascading down her cheeks as her shoulders trembled violently. With determination, her delicate hands tirelessly moved stones aside in search of Tang Lu, oblivious to the blood that flowed from her palms. Even as crimson droplets stained her hands, she pressed on, hoping to uncover any trace of him. Tang Lu could not have anticipated that this occasionally mischievous yet obedient girl would exhibit such unwavering resolve. Hearing her cries, Tang San joined her efforts, lifting rubble in a collective endeavor. Eventually, the Shrek team converged, working tirelessly to clear debris until they unearthed a massive stone, beneath which lay Tang Li's form. Fortunately, Tang Lu had survived. The myriad strands of black silver grass had shielded him from fatal harm. However, the explosive force had rendered them ash, leaving only remnants swirling around his chest. Remarkably, his dantian continued to circulate the Bei Ming divine skill, a glimmer of white light flickering through his meridians, brimming with vitality. Suatoa City Medical Center, this was the place where Tang Lu regained consciousness, staring at the white ceiling above with a throbbing headache. Logically, he should have been in the grand dueling arena. How did he end up here? He was also eager to rise from his bed to inquire further, yet after he stirred his limbs, regret washed over him. The excruciating pain that rendered his entire body numb was a torment beyond the endurance of an ordinary person. Even Tang Lu nearly lost consciousness from it. Life in the medical facility was exceedingly monotonous. Since his awakening, he had not encountered a single familiar face. If one were to count acquaintances, there was but one, Yu Qianheng, who lay serenely on the opposite bed, clad in a blue and white hospital gown, conversing with the god of sleep. His complexion was pale, a stark contrast to their first meeting. Suddenly, a series of crisp footsteps echoed from the hallway. Tang Lu could barely lift his head, lying flat as he strained to glimpse the doorway, for this was the first living person he had seen since regaining consciousness. His efforts bore fruit, and at last, he discerned the identity of the visitor. Ningrongrong. She entered slowly, carrying a basket, and gently pushed the door open. Approching donc l'US bidsid. She noticed him awakening and exclaimed with delight, Tang Lu, you have finally come to. With great effort, Tang Lu managed a nod and asked, how long have I been unconscious? What caused it? At this, Ning Rongrong adopted a tone tinged with reproach, chiding him. You have been out for a full day. I have been tirelessly caring for you the entire time. As she spoke, she puffed out her cheeks in a proud manner, as if to solicit praise for her efforts. Tang Lu rolled his eyes and retorted, enough of that. Tell me how I collapsed. Ning Rongrong blinked her large, expressive eyes and, feigning innocence, replied, isn't it because you were being overly stubborn? You insisted on sparring with Yu Qianheng, and now look where that has led you. Both of you ended up in the medical facility, and you owe a substantial sum to the Duhan Arena. Donc l'instinctivité incroyable. What about my gold coins? Ning Rongrong nodded. They're all gone. Hearing her confirmation, Tang Lu felt as though he might faint again. His hard-earned savings from several days had been entirely depleted. Truly, this was an act of folly. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong softly cautioned, you must be wary of that fellow Yu Tianheng across the way. Although it's uncertain whether he will seek revenge upon awakening, when you were brought into the facility, that lonely goose summoned a throng of people to beat you up in retaliation. Fortunately, Dai Mubai and Tang San intervened, or you might not even be able to speak now. Tang Lu felt a shiver run down his spine and cast an apologetic glance at the still unconscious Yu Qianheng. What about everyone else? He inquired. Ning Rongrong feigned mystery. We accomplished a significant task. Tang Lu, intrigued, pressed for details. What task? If you beg me, I might tell you. In that case, you may leave. It's not necessary. Ning Rongrong, momentarily speechless with frustration, glared at Tang Lu, who wore an expression of indifference. Her anger simmered, but ultimately, she relented and said, this afternoon, our Shrek's 7 devils defeated the frenzied battle team. Tang Lu raised an eyebrow, asking, was your match arranged by the master? Ning Rongrong nodded with a smile. Yes, the master specifically sought out this team for us, claiming it would best hone our skills. Tang Lu nodded in understanding. Observing Tang Lu lost in thought once more, Ning Rongrong snapped. Don't you have any questions for me? Like who rescued you from your unconscious state? Who brought you to the medical facility? Tang Lu looked at her in surprise before responding coolly. Are you planning to share that with me? Ning Rongrong felt a surge of irritation, pouting as she turned her head away, ignoring him. This rogue, despite having saved him and brought him to the medical facility, he treated her with such indifference. Ning Rongrong regretted her decision to save him, wishing she had instead buried him deeper, believing that would have been better. Tang Lu felt a wave of frustration. Conversing with girls was truly arduous. He had so much to say, yet it remained unvoiced, leaving him to wonder why she asked him to listen. The two remained in a stalemate for several minutes as the sun began its slow descent, casting a dark veil across the sky. Finally, unable to contain himself any longer, Tang Lu spoke up, "Rong Rong, I'm hungry. Is there anything to eat?" Ning Rong Rong immediately turned back, making a playful face and cheekily sticking out her tongue. "May you starve. You rascal." Despite her words, she opened the basket and revealed a carefully prepared meal. She placed the food on a small cabinet beside Tang Li's bed. 3 delectable dishes, a soup and a generous bowl of rice, all appearing quite appetizing. As the enticing aroma wafted towards him, Tang Li's hunger intensified. However, in a fleeting moment of distraction, he caught sight of Ning Rongrong's battered hand and gasped, "Rongrong, what happened to you?" Ning Rongrong, puzzled, raised her head and noticed his gaze fixed on her hand. She quickly hid it behind her back, blushing as she stammered, "It's so ugly. Don't look." "Let me see." Tang Lu insisted, his tone firm. After a moment's hesitation, Ning Rongrong, under his unwavering gaze, lowered her head and extended her hand. Up close, Tang Lu was horrified to see that her once fair and delicate hand was now marred with scars, starkly contrasting her pale skin. Ning Rongrong suddenly appeared sorrowful, asking, "Is it really that unsightly?" Tang Lu replied gravely, "Who did this to you?" Her face flushed instantly as she feigned composure, saying, "I accidentally scraped it during the team competition. It's nothing to worry about." Ning Rongrong would never admit that her injuries were a result of rescuing Tang Lu, yet her eyes subtly hinted at her feelings, hoping he would notice. Unfortunately, Tang Lu, oblivious to such nuances, merely thought to himself that if she kept her feelings bottled up, there was little he could say. Tang Lu shot her an exasperated look. "A beauty like you should not bear such scars. Trust me, visit Xiao-san tomorrow for some medicine. He knows plenty about herbs and can surely find something suitable for you." Hearing his reproachful words warmed Ning Rongrong's heart, a sweet smile blossoming on her face as she nodded vigorously. Ning Rongrong picked up a pair of chopsticks and a bowl, softly inviting, "Come, let's eat. Feed me." "Why? Look at me. In this state, how can I eat?" "All right, open wide, ah." Golden sunlight poured through the window, bathing the ward in warmth, gently kissing the cheeks of both Tang Lu and Ning Rongrong, awakening them from their slumber and ushering in a beautiful new day. Tang Lu, opening his heavy eyelids, was greeted by the sight of a white ceiling above. "So I really am in the medical facility," he murmured, still somewhat dazed, initially mistaking his previous experiences as a mere dream. Turning his gaze to the window, he noticed the radiant clouds painting the horizon in hues of red, a sight of extraordinary beauty. After a day of self-recovery, aided by the Bei Ming divine skill, Tang Li's injuries had healed significantly, allowing him to move with more freedom. Glancing at Ning Rongrong, who still lay asleep, her lips curled in a sweet smile, he surmised that she must be having a delightful dream. She leaned gracefully against Tang Li's hand, her jet black hair cascading over the quilt, occasionally releasing a fragrance characteristic of youth that danced into Tang Li's nostrils. As he felt the rhythmic breath of Ning Rongrong, a tranquility enveloped his heart. His gaze inadvertently traced her delicate, butterfly-like eyebrows, ultimately resting on her exposed, fragrant shoulder. Her skin as white as if it had been soaked in milk. Her sleeping posture was exquisitely beautiful, her burgeoning form fully displayed before Tang Lu. Ultimately, Tang Lu, still naive regarding matters between men and women, found it difficult to endure the sight as a warmth surged within him, prompting him to swiftly turn away, unwilling to steal another glance. Something felt amiss. Why did his composure seem to falter? No, that couldn't be possible. Tang Lu suddenly realized that his resolve had indeed weakened, as thoughts of a different nature had intruded upon his mind when he looked at Ning Rongrong. Taking a deep breath, he expelled the heat coursing through him, finally achieving a semblance of calm. He shook his head, glancing about. At 13 years of age, he had already entered puberty, and despite his steadfastness, he knew he was no match for nature's whims. Sighing, Tang Lu attempted to refocus his thoughts, seeking to rest a while longer, as both he and Ning Rongrong had not slept well the previous night. This was primarily due to Ning Rongrong's insistence on staying to care for him, claiming her current condition rendered her helpless and in need of supervision. Naturally, Tang Lu had firmly refused. As a strong man, he did not require a woman's care, so he had resolutely declined. They had debated for quite some time, with Ning Rongrong refusing to leave until Tang Lu finally relented. Just as he hoped to take advantage of this opportunity to rest, the previously slumbering Ning Rongrong stirred slightly, her large, drowsy eyes opening slowly, and she rubbed her eyes with her delicate hands, yawning, saying, "Dang glavake, Ning Rongrong efklaimet. Oh, Tang Lu, you're awake. Good morning, hee." "Morning," he replied coolly. With Ning Rongrong now awake, he felt no need to linger in bed any longer, so he threw off the covers and, clad in a hospital gown, descended from bed. Ning Rongrong's eyes widened in disbelief. The severely injured Tang Lu could now rise unaided. After a few moments of astonishment, she exclaimed, "Tang Lu, you've recovered?" "Yes," he answered, repeating the familiar phrase. He poured 2 cups of water, taking a sip from one and offering the other to Ning Rongrong, asking, "Would you like some?" "Thank you." She eagerly nodded, taking the cup and drinking with delight. The ordinary water seemed exceptionally sweet today, flowing into her heart like a warm current. Cradling the cup, Tang Lu ambled over to Yu Tianheng's bedside. At that moment, Yu Tianheng remained unconscious, but his complexion had improved significantly since yesterday, with color returning to his cheeks. Observing Yu Tianheng's still unconscious form, Tang Lu sighed and murmured, "Let me lend you a hand." He began to channel his Bei Ming true energy, directing it through the still recovering meridians into the space between his right fingers, where a luminous milky halo emerged. Behind him, Ning Rongrong curiously watched this unfolding scene. Just as Tang Lu was about to channel the Bei Ming true energy into Yu Tianheng's brow for a swifter recovery, the tightly shut door suddenly creaked open, revealing a girl with short purple hair, Gu Duyan, a familiar face to both Tang Lu and Ning Rongrong. Chapitre 186, A misunderstanding Gu Duyan en terre. Carrying a large bundle of herbs and nutritional supplements, her face beaming with joy, only to catch sight of Tang Li's fingers poised at Yu Tianheng's brow. She froze momentarily, then rushed forward, grabbing Tang Li's hand and pulling it away with an expression of anger, exclaiming, "What are you trying to do?" Tang Lu looked at her in surprise, his face breaking into a gentle smile as he replied, "I am helping him recover." "Helping?" Gu Duyan laughed as if she had heard the most absurd joke. Ning Rongrong, standing behind Tang Lu, pouted in displeasure, saying, "What are you laughing at?" Tang Lu genuinely wants to help him. Gu Duyan's expression shifted sharply, pointing at Tang Lu and coldly stating, "Don't joke around. If it weren't for you, would our Tianheng be in this condition? Help! I think you're just trying to take advantage of him, a bunch of despicable vermin." Though angered by the unfounded accusation, Tang Lu ultimately restrained himself from retaliating. There was no need to escalate matters further. Ning Rongrong, hearing this, became indignant, her face clouded with anger as she retorted, "How can you be so unreasonable?" Tang Lu sighed, "All right, Rongrong, let us go." With that, he brushed past Gu Duyan and exited the room. He felt no desire to dwell on the matter. Misunderstandings were simply misunderstandings, and he was too weary to explain. Observing Tang Lu leave, Ning Rongrong felt compelled to follow, casting a cheeky grimace at Gu Duyan before departing. How infuriating! Gu Duyan seethed, clenching her fists as she watched the pair retreat, muttering coldly, "Shrek? We shall see about this." Meanwhile, in the VIP lounge of the Soto City Great Spirit Arena, the members of Shrek, along with Master Flander and Zhao Wujin, sat together, their faces alight with excitement, seemingly oblivious to the looming crisis of an impending battle. "Master, are you saying the royal fighting team has forfeited?" Tang San, seated beside the master, inquired. The master nodded calmly. "Yes, their captain, Yu Tianheng, and Tang Lu are both in the medical facility. Not to mention the issue of their numbers being insufficient. Having lost their main players, they dare not act recklessly." "That's so cool. I didn't expect Brother Lu to be so formidable, sending their captain to the medical ward," Ma Hongjun exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with admiration. Flander adjusted his old-fashioned glasses and remarked with a hint of regret, "I was hoping to have a spar with the students he trained. It seems that one tea be possible now." Last night, they had prepared extensively for the battle against the royal fighting team, even neglecting to visit Tang Lu after his match, sending only Ning Rongrong in his stead. Yet, to their surprise, this morning they had forfeited, leaving everyone baffled. Zhao Wujin chuckled. Well, since they have forfeited and the little monster won TB competing, we can take this opportunity to gather with him. Flander nodded, a sly grin spreading across his face. It has been many years since we last met. It's time to reconnect. But let us agree beforehand that you'll cover the expenses. Zhao Wujin's face fell, a grimace forming as he responded. You haven't paid me a single coin in 6 months. How can I afford it? He pulled out his empty pockets, revealing nothing but emptiness. Not even a cockroach would dare linger there. Seeing this, Flander chose not to press further and feigned generosity, saying, all right, I'll treat. The master cleared his throat and turned to Tang San and the others, stating, since there's no match, I'll grant you 2 days off to adjust your state. Finally a holiday, yay, Oscar exclaimed, collapsing onto the sofa in their dormitory at the mention of a break. Tang San took Xiao Wu's hand and smiled, saying, let's pay a visit to Gulo. Dai Mubai interjected, include me as well. How can I not visit my injured brother? The others quickly joined in, including Ma Hongjun, who also wished to see Tang Lu, not just to resolve his own pent-up frustrations. The master, sitting beside them, nodded silently. The ability to think of one's companions in such times is a testament to enduring friendship. Just as Tang San and the others were finalizing their plans to depart, the door to the VIP room was suddenly flung open, revealing the figures of Tang Lu and Ning Rongrong, both of whom entered with bright smiles. Tang San immediately rose from the sofa and hurried forward to support Tang Lu, exclaiming, Go, what brings you here? Are you feeling all right? We were just about to come see you. Dai Mubai also cast a concerned glance and inquired, Tang Lu, is your health all right? Tang Lu shook his head, feeling warmed by the care of his friends, signaling for them not to worry, stating, it's just a minor injury, nothing to fret over. Ma Hongjun quickly stood up, his round face wide-eyed in surprise, exclaiming, minor injury? You two practically demolished the Duhan platform, and you call that a minor injury? I refuse to believe it. As he spoke, he shook his head. Tang San smiled nonchalantly. My brother's physical resilience far surpasses that of ordinary people. You'll get used to it. Standing behind Tang Lu, Ning Rongrong nodded in understanding. Tang Lu was injured just yesterday, yet he was able to get out of bed by this morning. Meanwhile, that fellow named Yu Qianheng is still in a coma. Upon hearing this, Ma Hongjun gave a thumbs up, expressing his admiration. Impressive. The master wore a gentle smile and waved at Tang Lu, saying, come now, standing about like that is not proper. Take a seat. Tang Lu nodded and sat next to Tang San, while Ning Rongrong sat beside Xiao Wu, and the two began to whisper to each other. Their cheeks soon flushed with embarrassment. After several inquiries about Tang Li's condition confirmed he was fine, the master finally relaxed and turned to ask, what is the current status of Yu Qianheng? Tang Lu looked at him with surprise, asking, Master, do you know him? The master nodded, chuckling wryly, I am his uncle. Tang Lu instinctively wanted to stand and apologize, but was stopped by the master, who smiled, there is no need for guilt. In battle, injuries are inevitable. It is merely a case of skill disparity. Tang Lu nodded, offering a symbolic apology. He had no intention of providing restitution. He then raised his gaze to the master, stating, Yu Qianheng's condition is stable. At the very least, he should fully recover by this afternoon. His physical condition is excellent, and his injuries are not as severe as they appear. Chapter 187. Yu Qianheng comes to stir trouble upon learning that Yu Qianheng was not in grave danger. The master felt relieved. If anything serious had happened, he would have had difficulty explaining it to his family. If one of his students had caused the demise of his nephew, would he be praised for his teaching or criticized for having a worthless nephew? Tang Lu noticed the shifting expressions on the master's face and curiously asked, Master, you have a nephew? Why have you never mentioned it? I thought you were all alone. The master sighed, shaking his head, his eyes dimming as he clearly did not wish to divulge his sorrowful past. Tang Lu wisely refrained from pressing further, suppressing his curiosity. Now that Xiao Lu is fine, we shall take our leave. Flinder's cunning smile reappeared, and before anyone could react, he whisked Zhao Wujia and the bemused master out the door, leaving the others in confusion. Oscar remarked, it seems the dean's wealth makes a difference. Ma Onwiju nodded. Let's go out and have some fun. These recent competitions have been stifling. Dai Mubai laughed. I know a fine tavern in Soda City. Let us dine there. It's on me. Oscar excitedly rubbed his hands together, grinning. Really, Dai Lauda, you're treating us again? Next time I must treat everyone. They hurried out, with Oscar pulling Ma Hongjun along. The others followed, with Dai Mubai awkwardly chuckling. Come now, don't be polite. I can afford it. As he spoke, he pulled out a small bag of gold soul coins, weighing in his hand. Tang Lu replied, Thank you very much. Dai Mubai patted Tang Lu on the shoulder. Pretending to be annoyed, we are brothers. There's no need for thanks. Thus, Dai Mubai led the 6 of them to a lavishly decorated tavern, its entrance adorned with a red carpet. Dai Mubai approached the counter to book a luxurious suite. The 6 ascended the stairs, where they immediately spotted Ma Hongjun and Oscar, who were already seated, eagerly perusing the menu. Ma Hongjun, upon noticing them, beamed brightly. Dai Laodera, come sit. The 7 gathered around the table they had chosen, feeling a wave of comfort wash over them. Dai Mubai teased, every time food is mentioned, you too bolt like the wind, and now that it's time to order, you're so friendly. Ma Hongjun laughed heartily. Tonight, you're the wealthy one. I must treat you well. Dai Mubai smiled slightly. Enough flattery. Let us get on with the ordering. Leave it to me. Ma Hongjun confidently thumped his chest, his eyes scanning the menu like a machine gun, and called over a waiter, swiftly rattling off dozens of dish names. The waiter was momentarily taken aback, needing several repetitions before confirming the order. As the 8 of them gathered around the table, the atmosphere was markedly different from their previous meal in the Qingdao Great Forest. This time, their camaraderie was harmonious. Ma Hongjun occasionally cracked jokes, leaving the ladies blushing, and even the usually stoic Zhu Qing chimed in now and then. Before long, the dishes were served, and the 8 could no longer contain their hunger, eagerly diving into the feast. Just as they were enjoying their meal, the door to their private room swung open, and a young man in a waiter's uniform rushed in, looking extremely anxious. Upon seeing Tang Lu and the others, he appeared as if he had found salvation, shouting, Gentlemen, 7 individuals claim to be your friends and are waiting for you in the hall. You must hurry down. Tang Lu set down his chopsticks, puzzled. Friends? You must have the wrong room. We don't have any friends here, do we, Mubai? Dai Mubai shook his head, stating that he had no friends in Soda City. Even the notorious playboy Dai Xiao had no friends, and the others similarly shook their heads. The waiter, now visibly nervous, stammered, There's no mistake. He specifically asked for someone named Tang Lu and said he wanted to settle a score with Shrek. Me? Settle a score with Shrek? The combination of these 2 statements piqued Tang Li's curiosity, prompting him to rise and exit the room. The other 7 were momentarily taken aback before following suit. Upon exiting the room and entering the hall, they found the waiter's words to be true. 7 individuals awaited them. At the center of this group stood a familiar figure to Tang Lu, Yu Tianheng. Beside him stood the well-known Gu Duyan, who regarded Tang Lu and the others with a glint of malice in her eyes. That's the brat who injured you, right? I'll make sure he pays for it. Among the 7 individuals, one young man with a moderate appearance and short golden hair spoke up. What about you? I suggest you go back and practice some more, a youth clad in a black trench coat mocked. All right, everyone quiet down. A tall and robust man spoke with a steady voice, standing beside another man who bore an uncanny resemblance to him, presumably a pair of twins. A young man in blue at the back scoffed, Indeed, you 2 bicker every day. Aren't you adults? Can't you be a bit more composed? Enough, everyone be quiet. Yu Tianheng interjected. Although his voice was not loud, the group quickly fell silent. The 8 individuals approached Yu Tianheng and his companions. Tang San, with his keen eyes, immediately lowered his head and whispered, They are from the Huangdou battle team. As the tactical analyst of the Shrek battle team, Tang San was well acquainted with the Huangdou battle team, having even watched their matches, thus recognizing them instantly. Dai Mubai, dissatisfied, scolded, Are they the Huangdou battle team that forfeited out of fear during competitions? His voice was not intentionally hushed, yet the mingled sounds in the hall allowed others to hear, prompting curious glances from diners. What did you say? The blonde youth retorted angrily, stepping forward to argue, but was halted by Yu Tianheng's gaze. The 8 halted 6 steps away from Yu Tianheng, and Tang Lu frowned, saying, "Yu Qianheng, I heard you were looking for me?" A flicker of anger flashed in Yu Qianheng's eyes, but was quickly replaced by calm. Had he not suffered defeat, he would likely not even spare a glance at the likes of Shrek. "I heard from Yenner that you were up to some mischief behind my back. Were you preparing to drug me, or to take action?" Yu Qianheng's calm voice echoed throughout the hall. Chapter 188, The Battlefield. The entire room widened their eyes, all attention drawn to Tang Lo. If a soul master were to act treacherously in such a manner, it would undoubtedly tarnish their reputation irreparably, making it impossible to navigate the soul master community thereafter, with severe cases potentially facing a manhunt by the Spirit Hall. Ning Rongrong indignantly exclaimed, "You're talking nonsense. Tang Lu is not that kind of person. He was only helping you recover from your injuries." Yu Qianheng sneered, "Helping me? As far as I know, he is not a support-type soul master, so how could he assist me?" "Haha." Ning Rongrong was about to retort, but Tang Li's gaze silenced her. After signaling for her to regain her composure, Tang Lu turned to Yu Qianheng, stating coolly, "I truly had no malicious intent. What you claim is utterly ridiculous. If I wish to deal with you, would I need to resort to such despicable means?" "What do you mean? Don't think that just because you tied with our leader, you can act arrogantly," the blond man behind Yu Qianheng fumed. Tang Li's eyes expressed disdain as he turned to Tang San and quietly inquired, "What is his name?" Tang San replied, "His name is AOC Luo, a 36th level agile attack type, soul master with the soul of a ghost leopard." Tang Lu raised his chin slightly, smirking. "If a fight breaks out, make sure to beat him thoroughly." Yu Qianheng regarded Tang Lu with a calm gaze, declaring, "Regardless of what you say, I expect you to come over and apologize today. Otherwise, this matter cannot be resolved." "Apologize?" Tang Lu responded, as if he had heard the greatest joke in the world, a dismissive smile gracing his lips as he met Yu Qianheng's gaze fearlessly. "You think you deserve that? Tang Lu, don't be ungrateful. Just come over obediently," scolded the solitary, Yin leaning against Yu Qianheng's arm. Tang Li's gaze turned sharply towards him. "And who do you think you are to instruct me?" In that moment, when their eyes met, Yin felt as if faced with a fierce tiger, overwhelmed by an immense pressure that forced him to retreat repeatedly. Yu Qianheng stepped in front of him, his eyes fiercely clashing with Tang Lu's as he coldly warned, "Don't be ungrateful." It was as if their gazes tore through the air, creating a crackling tension, and Tang Lu frowned slightly, his expression shifting as he replied, "Yu Qianheng, I return your words verbatim. Do not be ungrateful." Although neither party had shown any intention of attack, the atmosphere was charged with a struggle for dominance. Diners in the hall set down their chopsticks, curious to witness what promised to be an exhilarating battle. Observing the impending clash, the tavern owner could no longer remain seated. Hastily rising from behind the counter to plead, "I implore you all, do not fight here. This is a small business. If you destroy it, how will I support my family?" Yu Tianheng sneered, "Let the losses fall on me." The members of Shrek exchanged glances, aware that this tavern was the most luxurious in Suatawa City, with decor that could rank among the finest in the Tiando Empire. Even Dai Mubai refrained from boasting that he could bear the cost. The audacity of Yu Tianheng's statement revealed his wealth. Noticing the bewildered expressions of Shrek's team, Yu Tianheng's group clearly felt a swell of pride, their chests puffed out. Their attire differed from Shrek's, which consisted of simple, poorly made uniforms tailored by the master, while Yu Tianheng's group wore luxurious garments crafted from the finest materials. This stark contrast highlighted the disparity between the two teams. Tang Lu inquired, "Do you truly wish to engage in battle?" Yu Qianheng raised an eyebrow, smiling slightly. "What? You previously called us the Huang Do battle team cowards for forfeiting. Now that we have returned, it's simple. Shall we compete?" Tang Li's eyes sparkled as a thought struck him. "We have 8 members, whereas you only have 7. Think carefully." Yu Qianheng shook his head, chuckling. 7 of us will suffice to defeat you." Tang Lu let out a loud cheer. "All right, brothers, unleash your martial souls." Instantly, black silver grass erupted from his palm. Dark energy, swirling as robust strands, shot up, delineating the battleground. 3 circles of light, 2 yellow and 1 purple, rose beneath him, surging with soul power. Dai Mubai grinned. "Let me say this next time." He then immediately summoned his white tiger, his muscles swelling as a wild aura surged forth, and similarly. 3 circles of light appeared beneath his feet. Seeing them activate their martial souls, the others could no longer hesitate. Tang San's blue-silver grass subtly extended from his palm, rapidly spreading outwards. He entwined the blue-silver grass around the other 6, deliberately avoiding Tang Li's waist for fear of being pulled if Tang Lu decided to attack. Ning Rongrong and Oscar, the 2 support-type soul masters, moved to the back of the formation. Ning Rongrong held her 7 treasures glazed tower, and 2 radiant circles began to spin at her feet. Meanwhile, Oscar began chanting his incantation, soul power coalescing in his palm as the outline of a large sausage began to take shape. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing positioned themselves on the left and right flanks of the team, keenly observing the unfolding situation. In the formation of the Shrek battle team, Tang Lu stood at the forefront, with Dai Mubai and Tang Xin flanking him. Ma Hongjun occupied the center of the team, his hands glowing with purple-red sparks, protecting Oscar and Ning Rongrong. Similar to the formation of Shrek, Yu Qianheng stood at the forefront, facing Tang Lu, flanked by the robust Shimo and Shimo, the brothers previously introduced to him by Tang San. Their formidable physiques formed an impenetrable wall, shielding the members of the Huangdo battle team behind them. With a simultaneous roar, their powerful muscles began to tremble violently, arms bulging like serpents, emanating a green luminescence. Concurrently, their shoulders broadened and elongated, their bodies slightly bending forward, as they conjured a virtual turtle shell with their soul power, an aura of dominance spreading forth. Xuanwu. Upon witnessing the brothers' released martial souls, Tang Li's eyes sparkled. In their former world, there existed the lore of the 4 divine beasts, among which Xuanwu was renowned for its unparalleled defensive capabilities, suggesting that these 2 brothers were indeed formidable. Chapter 189, The Battlefield 2, the moment they unleashed their martial souls. It was as if an invisible wall had materialized, completely obstructing the pressure emanating from Shrek, thus safeguarding the rear of the Huangdo team. Through the towering figures of the Xuanwu, one could faintly discern the solitary yin at the center of the Huangdo team, now transformed into a Bailin snake. Her massive tail swaying side to side, her green eyes sweeping over Tang Lu and the others without a trace. Desiring to observe further, Tang Li's view was suddenly obstructed by Yu Qianheng, who had summoned a fierce electric aura now crackling from his brow. His arms were cloaked in heavy blue dragon scales. His garments shredded, revealing enormous dragon claws. Each scale glimmered with electric energy, while 3 circles of light, 2 yellow and 1 purple, revolved beneath him, releasing an overwhelming pressure. Oslo had manifested his martial soul, the Black Panther, his arms sprouting feline-like claws, and his pupils narrowing into slits, exuding a chilling aura. Beside him was a sensitive attack-type soul master named Yu Feng, whose arms had transformed into azure wings, flapping vigorously as he soared through the skies. Meanwhile, their auxiliary soul master, Yi Lingling, had vanished from Tang Li's sight entirely. The Huangdo team, optimally configured with 2 yellow and 1 purple, overshadowed the Shrek team in terms of momentum. Yu Qianheng tilted his head back and unleashed a thunderous dragon roar that reverberated throughout the tavern. Lightning-like energy flickered across his heavy blue scales. Enveloped in a layer of blue lightning, his aura surged as he charged directly at Tang Lu. At that moment, as Yu Qianheng initiated his attack, the Shimo brothers advanced alongside him, each step amplifying the oppressive force of their Xuanwu martial soul. The mysterious patterns on their turtle shells shimmered, emanating a dense air of gravity. Tang Lu, be careful. Dai Mubai's voice rang out as he released the White Tiger's protective barrier, intending to assist Tang Lu against Yu Qianheng. However, the Shimo brothers had already positioned themselves in his path, blocking his advance. Just then, the resounding dragon roar echoed into the heavens, and Yu Qianheng soared into the air, appearing before Tang Lu in an instant. His claws, shimmering with blue light, struck out without hesitation, the phantom of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus encircling him, surging forth. Throughout this, Tang Li's expression remained unchanged, a picture of calm. As Yu Qianheng launched his assault, Tang Lu too began his charge. drawing back his right arm as the Beiming true Qi coalesced into a milky white orb in his palm, hurtling towards Yu Qianheng's dragon claw. The Tianshan Jimei hand was unleashed without hesitation. Simultaneously, Ning Rongrong's seven-treasure glaze tile bestowed its full amplification upon Tang Lu, enhancing his already formidable aura. As he seized Yu Qianheng's dragon claw. However, Yu Qianheng's claw violently swung, breaking free from Tang Li's grasp, igniting his first soul skill, the Thunder Dragon Claw, which surged towards Tang Li's chest. At this moment, Yu Qianheng had already taken to the air, his muscular right hand swelling as the claws elongated. A resounding dragon roar escaping his lips, conjuring a blue dragon head that charged towards Tang Lu. Tang Lu furrowed his brow, his Beiming true qi swirling wildly as he unleashed a powerful Tian Shan Luyang palm, manifesting a descending shadow of his palm from thin air. Yu Qianheng's dragon claw struck out fiercely, and the heavy scales released a brilliant blue light, the claw shadow colliding with the Tian Shan Luyang palm, resulting in a thunderous explosion that illuminated the sky with vibrant colors, sending both Tang Lu and Yu Qianheng reeling. Having learned from their previous encounter, neither was thrown back. Instead, they propelled forward, colliding once more in midair. Yu Qianheng's eyes flared with a piercing red light as he activated the Thunder Dragon Claw again, feeling the strain of their struggle, occasionally emitting a furious dragon roar to bolster his resolve. Truly troublesome, Tang Lu thought, as the first light circle beneath him flared up. Numerous black-silver grasses erupting from the ground, standing tall as they reached for Yu Qianheng above. The speed of the black-silver grasses was astonishing, dozens ensnaring Yu Qianheng's ankles, momentarily halting his onslaught. Looking down at his ensnared legs, Yu Qianheng saw the black-silver grasses tightly coiled around him, with several more climbing upwards. Noticing the waning glow of the claws, Tang Lu seized the opportunity, lunging forward with 2 swift steps, his right arm striking out with accumulated soul power. Previously entangled with Dai Mu Bai, the Shimo brothers had evidently noticed the situation above, propelling themselves into the air, their robust forms crashing into Tang Lu. The forceful impact tilted Tang Lu sharply to the right, his fist narrowly grazing Yu Qianheng's chest before he plummeted to the ground. "Qianheng, are you all right?" Shimo gasped, helping Yu Qianheng to his feet, having absorbed the brunt of Tang Li's strike, which clearly took a toll on him. "I'm fine," Yu Qianheng replied, shaking his head before forcefully slamming his dragon claw into the ground, shattering the black-silver grasses that had ensnared him, dissipating in his soul power. With a grave expression, he regarded the now rising Tang Lu, stating solemnly, "You hold him off, draw him into the team. We proceed as planned." "Understood." Shimo nodded, locking eyes with Tang Lu. As the turtle shell behind him radiated a soft yellow light, an overwhelming presence bearing down on Tang Lu like an invisible wall. "Tang Shan sweeply apo kek Tang Le, in Guing." "Brother, are you all right?" Before Tang Lu could respond, Yu Qianheng had already soared into the air again, another dragon claw descending upon him. Chapter 190, Tang San's 8 Spider Lance. As the dragon claw loomed close, a crimson glow ignited in Tang San's eyes, his back straightening. With a peculiar sound, the fabric of Tang San's clothing behind him tore apart, disintegrating into a fine powder that scattered in all directions. Subsequently, 8 small protrusions emerged from his back, and 8 long spears pierced through his skin. In an instant, these spears elongated to approximately 2 meters in length at the joints. As Yu Qianheng charged forward, Tang San's expression remained unchanged, his gaze merely playful as he regarded him. The 8 spider spears suddenly sprang forth, a formidable soul power rippling through them, while a purple mist emanated from the tips of the spears, enveloping Yu Qianheng. "Qianheng, be careful," shouted the solitary yin at the center of the Huangdo team, sensing that the toxins within this mist were several times more potent than his own by Lin Shi poison. However, it was too late. The 8 spider spears had already thrust out, their limbs cutting through the purple haze, the intense toxins flowing ominously along the spears. Yet unexpectedly, just as the spears were about to pierce Yu Qianheng's chest, he momentarily retracted his momentum, leaning slightly backward, allowing the spears to graze his chest. At that moment, Yu Qianheng's complexion was exceedingly grim, cold sweat cascading from his brow as he sensed he had narrowly escaped death. The purple toxin from the spears, should it penetrate his body, would surely spell doom. Cautiously, he stepped back, transforming his earlier aggressive stance into a defensive one, signaling his teammates. The Shi brothers instantly comprehended, abandoning their entanglement with Dai Mubai, and rushed forward, wielding their massive earth-colored shields. The heavy turtle shells they bore offered formidable defense, but came with a critical flaw: sluggish speed. As the two charged with their giant shields, Tang Lu and Tang Sen had already vanished from sight, reappearing beside Dai Mubai. Tang Lu exclaimed in delight, "Xiao San, you are actually able to control those things behind you." Tang San withdrew the coldness from his eyes, donning a gentle smile as he replied, "It's still a bit unwieldy." As he spoke, he shook his shoulders, and the 8 spider spears emitted a series of eerie clicks. Then, Tang Sen lunged forward, the blue-silver grass beneath him rising like a multitude of blades, carving a path directly toward Yu Qianheng. The Shi brothers intended to assist, but Dai Mubai and Tang Lu positioned themselves in front of them, forcing them to abandon Yu Qianheng and raise their defenses against the assaults of Dai Mubai and Tang Lu. Dai Mubai's sharp claws slashed forward fiercely. He could easily shred a boulder, yet his strike was effortlessly deflected by Shi Mo's shell, leaving only a few marks on a massive turtle shell without inflicting any actual harm. However, Dai Mubai did not relent, delivering a powerful punch to Shi Mo's chest. Yet, Shi Mo contracted his body as if retreating into his shell, causing Dai Mubai's attack to miss once more. Meanwhile, Tang Lu was not faring any better. His right hand unleashed the Tianshan Luyang palm, striking heavily against Shi Mo's enormous shell. Not only did it fail to inflict any substantial damage, but it also sent a shockwave reverberating through his arm. The surging Baiming True Qi collided with the giant turtle shell, creating ripples as the top-tier defensive martial soul. The Xuanwu turtle proved exceedingly difficult to breach, although the situation seemed unfavorable for Tang Lu and Dai Mubai. A discerning eye would notice that the Shi brothers had been deftly separated by the two, leaving a gap at their backs devoid of any protection. Seizing this moment, Zhu Zhuqing of the Shrek team manifested a purple hue in her eyes, and a series of purple afterimages appeared in the air. Without warning, she descended upon Shi Mo from behind, activating her second soul skill, Yuming Bai Zhao. Zhu Zhuqing's speed was fully displayed. Her second soul skill rendered her nearly invisible, and in an instant, a flurry of brilliant purple erupted, painting the air with blood as Shi Mo's back became drenched. Simultaneously, Xiao Wu's third soul ring illuminated. Her third soul skill, instant movement, activated. A pink figure suddenly appeared behind Shi Mo, who was preoccupied with resisting Tang Li's assault and had failed to notice the unexpected presence. Xiao Wu playfully winked at Tang Lu, who immediately grasped the cue, unleashing his Tianshan Luyang palm once more at Shi Mo's chest. Seeing the familiar tactic, Shi Mo's eyes flashed with disdain, and he instinctively retracted into his shell again. However, to his bewilderment, the anticipated attack did not strike him. The power of the Tianshan Luyang palm dissipated before him. Just as he pondered this, he finally noticed Xiao Wu behind him. Yet, it was too late. Xiao Wu had already leaped into the air above him, activating her first soul skill, Yao Gong. Xiao Wu's supple legs clamped around the outer shell of Shi Mo, and with a sudden, forceful thrust, she sent him soaring into the sky. Under normal circumstances, her first soul skill would have been ineffective against Shi Mo's robust physique. Yet at that moment, Shi Mo had completely withdrawn into his shell, offering no resistance. His massive form was involuntarily propelled into the air, resembling an extraterrestrial spacecraft. "Well done, Tong de Prez." Xiao Wu cutely stuck out her tongue in response, hands on her hips, proudly lifting her chin as if to flaunt her prowess. Immediately after, Tang Lu swiftly executed the Lingbo Weibu, rushing to the center of the battlefield, where Tang San was now engaged in a fierce struggle with Yu Qianheng. In the face of Tang San's relentless onslaught, Yu Qianheng was compelled to employ his second soul skill, Lei Tang Wanjun, to extricate himself from the predicament. Brilliant blue lightning erupted from within him, unleashing a tempestuous force that agitated the very air around him. Clearly, his second soul skill, RebornTang Wanjun, had begun to take effect, confronted with the ceaseless barrage of lightning. Tang San momentarily retreated, absorbing the impact of his attack. Yet, his eyes glimmered with a purple hue. Utilizing the ZGMO Tong to scrutinize Yu Qianheng at the heart of the lightning storm. Chapter 191. Yu Qianheng's Full Power Strike. RebornTang Wanjun granted him a moment to breathe, and without the luxury of recalling the unleashed lightning, he charged forward once more as soon as his second soul skill concluded. A resounding dragon's roar echoed throughout the arena, and in the blink of an eye, Yu Qianheng's figure melded into the lightning. The phantom of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus swirling around him. With a fierce shout, Yu Qianheng unleashed the blue electric Tyrannosaurus from within, his right hand sweeping dramatically, conjuring dozens of blue bolts of lightning that hurtled toward Tang San. Though they appeared as ordinary lightning, their power far exceeded that of the previous strikes, boasting at least 3 times the potency. Tang San sensed the impending danger. However, the speed of the lightning was astonishing, and even with the aid of Ging Mizong, escape within mere seconds was impossible. With no other recourse, he unfurled the 8 spider spears behind him, forming a protective barrier before him. Boom! The collision between Lei Dian and Baju Miao erupted into a dazzling explosion, creating a fierce blast before Tang San that rendered everyone unable to open their eyes. As the smoke cleared, Tang San remained standing firm, unharmed, though his shirt had disintegrated into fine particles from the force of the lightning. The power was still insufficient. If only it could be a tad stronger, even just a bit more. Observing Tang San, who was completely unscathed, Yu Qianheng's eyes brimmed with disappointment. After emerging from the Tiando Royal Academy, he had believed himself invincible among his peers, or at least very close to it. Yet, since encountering Tang Lu and his companions, he had found himself repeatedly bested by them, severely undermining his confidence. Had he known that Tang Lu and the others were not his contemporaries, he might have questioned his very existence. However, at that moment, Tang Lu dashed to his side, the surging Bei Ming Zhen Qi coursing through him. He thrust his right fist forward, aimed directly at Yu Qianheng's head. Sensing the impending danger, Yu Qianheng swiftly turned around, realizing Tang Li's iron fist was rapidly enlarging before his eyes. He instinctively sidestepped, drawing on his extensive combat experience to evade the blow. Yet, the encounter was far from over. Tang Lu unleashed his right leg with the swiftness of lightning, enveloped in a milky white aura of Bei Ming Zhen Qi. Yu Qianheng's pupils constricted sharply. Although Tang Lu was merely an ordinary control system soul master, he could not possibly surpass the prowess of an assault-type soul master. Yet, the damage dealt by Tang Li's bare fists rivaled that of a soul sovereign, astonishingly immense without the use of any soul skills. As a scion of a prestigious family, Yu Qianheng discerned traces of martial techniques in Tang Li's attacks. But what technique could amplify his strength to such an extent? With such martial skills, what need had he for a martial soul? Before he could ponder further, Tang Li's sweeping kick was already upon him, and his first soul skill, Thunder Dragon Claw, was instantly activated. His right hand transformed into a dragon's claw, crackling with electricity, with arcs of lightning slithering like serpents across his scales. He raised his hand forward, effortlessly seizing Tang Li's ascending right leg. The impact of Tang Li's strike exceeded his expectations, even though he barely managed to catch Tang Li's leg. The force left his right hand numb. Tang Lu was taken aback that Yu Qianheng had forcibly blocked his attack. He attempted to withdraw his leg, but no matter how much he struggled, he could not free it from the grip of the claw that felt as unyielding as steel. Sensing the dawn of victory, a formidable aura surged from Yu Qianheng as his Thunder Dragon palm expanded, and the claw released a brilliant explosion of blue lightning under the cover of his second soul skill, Thunder Fury. The bolt of electricity rapidly spread through the air, enveloping both Tang Lu and Yu Qianheng. Tang Lu heard a deafening explosion near his ear as a burst of electricity detonated before him. Ignoring the searing pain in his chest, Tang Lu was propelled towards Yu Qianheng, who had long been poised for action, and with a sudden motion, unleashed his Thunder Dragon Claw. A colossal dragon's claw materialized from the sky, descending upon Tang Lu. With a thunderous crash, a relentless barrage of lightning struck Tang Lu, akin to meteors solidifying the surrounding air. When the final strike of thunder struck Tang Lu, a cataclysmic explosion erupted, the shockwave rendering everyone unable to open their eyes, scattering in all directions. At that moment, Yu Qianheng did not dare to be careless. The last light circle beneath his feet ignited, activating his third soul skill, Thunder's Wrath. His body, grounded, swelled with renewed might, muscles bulging grotesquely as his clothes tore apart, and his dragon scales thickened by 3 centimeters, radiating intensified electricity. He was enveloped in a layer of blue lightning, with his blue electric tyrant dragon martial soul swirling around him, its electrical energy coursing through his body, creating a spectacle of brilliance. Simultaneously, his eyes turned a blood-red hue, a murderous aura enveloping the arena. His first soul skill, Thunder Dragon Claw, activated once more. Endowed with the potency of Thunder's Wrath, its force magnified beyond comprehension. Both speed and strength surged to double their previous values, transforming him into a veritable tempest as he charged into the air, crashing the claw down upon Tang Lu. A deafening explosion reverberated, the residual energy toppling everyone to the ground. Lying on the ground, Yu Qianheng gasped for breath, a triumphant smile gracing his face. Did you expect this, Tang Lu? Let us see how you withstand my Thunder Dragon Claw in the state of Thunder's Wrath. Today, your defeat is inevitable. This strike had drained every ounce of his energy, leaving him with scarcely any soul power remaining. Even if he succeeded in defeating Tang Lu, his royal combat team would ultimately still fall short of victory. Yet, he could not afford to dwell on such matters. The prospect of vanquishing Tang Lu rendered the outcome of the group battle trivial. At that moment, amidst the thick smoke above, something began to stir, as if something extraordinary was about to emerge, causing the structures above the tavern to tremble ominously. In the midst of the smoke, a golden light suddenly flickered, as the clouds began to swirl, hinting at the emergence of something remarkable. It soon became clear to everyone that it was a pair of enormous golden wings, each spanning approximately 5 meters in length. At the center of the wings stood Tang Lu, now adorned in golden scales, releasing streams of purple golden light with each flap. Tang stood transfixed, gazing at Tang Lu in the sky, murmuring, "You said I could wield Baju Miao, and now you can command your Hong Tianji too?" In an instant, Tang Lu transformed into a brilliant purple golden light, soaring into the heavens, slowly unfurling his magnificent wings before the onlookers below. The golden feathers shimmering in the sunlight with hints of crimson. With piercing eyes fixed on the disoriented Yu Qianheng below, Tang Lu swiftly dove down, a palpable aura of dread emanating from him. Yu Qianheng stood paralyzed, as if weighed down by lead, unable to move an inch. Even his martial soul, the blue electric tyrant dragon, trembled in fear before the comet-like approach of Tang Lu. "Qianheng, be careful," cried the solitary yin from the Huang Do team, her heart racing at the sight of Tang Li's colossal wings emerging from the smoke. The overwhelming sense of power instilled a deep-seated fear within her. Without hesitation, she exhaled a plume of purple mist, vanishing from sight, her sinuous form darting towards Yu Qianheng. The injured Shi brothers, seeing the unfolding situation, struggled to rise from the ground, dragging their heavy shells as they charged forward, seemingly intent on teaming up to intercept Tang Lu. Although they were severely injured, their Xuanwu turtle shell remained a top-tier defensive martial spirit, and no one below the Soul Sect could swiftly breach their defenses, not even Yu Qianheng. Thus, they were filled with confidence that the two brothers could jointly withstand Tang Li's assault. As they beheld their captain Yu Qianheng in peril, not only did the Shurja brothers and Gudu Yin spring into action, but even Yu Feng and A Asalu could no longer remain idle. The two advanced cautiously, closely monitoring donc les mouvements. However, Tang Lu seemed indifferent to the approaching members of the Huangdo battle team, casting a cold glance their way, his eyes glinting with mockery. Subsequently, the scales enveloping him radiated a dazzling brilliance, transforming him into a golden meteor soaring through the air, fearlessly charging toward Yu Tianheng. The closer he got, the clearer Yu Tianheng could see Tang Lu. Contrary to his expectations of severe injuries, there were no wounds to be found on Tang Lu. It was as if the power he had unleashed moments ago had inflicted no harm whatsoever. Simultaneously, his gaze turned icy, an aura of slaughter resonating around him, with his eyes intermittently flashing a blood-red light of carnage. Yu Qianheng swallowed hard, feeling his own momentum firmly suppressed by Tang Lu, leaving him utterly immobile. The spectacle unfolding before him was utterly shocking. The blinding golden radiance filled his vision, rendering him unable to open his eyes. Nevertheless, he understood that this battle would determine the outcome of the team fight, and he cast aside all distracting thoughts, fervently drawing upon his internal soul power. Suspended in midair, he flung his arms wide, two massive dragon claws suddenly striking out, prepared to fight with all his might. Dragons are the mightiest, Yu Tianheng roared. The resonant dragon's roar echoing from within him, his once calm eyes now flickering with blue light, the heavy dragon scales upon him shimmering with dazzling electric brilliance. Fall before me. Tang Lu uttered his frostbitten command, his fists brimming with beaming true energy as he faced Yu Qianheng, who charged at him like a ravenous tiger. Without hesitation, Tang Lu unleashed a mighty punch. With a thunderous crash, Yu Qianheng was sent flying, blood erupting from his mouth as he tumbled to the ground. Severely injured, he could not muster his mental energy and lost consciousness. Tianheng, Gudian, who arrived late, gazed at the fallen Yu Qianheng, her complexion paling in an instant at the sight of the blood-soaked ground, igniting her fury. Tang Lu, I will kill you. Overcome with rage, Gudu Yin charged forward, the sight of her beloved gravely wounded before her unbearable. Amidst her piercing screams, her third soul skill ignited. Simultaneously, her eyes transformed entirely to green, her green scales quivering violently as green energy surged upward. She opened her mouth wide, unleashing a torrent of thick green poison. Tang San, sharp-eyed, quickly discerned the extraordinary nature of the toxin and urgently pulled back the members of Shrek, commanding, "Fall back, do not approach." Daimubai, Bazold exclaimed, "If we don't support him now, Tang Lu will be surrounded by the Huangdo battle team." With a grave expression, Tang San replied, "The poison unleashed by Guduyan's third soul skill is potent. We should not advance." Just as Dai Mubai opened his mouth to speak, the noxious gas wafted into his nostrils, overwhelming him with a nauseating stench, nearly causing him to collapse. Ma Hongjun quickly inquired, "What should we do then?" "Just stand by and watch." After a moment of contemplation, Tang San smiled. "This trivial poison is nothing before me. Leave it to me." As he spoke, he activated his air shizi Qiao Mingwei Yi and retrieved 2 bottles of strong liquor. Liquor is the best antidote, as it contains ample realgar, which effectively counters toxins. Just as Tang San was about to toss the liquor into the air, he saw Tang Lu soar above the dense poison cloud, remarking coldly, "I loathe you snake handlers." Gudian's third soul skill had little effect on Tang Lu. At the moment the poison was released, Tang Lu immediately blocked his meridians with beaming true energy, forming a protective barrier at his heart, preventing any toxin from entering his body. Chapter 193. Xiaoyao Yufeng Gudian gazed at Tang Lu with a complex expression, astonished that he could resist the poison unleashed by her third soul skill. He was the first to do so. Yet her third soul skill had provided her teammates with the time needed to rush to support, and at this moment, Tang Lu found himself encircled. The Shijiao brothers, Ayasa, and Yufeng all eyed him menacingly. Tang Lu cast a cold glance around, sneering, "Do you think a few more you can defeat me?" Suddenly, he erupted with formidable energy, his entire being radiating golden light, as he unhesitatingly released his oppressive aura. "Form a shield." The Shijiao brothers cried in unison, their massive arms lifting the heavy turtle shell on their backs, their legs planted firmly like pillars. Without the turtle shell's weight, their forms appeared significantly diminished, and their speed greatly enhanced. Exchanging glances, the brothers activated their first 2 soul rings simultaneously, flinging the enormous turtle shell into the air. The shell spun rapidly, its once earthy edges now resembling a razor-sharp blade, cutting through the surrounding air with a whistling sound that reached Tang Li's ears from several meters away. Observing the shields advancing from either side, Tang Lu shook his head in disappointment. Despite the brothers reaching their maximum speed, it was still insufficient to challenge him. Even though he could not employ his Lingbo Weibo in the air, the Xiaoyao sect's martial arts encompassed far more than that. Among them was the revered Xiaoyao Yufeng, a technique renowned throughout the world. This skill was nothing short of extraordinary, and its complexity could be described as unfathomable, passed down only to each generation's sect leader, who could grasp only one or two layers of its essence. Even someone of Tang Li's prodigious talent had only reached the third layer in his past life. For each subsequent layer was veiled in mysteries that the young Tang Lu could not comprehend, even after a decade of seclusion. It was said that the highest realm of Xiaoyao Yufeng allowed mastery over the elemental winds of the world, enabling control over all things and mastery of existence itself. Naturally, this notion became increasingly exaggerated among the populace, transcending their imagination. Xiaoyao Yufeng had surpassed the limits of martial arts, stepping into an entirely new realm. This enigmatic stage lacked a unified understanding within the martial world, yet Tang Lu referred to it as cultivation, an idle thought born from boredom. The reality of such a realm remained uncertain to him, merely a source of amusement in his leisure. Tang Lu began to gradually channel the Baiming true energy from his dantian, merging it with his Baiming divine skill, executing the footwork of Lingbo Weibo, as his entire body's meridians suddenly illuminated, radiating a blue brilliance. As the radiant lights multiplied, they gradually formed a line, illuminating one another. The azure glow enveloped Tang Lu like armor, enhancing his aura to an extraordinary degree. With remarkable finesse, he controlled every movement and breath, despite not having practiced Xiao Yao Yufeng for 12 years. Yet, every detail from the text remained vivid in his memory, and he executed each step flawlessly. Eventually, the blue starlight enveloped him entirely, surging toward the vast Hong Tianji behind him. The mingling of blue and golden light created a dazzling spectacle. The blue starlight permeated every corner of Hong Tianji, and Tang Lu felt an unexpected lightness in his wings. The gentle caress of the Xiao Yao Yufeng became astonishingly effortless, far exceeding his expectations. Could it be that Hong Tianji facilitated his mastery of Xiao Yao Yufeng? Although uncertain of his thoughts, Tang Lu undeniably experienced a profound ease in utilizing Xiao Yao Yufeng with Hong Tianji at his disposal. Subsequently, Tang Lu retracted all his movements, and a tangible blue light erupted from his being, cascading gently over him. Instantly, a brilliant gleam ignited in his eyes as the surging power of Bei Ming Shen Gong coursed through him. The onlookers distinctly sensed a sudden tempest brewing above the tavern. The wind intensified, even affecting the flight of the Sure brothers' tortoise shells, which began to slow down in midair. Tang Lu cast a disdainful glance at the astonished Sure brothers, a slight smile gracing his lips as he manipulated the surrounding wind elements with his consciousness, deliberately halting all breezes in the vicinity. The shells, disproportionate in speed and weight, crashed heavily to the ground, leaving two significant indentations in the floor. How could this be possible? Sherma gaped in disbelief, having anticipated that Tang Lu might either evade his attack with incredible speed or sacrifice himself to absorb it. But to render his assault completely ineffective was unfathomable. His worldview shattered as he stood frozen beside Sherma, who, equally stunned, stared at Tang Lu from a distance. A fierce whirlwind erupted once more, and Tang Lu unfurled his enormous Hong Tianji, soaring skyward with a mere flick of his wings, his speed in the air increasing fivefold. A sound of rushing air resonated as Tang Lu soared through the sky, seemingly commanding the entire realm around him. With the absence of wind, he conjured a gust of his own. In the blink of an eye, Tang Lu had reached the Sure brothers, and without hesitation, he unleashed a powerful fist toward Sherma, who was still reeling from surprise. The impact resounded as Tang Lu struck Sherma's chest, causing him to expel a mouthful of blood and collapse, oblivious to the events that transpired just before losing consciousness. Witnessing Sherma fall, Sherma abruptly raised his head, locking eyes with Tongla's fierce gaze. In a moment of defensive instinct, he realized it was already too late. Tongla's fist was already pressed against his chest, and with another thunderous blow, Sherma fell heavily to the ground, slumping next to his unconscious brother. Chapter 194, We Surrender. Having dealt with the two Xuan Wugui who ensure, a triumphant smile crept on Tongla's lips as the outcome of this soul battle was evidently in his favor. Turning around, he found Ao Silaw and Yu Feng standing in shock, unable to comprehend how Tongla had effortlessly defeated the Sure brothers. If not for the sight of the two brothers sprawled on the stage, Ao Silaw and the others would have never believed that anyone could overcome them. Realizing the situation had escalated beyond hope for the Huangdo battle team, Yu Feng resolved to bring Tongla down, determined to preserve their team's honor. With that thought, he unleashed his full strength, summoning the 1,000-year soul ring beneath him. His arms transformed into wings, pulsating vigorously as they emitted a brilliant azure glow. Propelling him into the air, he unleashed his soul power, forming a colossal azure bird's phantom behind him, its vast wings gathering a radiant halo of blue light as it dove down upon Tongla. Observing Yu Feng's rapid descent, Tongla's eyes glimmered with disdain. Empowered by Xiao Yao Yu Feng, his speed was unparalleled. Though his body had not undergone intense training, he remained the most formidable presence in terms of velocity. You desire the wind? Allow me to provide you with more, Tongla declared, his eyes radiating golden light as he summoned Xiao Yao Yu Feng from within, simultaneously commanding the surrounding wind elements with his formidable mental strength. The tavern's windows rattled as the gentle breeze intensified, swirling around the dining utensils and forming an immense tornado. The cyclone tore at the very fabric of the surrounding space, while Yu Feng struggled to maintain balance as he plummeted toward the ground. Amidst his confusion, Yu Feng sensed an overwhelming, indomitable aura emanating from Tongla. A powerful pressure inexplicably arose within him, making Tongla seem like an insurmountable force. Rise, Tongla uttered softly, and the entire arena trembled violently as a ferocious wind swept through, toppling onlookers and leaving even Tong San and others astounded as they desperately channeled their soul power to maintain equilibrium. The wind howled fiercely, and with a resounding crash, a massive window shattered into fragments. The tempest roared, relentlessly assaulting Yu Feng. Though he exerted all his soul power to remain steady, he was ultimately engulfed by the ferocity of the storm. The winds spiraled violently around him, rendering him akin to a kite severed from its string, spiraling uncontrollably through the air. Suddenly, a figure caught Tongla's attention as he dashed skyward, seemingly intent on seizing Yu Feng. His speed was astonishing, and in an instant, he leaped into the air. This individual was none other than Ao Silaw, the sole agile attack type soul master of the Huangdo battle team. Transforming into a black panther, he propelled himself to the utmost limit of his speed, extending his claws toward the sky in an attempt to stabilize the flailing Yu Feng. However, disappointment swiftly washed over him. Just as he was about to grasp Yu Feng, Tongla's figure flickered, appearing before him in an instant. With a right fist that had long been charged with power, he struck decisively. Though Ao Silaw was a standout among agile attack types, he was woefully fragile in comparison to Tongla. His slight frame could not withstand the force of Tongla's blow. With a muffled grunt, Ao Silaw was sent flying, his body hurtling backward in the direction from which he had charged, crashing heavily to the ground. As the formidable Aesiluo faced imminent defeat, Good Yin and Yalengling, who had previously refrained from engaging, were suddenly engulfed in panic. Confronted by the overwhelming prowess of Tongla, they found themselves utterly powerless. However, Yalengling soon regained her composure, her crimson lips parting slightly as her icy voice pierced the air, reaching Tongla's ears. If we cannot even defeat him, why do we have to call ourselves members of the Huangdo battle team? Just as Tongla pondered her words, her right hand cradled a magnificent begonia, its white and purple petals exuding an enchanting fragrance. Simultaneously, a radiant beam of white light surged from the blossom, instantly healing the wounds on Aesiluo's body. The ancient soul ring beneath her feet illuminated and the petals of the begonia began to swirl wildly, transforming immense energy into a golden radiance that surged into the fallen Yu Qianheng, visibly mending his injuries at an astonishing rate. Under the glow of this golden light, the previously unconscious Yu Qianheng gradually regained awareness, slowly opening his heavy eyelids, his massive dragon claws propelling him upright as he gazed around in bewilderment. "Qianheng, are you all right?" Goodian exclaimed, rushing to embrace Yu Qianheng's right arm. As he recalled the events that transpired, his gaze turned to Tong Le with a hint of confusion, then shifted to the fallen Shi brothers and the embedded Aesiluo, along with the uncontrollably spinning Yu Feng, and finally rested on Tong Le, who remained undisturbed before him. A rare, helpless smile flickered at the corners of his mouth. In that fleeting moment, he locked eyes with Yelengling, whose expression was resolute, and his heart jolted. He then cast his gaze downward, a heavy sigh escaping his lips. "We concede." Yelengling abruptly turned, disbelief etched across her face as she stared at Yu Qianheng, her eyes wide with confusion. She had braced herself for a desperate fight. How could they concede? Even Gudu Yin, standing beside Yu Qianheng, lifted her head, equally perplexed. Aesiluo, having risen from the ground, looked in disbelief at his captain, Yu Qianheng. Tong Le, too, was filled with doubt at Yu Qianheng's surrender. He had prepared himself for another contest. With a wave of his hand, he dismissed the fierce winds in the tavern, causing Yu Feng to crash to the ground, dazed and disoriented. Chapter 195, Qinming. From the rear, Daimubai cast a complex glance at Tong Le, murmuring, "Tong Le's current strength has likely surpassed our own." Tong San shook his head, giving Daimubai's broad shoulder a hearty pat, offering a wry smile. "Keep pushing forward. We cannot fall behind." Daimubai's eyes seemed to hold newfound determination as he silently nodded. Observing Tong Le standing alone ahead, Ning Rongrong's eyes sparkled with excitement. Her gaze filled with golden stars as she joyfully waved her small pink fists. The Shi brothers, revived by Yelengling's restoration, stood in a daze, finally realizing the overwhelming prowess of the Shrek team. They had fought valiantly, yet the might of Daimubai, Tong San's 8 spider lances, and Tong Le's overwhelming presence etched an indelible memory in their minds. Though their defeat stung, they recognized the honor in falling to such formidable adversaries, leaving them with no regrets. Yu Qianheng lifted his gaze to Tong Le, struggling to speak. "You are formidable. It is an honor to have battled you." Tong Le chuckled dismissively. "You are no slouch yourself. Our exchanges were quite reciprocal." Yu Qianheng shook his head, his expression resolute. "Next time, I shall not lose to you. I will ensure you remember that dragons are the strongest." "I await that day," Tong Le replied, waving his hand as he turned to rejoin his comrades. Watching Tong Le's retreating figure, a flicker of fire ignited in Yu Qianheng's dim eyes. He vowed he would not lose again upon their next encounter. At that moment, 4 figures rushed into the hotel, their expressions darkening at the sight of the disarray in the hall. They turned to see Tong Le, Yu Qianheng, and the others at the center of the chaos, their faces growing increasingly grim. "Teacher." Upon spotting one of the youths among the 4, Yu Qianheng, despite his injuries, struggled to stand. The other members of the Huangdo battle team rose, their faces flushed with shame as they averted their gazes from the youth's eyes. "What are you doing? I sent 6 of you to check on Qianheng, and you come here to brawl?" The youth reprimanded loudly, his ire intensifying as he surveyed the battered tavern. Yu Qianheng quickly interjected, "Teacher, it was my request for them to come. It is not their fault." The youth opened his mouth to respond, but noticed Yu Qianheng's wounds and the injuries on the others, his anger dissipating slightly, replaced by a softer tone. "Injured?" "Yes." Yu Qianheng nodded, appearing as a chastised child before the youth. With a sigh, the youth said, "You all should return to rest. We will discuss this tomorrow." The 7 members of the Huangdo battle team felt a wave of relief wash over them as they limped out of the tavern. One of them tossing a bag of gold coins onto the counter as compensation, prompting smiles from the staff and the tavern owner. Among the 4, 3 were naturally Dashi, Zhao Wuji, and Faland. In contrast to the youth's demeanor, Dashi was thoroughly pleased as he regarded the 8 children before him. "You performed admirably, bringing no shame to Shrek Academy." Tong Le couldn't help but feel a mix of surprise and amusement. How could they not have tarnished the Academy's reputation after such a brawl? Little did they know, Yu Qianheng was a top-tier talent from the Tiando Empire, hailing from the esteemed Tiando Royal Noble Academy. Daxi's smile widened as he looked at Tong San and Tong Le. Have you both mastered the soul bones you possess? With Falond sealing the space with his soul power, Daxi felt secure discussing soul bones without fear of eavesdroppers. The four had actually arrived before the battle concluded, but had chosen to remain outside, watching the competition before leisurely entering. Indeed, Tong Le and Tong San nodded in unison, their faces adorned with smiles. Daxi's expression turned serious as he surveyed the 8 of them, returning to a placid demeanor. I am quite satisfied with the outcome of this match, which reflects the effectiveness of our first and second training sessions. Now, after a few days of rest, we shall commence the third phase of training. Ayasuke's face fell. There's a third phase of training? Daxi shot him a sidelong glance. What? Do you not wish to train? Ayasuke instinctively recoiled, shaking his head vigorously. No, no, no. Everything the teacher does is for our benefit. Even if there are more training sessions, I am prepared to endure. Listening to Ayasuke's flattery, the others exchanged knowing glances. At that moment, the earlier youth approached, smiling. Director, I apologize for the trouble caused this time. As he spoke, he bowed to Flander. Flander promptly helped him up, playfully chiding, You rascal, after all these years. You're still so formal. The young man shook his head, a serious expression on his face, and said, I will never forget the kindness that Dean Flander has shown me. I, Qin Ming, will remember it for a lifetime. Zhao Wujia, with a hearty laugh, remarked, It's all this group of rascals' fault for causing trouble again. Otherwise, the 4 of us could have enjoyed a good meal together. Previously, Flander had hurriedly pulled Master and the others along in order to dine with his proud disciple, Qin Ming. However, just as the dishes were served, a thunderous explosion erupted from the adjacent tavern, instantly extinguishing their appetite. This prompted them to rush over to another tavern, where they fortuitously encountered Tang Lu and the others. Upon seeing the puzzled expressions on the children's faces, Flander clapped his head and pulled Qin Ming to his side, smiling as he said, Children, let me introduce you to your senior, Qin Ming. You just witnessed the performance of these 8 little monsters, didn't you? Ha! Senior? Maongjun questioned, perplexed. Qin Ming turned to Tang Lu and the 8 others, offering a warm smile as he said, Hello, junior brothers and sisters. I am your senior, Qin Ming. It has been several years since I graduated from Shrek Academy, so it is understandable that you do not recognize me. Just now, Yu Qianheng and the Imperial Battle Team were all my students. The group exchanged glances, realizing that Qin Ming was a graduate of Shrek Academy, which explained the formidable prowess of the team he had trained. Chapter 196, Ambitious Aspirations. Flander cleared his throat. All right, it is quite inappropriate to stand here chatting. Let us return. Master nodded in agreement and led Qin Ming and the 8 of Tang Lu back to their previous hotel suite. He specifically requested a new table and 8 chairs from the server so that Tang Lu and the others could dine comfortably in the suite. Qin Ming raised his glass. Unable to suppress his smile as he exclaimed, I never expected my junior brothers and sisters to be so impressive. As their senior, I feel immensely proud. Upon hearing this, Flander's expression immediately dimmed, and he spoke with a heavy heart. This is the last batch of students for our academy. What? Qin Ming furrowed his brows, turning to glance at Tang Lu and the others, who were happily dining nearby, and said in a lowered voice, Has the issue with our academy not been resolved yet? Flander sighed, offering a wry smile. If it weren't for me and old Zhao holding things up, we might have disbanded a year ago. It is for the best, anyway. We are all getting older and cannot strive as we once did. Our only wish is to see these young ones grow and succeed. Zhao Wujia shook his head. Although his words sounded pleasant, the dejection on his face was unmistakable. Master sat quietly beside them, saying nothing. He deeply understood the feelings of Flander and Zhao Wujia. Their lifelong efforts to establish Shrek Academy were now on the brink of collapse, a reality that would weigh heavily on anyone's heart. Not wanting to dwell on his sorrow, Flander suddenly remarked, Qin Ming, you truly are an elite disciple from our Shrek Academy. The members of the Imperial Battle Team you trained are exceptionally strong, bringing glory to our academy. Qin Ming shook his head, a rueful smile gracing his lips. This is not my merit. It is all thanks to those rascals who worked hard. Their martial souls and talents are of the highest quality, and with the Academy's support, their formidable strength is a natural outcome. Previously, Flander and the others had already learned that Qin Ming was a teacher at the Tiando Royal Academy. But no one had any objections, as everyone had their own dreams and aspirations. Flander teased, "You are still being humble without your guidance. Those rascals would not possess such strength." A smile appeared on Qin Ming's face. "Perhaps I do share some credit." At this juncture, Qin Ming looked at the jubilant Tang Lu and the others engaged in their celebration, then turned to Flander and inquired, "Dean, shouldn't these children be graduating soon?" Flander shook his head with a laugh. "Not at all. They're all only 12 years old on average. It would be far too early to talk about graduation." 12? Qin Ming's eyes widened in disbelief as he glanced at Flander. Swallowing hard, he questioned, "Are you saying the youngest among them is only 12 years old?" Observing the astonished Qin Ming, Flander proudly affirmed, "Indeed, the oldest among them is merely 14, yet he is already a rank 37 Soul Master." Qin Ming turned to look at the 8 joyous children, a bitter smile crossing his face. Indeed, this is Shrek Academy, always gathering prodigies. Although he had previously assessed their ages based on their appearances, he could hardly fathom the strength and synergy they possessed at such a young age. Qin Ming's gaze settled on Tang Lu, who was seated in the center, casually popping peanuts into his mouth with a carefree expression. "They really are only 12. Qin Ming murmured, then turned to ask, "What is the name of the junior seated in the center?" Following Qin Ming's gesture, Flander replied, "You mean that lad? His name is Tang Lu." Tang. Qin Ming silently repeated the name several times, committing it to memory, then looked up to ask, "What is Tang Li's strength?" Flander casually responded, "He is a rank 34 Control System Soul Master." "Control System?" Qin Ming exclaimed, taken aback. He felt he must have misheard. The power Tang Lu displayed during the final battle far surpassed that of other attack-type Soul Masters. How could he possibly be a Control System Soul Master? In other words, a Control System Soul Master could hold their own against Yu Tianheng? A Control System Soul Master could withstand Yu Tianheng's attacks using only their physical strength? Impossible. It was absolutely inconceivable. Qin Ming's body trembled slightly, but when he raised his astonished gaze, he found Flander's expression utterly calm, devoid of any surprise. As if all that Tang Lu had accomplished was entirely expected, as if it were his rightful achievement. This left Qin Ming's emotions in turmoil. Could he truly be a Control System Soul Master? Little did Qin Ming know that Flander had long since grown accustomed to Tang Li's consistent miracles, to the point where he felt no swell of pride. However, there was one devoted admirer of Tang Lu. Master chuckled, "That lad Tang Lu indeed possesses remarkable talent. He excels in every aspect. It is just that he is too stubborn for our liking." Flander smirked. "That's because he hasn't submitted to you as a disciple." Master's smile froze instantly, casting a fierce glare at Flander. Qin Ming stood there, astonished. He had actually refused to become Master's disciple? Master was the strongest in the theoretical realm, a man at the pinnacle of his field, someone whom all major sects and the Spirit Hall vied to recruit. With someone like Master, should he choose to re-enter the world, how many would scramble to become his pupil? Tang Lu actually refused? What ambition! Qin Ming couldn't help but feel a surge of curiosity towards Tang Lu, glancing at the Shrek 8. He silently sighed. If such a talent could be nurtured back at the Academy, their future would be limitless. Regrettably, Qin Ming was acutely aware of Flander's temperament and could never submit to living under another's roof. Thus, he could only lament for those 8 prodigies. Suddenly, the master spoke. "No, you may take them with you." Qin Ming cast a surprised glance at the master, his voice trembling with excitement as he exclaimed, "Is it truly permissible, Master? I assure you, the Tiando Royal Academy will nurture them well." Fearing disbelief from the others, Qin Ming even swore an oath in front of everyone. Flanders, whose complexion was already poor, turned to the master and coldly remarked, "Xiao Gang, what do you mean?" The master sighed. "I understand you cannot accept this decision, but you cannot provide what these children need for their growth. Your current approach will only hinder their futures. What is it that we cannot provide?" Flanders shouted, his face now a mask of distress. Xiao Gang, do you think you cannot teach them properly with your strength? Our Shrek Academy, while lacking in wealth, boasts the finest faculty. The master's tone softened. Flanders, I sympathize with your feelings, but what the children require on their path to maturation extends beyond mere instruction. Can you offer them a conducive learning environment? Can you guarantee their entry into the Continental Elite Soul Master Tournament in a year? Frankly, we are all living off past glories. Apart from that, we possess nothing. Listening to the master's words, Flanders was momentarily taken aback, lowering his head in defeat. Observing Flanders' silence, the master continued, can we provide the ideal, simulated environment for their training? Flanders, you must understand how crucial such an environment is for a soul master. It lays a solid foundation and enhances their practical abilities through experience. Currently, only the Tiando Royal Academy offers such a sophisticated training environment. Xiao Gong, please do not remain obstinate. Think of the children. They are our hope. Flanders, rendered speechless, bowed his head, acknowledging the truth in the master's words. Seeing Flanders in such despair, the master sighed heavily and turned resolutely to Qinming. I agree to allow the children to study at the Tiando Royal Academy. But I have one condition. We will go as an inspection team, officially representing the Tiando Royal Academy, and all accolades will belong to them. However, the education of these children will be under my complete authority. After a moment of hesitation, Qinming nodded solemnly. No problem. The esteemed teachers are renowned figures, and I believe the Academy will acquiesce. As the discussion concluded, Flanders forced a smile, saying, do not worry, I have lived many years. Xiao Gang is correct. We should prioritize the children. Let us proceed as he suggested, without concern for me. Observing Flanders' despondent demeanor, the master could only silently mourn for his friend of many years. After all, Shrek Academy represented a decade of his dedication, but for the sake of the children's future, Flanders had to make sacrifices. More importantly, the Tiando Royal Academy was free from the interference of the Spirit Hall, ensuring a secure future for the Academy's teachers, allowing them to live without fear of persecution. The master patted Flanders' shoulder reassuringly. All right, take some time to collect your thoughts. I will step outside for a moment. Flanders nodded silently, choosing to drink alone in contemplation. Before exiting the room, the master glanced back at the 8 jubilant individuals at another table, sighed deeply, and left the tavern without a backward glance. Observing the master's departing figure, Qinming felt a surge of admiration. Night had completely descended, yet the streets of Soto City remained as vibrant as ever, bustling with activity and the sounds of vendors. The nocturnal liveliness was a stark contrast to the past, as just 2 weeks prior, 3 criminals had been apprehended. Rumor had it that by the time they reached the precinct, they were so battered they resembled neither man nor ghost, their bodies grotesquely contorted, eliciting shivers from onlookers. With their absence, the law and order of Soto City had markedly improved, allowing citizens to venture out at night without fear, unlike before when families barred their doors. Along the street, Yu Xiaojiang spotted 7 familiar figures, the members of the Royal Combat Team. In contrast to Shrek's members, they were engaged in a reflective meeting, earnestly discussing their errors during battle, providing guidance to one another, gaining profound insights from their recent defeat. Although they had lost, this experience solidified their team's spirit, transforming them into a genuine collective. Yu Qianheng assessed his 6 companions, calmly stating, that Tang Lu is exceptionally strong. Losing to him is no disgrace. Unbeknownst to him, the master had already approached from behind. Hearing the familiar voice, Yu Qianheng jumped, turning to face the master. The master smiled, patting his shoulder gently. Come, let's step outside for a moment. With that, he walked away. Following the master's direction, Yu Qianheng quickly bid farewell to his companions and hurried after him. Uncle, what brings you here? On a tranquil street, Yu Qianheng walked alongside the master, his heart filled with mixed emotions as he gazed at the familiar face beside him. The master had been the kindest figure in the blue sky overlord Sect to him. Yu Qianheng recalled how the master had always been by his side during his childhood, forming a deep bond. Once destined to become the next Sect leader, the master had been expelled for reasons unknown, vanishing from their lives. A faint smile graced the master's face as he gazed into the bustling marketplace, a hint of nostalgia evident in his eyes. Tianheng, it has been quite a while since we last met. I was genuinely worried about you, but it seems you are all doing very well. I watched your match today. You performed admirably, and there was no shame in the blood you shed. Yu Tianheng stared at the master, realizing how much he had changed over the years, from youthful arrogance to the composed figure before him. Unbeknownst to him, tears welled up in his eyes, and his voice trembled as he replied, "Uncle, after all these years, have you never thought of returning? You and father have shed countless tears over your portrait. Though you may not speak of it in front of others, I know they deeply wish for your return." The master shook his head resolutely, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips. "I am but a family disgrace. What face do I have to return? To be a subject of ridicule? I have endured enough humiliation. Why would I go back? I live freely now, and I have grown accustomed to this life." Yu Tianheng's eyes glistened with tears as he choked out, "Uncle, those events have long since passed. Will you not allow yourself to move on?" The master shook his head firmly, his expression momentarily lost. "No, it is too late to return. Enough, let's not dwell on this." Yu Tianheng opened his mouth to speak again, but was interrupted by the master's increasingly impatient tone. Yu Tianheng lowered his head, displaying a keen awareness to remain silent. The master turned around, gently patting his shoulder, his tone having softened somewhat, and said, "I am delighted to encounter you here once more and to witness your progress." Yu Tianheng abruptly raised his head. "Uncle, did you witness my battle today? I am sorry for bringing shame to the family." To his surprise, instead of reprimanding him, the master lightly shook his head, a rare smile gracing his face. "No, you did not lose in today's battle, nor did you bring disgrace to the family. I can see that you exerted yourself in every encounter. Every step you took was impeccable. Indeed, it could be deemed flawless." Yu Tianheng's emotions surged, but what does that matter? I still lost to Tang Le. I carry the bloodline of the world's foremost beast martial soul, yet I was defeated by him. No, I refuse to accept this. The master sighed. "There is no martial soul in this world that is perfect, including the blood that flows within you. The Lan Jianba Wang Long is no exception." "Imperfect?" Yu Tianheng murmured, staring blankly at the master. "Uncle, does my martial soul possess some flaw?" The master replied calmly, "Yes. And it is a fatal flaw that has been passed down through generations of the Lan Jianba Wang zone, intensifying over time." Yu Tianheng was taken aback. "A fatal flaw? What is it?" "The pride within your heart," the master said, turning to gaze seriously at the bewildered Yu Tianheng. "It is precisely because the Lan Jianba Wang Long is the world's supreme beast martial soul that your heart is filled with immense pride. Pride that leads you to underestimate your opponents. Pride that compels you to forsake everything." "Pride," Yu Tianheng murmured, as if a stone had been cast into the still waters of his calm eyes, creating ripples that refused to settle. After a moment, he shook his head gently, offering a bitter smile. "No, uncle, at this moment, there is nothing left for me to be proud of." As he spoke, he patted his heavy chest, indicating the location of his heart. "What resides within is merely an indomitable conviction." The master paused, a look of confusion crossing his face. A glint of light sparked in Yu Tianheng's eyes as he continued. "From the moment he struck me down and sent me to the infirmary, I have forgotten my identity as a member of the Lan Dianba Wang zone. When I faced him for the second time, I was no longer the captain of the Huangdo battle team, nor a member of the Lan Dianba Wang zone, but rather an unyielding challenger, a challenger unwilling to fall behind." The master's expression shifted, astonished that Yu Tianheng was able to consciously relinquish the pride within him during their confrontation, transforming that pride into motivation for his efforts. Reflecting on this, he felt inferior to a child. Not to mention others, even a master himself had not tempered his own pride. "I tell you, this person is simply too stubborn. Once he speaks, even 5 bulls could not drag back his words." The slurred voice of Flender echoed from the private room of the tavern, where he had become intoxicated, mumbling incoherently while the members of Shrek and Qin Ming supported him. After Yu Xiaojiang's departure, Flender had transformed his pent-up frustration into alcohol, consuming dozens of cups and now appearing utterly inebriated. Tang Sen felt beads of cold sweat on his forehead, offering a wry smile. "Dean, the teacher will be angered by your words. A wave of alcohol fumes assaulted his nostrils as Flinder's indistinct voice returned. If you ask me, I understand Xiao Gang better than anyone else in this world. His character is flawed due to his stubbornness. He is overly concerned with appearances, and despite enduring numerous hardships, he refuses to voice a single word. To hell with it. What kind of brotherhood is this? The members of Shrek perked up, intrigued by the juicy tidbit. Qin Ming sighed. Dean, let me take you back. You are drunk. No, I'm not drunk. Look, I can still drink another cup. As he spoke, Flinder, already inebriated, attempted to bring the cup to his mouth, but was stopped by Tang Lu. Tang Lu, exasperated, said, Dean, you are truly intoxicated. Let us return. Ordinarily, a soul saint should not become inebriated, but it seemed Flinder had encountered something that shattered his composure, resorting to alcohol for solace. Flinder's expression, usually stoic, broke into a mischievous smile as he drunkenly remarked, Xiao Gang, you are clearly Yu Tianheng's uncle and a member of the Lan Dian Ba Wang Zone. Why do you keep it hidden? Qin Ming was taken aback. The master is a member of the Lan Dian Ba Wang Zone, and he is Tianheng's uncle? The 8 individuals surrounding Flinder perked up, their eyes wide with disbelief, staring at the utterly intoxicated Flinder. The master is indeed a member of the Lan Dian Ba Wang Zone? The most bewildered among them was Tang San, for the master had acted as a second father to him, caring for him with utmost attention. How could such an ordinary man be associated with the Lan Dian Ba Wang Zone? What is Lan Dian Ba Wang, long martial soul? Is this a jest? A mutation? It seemed the teacher had mentioned that he was not suited for mutations. Tang San recalled the master's words, realizing that his martial soul had limited the development of his vitality, preventing him from ever attaining the rank of Soul Dlaw, which compelled him to diligently pursue academic excellence. This line of thought began to make sense. Could it be true that the master was indeed a member of the Lan Dian Ba Wang Zone? Sensing something amiss, Zhao Wujing, who had been observing the scene, could no longer remain seated. His expression shifted dramatically as he abruptly stood up, grabbing Flinder and addressing the astonished crowd. Dean, he is merely drunk and speaking nonsense. Let me take him back. Without waiting for a response, he hurriedly pulled Flinder away, leaving Qin Ming and the others in a state of bewilderment. Qin Ming cleared his throat and stated, Everyone, let us rest well. We shall discuss the matter of studying at the Tiando Royal Academy in detail tomorrow. He then swiftly departed the scene, eager to escape any further entanglements. Chapter 199. Help me wash my socks the following morning. When the master awoke, he noticed that the children's gazes towards him had transformed. It was a look filled with profound admiration, as if they were on the verge of sparkling with stars. The most gratifying moment for the master came during breakfast when Tang Lu cast a particularly appreciative glance in his direction. Though slightly perplexed, the master's second phase of training was set to proceed. Their recent experience at the Soto City Great Soul Arena had significantly elevated the combat experience of the Shrek team, allowing them to grasp the essence of true battle, rather than treating skirmishes at the academy as mere child's play. Over the course of a month, Shrek Academy's name resounded throughout the Great Soul Arena. All 8 members earned the Silver Soul Badge, while even Tang Lu, with his impressive record of 48 victories and 2 draws, secured the Gold Soul Badge. As for the 2 draws, they merely stemmed from Tang Lu challenging opponents at the Soul King level. Although he could not defeat them, they too could not claim victory over him. In fact, these encounters provided Tang Lu with valuable experience, rendering subsequent training sessions significantly easier. After a month of relentless training, they finally achieved their long-desired brief respite. The Shrek Academy team returned to their familiar village. Though they had been absent from the academy for a month, the teachers remaining at the academy diligently tended to the plants and flowers, creating a vibrant atmosphere. The small green creature perched at the gate of Shrek Academy gazed at the returning individuals, its dark, glistening eyes seemingly brimming with joy, as if it were grinning at them. Hooray! We have finally returned. At the moment they entered the dormitory, Oscar felt as though his very soul had been drained. Slumping onto the blanket, which had accumulated a month's worth of dust that now enveloped him. A head emerged from the blanket, declaring, "Do not disturb me. I wish to sleep until I awaken naturally." With that, the head retreated back under the cover. Tang San furrowed his brow, exclaiming, "The dormitory is so filthy. How can Oscar possibly sleep here? This is utterly unsanitary." Tang Lun nodded in agreement. Having been absent from the dormitory for a month, dust had settled in comfortably, and perhaps even mice were hosting a party by night. Unable to endure such an environment, the two friends embarked on a thorough cleaning. Oscar, of course, could not escape his fate. He was dragged from his cocoon, and his beloved blanket became a primary target for the cleaning. Tang San and Tang Lu worked diligently, scrubbing and tidying with utmost care. After a morning of hard labor, they finally restored the dormitory to order. This delighted the inherently lazy Oscar, who immediately flopped onto the bed and fell into a deep, peaceful slumber once more. Notably, he did not cover himself this time, for all three of their blankets had been washed by Tang Lu and would soon be dried in the sun along with some clothes. Tang San chose not to join Tang Lu in hanging the laundry, as he was pressed for time with the assembly of the Zhuge crossbow he had promised Ning Rongrong. The components he had crafted were all delivered, only the assembly remained. Venturing alone to the spacious square, he found the weather exceptionally pleasant, with the sun shining brightly and the occasional chirping of birds filling the air. The splendid weather uplifted Tang Lu's spirits as he swiftly constructed a frame. Carefully laying out the blankets of himself, Tang San and Oscar one by one with delicate and practiced movements, his gaze intensely focused. The square was positioned directly across from the girls' dormitory. At that moment, Ning Rongrong led Xiao Wu to the balcony, coincidentally encountering Tang Lu below as he hung the laundry. "Hee, Xiao Wu, you are so adorable. Let me pinch your cheeks," Ning Rongrong teased. Cornering Xiao Wu against the wall, a mischievous smile gracing her face as she aimed to affectionately squeeze her rosy cheeks. Xiao Wu's eyes flickered with a hint of panic as she cowered in the corner, trembling. She was acutely aware that she was trapped. It had been a long-standing desire of Ning Rongrong to tease her charming visage. However, contrary to her expectations, Ning Rongrong simply smiled and said, "Xiao Wu, you are truly delightful, and your skin is so smooth. No wonder Singa likes you so much. What are you saying?" Xiao Wu's cheeks flushed crimson as she reached out to pinch Ning Rongrong's slender waist. Ning Rongrong, unfazed, retained her radiant smile. And as she beheld the bashful Xiao Wu, she couldn't help but chuckle. "Look at you, Xiao Wu. You've confessed without being prompted, haven't you?" He. Xiao Wu could not withstand Ning Rongrong's teasing and, blushing, lunged at her. Ning Rongrong made a cute face, playfully inviting, "Hee, come catch me. Don't run away." As the tinkling laughter of the girls echoed from the dormitory, Tang Lu paused, his heart stirred, momentarily halting his laundry. "Oh dear, why can't I quell the tumult within me? Despite having lived 3 lifetimes, why do I still feel this way?" Tang Li's brow knitted in concern as he recognized that with age, he was entering adolescence, and his inner thoughts were becoming increasingly uncontrollable. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to calm his emotions. It is said that feelings can be a double-edged sword. Apart from his family, Tang Lu wished to remain untainted by other affections. The deadly allure of love surpassed even the most lethal of blades. This was a notion Tang Lu had long been aware of, and he had no desire to become a casualty of such passion. As the two girls playfully chased each other down the stairs, they halted upon spotting Tang Lu before them. Noticing the sounds behind him, Tang Lu instinctively turned, dressed in silk pajamas that revealed her long, elegant legs. With her hair styled neatly, Ning Rongrong appeared even more radiant under the sun, exuding youthful vitality. Xiao Wu, shyly peeking from behind Ning Rongrong, smiled brightly and greeted, "Hello, Lu Zhi." "Hello to you both," Tang Lu replied with a smile. Under his conscious control, the tumult within him dissipated, and he gazed at the vibrant Ning Rongrong and the bashful Xiao Wu with an unperturbed heart, perceiving them as if they were merely wooden figures. Observing Tang Lu's smiling face and Ning Rongrong's lowered gaze, Xiao Wu's mind sparked with a brilliant idea. She leaned close to Ning Rongrong and whispered something, then skipped away joyfully. Ning Rongrong's cheeks flushed as she glanced at the clothes in the bucket at Tang Lu's feet and softly offered, "Let me assist you." Men often struggle with such tasks. Though somewhat perplexed, Tang Lu smiled in deference to their camaraderie, saying, "All right, if you have time." Perhaps you could help me wash my socks later." In the days that followed, Master had not assigned them any training plans, instead encouraging the children to explore more. Everyone was aware that they were soon to depart from Shrek Academy for Tiendo Royal Academy, fostering a sense of bittersweet nostalgia. At last, the day arrived. As the first rays of sunlight broke through the clouds to grace the earth, the 8 of them rose in unison, packing their belongings in preparation for the new day ahead. The weather was exceptionally splendid by the time they gathered on the playground in formation. The sun had ascended in the east, bathing the sky in a golden glow. The 8 students of Shrek Academy stood resolutely, gazing at the familiar campus with a sense of lingering affection. After all, this had been their home for more than half a year, and it was impossible to deny the emotional ties they had formed. Behind the 8 students stood the faculty of Shrek Academy, watching the distant gates with tearful eyes. This academy represented the culmination of their later years, and though they had come to terms with it, the impending farewell weighed heavily on their hearts. The teachers beside them felt a bittersweet pang as well. "Well, it is time for us to set off," Zhao Wujin said, firmly patting Flinder on the shoulder, his tone heavy with emotion. He too harbored fond memories. "All right, let us head to Tiendo Royal Academy," Flinder sighed, summoning all his strength to utter these words. As he clenched his jaw to speak the final word, tears that had been welling in his eyes finally spilled over, landing softly on the ground. After all, at their age, they had witnessed countless scenes, and emotions could arise swiftly and fade just as quickly, like a whirlwind. Flinder composed himself, waving to rally the group as they embarked on their journey. Reflecting on their destination of Tiendo City, Tang Lu recalled the prince who resided within the royal palace. It was he who had initially sold him into servitude, but now, after 6 years of training, Tang Li's abilities had surged remarkably, his soul power reaching approximately level 35. Yet, he understood that with his current strength, opposing the Tiendo Empire was a fanciful notion. Everyone is well aware of the ruthless emperor of the royal family. He harbors no belief in the whimsical words that Xue Qinghe once uttered to him, secretly vowing that if he were to attain the zenith of existence in this continent, he would capture Xue Qinghe and exact a thorough reckoning for past grievances. The power distribution in Diluadalu is quite disparate, comprising several nations. Yet only the Tiendo Empire and the Xinglua Empire hold dominion, alongside the Wuhuan Temple. The Tiendo Empire, dominating the north, commands millions of elite troops. Although its current strength is far diminished compared to its former glory, its substantial foundation remains, making it a force to be reckoned with. The journey from Balak Kingdom to the Tiendo city of the Tiendo Empire spans 2,000 kilometers, a notably arduous trek. At the forefront, Flinder suddenly turned back with a grin, urging the young ones to hasten and not lag behind. After taking the hand of his companion, the master, 2 pairs of blue, ethereal wings appeared at his back, propelling him into the air, soaring freely and swiftly, covering dozens of meters in mere moments. Ma Hongjun, seemingly anticipating the spectacle, remarked nonchalantly that he was aware the dean would not easily let them off the hook. Dai Mubai exhaled, urging everyone to stop their idle chatter and catch up. With that, he surged forward, his speed reaching its peak through the manipulation of his soul power. Tang San gently took Xiao Wu's hand, suggesting they proceed together. Xiao Wu nodded, and the two dashed forward side by side. Naturally, Ma Hongjun and Oscar, the inseparable duo, stuck together, with Ma Hongjun's small red wings flapping vigorously as he cradled Oscar in his arms. Oscar, comfortably nestled, yawned lazily and casually offered Ma Hongjun a sausage. As for Zhu Zhuqing, apologies, but she had already joined the fray the moment Dai Mubai charged ahead. Zhu Zhuqing, a fiercely competitive woman, was determined not to fall behind Dai Mubai, not even by a step. The students sprang into action, and the other teachers were equally unwilling to lag behind, rushing forward with genuine urgency. Yet, no one could surpass Flinder's leading position, for he was a Soul Sage-level agility-type Soul Master, and his speed was indeed formidable. At this moment, only Tang Lu and Ning Rongrong remained. Ning Rongrong deliberately refrained from moving, as she wished to stay with Tang Lu. Tang Lu, in turn, intentionally held back, positioning himself at the rear, eager to experience the thrill of an underdog's ascent. observing the figures of the Shrek team vanish into mere black dots. Tang Lu curiously inquired of Ning Rongrong whether she would not follow. Is it not evident? You truly are a simpleton, she retorted internally, then blinked her large eyes. Feigning innocence as she lamented, Tang Lu, I've twisted my ankle. It hurts terribly. She gently rubbed her ankle, appearing pitiable enough to evoke a protective instinct in anyone. It must be said, Ning Rongrong's acting was exceptionally skilled, akin to that of an award-winning actor. Even Tang Lu found himself half convinced, casting a concerned glance her way, and inquiring about her condition. Ning Rongrong quickly retracted her foot, unwilling to expose her ruse, and feigned strength, declaring that she could endure and urging Tang Lu not to worry about her. You should hurry and catch up, don't fall behind. Leaving a support-type soul master at the rear, especially one as injured as Ning Rongrong, was out of the question. He resolved not to abandon anyone. With this determination, he reached out his hand, saying, Come, I will assist you. Ning Rongrong stared at the hand extended before her, nodding vigorously. This was precisely what she desired. She grasped Tang Li's hand, and at that moment, a slight tremor coursed through her shoulder, a blush rising to her cheeks. Feeling the warmth radiating from Tang Li's hand, Ning Rongrong experienced an unexpected rush of nerves. After all, this was her first time initiating contact with a boy's hand. Despite her assertiveness, she could not suppress her inner shyness. In the midst of this, Tang Lu cast a fleeting glance at Ning Rongrong, perceiving that she had been rather distracted lately, as if her mind were elsewhere. The silhouettes of the Shrek group had entirely vanished from view, and Tang Lu knew he must pursue them without delay. Gradually straightening his posture, he began to circulate his soul power in the Shio heart method, stimulating his muscles and meridians to maximize his speed. With a sudden surge of soul power, his garments ripped apart, and two small protrusions emerged from either side of his spine, shimmering with golden light. These protrusions rapidly expanded, revealing a magnificent pair of golden wings that fluttered gracefully. In the sunlight, they glimmered with a resplendent golden hue. Ning Rongrong was momentarily taken aback. Her eyes were wide with astonishment. She observed that as the wings materialized, Tang Li's aura underwent a remarkable transformation. Even his already handsome visage appeared more striking, with a hint of disdain and coldness accentuating his exquisite features. He resembled the quintessential domineering CEO that women adore. It's time to go, Tang Li stated flatly, his expression devoid of emotion. He grasped Ning Rongrong's hand, and with a powerful beat of his golden wings, they launched forward, swiftly ascending into the air like a fearless comet streaking across the sky. With Tang Lu holding her hand, Ning Rongrong found herself effortlessly suspended in the air. This was her first experience at such heights, and she beheld a breathtaking panorama of clouds more pristine than any she had previously seen. The golden light that cascaded from above invigorated her senses, and as she looked down, the figures of her companions had shrunk to mere silhouettes, distinguishable only by their garments. At the forefront was Dai Mubai, followed closely by Zhu Zhuqing. Tang San and Xiao Wu's figures flitted about in the center of the group, appearing to be thoroughly enjoying themselves. Bringing up the rear were, of course, Ma Hongjun and Oscar, leisurely trailing behind. Ning Rongrong turned to gaze at Tang Lu, whose gaze was fixed ahead, devoid of any emotion. Captivated by his icy stare, she found herself momentarily lost in thought, a flicker of brilliance passing through her eyes. After several minutes of vigorous flight, Tang Lu finally spotted his intended targets, Flinder and the Master. The two hovered in the air with ease, their faces adorned with smiles. Tang Li's eyes narrowed, and his golden wings erupted in a brilliant red light, which swiftly enveloped each feather, replacing the gentle golden glow with an explosive crimson radiance. Causant Tang le S aura tout surge dramatically. As Tang Li narrowed his eyes and tightened his grip on Ning Rongrong, his entire being transformed into a crimson dragon, plunging fiercely downward and leaving a dazzling trail of fire in the sky. Before Ning Rongrong could fully comprehend the situation, they were hurtling downward, but fortunately, Tang Li's grip was firm enough to prevent her from falling through the air. Tang Li, what are you doing? Ning Rongrong exclaimed, pressing closely against him to maintain her balance, her tone laced with irritation. However, Tongla remained silent, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Faland. Beside Faland, the master inquired with confusion, "Did I just hear Rongrong's voice?" Faland paused for a moment before responding with annoyance. "Xiaogong, do you underestimate me? My speed ranks among the best in the Soul Master realm. Although I'm not utilizing soul power, how could those little ones possibly catch up to me?" The master scratched his head, muttering, but I distinctly heard Rongrong's voice. Faland merely smiled dismissively. "You must have misheard. If they could catch up to me, I will be upside down." Before Faland could finish his sentence, a flash of crimson light shot past him, plummeting into the clouds below. In an instant, a more brilliant fire erupted into the sky, the roaring flames rapidly unfurling across the heavens. The flames then contracted sharply, coalescing into a shadow that surged forward, leaving only an afterimage in the air. Faland's smile froze on his face, and even the master beside him was left speechless, riveted by the fiery shadow. Fearful of missing any detail, Faland blinked several times, rubbing his eyes, yet the fiery figure remained ahead, growing increasingly distant. Goodness! Even the composed Faland could not help but exclaim, for he had just realized that the fiery silhouette was none other than Tongla and Ning Rongrong. This kid's speed rivals my own? Is he using some sort of cheat? Faland's muscles began to twitch as he beheld this scene, rendered speechless. It was an unheard of feat for a great soul master to match the speed of a soul sage. Could that be Shaola? How is this possible? The master's lips trembled involuntarily, feeling as though his understanding of soul masters was being fundamentally challenged. "Ah, that little rascal," Faland chided with a chuckle. And then his wings began to beat furiously, propelling him upward like an arrow released from a bow. Following closely behind Faland were Zhao Wuji and the soul master Xiaoxin, who halted in their tracks, staring blankly at the two fiery figures and the blue silhouette in the sky. The two forms appeared as colossal dragons battling in the air, continually erupting in brilliant flames. Below, Zhao Wuji and Xiaoxin gazed at the dazzling figures, colorful lights swirling and shimmering among the clouds, a breathtaking spectacle. In astonishment, Zhao Wuji observed the fiery figure ahead, pondering who it might be and marveling at their incredible speed. Is it really necessary to rush so much? Can't we have a little respite? With that thought, he disregarded everything else, grabbing Xiaoxin and dashing forward, determined not to lag behind. For he was a soul sage after all. However, as a support-type soul master, Xiaoxin was at a disadvantage in speed, and due to Zhao Wuji's impatient nature, he simply hoisted him up and ran. Chapter 202. How did you achieve this? With a surge of soul power, Faland quickly outpaced Tongla, creating a distance of several meters, his face adorned with a triumphant smile. "Huh, this little brat dares to compete with me," the master remarked in astonishment. "I never imagined Tongla's speed could reach such heights. It truly is astounding." Faland's smile faded, and he pondered, this kid is indeed peculiar. How could an ordinary person achieve such speed? Suddenly, a wave of realization washed over him, and a soft smile emerged on his face. After all, they are all little prodigies. They must surpass the norm. Otherwise, how could they be called little waste? Just then, Faland felt as though the space around him had become frozen. The flow of air slowing dramatically, even the flapping of his wings reduced significantly. What is happening? He exclaimed in panic as the speed began to plummet. But why was he being hindered when he was just trying to travel? He soon recognized an anomaly. The still air around him contained no trace of soul power, but rather a mysterious milky white energy. This indicated that it was not the soul power tracking he had initially imagined. Just as Faland was lost in thought, a fierce gust of wind swept past him, leaving him dizzy. In the next moment, Tongla, accompanied by the familiar glow of fire, reappeared before him. The crimson flames soaring skyward, instantly propelling Faland back several dozen meters. Faland gasped in disbelief. How could he possibly catch up? Unbeknownst to him, the perceived stillness was due to Tongla's mastery of the wind, which had altered the flow of air and slowed Faland's speed, effectively trapping him in a confined space. In contrast, Tongla had significantly enhanced his own speed, intensifying the air around him to achieve unprecedented velocity. Yet Tongla was still unsatisfied. He knew that his control could not hold Falon for long, so he accelerated the flow of his internal energy, causing the wings behind him to beat with increasing frequency. Feeling a surge of energy as dozens of winged shadows flickered behind him, Tongla glanced up, only to find himself several dozen meters ahead. Damn it, that little brat! Falon cursed, and with a sudden jolt, he unleashed a torrent of soul power, breaking free from the previous confinement, and the winds returned to normal. Without hesitation, Falon propelled himself upward alongside the master, following the radiant trail of fire. The chase between Tongla and Falon left the others trailing behind in exhaustion. By the end, the members of Shrek Academy wore expressions of distress, mechanically sprinting forward, drenched in sweat as if they had just emerged from a swim. Even Ao Si Ka, though he did not need to run, was exhausted from frequently channeling his soul power to conjure sausages, leaving him breathless. Dai Mubai wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead and lamented, "When will this end?" With a similarly troubled expression, Tongla approached him and said with a wry smile, "The further we go, the more uncertain I feel. We've been at it for almost a day, and we haven't even caught a glimpse of our instructors." Dai Mubai's face paled slightly, and he voiced his concern. Could it be that we took a wrong turn? Tongsan shook his head and replied with a smile, "No way. I've observed our direction closely. There are two beams of light in the sky, one red and one blue, intertwining above us. Just look up." As Tang Sen spoke, he pointed towards the two dazzling beams of light above their heads, which illuminated the dark night sky like street lamps guiding through the darkness. Dai Mubai followed Tang San's gesture and looked up, indeed spotting the two radiant lights shimmering in the sky, extending endlessly towards the horizon. Tang Sen patted the shoulder of the person beside him and said with a wry smile, "We should hurry. The night is drawing in." With that, he began to run ahead. Dai Mubai sighed and quickly followed suit. 10 kilometers away, in a small town, the creators of the brilliant lights in the sky were enjoying a hearty meal in a tavern, exhausted from a day of travel. They occupied a table meant for 4, with a master and Flander seated opposite Tang Lu and Ning Rongrong. Surrounding them was a black burlap bag filled with water and food they had purchased in the town, essentials for their journey. Flander looked at Tang Lu, who sat confidently across from him, and chuckled, "You little rascal, you've truly opened my eyes today." Although Flander had surpassed Tang Lu in the latter part of their competition, Tang Lu had remained steadfastly close behind him. Tang Lu smiled and replied, "I still fall short compared to you, Dean. You think you can be modest with me?" Flander retorted with a laugh, "You, a control type, comparing yourself to me, a speed type? And let us not forget, I'm a soul sage, while you're merely a soul master. You are the first of your kind to chase a soul sage. Don't be so humble." The master nodded in agreement, stating, "Tang Lu, your performance today has been exceptionally remarkable. You've helped Shrek Academy set a record on the continent." Flander leaned closer to the master and whispered, "Shouldn't we now refer to it as the Tiendo Royal Academy?" The master shot him a disapproving glance, teasing, "Your mood changes so swiftly." Flander raised his cup and drank it in one go. Under the soft glow of the lights, one could see the glimmer of tears in his eyes. The master, Tang Lu, and Ning Rongrong all noticed his sorrow, yet none dared to confront it. Curious, the master asked, "Tang Lu, how have you managed to enhance your speed so rapidly? I recall your previous speed was only comparable to that of speed-type Soul Master. How have you reached near Soul Sage levels now?" This question had been on the Master's mind for quite some time. He had always emphasized the study of Soul Masters and understood every nuance except for Tang Li's case, which piqued his curiosity. However, out of respect, he had hesitated to inquire until now. Tang Lu unreservedly explained, "The reason for my rapid improvement is a unique cultivation technique I have been practicing recently, though I cannot disclose the specifics." The master nodded in understanding, acknowledging that such techniques are not easily shared. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong looked on with curiosity, puzzled by the sudden emergence of so many offensive techniques on the continent. Both Tang San and Tang Lu possessed them, leaving her with many questions. It is known that a single cultivation technique is exceedingly precious. Many ancient techniques have been lost in battles and wars, with the powerful techniques held by formidable forces, inaccessible to ordinary people. What then are the true identities of Tang Lu and Tang San? How could Tang Lu so boldly present a technique to help enhance everyone's speed? With a gentle smile, Tang Lu added, "When I was very young, I consumed a miraculous herb that significantly improved my physical attributes, laying a solid foundation for my cultivation from an early age. Additionally, it complements my technique, and together, they have substantially enhanced my speed, albeit primarily in the air. If my previous aerial speed was rated as 1, how fast do you suppose I am now?" Ning Rongrong tilted her head and guessed 30. Tang Li's lips curved into a smile as he shook his head. "No. 80? The master inquired, but Tang Lu continued to shake his head. Flander adjusted his old-fashioned glasses and confidently proclaimed 100. He believed he was the strongest in speed control within Shrek Academy, and during this morning's speed contest, he had been able to accurately gauge Tang Li's speed, which fueled his confidence. What he failed to realize was that the boy sitting before him, always wearing a faint smile, was a genius who pursued perfection in every aspect. In his past life, Tang Lu had mastered the arts and martial skills, excelling in various weapons and combat techniques. His control over both strength and speed far exceeded Flander's expectations, allowing him to measure each step and second with precision. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Tang Li's eyes as he declared, "No, it is 150. 150? How can that be?" Flander and the master widened their eyes in disbelief. Even Ning Rongrong gasped, her beautiful eyes filled with astonishment. Tang Lu smiled slightly, jesting. "How could my speed possibly reach 150? I mean, who could be that fast?" Flander sighed in relief, saying, "I told you. No one's speed could be that fast." Tang Lu clarified, "Actually, it is 195. The others gasped. Flander, Ning Rongrong, and the master all drew in sharp breaths, astonished by the implication of such speed. The master, visibly shaken, asked, "Tang Lu, you're not deceiving me, are you?" Tang Lu shook his head. "I am not deceiving you. My speed is indeed 150. With Rongrong's enhancement, I achieved a 30% increase, bringing it up to 195. Seeing Tang Lu's calm demeanor, the master pondered deeply. Flander, eager, questioned, "But earlier, I could swear you were at 100. Could it be that?" He cast a knowing glance at Tang Lu. Tang Lu nodded, "Indeed, that is not my limit. My true speed is at least double that." How astounding. Flander was left speechless. Ning Rongrong's bright eyes sparkled with joy. She genuinely felt happy for Tang Li's progress, her smile radiant like a crescent moon, exuding beauty and charm. However, the master's expression turned serious as he addressed Tang Lu. "From now on, do not mention what you revealed today in front of others, understand?" His tone was grave, a warning evident in his words. Tang Lu blinked in confusion and asked why not. The master lowered his head, analyzing quietly. "I fear that the Spirit Hall may come after you, and it could lead to dire consequences." The Spirit Hall? Tant de questions posées. Isn't it an organization for soul masters? Why would they come after me? What do you mean by dire consequences? The master shook his head solemnly, stating, "No, the situation with the Spirit Hall is worse than you think. They resort to any means necessary. Anyone they perceive as a threat will be eliminated, especially you. Your talent is exceptional, and your rapid progress within a short span is remarkable. Should the Wuhuan Temple come seeking you, they would undoubtedly compel you to join their ranks. If you were to refuse, they would disregard the condemnation from the Soul Master community and eliminate you without hesitation." As the Master emphasized this point, he gravely stated, "Remember, geniuses often meet untimely ends." Tang Lu listened in a daze. Previously, he had harbored considerable admiration for the Wuhuan Temple, as it endeavored to maintain peace and balance on the continent amidst chaos, assisting the common folk in awakening their Wuhuan to secure their livelihoods and steer them away from the path of depravity. However, everything the Master said struck a profound blow to his perception of the Wuhuan Temple, leaving him confused about what was true and what was false. Yet, he was aware that he could not reveal his full potential to the world, as doing so would inevitably invite considerable trouble. Nevertheless, he could not fathom why the Wuhuan Temple would be implicated. Even the two great empires, one of which claimed to champion justice, would not engage in such actions, as it would tarnish their image. However, Unease began to creep into his heart. The Wuhuan Temple controlled all matters concerning soul masters on the continent. It was certain that if you were a soul master, they could unearth all pertinent information about you. Your birth date, the Wuhuan you awakened, your innate talent at the time of awakening, and when you reached certain realms. These were all documented. If the Wuhuan Temple truly sought to hunt him down, he would be completely laid bare before them. At this moment, Flinder interjected wisely. One must always remain vigilant, Xiao Lu. Be cautious. There may not be as many good people in this world as you think, but there are certainly more bad ones than you can imagine. Chapter 204. Do you like Tang Lu? Tang Lu nodded, affirming, "All right, I will be mindful." The master and Flinder, upon hearing this, felt they could say no more. Recognizing that Tang Lu was indeed a clever child who understood their intent with just a hint, the master's concerns were not unfounded. Should someone harbor ill intentions and delve into Tang Li's background, it would inevitably involve his father, Tang Hao, the man who had dealt a devastating blow to the Wuhuan Temple 12 years prior. If news of Tang Hao were to surface, it would not only implicate Tang Lu, but also Tang San and his mother. The master had contemplated all these ramifications, understanding that since he had educated both Tang Lu and Tang San, it was his responsibility to ensure their safety. After a while, Zhao Wujia, Tang San, and Dai Mubai arrived one after another. Under the intense gaze of the group, Flinder could only smile wryly and take on the expenses for meals and lodging in the small town, which finally alleviated their torment. True to his word, Flinder had indeed secured a lodging for everyone in the town, though it was merely a slight improvement over ordinary rooms and could not compare to their previous accommodations in Swoto City. However, the group did not complain. After days of hardship, they had grown accustomed to enduring the elements. For them, as long as they were not spending the night outdoors, it was acceptable. Moreover, they understood Flinder's character. To have him part with any money was a minor miracle, and they had no right to ask for more. Not only that, but he had also been frugal enough to reserve only 3 rooms. One for the teachers, one for the girls, and one for the boys. Oscar slowly pushed open the door to the boys' room, stretching languidly and murmuring, "Finally, I can rest. This journey has worn me out." Ma Hongjun playfully kicked his backside, retorting, "You should consider who is hurrying you along the way. If anyone is exhausted, it should be me." Oscar rubbed his sore rear and countered, "You fatso. Without my sausages, who knows when you would have fallen from the sky." Dai Mubai chose not to intervene in their banter and instead found a bed to stretch out his aching body. After a day of travel, they were mentally and physically drained and had little energy left for further conversation. Tang Lu calmly approached a bed, lying flat on the mattress, staring vacantly at the ceiling. He had pondered much earlier. A colossal organization like the Wuhuan Temple would undoubtedly desire all the world's geniuses to join them, a fact that was indisputable. Both the 2 great empires and the Wuhuan Temple would think this way. If the master were correct, he would inevitably need to seek a powerful organization to align with in the future. The higher his achievements, the more likely the Wuhuan Temple or the 2 great empires would come knocking. Yet, the crux of the matter was that he did not wish to join any organization. Rather, he aspired to establish one of his own, the Xiaoyao Sect. He understood that for a nascent organization, neither the 2 great empires nor the Wuhuan Temple would expend excessive effort to oversee it. However, he himself was a potential fuse over the years. He had felt the weight of his talent and could confidently assert that as long as he faced no danger in his life, he could achieve the rank of title law by the age of 30, at which point he would undoubtedly become a highly sought-after figure on the continent. Yet, if he chose to establish an organization at this time, he would inevitably become a target for the 3 major organizations. The best way to handle an uncontrollable factor was to eliminate it entirely. Tang Lu believed that at that time, the 3 major organizations would certainly opt to eradicate him, refusing to allow a fledgling organization to flourish. Of course, these were merely Tang Li's speculations. The future was uncertain, and circumstances might change. With a heavy yawn, Tang Lu prepared to sleep, just as a knock echoed from outside the door. Tang Sen rose from another bed, rubbed his eyes, and opened the door. A narrow gap revealed Xiao Wu's figure outside. "Tang San?" she asked. "Why are you still awake?" Xiao Wu replied, Brother, can you come outside for a moment? Tang San, puzzled but noticing Xiao Wu's weary expression, stepped outside. The previously quiet room erupted with Ma Hongjuan's voice. Wow, this is juicy. Oscar wore a mischievous grin, thinking the late-night antics were amusing. Ma Hongjuan's excitement made his chubby face quiver as he noticed Tang San and Xiao Wu heading towards the small grove. Through the window, they saw Tang San holding Xiao Wu's hand as they walked deeper into the grove under the bright moonlight. Oscar feigned shock, saying, "Could it be that Tang San is becoming a man tonight?" Ma Hongjun nodded, grinning slyly. "Who knows? They might be up to something tonight." Oscar remarked. "He takes after his father." Dai Mu Bai, lying in bed, suddenly interjected, "Don't get the wrong idea. Maybe they just went to the grove to exercise." Ma Hongjun chuckled. "What kind of exercise?" "Get lost," Dai Mu Bai retorted, covering his head with the blanket. He seemed particularly tired that day and did not wish to engage further. Everyone understood the implications, but Tang Lu remained silent, feigning sleep. He turned to the side, his gaze fixated ahead, murmuring to himself, "Could it be that Xiao San is truly about to fulfill the promise he made to me back then?" The boys' dorm erupted in excitement, and whispers began to circulate, even among the girls. Through a window that offered a clear view of a small grove, two striking figures were seen huddled under a blanket. Leaning against the window, dressed in pajamas, their fair skin was prominently exposed, captivating anyone who glanced their way. To the left of the window was Zhu Zhuqing, while to the right sat Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong's complexion radiated excitement as she animatedly conversed with Zhu Zhuqing as if she were the star of the evening's spectacle. In contrast, Zhu Zhuqing appeared more composed, her expression neutral, responding to Ning Rongrong's numerous inquiries with only soft murmurs of acknowledgement. Observing the two figures in the grove, Ning Rongrong's beautiful eyes momentarily lost their focus as she sighed. "Zhuqing, I truly envy Xiao Wu for having such a wonderful boy by her side. But where's my boy waiting for me?" Zhu Zhuqing shot her a surprised glance, noticing that Ning Rongrong seemed to have drifted into some reverie, staring blankly at the distant sky. Zhu Zhuqing's lips moved slightly as she suddenly asked, "Do you have feeling for Tanglu?" Chapter 205. Seize the opportunity if you like him. Ning Rongrong was momentarily taken aback, her face flushing crimson as she swiftly turned to sit upright from the window. "Zhuqing, what are you saying?" Observing Ning Rongrong's bashful demeanor, Zhu Zhuqing understood and gazed deeply into her eyes, stating matter-of-factly, "I can see he is a good person. Being with him will not bring you sorrow." "Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong attempted to argue, but as she caught the knowing look in Zhu Zhuqing's eyes, she shyly lowered her head. Sticking her tongue out, she remarked, "If even you know, then that blockhead must be oblivious. How dense can he be?" Zhu Zhuqing merely shook her head, remaining silent, her naturally cool disposition unperturbed. Ning Rongrong leaned closer and whispered, "Do you think I should give him some hints?" As the topic arose, Ning Rongrong's heart raced, her emotions in turmoil. Zhu Zhuqing replied in a calm tone, "Eyes do not deceive. I can tell you like him, but he does not reciprocate." "What do you mean?" Ning Rongrong pouted in dissatisfaction, thinking it was Tang Lu who was foolish for not noticing her. Zhu Zhuqing remained silent, simply shaking her head. Ning Rongrong chuckled. "Those who wish to pursue me have lined up from the Qibao Liuli's sect to Tiando City. I refuse to believe he is indifferent." She was confident in her appearance and could not accept that Tang Lu harbored no feelings for her. Zhu Zhuqing sighed. "He is not an ordinary person." Ning Rongrong shot her a suspicious glance and, in a slightly defensive tone, asked, "Are you saying this to discourage me?" "Zhuqing, do you also have feelings for that blockhead?" Zhu Zhuqing's tranquil expression momentarily flickered, her eyes betraying a hint of distraction before she quickly regained her composure, replying softly, "If not for my own reasons, that could indeed be a possibility. Every girl desires an exceptional partner, handsome features, formidable strength, and a smile that warms all hearts, undoubtedly captivating any young woman." "What reasons?" Ning Rongrong inquired, tilting her head. Zhu Zhuqing shook her head, unwilling to divulge further, and lay back on her bed. Turning to gaze at the dazed Ning Rongrong by her bedside, she added, "If you like him, seize the moment." Ning Rongrong's heart jolted, her eyes widening as she stared at Zhu Zhuqing lying on the bed, seemingly contemplating something. Today was indeed a splendid day. Singing a cheerful tune, Tang Lu stepped out of his room. The melody was one of the most popular songs from before, now taking on a refreshing charm in his rendition. The sun had risen high in the sky, and Tang Lu inhaled deeply, relishing the crisp air that invigorated him, almost awakening every cell within his body. As time passed, the others gradually rose, forming a line outside the inn. After a night of rest, Dai Mubai stood tall and proud like a javelin, while Ma Hongjun and Oscar appeared disheveled, swaying unsteadily as if a gust of wind could topple them. The previous night, the two had rambled on incessantly for 4 hours. Tang Sen seemed unfazed by the events of the previous day. Xiao Wu's complexion was slightly flushed, but otherwise undisturbed. Ning Rongrong stood with her head down, lost in thought, her expression alternating between brightness and gloom, pondering something unknown. Zhu Zhuqing remained as composed as ever, standing quietly at the end of the line. Before long, the classroom team arrived, and the Shrek group continued their journey. Surprisingly, Ning Rongrong declared that her leg had healed and she no longer needed Tang Li's assistance. Leaving him puzzled. Just yesterday, she had struggled to walk. How could she be fine today? Tang Lin noticed that Ning Rongrong had opened her mouth several times as if she wanted to say something to him, but hesitated before retreating. Tang le felt perplexed. He sensed that Ning Rongrong was concealing something from him, yet he had no interest in prying. The Shrek group journeyed deep into the territory of the Sylph's kingdom, arriving at Sylph's city, one of the largest cities, where the Grand Soul Arena dwarfed that of Soto City. The master decided to organize a team battle for Shrek, as they had not engaged in any activity for 2 months, and everyone was eager to hear the cheers of the audience once more. Donning the familiar Shrek masks, they marched into the Sylph's arena. The Sylph's arena was far more magnificent than the Soto Arena, located at the heart of Sylph City, bustling with visitors eager to participate in competitions. Upon arriving at the counter, Flinder was taken aback. The Shrek team, with its Golden Soul Arena title, had no opponents of equal rank in the Grand Soul Arena, meaning there was no one who could match their strength. The master's brow furrowed. Is there no other option? The attendant replied, there is, but it would involve challenging the Silver Soul Arena team. The difficulty would significantly increase, so please consider carefully. We have all suffered greatly. The master quickly responded, we have made our decision. We will challenge them. By the way, I heard there is a particularly fearsome team here. We want to challenge them. What? The attendant exclaimed in surprise, staring at the master in bewilderment. This team was infamous, feared by all, so why would anyone willingly seek them out? Did they wish for a swift demise? Not only the attendant, but even Flinder and Tang Lu glanced at each other in confusion, unsure of why the master had made such a decision. Ignoring the puzzled looks, the master asked, what is the name of your most fearsome team? The attendant swallowed hard. The ferocious god team. That's the one, the master confirmed. Flundua stared in astonishment at the master, Xiao Gangyu. The master deliberately lowered his voice and said, this is an opportunity for the children to hone their skills. No, you cannot toy with their lives, retorted Flandra. I am fully aware of the gravity of the situation. The master replied, then lifted his head to address the waiter. Proceed with the arrangements for the Shrek team to battle the fierce god team. Chapter 206. The reversed god team. Tang Sen expressed his concern. Will Lugo participate? His strength is paramount, and his presence would certainly enhance our odds. The master shook his head. No, this challenge belongs to you all. Tang Lu cannot partake. As for him, he has other matters to attend to. The master cast a casual glance at Tang San and added with a smile, for this match, I permit you to use hidden weapons. Really? Tang San exclaimed with delight. If hidden weapons are allowed, our chances of victory will increase significantly. The master nodded and turned to the rest of the Shrek team, instructing, when you take the stage, follow Tang San's lead. Do everything as he directs. Oscar, with a worried expression, said, I know Sangu's hidden weapons are formidable, but the fierce god team consists of all level 40 competitors. What if we fail to defeat them? Wouldn't that endanger our lives? Standing nearby, Tang Lu smiled calmly. They think the same way. What do you mean? Inquired the Dai Mubai. Tang Lu chuckled. They believe you are here to meet your demise, just as you believe you are at risk. After assessing both sides' strengths, The Fierce God team will likely view this as a divine slaughter. Hence, they will lower their guard. At that moment, we can catch them off guard with San's hidden weapons and secure a swift victory. The master regarded Tang Lu with satisfaction. Indeed, that is my intention. Oscar suddenly realized, so that is how it is. The others nodded in agreement, their faces reflecting surprise. All right, I will make the arrangements, declared Tang San. The thought of utilizing Tang San's Juga Divine crossbow invigorated the others, who felt an overwhelming urge to practice against the Fierce God team immediately. As they deliberated their strategy, Ning Rongrong quietly approached Tang Lu, feigning casualness as she leaned on his shoulder, adopting a childlike demeanor. Tang Lu. I am afraid. Tang Lu furrowed his brow, gently grasping Ning Rongrong's shoulders, and solemnly said, Rongrong, once you embark on the path of a soul master, there is no turning back. To grow stronger, one must conquer fear. It is only when one commits fully that true potential is unleashed. Life will present countless challenges. We have no choice but to face them with courage. Sometimes, Ning Rongrong wished she could knock on Tang Lu's head to see what was inside, wondering if it was merely filled with wood. After managing to divert Ning Rongrong's attention, Tang Lu felt an inexplicable surge of pride. Look, yet another confused girl has discovered the meaning of life with my assistance. What a noble spirit. Tang Lu settled onto the sofa beside the master, casually sipping from a glass of water, and smiled. Master, I wish to participate in a team match. The master nodded in agreement. I was thinking the same. Once Tang San's match concludes, I will find a spot for you to substitute. Tang Lu shook his head. No, that is not my intention. The master looked at him with confusion. Is there another way? Tang Lu replied with a grin. Of course. I intend to create my own team. The master shot him a stern look, instantly realizing Tang Lu's intentions, and firmly rejected. No, I cannot agree to that. Do not be so hasty in your refusal. Come, sit down. Tang Lu coaxed the irate master back onto the sofa and said, Master, you know my character. I only proceed with assurance. You need not worry. The master sighed, observing Tang Lu's obstinacy, and relented. Very well. Which copper-rank team do you wish to challenge? Tang Lu pointed to a vibrant red poster across the room, smiling broadly. I wish to challenge that one. The poster was blood red, featuring 7 muscular men standing atop a mound of white bones. The master followed Tang Lu's finger and widened his eyes, his expression turning serious. Have you lost your mind? Do you know what team that is? Tang Lu shrugged. Of course, it says so right there. The Reverse God team. The master scolded. You know, and still wish to proceed? This team's notoriety is second only to the Fierce God team. While their overall strength may not rival that of the Fierce God team, their brutality is unmatched. Every battle results in living opponents being mercilessly defeated. Broken bones are trivial to them, and death is but a commonplace occurrence. They are notorious for their heinous deeds, committing acts of arson, murder, and unspeakable crimes. By some twist of fate, these 7 individuals came together to form the Reversed God team, sending shockwaves through the Soul Arena. Though the 7 members of the Fierce God team had yet to reach the Soul Master level, their strongest member, Meng Pai, boasted a formidable 39-level Assault-type soul. His power and explosiveness rivaled that of an average Soul Master. The others were also above level 36, each a standout within the Soul Master realm. If Tang San and his companions were to confront them, it would be manageable, but Tang Lu was alone. Would he truly face 7 opponents by himself? But we have known each other for so many years. Do you not have any faith in me? The master's expression grew grave. This is not merely a matter of faith. The opponents have 7 members, and you stand alone. Tang Lu smiled. Master, trust me just this once. I want to discover my limits. The master hesitated, casting a discerning glance at Tang Lu. He too was curious to discover Tang Lu's limits. After a few moments of contemplation, he decided to grant Tang Lu this opportunity. Very well, but you must promise not to overexert yourself. If you find yourself unable to cope, voluntarily withdraw from the match. Tang Lu nodded. I assure you, I will not push myself beyond reason. Besides, if I choose to flee, they won't be able to catch me. The master lifted his chin. Tang Lu was right. If he wished to escape, even Flandra would struggle to pursue him. let alone the members of the Reverse God team. The master then added, "You cannot register a team on your own. I will find a few individuals to accompany you for the registration." Tang Lu inquired, "Who will you find? Do you know anyone in this unfamiliar city?" The master's eyes sparkled mischievously as he replied, "Flandra, Chapter 207. I truly do not cheat, Xiao Gang. Have you lost your mind? You want Tang Lu to challenge the Reversed God team alone? What are you thinking?" Flandra exclaimed, flanked by Zhao Wuji and 3 other teachers. Indeed, the Master's chosen allies were the Academy's instructors, but they would only be present in name. The competition would still be Tang Lu's alone. The master dismissed Flandra's concerns with a wave. "You must trust the child." Flandra hesitated, "But they will appear with 7 members. Can Xiao Song Yin truly manage? I am aware of his swiftness in flight, yet he cannot possibly soar around the Duhan platform without losing face. Can he?" The master replied nonchalantly, "This is his decision to make. As teachers, we ought to encourage him rather than dismiss his capabilities." Fran sighed, conceding very well. Tang Lu and the 6 esteemed instructors approached the counter, seeking the attendant to establish a new team. The team captain, Tang Lu, was a 34th level control system Soul Zone. The vice captain, Yu Xiaojiang, was a 29th level assault system Great Soul Master. The team members included Fran, a 78th level agile attack Soul Sage, Li Yusong, a 63rd level assault system Soul Emperor, Zhao Wujia, a 76th level assault system Soul Sage, Lu Qibin, a 66th level control system Soul Emperor, and Xiao Xian, a 71st level food system Soul Sage. The names of the 7 appeared neatly on the battle team roster, proudly adorned with 9 resplendent golden characters above. "I truly do not have hacks." Indeed, their team bore the rather peculiar name of "I truly do not have hacks." However, what was odd was that only Tang Li's name was conspicuously absent from the battlefield roster, while the remaining 6 were all listed as competing. This did not affect the rather unfortunate matching mechanism, as the opponent's chosen remained of equal caliber to Tang Lu. Tonight, the Duhan Arena was exceptionally lively, teeming with spectators. It was almost impossible for ordinary individuals to enter, their sheer numbers being a testament to the excitement. The cause of such a gathering was due to 2 extraordinary matches scheduled for the evening. The first featured the Shrek 7 monsters challenging the fierce Shen team, while the second pitted the team, I truly do not have hacks, against the Inverse God team. The audacity of these notoriously infamous teams, which had dominated the Duhan Arena for nearly a month, to accept challenges sparked an explosion of fervor among the crowd. The excitement rippled through the audience, spreading from one person to another, culminating in the vibrant atmosphere of the evening, with cheers echoing throughout the Duhan Arena. Enthusiastic fans of the fierce Shun team and the Inverse God team howled with fervor, yearning for bloodshed, eager to witness their enemies fall before them. Unlike hosts in other venues, the announcer stood cautiously in a corner, reluctant to step onto the Duhan platform for fear of being torn apart by the 2 frenzied teams. Initially, he had declined to host the match, but the generous compensation offered by the organizers compelled him to accept. The first team introduced was the Shrek 7 Monsters, hailing from Soto City, a renowned gold-ranked Duhan team. Curiously, all their members were at the 30th level, with not a single Soul Zone among them. The next team, however, was even more intriguing. Their name was I Truly Do Not Have Hacks. Although they were registered as a 7-member team, only 1 participant was actually present on the battlefield. Furthermore, it was revealed that this team had registered merely that morning and had audaciously issued a challenge to the powerful Shun team by the afternoon. Was this a quest for death or merely folly? Let's prepare for the worst and await the outcome. As the announcer concluded his remarks, the audience erupted into discussions, their interest in the Shrek 7 monsters overshadowed by the enigma of the I Truly Do Not Have Hacks team, sparking debates about the identity of this mysterious competitor. Was it youthful exuberance or sheer ignorance? Did they possess an understanding of the risks they were undertaking, or were they blissfully unaware? The crowd collectively arrived at a consensus. As the atmosphere intensified, even the stakes displayed on the large screen began to shift significantly. The odds for the Shrek 7 monsters stood at 20 to 1, while the Fierce Shin team was set at a mere 1.02 to 1. This stark contrast revealed the apparent disparity in strength between the teams. Yet, The most alarming revelation was that the odds for "I truly do not have hacks" reached an astonishing 100 to 1, while their adversaries languished at a meager 1.1 to 1. Though such odds were undeniably tempting, the prospect of turning a single gold soul coin into 100 was a tantalizing dream that could elevate one's fortunes. Strangely enough, no one was placing bets on "I truly do not have hacks," while the Inverse God team attracted long lines of eager bettors. Those in line clutched small bags of gold coins, their faces brimming with anticipation. Today is a good day to profit, they thought. If only foolish challengers would come forth daily to confront the fierce Shun team and the Inverse God team, they could simply lay back and watch their investments grow. The Shrek team received some attention, with a few individuals daring to place small wagers, though most merely lingered, contemplating their options. Meanwhile, the staff responsible for "I truly do not have hacks" sat awkwardly, ignored by passers-by who treated them as if they were invisible. As they would say, anyone who bets on that team must be out of their mind, utterly frivolous with their wealth. At that moment, the master strode between the two lackluster teams, casually tossing 2 bags of gold coins. "Come, place 30 gold coins on the Shrek 7 monsters, and another 30 on "I truly do not have hacks." The betting personnel for the Shrek team exchanged puzzled glances, questioning if the master was simply extravagant with his wealth. Conversely, the staff managing "I truly do not have hacks" regarded him with pitying eyes, convinced he was not entirely sane. Yet, despite their thoughts, the bets were placed, resulting in a change in the displayed figures. The Shrek 7 monsters garnered 219 gold soul coins, while the fierce Shun team amassed 41,252 gold soul coins. "I truly do not have hacks" received 30 gold soul coins, while the Inverse God team boasted 12,571 gold soul coins. Although the figures had shifted, the odds for both the Shrek 7 monsters and "I truly do not have hacks" had not decreased. Rather, they continued to climb. It was evident that even the organizers held little faith in these two teams, seeking to exploit their potential value. Yet unfortunately, the audience remained unconvinced. It seemed inevitable that the failure of these two teams was a foregone conclusion, but would the outcome truly unfold as expected? In the 208th chapter, the fierce Shun team, Xiao Gang, "I understand your support for the Shrek team, but placing a bet on Xiao Li's team." Fran trailed behind the master, his eyes fixated on the 2 bags of gold coins, reluctant to part with them. The master replied calmly, "I have faith in Xiao Lu. This child is extraordinary." Fran chuckled wryly, "Yet he is but one individual. I comprehend your desire to encourage him, but that is 30 gold soul coins wasted." The master smiled lightly. "If you trust me, join me in placing the bet." Sometimes one must take a leap of faith. Seeing the master's unwavering confidence stirred something in Fran. "Very well, I shall trust you this once." With some reluctance, Fran placed all his savings on "I truly do not have hacks," feeling a pang of regret. "You will not regret this," the master assured, striding toward the spectator area. "Alas, my precious coins," Fran lamented, trailing behind the master, casting wistful glances at his wager. Upon reaching the viewing platform, they found Tang Lu already present, intently observing the Shrek 7 monsters and the fierce Shun team, eager not to miss any detail. The cacophony from the Duhun platform was overwhelming as the audience erupted into a frenzy, roaring as if someone owed them 5 million, their voices threatening to shatter their throats. "Show blood. Tear them apart. Xiong Shun Zhan Dui, forever a deity." The Shrek 7, undeterred by the audience's fervor, stood resolutely on stage, facing the overwhelming pressure emanating from the Xiong Shun Zhan Dui. The members of the opposing team were exceptionally imposing, their eyes transformed into a bloodthirsty crimson, exuding an irritable aura that was utterly detestable. They resembled feral creatures, gazing at the Shrek 7 as if they were mere sustenance, a nauseating scent of blood wafting from their bodies. One among them let out an exuberant roar, a quintessential display of excessive excitement. Observing the ferocious demeanor of the Xiong Shun Zhan Dui, Tang San furrowed his brow, instinctively raising his right hand, gripping the Zhuge Shennu, preparing for a swift response. Amidst the anticipation of the crowd, the referee finally sounded the whistle to commence the match. Like wild horses unshackled, the 7 members of the Xiong Shun Zhan Dui charged forward almost in unison, their martial souls radiating brilliantly behind them. They sprinted with fervor, their formidable presence shaking the very foundation of the Duhan platform. Here they come, Tang San alerted, prompting his companions to heighten their focus. Their eyes fixed on the approaching Xiong Shun Zhan Dui. 20 meters, 18 meters, 15 meters, 12 meters, 10 meters. The distance between the Xiong Shun Zhan Dui and the Shrek 7 dwindled to a mere 10 meters. The captain, Meng Li, puzzled by the Shrek 7's lack of movement, could not resist bellowing, "Kill them!" Instantly, the 6 members of the Xiong Shun Zhan Dui, responding like wild dogs to a command, howled in unison. "Release!" Tang San decisively commanded, and the Shrek 7 simultaneously raised their right hands, their fingers poised on the triggers of the Zhuge Shun Nu whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh. A series of faint whooshing sounds filled the air as a total of 112 crossbow bolts were unleashed in an instant, transforming into a myriad of silver streaks. The Xiong Shun Zhan Dui barely had time to register the blinding flash before hundreds of sharp arrows pierced through their bodies, creating gaping holes that grotesquely erupted from their flesh. Caught off guard, the previously frenzied Xiong Shun Zhan Dui came to an abrupt halt, their eyes shifting from bloodlust to a vacant, dazed expression. Their gazes were rife with disbelief and resentment. Captain Meng Li's lips moved as if to utter a word, but the next moment, he felt a sudden sweetness in his throat, followed by a violent eruption of blood from his mouth. Blood gushed forth from over 100 wounds, soaking their garments within seconds. With a thud, Captain Meng Li collapsed to the ground, and the remaining 6 followed suit, brilliant splashes of blood erupting from their backs, turning the Dozhan platform into a scene of carnage. Coughing softly, Flender quickly turned away, unwilling to witness the gruesome tableau any longer. Even the composed master could not suppress a tremor in his cheeks, retreating silently, his eyes filled with astonishment. He had known the power of Tang San's Zhuge Shinu, but never had he anticipated such overwhelming might. In stark contrast, Tang Lu, standing at the forefront, exhibited no change in expression, his gaze coldly sweeping over the 7 lifeless bodies without a trace of compassion. He had learned from a master that each member of the Xiong Shun Zhan Dui was a notorious villain, and their demise was nothing short of just retribution. Thus, he felt no remorse. However, the remaining 7 on stage reacted less favorably, their faces paling considerably. The 3 girls could no longer contain themselves, covering their mouths as they exited the battle platform, their pale faces betraying their distress. Tang San fared somewhat better, his complexion merely wan, while the others displayed an expression of shock, staring blankly at the 7 corpses before them. No one had anticipated that this bout would conclude so swiftly, ending before it had truly begun. Yet, this brief encounter ignited a fervor throughout the arena. The fervent fans of the Xiong Shun Zhan Dui stared wide-eyed, aghast at the sight of their once-cherished idols now reduced to lifeless forms sprawled on the stage, their expressions grim, as though they had swallowed a swarm of flies. Amidst the contrasting emotions, those who had bet on the Shrek team with a sense of curiosity found themselves handsomely rewarded, clutching their gold coins as they exited the grand arena, elated beyond measure. "It appears to be my turn now," Tang Lu remarked with a smile, stepping back before turning to the master and Flender. "Master Dean, I shall prepare myself." The master nodded, instinctively reaching out his right hand, hesitating momentarily before placing it firmly on Tang Li's shoulder, advising, "Remember, do not be reckless. Survival is paramount." Tang Lu confidently thumped his chest, assuring, "Rest easy. I shall not falter." Flender retorted with mock irritation, "You rascal. I have wagered my entire fortune on you. You better make me proud." Tang Lu chuckled, "Fear not, Dean. Tonight, I shall ensure your fortune multiplies." Chapter 209. Instant kill. After returning from the battle platform to the resting area, the emotions of the Shrek 7 had eased somewhat, yet their complexions remained grim. Tang San smiled wryly. "Teacher, your efforts to impart this lesson upon us are truly commendable." The master replied calmly, "Early exposure will be of no detriment to you." Tang San understood this principle well and nodded in agreement, refraining from further commentary. The day's events had left a profound impact on him, necessitating time for reflection. After all, having lived 2 lives, his mentality in facing such challenges far surpassed that of his peers. Ning Rongrong, as the pampered young lady of the 7 Treasures glazed tile pagoda, had never encountered such a scene, her pallor betraying her distress. She clutched her chest, trembling as she entered, seeking solace, but upon stepping inside, she found the hall empty save for the master and Flender, leaving her feeling adrift as though bereft of her anchor. The master spoke. What you witness today may cast a shadow upon you, but remember, this is a reality you will inevitably face. If you ask why, I can only say that by choosing the path of Soul Master, you must accept these truths. As a qualified Soul Master, the art of killing is an essential lesson. Oscar, his face pale, questioned, must even support-type Soul Masters adhere to this? If you do not slay others, then others shall slay you. Without this awareness, you will merely become a corpse on the battlefield. Children, take the time to rest. Understanding the children's feelings as a fellow experienced individual, the master intentionally softened his tone. The group nodded, recognizing the heavy toll this experience had taken on them, necessitating a period of rest. Tang San surveyed his surroundings before inquiring, "Where's my brother?" The master replied, "He has gone to compete." Tang San asked, "What competition?" "1 against 7, a team match." Mere minutes after the Xiong Shanjian DUI was annihilated, the Grand Dahan Arena erupted once more due to a new development. They had received word that they were prohibited from witnessing the match between Wazhunda Mei Kaijian DUI and Ni Shunjian DUI. The sudden turn of events has incensed the audience, as the fierce Shunjian DUI ended abruptly, leaving them disgruntled. The absence of the match raised questions. Was it a fear of financial loss that prompted this decision? In response to the audience's inquiries, the organizers could only sheepishly explain that this was a special invitation match, and outsiders were prohibited from viewing, including the members of Shrek. The reason behind this exclusivity stemmed from Tang Li's prior arrangement, wherein he had discreetly offered 2,000 gold coins to the match supervisor in exchange for a private Dahan platform, desiring to shield himself from external scrutiny. Accepting the bribe, the supervisor acquiesced to Tang Li's demands, believing that a change of venue would not alter the inevitable outcome of 1 against 7. After all, could he possibly turn the tide? Thus, the supervisor respected Tang Li's choice, opting for a more dignified demise in solitude rather than facing a public defeat. The members of Shrek received the supervisor's message with bewilderment. They were astounded that they could not witness a match involving their own. This predicament was not entirely Tang Li's fault, as he sought to keep his secret concealed from prying eyes. Suddenly, Dai Mubai recollected something and exclaimed, "Master, did you just say that Tang Lu is going to challenge the Reverse God team alone?" His words sparked curiosity among the Shrek members, who turned to him with puzzled expressions. They initially thought the master was jesting about Tang Li's 1 against 7 challenge, but the gravity of the situation suggested otherwise. The master nodded calmly, providing them with a definitive answer. Tang San could not contain himself, exclaiming, "Is he out of his mind?" Ning Rongrong's already pale complexion turned even more as anxiety gripped her. What if something happened to him? She resolved to find him. However, as she turned to leave, the master restrained her, stating, "The match has already commenced. No one may enter." Ning Rongrong, filled with concern, inquired, "What should we do?" As she spoke, cold sweat began to bead on her palms. Ever since she learned of Tang Li's perilous situation, an unsettling feeling had taken root in her heart. The master sighed, "We can only wait until the match concludes to know the outcome. Let us wait at the entrance of the Dojan platform." The group nodded in agreement and promptly made their way to the arena. Upon arriving at the specially tailored Dahan platform, the 7 members of the Shanjian DUI were already prepared, their disdain evident as they observed Tang Li's solitary entrance. A burly man, his body resembling granite, coldly remarked, "With money, one can find a venue. Without it, one buys a coffin." Beside him, a scarred man laughed heartily, "This is just practice for us. Watch me crush that kid's skull with 1 punch." As he spoke, his eyes gleamed with a bloodthirsty red, and his aura grew increasingly volatile. At the forefront of the Reverse God team stood a robust man, his arms impressive, muscles coiling like dragons. Sneering at Tang Lu, he commented, "Look at this guy. He seems aware of his fate and has even reserved a private room for himself to avoid embarrassment before he dies." Amidst their mockery, Tang Lu climbed onto the Dojan platform, confronting the overwhelming pressure of the Reverse God team with unwavering resolve, which earned him a modicum of respect from them. Albeit it could not alter his fate. The bloodthirsty aura emanating from the Reverse God team members was unmistakable, a testament to their murderous intent. It was difficult to fathom the depths of depravity possessed by the 7 men opposite him. Excitement flickered in the eyes of the Reverse God team, particularly in their captain, Meng Pai, who clenched his massive fists in anticipation. After months of confinement in the Duhan arena, today they would unleash their primal instincts and taste blood once more. Unlike ordinary matches, this private Dojan platform lacked referees and rules, allowing complete freedom. In unison, the 7 members of the Reverse God team charged towards Tang Lu, their strong bodies resembling an imposing wall, as the overwhelming pressure bore down upon him. Yet, Tang Lu maintained a calm smile, showing no sign of panic as he stood his ground. Just as they closed in to within 10 meters, he sprang into action, mirroring the movements of the Shrek 7. His aura surged dramatically, creating a significant gust of wind across the arena. Concurrently, his soul power and Bei Ming Zhen Qi began to circulate within him, rapidly channeling into his left hand. At that moment, his left hand had amassed 34 levels of soul power, alongside the entirety of his Bei Ming Zhen Qi. Blue electric arcs danced along his arm like serpents, and amidst the dazzling display of light, a small black hammer materialized in his grasp. In an instant, the brilliant electric energy erupted, causing the small hammer in Tang San's hand to visibly double in size. A pale blue halo emanating from his palm as a torrent of soul power was unleashed. One of the Reverse God team members lunged at Tang Lu, his fist, akin to a rock, hurtling towards him, the air thick with the scent of bloodlust. Just as the fist was about to descend, Tang Lu moved. His left arm tensed, and with a fierce shout, he raised the colossal hammer. The member of the Reverse God team had anticipated that Tang Lu would be paralyzed by the aura of slaughter. But to their astonishment, he took the initiative to strike back, caught off guard and unable to prepare a defense in time. The Reverse God team member dismissed Tang Li's attack, convinced that his superior explosive power would secure victory. However, he gravely underestimated Tang Li's speed. Although the opponent's soul power exceeded 37 levels, his speed was but a fraction of Tang Li's. Before his fist could connect, Tang Li's hammer had already reached his jaw. With a resounding thud, the enemy was propelled upwards, his facial muscles quivering violently from the impact. Blood vessels ruptured, and blood gushed forth like a fountain. His face grotesquely contorted as the upper and lower jaw misaligned, the force of Tang Li's strike reducing it to powder, with his teeth disintegrating into white fragments. The bones of his face crumbled under the weight of Tang Li's attack, and the Reverse God team member felt the darkness envelop him before losing consciousness and collapsing to the ground. The sheer power of that blow was staggering. It represented the full extent of Tang Li's 34 levels of soul power, augmented by the entirety of his Bei Ming Zhen Qi. If measured by weight, the hammer's impact equated to over 5,000 pounds. The physical constitution of the Reverse God team member was utterly insufficient to withstand such force, and there was no doubt he had perished. Langma. The members of the Reverse God team cried out in horror as they watched helplessly as their comrade fell victim to Tang Li's might. "You bastard, I will kill you," shouted a member named Shi Yuan, his eyes alight with bloodlust. His soul power began to surge wildly, and a phantom of a unicorn rhinoceros appeared behind him. With a furious roar, he charged forward. The unicorn rhinoceros was his martial soul, renowned for its formidable defensive and offensive capabilities. Countless soul masters had perished under the might of his martial soul. It could be said that, at the same stage, few could breach his defenses, making it a veritable top-tier defensive martial soul. A violet circle of light enveloped Shi Yuan's feet, and drawing from Lang Ma's experience. He could not afford to underestimate the young Tang Lu. To be cautious, he activated his third soul skill, hundredfold amplification, gained from hunting a land-armored rhinoceros. This skill granted him a substantial boost in defense, tripling his defensive power after its activation. Even if Tang Lu wielded an immensely powerful hammer, he could never penetrate Shi Yuan's defenses. Tang Lu, however, was not foolish enough to grant Shi Yuan the opportunity to unleash his third soul skill. With a swift series of steps, he appeared before Shi Yuan in the blink of an eye. In the astonished gaze of Shi Yuan, he raised his left-hand hammer, channeling all his strength into it. The pale blue aura around the hammer flickered once more, and without hesitation, he struck at Shi Yuan's most vulnerable point, his head. The impact of the blow far exceeded Tang Li's expectations. The fearful expression on Shi Yuan's face vanished, and he was sent flying like a kite severed from its string. His head was reduced to a bloody pulp, rendering him unrecognizable as a human. As Shi Yuan crashed heavily to the ground, he struggled for a few moments, but the overwhelming pain soon extinguished his breath. Shi Yuan. The members of the Reverse God team were left in stunned silence. Was it truly a single strike that had dispatched him? The previously fierce members of the Reverse God team now wore expressions of fear and unease, halting in their tracks, unwilling to advance. One remained concealed behind the four, his towering figure effectively obscuring his presence. He was the sole, agile attacker of the Reverse God team, aiming to seize the opportunity to strike Tang Lu when he was off guard. His plan was sound. Tang Lu remained oblivious to his approach. Seizing the moment, he unleashed a dazzling arc of black light, transforming into a cheetah and leaping into the air. As he soared, his hands morphed into sharp black claws, his eyes narrowing into slits, enveloped in a shroud of dark energy. Upon witnessing the cheetah soul master leaping from above, Tang Lu remained composed. He summoned the soul power from the tip of his right finger and gently tapped the waist of his attire, revealing the Jun Kinman Tian Yang Hua Shui, a black box appearing in his right hand. This was none other than the Zhuge Divine crossbow. It turned out that Tang Sen had crafted a total of 8 Zhuge Divine crossbows, and he had provided one to Tang Lu, which was now poised to be utilized. Tang Lu raised his right hand slightly, aiming the Zhuge Divine crossbow directly at the Cheetah Soul Master. With a light pull of the trigger, 124 sharp arrows whistled through the air, their piercing sounds echoing continuously, transforming into hundreds of silver beams that converged like a silver meteor. Before the Cheetah Soul Master could react, his body was riddled with hundreds of bloody holes as the arrows penetrated through him, erupting into a shower of blood at his waist. His bones were completely pierced, and even his head bore a crimson crater. His upward leap abruptly ceased, and he crashed to the ground like a bird stripped of its wings, his eyes fixated on Tang Lu, bewildered by the suddenness of his demise. The members of the Reverse God team gasped in shock, realizing that Tang Lu had reduced their 7-member team to just 4 with merely 3 moves. The terror of such efficiency was palpable. Meng Pai nudged Xing Xian beside him, adopting an authoritative tone, instructing him to clear a path for the team and draw enemy fire. The situation was dire, and Meng Pai had no choice but to resort to such measures. Xing Xian grimaced, forcing a smile. "Captain, I am afraid." Meng Pai retorted harshly, "Are you not a man? Are you afraid of a mere hammer? Xing Si not that ao set stili." "Indeed, I fear that hammer." The others stood frozen, but that did not imply Tang Lu would remain idle. Another series of white flashes erupted as Tang Lu reappeared before the Reverse God team, unexpectedly swinging his hammer. With a resounding crash, yet another member of the Reverse God team fell, a gaping hole smashed into his chest, blood splattering onto the ground, causing even the bloodthirsty team members to gasp in horror. Yet the ordeal was far from over. The remaining 3 fell to blur before their eyes as Tang Lu vanished again. A heavy hammer sound reverberated once more, and yet another member of the Reverse God team collapsed, his back broken by Tang Li's strike, his body contorted into a bow shape on the ground. Xing Xian and the team leader Meng Pai were too terrified to move, their bloodthirsty nature giving way to fear. "Charge!" Meng Pai shouted, suppressing his own terror. It was better to fight than to wait for death. A ferocious giant bear manifested before him, amplifying his already formidable physique, his hands transforming into massive bear paws. Doubling in size, with his enormous frame, He exuded a heroic aura. Unfortunately, Tang Li's left hand twitched, and the hammer slipped from his grasp, flying directly into Meng Pai's chest. A series of crackling sounds echoed as the ribs in his chest shattered, and he could not even manage a single cough of blood before collapsing, the Haotian hammer crushing his chest, leaving a gruesome sight. Witnessing the scene, Xing Xian lost all will to resist, kneeling in terror and repeatedly bowing to Tang Lu. "Big brother, spare me. I was blind to your greatness. Please let me go." Who would have thought that Xing Xian, once responsible for many lives, would find himself in such a desperate predicament? However, his pleas fell on deaf ears as Tang Lu lunged forward, a knife materializing in his right hand, plunging it into Xing Xian's heart before he could react. Warm blood gushed from the wound, and Tang Lu could distinctly feel the warmth of life ebbing away, the heartbeat slowing beneath his palm. Xing Xian's eyes widened in shock, his trembling arms grasping Tang Li's wrist, his lips muttering a curse. Tang Lu frowned, delivering a swift blow that rendered him breathless, lying there like a lifeless statue. As Tang Lu surveyed the 7 fallen bodies on the ground, a mixture of disgust and indifference flickered in his eyes. Just as he was about to turn and leap from the stage, a sudden thought halted his steps. He spun around, his eyes glowing with golden light, as if he had discovered a treasure, fixating upon the 7 corpses. Undoubtedly, the soul power within them surpassed his own, now that they had lost their vitality. Did this not imply that he could absorb their soul power? In the past, Tang Lu had engaged in similar acts. During his previous life, the world was rife with chaos and bloodshed, corpses scattered everywhere. Certain cultists took advantage of the turmoil, voraciously absorbing the inner strength from the deceased to convert it into their own. Tang Lu had once attempted this as well. He experienced rapid results, his soul power skyrocketing, achieving in mere seconds what would typically take days of cultivation. However, the aftereffects of absorbing such power were exceedingly severe. After merely tapping into a fraction of endurance, he found himself resting for a full month. The cost outweighed the benefit, leading him to abandon this method of cultivation. Upon arriving in this world, Tang Lu pondered whether soul power could be absorbed in a manner akin to inner strength using the Bei Ming divine art. He felt no moral qualms about extracting the soul power from these individuals, as they were all vile creatures in life. Utilizing their soul power would merely serve the greater good. Why not give it a try? A sudden impulse guided him to kneel beside the nearest figure, Xing Xian, as he began to channel the Bei Ming true energy into his right palm, forming a small vortex in the center. As the Bei Ming technique activated, Tang Lu pressed his palm gently against Xing Xian's mangled chest, meticulously exploring the power within. The abundant soul power within Xing Xian immediately captured Tang Li's attention. He attempted to absorb a small amount using the Bei Ming technique, and to his astonishment, the soul power flowed through his meridians directly into his dantian, expanding and enriching it. It truly worked. Ecstatic, Tang Lu fully committed to the endeavor, unleashing the Bei Ming technique to ravenously draw from Xing Xian's remaining soul power. A significant quantity of soul power was extracted without reservation, merging seamlessly into Tang Li's essence. However, the adverse effects soon manifested. Tang Lu's vision blurred, and his hand trembled uncontrollably. A heavy sensation enveloped his mind, as if even the rhythm of his heartbeat had slowed. Yet, under the overwhelming temptation, he persevered, the Bei Ming true energy surging to amplify the technique, unrelentingly siphoning the last remnants of soul power from Xing Xian. Little did Xing Xian know that his own essence would one day be consumed by another. At last, a long-awaited shattering sound echoed from his dantian, as a torrent of soul power surged within him like a wild stallion. He ascended 6 levels in quick succession, invigorated by the vibrant soul power now coursing through him. The Bei Ming technique proved to be exceptionally potent, as his soul power expanded several-fold, ascending 6 levels consecutively. Who else on this continent could achieve such a feat? Yet the ensuing agony swiftly extinguished his exhilaration. Tang Li's complexion turned ghostly pale, his gaze unfocused and devoid of luster, his lips quivering and his body trembling violently, with bulging veins on his arms betraying his distress. He felt an excruciating headache, as if his mind were about to burst. In a desperate bid to maintain consciousness, he drew a small knife from Xing Xian's chest and plunged it into his thigh, forcing a jolt to his brain. Several minutes later, Tang Li's pallor began to improve, no longer appearing as weakened as before. He exhaled in relief, knowing he had endured the ordeal, successfully attaining 40 levels of soul power. Stepping into the realm of the Soul Sect, this was a source of great joy for him. As he slowly opened his eyes, the sight before him nearly caused him to retch. His right hand rested lightly on Xing Xian's chest, yet there was no semblance of humanity left. The force of the Bei Ming technique had rendered him as desiccated as a withered vegetable, a mere skeleton of his former self. Tang Lu quickly withdrew his hand, gasping in shock at the astounding power of the Bei Ming technique, far exceeding his expectations. However, having experienced life thrice, his expression swiftly transformed. He turned a glance at the 6 corpses of the reverse god battle team, sighing deeply. He realized that his dantian could not accommodate any further soul power. The absorption of Xing Xian's essence had reached its limit, and any additional intake might lead to catastrophic consequences. Silently mourning the fate of these 6 corpses, Tang Lu descended from the stage and approached the entrance. At the entrance, a throng of spectators awaited anxiously, their numbers swelling into the hundreds, eager to witness the final outcome. The members of Shrek Academy stood at the forefront, equally anxious, uncertain of Tang Li's reckless decision. Despite knowing his chances were exceedingly slim, they continued to pray for his safety. Observing the long closed doors, Flander's face was etched with worry as he remarked, "Xiao Gang, Xiaolo, could he be in danger?" As the headmaster, his concern for his students' safety was paramount. Any harm befalling them would cause him profound sorrow. Moreover, Tang Lu was the son of Tang Hao. Should anything happen to him, Tang Hao might very well seek vengeance. This thought intensified Flander's anxiety, nearly prompting him to kneel and pray for Tang Li's well-being. The master, too, displayed a rare unease, his usually stoic demeanor marred by concern as he stated softly, "Trust him." Alongside their worries, Tang San and his companions shared the burden of anxiety, their hearts racing in anticipation, their eyes fixed on the unyielding doors. Xiao Wu leaned against Tang San's shoulder, her voice trembling as she asked, "Brother San, do you think Ligu will be all right?" Tang San hesitated, then turned to her, forcing a reassuring smile as he gently patted her head. "It will be fine. He will be okay." As he spoke, the uncertainty in his eyes betrayed his own fears, for he was also seeking solace in his words. Facing 7 opponents alone, was there any hope of survival? The grim possibilities loomed in his mind, but he stifled them, holding on to the belief that a miracle would occur. Ning Rongrong, standing at the forefront, clenched her small fists, acutely aware of her racing heart. Her brow furrowed, and her eyes reflected deep concern. Finally, amidst the collective anticipation, the doors creaked open slowly, revealing the silhouette within. When the doors fully swung open, only one figure emerged, Tang Lu. The entire audience widened their eyes in disbelief, staring at Tang Lu with blank expressions as if turned to wood. How could it be him? What about the Nishin Zhandue? 2 enormous questions surfaced in everyone's minds, their lips trembling, momentarily forgetting their astonishment at Tang Lu. They hastily rushed inside, but the scene before them startled them anew. 6 lifeless bodies lay scattered across the stage, blood already saturating half of the Do Huan Tai, forming a small stream that trickled downward. Moreover, at the center of the arena lay a corpse that was barely recognizable as human. Its eyes were completely sunken, and all its teeth had fallen out. The muscles had withered away, leaving a layer of pale skin draped over bones resembling a desiccated tree trunk. Who was this? Another colossal mystery enveloped the crowd, when suddenly an astute spectator shouted, "He is Xing Xin." Instantly, the crowd erupted in excitement. As the spectators rushed into the Do Huan Tai, Tang Lu walked slowly towards the Sure Lek group, a faint smile gracing his face. Dashi stepped forward, embracing Tang Le with trembling excitement, exclaiming, "Xiaola, you really did it." He had never anticipated that Tang Le would accomplish this challenge. To take on 7 opponents alone was an extraordinary feat. Tang Le replied with a smile, "I never fail in my endeavors." Dashi gave Tang Le a hearty pat on the back, an uncontainable smile illuminating his face. Frande laughed heartily. "Good lad. I knew I was right about you, haha." However, behind Frande, Zhao Wuji stared vacantly at the 6 corpses and the skeletal remains on the Do Huantai. Shock evident in his voice. What kind of method is this? How could it be so terrifying? After all these years, I have never witnessed such a technique that could transform a soul master into a mere husk. Listening to Zhao Wuji's words, the crowd turned to view the grotesque corpse, and Dashi's pupils constricted sharply. Each of these individuals bore various wounds, yet the size and severity of the damage were consistent. Except for one body that was completely mangled, the others bore similar injuries. The wounds were of significant diameter, causing astonishing damage that could be seen to penetrate beneath the surface. How was this achieved? Dashi murmured. Then suddenly his eyes widened in realization. Could it be the Hao Tian Shui? That would explain everything. Only the Hao Tian could inflict such extensive harm. No wonder Tang Le was confident enough to take on 7 opponents. He must have devised this strategy. Yet, relying solely on the Hao Tian Shui could not possibly defeat 7 individuals. How could he have accomplished this? Dashi fell into deep self-doubt. No matter how formidable the Hao Tian Shui was, it ultimately lacked an accompanying soul ring. No matter how he contemplated, it was impossible to single-handedly vanquish the Nishin Zhandue. Yet, he could never fathom that Tang Le's soul power, combined with the Beiming Jinqi, had previously brought down Yajiqiu. Now, facing only the soul master-level Nishin Zhandue, was it not akin to chopping vegetables? Chapter 213. Tiando Royal Academy. The host, who had been waiting outside for a long time, was momentarily stunned, finally regaining his composure after a considerable time, tremblingly saying, "Congratulations. I truly did not expect a team without any external assistance." Observing the now restless crowd, Frande pulled Tang Le aside and whispered to Dashi, "This place is no longer safe. We should leave quickly." A single individual had just slain 7. Even if the Do Huantai did not send someone to apprehend Tang Le, the fervent fans of the Nishin Zhandue would be eager to tear him apart. Dashi nodded in agreement, and without hesitation, the entire Shirlek team began to move, disappearing from the Do Huantai unnoticed. By the time those fervent fans reacted, Shirlek had already made their escape. As they set foot on the road to Tiando City once more, the expressions of the Shirlek 7 were far from pleasant. After all, it was their first experience with murder, undoubtedly leaving psychological scars. However, seeing Tang Le's calm and composed demeanor filled them with shame. This fellow had just killed 7 individuals and remained utterly unperturbed. Impressive. Yet, they were unaware that Tang Le had also experienced prolonged nausea during his first kill. He understood that he must grow through the act of slaying. Thus, he continually sought out opponents to challenge, honing his cold heart through such experiences. Zai Mo, holding a map, inquired, "Dashi, Tiando City should be nearby, correct?" The map distinctly marked a location with a golden star, indicating the capital of the Tiando Empire, Tiando City. Dashi sighed with a wry smile. "To be honest, I am not certain of its exact location." Frande shook his head. "People like us rarely have the opportunity to visit such a grand metropolis. Let's keep searching." The other instructors nodded in agreement. Soul Masters indeed had varying statuses, and in the true realm of Soul Masters, this group was hardly significant. Suddenly, Tang Le turned back and calmly stated, "Follow me. I know the way." Zhao Wuji, feeling disgruntled, questioned, I have hardly been to Tiando City. How could you possibly know?" Tang San also sighed in frustration. "Brother, please don't delay our journey." Clearly, no one believed Tang Le, except for Ning Rongrong, who gazed at him with bright eyes. Noticing the skepticism, Tang Le forced a smile. "I truly do know, Dian. I've been here before." Frande, somewhat uncertain, turned to Dashi. Dashi nodded, although he harbored doubts. He chose to trust Tang Le. "Very well, lead the way." Tang Le agreed. "All right, everyone follow me. It is a bit of a distance." With that, he took the lead, moving swiftly, his Lingbo Weibo allowing him to distance himself from the group. "Keep up," Frande instructed, then pulled Dashi along as they hurried after Tongla. The rest of the group exchanged glances. Though some harbored skepticism towards Tongla, they still chose to follow. When Tongla was trafficked to Tiando City, he had passed by Tiando Royal Academy. Even if he had only caught a distant glimpse, he remembered its general location. The Tiando Royal Academy was not located within Tiando City itself, but rather in the suburbs outside the city. This arrangement not only provided a more conducive environment for cultivation, but also minimized disruptions to the students' training. Before long, the Shirlek group arrived before a great mountain. Staring at it in awe, Dai Mubai looked around, noting the dense forest surrounding them, uncertainly saying, "Tongla, we haven't gone astray, have we?" Tongla replied calmly, "No, Tiando Royal Academy is right here." Zhao Wuji questioned, "Is the Tiando Royal Academy situated within the mountain?" Ning Rongrong interjected, "Yes, I have been to Tiando Royal Academy before. Their campus is indeed within a mountain. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Sect was located in Tiando City, so it was natural for a young lady like Ning Rongrong to have visited the Tiando Royal Academy. Consequently, no further doubts were raised." Tongla cast a grateful glance at Ning Rongrong. Had she not assisted him, he would have struggled to articulate his thoughts. Upon catching Tang Li's gaze, Ning Rongrong turned her head away with an air of haughty indifference, hands placed defiantly on her hips, and let out a dismissive hum, embodying a demeanor of nonchalance. Tang Lu, indeed, displayed an air of arrogance as they continued their ascent into the mountains. Even those who harbored doubts remained silent, for they beheld a magnificent academy, resplendent like a palace, standing before them. The golden exterior walls, illuminated by the sunlight, radiated a dazzling brilliance akin to that of gold. Below the Tiando Royal Academy, a vast lake lay, crystal clear and rippling gently. Suddenly, the master remarked, "What a splendid location, nestled by mountains and waters." Zhao Wujia chimed in with a foolish grin. "Indeed, it is quite nice, perfect for retirement." Ning Rongrong sighed, reminiscing about her long absence. "It has been a while. The scenery remains as beautiful as ever." Flender, with a tone that conveyed indifference, stated, "Let us proceed. What is so great about it? It's merely a few patches of land. If I had the means, I would have purchased a large expanse myself." He muttered under his breath, slightly pouting. The group retorted, "Oh, please. With your meager funds, you can't even afford a grave, let alone such vast land. Have you seen that lake? You couldn't even buy a single fish from it." The master, though slightly annoyed, refrained from being harsh, choosing instead to grant Flender a modicum of dignity, given their long-standing friendship. Flender, not one to back down, declared, "So what? The students we cultivate at Shrek are superior to those from the Tiando Royal Academy. That alone is enough to tarnish their noble academy's reputation." The group nodded in agreement, even the master refraining from further argument, casting a disapproving glare at Flender, tacitly acquiescing. Flender chuckled heartily. In conclusion, "The students I mentor are simply better than theirs." What a poverty! Can a humble academy not produce exceptional students? True talent does not falter due to environmental constraints. Rather, such challenges serve as tests and trials for one as spirit. Only by enduring hardships that others do not face can one emerge as a figure of admiration. Tang Lu added with a smile, "As the saying goes, a sword's edge is honed through grinding, and the fragrance of plum blossoms emerges from bitter cold." The dean is correct. Despite our Shrek Academy's modest means, we have managed to best the pride of the Tiando Empire, the Tiando Royal Academy. This is our pride, our true brilliance. Chapter 214. All are worthless. Well said. Flender clapped enthusiastically, his face flushed with excitement. "Who are you? Are you unaware that the Tiando Royal Academy prohibits disturbances?" As Flender's words faded, a group of 18 or 19-year-olds descended from above, their gazes filled with disdain and contempt directed at the Shrek crowd, their expressions brimming with loathing. Judging by their attire and the golden swan insignia, they appear to be from the Tiando Royal Academy. Flender, realizing his lapse in decorum, quickly cleared his throat and said, "Greetings, we are the Shrek Academy. specially invited to observe and learn from the Tian-Do Royal Academy. Please guide us. Specially invited? Shrek? With your ragtag bunch? A noble-looking youth burst into laughter, the harsh sound piercing the ears of the Shrek members. The others joined in, their scorn for Shrek deepening. Flinder, somewhat irritated, asked, "What are you laughing at?" The leader of the group ceased his laughter, sizing up Flinder's shabby attire with a derisive smirk. "What qualifications do you have for the Tian-Do Royal Academy to invite you? Do you even think you are worthy?" As he spoke, he made a mocking gesture implying Flinder's insignificance. In their eyes, the Shrek members' clothing resembled that of beggars, utterly unworthy of their esteemed Tian-Do Royal Academy. Even though the Shrek group had endured considerable hardships on their journey, they did not grovel as these youths expected. Flinder, fuming, reiterated, "I will say it again. We are specially invited by the Tian-Do Royal Academy." Observing Flinder's anger contorting his face, the leader of the youths was visibly taken aback. "Are you still defiant?" He then picked up a stone from the ground and hurled at Flinder while mocking. "Let me reiterate, the Tian-Do Royal Academy does not accept beggars. We have no scraps to offer." Dodging the stone, Flinder seethed with rage, his chest heaving. At that moment, Tang Lu, with a cheerful demeanor, stepped forward and smiled at the youth. "What did you just say? I didn't quite catch that." The youth, assessing Tang Li's attire, which was evidently superior to that of the Shrek members, softened his tone slightly, but still feigned disdain, covering his nose and waving his hand dismissively. "I just said that our Tian-Do Royal Academy has no scraps. If you want to beg, go elsewhere." "How can there be no scraps?" Tang Lu's smile twisted into a strange grin as he swiftly appeared before the youth. Without hesitation, he delivered a punch to the youth's abdomen, causing him to emit a muffled grunt and spew blood, his body flying through the air. Yet the incident was far from over. Tang Lu leaped into the air, grasping the youth mid-flight, coiling his right leg with power before delivering a fierce kick. With extensive combat experience, Tang Lu was far beyond what these youths could contend with. The youth had no time to react as Tang Li's right leg, infused with soul power and the essence of Biming, landed squarely on his abdomen. Another resounding thud echoed as the youth plummeted to the ground like a bird with broken wings, the intense pain in his stomach forcing him to vomit everything he had consumed the previous day, blood mingling within. The pampered students had never witnessed such brutality. They stood frozen in place, akin to fledglings, staring in shock at Tang Lu. Tang Lu, gracefully descending, stood firmly on the ground, pointed at the remnants expelled from the youth's mouth, and with a gentle smile said, "Look, isn't this leftover food? Are these people truly this weak? Did we arrive at the wrong place? This does not resemble the Tian-Do Royal Academy that battled with us earlier." Dai Mubai whispered to Tang San beside him. "Perhaps those we encountered were merely weaklings," Tang San replied, his tone uncertain. Dai Mubai nodded silently, then unleashed a surge of soul power towards the group of youths ahead, the frigid aura subduing them into immobility. Dai Mubai sneered, "What a bunch of worthless fools." His voice, unrestrained, echoed across the area, reaching the ears of everyone present, including those from the Tian-Do Royal Academy. At that moment, their earlier arrogance had dissipated. They huddled together like frightened mice in a corner, devoid of any fighting spirit, attempting to shield themselves from Dai Mubai's oppressive presence. Although it appeared quite exhilarating, the thrill had ultimately reached its peak. Flanders adjusted his glasses perched on the bridge of his nose and spoke in a calm tone. "All right, Mubai and Xiaolu, let us conduct our search. After all, we are invited guests of the Tian-Do Royal Academy. Let us not be overly aggressive." Tang Lu and Dai Mubai nodded in agreement, simultaneously retracting their imposing auras. In contrast, the students of the Tian-Do Royal Academy felt a weight lifted off their shoulders, as if they had been carrying a mountain on their backs, and could finally breathe again. Observing the restrained Shrek group, a young man dressed in luxurious attire suddenly found the audacity to shout, "Just you wait. My grandfather is a high-ranking official in the Empire. You're doomed." Without hesitation, Tang Lu lunged forward and kicked him with 2 swift strides. The previously furious young man was sent flying like a derailed planet, landing painfully and resembling a battered dog. Powerless on the ground, Tang Lu turned to the cowering students of the Tian-Do Royal Academy his eyes glinting coldly as he stated, "Whoever wishes to end our lives, step forward. I shall attend to you one by one." Another young man, unable to endure such humiliation, stepped forward, proclaiming, "Don't be arrogant. Do you believe my father?" Yet before he could finish, Tang Lu delivered another kick, sending him flying as helplessly as the previous one. The sound of his bones fracturing audible in the air. A new book, Jiu Xiaolong Yu, has been published. Those fond of the history of the Three Kingdoms may wish to take a look. Thank you for your support. Chapter 215. A smooth admission. Who dares to cause trouble at the Tian-Do Royal Academy? A deep voice resonated as a robust figure swiftly descended the steps above. With each step he took, the sound was steady and resolute. Upon hearing the series of footsteps and that familiar voice, the students of the Tian-Do Royal Academy felt as if they had found their anchor, scrambling towards him. Teacher's son, please save us." The man, known as Teacher's son, looked at the battered students before him with evident surprise, clicking his tongue as he remarked, "What on earth has happened to you all?" The Tian-Do Royal Academy students, resembling lost dogs, pointed at the Shrek Academy members, embellishing their accusations. "It was him, it was them." This group insisted they were invited to assess our academy, and when we tried to stop them from entering, they resorted to violence. As they recounted the incident, one student suddenly choked up. "Even the Avalanche Prince has been beaten to a pulp by them, unrecognizable, and is now unconscious." Teacher's son immediately turned to see Avalanche, who had been punched away by Tang Lu, still unconscious. Blood and vomit emitting a foul odor that filled the air. Aware of Avalanche's high status, Teacher's son frowned slightly and turned to meet the gazes of the Shrek group. The moment his eyes locked with Flanders, he was taken aback, clearly feeling the composed aura and indifferent expression emanating from Flanders. Not delving into the altercation any further, Teacher's son stepped forward, politely inquiring, "What brings you all to our Tian-Do Royal Academy?" Seeing Teacher's son's relatively amiable demeanor, Flanders felt relieved, fearing that the Royal Academy might persistently target him and his students over this incident. It seemed that such a possibility had diminished. Thus, Flanders replied courteously, "Oh, we have come to the Tian-Do Royal Academy at your esteemed invitation to learn." Invitation? Teacher's son slowly closed his eyes, seemingly recalling something. Suddenly, his eyes sprang open as he realized, "You're the Shrek Academy mentioned by Teacher Chin." Flanders smiled nonchalantly indeed. Teacher's son was taken aback and promptly bowed deeply. "So it is you, Director Flanders. I apologize for the ruckus caused by our students. Please come inside." A young man, evidently of noble birth, expressed his dissatisfaction. "Teacher's son, why are you siding with outsiders?" Teacher's son shot him an annoyed glance and rebuked, "You fool, do you know who they are?" The young man, clearly intimidated by Teacher's son's fiery temper, shook his head mechanically, indicating he did not. "They're the teachers of Teacher Chin Ming and the academy he graduated from, and they have been specially invited to observe and learn. You should consider yourselves fortunate. Instead of welcoming them, you dare to obstruct them." Teacher's son commanded, "Once Avalanche awakens, I order you to run 20 laps around a mountain path. You shall not eat until you complete it." The young man's face fell. "What?" Teacher's son snorted in disdain. When he turned back to the Shrek group, he wore a friendly smile and said, "Our students have caused you trouble, and for that, I apologize." Recognizing that they were indeed someone else's students, and having already received a lesson, Flanders refrained from saying much more, simply nodding lightly and responding politely, "It's all right, let us proceed inside." Teacher's son smiled slightly. "Very well, please follow me." Under Teacher's son's guidance, the Shrek group walked proudly past the group of demoralized youths, while Ma Hongjun and Oscar playfully made faces to mock them, provoking the Tian-Do Royal Academy students to exclaim in frustration. As they traversed layer upon layer of dense mountain paths, a brand new world unfolded before them. It was an expansive area, with the campus of the Tian-Do Royal Academy nestled between two grand mountains. Majestic buildings appeared, all uniformly carved from high-quality white jade, exuding both a sense of history and exquisite beauty. Walking on the finely crafted granite tiles, surrounded by such a magnificent world, inhaling the fresh air of the mountaintop, everyone felt invigorated as if they had entered another realm. Flanders couldn't help but exclaim, "What a wonderful place." Zhao Wujin nodded in agreement. Indeed, indeed. It would be worth it to retire here. Even a master was visibly moved by the breathtaking scenery. Tang Lu and Tang Sen found themselves unconsciously drawn together, their right hands inadvertently displaying the black silvergrass and blue silvergrass. In this enchanting environment, all things resonated with their martial souls, and even the soul power within them began to awaken. Upon breaking through to level 40, Tang Lu could distinctly feel that his martial soul had attained a remarkable elevation. Perhaps he hadn't paid much attention in ordinary circumstances, but in this environment, the sensation was extraordinarily pronounced, as if his black silver grass reigned supreme over all worldly matters. Under Teacher Sun's introduction, the Shrek group learned more about the Tian-Do Royal Academy. It turned out that the academy was divided into different tiers. Those newly admitted with soul power below level 25 were classified as Tianwei level, those between level 25 and 30 as Tianji level, and those above level 30 as Tian-Do level students. The students they encountered at the foot of the mountain were all Tianwei level, possessing lower strength and minimal combat experience. Had it not been for their family background and status, the Tian-Do Royal Academy would not have accepted them. Meanwhile, the Tian-Do battle team they had previously encountered comprised Tian-Do level students, and they were among the elite of that tier, which explained their formidable strength. Not only are the students here stratified by levels, but the teachers are also categorized into different ranks, each instructing students of varying capabilities. Those whose abilities exceed level 40 but remain below level 50 are classified as Tianwei level teachers, imparting knowledge to students of the same tier. Teachers with strengths between levels 50 and 60 are designated as Tianji level instructors, while those responsible for educating Tian-Do level students must possess strengths above level 60, ensuring that the children receive a comprehensive education under their guidance. Consequently, the teachers from Shrek Academy can also find themselves in roles as Tian-Do level educators at the Tian-Do Royal Academy. Chapter 316. Shrek will not perish. Teacher Sun arranged accommodations for the Shrek team, allowing them to finally rest peacefully after their long journey. However, their hearts were filled with excitement and anticipation, as both teachers and students buzzed with discussions about their impending stay at the Tian-Do Royal Academy. Seated at the bedside, Flanders suddenly turned to Zhao Wujing and inquired, "Old Zhao, what do you think of this place?" Zhao Wujing replied with a smile, "The air is quite pleasant here." "Indeed, it is," Flanders said with a bittersweet smile, the bright moonlight casting a gentle glow on his somewhat aged visage. The next day, the Shrek team was awakened early by Teacher Sunday. After a night of rest, everyone was brimming with energy. Following breakfast, they gathered in the assembly hall of the Tian-Do Royal Academy, while Teacher Sun went to summon Teacher Qiming. As the group engaged in light conversation, a hurried figure entered the hall, his eyes scanning the room until they landed on the Shrek members, his face lighting up with a joyful smile. "Dean, Master, you've all arrived," Qiming exclaimed, his face beaming. Flanders teased, "Yes, we couldn't stay away any longer. We had to come here to pass the time." Qiming chuckled nonchalantly, his smile widening. "Rest assured, Dean and esteemed teachers, our institute will host you with the utmost hospitality. Furthermore, there is no need to worry about the training of the junior students. I believe, under such conditions, their progress will be remarkable." The master nodded, reminding them, however, the education of the children should still be handled by the original teachers from Shrek. Qiming acknowledged, "I have already discussed this with the deans, and they have agreed. However, regarding your requirements, I suspect these 3 deans may object. I will step out to greet them." Flanders rose, saying, "Let's go together. It's not proper for us to sit idly." "All right, follow me," Qiming replied, leading the Shrek members out of the assembly hall to await the arrival of the deans of the Tian-Do Royal Academy. Qiming inquired, "Is everyone comfortable here?" Zhao Wujing chuckled, "With your thoughtfulness, we are all certainly at ease." Qiming visibly relaxed. "That is good to hear. I was worried you might not adjust well." As they conversed, Qiming's gaze unconsciously fell upon Tang Lu, clearly expressing his delight and surprise at Tang Lu's presence. Noticing Qiming's gaze, Tang Lu looked back in confusion. Just then, The three directors of the Tiando Royal Academy arrived. Three elderly men dressed in intricately patterned black robes approached, their distinctive attire indicating that they had reached the soul Doa level, with soul power at level 80. Flanders placed his right hand against his chest and slightly bent forward, performing a bow unique to Soul Masters, Shrek Academy. Flanders, level 78 Agility Attack System Soul Saint, greetings to the three esteemed gentlemen. The elder on the far right, observing Flanders' bow, exclaimed in surprise, "So you are the esteemed Dean Flanders of your academy. I've long admired your reputation." Flanders, now over 50, found himself blushing with embarrassment at the praise from the Soul de Law. The other accompanying teachers from Shrek also introduced themselves with their identities and soul powers, showing respect to their seniors and strong figures. The slender elder at the center stepped forward, patted Flanders on the shoulder, and warmly smiled. "Dean Flanders of the Monster Academy, it is indeed a pleasure to meet you. I am Meng Shinji, chairman of the Environmental Academy Committee, with the martial spirit of Heiyao, a level 86 control system Soul de Law. Let me introduce you." He gestured towards the elder who had spoken earlier. "This is Jilin Soul de Law, with the martial spirit of Tianqing Vine, a level 83 control system Soul de Law." Then he turned his gaze to a plump elder beside him. "This is Baibaishan Soul de Law, with the martial spirit of Tianqing Furnace, a level 85 defense system Soul de Law." The rotund Baibaishan bore some resemblance to his martial spirit, his belly resembling a large furnace. "Shall we discuss this further inside?" Meng Shinji suggested, and the group entered the meeting hall, where, according to hierarchy, the Shrek students did not have seats, as all were given to the teachers and the three committee chairmen. Once the servants had served tea, Meng Shinji directly stated, "I heard from Qin Ming that your Shrek Academy's battle team defeated ours at the Tiando Royal Academy. Quite impressive indeed, though filled with pride." Flanders had to maintain a facade of humility, responding, "Not at all. Our numbers exceeded yours by 1, so this battle does not count." Meng Shinji chuckled, "Oh, how can you say that? A match cannot solely be determined by numbers. I heard from Qin Ming that your Shrek Academy possesses many extraordinary talents, and Dean Flanders, you have indeed found numerous excellent students." Flanders' expression turned somber as he lamented, "Shrek Academy has passed. It no longer exists." "No, it still lives on." Meng Shinji's demeanor shifted to seriousness, his voice strong and clear. "How can such a remarkable academy be erased from existence? I have discussed this with the committee. Although these children are nominally part of our Tiando Royal Academy, all their achievements can be attributed to Shrek Academy. It is our honor to have such outstanding students in our institution, and we will not interfere with your training. You will be fully responsible for the students' development." Flanders, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "That is truly magnificent." Despite being over 50, he clenched his fists, his eyes glistening with emotion. Meng Shinji waved his hand. "We are all educators. As long as we can nurture great students, all our efforts are worthwhile." Suddenly, the Jilin Soul Dua, seated to Meng Shinji's right, spoke up. "I heard from Qin Ming that one of your students managed to defeat Tianheng with bare hands and broke through the defenses of the Shijiao brothers without using any external force. May I ask who this talented youth is? Could he step forward for me to see?" Chapter 317. A remarkable genius. Quickly. The committee member Jilin Soul Law is calling for you. Qin Ming urged Tang Lu, who had been standing quietly behind him. He had always held high hopes for Tang Lu, which was why he had gone to such lengths to recommend him to the three committee chairmen. Meng Shinji's eyes brightened. "Ah, I heard about this. I wonder which talented young friend it is?" Even the Tianbashan Hounduo opened its eyes wide, eagerly anticipating the appearance of this extraordinary youth. Tang Lu gradually emerged from the crowd and spoke with neither arrogance nor servility. "I cannot claim to be a genius. I merely exert a bit more effort than others." The three directors smiled without uttering a word, their gazes meticulously scrutinizing Tang Lu. With a handsome and sunlit visage, he appeared to be a promising talent. The Tianbashan Hounduo regarded Tang Lu with a hint of admiration, appreciating his assertion that he had simply put forth a bit more effort. Subsequently, Tang Lu clasped his hands respectfully and addressed them. "I am Tang Lu, the junior, and I pay my respects to the three esteemed seniors." The three directors nodded in acknowledgement, sensing a flicker of unwavering resolve in Tang Li's eyes, which seemed to encapsulate the vastness of stars and seas, both boundless and enigmatic. "Allow me to assess just how much effort you have truly expended," declared Ji Ling Hounduo, as a torrent of soul power surged forth from his being. Zhao Wujing stepped forward to intervene, but was halted by Flanders. Taking a gentle sip from the tea on the table, Flanders remarked calmly, "Let him witness the true genius of our Shrek Academy." Even the master's lips betrayed a faint smile as his gaze remained fixed on Tang Lu. Enveloped in waves of soul power, the oppressive sensation was overwhelming, as Tang Lu felt as though he were submerged in a vast ocean, his body weighing heavy as if filled with lead. He understood that Ji Ling Hounduo was testing his strength. However, the soul power he unleashed was swiftly dispersed by his North Underworld true chi, transforming into energy that nourished his dantian. "This lad is quite extraordinary," mused Ji Ling Hounduo, furrowing his brow as he sensed that his released soul power felt akin to striking a bubble, the force unable to manifest, leaving him discomfort. With a twist of his right hand, he elevated his soul power to a higher level. The onlookers could distinctly feel the surrounding air being forcefully compressed, causing some to experience slight difficulty in breathing. As he unleashed even more potent soul power, its vitality barely managed to immobilize Tang Li's body. "He is probing my soul power." Realizing that Ji Ling Hounduo's energy was infiltrating his meridians, Tang Lu could no longer sit idly by. If he allowed them to perceive him as merely a level 40 soul master, the secret of his prior 6-level surge during battle through the North Underworld Great Method would be laid bare. Tang Lu was determined to keep his matters private, which was why he had refrained from revealing his advancement to soul master until now. However, today he could no longer remain passive, fervently channeling his North Underworld divine art to resist the relentless waves of soul power. Under the formidable North Underworld true chi, the soul power that had surged forth was instantly shattered and expelled from Tang Li's body. Ji Ling Hounduo's expression shifted to one of astonishment as he realized that his released soul power had been repelled. "Impossible, this cannot be." He plunged into deep self-doubt, for his released power had reached level 35. Could this young lad's soul power truly surpass that? Unbelievable. Even with a glimmer of understanding, he struggled to accept that Tang Lu, so youthful, had reached level 35. Taking a deep breath to steady his mind, Ji Ling Hounduo unleashed his soul power once more, this time with even greater ferocity. If his previous release was akin to a long, gentle stream, this surge resembled an boundless ocean. He had suddenly escalated his power by 5 levels, reaching the realm of Soul Master. Flanders could no longer remain seated, rising with urgency as he anxiously observed Tang Lu, whose brow was furrowed amidst the soul power. The power of a soul master was no trifling matter. Any misstep could prove fatal. Even the usually composed master found himself unable to sit still as the muscles in his face twitched and his fists clenched involuntarily. "Shao Li, you must hold on," Ji Ling Hounduo suddenly called out. "Tang Lu, if you cannot endure, simply give me a sign." After all, he was merely testing the talents of his students, and losing one in vain would be a tremendous loss. However, the subsequent scene left him utterly astounded. He saw Tang Lu, initially tense, gradually restoring his usual composure, even relaxing his furrowed brow as if the level 40 soul power was no more than a light drizzle. Witnessing this, Ji Ling Hounduo gasped in disbelief. How is this possible? The other 2 directors, equally astonished, rose from their seats, staring incredulously at the now serene Tang Lu. This lad actually withstood level 40 soul power? Little did they know that through the Xiaoyao heart method, the North Underworld divine art, and the enhancements from his soul bone, Tang Lu had experienced monumental boosts in strength, mental acuity, and agility. To inflict harm upon him with mere soul power would require at least a level 45 soul power. As Ji Ling Hounduo continued to channel soul power, beads of sweat adorned his forehead, yet he showed no inclination to cease. Instead, he was driven to further amplify his release. Level 41. Level 42. Level 43. Level 44. Level 45. Finally, the soul power stabilized around level 45. And Jiling Hounduo's anticipated moment arrived as he noticed Tang Li's brow beginning to furrow slightly. However, his power too was capped at level 45, for he dared not risk exceeding that, uncertain if Tang Li could endure further strain, and thus he hesitated, waiting to observe Tang Li's response. Chapter 318. The Extraordinary Genius. What unfolded next was a scene that disappointed him. Aside from an initial flicker of change in Tang Li's expression, his visage remained tranquil as still water. Yet, even more astonishingly, he discerned a subtle shift in Tang Li's aura, as if an infinite black hole within him was absorbing the soul power he projected outward. To his disbelief, Tang Li's countenance even bore a look of comfort while enduring such immense soul power. No matter how Jiling Hounduo pondered, he could not fathom that Tang Li was employing his own divine method to absorb the soul power released by Jiling Hounduo. Truly worthy of the North Underworld Great Method, it remarkably transformed the pressure exerted by Jiling Hounduo into his own soul power. Initially unaware that he could alleviate the pressure through the North Underworld Great Method, but as Jiling Hounduo's power reached level 45, the North Underworld true chi within him began to respond, prompting him to instinctively utilize the North Underworld Great Method. The two chairpersons of the pricing committee seemed as if they had been struck by a sudden cramp, instantly springing from their chairs, their eyes wide with disbelief as they exclaimed, "This is impossible!" Before them unfolded an extraordinary sight. A faint blue halo had emerged around the body of Tang Li, repelling the overwhelming pressure exerted by Jiling Hounduo. Not only were the three chairpersons of the committee astonished, but the members of the Shrek faction were equally dumbfounded. Initially filled with confidence, Yu Xiaojiang's expression gradually turned vacant and bewildered as he gazed at Tang Li's figure, unable to suppress a gulp as he murmured, "Is this still a human?" While Tang Li seemed oblivious to the situation, others began to struggle for breath, as if a massive boulder weighed heavily upon their chests. The pressure unleashed by Jiling Hounduo was simply terrifying, except for a few higher-ranked teachers. The faces of the other students turned pale. Even Yu Xiaojiang was affected. Fortunately, Flinders stepped forward, shielding the group from the pressure, allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief. Regaining their senses, everyone turned their gaze towards Tang Li, a collective question forming in their minds. How did he achieve this? Not only the students were curious, but the three instructors were equally eager to unravel the mystery. "Jilin, we are here to assist you," declared by Baoshan, whose martial spirit was Tianxing Lu, as he hastily approached. Before Jiling Hounduo could respond, Bai Baoshan had already unleashed his soul power. Sending a forceful sur Brothersfrom. Jilin nodded, yet his focus remained solely on Tang Li, with no time to look away. As Meng Xinji observed the two commencing their assistance, he too adopted a serious demeanor, gathering his own powerful soul energy, causing the air around him to distort violently. For a moment, the others could have sworn they heard the roar of a dragon or the sound of a raging storm. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, the soul energy from Meng Xinji swiftly entered Tang Li's body, intertwining with the energies released by the three Do Luo. In an instant, Tang Li felt as if he had plunged into a vast ocean, his body unable to resist the invading force, ultimately breaking through layers of restraint. The three streams of soul energy began to flow freely within him, overwhelming him with such immense power that he could hardly move. Tang Li sensed himself reaching his limits, his blood vessels swelling, accompanied by an excruciating headache, as if someone had struck him forcefully. This was pressure beyond what he should bear. It was the pressure of level 50. Despite the agony inflicted by these three streams of soul power, Tang Li realized there was no malice behind it. They were merely probing the condition of his inner being. The energies explored every inch of his body, leaving traces along his meridians, quickly spreading to his dantian for a thorough search. With years of experience, they immediately identified Tang Li's soul power at level 49. The three instructors simultaneously opened their eyes, their expressions a mixture of shock and confusion, as if they had witnessed something horrifying. their mouths agape and rendered speechless. However, soon after, Tang Li's body began to tremble violently, a series of crisp drum sounds resonating within him, as if something was about to break free. Meng Xinji, Jilin, and Bai Baoshan could no longer afford to be careless, their gazes fixed intently on Tang Lu. Suddenly, a domineering and formidable aura radiated from between Tang Li's brows. The Beiming true energy erupting like a volcanic explosion, creating a cataclysmic sensation. At the same time, his clothing tore apart, disintegrating into fragments, revealing his well-defined muscles. Yet, the spectacle did not end there. A faint blue halo enveloped him, while black-silver grass sprouted rhythmically beneath his feet, pulsating with terrifying energy. With the continuous support of the Three-Do Luo and the Beiming true energy, Tang Li's form began to shimmer with transparency, his body transitioning into a semi-transparent state. The black-silver grass extended towards him, burrowing into his being. At this moment, a black-red vertical stripe manifested between his brows, ancient and mysterious, merging him with the black-silver grass. Jilin Hundo Luo's face was filled with incredulity. Having lived most of his life in pursuit of merging with his martial spirit, he had made no progress over the decades. Yet today, the awakening of the martial spirit was vividly before him, and the one achieving this fusion was not an elder, but a mere child. The expressions of the Two-Do Luo beside him also turned strange, their eyes brimming with astonishment. Yu Xiaojiang, seated below, stood up in excitement, tightly clenching his fists, oblivious to the fact that his hands had turned purple from the pressure. The black circle beneath Tang Li's feet flickered incessantly, rippling like water. Fully merged with the black-silver grass, Tang Lu seemed transformed, his once bright eyes now replaced with a somewhat sinister dark red hue. Influenced by the Beiming true energy, his hair had turned blue, and his overall demeanor underwent a profound elevation. If a mirror had appeared before him, he would have been astonished to find that the figure reflected was none other than the mysterious man he had encountered in his dreams. Under the curious gazes of the crowd, a brilliant golden light erupted from his back, fully unfurling the Hong Tianji. The blue halo surrounding Tang Lu was now replaced by golden radiance, making him resemble a noble angel, as the oppressive soul power caused the entire room to tremble violently. The golden light intertwined in the air, dazzling like a radiant star. Spirit Bone. The three instructors exclaimed in unison, their expressions transcending mere astonishment. They appeared as if they had encountered a ghost, standing frozen in place. Not only did Tang Lu possess level 49 soul power, but he also bore an external spirit bone. Was this still human? Gazing at the Hong Tianji, which extended over 6 meters in diameter, the master's hands trembled with excitement, for he could genuinely sense that the Hong Tianji had successfully merged with Tang Lu under the pressure exerted by the three instructors. With each breath Tang Lu took, a gentle and noble golden aura emanated from him. The master stepped forward, bowing deeply. "Thank you, esteemed directors. I express my gratitude on behalf of Xiao Le." The three directors were once again rendered speechless, unable to help but ask, Thank you for what?" The master smiled and explained. Since Xiao Lu absorbed this external spirit bone, he has been unable to merge with it. Today, with the assistance of the three esteemed directors, he has truly achieved a perfect fusion of his martial spirit and the spirit bone. The Three-Do Luo exchanged glances, each reflecting the same bewildered expression. Inadvertently, one finds oneself engaged in numerous benevolent acts. Meng Xinji's lips quivered as he could not restrain his inquiry. Is this truly a soul bone that resides within this child? The master nodded affirmatively, deliberately lowering his voice as he responded. Indeed, I implore the three directors to keep this matter confidential. Otherwise, it may incite unforeseen consequences. The conversation abruptly ceased, and the underlying implications were understood by all, requiring no further elaboration. The three directors promptly nodded in agreement, as such matters were inherently understood. Suddenly, Meng Xinji's expression became exceptionally grave, and he spoke earnestly, enunciating each word. "Rest assured, I vow by the name of the Tiando Royal Academy that I shall not divulge any information regarding the soul bone. Ji Lin and Bai Baoshan quickly concurred, affirming their commitment to secrecy. The master clasped his hands together in gratitude, stating, "Then I extend my thanks on behalf of Xiao Le." Meng Xinji gazed at Tang Le, who was shimmering in golden light against the sky. After a moment of hesitation, he approached the master and tentatively asked, "Ahem, may I address you as master?" The master, startled by the question, shook his head and waved his hands humbly, saying, "Please, just call me Xiao Gang." Feeling a bit awkward, Meng Xinji rubbed his nose but pressed on, leaning closer to the master and inquiring, "Does this esteemed academy possess any secret methods for training students?" The master's expression revealed some bewilderment, yet he candidly replied, "Any methods we have are contingent upon the academy's financial situation and hardly qualify as remarkable. If you seek to understand why these children have achieved such great heights, it is simply due to their innate talent combined with diligent effort." Observing the master, who wore humility like a badge, Meng Xinji felt a twinge of incredulity. It seemed implausible that even the most gifted could attain level 49 at such a young age. Unable to endure the back and forth any longer, Bai Baoshan interjected boldly, "We three just assessed Tang Li's soul power. Can you guess what it is?" The master paused, his surprise palpable as he exclaimed, "Could it be that Xiao Lu has recently broken through to level 40? However, as he appeared blissfully unaware that Tang Lu had reached level 49, the three directors exchanged glances, questioning if he truly did not know. "You are mistaken. Tang Li's soul power is at level 49, Ji Lin, the soul dao, stated, his voice betraying a slight tremor. 49, the master exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. Then, as if struck by an epiphany, he turned sharply, his eyes wide with disbelief, exclaiming, "What? Xiao Lu is at level 49? Seemingly unfazed by the master's astonishment, Ji Lin calmly reiterated, "Yes, he is at level 49. The master appeared to lose his composure, shaking his head frantically. "This is impossible. No one has ever transcended a level without absorbing a soul ring. This cannot be. Yet after our 3 tests, his soul power is indeed at level 49. Bai Baoshan interjected, his brow furrowed. At that moment, the master resembled a mindless zombie, his eyes devoid of their former brilliance. He felt as though his worldview had been violently reshaped by Tang Lu, as if he had been forcefully thrown to the ground yet again. Throughout history, no one has ever achieved a breakthrough without absorbing a soul ring. Never. Yet today, the anomaly that is Tang Lu has emerged, shattering the age-old conventions of Doloa Dalu, becoming the first of his kind. While this revelation was a boon for Tang Lu, it also bore ominous implications. If news of Tang Li's ability to ascend without absorbing a soul ring reached the ears of those with ulterior motives, they would likely seek to eliminate him before he could fully develop. The master swiftly regained his composure, stating, "I implore you 3 to keep this news as confidential as the soul bone itself. If even a whisper escapes, this child may have no future." A glimmer of determination flashed in Meng Xinji's eyes as he stroked his beard and smiled warmly. "Rest assured, even if we 3 old fellows were to perish, we would never disclose this matter. We are eager to witness the remarkable achievements this young lad will undoubtedly attain." Brothersfrom, Tonglu, originally the foremost disciple of the Xiaoyao sect, leaped into the abyss to save Tang San, arriving in Doloa Dalu alongside him. The lost Xianyuan sword shall ultimately shine once more. Will the martial arts of the Xiaoyao sect reclaim their former glory? Can the resplendent Xiaoyao sect stand shoulder to shoulder with the Tang sect? The Shenyue Doloa. This is the tale of Tang Li's journey through Doloa Dalu.